my cat, in order to let me pet her better. Unexpectedly transformed into a cute and silly girl when I wasn't paying attention. Not only does she make me bathe and feed her every day, but she also likes to curl up in my arms when sleeping. At this moment, the little one just stole my first kiss, but she still touches her lips, looking dissatisfied. Master, your lips are sweet. I like it. I want more. Ah, no one told me that kittens could be so charming. Listen to me. You can't just kiss anyone. It's not right. But I didn't kiss randomly. You are the master. I like you, so I kiss you. Staring at me intently, I saw in her eyes that she still wanted to kiss me. I quickly covered my mouth, as I am the master and cannot kiss, and you are a girl who should learn to be reserved. What is reserve? Why should we be reserved if we like something? We cats just do what we like, regardless of what others think. Or is it that you don't like me because I've changed? As I was speaking, a small pearl almost fell off, and I panicked instantly. No, I like it. Then why can't I kiss you? Why do you get angry when I kiss you? I started questioning with my hands on my hips. I'm not angry, I explained with a smile. I didn't lose anything, so why would I be angry? You keep scolding me all the time, so why not be a little softer now? How about I apologize to you? I didn't mean to be harsh to you, okay? I know you're the best, and I instantly forgave you, continuing to cuddle and rub against me. The next moment, I heard her stomach growling. Hungry? I nodded slightly. She had been craving for food for a while. Hearing this, I took out my phone and we looked at takeout together. Wow, what's this? It looks so delicious. This is clay pot rice. If you want to eat, I'll keep scrolling down, one by one, and continue to ask, what is this? It looks so delicious, right? This is fried chicken. I patiently introduce each one of them. This is grilled skewers, so fragrant. This is fried noodles. This is milk tea, sweet to drink. This is a small cake. This is an egg tart. This is a cream puff. This is ice cream. You want to eat everything you see. Everything seems so novel. In the end, I ordered half a fried chicken and grilled skewers. Are these expensive? Not expensive. Just enjoy eating. I reached out and touched her head, suddenly thinking about how cats usually shed so much fur. Will it turn into hair loss now? But looking at her thick hair, I shouldn't worry too much. I'll go out to make money in the future. Buy you delicious food. And you just need to be good. What if you go out and get scammed by running around? There are many bad people outside. Alright, if we don't eat now, can we continue to watch it? She pointed at the tablet with anticipation all over her face. Go ahead, take a look. And as I watched, I couldn't help but comment, how come they're kissing again? Hearing this, I quickly covered my mouth with my hand. Don't kiss me, nodding slightly, but then he directly pried open my mouth. I won't kiss you. Why are you covering it? I really won't kiss you. Nodding in assurance, I slowly lowered my hand. Oh, this. I looked utterly dejected. This time instead of kissing my lips, he kissed my cheek. Before long, the takeout arrived, and we could eat. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed over and snatched the takeout from my hand. Smells so good. Let me handle it. Don't burn yourself. I went over to open the takeout, and it looked very delicious. Here you go. This is a disposable glove. Put it on your hand, and watch me tear open the square little bag. I thought for a moment and said, isn't this a child isolation device? I remember you watched a video before. I have an impression. Oh, I didn't expect things to develop like this. At that time, I didn't understand much, just watched some educational videos. Didn't expect to remember so clearly. This is not that thing, they just look like the outer packaging. In order to distract her attention, I quickly helped her put on the gloves, and then gave her a piece of fried chicken. So delicious. It's great to be alive. See you. Do you like Xiao Bai more or Yi more? Suddenly came up to me, asking seriously. I like both. I like Xiao Bai and I like Yi. But if I become Xiao Bai, I won't be able to eat so much delicious food. But if I become Yi, not only can I eat delicious food, but I can also be close to you. The speaker has no intention, but the listener has a heart. Now I have a question. There is only one room at home. Where should Yi sleep? It's getting colder now. I can't possibly sleep on the floor. Right? And there are no other blankets or mattresses at home. Can you turn into a kitten now? No, I can't turn back now. I feel powerless. But I see you are very energetic now. The girl looks satisfied after eating barbecue. How can you say you have no energy? It's different. I can't explain it. Anyway, I feel it when I need to change. If you feel it, why didn't you tell me when you turned into a human? Master, can you understand if I tell you? Why are you scolding me? I realized that it was also a little cat meowing at me. I definitely can't understand. I didn't scold you. You also saw that there is only one bed at home. So what? I'm not that big. We have enough space to sleep. Or are you worried that I will disturb your sleep? Don't worry. I'm very well behaved. Upon hearing this, I didn't want to explain anymore. There really isn't a good solution right now. Let's just sleep together. There's no need to be shy with our own little cat. Let's go brush our teeth, wash our faces, take a shower, and then go to bed. This is the body wash, used for washing the body. You press like this, squeeze it into your hand, and then rub it on your body. I know how to use it. How do you know? Have I seen you use it before? I sneaked in and saw you when you were taking a shower before. How can you say that so confidently? You little cat, why were you still peeking? What's wrong with peeking? If you're not happy, I'll shower later, and you can watch from the side. No, you can help me shower directly. You usually help me shower anyway. As the girl spoke more and more enthusiastically, the content became more and more inappropriate to disclose. In order to keep my mind clear, I chose to leave quickly. You be a good boy and wash up. Call me if you need anything. I'll be in the living room. Got it? After saying that, he hurriedly closed the door. Chen Xiu patted his face. Even if he didn't look in the mirror, he knew that his face must be red now. The little girl was really childish, asking him to help with the bath. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Xiu also went online to look at some of the daily necessities that girls need, like hairbands and whatnot. Also hurry to buy. According to his understanding of one by the kind of light-colored, teenage girl heart quasi will not go wrong. Almost half an hour later, the girl came out, because it was time to sleep, so Chen Xiu let her wear a t-shirt. After all, the sweater is too thick, and the hat, wearing sleep is not comfortable. I'm done. White t-shirt on the girl just covered the root of her thighs, revealing skin white and red, hair wet and still dripping. Chen Xiu reacted, hurriedly adjusted the air conditioning temperature a little higher, and then went to the room to get a hair dryer and a small blanket. One by one, come over here and sit down. The girl sat obediently and wrapped herself with a blanket. Chen Xiu plugged in the electricity and started blowing her hair. For fear of burning the girl, he blew into his palm to test the temperature. One by one, you have to tell me if it hurts you. Chen Xiu hadn't blown anyone else's hair. He usually just wiped it with a towel after a shower. And if it wasn't a cold day and he was in a hurry to go to bed, he couldn't use the hair dryer thing at all. But girls, unlike boys, have long hair, and if you don't blow dry it, it won't dry for hours at the current temperature. Chen Xiu touched Yi's hair. The girl's hair was very soft, dark and shiny. The hair quality was very good. Okay, one by one you go play for a while. If you're sleepy go ahead and go to bed. I'm going to take a shower. Chen Xiu pulled out the plug and put the hair dryer away. Instead, the girl turned her head and took his hand. Can I watch you shower? And listen to you sing? Chen Xiu's face swished red. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? No way. There's a difference between men and women. You didn't understand it before when you were a kitten, but now you're a girl, and girls can't just look at a boy's body, okay? I'm not casual. You're the master. I'm only looking at yours. No one else. Oh, come on. It's circling back to this. Chen Xiu didn't know whether he should be happy because of the girl's unconditional trust in him or whether he should feel a headache. After all, it was hard to reason with her. She couldn't understand. Good girl. Why don't you go to bed first? Don't you usually love to lie in my arms and watch videos? I'll give you my cell phone. Chen Xiu knew that he could not speak clearly with one by one, and intended to skip the topic and divert attention. And as expected, as soon as he said that he would watch the video, she immediately behaved herself and stretched out her hands to look at him. Here, go ahead. Immediately, one by one stepped on her little pink cotton mop and ran to the bed, pulling back the covers and laying down. Chen Xiu took his clothes and went to take a simple shower, without opening his voice to sing, and finished in less than 10 minutes. I noticed when I came in that the floor was cleaned up of the girl's fallen hair, so it seemed that I had usually set an example for her. Knowing that she had to clean up after a shower, Chen Xiu turned off the lights in the living room and then went back to his room. Yi was lying on the bed, his two white tender legs swaying around, not knowing what funny video he was watching, laughing quite happily. Chen Xiu, helpless, took the socks and put them on her. They say that the cold starts from the feet. When the feet are warm, the body will not be so cold. One by one, give me your cell phone. It's time for bed. One by one was good enough to give him his cell phone when he finished and then dutifully got under the covers and lay down. Thinking that he had more classes tomorrow and couldn't accompany the girl as he did today, Chen Xiu took out his spare cell phone, intending to teach one to use it. One by one. I'm not going to be home for a long time tomorrow, so be good if you're alone, and contact me with this if you need anything, okay? Kanzuya took the phone and opened WeChat skillfully. I know, this is you. Usually when Chen Xiu played with his cell phone she didn't watch from the side, plus she was already smart. She had learned these things a long time ago, Chen Siyu didn't know where his pride came from and reached out to Rua her little head. I'll order the rice noodles first. And when I get up in the morning you'll get up for breakfast too. And after that you can go back to sleep. And if you're hungry you can get a snack from the cupboard outside. And I'll get up in the morning and put it away for you. And that's your day's worth. And you definitely can't sneak it. I'm full of classes in the morning. And I can't come back to eat with you until I get out of class at 12 o'clock. So just stay home and never go out or open the door to strangers. Okay? It's really not very safe out there right now. Plus as soon as she doesn't understand a lot of things about this society, the way things are now, she can never go out alone. I know. See you. Can there be more snacks? I'm getting hungry fast, the girl said and pulled his hand to touch her stomach, indicating that she really digests quickly. Chen Siyu smiled and nodded. Why so greedy? Got it. Put some more for you. After explaining these things, Chen Siyu was also at ease, so he found 2 pillows and placed them right in the middle of the bed, one by one. You sleep over there and I'll sleep over here. This is what separates us. You can't come running over here. Okay? Yi shook her head and directly took the 2 pillows and placed them next to herself before jumping into Chen Siyu's arms. I don't care. I'm going to sleep with you in my arms. You're hot and like it. Chen Siyu tried to get her up, but the girl was like an octopus, her arms and legs directly wrapped around him, and Chen Siyu gave up resisting. Okay, let go of me first. Not so hard, okay? The girl's hand loosened slightly, and Chen Siyu freed a hand to turn off the lights in the room. The room was pitch black. Because of the invisibility, the other senses would be infinitely amplified. For example, Chen Siyu could now feel the softness of the girl's body, one by one. Can you sleep in a different position? I can't rest well when you're like this. I thought it would be hard to talk her down, but I didn't expect one by one to let go immediately. Yeah, we can't disturb Siyu's sleep. The girl obediently let go, shrink into a ball lying next to him. Chen Siyu has long been soft-hearted unlike words. Reach out a hand to the girl into the arms. Never mind. Own kittens. Hug as much as you want. The girl's body smelled good, and he was using the same shower gel, but the flavor was just better than the one he was wearing. Chen Siyu smelled the light aroma, and gradually fell into a deep sleep. At 7:30 a.m., the alarm went off right on time. Chen Siyu looked at the one-to-one that was attached to his body, and felt the bottom of the angst. He took a deep breath, and then gently got up. Looking at the girl sleeping, he didn't have the heart to wake her up. After changing clothes and going to the restroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, he looked at the toothbrush and water glass on the counter, like a couples model used by a couple. The towels were also hanging too, 2 very different colors and personalities. In fact, he had just woken up in a bit of a trance in his head, afraid that everything yesterday was just a dream, and that when he woke up from his big dream, the girl would turn into a bubble and disappear. But, thankfully, that's not the case. After washing up and packing up the books I used, I went back to organizing the snacks. For a day, just a bag of chips with a bag of cookies and a couple of candies. Thinking about the pitiful look on the girl's face last night, and looking at the snacks he'd shared out, it seemed so little. Well, add another box of chocolates. Too much of this stuff is bad for your teeth. And even if you like it, you can't eat that much every day. But now that you're just starting out, it's not so harsh. At 8 o'clock, the delivery boy delivered the rice noodles on time, and Chen Siyu went to the room to wake up the girl. One by one, get up for breakfast. Well, I'm sleepy and don't want to get up. The girl's voice was low, aggravated and cute. Chen Siyu was adored and revealed an old fatherly smile. Good boy. The rice flour smells good. One by one eat before you go to sleep. Okay? Don't. Chen Siyu had no choice. It seemed that although the kitten had the attribute of a foodie, sleeping was the first priority. The rice noodles are soupy, and they are still hot. So Chen Siyu didn't say much. So he let her go. One by one. I'm off then. You be good at home. Ha? You're leaving. Chen Siyu did not expect. Just said so many times to get up and eat rice noodles. One by one did not get up, but as soon as he heard that he was going to leave, despite being very sleepy, he still struggled to get up and try to look at him with his eyes wide open, and then hugged his waist again. When are you coming back? Chen Siyu's heartbeat missed a beat. This feeling of being completely relied on, valued, and placed in his heart made him shiver. Be back by 12:30, and be good one by one. Okay? I know. One by one. I listened to my master. Chen Siyu pinched her face. There's rice noodles in the living room. You can eat them after you brush your teeth. I'm leaving. In fact, Chen Siyu himself did not expect that he would have such a side, and that he could speak gently like this, as if he was coaxing a child. After going downstairs, Chen Siyu bought xiaolongbao and kanji at the roadside breakfast store, and ate them while walking towards the school. The place where he lived was only about 10 minutes away from the third gate of the school, but he still had to walk for a while to the school building, so Chen Siyu couldn't help but speed up his steps. Everyone is the same at 8 a.m., mentally drained and lethargic, and some are on the verge of falling asleep at their desks right now. Chen Siyu just sat down. A classmate came to him to ask for the homework assigned by the teacher last week. His smile was shallow. Not necessarily right. You watch and copy. He was always in the top 3 in his major. And you can't be lazy with something like math. He grew up with faster reactions than others, so he was quite fond of math. Plus personality reasons, he did not have any big pursuits, just thought it would be nice to be a math teacher. So when he went to college, he was quite attentive to all the courses, and the school's scholarships and bursary quotas. Every year, there is one of him. He usually attended classes part-time, had no time or interest in participating in club activities, and his relationship with his classmates was ordinary, but he wouldn't say no to something like copying homework. After all, while it didn't have to matter, he didn't want to hear people talk about him too much. When the class was about to start, Chen Siyu saw Su-ro and her best friend enter the classroom together. The two of them met their eyes. He had little fluctuation in his heart, and calmly lowered his head to do his own thing. That's Chen Siyu, isn't it? Was he just looking at you, Zoe? That's definitely true. Zoe is so pretty. He's been following Zoe since her senior year of high school, and even though he's been rejected now, he definitely can't let go in his heart. Su-ro nodded approvingly as she listened to her friend's words. The last time she was seen shopping with a boy, he questioned her like crazy if she liked him or not, and she had always hated it when someone talked loudly to her. Not to mention that Chen Siyu was just one of her many little followers, so she replied without hesitation. What are you? A dog licker? Also worthy to come and ask me. Don't even look at what status you have. At that time, Chen Siyu didn't say anything. She didn't take it to heart, and in the evening, she thought that Chen Siyu would still ask her what she wanted to eat for a midnight snack like before, but she didn't wait for anything. The next day, the third day, a week, a month, Chen Siyu did not look for her again. She clicked on Chen Siyu's WeChat, only to find that he had pulled himself black. This time Su-ro is considered to be completely angry, always high and proud. She does not feel that she has a problem in the slightest. Instead, she thinks that Chen Siyu is doing this just to attract her attention, but she will not be soft. Moreover, she will not bow down. She is waiting for Chen Siyu cannot help it, and once again come in front of him to apologize and beg for her. Su-ro looked at Chen Siyu's direction. He looked like he didn't care about himself. Surprisingly, he didn't even raise his head. It's kinda loaded. Don't think you're the only one who's calm, Su-ro thought in her heart. Anyway, she would never take the initiative to find Chen Siyu to show her goodwill. She was just going to wait for him to come to her to apologize. Maybe she could still consider it and not bother with him. Chen Siyu didn't know these inner thoughts of Su-ro at all. He didn't care. He only had one question now. Would the girl be at home alone? She was so lovey-dovey and clingy. She would definitely be unhappy alone. On the contrary, he had more classes, 2 big classes in the morning, so he could only wait until the end of class to go back to eat with her. Thanks. It's okay. Chen Siyu took the notebook. The teacher came in after the preparatory bell rang. The math class did not have so much padding. The teacher drew 2 students, talked about the problems assigned in the last class, and then briefly reviewed the content of the previous class, and then began to new content. Elective math major if you need to put in a lot of energy. Chen Siyu brainsmart, coupled with the seriousness of the class, although in the past, followed Su-ro, but also did not waste their studies. This class quickly passed. Chen Siyu remembered the class schedule, also remembered the classroom. In another teaching building, after packing up his things, Chen Siyu carried his school bag and went outside. He planned to hurry over to recognize a position, and then give a call to one by one. In the hour or so he'd just been there, he'd somehow thought a lot of things, like the girl being a kitten again, with no cat food, curled up pitifully in a corner and meowing, or her being home alone and bumping into things and having no one to help her with them. By all accounts, he wasn't the type of person to get carried away, but he wasn't comfortable with it, and it was better to make sure. Su-ro was right next to her when she exited the classroom, so she just pretended she didn't see it and walked right out. Zoe, how do you feel that Chen Siyu is coming for real this time? Yeah, it's been a couple times now that he's passed you by without even saying hello. What the hell is going on with you guys? I feel like he's really pissed off. Actually, Xiaoqing wanted to say that she really didn't care anymore, but seeing that Su-ro's face didn't look good, she said it more politely. I don't give a shit about him. Don't care. Su-ro was a bit aggrieved and angry, but she wouldn't show it. Chen Siyu chased her for so long. When she was hungry, he sent her food. When it rained, he sent her an umbrella. He would be very patient with the questions she couldn't do. He would be very patient with her. And he would take the money from his own tutoring to buy it for her when she had the lipstick she wanted. And she didn't believe it. So how could Shin Si-yu say that he doesn't like it anymore? Now he just wanted a different way to get her attention. Su-ro's friends looked at each other. It was clear that they just cared. How come they just didn't listen to advice? Xiaoqing deliberated for a while, but still opened her mouth to persuade. Ro. Actually Chen Si-yu, this person is quite good. Good academic performance. Good looking, good character, but also dedicated. You can try to consider it. Another girl followed suit. Yeah, you're surrounded by better qualified ones, but those are in a playful frame of mind and won't last. Aren't you guys bored? He's ignoring me like I don't exist and you guys are still defending him. Are you still my friends? Su-ro simply can't listen to these. There are more handsome looks around. There are also rich second generation. She and they are just having fun, and not really want to fall in love. She's in her youth now. What's wrong with having a little more fun? Zoe, he has been chasing you for so long. Almost 3 years. Hey, if you do other people around you, is there anyone like him? Like only rely on one side to give is not work. You did not give him a response. He can still hold out for so long. Has been very good. Yeah, you could try switching gears a bit. Initiate a conversation with him and he'll come back. Su-ro's eyes were red. She was pretty and there was no lack of boys around her. So why should she take the initiative to coax Chen Si-yu? But when she thought about how cold he had been during this time, she was genuinely unhappy. Chen Si-yu found the class on the classroom, looked at the back of the position, did not hesitate to choose the penultimate row. In fact, he is quite serious in class, will not play games, and will not brush the whole phone. Professional classes he will listen carefully. Public classes and elective classes will depend on the dish. If the teacher is fierce, then listen for a while. If the teacher is not fierce, he will be used to do professional homework, as well as read the tutorial content. But listen carefully and sit in the front row is not necessarily related. For Chen Si-yu, sitting in the front row always feel pressure. Do a little action will always be weak. So as long as there is a place in the back row, he will never sit in the front row. After taking his place, Chen Si-yu took his cell phone and walked to the end of the corridor and dialed the number of the backup. It was answered quickly there, and as he expected, one by one was just playing with his cell phone. One by one? Si-yu, you're not in class. Chen Si-yu heard the sound of eating on the girl's side. Clicking. Definitely eating chips. It's break time, so I thought I'd ask you if you're having any problems. Well, there is a problem. Miss you so much. Can't I just stay with you and not be separated? Even though cell phones are fun, I still like being with you. It's so hard not to have anyone to touch me when you're not around. Chen Si-yu was originally quite touched, and then felt that one by one is cute. And when he heard the end he couldn't help but think crookedly. After all, the place he touched was quite a lot, and last night when they slept together, he didn't know whether he was honest or not. I'll be home by 12:30. Did you eat the rice noodles I ordered for you this morning? How was the flavor? The corners of Chen Si-yu's mouth rose, and now that he was feeling all the more pleasant after speaking with EE, waking up early for class didn't seem unacceptable. It's delicious. I like it very much. I almost finished the soup. Speaking of food, one by one sounded noticeably more excited. So you're hungry again now? Is it the potato chips? One by one who was eating potato chips looked at the large bag of potato chips held in his hand, suddenly had a bit of a heart attack, and hurriedly hid behind his back, completely unresponsive to the fact that Chen Si-yu couldn't actually see it. Are you sneaking glances at me? I'm sure it's still the same kitten I had. Stupid and silly. I heard you eating. What a stupid thought. Wow. Si-yu is so good. He knows what I'm doing just by listening to the sound. Worthy of being my master. The girl's tone is sincere. As if from the bottom of her heart she feels that he is very good. Inexplicably being praised, Chen Si-yu is feeling very flattered. And his mood is a little better again. Okay, you be good, but you can't keep looking at your cell phone. It's bad for your eyes. Okay? I know. You have to come back early. Oh. After hanging up the phone, the corners of Chen Si-yu's mouth still didn't come down, still recalling the girl's sweet and soft voice just now. But he didn't expect that just as soon as he turned around, he saw Su-ro walking in his direction. Shouldn't be looking for him. There was nothing at the end of the corridor, but there was a bathroom next to it, presumably to use the toilet. Chen Si-yu treated it as if he didn't see it and skimmed right over it. Chen Si-yu. Su-ro's exasperated voice came. Su-ro looked at Chen Si-yu unexpectedly treating her as heir again. Her heart exploded with anger. She came over to him of her own accord. What more does he want? Chen Si-yu stopped. His expression cold. The corners of his mouth that had just gone up now came down. Something wrong? Su-ro walked in front of him, looked at his face, has no expression. There is no dark circles under the eyes. He should not be for their own tea and rice cannot sleep? How come his color is still quite good? Thinking that Chen Siyu might really not care about her, Su-ro had a hidden anger in her heart, but she quickly ruled out this idea. How can you just forget a 3-year relationship? But it's just better camouflaged. Wait, you buy my food. I want to eat the dry pot in the third cafeteria. You know all the dishes I like. By the way, buy 3 of them, and bring them for my friends as well. That dry pot in the third cafeteria tastes very good. Every day there are a lot of people lining up to eat. In the past, Chen Siyu in order to bring for Su-ro, often once the class ran to line up. Now think carefully, what was Su-ro like in the past when she got the rice he bought? There was not the slightest gratitude, only a feeling of peace of mind, and even felt that it was his honor to be able to buy her food. It's ridiculous. He's a little nicer to the kittens in the house and they love him to bits. He's not a big grudge holder, and he's not going to eat something like turnaround grass. Chen Siyu looked at Su-ro, who had already taken her dedication for granted. At the same time, he wondered how confident she was to think that he would still listen to her now, and looking at her, he guessed that she would think he would get a heavenly gift, and then run more than happily to get in line to buy food for her and her friends. Thinking of this, Chen Siyu walked straight through, not bothering to talk to Su-ro anymore. When he arrived at the classroom, he saw Su-ro's friends looking at him, and he didn't care. He directly walked to the last row and sat in his seat. Su-ro followed behind and returned to the classroom. Xiao Chun couldn't figure out what Chen Siyu was thinking. She had just looked at each other and felt that Chen Siyu was still cold, so she asked Su-ro directly, "How is it? Did you and Chen Siyu have a talk?" Although Su-ro was uncertain in her heart. After all, just now Chen Siyu didn't say a word, but she had taken the initiative to give him the opportunity to buy food, so there shouldn't be a problem, right? In the past, what she had asked for, Chen Siyu was very happy, saying that it was good that he was able to help her, and he was very sad about these small things, and he didn't complain at all. It's already been talked about, so we don't have to get food later. He'll bring it for us. Su-ro's 2 friends heard, instantly happy. After all, wait for the next class to eat is the most crowded time in the cafeteria. Who do not want to squeeze around there? Before, thanks to Su-ro's blessing, Chen Siyu often bring them food, and then after the 2 fell out, they are too much trouble. They have not eaten for a long time the dry pot. I did not think that now it is back to business as usual. It's true that it's still necessary for Zoe to make a move. You're so good looking. No boy can resist you, let alone Chen Siyu who already likes you. Yeah Zoe, I feel like you've gotten prettier again in the last few days and your skin is in great shape. Su-ro is very satisfied with her friend's compliments. After all, in the school of mathematics, it is she who is the most beautiful. The first year of the school flower selection, she was also named the school flower. Although the back dropped, but with her posture, in the school of mathematics, she is still very famous. The content of this class was not too difficult. Chen Siyu listened and did his homework at the same time. Normally, he was not too concerned about the time, but today, thinking that the girl was at home by herself, he looked at the time every once in a while, and was very much looking forward to the end of the class. 11:55. The teacher exalted his hand and dismissed the class early, letting everyone rush to eat. Chen Siyu immediately put the book and tablet into his book bag, and then hurriedly rushed out, so fast that the people sitting in the first row had only just gotten up, and he had already rushed out. The boys sitting in the first row just for the dry meal were flabbergasted. No, man, not so fast? When Xiaoqing saw Chen Siyu running so fast, she slowly collected her things, and also reached out to poke Su-ro. Ro, look at Chen Siyu running so fast just to bring you food. It shows that he still values you. Su-ro naturally saw it as well, and thinking that Chen Siyu cared so much about what she said, her heart began to feel smug as well. Just now in the corridor that talk, Chen Siyu is still not willing to look at her. Also do not talk to her. Thanks to her also panicked for a while. It turned out that he did not change at all. Still the same as before. Put her words in the first place. Being so cold just now was also all his little trick to try to arouse her. Let's just take our time getting back to the dorms. He'll get that dry pot. Wow. Thanks Zoe. Then I'll give you the money later, and you can transfer it to Chen Siyu. Xiaoqing took the initiative to propose. After all, Chen Siyu's money is also all their own efforts to earn. That dry pot is delicious, but the price is also slightly expensive. 1-person meal. It will be 30, the 3 of them is $90, plus a meal will cost a lot of money. Everyone is a student. Chen Siyu usually does not wear any big brands, and the scholarships that he gets are also partially drawn to buy things for Su-ro. Su-ro cannot have to pay back, but she cannot. She would have followed the light. It is impossible to stop giving money. After all, in the school casually find an errand need $5 or $6 it. Go to buy that dry pot if the queue is long, so also have to be $10. No, it's just that much money. It's not like he doesn't have it. Su-ro waved her hand. She had always been generous to her friends and didn't care about this small amount of money. Xiaoqing looked at her like this, but still reminded. Ro. But that's Chen Siyu's money. He usually works part-time as you know. This meal is not cheap. I'll transfer it to you. You'd better take it. As soon as she said transferring money, Su-ro remembered Chen Siyu's previous blackout of her. Thinking about it made her feel angry, and she didn't know if he had put himself out now. I don't have to if I say I don't have to. So many guys want to chase me. They don't care about that small amount of money. Xiaoqing looked at the arrogant Su-ro, and her words of persuasion stopped at the edge of her mouth. Su-ro around the boys is a lot, which is not lack of rich, but like Chen Siyu, willing to wait in line for so long to buy her delicious not many. Unfortunately, Su-ro was in a blessed state and didn't know it. There were times when Qing even sympathized a little with Chen Siyu. After all, it was a painful thing to like someone who would never respond to you. Chen Siyu walked very fast. He even jogged up in places where there were fewer people, and after leaving the school gate, he looked for a cassoulet restaurant on his way home. Boss, a set meal for two. All the small dishes, plus an instant noodle and a tofu puff, packed to go. Chen Siyu found a seat and sat down. Now there are not many people. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the boss is ready. How much? 42. Chen Siyu paid the money over and didn't show the payment page to the boss when he heard the announcing voice ringing in the store. Carrying a large portion of cassoulet full of chicken, Chen Siyu accelerated his pace to the house. Eat near the university. There are a lot of good taste and affordable. Chen Siyu eat 2 years. Is also considered to have experience. But now one by one have not tasted anything. Take her a little taste of these foods. But it is a quite happy thing. The girl has a look of enjoyment on her face every time she eats and is not a picky eater. Her appetite is better with her. Chen Siyu was thinking as he walked. According to Yi's nature, she should be lying on the sofa and swiping her cell phone right now. After losing the password, Chen Siyu just opened the door and saw Yi running towards him with open hands, so anxious that he didn't even put on his shoes. Master, you're back. The girl jumped straight into his arms and hugged him hard, and the smile on Chen Siyu's face increased. So that's what it feels like to have someone who cares about you. One by one. You've been bad again. How many times have I told you to put your shoes on? Chen Siyu looked at the girl, carrying the cassoulet in his left hand. His right hand directly picked up the girl with one hand and walked towards the sofa. He was still physically fit, or at least possessed what a normal man should be able to do. And a girl like Kanzuya was easy to carry with one hand. Yi naturally reached out and wrapped her arms around Chen Siyu's neck, and because the distance was too close, she directly approached Chen Siyu's mouth and stuck out her tongue to lick it. Chen Siyu had a black line on his face, and after reacting to what the girl was doing, he hurriedly threw her on the sofa. One by one. You, what are you doing? Lick. Don't you like it, master? Chen Siyu held his forehead. He knew what the girl meant. When she was a kitten she used to lick him a lot, but now it was different. This was a soft and adorable beauty girl. He couldn't stand it at all if he licked him like this. Phew. One by one. You can't lick me like that in the future. You're a girl now. You can't do that. Chen Siyu's face turned red when he said the word lick. He is easy for him, not only to accept the test of the party and the country, but also to be teased by the girl, and to be madly tempted on the edge of the law. I'm so hungry. What is this food? It's cassoulet. Why are you so greedy? Chen Siyu sat down, put the book bag, and then opened the bag, and afterward realized that one by one he was digressing from the topic, and he didn't pay attention to it at all. Forget it, don't bother with a kitten. Just lick it. It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat. On the other hand, Su-ro and Xiaoqing waited for more than half an hour in the dormitory and did not receive any news from Chen Siyu. Zoe, did Chen Siyu forget? Green didn't say it outright, but the way things were going, he might not even be trying to help them buy food. Su-ro had long been angry, and took out her cell phone to question Chen Siyu, but realized that he hadn't released himself yet. Boring. Su-ro was so angry that she directly threw her cell phone on the ground. How dare he? She had given him a chance, but he didn't appreciate it and made her look bad in front of her friends. The more Su-ro thought about it, the more angry she became. Chen Siyu was doing it on purpose, treating her like a monkey, at the expense of her just thinking about forgiving her. She definitely wasn't soft this time. No matter how much Chen Siyu begged her or apologized to her, she would never forgive him. Zoe, that's what you just said to Chen Siyu. How did it turn out like this? Chen Siyu should have done what he promised. Did he not listen clearly? Now in this situation, Xiaoqing did not blame Su-ro's intention, just to say that it would be better. Su-ro is not very good at thinking for others, perhaps misunderstood Chen Siyu's meaning without realizing it. If she knew the process then she could also help her out. I just told her I was craving that dry pan in the third cafeteria, Su-ro was so angry that her eyes had tears in them, and Xiao Qing handed her a piece of paper. And then what? Nope. Xiao Qing looked at Su-ro's face as if she was taking it for granted, and suddenly had a bit of a brain-broad ache. On Su-ro this attitude, Chen Siyu will help her to buy food is to see a ghost. Who is a good person to apologize is to let people help to buy food And look at Su-ro's expression now. She estimates that she has just spoken is also a condescending posture. Where is she going to apologize Obviously is to give orders. Not to mention Chen Siyu, change other people will probably scold her. Alas. Ro. If you really want Chen Siyu to come back, then you have to sincerely apologize to him before you can't make him like before. As Su-ro's friend, Xiao Chang truly hoped that she could recognize her heart and not miss a boy like Chen Siyu. So many years, Chen Siyu do she see in the eyes. As Su-ro's best friend, she also followed a lot of light. Chen Siyu help Su-ro to take the courier will help her together. Buy dinner is also will buy her share. To be honest, if someone had been so nice and patient with him, she would have held on to them long ago. Xiao Chang, even if you don't scold him for me, why are you lecturing me? Su-ro simply couldn't listen to it, in her stubborn belief that it was Chen Siyu's problem. Never mind, I'll order takeout. What do you guys want? Xiao Qing also does not want to continue to say. Su-ro simply cannot listen to it. Say more is useless. Now or hurry to order a takeaway to eat. Are hungry. I'm not eating. Help yourselves. Su-ro didn't want to talk and went straight to bed to lie down. Asterisk. Chen Siyu watched eat really flavorfully and put another piece of chicken in her lunchbox. Eat more. Siyu eat more too. Although it is a kitten, it also knows how to be courteous, and knows to give Chen Siyu meat. Chen Siyu watched the girl eat very well. He also followed the appetite, but he originally thought that the girl could not finish the box of rice. Did not expect her to eat all the finished. A large box full of chicken was all eaten. Chen Siyu was glad he added a portion of noodles, otherwise it would not be enough to eat. But one by one did have a good appetite and ate quite a bit. Master, are you going out later? Chen Siyu could see the loss in the girl's eyes, and didn't resist reaching out to touch her, like he was smoothing a kitten's fur. Class isn't until after 3, so I can still take a nap and keep you company for a while. Although it was an elective class, Chen Siyu was afraid of roll call. In order to get a scholarship, he never missed a class, and today's was no exception. Even though he wanted to stay home with the girl, reality did not allow it. Classes end at 5:15, but teachers usually end at 5. He has to go tutoring from 6:30 to 8:30, and there is no time to accompany the girl. Thinking of this, Chen Siyu heart a little guilty. He used to feel guilty that he didn't spend enough time with the kitten when it was home by itself, sometimes taking it out in his backpack, and now that one by one was a living, breathing human being, he felt even more guilty. Siyu is so nice. Master, you only look good when you smile. Don't frown. One by one, he reached out and lifted the corners of Chen Siyu's mouth upwards. That's what makes it look good. One by one. I like it when my master smiles. Chen Siyu looked at the girl's smile and was a little touched in his heart. Okay, I'll smile more later. Chen Siyu went back to his room to lie down. One by one immediately followed him, quickly ran to bed, then took his hand and naturally lay in his arms, just like a couple who had been together for a long time, and leisurely laying on the bed and chatting after dinner. Chen Siyu didn't say anything and put his arm around the girl and started asking questions. One by one. What did you do at home this morning? Well, you were gone for a while, so I got up and brushed my teeth and washed my face like you taught me. Isn't that great? Chen Siyu nodded and rewardingly touched her. Well, great. Yi loved it when he petted her, and every time he did, she looked like she was enjoying it, as kitten nature would have it. I love it so much. I want to eat it again. Chen Siyu was amused and laughed out loud as he watched Yi get so excited. Yeah, I'll get them for one and one later too. Master is so nice. After I finished eating I started looking at my cell phone, swiping videos, and watching yesterday's TV show, where the lead actor had other girls around him, and then the lead actress got angry. And did you have any other kittens around you? Yi's jealousy came as soon as he said it. Chen Siyu hurriedly shook his head. No, there's only one kitten. You. The girl was satisfied. Then you're not allowed to play with other kittens, or talk to other kittens, or pet them, or let them lick you. Do you know that? If I find out, I'll be very angry. Chen Siyu got up the idea of teasing her. What happens when you get angry? It will be sad. I won't have anyone if my master doesn't like me. Yi was terrified just thinking about it, biting her lip as tears barred down her face. Chen Siyu instantly became anxious. He was just casually teasing her. Where would he want other kittens? Of course I like one by one will not like others. One by one good boy, do not cry Chen Siyu drew paper to help her wipe her tears. She originally had white skin, by him so rubbed, Her face was red. Why so delicate? A casual pinch is red. Then master touch me more. I love it when master touches me. The kitten's temper came and went quickly. And she behaved herself after Chinsiyu touched her a few times. No, you humans don't express your liking by touching. It's by kissing. You kiss me. Chinsiyu had already explained this to her. But one by one just didn't seem to understand that men and women couldn't be this intimate with each other. No, there was something wrong with his words as well. While saying that he couldn't be so intimate, he was also directly lying on the bed with his arms around Kazuya, which wasn't convincing at all. It's okay if Siyu doesn't kiss me. It's okay if I kiss you. Before Chinsiyu could react, the girl pecked him on the cheek. Master, you're blushing. Hey. Chinsiyu touched the spot where he had just been kissed, and that touch was simply not too good. Sleep. No talking. But as a big man, he wouldn't admit that he was shy, so he hurriedly got up and closed the curtains, and the room was instantly darkened. Getting up early in the morning, Chinsiyu was a little sleepy, and in no time he fell asleep holding the girl. The girl smelled nice and soft, much better to hold than those dolls, and one by one, she behaved herself, watching him going to sleep and closing her mouth to follow along. He slept until 2:30 when Chinsiyu woke up, listening to the girl's well-proportioned breathing. He smiled dotingly and reached up to pinch her face. It's so soft. Well, the girl winced after her as she squeezed uncomfortably. Grass. This one screamed. In that moment, Chinsiyu wanted to commit a crime. Master, are you leaving? One by one, the hand on Chensiyu's waist tightened, as if she couldn't let go of him. Well, pack up for a while and then go out. You be good at home. Don't go out and run around. And don't open the door for anyone else. Okay? Chinsiyu also want to bring one by one at all times, but it is always inconvenient. She does not know anything now. Take out to play a provoke any trouble. That would be the end. Can I go to class with you? I want to follow you. I don't want to stay home alone. The girl was pitiful, and Chinsiyu was a bit soft, but he still had his senses and knew that this would not work. One by one, bear with me. It's already Thursday. After tomorrow, I'll take you out on Saturday and Sunday to get used to it. Be a good boy and memorize the rules I've told you so you can take you out later. There was certainly nothing wrong with taking her to an occasional elective class, and with that many students, the teacher wouldn't care, provided the girl didn't say or do the wrong thing to arouse suspicion. Chinsiyu explained a lot of things one by one. She answered one by one. Good behavior. I'll be back this afternoon with more goodies for you, so you be good at home and watch the show, okay? Chinsiyu backpack. This is only the first day. He is so reluctant to give up. Really absolute. Not to mention when one by one would change back. Right now he developed a bit of selfishness, wanting her to be there for him like she was now. I used to be alone. That's why I thought of keeping a kitten. Kittens are clingy and cute. Unlike people who have all kinds of minds and need to consider too many factors when getting along with each other, kittens are very simple. If you are good to it, it will like you. I know. I'm good. Chinsiyu pinched the girl's face, and brought the garbage from the doorway down with him. On the way to the school, Chinsiyu had been thinking about one by one, and even felt that if he wasn't a junior right now, and was a senior, then it would be good. Then he would have a lot of time to spend with her, and he could also take her out to play. Now is really not a good time. He has to take care of his studies and be busy making money. Pessimistic for a while, Chinsiyu tried to think of a different perspective. The semester was almost over. Classes would be few and far between at the start of next semester, and he would have more and more time on his hands. And since so many things in life were supposed to be unpredictable, one by one he was grateful to be able to show up. This class is an elective class. Do not need to listen much. The final exam is not difficult, as long as the 3 views are correct. Look at the multiple choice question bank on the line. Usually will not fail. This class teacher really named. After reading his name, Chinsiyu began to do the problems, to do all the homework that needs to be completed first, so that when he goes home, he can accompany one. The class passed quickly. He looked up every now and then to listen, and the rest of the time he was reading the homework assigned by the teacher of the specialty class. And at 5 o'clock, Chinsiyu, just like in the morning, rushed out as soon as the teacher said that the class was over. Unluckily, just when he reached the bottom of the building, he met Suro and her friends. He was busy going home and didn't want to get entangled with Suro, so he just walked past, but he didn't expect Suro to catch up with him directly. Chinsiyu, stop right there. Chinsiyu impatiently shook off her hand and said indifferently, something wrong? I asked you to buy food for me in the morning. Why didn't you do it? And why hasn't WeChat released me yet? Do you know how much time we've been delayed because of you? Chinsiyu was impatient. Originally in a good mood to go home to see one by one. Now it was as unpleasant as stepping on a pile of poop. Miss Sue, we don't have much of a relationship now, do we? It's not like you're short of people who will bring you food or want to take you to a big meal. What do you have to come to me for? Besides, I didn't say yes. I don't care if you delayed or not, so can you please not go crazy here? Su-ro was startled by this impatient expression of Chen Siyu, and her heart was weak for a while, then she changed back to her original appearance. I was giving you a chance. Aren't you just jealous because I'm shopping with that boy? Then I'll tell you what. I'm not in contact with him anymore. So, what's it to me? Oh, I see. Miss Su wants me to come back and keep running errands for you, right? Su-ro heard Chen Siyu say this and thought that he had figured it out. Yeah, I'm willing to give you that chance. Chen Siyu sighed, threw down 2 words, and left. Stupid. He didn't swear much unless he just couldn't help it. And just now this was one of those cases where he just couldn't help it. How could anyone be so thick-skinned as this? It's not like the whole world was going to revolve around her, and he wasn't a pet to be waved away. Now think about the past. He can really have a bag in the brain. Just based on the high school years she had given his little bit of kindness, naive thought that it was the light of salvation, when it is really ridiculous. Su-ro was still frozen in place and immediately stormed out after reacting to Chen Siyu scolding her. Aha! Chen Siyu, you're an asshole. Now that all classes were getting off one after another, there were a lot of people on the road, and Su-ro instantly attracted a lot of people's attention when she shouted like this. Ching hurriedly pulled her away. Zoe, don't be so loud. Calm down. How am I supposed to calm down? Chen Siyu, he even scolded me. What right does he have to scold me? What qualification does he have to scold me? I'm never going to go and talk to him again. No matter how much he apologizes this time, I'm definitely not going to forgive him. Su-ro had just wondered if she had misheard. How could Chen Siyu, who had always been gentle to her and considerate in everything, speak dirty words to her? Looking at his determined back, she was so angry and aggravated that she was about to go crazy. Xiaoqing really cannot persuade. Everyone has their own choices. Chen Siyu is probably really tired. That is why he does not have expectations for Su-ro. Then just leave him alone. Okay? And you'll pretend he's a stranger. Su-ro was in a bit of a trance. How come even Xiaoqing, who had always supported her and Chen Siyu together, said so? Whoa. Su-ro couldn't help but cry, and Xiaoqing gently patted her back to show comfort. I don't believe he really doesn't like me. He's going to regret it. Asterisk. Chen Siyu looked at the time. If he wasn't delayed by Su-ro, he wouldn't still be here in line to buy food. This is good. The time to accompany the kitten is a little less. It was hard to buy a good meal home. It was already almost 6 o'clock. Chen Siyu opened the door and went in, one by one. As soon as he heard his voice, he ran over. Siyu, you're back. I missed you. Chen Siyu could imagine the scene where the little girl was home alone, counting the time to see when he would return. The heart is melting. Can't top it, can't top it. Slightly late. Have you been good at home? Yi nodded. That's a good boy. Said headlong into Chen Siyu's arms, one by one. Make a sniff. Smelled a different flavor. Originally also happy and smiling. Now instantly face collapsed. Aggrieved. Siyu, you smell like someone else. Chen Siyu didn't expect the girl's sense of smell to be so sensitive. Just now it was only tugged by Su-ro's sleeve. She could actually smell it. Seeing her face lost, Chen Siyu hurriedly explained. That's the flavor of a person I don't like. Accidentally dyed it. I didn't go to hook up with other kittens. I can't afford to keep such a kitten as you in my home. How can I look for other kittens again? Really? Kazuchi was a little shaken up. Really? Okay, then I believe you. From now on you need to stay away from people you don't like. And if she bullies you, just tell me and I'll go tickle her. Looking at Yi's efforts to act fierce, but in reality, she was cute as hell. Chen Siyu pinched her face and told her to go to the restroom to wash her hands. The little girl was so cute. Where was the kill? But this feeling of being protected was not bad. After putting the things down, Chen Siyu also went to wash his hands. And when he came out, Yi had already opened the rice. Wow, that smells good. I make better ones, and I'll make them for you when I have time on the weekend. Chen Siyu was very confident in his cooking skills. He began to learn to cook when he was very young. Practice makes perfect, and now his skills are good enough to go out and open a small store. And the business will certainly not be bad. I know. I can smell it every time you cook. It must be better than this. Yi's principal is Chen Siyu. Anyway, brainless praise him is. In her heart Chen Siyu is the best, the most powerful. So is the canned cat good? Or are these good? Of course they are. I'm tired of canned cat food. Eat up. I can hear your stomach growling. Chen Siyu ate quickly because there was still tutoring. After a quick meal he cleaned up and planned to go out. You're leaving again. Looking at Yi standing by the wall looking at him with a face of reluctance, Chen Siyu was also torn inwardly. He wanted to take her with him, but the location of the tutoring was at the kid's house. It was inappropriate to take Yi with him. Not to mention that he didn't have the time to accompany her either. One by one. Be good. I'll hurry back when I finish and bring you good food. I know. You work harder to make money. I'll be good. You don't have to worry about me. Yi knew that Chen Siyu went out every day to study and earn money, and since she couldn't help now, she shouldn't at least let him worry about it. When she learned more in the future, she would also go out to earn money to buy good food for Chen Siyu and reward him. Chen Siyu didn't know what Yi was thinking, but just the way she looked right now was enough to move him. After arriving at Xiao Mo's home, Chen Siyu quickly adjusted his state and began to tutor the child. Although he was already very concentrated, but when the child was in between questions, he inevitably worried a little about the girl. It must be scary to be home alone at night. Fortunately, it did not rain in the past few days. The previous Xiaobai is most afraid of thunder. Every time the weather is thunder and rain are afraid of, the whole one shrinking in his arms. In the middle of the gap when Chen Siyu did not hold back, to the girl called a video over, that side quickly picked up. Although it is a very dead shot, the girl on the screen is also very beautiful. This skin and this little face, it's so good looking. One by one. Have you been good at home? Perhaps because of the small white filter, Chen Siyu was very gentle every time he spoke to her, as if he was a different person. I'm a good girl. I'll wait for you at home. I'll be back in an hour. And when I come back I'll bring you good food. So don't steal any snacks. Okay? Got it. Promise not to steal it. The girl also raised her hand and swore to guarantee. Chen Siyu under the eyes of the smile swung open, because only 10 minutes of rest. Did not say a few words can only hang up to see one by one to shed expression. Chen Siyu hate to immediately run home, but life is not a movie. Even if you want to think about it again, you have to consider the moment. Think about the consequences. Chen Siyu continued to return to Xiao Mo's study, and just as he entered he came over with a mysterious face. Brother, were you just on the phone with your girlfriend? I just saw it when I came back from the restroom. Your girlfriend is so good looking. Brother, tell me how you chased her? I also want such a well-behaved girlfriend. She's so good looking. I think it's better looking than a lot of Netflix. Chen Siyu reached out and flicked his brain, although inwardly proud. After all, his own kitten was complimented, but still lectured. You're only in junior high school. What girlfriends are you teaching? Give me a good study, and wait until college if you want to fall in love. Although he was in love in high school, but educating children certainly cannot be said, and he is still studying teacher training. And even more cannot teach bad children. Teachers' ethics aren't on for nothing. She's really your girlfriend. Brother, tell me, how did you chase her? If you tell me, I promise I'll study hard. Chen Siyu thought about it. He doesn't have much experience before so good to Su Ro, chasing her for so long, the result is not much use. As for one by one, it is feeding. For that, first you have to have a cute kitten. And then what? Then come and look at this question. You have a problem with your thinking. How many times have I told you? Sort it out first, read the question. Don't just throw formulas around. Xiao Mo, who was still very interested, instantly looked at the title in aggravation and fell into deep thought. Seeing his lack of interest, Chen Siyu spoke. You study hard, and when your grades go up I'll tell you how I have such a good-looking girlfriend. Really? Really? Sure enough, it is still necessary to be able to attract the attention of the child, so that he can actively learn. Chen Siyu behind the lecture on the problem is very smooth. And soon to 8:30. Then remember to read it well. I'll come back the day after tomorrow to check it, and I hope you've gotten the hang of solving these kinds of questions. Wait, brother, I have something for you. Chen Siyu was in a hurry to pack up her things and prepare to go back, and stopped moving when she heard his words. You're also in too much of a hurry, brother. It's true that when you have a girlfriend waiting at home, you're just impatient. Xiao Mo opened the cabinet and took out a can of lollipops. This is for the pretty sister. If you have the opportunity to bring her to play at home no, when I get a good grade in the final exam, you can let her take me to play? By the way, what's pretty sister's name You haven't told me yet. Chen Siyu did not polite, took the lollipop in his hand. Something well, or can receive. Wait for the next time to make up the time to bring him some return gift is good. I'll bring the stuff to her for you. And as for these questions you're asking, we'll see how you do the day after tomorrow, and I'll answer them if you do well. Xiao Mo nodded. It's a deal. Don't worry, brother. I'm just a simple face controller. I definitely won't steal my sister from you. Chen Siyu laughed out loud. Say it like you can snatch it. Let's go. Chen Siyu put the candy away and carried his school bag out the door. Even a junior high school kid liked Yi so much. If she went out in the future, she would attract a lot of attention. But it didn't matter. He was confident. On the way back, Chen Siyu found a fried chicken store. Because I don't know what flavors the girl likes to eat, so I put together several flavors. And after checking out and remembering that there is no fruit at home, I went to find a fruit store to buy some peaches and red grapes. Last night we had mostly kebabs, and that little half of fried chicken was just an appetizer, just a sprinkle of paprika. But one by one had a pretty good time yesterday. Now buy a variety of flavors to go back to, and one by one will surely be happy. After arriving at home, EE really reacted a lot, obviously liked food so much, but did not even look at the food he carried. The first sentence is, "You finally came back. Now I can stay with you for many hours." Looking at the girl's happy spinning circle, Chen Siyu felt that the class was not hard at all. Life is still very beautiful. I bought good food and you don't even care? Of course I care, but food is not as important as Siyu. My favorite thing is Siyu. Hearing one by one say so, Chen Siyu is quite happy. It is the favorite thing. The thing. This description is not a little bit not right. He's not a thing. Forget it, whatever. Just know that in a girl's heart, he's the most important thing. I brought some good food. What do you want to do first? Wash your hands first. Chen Siyu nodded. He usually paid a lot of attention to personal hygiene, and it was also considered to be an example for Xiao Bai. And now she wouldn't destroy things indiscriminately, and she was also very hygienic. Wow, is this a different flavor? It looks so delicious. Chen Siyu handed the girl disposable gloves and told her to put them on before introducing her. This is honey mustard sauce. This is cheese cream sauce. This is Korean sweet chili sauce. This is garlic soy sauce. And this is a sprinkle of chili powder. So you can taste it and see which flavor you like. And I'll know which to buy later. One nodded, intending to try one of each flavor, picking up a honey mustard one first. Is it good? Chen Siyu was carefully observing her expression. Yummy. After a while, the girl took the garlic soy sauce one. Is it good? Yummy. Next each flavor, Chen Siyu asked once. One by one are the same answer. Two eyes said delicious. Chen Siyu metaphysical. This kitten is really not picky. What all like? Forget it. This is also a good thing. Is it really all good? Let me know if there's anything you don't like. It's really delicious. I like them all. And this rice cake is delicious too. The kitty mainstay one eats what he has and doesn't shy away from it in the slightest. After eating one by one took the initiative to clean up. Chen Siyu did not let her sit there and rest. Siyu, are you tired? I learned massage techniques from my cell phone. I'll give you a massage. Chen Siyu didn't expect the kitten to be so capable of learning, but didn't refuse and followed her instructions to lie on the sofa. The girl's hands weren't very strong, but they did feel a little more comfortable when pressed like that. One by one just started to pinch the shoulders, and then pounded the back. Chen Siyu a face of enjoyment. Who would have thought that the kitten raised by the family would also be able to massage? It's so cool. No, why does it go down more and more? Why is this hand hovering at the base of his thigh? Stop. In the girl to have the next action when Chen Siyu hurriedly shouted to stop and get up. This is not Xing press one by one. Where did you learn that? It's only been one day. How come the little white cat has turned into a little yellow cat? Is there any justice at all? I learned it from my cell phone. Why? Bring me the cell phone. Chen Siyu controlled his temper, so he didn't feel anything wrong and immediately gave him his cell phone. Chen Siyu directly clicked on the viewing record and quickly found the video. It was a clip from a movie or TV show about the guy going to a massage parlor and then the masseuse groping his way down, and then the saucy omission of the plot. It's outrageous. It's videos like this that bring his kittens down. What a scandal. One by one. You can't follow the video in the future. Do you know that? Chen Siyu's tone was a bit harsh, and when he saw the girl's aggrieved reply of knowing, he began to regret it again. She was just a kitten. She could have bad intentions. She was just trying to make him comfortable. One by one. I don't mean to be mean, but these things are not good, so don't learn them in the future, and don't feel free to touch these parts of other people's bodies, okay? Chen Siyu took out the candy that Xiao Mo had given her to coax her. This is from the kid I helped with tutoring. He said he thought you were pretty so he wanted to give you candy. Ichichi's eyes light up at the sight of nicely wrapped candies, and he wants to open and eat one right away. I can't eat it now. I'll eat it tomorrow. Seeing her face grimace, Chen Siyu continued to explain. If you eat too much sugar, your teeth will fall out. And if your teeth fall out you'll never be able to eat good food again. Do you want that? Kazuchi shook his head. Don't want to. So are you still eating? Not eating. You can't take this. You have to treat your students according to their abilities. And you have to treat your kittens accordingly. One by one. Play by yourself for a while. I'm going to take a shower first. After running outside for a day, it was definitely impossible to sleep without taking a bath. Chen Siyu went to his room and took his pajamas and pajama pants and took a quick shower. After washing out when the girl is still looking at the phone, Chen Siyu went over to look at it. Fortunately, it is not a mess. It is a film and television drama clips. The girl was too much of a learner and wanted to come all over him at every point she saw, and he was afraid that if she saw some detailed version of it and dragged him to do it, he wouldn't always be able to hold back. One by one. Get in the shower. Chen Siyu took the phone in her hand and remembered that she was still wearing his pants. So he went to the balcony and brought over a pair of sun-dried small flower panties, although he had followed along and picked it out, and he had personally washed it and taken it to the sun. But now that he was holding it in his hands, Chen Siyu was still a little shy. One by one, he took it, touching his hair with some difficulty. My hair is clean. Can I not wash it? E's hair is kind of long, and it feels like a hassle to wash and blow dry it, and it's really not a good idea to wash it every day. He's also read some posts from girls sharing that washing their hair too many times makes it more prone to oil. I'll see if I have any hairbands or clips at home. Just a minute. Chen Siyu yesterday and the online order has not yet been delivered. I should have known that he should go to the store to buy. Just eat when she was all stuffed in the hat. And now to take a shower. Can only tie up. By the way, there seems to be one in the book bag. Chen Siyu hurriedly rummaged through the small bag on the side of the school bag. And sure enough, there was a small hairband. This is still before he bought in the boutique. Because Su-ro and his dinner sometimes forget to take the hair ring. Hair blocking not very good. So he deliberately went to buy a carry with him. Now that I think about it, he really did take care of Su-ro in every aspect. Wow, that's nice. Thanks Siyu. Before Chen Siyu could say anything, Yi took the hairband, coiled and tied her hair, and went in to take a shower. Forget it. It's not a big deal. When the new one arrives tomorrow you can throw it away. No point in keeping it. Thinking about the dirty words he said to Su-ro today, even though it was rude to do that to a girl, he did feel quite good in his heart. And looking back now, Su-ro was just average looking, right, whereas his kitten was good looking. Looking at the balcony has been sun-dried clothes, Chen Siyu all put away. In taking that piece of black lace erotic lingerie, the tips of the fingers are a little burning sensation. I don't know when we'll see one by one wear it either. In fact, as long as he said he wanted to see it, according to one by one's nature, she would definitely wear it for him to see. But not now. He had his own moral bottom line. Even if he wanted to see it, he would have to wait until one by one was taught to recognize the feelings between a man and a woman and was very sure and willing to try it with him. His clothes are not too much. Squeeze a little or have the ability to spare a place to put the girl's clothes. The new skirt will hang directly. Those underwear panties are placed in the drawer. Chen Siyu neatly folded and put in. The closet that was somewhat empty is now full and a different color has been added. But it doesn't feel out of place. It just feels warm and inviting. This closet seems a little small. I'll have to buy a big closet for one by one later. The girl loves to be pretty. And slowly and surely she will have to add clothes to him. And this closet is definitely not enough to put them in. Chen Siyu himself didn't even realize that he was already thinking about his future life with Yi. Siyu, I'm done washing. The girl stood in the doorway of the bedroom, wearing only his loose t-shirt. Some of the broken hair between her forehead was a little wet. Chen Siyu approached and reached out to pinch her face. Is your face a little dry? Chen Siyu usually do not wipe the face, just use a hydrating spray. Now the weather becomes cooler, and all day blowing air conditioning, the face will be very easy to dry. Girls are rubbing a lot. What toner? Essence milk, cream, one by one. Although the base is good, do not need these things, but the basic moisturizing is still needed. After all, even he is a big boy. Sometimes feel that the face is very dry. Seems like a little bit. Is it not pretty anymore? He immediately tensed up and hurriedly ran outside to look in the mirror. Chen Siyu smiled and shook his head, helplessly followed. It looks good. One by one is the best. I'm just afraid that your face will be drier if the air conditioner is blowing on you for a long time. Really? I'm not going to lie. Kazuchi is the best looking girl I've ever seen. Don't look. I'll spray you with some toner and your face won't dry out. Good girl. Chen Siyu coaxed for a while before Yi half-heartedly followed him into the bedroom. The little girl really cares about whether she looks good or not. Just now he just asked. The girl was nervous like that. It seems that we still need to buy her a set of face scrubs. Makeup supplies can't be used. After all, she's so good looking now. There's not a single blemish on her face. She doesn't need to put on makeup at all. Close your eyes. Chen Siyu took the spray and sprayed her twice, then gently patted her face again. Siyu, let's not turn on the air conditioning tonight, okay? It's not good for your skin and I don't want to get ugly. The girl pouted, pulled his little thumb and shook it. Chen Siyu was buddied. At this time, do not say not to open the air conditioning such a small to go. Even if he let him do something else, he will not refuse. Good. Then don't open it. But now the night temperature is low. Without turning on the air conditioning then just rely on this small bed quilt cannot. Chen Siyu took a small blanket out, Cover yourself with this blanket and quilt tonight so you won't be cold. Yi nodded and obediently got into the quilt, then stretched out his hand towards Chen Siyu. Come into my arms. Chen Siyu laughed and drilled in as well. Clearly he was the one holding her in his arms as she slept. Seeing that Yi's hair was not undone, Chen Siyu lay on her side and helped her undo her hair, and the hairband was casually placed on the bedside table. When he untied it, one by one, he hugged Chen Siyu and shrunk the whole thing in his arms. Siyu, did you buy that hairband just for me? Chen Siyu hugged Yi. Suddenly had a little bit of weakness. After all, the two of them are now in a position that only a boyfriend and girlfriend would have. And the girlfriend now asked her if this thing was specially bought for her. How dare he say it wasn't? Not only wasn't it, but he used it for a girl he used to like. No, but I've got a lot of nice ones for you. Would you like to see them? Didn't want her to mess with her mind. The easiest way was to change the subject, so he wouldn't be lying, right? Yeah, I want to see it. Chen Siyu opened his cell phone to show her. The girl really liked it, said thank you and then rubbed madly in his arms. After covering his body with that small blanket and quilt, Chen Siyu didn't feel cold, remembering that when he was small in the past, the weather was cold, there was no air conditioning in the house, and there weren't so many quilts, so he could only wear his thickest clothes on his body, and then use the quilt to wrap himself up. Body wore too much actually sleep very uncomfortable, especially those thick clothes and hats. Lying down always feel uneven, but before wear will consider so much. Uncomfortable is better than freezing, whereas the days before just felt lonely. Now it's very different. One by one just lay in his arms. Her warm breath, the beating of her heart, her restless little hands. He could feel it all clearly. One by one. Will you go later? In the dimly lit room, Chen Siyu wasn't able to see Yi's expression. He was a little nervous about hearing an answer he didn't want to hear. But the moment the girl said the answer without hesitation, he instantly felt reliant. Of course not. Unless the master doesn't want me. One by one, the hands that hugged Chen Siyu were tightened, like they were afraid that they would really be abandoned. Wouldn't want one for one. The time he had raised one, it looked like he was the one taking care of her, including now. But in truth, one was like family to him, a presence that accompanied him, a family member and a dependent. Go to sleep. After tomorrow is Saturday so I can spend more time with you. Friday is supposed to be a favorite day for college students and beatniks alike. With the weekend coming up and all in a happy mood. Asterisk. Because there is no class in the morning, Chen Siyu did not set an alarm clock, intending to sleep until he woke up naturally. This slept until more than 9 o'clock. The smell of the girl's body was very nice. Chen Siyu even felt that the smell could put him at ease, as he had slept well for the past 2 days. Close covered that small blanket has been kicked to the feet of the position. Chen Siyu sleep cooked. I do not know is one by one kicked, or he is too hot to kick off. Either way, both were now warm on their bodies. The only problem is that it's a little hard underneath. Favorably, one by one, he hugged him and did not let go. Chen Siyu tried to move away from him slightly, but the girl did not give him a chance at all and hugged him to death. Phew, is that what she's testing the cadre with? Chen Siyu is about to be unable to hold back. What is all this called? Cannot stand a little. Don't you top me. Kazuchi squirmed uncomfortably. If it wasn't for the fact that she was cute, Chen Siyu would have to lift her up and beat her up. Who topped her? It was obvious that she kept sticking up and couldn't be stopped. Chen Siyu tries to calm down, but Xiao Yu doesn't give a damn. Forget it, swing. About half an hour later, one by one finally woke up. Morning, Siyu. One by one, he stretched out. He slept well last night, and now he got up all cozy. Siyu, I'm hungry, Yi said and pulled Chen Siyu's hand to touch her stomach. Look, it's all deflated. So hungry, really hungry. Chen Siyu is helpless. His own kitten can only be coaxed by himself. Of course, I'll cook you some noodles. I still have noodles at home, so it's nice to fry 2 eggs, put in some lettuce, and simply have a clear noodle soup. Yeah, Yi heard that there is food, immediately pulled Chen Siyu up, saw that his pants are a little uneven, thought about last night when he slept seems to be topped, not very comfortable. Siyu, can you stop topping me? I'm not feeling well. Chen Siyu, who was brushing his teeth, almost sprayed out his mouthwash and followed the girl's gaze downward, somewhat shyly. One by one, from now on you don't sleep close to me. Why? I'm going to sleep with you in my arms. I like to sleep close to you. Then there's nothing I can do about it. This is something I just can't control. Chen Siyu continued to brush his teeth, but in his heart he had an idea. Slowly or have to find some sex knowledge science video to show her. Otherwise every day is so shocking. He is a little unbearable. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Chen Siyu went to the kitchen to tie on his apron and started boiling water to cook noodles. Taking advantage of the time to boil water, Chen Siyu fried 2 eggs, thought about it and went to get 2 more, one by one or have to replenish the body. One person to eat 2. Wow. Siyu is amazing. Worthy of being my master. Yi had been watching Chen Siyu cook from the side. His eyes were full of admiration. Chen Siyu liked this kind of atmosphere. In the past, when he was at home by himself, he did everything alone and it was very meaningless. It felt instantly like home now that one by one was talking next to the other. One by one. Do you know how to wash vegetables? Help me wash the lettuce. Kanzuya nodded and took the basket of lettuce and put it in the wash. I still have refined lard at home. In the old country, everyone used to eat more lard. Like eating noodles, it is inevitable to put lard to be fragrant. Chen Siyu put the noodles into the water and boiled them, then chopped some scallions and took 2 bowls out. I want this bowl. Why? Chen Siyu looked at these 2 bowls are also the same size. How to still choose the bowl? Because the bowl looks good, the girl said in a serious manner. It was an answer that Chen Siyu hadn't expected. Okay, one by one. Use this nice one. In the past, Chen Siyu did not understand the preferences of the girls as stated in those short videos, but now he did. In their conception, it seems that if you eat with a good-looking bowl, the rice will smell better. It's kinda cute. Chen Siyu looked at the noodles almost, so he fished it up and put it in the bowl, and finally pounced on the poached egg and poured the noodle soup in. Wow, it smells great. Chen Siyu watched as Yi tried to reach out to lift it and hurriedly stopped it. This is hot. I'll carry it. Ichichi, you take the chopsticks. Chen Siyu lifted his face over. His hands still burned a little, so he hurriedly put his hand on his ear. What are you doing? In the face of one by one questions, Chen Siyu cannot say. Anyway, the adults say so. Hot. Put your hands on the ears. Well, it's just better to touch your ears if you burn. He didn't quite understand, but still nodded, then took Chen Siyu's hands down to pinch his ears. Although my ears are very ticklish, you can touch mine if you're uncomfortable. Chen Siyu's heart was melting. It was damn well behaved too, and it would have been better if he hadn't kept peeking at the faces at the table with his afterimage. I'm not in pain anymore. 1-1. Let's eat the noodles first. Really? Then I'll start. While asking him if he really is, he immediately sits down. TSK, it has to be his kitten. Chen Siyu sat on the opposite side of the table and reminded. Be careful of the heat, blow on it more before eating. One by one, he nodded and dutifully blew on it, then savored it with a final look of contentment. Although it could be seen that one by one liked it, Chen Siyu still asked, how was it? Is it good? Ichi nodded frantically. Yummy. Super delicious. Siyu's cooking is better than anything I've eaten in the past 2 days. I love it. Siyu is the best. Although Chen Siyu is very confident in his cooking skills, but who does not like to hear compliments? I'll cook tomorrow and make you something even better. Yay! Siyu is so nice. 10 minutes later, Chen Siyu watched the girl pick up the bowl to drink the soup and hurriedly reached out to stop it. Kazuchi, the portion of noodles is so large. You'll be uncomfortable if you have any more soup. This is not in line with common sense. And one by one ate so many meals. Chen Siyu probably still understand her food quantity. According to reason, she must have already eaten enough. How to still look like you want to finish the soup? Because you made it. So I didn't want it to go to waste. Yi had a sincere face. She was naturally full. But this was the first meal that her master had cooked for her. She didn't want to waste it, and she didn't want to make Chen Siyu unhappy. One by one. I'm happy that you like eating what I made and compliment me so much. So there's no need to drink the soup, you know? Anytime you're full, you can't eat anymore. It'll be hard to hold on to your food. Chen Siyu very gently took down the bowl in her hand. This kitten is simply here to return the favor. So concerned about his feelings. There really weren't too many people who cared about him when he was growing up. I know. I won't drink it then. But Siyu's cooking is always the first to be delicious. Chen Siyu cleaned up all the dishes. One by one just stood by and watched, unable to drive away. Siyu, I'll wash it. Just teach me how to do it. No. You stay put. Chen Siyu looked at her white and tender little hands. So good looking. How can they be used to wash the dishes? And this is just by the way. He does not want to make the girl. Chen Siyu washed the bowls and put them on the shelf to dry, and cleaned the kitchen again. Cooking inevitably gets grease stains on the tiles, and Chen Siyu has a cleanliness fetish, so he has to clean up after every time he washes the dishes. One by one. Is there anything you want to do? He didn't have class until 1:40 p.m. It was still early enough to keep her company. I want to go out and play. I feel so bored staying at home all the time. I want to go out too. One by one. As long as there is something you want, or when there is something you want to do, you will blink your big eyes and be cute at Chen Siyu. But Chen Siyu eats this, and can't reject it at all. Good. Then I'll take you out for a stroll. Yay. Siyu is so nice. Seeing her so happy, Chen Siyu's mood followed suit. But listen to me when you go out. No running around or talking, or I won't take you out tomorrow. Kittens are too naughty and still need to be vaccinated. Got it. I'll go change then. Chen Siyu looked at the weather forecast and followed one by one into the bedroom. Which one do you want to wear one by one? Asked the sentence. Chen Siyu looked at the closet one by one, only 3 sets of clothes, a little embarrassed. Seems to be a little too little? Gotta work on moving bricks and buying her a couple more sets. Girls, of course, have to dress up. The real-life version of the dress-up minigame is still pretty fun, and Chen Siyu is enjoying himself. Wear this. As soon as EE took out that black knit dress, Chen Siyu instantly conjured up in his mind the look that EE wore that day. Gee, you can't beat the front and back. Why do you want to wear this? Because the other day when I was shopping for clothes, you saw me wearing this and laughed the hardest. What bad intentions could a kitten have? Just wanting to make its owner happy. Chen Siyu really did not expect the kitten observation ability is so strong. In fact, each set he quite like, only this set is more sexy. And one by one that face is a bit of a contrast, and pure and desire, is a male like. So, then you'll wear this. One by one nodded. Very clean and sharp. He took off the clothes on his body. Chen Siyu froze for a moment, saw 2 groups of white flowery breasts, and hurriedly turned around. Cough cough cough. Non-ceremonial 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 non-ceremonial. Change it. Chen Siyu turned around and stared at the part of one by one's collarbone downwards for a while. One by one. Are you not wearing any underwear? Yeah, it's uncomfortable to wear underwear. I don't want to wear it, and that button is so hard to fasten. I can't even fasten it. E didn't see a problem with it in the slightest. Although she liked pretty clothes, there was something constricting about wearing underwear on her body. It was better to be comfortable empty. No, one by one. You have to wear underwear when you go out. Then why don't you wear it? E sat on the bed shaking her legs, looking at Chen Siyu with clear and stupid eyes. I'm a boy. Boys don't have to wear them. You're a girl. You have to wear underwear when you go out. When Chen Siyu saw that EE was indifferent, he changed his words. If a girl like you goes out without underwear, it's easy to run into bad people, and when you're taken by someone, you'll never see me again. Ha! I don't want it. I'm not leaving my master. Sure enough, it still works. So are you wearing it? Ichichi nodded curtly and then continued to synopsis away. You're going to have to help me put it on. I don't know how to button that. Chen Siyu nodded and agreed. There was no way around it. He couldn't let Wonwon wear it by herself. It was his duty as Wonwon's owner to take care of her. And while this was a little bit of a forced situation, he could barely get over it. Which one do you want to wear? Wear that black one. One by one. He answered quickly, without the slightest hesitation. That one's too see-through to wear outside. Only at home. Kazuchi's little head is spinning. Not that you cannot wear it at home. Why do you want to wear that at home? And that is what you like. Why cannot wear it out? Chen Siyu brain brought ache. How to tell her that the use of this style of underwear is not the same as the other. Good girl. You can wear this for me later. Okay? If you do as you're told, I'll buy you a nice meal when you get out. Well, then master, you choose. As soon as he heard that there was delicious food, EE immediately settled down, directly turned his back to Chen Siyu, and took off his clothes in 3 tries. Chen Siyu chose a pink and tender one, sat behind the girl, carefully let her lift her hand up to put it in, and then buttoned it up. During this time it was always inevitable to touch the girl's bare back, and one by one shrugged a little itchily. Well, get dressed. Chen Siyu suddenly remembered that he hadn't bought shoes for EE. She only had a pair of cute and adorable cotton slippers now. Ugh, it's hard to have a girlfriend. No, it's hard to raise kittens. Go out later and buy a pair of small leather shoes first. You can't walk well in these. The ones in the store outside are on the expensive side. So Chen Siyu plans to look at the online stores and find 2 cost-effective ones to buy. Clothes as well. Knowing the height and weight should be enough to buy the right one. After all, one by one is a total hanger-on. And as long as the clothes are still in the right shape, there's nothing wrong with that. If it's really uncomfortable, you can return it. Still, there's a bit of guilt in the back of my mind, comparing it to my own pets yet, and feeling like I'm not capable enough to buy him a better can of cat food, let alone a living, breathing human being. One by one, my financial situation doesn't allow it. You might not have a good time following me. I don't have that kind of money to buy you designer labels. Famous brands? You mean those expensive clothes? E took Chen Siyu's hand, rubbed her face. Usually when she was a kitten, Chen Siyu was in a bad mood. She also ran to his side like this to rub against him to comfort him. Well, do you think I'm not good enough for you? Of course not. Siyu is the best person in the world to me. If you hadn't brought me home in the first place, I might have starved to death. One by one, they rubbed against Chen Siyu's chest. Well, but money is really important. You teach me more, and I'll go out and make money too. Yi's eyes were bright. She also wanted to buy Chen Xiyu delicious food and new clothes. Chen Xiyu heart is very pleased. His own raised kitten can really understand. Reached out and pulled a few times on her face. Don't worry. I'm still okay with keeping you a kitten. As for making money, this matter can't be remembered. One by one in this world there is not even a thing that can prove their identity. Go out to make money in case it makes people suspicious. It's not a good idea. Get your shoes on and I'll take you out. Chen Xiyu backpack. Took an umbrella. Wet wipes and tissues are with. Obsessive compulsive disorder attack. Although I will not look at the phone much, but still take the charging treasure. We'll put everything in the bag, ready to hold one out the door. There's a mall nearby. I'll take you shopping and pick up a pair of little leather shoes on the way. Chen Xiyu had paid attention to these when he chased Su Ro before, and many girls at this age like small leather shoes, which look good with all kinds of small skirts. I haven't seen it yet, but it definitely looks best on one by one. Yi was very well behaved. This was her second time coming out outside. She was curious about everything outside of her home, but her hand was still tightly pulling on Chen Xiyu, afraid that she would get lost. After leaving the neighborhood, there are more pedestrians outside, and many of the boys passing by are staring at one by one. Chen Xiyu is a little upset, staring directly back, and his hand is also switched from the original holding to directly wrapping around one by one's shoulders. It's so much fun out there, so many people and so much fun, and there's so much food. It smells so good. Look at them. They're all eating. They're eating so happily. I'm so envious. 1-1. You just ate noodles. Are you hungry now? The bowl of noodles just now wasn't a small portion. It was almost as big as his bowl. No, I just think it smells good. I'm not really hungry, but if you're hungry, I can eat a little with you too. How could Chen Xiyu not know the girl's mind? This was hinting at him. He put his hand on Yi's head and rubbed it. Good boy. I'll take you to eat all the good food in the future. But you can't be too indulgent. It's not good for your stomach to eat too much. Weight and what Chen Xiyu does not care. One by one now this body. Even if another 10 pounds fat he also feel cute. The only worry is that she does not know moderation. I know la. The master says so. No. Xiyu says so. Yi hurriedly changed her words. It was fine to call so at home, but there were many bad people outside. If others found out, then she would bring trouble to Chen Xiyu, and she herself would be in danger. This road Chen Xiyu has already walked I do not know how many times. 2 years he is all by himself. In the school also no people, but are not considered deep friendship. So often single. When I first went to college, I was busy with all kinds of part-time jobs, and then I started looking for a tutor. So life was slowly getting better. He had also joined a school club, but his own studies and part-time job took up most of his time and energy, so it didn't take long for him to quit. Originally Chen Xiyu had already gotten used to it, but now Yi's appearance made him stay with this feeling, although it had only just begun. The possessiveness in his heart already didn't want Yi to leave him again. Wow! This place looks so big. It's all lit up inside. One by one, he looked at the mall and let out an exclamation. His eyes filled with curiosity and leaping surprise. There's everything to eat and play and wear in there. You'll love it. Chen Xiyu took Yi inside and went straight to the girls' clothes and shoe store on the 3rd floor. One by one wearing this cotton mop. Although it is very cute, but walking is very inconvenient, coupled with the fact that she looked here and there along the way, during which she tripped several times. If not for Chen Xiyu all the way to focus on her, I do not know how many times she has to fall it. There were other young ladies in the store trying on shoes. Chen Xiyu pulled Yi in and just wanted her to choose for herself. Yi immediately pointed to the spot in the middle of the shelf. I like that one. Chen Xiyu looked over. On the shelf is a pair of black small leather shoes. There is a bow on it. In fact, in Chen Xiyu's opinion, these small leather shoes are similar, either black or white, but since it is a one-by-one fancy, it is bound to look good. Missy can sit down. I'll bring it over for you to try. The store clerk lady had a great attitude and acted immediately after determining one by one which shoes she was referring to. You put this on so you can wear it and see. The store has a special bag, very thin, provided to the guests set on the feet to try shoes. Chen Xiyu squatted down to give a set on. The action is gentle. One by one. Get up and walk around a bit to see if it's soft and if it rubs your feet. Buying shoes, good looking is one aspect, but the most important thing is the comfort. If you wear uncomfortable, then the shoes are not much value to buy. One by one, I got up and walked a few steps. It's pretty soft, but it's a little big. Chen Xiyu told her to take it off, and the clerk immediately went to get a pair over. Try it on. It's a size 35. It should fit. One by one, he put it on again. This is just right, hey. Chen Xiyu looked at the girl wearing it and ran to the mirror, looking left and right, full of like. Then take this pair. Chen Xiu greeted Yi over and helped her put her shoes right on, then went over to pay. 179. This way I sweep you. Here's the bag and shoebox for you. You can put your change of shoes in it. Chen Xiu took the bag and didn't ask for the shoebox. Just ask for the bag, please. Chen Xiu put Yi's pink cotton mop in the bag and pulled Yi away. Isn't that pretty? As cute as I am. One by one, he let go of Chen Xiu's hand and jumped in front of him, shaking his head and stretching out his foot to show it. Chen Xiu smiled a worthless smile. Well, my family one by one looks good in anything. This price is not expensive, but Chen Xiu still has a sense of urgency in his heart to earn money. At present, he only has Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday and Sunday in the tutorials for Xiaomo. A week there are more than 700 tutorials. He is very enough for one person, but now to support his wife. No, to support the kitten, or to work hard. See you, why are you frowning? Are you unhappy? Is it because this is too expensive? Why don't you take them and return them? I can stay out of the house. I can just wear slippers at home. That one is nice and warm. Yi was a bit anxious. She couldn't think of anything else for the time being, and she wouldn't be able to earn any money. All she could think of was not to have the shoes. So the owner should be happy. Chen Xiu's eyes were a little sore. Kittens are still so sweet when they're so human. Obviously loves everything outside and would rather not have shoes and not go out to make him happy. It's not because of that. Why do you have a head for nonsense? It's really not because of me? Then you don't think I'm annoying, Yi said and lowered her head. Was she too pleased with herself? Talking too much? What the master liked was the old little white one who couldn't talk. A tiny little ball. Not the way she was chattering now. Sensing Yi's aggression, Chen Xiu pulled Yi's cheeks with both hands and pinched them. You're my favorite. How could I be annoyed with you? I was just hungry. That's why I was frowning. Don't think about it, you know? Seeing how aggrieved she was, only food could divert her attention. Sure enough, as soon as the girl heard about the food, her eyes immediately lit up. Then eat more to be in a good mood. There is no way. Chen Xiu can only take one by one to the top of the stroll, but most are hot pot barbecue meat and so on store. Basically no sell snacks. TSK. It's only been an hour or so since I just finished showing off that bowl of noodles, so it's a stretch to have lunch now. One by one. There's a snack store here, hey. Why don't we go in and browse around and buy some snacks to go back? Yeah. There are still some at home, but you can also hoard some goods. Mainly because of the noodles and other things are gone. Chen Xiu is considered to be more like pasta that hang. All kinds of noodles, turkey noodles he loves, especially in the middle of the night when he cannot sleep. You can get up and cook the noodles directly to eat the feeling that he is really very addictive. This is turkey pasta. Look at the picture. Would you like to try it? As far as the last 2 days of eating were concerned, one by one ate about as much spice as he did, and the turkey noodles should be acceptable. Wanna eat. What about this one? It's tossed noodles, also without soup. Love. This bun is delicious. Buy some back for breakfast. Do you want some? Want. There was nothing she didn't want. As Chen Xiu found out. Like a child. You want everything. You want to taste everything. Finally Chen Xiu carried a big pocket of snacks out of the snack store. One by one couldn't wait to take a small bread and tear it open. Chen Xiu thought she was very greedy, but she didn't expect her to put the torn bread to his mouth. Aren't you hungry? Eat up. Chen Xiu took a bite. Well, it does taste good. You eat too. Kanzuya nodded, not minding in the least the large bite he had just taken, shoving the rest all in his mouth. It's delicious. Let's go home then. Not eat here. Why? Because it looks expensive here. You make money is very tired. I cannot be too capricious, and the ones next to home is delicious and cheap. I like it. Chen Xiu was full of internal bull. What an absolutely sweet little fairy this is. Fucked up. But as much as I wanted to reward her now, to take her straight in for hot pot, it really wasn't mealtime yet, and that bowl of noodles was still digesting. Then let's eat here tomorrow and take you to eat hot pot, the one from that TV show you watched. Didn't you like it so much you were drooling over it? Wow. It's true. We can eat it tomorrow. Well, we'll eat tomorrow. On the way back Chen Xiu didn't hold one by one's hand, because she saw that the bag of snacks was very heavy, and had to help him share. And in the end, one person was holding one side by side, walking towards home. Chen Xiu thought of the past when chasing Su Ro, she and her roommate to buy all the things he carried. Outside dinner barbecue is also done by him alone. Su Ro take these as a matter of course, did not care about whether he was tired or not. Looking at the girl next to him with the corner of her eyes curved and a sunny smile, Chen Xiu also followed and raised the corners of his mouth. Asterisk. Green is back. Did you bring me that iron plate shrimp sliders next to the mall? Su-ro was lying on the bed catching up on the drama. When she heard the door open she hurriedly poked her head out. Brought it with me? I also bought egg tarts and fried rice. Come down and join us. Xiaoqing put the pants on the table. She went out with the intention of changing the pants to a bigger size. She was wearing just right when she tried them on in the store before. But at that time she didn't have a state of eating. And once she had eaten enough and had a small stomach, those pants couldn't be zipped up. That's why she went out to change them to a one size bigger one. But, should I tell Sue what I just saw? What if she was wrong? Or maybe that person wasn't Chen Xiyu, but just looked more alike? Green was a bit undecided. Green, what are you thinking about? So mesmerized. Get cracking. Su-ro had already gotten out of bed and opened to turn the food on. And another roommate, Jia Jia, had also come down to make a bucket of instant noodles, intending to eat together. I'm getting a little chubby. I still need to be in moderation. I'll have 1 bite of instant noodles, an egg tart, and 2 bites of shrimp sliders. Su-ro went to weigh herself. Last night was too indulgent, causing her to have gained over a pound. I can't have too much of it. After all, I even have to get new pants. Xiaoqing sat down and looked at Su-ro with eyes that were a bit evasive. Why don't we just say it? It is better to believe it than not to believe it. Zoe, actually, when I was at the mall just now, I think I saw Chen Xiyu. I'm not really sure though, because it's a little bit far away, so maybe I'm just looking at it wrong. Su-ro's eyes changed a bit when she heard Chen Xiyu, and her mood followed suit. And did you see what he went for? What did he buy? The nerd, I'm sure, wanted to buy her something to apologize for. Su-ro, this point of confidence is still there. Chen Xiyu usually do not go out to shop. Now appear in the mall is certainly want to buy things to ask for her forgiveness. Just bought snacks. Su frowned. Snacks? Doesn't he know I eat very few snacks? The calories are so high. I can't eat them even if I buy them. Ugh. Forget it. He's a straight guy. He's buying it all. I can have some. Su-ro was already planning what to eat and drink for the next few days. The staple food would definitely have to be reduced if she ate snacks. So I guess she would have to eat a few salads. Xiaoqing gave herself up and took a bite of the tart. Seeing how happy Su-ro was, did she really want to tell Su-ro? Said Chen Xiyu was buying snacks, but it should not be bought for her. And he was followed by a girl, although she did not see clearly. But the figure is very good. The skin is also very white. The most important thing is that Chen Xiyu and that girl action is quite intimate. Holding her hand and pinching her face looked like the kind of interaction a young couple would have. Zoe, actually, Chen Xiyu is with a girl. I guess, that they have an unusual relationship. Su-ro's heart felt like it had sunk to the bottom of the valley, with an unbelievable look on her face, and then calmed down. No way. He doesn't know any other girlfriends here at all. He's always been around me before. Even if there were suitors he turned them down. How could he go shopping with him? Although Su-ro said this, her face was clearly flustered. Greenie, did you really take a good look? What does that girl look like? Have you ever seen it? Su-ro grabbed Xiaoqing's hand, a little anxious. I didn't see it very clearly, and I haven't seen that girl. I don't know if she's from our school. What else did they do? Just went to get snacks together and then left and didn't do anything. Xiaoqing looked at Su-ro so concerned. Obviously cared about Chen Xiyu, but she was so stubborn that she wouldn't listen to anything she said. It was better not to tell the details. She was afraid that Su-ro couldn't afford to think wildly. That girl must be his relative. It could be some kind of sister or something. Except for me. He never had contact with other girls in school. Xiaoqing, you are not a class member. You help me to look for his information, okay? You go and have a good look around and see if he's got any cousins or anything like that. Su-ro was flustered for a while, now recalling that Chen Xiyu had treated her so poorly before, not buying her food and scolding her in public. The more she thought about this, the more wrong it became. He must be deluded by something. Yeah, that's it. Zoe, I'm just a handyman. Where to look at Chen Xiyu's information? And you and his high school is a school and a class. What his family situation you must be more clear. The class committee can see the information at most is the number and home address. Not as much as you know. Qing took Su-ro's hand and analyzed it for her. Yeah, if I had to say who knows him best in school, it would be me. But he used to grow up in an orphanage before he was adopted later by his current parents. And as far as I know, he only has one brother. Not much of a sister. Qing opened her mouth wide, a little surprised. She has never heard of these. Chen Xiyu is handsome, plus good grades. Everyone has a good impression of him. But since the beginning of the freshman year, he has been busy working part-time to earn money. So she has always thought that Chen Xiyu's family is just not in good condition. But she did not expect that there is also a hidden message. In the past, when Chen Xiyu bought things for Su-ro, he would also buy a cup of milk tea or something for them. Thinking of this, Xiaoqing was a little overjoyed in her heart. Don't you tell anyone else these words? Su Ro knew what these things meant to Chen Xiu, and it was only because she was in a hurry that she said it out of her head. But the good thing was that the people in the dormitory were all good friends and wouldn't go out and talk nonsense. Don't worry, definitely won't tell. Xiaoqing sighed. This is why she could be friends with Su Ro for so long, although she did a lot of things wrong, especially when it came to her feelings, but after contacting her for a long time, she would realize that her heart wasn't that bad, and she was quite cute sometimes. She is spoiled by the family, all a little arrogant, and has not encountered any setbacks, coupled with the beautiful people. Naturally there are a lot of people spoiled, which is why the lack of empathy in the treatment of feelings do not know how to think differently, and do not know how to give each other. Of course, that's just from her point of view. Think about it, if you stand in Chen Xiu's perspective, he paid so much, not only did not get any return, but also by Su Ro's cynical words, is a normal person cannot accept. Do not advise others to do good without their suffering. Zoe, don't you realize? You are different to Chen Xiu, different from all those boys around you. Yeah, you don't feel much for other guys whether they're around you or not, but what about Chen Xiu? Think about it, how many times you've been mad at him, one person's emotions being tugged by another, that's liking. As Su Ro listened to the two housemates, it seemed to make some sense. Those other guys bought her bags and jewelry, asked her out for dinner and shopping, and then went on to court other girls a few days later. But she didn't care. Only Chen Xiu, being able to affect her mood. You guys are right. I guess I should have treated him differently. I don't usually feel it. I get quite angry when he ignores me. Chang, when you just said that he was shopping with another girl, I was stuffy inside, like there was a fire, but I couldn't let it out. Su Ro always looked forward to it a bit after she figured it out, but when she thought of Chen Xiu having other girls around, she started to get angry again. But he's going to other girls and buying snacks for other girls. I'm not going to like him. Ha! Su Ro was angry just thinking about it. On what grounds? Chen Xiu could only buy it for her. Even if she goes on a diet and doesn't eat it, it's the only thing you can buy for her. Xiao Chang and Jia Jiao looked at each other and continued to tutor Su Ro. Zoe, you can't hold on to this. So think about it. When Chen Xiu followed you in the past, did you have a lot of boys around you? Su nodded, then shook her head. Green and Jia almost stormed off. How can you argue with that? No. I was trying to say that even though I'm surrounded by guys, I don't really like them. I just enjoy how nice they are to me. That's the problem. Green clapped her hands in excitement. Think about it. Your behavior is not a little bit like a scum girl. Of course, a little bit like, around so many boys, you do not explicitly reject, all the heart to accept, those who are not really like you, naturally quickly feel tired. But like Chen Xiu, chasing you for so long and then not getting a response from you, he can't be sad. Su sighed. What about it? Su Ro didn't feel that what she had done before was wrong. After all, she had never agreed to anyone's pursuit. But now, she was willing to change a bit for Chen Xiu. Be nice to him, try to win him back. You've been separated for not particularly long now. He must not have put it down in his heart so quickly. And if you suitably soften, apologize, and say more nice things, he'll definitely come back. Yes, yes. How well you two match. Su Ro thought about it and nodded heavily. Good. We'll have the same class as him this afternoon and I'll take the initiative to talk to him. Xiaoqing remembered the last time Su Ro went to soften up and ended up letting Chen Xiu bring the food and hurriedly reminded. Zoe, you can't be arrogant like last time, because you're the one who did something wrong. You have to lower your head, apologize properly and ask for his forgiveness. Hearing this, Su Ro was unconvinced. Why do I have to stoop so low? It's never someone else who coaxes me. I can talk to him, but I won't apologize to him. My god man, hey. Jia sucked in her bubbly noodles, a little unsure of how to advise her. Then you listen to me. In class this afternoon you buy a cup of his favorite milk tea and go get it for him, and then ask him to meet you for dinner and a chat or something. That's fine. Finally persuading Su Ro, Xiao Chang sighed in relief and could finally enjoy the food. However, it seemed that Chen Xiu was also very sweet to that girl, and moving so intimately. In case Chen Xiu was really unwilling to accept Su Ro again, then Su Ro would definitely be very sad. LOL. We'll just have to see what happens. After Chen Xiu took Yi home, he accompanied her to watch a TV series, and originally wanted to cook and eat for her, but felt troubled, so he ordered takeout, ordered a spicy hot meal for two, and added some favorite dishes, one by one. Like him, there is not the slightest resistance to the pasta added to the chicken pot, dry pot, spicy hot inside, so Chen Xiu added 2 kinds of noodles. After more than half an hour, the takeout was delivered. Chen Xiu unwrapped it one by one, eyes lit up, but Chen Xiu had already taken it for granted. After all, She had this expression for any food. It's hot. Chen Siyu's effort to wash his hands, one by one, burned his tongue. Eat slowly. Drink some water. Chen Siyu hurriedly handed her the water. One by one. You have to blow on it when it's hot before you eat it. You can't be in such a hurry. And if you do it again next time, I'm going to withhold your snacks. As soon as he heard that his daily snack was going to be grudged, one by one immediately behaved himself. I know. Promise there won't be a next time. The last large portion of spicy hot pot was completely consumed by both of them, with not a single noodle left. It's so delicious. See you. Aren't those noodles you just bought delicious too? Let's try them tonight. Shall we? Chen Siyu popped her on the head. It's just after lunch. Actually thinking about a late night snack. You'll do it if you listen. Of course I obeyed. Come on then. Be a good boy and go take a nap. According to the usual habits, Chen Siyu, if he slept enough in the morning, he usually did not take a nap. One by one was naturally clear about it. So when Chen Siyu said that he wanted to take a nap, her round eyes were filled with great doubts. What's wrong? Look at me like that. Chen Siyu naturally noticed her gaze. And although he was a little bit vain, he still had a straight face. He does not just want to cuddle his own kitten to sleep a little. What is there to be ashamed of? No problem at all. Right. No la. I want to sleep with you too. He said and pulled Chen Siyu into the room, lifted the quilt to lie down, felt too bright, and got up to pull the curtains closed. Come on. So forthcoming? Love it so much. Chen Siyu lay down, not yet waiting for him to do it. A 1 or 2 on the body of the black dress off, and look at her movements to continue. Wait. One by one. This doesn't have to come off. If he even took that off, then he really couldn't stand it. But I can't sleep well in this one. Then you'll wear my t-shirt and can take off your underwear. Chen Siyu took a step back. Okay. Chen Siyu watched as one by one he got up, walked to the closet and took his clothes, then unbuttoned his underwear without hesitation. TSK. I couldn't button it up when I put it on, but it came off quite nicely. The girl's back was smooth, with rounded shoulders, a thin waist, and those legs looked great. Chen Siyu couldn't even dare to imagine how happy he would be if those legs were coiled around his waist or placed on his shoulders. There you go. Now you can cuddle. Sure. You can cuddle later without wearing it. Really? Want. Chen Siyu accidentally said what was in his heart, but he didn't feel which was wrong. But instead, he was happier, and rubbed against Chen Siyu's body. She originally did not wear underwear. Chen Siyu only felt soft, although it is very tempting to get on the hand to touch, get on the mouth to kiss, but in the end is to hold back. Alas, if he had known this, he should have touched more when he woke up on the day of the Hanukkah, and he wouldn't be so greedy now. But since one by one was turned into a human being on Hanukkah, it's pretty obvious that it's God sending him a wife. Gotta nurse it and eat it in one bite when it's ready. The first bite of black lingerie is arranged on. The second is bound to be black silk. And for the third, blindfolded should be good. One by one. I have 2 classes during the day, so be a good girl and wait for me at home, okay? But I'm going to miss you so much. Can I go to class with you? No. This class is relatively small, and it's a specialized class. The teacher can recognize the students, and taking you there would be wearing out your welcome. If you want to experience it, I'll pick a more watery one to take you to next week. Well, then say yes. Asterisk. When Chen Siyu got up at noon, he was still sleeping very well. He carefully got out of bed, although he knew that her sleep quality was very good, and that this little movement would not wake her up, but he still lightened his steps. When he was about to go out, Chen Siyu thought that she would be lost when she got up and saw that he wasn't beside her. So he went to the living room and took a candy and put it in her hand. Have a candy bar if you miss him, because at home dawdling will. Chen Siyu to the classroom when only the front row of the seat, but there is no impact. Anyway, the professional class is supposed to listen well. Sitting in front of the back are the same. He sat directly in the first row by the door, and had just put down his book bag when Su-ro came over. Even though he didn't look up, the smell of perfume on Su-ro's body was familiar to him, and no matter how much he disliked her, these things were just etched into his brain, and he couldn't forget them now. See you. Chen Siyu took the book out. Something wrong? Here's the milk tea I bought you. The corner of Su-ro's mouth rose slightly. She had specially put on light makeup and sprayed perfume. Even the dress she was wearing was newly bought. No, you take it. Chen Siyu remained indifferent, not even willing to say thank you. After all, Su-ro had never said thank you even after accepting his kindness to her before. I bought it especially for you. Su-ro pushed Yang Jiganlu next to Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu raised his eyes and looked at it, his heart completely cold. Did you buy this for me? Su-ro thought that Chen Siyu was touched and reached out to ruffle the hair behind her ears. The heart secretly rejoiced. It was true that Xiaoqing was right. Taking the initiative once in a while, Chen Xiu immediately remembered her, and would continue to like her, treat her well, and surround her. Yeah, I stood in line for a long time to get it. Then please take it and leave me alone. Chen Xiu pushed the milk tea over and looked at Su Ro with cold eyes. Phew. Su Ro adjusted her breathing. She could feel many students in the class staring here. After all, in the past, it was always Chen Xiu who followed her. Now that she was suddenly so proactive, everyone must be very curious. There were so many people here. She didn't want to lose face. Moreover, she preferred not to give up on Chen Xiu. The girl hasn't even figured out who she is yet, so how can she back out now? Xiu, you drink it. I've never bought it for anyone. You're the first. Su Ro, I'm allergic to mango. You bought Yangji Gongon. I still have to thank you. Ha? Suzhua froze. Mango allergy? How come she doesn't know? Looking at Su Ro's expression, Chen Xiu also guessed 7 to 8. It's ridiculous. She put people's various preferences all in her heart, but they have never looked at him squarely. But where he is treated as a friend, he is allergic to mango should also remember it, not to mention that he has said so many times. Su Ro looked at Chen Xiu's entire gloomy face. Her heart was mixed, and she reached out her hand to pull Chen Xiu's sleeve, but was shrugged off by Chen Xiu. Su Ro, I haven't had that heart for you for a long time. I was blind in the past, but as you said, my kindness to you is nothing more than a licking dog in your eyes. In that case, I won't pester you anymore, and you don't come to hang around in front of my eyes. After Chen Xiu finished speaking, he immediately got up and took his things to the back row. Class, is there anyone here? That girl was still immersed in eating melon. Chen Xiu suddenly spoke to her, and froze for a moment. Ha? Oh, no. You sit down. Thanks. Su Ro turned to look at Chen Xiu, but also saw that the entire classroom was looking at her. Originally wanted to apologize for the words because of self-esteem. She froze and did not say anything, but instead, directly will be the cup of Yangji Ganluo carry walked to the classroom door, without hesitation thrown into the trash can. The girl sitting next to Chen Xiu had a heartbroken look on her face. I'm not allergic. How did you just throw it away? What a waste. It's okay to throw it in my mouth. The trash can doesn't have a mouth. Chen Xiu never likes to waste things. Usually Su Ro can't finish the small bread he has eaten, because all that money is earned by him little by little, and the food is not easy to come by. Having just watched her throw the cup of Yangji Gongon directly into the trash, he felt from the bottom of his heart that his vision was really not very good. If he didn't drink it, it was perfectly fine for her to drink it herself, or worse, take it to a friend instead of just throwing it away for her so-called face, or to vent. Su Ro held her head high and walked to the middle of the classroom as if she didn't care at all. Xiao Qiang and the girls were looking at her worriedly. Zoe, don't be sad. Originally, the classroom was quite noisy, but everyone wanted to hear the conversation between the two, so the classroom was silent, so much so that Xiao Qing and Jejia heard Chen Xiu and Su Ro's conversation from several rows away. What do I have to be sad about? If he won't accept my goodness, then I'll stay away. I don't care about him that much. Su Ro's voice wasn't exactly small. Even those sitting in the front row could definitely hear it. Su Ro fixedly looked at Chen Xiu's back, hoping that he would react a little, but the fact disappointed her. Chen Xiu didn't even move a little, like he didn't care what she said. Green knew that this was a complete washout. How could she not expect Chen Xiu mango allergy? She naturally did not know, but Su Ro and he have been together for so long, she did not even notice it at all. It is really out of the ordinary, coupled with the fact that the two of them, Chen Xiu and Su Ro, had just been fighting and putting harsh words in each other's mouths. There was definitely not much hope behind them, and the girl sitting next to Chen Xiu kept staring at the trash can, and Chen Xiu knew what she was thinking, because just now she whispered, dazzle my mouth, ah, why throw it away? Ugh, if Kanzuya saw that, she'd be heartbroken too. Let's buy her some milk tea to drink tonight, she'll love it. So, are you uncomfortable with me sitting here? Do you want me to go sit in the front? Chen Xiu was afraid that the girls would not be used to it, so he opened his mouth and asked, no, make yourself comfortable, but I'll move a spot to the side. The design of the school's ladder classroom was such that there were only 3 seats in the first few rows, and now that the girls had moved to the side and were spaced apart, such a distance put Chen Xiu at ease. The girl had just sat in the middle, obviously not too keen on sitting with others, but there really weren't many empty seats further back, and they were all with 2 or 3 girls, so it wouldn't be a good idea for him to go. After 2 or 3 minutes the teacher came in, and as he entered he saw the cup of Yangji manna in the garbage can, and said a few more official words of education about not wasting food. I just looked at the trash can and there was a cup of milk tea. It looked clean and undrinkable. Why did you throw it away? People are better off now, but you can't be so wasteful. Go to the cafeteria and hit as many as you can. Snacks and all. You're all educated students. Former high school and even top students in various places and schools. All the more reason to understand this. Anyway, don't let me see anything like that happen again. Classes will now begin. It didn't help that it was the first class of the day. The aunt had just finished cleaning, and the big cup of milk tea inside was really conspicuous. When the teacher is educating, many people cannot help but look at Suro. Not intentionally, but just when it comes to this matter. Unconsciously will look at the originator. Chen Siyu agreed with what the teacher said, and so did the girl sitting next to her, nodding her head all the time and muttering in a small voice. That's Yangji Mana. It's a shame it had to be thrown away for doing something wrong. Asterisk. The afternoon classes were all specialized and poorly scheduled, especially the second period, where most of the students were so caught up in the joy of tomorrow being Saturday that they couldn't be bothered to listen at all. However, the course is quite extensive and the teacher still delivers the lectures as scheduled. Chen Siyu is usually not fickle, but today, thinking of Yi waiting for him at home, he looked at the time every now and then and couldn't wait to hurry up and get out of class. When the bell rang, everyone in the classroom cheered out. Finally, I can go home and pack thick clothes. I can't afford to buy new ones when the weather gets cold. Ugh. My girlfriend traveled over 5 hours on the highway to meet me and I went on a date. Singles can only go back to their dorms to catch up on the show. Chen Siyu silently chanted in his heart. Hooray for the weekend. Go home and jerk off the kittens. Because there was someone waiting at home. Chen Siyu's footsteps could not help but speed up and his mood was extraordinarily good. The snack street would be very busy now. Chen Siyu planned to bring one by one out to stroll around, familiarize himself with the environment, eat some snacks and whatnot. When I got home, one by one was wrapped in a small blanket on the couch looking at his phone. If it were usual, when Chen Siyu entered the door. No, when he entered the password outside the door, Yi jumped up and ran to the door to greet him, giving him a loving hug in the process. But today, he was all the way to the door to change his shoes, and Kanzuya didn't even lift his head, still staring intently at the screen. What are you looking at? More important than him? Chen Siyu walked behind one by one. He had good eyesight and clearly saw the words on the screen. So ashamed. Say brother gently. Fong Ran had always gotten his way, and since he was going to do it, he couldn't just do it. She already regretted it this time. She shouldn't have messed with Fong Ran. What want? She didn't want it at all now. Fong Ran laughed at the unyielding look on her face. He had plenty of ways to cure her. His fingertips traveled slowly down, from his collarbone to his chest to the small of his back. Chen Siyu? One by one. Chen Siyu gritted his teeth. Is that the kind of nonsense she reads at home? Also, what kind of author is this and what is it written about? He's so good at writing that he doesn't want to die. Kanzuya was so taken aback that he almost missed his cell phone. You? When did you get back? She had just been too mesmerized by what she was watching, and had no idea when Chen Siyu had entered. Chen Siyu put his bag down. His anger value was now rubbing up. He needed a reasonable explanation. Chen Siyu sat on the sofa with a serious face. Say, who told you to read this mess? She's a girl, and it's only been a few days since she became human. And she's so horny? Knowing no shame. I just saw that you added it to the bookshelf. So I opened it up and looked at it. Don't be angry, okay? I won't look. I promise I'll never look at it again. Yi bit his lip, and his little hand was raised in mock oath, his eyes looking at him roundly, exactly like the scolded kitten. If she were in her little white form right now, she'd be rubbing her mouth against him, those eyes like they could talk, and he wouldn't be angry if he looked at them more than once. The problem now is that the book is in his bookshelf. He still had a little heart. If he was asked one by one, why could he look at her and not her? There's no reasonable explanation, and she's an adult, so there's absolutely nothing wrong with understanding this. Seriously? You won't even look at it from now on? Really? Promise not to look. He saw that Chen Siyu was not so fierce, so he hurriedly moved next to him and hugged his arm to be pampered. Master, I won't look at it. I really won't look at it. Please forgive me. So tell me, what did you read? That chapter just described it so explicitly. What if she learns something messy? Well, it's not much. It's just girls calling out for their brother and boys touching her. Do you like it too? You touch me a lot, but I don't call you that. Ni ini I. Chen Siyu's mouth how can not be suppressed. Grow up so big. Indeed, not many people call him brother. Occasionally encountered children on the street. After helping them to help their favor will be sweetly shouted, but the same name, from one by one mouth called out can be different. Not to mention having just read that chapter. The heart is a little itchy. Cough cough. Don't yell. Chen Siyu smiled. Suddenly a little want to change his mind. One by one to see more of these things are also beneficial. Well, okay, then I won't scream is all. It's all at my master's discretion. You're being good now. I've been good. Chen Siyu hugged Yi and got tired for a while and asked what she did at home. She did behave quite well. And when she said that she was a little lost inside when she saw that he wasn't there. But she was happy again when she saw the candy in her hand. But the sugar is sweet though. But she still preferred Chen Siyu to be by her side. If Chen Siyu could be by her side all the time, she could never eat candy. Because eating candy was only sweet in her mouth. But if Chen Siyu was there, it was all sweet in her heart. Siyu, there's software in your hand that won't open. It requires a password. And I don't know what it is. As soon as a handful of cell phones were brought over to Chen Siyu immediately brought the phone over after seeing it. This is not an app that he spent money to open a membership to see all kinds of resources. Grass. Luckily it's locked with a code. What if she saw it? This is just a piece of crapware. I'll just delete it. You don't have to care. Chen Siyu hurriedly deleted that software. Spent more than $100 on him, which only looked a few times. Neat pain. Well, I've already deleted that software. I meant to before. I just forgot. And it's a good thing you didn't click on it or your phone would have gotten a virus. Chen Siyu made it up haphazardly, which Yi would believe anyway, and went on to talk about other topics to divert Yi's attention. After that, Chen Siyu let Yi clean up a bit, and then took her out to the night market. It's just before 7, and it's already dark, but the lights are on outside. People are coming and going, and the whole night market street is filled with all kinds of scents. Chen Siyu look one by one excited. This also want to see. That also want to see. So much good food. I've never had it before. It smells so good. What's that? Siyu. Chen Siyu glanced at it. That's roasted pig's feet. Full of collagen. Really good. Want to try it? One by one. He nodded frantically. Want. But the queue was a little too many people. Chen Siyu pulled one by one and waited for more than 20 minutes before the queue. Not willing to wait for so long. So Chen Siyu added another chicken wings and rice. After buying, Chen Siyu took one by one to find a corner to start eating. The street is too many people parked there, then it will affect other people crossing the road. One bite of one was too satisfying to pass up. Siyu, I realize now what a clear soup I used to live in. Chen Siyu did not expect her to say so. The speed of the internet is so fast, and even everyone's God comments have learned. But this comment is generally appearing under the video of all kinds of fierce men showing their bodies. Right, she said so slippery, is not to see a lot? The chicken wings and rice in my hands suddenly went sour. One by one. From now on you can't always look at your cell phone. You need to learn to do something else. I know. I'm already studying, but the math you're learning is just too hard for me. I really don't know how to do it. Even though I have a high IQ, I'm really bad at it. I've seen so many eating videos on the internet where they eat into their cell phones. Yes. It's called foodcasting, and they make money that way too. And I think this is great. You get to eat and get paid at the same time. She knew she could eat. All this food cost money to buy. And since Siyu worked so hard and had to go to school, she wanted to share the burden, not always be idle at home. So she paid attention to ways to make money as she watched the videos, wanting to help share the stress. Chen Siyu just wanted her not to look at the other boys, and did not think of answering like that as soon as he could. She looks heartless, but she's actually very delicate on the inside. One by one. This needs to be thrown around on the internet. You have such a good image. There will be a lot of people who know you. And since you love food so much, you're sure to gain a lot of fans. That way, trouble will ensue. And if some people are more extreme, she'll go on a search to get all the information out of you. And if those people find out something, the consequences will be unimaginable. So this won't work. It's too dangerous. Okay? Don't worry. I'll be thinking with you too. You want to come out and make money. You don't want to be at home all day. I understand that. But this is something that can't be rushed. We'll take our time together to figure out what we need to do to minimize the level of danger. Okay? Chen Siyu didn't believe in what ifs and didn't want to calculate what probabilities. About the one by one thing. He could only think about the worst one and didn't dare to take a chance. I know la. It's all at Siyu's disposal. Seeing that she was so good, Chen Siyu took her to eat the grilled nourishing oil small meat kebabs, ate a flour nail powder, drank 2 cups of milk tea, and finally bought some fruits to carry home with satisfaction. Even the air was extraordinarily fresh on Saturday, except that under the influence of that novel, the dreams that Chen Siyu had were somewhat indescribable. The dream was the same as that chapter. One by one, dutifully calling out for his brother underneath him. Sensitive as hell. It's not all done, but it's close. And that kind of vibe, that kind of testing can be more exciting than just going at it. Also because of this dream, when Chen Siyu woke up in the morning and saw Yi hugging him and the two of them sticking extremely close to each other, his desire became even stronger. Because he was afraid of scaring one by one, Chen Siyu tried his best to take his thoughts elsewhere. but it didn't help much. What should be thought would still be thought. It has its own thoughts. What it wants to do is not controlled by the brain. At this time, one by one's leg is next to it. Chen Xiu even wanted to come over to rub it, but still held back. He was a human being. If not a gentleman, then not a beast. After 20 minutes, Chen Xiu found it useless, and it was too difficult to be a human being. Then he got right up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. In this weather, taking a cold shower was impossible. He just went to the bathroom to release, adjusting the water temperature to the right temperature. Chen Xiu closed his eyes and began to recall that dream. Half an hour later, he came out rubbing his hair, not having a video to watch, but with all that knowledge stored in his head, adding a few other episodes to that dream, it immediately made sense. Taking a thick towel and wiping the water on his head, Chen Xiu looked at the time, put on his clothes and went downstairs to buy breakfast. The ones downstairs are tasty and affordable, and the ones you usually eat at aren't open to a certain group, so it's better to go downstairs and get them, which doesn't take long anyway. Now there are not a lot of people, because it is a Saturday. Everyone is eating breakfast slowly and leisurely. Only the migrant workers who work in the neighborhood eat quickly. Chen Xiu bought hot soybean milk and donuts, plus a cage of steamed dumplings. He was still asleep. Chen Xiu directly took the dumplings he packed back into the bedroom and put them next to the girl. One by one, get up and eat the dumplings. The ever-sleepy girl opened her eyes in a daze and slowly struggled to get up. It smells so good. I want to eat it. Because he hadn't woken up. His brain was now being forced on by the attraction of the scent. So one by one, the whole thing was in a state of confusion. Sure enough, the best way to wake up a foodie is to tempt with food. It's hot and smelling good now, so hurry up and get cleaned up. Kazuchi rubbed his eyes and gulped. His hair was messy but cute. Chen Xiu looked at one by one this white tender little face. Really could not help but go up and poke. So soft. I want to eat one first. Okay. No, haven't brushed my teeth yet. Chen Xiu refused. But Yi's clear and innocent eyes looked at him, and he instantly softened. Okay, just one. Get up right after you eat. Chen Xiu directly clamped a dumpling and put it in her mouth. One by one heartily ate it, and finally did obey and obediently got up. The speed of the fast does not need Chen Xiu to urge her. Chen Xiu no. She is simply greedy. Greedy to what point? When brushing her teeth, she came over and looked at the breakfast with glowing eyes, then accelerated her speed, casually washed her face and dried it and came over. Tie your hair back before you eat. Chen Xiu before to her to buy the hair ring and clips have arrived. Feel free to tie it on the line. Chen Xiu a straight man. To her tied twice after the technology did not improve a little, but because her face is really very resistant, even if the tied messy, there is still a kind of cold mess beauty. Well, that's the legend of looking good in a sack. Well, eat up. Chen Xiu finally wrapped his hair into a small tug and tied it, and one by one immediately ran to the dining table and sat down, clamping a piece of donut in his mouth. Chen Xiu by let the boss help cut. He usually eat half of the dry, because very like the flavor of the donut and chewy, the other half of the words directly soaked in soybean milk together. He followed his example and ate heartily. 4 donuts, 2 bowls of soybean milk plus a drawer of steamed dumplings were finally successfully wiped out by the two of them. It's just nice to buy from outside. You don't even have to do the dishes. And it's cheap and a great value. One by one. I have homework to do, so be a good boy and watch some TV shows by yourself. Most of the classes were concentrated in the semester and were more difficult, plus those teachers were more strict. So every weekend there were several assignments to be written. Chen Xiu didn't like to put things off until the end. He usually finished the tasks he had to do first, and then played painfully. After explaining Ichichi, he took his homework and started writing. There was no break in the middle of it, and I don't know if other people feel that way. That is, after a certain level of concentration on studying, you feel that studying is a very enjoyable thing, and this sense of joy immerses you in it, and you just can't stop. Lying on the sofa, Yi was originally still watching the drama, and later found that Chen Xiu, who was seriously working on the problem, was quiet, and his side face was especially handsome. She knew when she was a kitten that Chen Xiu didn't want to be disturbed at this time of the day, and she usually stayed obediently next to him, and now it was the same, but there was more she could do. One by one, he picked up his cell phone, turned on the camera, and pointed the lens at Chen Xiu, who was working on the questions, and completely framed the scene. Looking at the photos in the album, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, then hurriedly covered her mouth and poked her head out to look at Chen Xiu, fortunately not disturbing him. Master looks good. It's better looking than all those people on TV. The owner looks and smells so good. He wants to rub it in. Yi stared at the photo for a long time, her mind thinking of various intimate scenes with Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu used to love to hold her when she was a kitten, and now it's the same. and he still likes to hold her in his arms when he sleeps. Chen Xiu stretched after finishing his homework, and when he looked at the time, 2.5 hours had already passed. Eyes a little sore, he glanced towards the window and rubbed his eyes again to relax, finally looking towards the couch, where Won was laying there, cell phone in hand. How come you haven't watched the show on your tablet? Chen Xiu approached. One by one, Yi immediately put the phone down and looked up at Chen Xiu, heart thumping uncontrollably. One by one could sense it was off. Isn't that heartwarming? One by one, what are you staring at? Chen Xiu squatted next to her and reached out to touch her forehead. It was still a little hot, and her face seemed a little red. One by one, are you not feeling well? Yi hurriedly removed Chen Xiu's hand and shook his head frantically. I just got a little hot. You finished your homework? That's awesome. One by one, he sidetracked the topic and opened his hand to ask Chen Xiu to carry him up. Chen Xiu skillfully picked up the girl. She was like a girlfriend who was pampering with him and wouldn't get up without a hug. To be honest, now the two people's mode of getting along with ordinary couples is not much different at all. The most basic hand holding. He and One will hold. Kissing words. Before One also kissed him. Sleep is also the same bed. Chen Xiu knew that it was a bit selfish of him to do so. After all, One by One didn't know much about many things, and he was totally taking advantage of her. But human desire is just endless. He tried so hard to refrain. Besides, One by One wasn't reluctant. She liked to be close to him as well, and she had said that he was her favorite in the world. One by One, would you like to go shopping at my school? Really? Can you take me to your school? The young girl's face showed joy, and her eyes glowed with light, seemingly looking forward to it. So happy. Do you want to go to school too? Kazuchi shook his head. I don't want to go to school, but I want to see what the school you go to every day looks like. Are there a lot of good-looking girls at the school? He was curious to know what the girl Chen Xiu looked like, what her personality was, and if she was as good as him. But even if she was good, One by One didn't like her. Who let her bully the master? The master was all in a bad mood because of him, and his mental state was poor those days, but fortunately, the master adjusted quickly. She would like to see who was so outrageous as to dare to bully even his master. I had to tickle her when I met her. The school is beautiful, and the cafeteria has lots and lots of good food that I can take you to try. And as far as girls go, you're the prettiest. Chen Xiu did not lie. One by One really belongs to the very pretty one. White skin, delicate features, especially those eyes, clean and clear. Just the kind of beauty that has not been contaminated by anything, pure and natural. For him, the schoolgirls were far worse than One in One. Of course, he was more or less wearing a filter. After all, it was the kitten he had for over 2 years, so naturally he looked better. Are there a lot of good ones? I want to try them all. One by one, he was cursing in his heart 1 second, but the next second, after hearing that there was food, his mindset immediately changed. Eating is most important. Nope, master first. Food second. There's too much to eat. You can't finish it all in one sitting. I can take you to school on Saturdays and Sundays from now on and try them all over one by one. Although Chen Xiu lived outside, but also went to the cafeteria many times. What is delicious he is clear. Can take one by one slowly punch card. Let her have a good time. Then let's go now. Let's go now. Let's go. Let's go. Chen Xiu looked at the time. It was almost 12 o'clock. It was indeed possible to go to lunch. And the soy milk donuts he ate in the morning were almost digested. Then go change, pack up and head out the door. One by one at home wearing all his clothes, loose and comfortable. Just do not wear underwear. Think of this. Chen Xiu very consciously into the door to help. Some things you don't get used to, like when he helped a girl put on her underwear. Even though he'd done it many times, his heart still fluctuated every time he did it again. And he couldn't help but gulp as a million images flashed through his mind. One by one, he wore a sweater and pants. More casual, although it does not show the figure, but still youthful and good-looking. Wearing it out like that, someone would believe her even if they said she was in high school. Is it good? Good-looking. All girls love beauty, and one by one is no exception. At home it's fine, but every time we go out, we have to ask him, then will you wear the same as me? This dress in your closet is just like mine. Chen Xiu knew that his piece of sweater was indeed the same gray as the one on the girl, both of which had a few letters on them, looking like a couple's model. Gee, no wonder she took an instant liking to that sweatshirt back then. So that's why, and now she can't wait for him to put it on. What's this if not liking it? After thinking it through, Chen Xiu was in a happy mood, and directly began to take off his clothes, and only a little later reacted to the fact that one by one was still next to him. As soon as Chen Xiu turned his head, he saw her staring straight at him, 4 eyes facing each other, and one by one even came a little closer. Master, you're so small here. Chan Siyu? Small? Where is he small? Bloodthirsty men can't hear that word. One by one. Speak properly. Chen Siyu gritted his teeth quite a bit. Really? Look at you here. All flat. Unlike mine. One by one. He even touched him twice on his chest when he finished. Grass. He was touched. Chen Siyu's face began to redden, took 2 steps back, and immediately put his sweater back on. Master, you're blushing. One by one. From now on when I change you go out and wait for me outside. Not in the room. Why? If you change it for me, I can change it for you. This cat is really. No way. Get out immediately or I won't take you to the good food. Immediately, Kanzuya was on his feet and whooshed into the living room. I know. To eat delicious food. Chen Siyu helplessly held his forehead. This kitten was really unruly and even said that he was small. Then the next time he changes his pants, if she comes over and touches it and says it's small, then he's really going to be psyched and her happy life will be half ruined in the future. Phew. This should never happen. Chen Siyu changed his clothes and put on his shoes, thinking that he didn't have sneakers, so he directly bought his same model. Changing clothes, Chen Siyu looked at the weather forecast. It is estimated that it will rain in the afternoon. It is better to bring an umbrella. All the way Chen Siyu are well holding the girl. She jumped lively, all the way chattering. Anything can cause her interest. Of course, she should be hungry too. So she just wants to get to school early. More than 10 minutes of travel today go extra fast. The school gate is free to enter and exit. There is no restriction. Chen Siyu holding one by one to go in. This time many students are at the school gate to get takeout. Originally, the school allowed writers to be delivered to the dormitory building, but because there are too many cars and too much traffic, there have been several accidents, and some fights, so the school has rewritten the rules, and people can only go to the door of the school to get takeout. With so many coming in and out every day, the security guards are only responsible for maintaining order and don't care about anything else, and there are security guards patrolling the school grounds, so there's no danger. Usually on Saturdays and Sundays, there are just other schools that come over and hang out. Chen Siyu took EE to the nearest one of the special cafeteria. There is quite a lot of food inside. Just need to queue up. After all, people don't need to go to class. They all sleep until they wake up naturally and then dawdle to eat. One by one. Is there anything you want to eat? Most of the stores on this floor taste okay, and there are only a few too that don't offer good value for money and have fewer people eating there. Well, I think going where the most people are means that it's the best there. One by one. He pointed to the spicy hot pot on the far side. That house is really delicious. Before he bought Su-ro many times. Every time the queue is more people. He is patient queuing up. The thought that Su-ro will be happy. He also think it's worth it. Every time he went to buy our clip is her favorite dishes. She likes. Do not like. Generally like. He remembered. Now think about it is really ridiculous. People simply did not put him on the same height to see. Since the beginning, he is a small follower of her only. This one's not too bad with the sauce. Want to try a little bit to whet your appetite? This soy sauce cake, taro cake, egg cake are good. But for people like Chen Siyu who are good at heavy eating, the first choice is still soy sauce cake. Most people use him as an early breakfast, but there are no shortage of people buying it at all hours of the day. Yeah, I haven't had any yet. Let's buy a little bit and try it. Chen Siyu led one by one over. The boss just happened to take out a freshly made soy sauce cake. Steaming hot, the aroma straight to the nose. Lucky for you. Soy sauce pancakes are only good when they're fresh out of the pan. Boss, cut the $5 soy sauce pancakes. Okay. After swiping the card, Chen Siyu handed it to the girl for her to eat first, but he didn't expect her first bite to be given to him first. Siyu, open your mouth. Well, the one by one feeds me better. Chen Siyu pulled one by one over to the fragrant pot that queue. There are still 5 or 6 people in front of them, because they are choosing their own food, so the speed will be much slower. Luckily, they could eat some soy sauce pancakes first to pad out now. Chen Siyu and one by one quickly wiped out the soy sauce pancakes, and after waiting for another 10 minutes or so, it was finally their turn. Vegetables and meat dishes are different prices. Chen Siyu according to the instructions of one by one. Clip is what she likes to eat. Of course, he is not picky. Both tastes are similar. In the end, Chen Siyu also added a piece of pasta and broad flour, and swiped $67. It's kind of expensive for the school, but the meat is already expensive and fresh, so the price is acceptable. One by one. It's going to be a while before we can pick up our food. Go get something to drink. That freshly squeezed juice is pretty good. Yeah. It looks delicious. So many people lining up. Chen Siyu smiled. It was indeed the same reasoning. This won't take long to line up. Just a little while. One by one. If you're tired go sit there and wait for me. No, I want to be with you. I'm not tired at all. Chen Siyu rubbed her head. From just entering the cafeteria, there are several boys and girls to look at one by one. He also has a sense of pride in his heart. After all, it is his own hand-raised kitten. Naturally the most beautiful. Chen Siyu? A female voice suddenly came from behind, sounding somewhat familiar. Something wrong? The person who spoke was Li Qing, and next to her, her roommate Chen Jia followed. How can I say this? There was no relationship with them originally, but because of Su Ro, there were more times to see them. He didn't want to get involved with Su Ro any further, so his tone was rather cold. No, just looked at the back and thought it looked like you. So I came over to take a look, and I didn't realize it was true. So I said hello. But don't you live out here? Why are you even in the school cafeteria today? Chen Siyu pulled over the girl who was hiding behind him. I brought her to try the school cafeteria. Qing and Jia froze when they saw Yi, then looked at the hands the two were holding and stammered something about having business and left. All the way out of the cafeteria, Green and Jia blew off some steam before reacting. Jia, that girl couldn't be his girlfriend, could she? That must be are holding hands, and you do not see the clothes they wear? That's the couple's model, right? You also saw him in a girl shopping mall. Is it the same? Cheng nodded, although she only saw a back last time and only knew that the girl had a good figure. Today's this one was dressed more casually and couldn't see the figure, but the height and everything was right, so it must be the same one. She's really pretty. Xiaoqing was next to Su Ro every day and felt that Su Ro was already that kind of big beauty, but there are people outside the world, and that woman just grew too bullish. How did the skin get so good? No blemishes at all. No wonder Chen Siyu had that attitude towards Zozo and didn't stay at all. So it turned out that he had a better choice. Xiaoqing now only felt happy. Fortunately Su Ro was sad because of yesterday's incident and was not willing to go out, so she didn't follow them to the cafeteria. Otherwise, if she saw Chen Siyu holding such a good-looking girl, she didn't know how angry she would be. Jia, don't tell Zoe about today. Let's just pretend we didn't see it, okay? Jia nodded in approval of this. Well, it's true that Zoe can't know, and I'm sure I won't miss a word. Soon it was Chen Siyu's turn, ordering a cup of watermelon juice and grape oolong tea, both on the sweet side, as one by one liked it. Siyu, I have a question for you. Kanzuya struggled with this for a long time before finally speaking. What do you want to ask? That's right. Who were those two girls just now? Yi lowered her head, a little bit jealous. Normally she would have opened up long ago if there was food, but now with the freshly squeezed watermelon juice in her hand, she didn't have much of an appetite. Li Qing and Chen Jia are in my class. I don't really know them very well. 1-1. Are you jealous? Chen Siyu pinched the girl's face and frowned, indeed not too happy. Even the juice in his hand was not even drunk yet. But is this what it feels like to have someone jealous of you? It's kinda cool. Yeah, I'm afraid you like them. Ichichi said it naturally. Chen Siyu lost his smile. No way. Only like you. Zundu fake doo-doo? Zundu, the kitten, who was a quick learner of internet lingo, was cute, though, and he liked it. That's good. After getting Chen Siyu's answer, Yi's mood instantly changed from cloudy to sunny, and she picked up the watermelon juice in her hand and took a big gulp. It's so sweet turn. It's so good. Siyu, try mine. Chen Siyu lowered his head and took a sip. Looking at her expectant face, he consciously gave her the one in his hand. You taste mine too, and waited for more than 10 minutes. The spicy hot pot is ready. Chen Siyu over the end, ran 2 trips. The rice is renewable. Chen Siyu did not ask for more, thinking to eat and then go to ask for. It smells so good. One by one just got the chopsticks and couldn't wait to start. This speed made Chen Siyu feel ashamed of himself. It's true that they are dry food people, they only have food in their eyes. Eat slowly, don't burn it. After eating the spicy hot pot, Chen Siyu took Yi to stroll around the campus. Today is cloudy. There is no big sun. In fact, he kinda likes this kind of weather. On the road there are students carrying their backpacks to study hall. Others are going out in groups of 3 or 2, and there are also small couples holding hands and wandering slowly. This is the Scholastic building. I take a lot of my classes in this building. There's a lake there next to it with swans in it that a lot of people go to see in the summer. Across the lake is the library, and further on is the stadium. Except that stadium track is blue, and the one we just saw is red. The little grove next to it is always full of young couples looking for a thrill. And I've read posts from the school before about seeing lots of kids burping bags. Originally, Chen Siyu did not quite understand, and then slowly realized that there are many outrageous things in the school. Some people steal takeout, some people steal other people's clothes that are hung up downstairs, and some people go directly to the rookie station to steal packages. As for that thing between male and female students, there were also frequent revelations. saying that so-and-so from a certain college was playing with flowers, and who from which college was scum and so on. And anyway, Chen Xiu had already seen it all. The school is so pretty, it's fun to go to school. Seeing that she was looking at herself enviously, Chen Xiu also assured with her, I'll bring you along later. You'll probably feel sleepy by then. Some of the classes are boring, especially English. You'll definitely fall asleep. This one by one does not refute. Before Chen Xiu to take the 4th and 6th grade when you brush up at home. The listening part is external. One by one in the side to listen to 2 minutes fell asleep. Chen Xiu also knew that later when it was misbehaving, he even spared English listening to let her settle down a bit. I don't listen to that English thing. That's too torturous. Yi was psychologically challenged. That stuff was much scarier than the math that Chen Xiu had learned. Don't worry. Be good and I won't take you to that class. The school is very large. The whole one strolling through the need for a long time. Chen Xiu are walking tired. Favoring one by one is still very refined. One by one. It's been a long walk. Aren't you tired? One by one. He turned his head and looked at the tip of Chen Xiu's nose were oozing thin sweat, and immediately nodded his head. I'm tired. We'll come back to shop next time. My legs are sore from walking for so long. Seeing that the opinions were unanimous, Chen Xiu planned to take her to play something else before going to eat hot pot. There's a lot of fun to be had over here, so you can see what you want to do. A few minutes walk after circling through the nearest door will take you to the mall where you were shopping that day. Yi saw that there were so many people coloring white things next to her, which was the first time she had seen it, so she tugged on Chen Xiu's sleeve. What are they doing? It's so much fun. That one is a plaster doll. Look at that row. You can pick a favorite and color it yourself with paint. One by one. Want to give it a try? To be honest, Chen Xiu only knew that there was such a thing, and he usually came out and often saw others applying it, but he had never tried it. It's kind of fun to watch, and it's just cozy to see the couples, the two of them talking and laughing together. Yeah, I like that bear. Chen Xiu holding a one by one passed, chose a girl just said backpack bear. Found a seat after sitting down. The boss is very thoughtful to bring a variety of paints. I like the color pink. Let's paint its body pink. And both ears pink too. So it's cute. Then I'll paint the left ear and you paint the right. Chen Xiu started to apply it with interest. This thing was too healing and cute. What color is this little bag painted? Xiu, what color do you like? Then paint it blue. Blue is fresher. After half an hour, the color is probably pretty much applied, and you can still add little details on your own. One by one. We're going to draw 2 little hearts on this, and then the base here is going to hold a heart down with your finger, and you're going to hold it down, and I'm going to hold it down. Chen Xiu first dyed the thumb finger with red pigment, then pressed it diagonally, and then asked Yi to press it diagonally from the other side, so that the love heart was ready. Don't ask him how a big straight guy can do this. Ask is when he sees the couple next to him is doing this and he wants one too. Wow, it's beautiful. Well, it sure is pretty. Yi was looking at the plaster bear while Chen Xiu was looking at her. The pink plaster bears are finished, and looking around at what people have painted. All sorts of fancy things. They don't look as good as theirs at all. Chen Xiu went to pay the money. $30, but also quite cost-effective. Small couples paintings together to play is very nice. Later you can directly buy the kind of mini online home painting. Coaxing girlfriends, this kind of thing they like the most. The same goes for Ichichi. Come on, let's go to the hot pot. Chen Xiu was now naturally pulling Yi's hand, while she was hugging the plaster doll lovingly. It was obvious that she loved it. Yes. This can be put on the counter and displayed so you can see it all the time. Yi had already thought about where she would put this plaster doll when she got home. It was something she and Chen Xiu had painted together, and the love of the two of them, it meant a lot. Chen Xiu in a group to buy a meal for two, and see the ice dumplings have activities. The group purchase price is only $4.9. Decisively into the 2 bowls. The main one should save, the province should spend, and never let go of an opportunity to wool gathering. After arriving at the restaurant and the waiter discussed, the set meal of duck blood replaced with powdered rats, because one by one do not eat duck blood, so simply change. The waiter attitude is also quite good, very happy to help them change. Chen Xiu took Yi to mix the dipping sauce, although he could totally help her get it, but she wanted Yi to watch from the side, to understand the various ingredients, which is also regarded as a learning experience, so that she can adapt to the current life more quickly. Although she was well integrated now, Chen Xiu still felt the need to understand all aspects, which would always be used in the future. This is cilantro. I told you about it before. Remember? It's folded ears. It's vinegar. It's sour. It's a flavor you hate. This is sesame sauce. This is millet chili. Very spicy, only a little less. Chen Xiu one by one after the introduction. Let the girl took a plate clip watermelon and cantaloupe. The main food is not necessary. After all, that set meal in the dish is still quite a lot. Before coming to this store, the portion size is also more. And then eat the main food. Then it is very easy to be full. And those dishes are sure to eat not finished. This store has fruit, fried rice, and drinks in the buffet area, which is still quite affordable, as are many of the stores next to the university town. And the flavors are good, so there are a lot of people. Now this store is basically full of college kids out for a good time. The food was served at once. Chen Siyu never left the first bite of the hot pot for the meat, so he chucked the store's signature tender beef, scalding it as he talked to one by one. You notice the time written on the top of that plate of beef. 8 seconds. You just scald it in the pan for 8 seconds like I did. That's all. Chen Siyu put the scalded ones in Yi's bowl and proceeded to scald them. With Chen Siyu's prompting, one by one learned to get his own when he ate other dishes later on, and put them in his bowl after they were cooked, so that he could eat more. Yi really loves hot pot, looking up at him with an incredulous look on his face with every bite. It's just slightly spicy. Luckily there's an iced soup dumpling to ease it. You're eating hot pot here too? Chen Siyu looked up, and he spoke with him as the same Major Ji Xiao, followed by 2 boys, a little familiar, but cannot remember the name. It should be just simply met twice. Well, have you eaten? Ji Xiao shook his head. Just got in. But, this pretty sister is? Ji Xiao just noticed one by one when he was outside with his friends and thought about coming over to take a closer look, but he didn't expect to see Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu looked at Yi and was momentarily at a loss as to how to introduce him. Say it is a friend. But Ji Xiao, this male, look at his eyes should be something else in mind. If you say it is a girlfriend, one by one may not have this concept. Refute him how to do? I'm Siyu's girlfriend. How are you guys? Yi put down her chopsticks, smiled sweetly, and waved her hand slightly as a greeting. Ji Xiao's eyes were obscure and somewhat unfortunate. Such a beautiful girlfriend. Hiding deep enough. Chen Siyu was in quite a good mood. She usually doesn't go out much. Okay then. I won't interrupt your date then. Let's go get a seat. Okay, go on then. Chen Siyu turned around and smiled right into his eyes, unable to hold back at all. When Jisha left, he should vaguely still hear his friend talking. That girl is a real looker. Indeed. It's been a long time since I've seen one so much to my liking, but unfortunately the name is on the list, so I can't pry it away. Ji Xiao and his friend headed out. They didn't come here to eat at all. The reason why they came in was solely because Chen Siyu and Yi were sitting by the window, and when they passed by, they saw a beautiful woman and couldn't move their eyes for a moment, so they came in to take a look. Brother Xiao, it's not impossible. Look at your condition, which is not as good as Chen Siyu. Ji Xiao thought for a moment and laughed. The grades are not as good as TSK, and the character should be a bit better than mine. Brother, you cannot be presumptuous. You are in such good condition. Who is not around? The girl rushed forward. That's just it. Hard work doesn't compare to talent these days. But wasn't it Suro that he was chasing before? No wonder the rumors are spreading in the academy now, saying that he's not interested in Suro anymore. With such a beautiful woman by his side, even a fool would know who to choose. Ji shouts Ged, a little impatient. Don't pry into other people's business. If you have that kind of time, you might as well do a couple more questions. After they walked away, Chen Siyu looked at the girl across the street, because the dipping water was slightly spicy and put in a spicy pot to cook, so her lips were a little red, as if she had coated her lips with lip glaze as bright as a glossy. At first glance, it was very good to kiss, one by one. Why did you just say it was my girlfriend? Chen Siyu's chopsticks poked the bowl one by one, looking forward to the girl's answer. Because I want to be your girlfriend. I read on the internet that first you become a girlfriend, then you become a wife when you get married, in which case the two of you will never be separated. I don't want to be separated from you. I want to stay with you forever. That's why I said that. He watched Chen Siyu's expression change and hurriedly went on to explain after seeing his surprise. I know that I'm not quite like them, and you may resent me, but I'll try, and I'll learn to be like them, and not to look like a kitten anymore. Kanzuya doesn't know much, but she knows what she wants. It's a little difficult, but she'll try. As long as her owner likes her, then she will be very, very good. Chen Siyu's eyes darkened slightly, his black eyes fixed on the girl's face, his hand clenched into a fist, even his heartbeat missed a beat. One by one, do you know what a girlfriend is? It takes two people who like each other very much, uniquely, to be boyfriend and girlfriend. I know, in this world, I only like you. I only like you. These words were too lethal for Chen Siyu. He gulped, his eyes flickering a bit. But is this really okay? He knew that he was fond of one by one, not only for White's feelings, but also for the sight of her, for her personality, for her good behavior. But, isn't that too soon? See you. If you're embarrassed, just forget about it and don't kick me out. Kazuchi bit his lip, tears welling up in his eyes despite trying very hard to control them. Chen Xiu was heartbroken and hurried over to wipe her tears and softly comfort her. One by one. Won't kick you out. I like you too. Really? Do you really like me? One by one's voice was surprised and happy, attracting the attention of the next table. Many people looked their way. Chen Xiu hurriedly reached out to cover his hand, but one by one stretched out his tongue and licked at his palm. Chen Xiu hurriedly took his hand away, feeling that the palm of his hand was boiling hot. He knew one by one's nature. She loved to lick him even when she was very happy, and now she should be so happy that she was so excited. The palm of his hand was wet. Chen Xiu did not feel disgusted, but instead, he was still a little heartbroken. She's so good at licking. After that, stop. It's a time of pure love, and serious stuff is sealed for a while. Favorite, and my favorite one by one. He didn't have many friends, and his family was rather thin on the ground. So come to think of it, the person he cherished most right now would be meaning. So can I be your girlfriend? Chen Xiu nodded. The heart is very cool. I did not expect that I also have such a day. By the girl confession, hey, too damn comfortable. Good, then I'll be your boyfriend from now on. Yi nodded her head and kissed Chen Xiu on the cheek with a shy face. Then you're not allowed to look at Su Ro. Think about her, talk to her, or even be nice to her from now on. A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Xiu's eyes as he sat down in his original position. Kazuchi, you still know Su? Yeah, I know you like her a lot, and no, it's me you like now, but I don't know what she looks like yet. Is she as good looking as I am? Does she have a nice body? What attracted you to her that made you like her for so long? Chen Xiu felt a strong acetic acid flavor, but his heart was happy. Being jealous means that he is important enough to one to care how other girls relate to him precisely because they like him. Just did not expect. The kitten knows quite a lot. Usually at home when he did not mention much now think about it, only feel grateful. After all, in front of the current girlfriend to mention their first love, that is not just looking for death? Not as good looking as you, not as well built, attracted to me that was before. One by one, I only like you now. One by one. When they heard Chen Xiu's answer, the original worries in their hearts instantly disappeared. Chen Xiu could see her relaxation, and couldn't help but feel that the kitten was really good at coaxing. No matter what you said, she would trust you unconditionally and wouldn't doubt you at all. Well, then it's agreed that you have me and that's all you need. So you can't go looking for anyone else in the future. Their kittens can all recognize their masters and have only one master. So Chen Xiu has to be the same as her, and can only like her, and is not allowed to look at other cats. No, other people. As you command, promise to complete the mission. How could Chen Xiu not expect that the two would progress so quickly? P.S. The author didn't expect it either, but it's hard to hold it in, and it's tempting to seethe. This hot pot meal was the happiest meal that Chen Xiu had ever eaten. Because of the relationship established with Yi, it was a bit beastly, but he did have a lot more ideas in his head that he wanted to practice slowly and a little bit. It was already 5 o'clock after eating the hot pot, and Chen Xiu had to go to tutor Xiao Mo at 6 o'clock, so he had to go home first to get his materials. Thinking of leaving the girl alone again, Chen Xiu felt a little guilty. It was the first day of their relationship, and it was a big night, and he had to go outside, so he couldn't stay home with her. One by one, I'm going to make up for it later. Is it okay if you're home alone? Yi could see Chen Xiu's concern, stood still, stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek, her voice cheerful and without the slightest bit of unhappiness. Of course I can. I don't feel aggrieved at all. On the contrary, every time I'm at home I look forward to you coming home. 2 hours isn't long. I'll just play by myself for a while and then the time will be over. But you can also give me some kind of task, so that I can still help you. She's mostly just learning from the internet now. She had a general understanding of the world before when she was a white boy, and after she became a human she realized that she had more rules to follow, and she needed to learn a little bit, and she definitely couldn't afford to miss out on the chicken feet. You said you look forward to my coming home every time? Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow, and the corner of his mouth ticked as well. Yeah, very much looking forward to it. Then the last time I came back, I had opened the door and walked into the living room, and you were still looking at the novel so intently. Yi was a little embarrassed when she thought of those episodes depicted in it, but she still stiffened her mouth and said, that's because the novel was too good, too mesmerized, so I didn't listen in. I didn't mean it. Those depictions were something one by one hadn't seen on short videos and TV shows where the main characters were boyfriend and girlfriend so they could do those things, and she was just thinking about learning about it for a rainy day, so she could use it when she became Chen Xiu's girlfriend. I just didn't expect it so soon. Alas, she hasn't quite learned it yet, but the good thing is that the author greatly has a detailed version. She has to take the time to get off a certain blog attention to learn, or to enhance the feelings of the master. All said and done. You have a point, don't you? But anyway, you're not allowed to read those things anymore. Read something positive. What counts as positive? Yeah, I don't know. Ee pouted. She just liked to watch others fall in love. How sweet it was, and she could study and learn along the way. This, the civil code, is the most positive and positive. Chen Xiyu took out his cell phone and searched for the civil code, then added it to his bookshelf. This bright red is the Chinese red. Inexplicably appeared patriotic heart began to surge. Chen Xiyu opened the rating page, although did not look, but 5 stars is certainly to play. Well, I'll be watching carefully. Although this cover is not the same as the previous one, Xiyu has hit 5 stars, so she must study hard. Besides, as a Chinese kitten, she is also patriotic. Asterisk. The homework left for Xiao Mo last time. He completed it great. Chen Xiyu found a few more questions for him to do in the advanced version, and he was also able to do it with a relatively fast speed. It can be seen that he put in some effort after class. Well done. Why are you so good now? Chen Xiyu was very pleased and touched his head. Xiao Mo's eyes shone brightly. Of course then. I will work harder and strive to meet my beautiful sister sooner. The kid's still a face reader. Okay, then cheer up. And when your final exam grades come out, I'll let my girlfriend take you to the amusement park if you've made a lot of progress. Zoon do fake do? Can I go play alone with my beautiful sister? Chen Xiyu rolled his eyes greatly. What's on your mind? Still want to go out alone with my girlfriend? Surely we'll take you with us. His girlfriend? Hey, how can he hang out alone with another member of the opposite sex, even if it's a kid? Okay then. Mo drooped, but was quick to cheer up again. As long as I get to hang out with my beautiful sister, I'm not picky. Later Chen Xiyu gave him to continue to review and attack the weak points. Xiao Mo did not understand the place he started from the most basic formula projection, a little bit to the depths. There are many teachers let students memorize formulas, but in fact, many students do not understand how it comes. All rely on rote memorization. If the interest will be a little worn out. Chen Xiyu has been a tutor for 2 years and has gained a little experience, knowing that teaching is a very complicated thing, so it requires a lot of energy. He also prepared a lot for last month's teacher certification exam, went through what he needed to memorize and remember several times, and when he checked the answers later, the correct rate was still quite high, so there should be no problem and he would definitely pass. As for the teaching interview, he was more confident. After all, he had taken first place in all the lecture competitions organized by the college. Hear me? Xiao Mo suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Our teacher said we should do more problems and didn't even give us the arithmetic process. So now that you understand, start doing the questions. It's important to do them too. How can you test your mastery without doing them? After tutoring Xiao Mo, Chen Xiyu bought starchy sausages and fried skewers on the side of the road. And when he saw the cake store, he went in to buy a box cake. Because of the anticipation in my heart, I was in a happy mood all the way. When he arrived at the door of the house, Chen Xiyu just entered the password and the door opened. "See you." Directly jumped into Chen Xiyu's arms. Even though she was fine being home alone, she still missed him. At first it was excitement. Jumping around on the couch. The thought of being Xiyu's girlfriend made her so happy. And then later on, she slowly started to miss him. And she didn't want to watch any of those dramas. Recalling all the bits and pieces of the past few days, she rolled around in excitement. She thought about not going out to find him, but was afraid she'd cause him trouble. So she had to be a good girl and wait at home. She looked at the time numerous times, just expecting it to be a little faster to 9 so she could see him. The time had easily reached 9 o'clock, and Yi began to calculate how long it would take for him to come home again, during which she had been listening intently to the movements outside, so that she was able to run over and knock on the door so quickly when Chen Xiyu was inputting the password. Miss me that much? Chen Xiyu was also happy. God knows he never felt that 2 hours was so long. He couldn't wait to finish and go home with his girlfriend. But there's no way around it. You have to work hard to move it. After all, your girlfriend loves it so much. Yeah, super wanting. Yi said, then directly pushed Chen Xiyu to the wall, bearing several kisses. Chen Xiyu knew that the building is monitored, so directly picked up the person back to the house. One by one. We'll kiss again at home. Chen Xiyu locked the door and carried the girl to the sofa. One by one. He directly crossed his legs and sat across his body, facing the beauty storm from close range. Chen Xiyu swallowed his saliva and directly cupped Yi's face and started kissing. It was his first time kissing, and while he had little real-world experience, these things were completely uneducated. For example, it had only been a minute, and Chen Xiyu had gone from licking his lips at the beginning to knocking his teeth open and sucking and biting. And even his hands weren't too restful, squeezing a few times on one by one's waist and then moving up. The size of this. Sheesh. A little overflow. Can't hold it in one hand. The point is that one by one is at home without underwear and he's really handy. Well, Chen Siyu kissed too intense. One by one some cannot stand. See, she is not too good. Chen Siyu only let go. The young girl's lips were slightly parted in a gasp. A little red from the kiss she had just given. Her face tinged with red from the overexcitement. And those eyes were not quite the same as usual. Pure in their lust and a little scared. Chen Siyu felt like he was falling in. Wanting more than this. But no. Well, at least it's a human being. It's kind of nice to make it this far on the first day. So take your time developing the rest. I got you something delicious. Want to try it? Kazuchi nodded. I smelled it just now when you kissed me. Chen Siyu had a black line on his face. So after all his efforts, this kitten was still thinking about food? Forget it, don't bother with her. After all, you want to tear her apart and eat her too. Eat quickly. I know you digest quickly. The hot pot you ate in the afternoon must have been digested. A snack at this point is just right. Recently Chen Siyu can eat more than before. Before eating alone, sometimes feel not very appetite. But in one by one, she ate every time. By her influence, this is only a few days. He has gained 2 pounds. But it sure is a joy to eat. One by one. From now on, don't open the door indiscriminately. You don't even know if it's me, you just open the door. What if it's a bad guy out there? Just now Chen Siyu realized this problem. But he couldn't give her a lecture just after she came out. It would suppress her and make her very unhappy. The timing is just right now. And with his follow-through, she'll be able to realize what she's doing is wrong. Alas, teacher ethics and psychology classes were taken so seriously that relationships are now like teaching students. But I counted the time, that's about the time you'll be back. That's why I opened the door. One by one. He took a bite of the starchy sausage, not realizing he had a problem. And what if I get delayed on the road and come back late and it's the bad guys out there? What are you going to do then? Well, I don't know. So yeah, you need to make sure who's out there. And only open the door if it's me. And no, in the future, to avoid danger, I'll tell you where I'm going ahead of time. And you just sit on the couch and wait for me. Okay? Aha. I know. It won't happen again. Mr. Chen was pleased that E was well behaved and not one of those rebellious students. Lean. After accepting such a setting, Chen Siyu began to brainstorm in his head. And surprisingly, there was a bit of a sense of taboo. You can cosplay a bit later. As Chen Siyu expected, one by one quickly finished that cake box. He ate 1/3 of these things, I think, and the rest was all eaten by one. Chen Siyu went to weigh himself, wanting to see how much he had gained in weight after his indulgence. And he followed him over, standing up somewhat apprehensively even after he had finished weighing himself. Ooh, if I get fat will you hate me and find someone else to be your girlfriend? One by one covered his eyes, showing only a slit, and cheered out when he looked down and saw the numbers. Yay! I'm not fat. Chen Siyu skeptical life, how she ate so much, but also our high-calorie food. People are not fat at all. So a few days on the fat 2 pounds. Siyu, even if you gain 2 pounds, 5 pounds, 20 pounds that's still my favorite. So don't be sad. One by one, he gave Chen Siyu a big hug to show his comfort. Chen Siyu directly carried the person back to the room, lying on the bed and kissed for a while. Really cannot help it before getting up to go to the bath. Why don't you stop kissing? I can still go on. E blinked her big eyes. She was a quick learner, and now she would already take the initiative to hook Chen Siyu's tongue, and was perfectly capable of continuing further. Chen Siyu looked down at little Siyu. It's going to get mad if it continues. I'm going to take a shower. One by one. A bath? I'm going too. We'll shower together. E directly got up and went to get a change of clothes. Chen Siyu pulled her back. Washed together? It's a good thing she thought of it. Yeah, I'm your girlfriend now. Is it too much to shower with you? It's not impossible, but it's too soon and I'm not ready. Not ready to see her whole body yet. If this is to see not to do something or sorry for themselves, Chen Siyu know that his 3 views are positive. Upright, kind, brave, high IQ, helpful will help Granny to run the red light. Oh no, cross the road. But, remove all these modifiers. He is just an adult male with normal physical desires. Therefore, in the face of such a request, Chen Siyu did not even think about it and directly refused. It's too early for that. One by one. We'll wash it together in a few days. Although he wanted to wash with Chen Siyu, but he had said so. She obeyed obediently. Okay, then you go ahead and wash. Chen Siyu stroked her head. So good. When bathing, Chen Siyu's mind is full of some yellow waste. Before Su-ro did not have this kind of feeling. How to change into one now? His color batch attribute is exposed, so obvious? They say that boys are all hidden old colorful guys, and when they have a favorite girl, they definitely want to get close to her. But when he was chasing Su-ro before, he really didn't think about it that much. Now that I think about it, maybe he just wanted to care, wanted to be happy, and chase Su-ro just thinking that she was the right one, and that bit of touching in high school he mistook for salvation, and that's why he kept chasing after her. It was different with One by One. He always had all sorts of ideas and wanted to try all the positions, all the scenarios with her. The more he thought about it, the more irritated he became in his heart. Chen Siyu turned down the water temperature and quickly took a shower. After coming out of the bathroom and letting Yi go in to wash, Yi has gotten used to taking Chen Siyu's clothes as pajamas, and Chen Siyu is happy to do so. After all, it does look good on her, and the length is just right. One by One. Not washed up yet? Chen Siyu played with his cell phone on the sofa for a while, estimating that the time should be almost up, but One by One hadn't come out yet, so he walked over to the bathroom door and asked, "It's done." Chen Siyu pushed the door and entered. Usually when bathing One by One would not lock the door, and he did the same. "Just leave it for me to wash." Yi was washing the changed underwear, along with the ones he had just changed out of. His white and tender little hands were taking his plus-size underwear and rubbing it, washing it or the crotch, and Chen Siyu began to associate it again. "I'll wash it and make sure it's clean." One by One. Rub. After washing, the water poured and began to bleach. Chen Siyu was watching from the side. "Really did a good job. Siyu, I'll learn slowly. I'm your girlfriend now. Of course I have to take care of you." Yi learns a lot from TV. As a girlfriend, she has to learn to share Chen Siyu's pressure and take good care of him. There are also certain physical needs that need to be addressed. "I'm capable of taking care of you. Just be good." Chen Siyu felt that he really picked up a great bargain. The little girl is really very good, and will also be heartbroken. Angry can also be quickly coaxed. The main thing is that she said she will only like a person. Will not change. After the heart and eyes are only one of him. Yeah, we'll take care of each other. One by One. After washing, Chen Siyu took to the balcony to dry. The home is not big, but the sparrow is small and complete. Should have all. He likes to decorate the home, so the balcony also raised a lot of succulent. Now there were not just his clothes on the balcony, but One by One's as well, and her scent was present in all corners of the house. A home that finally felt like a home. Tomorrow is a weekday. Can also continue to lie flat? Chen Siyu holding One in bed to watch TV. See the funny place when the two together laugh out loud. Nervous place. The girl also grasped his hand seriously, staring at the screen, but did not look at a long time. One began to move around. "I feel so hot, master." One by One. His voice was soft with a hint of urgency, his hand grasping the collar and tugging it to the side. "Hot? How can you feel hot?" Chen Siyu looked at the air conditioning temperature, and it was even still heating, and the bed was covered with a thick quilt. Now that the temperature has dropped a lot in November, it's even raining outside the window now, and it sounds like it's still windy, so it's not hot by any means. Chen Siyu touched Yi's forehead, and against her forehead to try the body temperature. It is indeed a little hotter than his, and touched her hand. The body is also hot. Is it a fever? Chen Siyu anxious to get out of bed to get a thermometer. The heart has long been panicked into a ball. After all, she does not have the status, and cannot go to the hospital. If she is really sick, will be very troublesome. He is afraid that One by One, something will happen. "Oh, master." Yi saw that he was going to leave and hurriedly hugged Chen Siyu. One by One, be good. I'll get a thermometer and take your temperature." "No, you're so cozy on you. Just let me hold you for a while." Chen Siyu can only turn around to talk. See that there is really no pain on her face, only slightly put down his heart. Since he wants to hold, then hold for a while. Chen Siyu lay down and held One by One in his arms, but the girl's hands were restless and kept ruffling his clothes. "Master, will you take off your clothes?" An idea flashed through Chen Siyu's mind and looked at the girl with a flushed face. The symptoms were indeed similar, but he still needed to seek confirmation. "Good." Chen Siyu nimbly took off his clothes, one by one, the entirety of his body, and his hands were restlessly groping. "I'll take it off too. I'm hot." Yi beamed and asked for Chen Siyu's permission, because before, Chen Siyu stipulated that she could not wear underwear, but she had to sleep with clothes on her body. Chen Siyu looked at the clothes that had already been jacked up under her breasts and nodded. "Take it off if it's hot." Yi very nimbly took off her clothes, and now she was left with only that one pair of girlish panties. Chen Siyu gulped at the piece of spring color, and then reached out to turn off the lights in the bedroom, leaving only the dimmest one next to the bed. Hugs. Yi was so close to Chen Siyu, without that layer of clothes blocking him. Chen Siyu immediately reacted. "Master, touch me. I'm hard." Well, case solved. It's the kitten's rut. I don't know what the difference is between one and a regular kitten, but now is bound to be that special time. One by one. She let out an exclamation of satisfaction, but it only lasted a moment before she felt unsatisfied and her legs kept rubbing together as if she wanted more. Chen Xiu noticed the change in her, and seeing how hard she was enduring only made his heart ache. One by one. Can I help you? The young girl looked up at him with her eyes, her mouth slightly open, like a humble prayer after a fall, wanting him to hurt her. Although she didn't answer, Chen Xiu knew the answer and lowered his head to hold the young girl's lips. His hand began to slowly go down. He tensed her body, her legs clamped tightly, and Chen Xiu lowered his head to kiss her. After it was over, one by one's face was even redder than it was just now, but it was always not uncomfortable, and only then did Chen Xiu put his heart down. One by one. Are you shy? Chen Xiu knowingly asked. This came up so high intensity. Not shyness is strange. The young girl nodded, directly buried her head in Chen Xiu's arms and did not move. Chen Xiu smiled and did not say anything. He is still the first time to do this kind of thing. The effect is not bad, or quite skillful. Wait for a few more days to let one by one to help him too. Otherwise, I do not know how long the kitten's rutting period. Can't just look at it every day, can't eat it. On Sunday, he took one by one for a day of fun, and because he slept late, when his alarm went off on Monday morning, Chen Xiu's resentment was able to feed an evil sword immortal. But there's no way to get a scholarship, and you certainly can't miss class and leave early. Chen Xiu yawned and stretched. Originally the resentment was still very heavy, but looked down to see the girl sleeping in her arms, her mouth slightly open. The corner of her mouth has a little saliva marks. Zundu is very cute. He sleeps with her mouth open, because sometimes she lies on her side in his arms, so she will drool. Chen Xiu does not feel disgusting, but rather feel that she is cute. It's true, people's IQs go down when they're in love, and they have a greater tolerance for a lot of things. Lowering his head and kissing one by one, Chen Xiu carefully removed her hand on his waist and moved very gently to get off the bed. Still the same as before. When Chen Xiu washed up, and the takeout was delivered, Chen Xiu put it on the coffee table, and wrote a sticky note to put on the coffee table, before he put on his backpack and went out the door. It was still early. The thick soup for the noodles was still piping hot. He could sleep some more. Chen Xiu set her alarm for half an hour later, and gave her a schedule of what she needed to study. Yesterday, I discussed with one by one for a long time. She is very obsessed with selling food. Her original words are like this: I also want to set up a small stall, and can make money. I can still eat by myself when I'm hungry. Think about it, it makes me happy. She had talked about doing food broadcasting before because she liked food, but Chen Xiu considered the social aspect. There were all kinds of people on the internet, and she didn't have a formal identity, so this wasn't feasible. It's relatively okay to set up a stall. There are a lot of stalls in front of all the schools now. The city police will sometimes come around, but just go to other intersections and walk a little farther to sell and you'll be fine. As for what to sell, Chen Xiu also thought about, like spicy hot anything is needed to craft support. Obviously, one by one no, so can only sell that kind of simple. Think about it as starch sausage is more appropriate. Buy a kind of grilled sausage plate on the internet. A variety of sauces needed. The cost is low and for a high degree of feasibility for a one. So Chen Xiu let her do homework at home. Look at the other people's stall strategy to learn a little. Chen Xiu bought a pancake fruit on the road to eat while walking downstairs to receive hot water before going upstairs. Into the classroom cannot help but encounter Su Ro again. He has little internal ups and downs. Self-conscious walked to the back of the seat to sit down. There was still a bit of time before class, so Chen Xiu reviewed what he had learned last week and looked at 2 more example problems. Specialized courses for Chen Xiu to pass relatively quickly, because has been listening carefully, so it does not feel torment. A class of 1.5 hours. Chen Xiu followed the teacher's lecturing ideas. The time is quickly passed. At the end of class the teacher left homework as usual, and Chen Xiu took notes and then packed up his things to go to another classroom. The school selection of classes is taken by lottery mode. Chen Xiu luck is better. The first round is basically selected, so the class teaching building are in those 2 buildings. Do not need to run around. Previously, some students because they did not choose the teacher they wanted to choose. The last remaining place in the class location is very far away. 15 minutes of rest time. He had to run from the school's west to the east. Think about it, is tired. This problem has been reported by many students, but the school has not addressed it. Su Ro looked at Chen Xiu's back and her mood hit rock bottom. After that day she has been in a bad mood, lying in bed and doing nothing. Other boys asked her to go out. She dressed up and went out intending to have fun and no longer think about Chen Xiu. But after going out the mood is even more irritable. No mood to play at all. Today, Monday, she woke up early to put on her makeup and purposely wore the short skirt that Chen Xiu said looked good earlier. but he didn't even look at it. Zoe, what's wrong with you? Xiao Chang and Jia Jia looked at her worriedly, and Su Rose shook her head, her voice disheveled. I don't know. I just always think about him. She has always been high and proud. In her heart she advised herself many times to stop thinking about Chen Xiu, but it's useless. She can't control thinking about her. She also tried to get closer to other boys, but when she was getting along with them she would always think of Chen Xiu's goodness. She read the chat records all over again. Looking back to see realized how arrogant her previous attitude, all her requirements, her little temper, Chen Xiu all one by one to accept, never angry. When other boys complimented her on her good figure and her nice dress, Chen Xiu told her to wear more. Her body comes first, and catching a cold is not good. Chang, Jia Jia, I feel as if I'm not quite normal. I clearly recognized my feelings last time, but when I saw that his attitude was not good, I mouthed off and spoke harshly, and now I want to go back to him. Is it not possible? Xiao Chang and Jia Jia looked at each other and pulled Su Ro back to the dormitory. Just as they already had no classes in the morning, they could enlighten her. A lot of students are coming in now, and it's not good to talk about it here. There's no telling what people will write on the thread if they hear it, and it will disrupt others from finding a spot in class. Ro, actually you need to look ahead. There are so many boys in the world. There's no need for you to always think about Chen Xiu. Yeah, you're all on such bad terms now. So many people heard and saw you in class last time, and the campus posts are all over the place about you guys. So don't look back. The most important thing is that Chen Xiu already has a girlfriend. Xiaoqing and Jia didn't tell Su Ro. If Su Ro knew, she might want to make a scene. Now it's better to enlighten her as soon as possible. Don't think about the past. I'd like to, but I always think that no one will ever be as good to me as he is. Su Ro's eyes were slightly red, aggrieved and regretful. But Ro, don't you think that Chen Xiu's family background doesn't work? That's what he's changed. Even if you guys get together, the difficulties in the future will only increase. It's different. I just want him to be as good to me as he was before, and as far as that goes it doesn't matter. No, I'd better go straight to him, and apologize to him properly again. He'll forgive me for sure. Su Ro made up her mind and her tone was resolute. Xiao Qing sighed and no longer hid it. Ro. In fact on Saturday day Jia Jia and I went to the cafeteria and saw Chen Xiu taking his girlfriend to dinner. The one who was shopping at the mall with him. Jia Jia and I didn't tell you because you were in a really bad state that day so we didn't say anything. But now I think I can't hide it from you anymore. You should think about it earlier. Those fantasies can be shattered. Now Su Ro is like losing her soul. Xiaoqing and Jia Jia can see very clearly. Chen Xiu really does not have that idea for Su Ro anymore. That day in the cafeteria look at Chen Xiu's eyes. He really likes that girl. Su Ro now no matter what she does, it's all futile. There is no meaning anymore. In this case, she can only be given a strong dose of medicine to make her see reality and pull out in a hurry. You're saying he has a girlfriend? How can that be? He obviously liked me so much before. How could he have a girlfriend so soon? Green, are you lying to me? Su Ro took Xiao Qing's hand and begged for confirmation. Just now she was just unwilling and aggrieved. Now she was directly heartbroken and gasping for breath. If it's true, wouldn't she really have no chance then? No, Jia, you come and say it. What Qing said is false, right? She's just trying to lie to me. You guys are just working together to lie to me. I don't believe it. I'm going to ask him. Let him tell me himself. Su Ro's tears fell down. Her delicate makeup was smudged. And she, who had always been the most image-conscious, now didn't care and only wanted answers. Zoe, it's true. We went up to see it that day and said hello. He just brought his girlfriend to the cafeteria for dinner on purpose. The reason why I didn't tell you was because I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to handle it and get too emotional. But that's the truth. Jia Jia had just finished speaking when Su Ro directly softened her body and sat on the ground. Oh, he really likes someone else. What about me? He was so good to me before. How can he go to another girl? It must have been that girl who seduced him. He would never dislike me. How could he say no to a 3-year relationship? He must be trying to piss me off and show me how important he is. Su Ro unimaginatively covered her face and cried bitterly. Only at this moment did she realize how excessive she had been in the past. She was the one who hadn't responded to him, and that's what had lost the boy who had his eyes full of her. It was useless for her to regret it now. He already had someone he liked, and no matter how much she tried to make excuses, it was a fact that couldn't be changed. Zoe, you'll be fine after you cry. We're here with you. Xiaoqing and Jia squatted down and hugged Su Ro. Several people have been good friends for so long, and now seeing Su Ro crying so sadly, Xiaoqing's heart is also very uncomfortable. But it can't be helped. If Su Ro keeps on obsessing, it will only be even more heartbreaking. A long pain is better than a short one, and since there is no chance between them anymore, they can only be quick and easy. Asterisk. Chen Siyu almost out of class when ordered takeout. Note: do not press the doorbell on the door. Although it has been explained that one by one cannot open the door, but he is afraid of some kind of accident. Now this world is not peaceful. How many women living alone have received harassment and intimidation from certain delivery workers? Chen Siyu dare not think, and will not let one by one in that kind of danger. Nearby delicious stores he has taken one by one to eat. There are a few of his favorite. Far away from the store is not too convenient to go over. You can order takeout to taste. To the home when the delivery man just came down. Chen Siyu looked at the takeout at the door. The heart is very pleased. It seems that the girl is still very obedient. Last night he said the words have a good note down. One by one. I'm back. Chen Siyu entered the password to open the door, and then wiped the combination lock with a wet wipe, and finally carried the takeout inside. Aha hugs. Chen Siyu just entered the door. Shoes have not yet had time to change it. One by one will fly towards him to pounce on his arms. Chen Siyu even staggered a bit. Did not stand steady. Ha 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 ha. Did my girlfriend miss me? Run so fast. One by one nodded frantically. Super, 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 wanting more cuddles for this. Chen Siyu can't even move. The girl hugged tightly. He can't even change his shoes. There is no way. Can only let her hold. But after a while, the girl did not let go of the meaning. Okay, one by one. Let me change my shoes first. Okay, let me go first and we'll cuddle later inside. Chen Siyu lowered his voice and coaxed. Only then did he let go of his hand, took the takeout from Chen Siyu's hand, and obediently stood next to him waiting for him to change his shoes. 1-1. Put the food on the coffee table while I go wash my hands. Chen Siyu went to the bathroom and washed his hands. Came over to help him take his school bag down. There was a kind of little petite wife serving the young master now. One by one. Why are you being so good today? I'm usually very good. But today, being good and clingy doesn't feel quite the same. Chen Siyu went to the sofa and sat down. One by one directly straddling his lap, staring at him with a smile from the corner of his eyes. The young girl's skin was like condensed fat. Her features were exquisite, and those eyes were staring straight at him. Where was this a kitten? It was clearly a fox. Wait, that look, is it wanted? No way. Are kittens in heat that often? It's obvious that we just did it last night, and now we're going to continue? One by one. It was definitely different from a normal cat, and he couldn't figure out any patterns, except that, as a general rule, the second time would be more than the first, right? Thinking of this, Chen Siyu has begun to think. Want to order a takeaway first, get 2 boxes of condoms to the home to prepare, counting the time. Then, after eating should be just right. No, after eating cannot do too strenuous exercise, have to rest for a while. Gee, it's a good thing we don't have classes in the afternoon. Okay, that's the arrangement. Chen Siyu reached out and pinched Yi's face. Then his hand naturally went down and pinched her waist, his voice low but with excitement. One by one. Do you want to do what you did last night? Can we continue after dinner? I'll get ready first. Yi's face swished red. Thinking of last night's absurdity, Yi shyly bit her lips, not daring to look at Chen Siyu. It's okay, it's normal physiology. It's understandable that you're thinking about it now. Don't worry, I'll help you. When Chen Siyu finished speaking, one by one, he raised his head in confusion. Ha, I wasn't thinking. I'm fine now. I don't feel bad anymore after being so comfortable last night. The more Ichichi spoke, the more she whispered. She had a thin cat skin and was easily shy. Chen Siyu? What? Then why are you sitting on my lap like that? This position is so ambiguous. Do not do something, cannot say ah. Who is the kitten who enters the door and sits directly on the man's lap? Ah, this is not a naked temptation. Because I miss you. I want to take a good look at you. Why? You're my boyfriend. I want to take a look at can't. It's not impossible. It's that this will give me the wrong idea. Hey, just now the mental activity is so rich. Think so much. Together all in vain. Chen Siyu heart 10,000 grass mud horses galloped past. Who can experience this feeling? Ah, the arrow is on the string, but cannot do anything. Life is all about ups and downs. Ha, okay, I'll go down first then. One by one, he dutifully came down, his stomach growling twice afterward. Chen Siyu immediately softened his heart, obviously so hungry, but also thought to see him more. Hey, love brain kittens, let's eat first and check your homework afterward. Chen Siyu opened the takeout box. The smell came to his nose, and immediately came over. It smells so good. It looks delicious. Chen Siyu gave a large piece of meat to one by one, watching her eat with relish. Her mood also followed and became better. Now every day he stayed with Chen Siyu felt very happy. Was not only his girlfriend, but also his family. In the past, he would come home feeling empty, and despite his busy schedule every day, he would still feel lonely and isolated when he was alone in the house, but not anymore. One by One was full of energy every day, and was now his girlfriend, allowing him to experience a lot of joys he hadn't felt before. "See, do you know what Zundu fake do means?" Chen Siyu nodded. "This is not the netizens say funny terrier," and before the kitten said many times, "The network terminology is considered to play understand." "I know, really fake, that's what it means replace the with do." Yeah, that's it. I suddenly realized it's so cute to talk like this. Let's replace yes with do when we talk from now on. Is that okay with you? Chen Siyu thought about it for a moment and realized that it didn't fit. Fucking do? Is that still cute? He reacted for a while, finally realizing what Chen Siyu was trying to express, holding the chopsticks and leaning back with a smile. "What the hell? Why is that funny?" Chen Siyu also laughed along with him. Yi's brain circuits were simply amazing. Seeing that Yi can't stop laughing, Chen Siyu hurriedly digresses. Yi, hurry up and eat first, or else the food will be cold later." Kanzuya nodded, stifling a laugh as he chucked in some vegetables tossed in the soup and slowly stuffed a mouthful of rice. "No, Siyu, isn't this a curse word? Didn't you say before that you can't curse and don't allow me to swear? How come you said it yourself?" Chen Siyu chopsticks stopped. Quickly find complimentary. "This is not the same one. I do not say dirty words. This is not to give you an example of it. Cannot be so comparable. Anyway, you are not allowed to learn online cursing those words, do you know?" It was so hard for him to find such a simple and harmless little cat lady as his girlfriend. He couldn't let her learn the hard way. He'd have to watch out for swearing in front of her, too. He used to soar a few times now and then. Not often, but sometimes it was unlucky and he still went crazy when he met someone so outrageous. Drop the personal qualities and enjoy a life of lack of virtue. Refuse to be mentally internalized and go straight to madness if something happens. It's better to make things difficult for others than to condemn yourself. Okay, I know don't learn those curse words. One by One is so good. Eat more. Chen Siyu is talking more and more childish. Usually outside is a high cold image. Now a home in the face of the young girl. He spoke gently 8 degrees, like coaxing a child. But this kind of feeling is also quite good. He kind of understand those guys who spoil their girlfriends like children. It's really satisfying to see their girlfriends completely rely on themselves is really fulfilling. Although occasionally a little temper, but easy to coax Give her some delicious food, immediately good behavior. After eating, One by One took the initiative to clean up the table. Chen Siyu wanted to help, but seeing how serious she was, he watched from the side. "How's that? Didn't I do a good job? Look at that. It's wiped clean. No grease at all." Yi sat directly on the carpet, her hands hugging Chen Siyu's legs, her eyes open wide looking at him, like a child who had done something and longed for her parents to praise her. Chen Siyu, like a loving father, reached out and rubbed his hand on Yi's head, softly saying, Yi is really great. Wiped it clean. Reward you with a piece of chocolate. Really, you can have an extra piece today." Chen Siyu see her so happy, really cannot bear to let her spoil the fun. Chocolate, these things, although eat too much, is not good for the teeth, but once in a while indulgence is also possible. One by One, his eyes light, immediately get up to go over to the cupboard to get chocolate. Chen Siyu quick eyes and hands. "A pull girl. I can't eat now. I just finished eating. Did I forget what I told you before?" Yi beamed, although a little lost, but still obediently sat next to Chen Siyu. "I didn't forget. You can't eat snacks after a meal. I remembered. I'm not going to get it, that's all. That's a good boy. Okay, now tell me what you learned this morning." Yi nodded and ran to his room and took a small book out, handing it to Chen Siyu as if offering a treasure. Chen Siyu took it and looked at the crooked words on it and fell into deep thought. The first page has a few big words written in the center. One by One stall. 1. List of materials. Stall carts, baking pans, oil bottles, small machetes, folding tables, bamboo sticks, condiment bottles, disposable gloves, etc., etc., etc. There were many things listed in this section, and as Chen Siyu looked at them carefully, they were all necessary. The second part is the stores that grill the sausages. All the reviews the girl read from the internet, with the pros and cons of each one written on them, followed by a little box. He hurriedly explained, "This is reserved for scoring, so we can buy it back and taste it ourselves before deciding which store to buy it from." Chen Siyu nodded. "It's really great, but, One by One, did you choose so many because you were craving for more?" Punctured. Kazuchi's eyes dodged, but he still tried to defend himself. "Not at all. I just thought I could try more and find out what's cheap and tasty so I can keep costs down." It is also true that this is the case. The situation is much better than what Chen Siyu expected. This is only one morning. One by One to learn a lot of things already, like the cost of profit these she has taken into account, and although the writing in the book is crooked at first, the further it goes the better it gets, and you could even say it's at the level of moving up from first grade to high school. In all these ways, Ichi IQ is really high and learns things quickly. Right. See you. I have another question. I see that the starch sausage purchase price is actually not high, but the selling price is high and low. Some people will buy this kind of good-looking little cardboard box, after dripping the sauce on the top to sell it for $5 or $6, but ordinary skewered on a stick to sell it cheaper. Most of them are $3 a piece, $5 for 2 pieces. Which one do you think we should choose as more appropriate? I do want to make more money, but surely we can't price it arbitrarily, or the guests will definitely not be happy. Chen Siyu thought about it and replied, definitely the second one. The main focus of the food stalls around our school is cheap and affordable. Nowadays college students don't care about that outer packaging. All they want is cheap and tasty, so just follow the second pricing. Schools in front of those food stalls are so college students and not a big grudge. Like is certainly those cheap and tasty. As for the packaging is not much use, and then look good things are the same. Have to buy packaging of that money can eat another one, because one by one performance is really too good. Chen Siyu praised her for half a day. Feel the lunch eaten are digested almost, then go directly to the bed to lie down. After all, sitting which has lying comfortable. One by one, she shrunk in Chen Siyu's arms, and now that she was lying on the bed she remembered last night's events and blushed. So private are his? One by one. What are you thinking about? Why are your face and ears so red? Chen Siyu saw through it at a glance. Not to mention he was now lying in bed, and what was going through his mind was also the image of helping her with all kinds of detoxification last night. The young girl's wailing was a catalyst, and his desire was directly amplified dozens of times. One by one. Be honest, do you have any idea how long that thing you have is like last night will last? Is it a few days, a month? The 3 words rutting just couldn't be said, and since one by one wasn't a white boy now, but a normal human like him, it just wasn't quite the right word to use to describe it. Kazuchi shook his head, his eyes clear and confused. I don't know. Last night was the first time and I didn't know how long it would last. But I don't feel uncomfortable right now. I'm blushing just because, a little shy because of the thought of last night. Covered her face with her hands after saying that, embarrassed to look at Chen Siyu again. Chen Siyu, although he himself is a little bit shy, but after all, is a man. The skin cannot be as thin as a little girl. As his boyfriend, he is obliged to tell the girl how to look at this matter correctly. He took one's hand off and held one's face in both hands so she could look at him. One by one. You don't have to feel shy. It's a normal physiological phenomenon. We all go through it, and I'm your boyfriend, so it's normal for me to help you with these things, okay? In the future, if you don't feel well, just tell me, don't hold back on your own. As a boyfriend, Chen Siyu was very happy to help her out, only now it was a free service at the beginning, and interest would have to be paid later. Kanzuya nodded, eyes rolling with a new question. Siyu, do you get like this too? Then when are you hard? I'll help you too. The young girl's face was sincere. Chen Siyu's heart was already in turmoil, and now that she asked, the following immediately rose. One by one, sensing the change, he directly lifted the quilt. His hand was about to touch down. Chen Siyu hurriedly grabbed it. One by one. What are you doing? I sensed you weren't feeling well, and I wanted to help. Grass up, grass up. Chen Siyu brought back the quilt to cover it, and again took into his arms, and his hand was clamped tightly to prevent her from touching it. I don't need to right now. One. I'll let you know when I need to. It was a little too early for that, and when a few more days passed, he was sure to let her help. Although Yi's hand was clamped down, his eyes kept glancing downwards. Chen Siyu was a bit helpless. He got up and went to close the curtains completely. When he walked back he could feel Yi's line of sight kept staring at a certain place. Chen Siyu subconsciously reached out to cover it, then quickly burrowed back under the covers. Master, it's all jacked up. Do you really not need my help? Chen Siyu directly lowered his head and kissed her mouth, not giving her a chance to speak. In this way this nap will really not be able to sleep again. One by one. Be a good boy and go to bed or you'll be punished with no snacks. It worked, and one by one even covered his own mouth and nodded pitifully to keep quiet. Asterisk. The next few days, Chen Siyu class as usual. Use the free time and one by one after the discussion to determine what needs to be bought, because it is the first time to do it. It is also equivalent to start a business. So Chen Siyu does not intend to invest too much cost. Under the premise of ensuring safety and hygiene, try to choose cheap. The quality does not need to be much better. Into the starch sausage merchants after he and one by one the whole trial and error. And finally settled down. Chosen after a one by one foodie appraisal. The flavor and color were great, and the price was middle of the road and perfectly acceptable. Not only that, Chen Xiu also used his good cooking skills to mix secret dipping sauces, which were no worse than those he had eaten before. Then according to the list to buy all the things needed, simulated several times at home, to make sure that one by one has completely mastered this skill, Chen Xiu before he put his heart down. Kazuchi, you're going to be out for the first time tomorrow at noon. Are you nervous? The girl nodded. Nervous? I'm afraid I won't be able to do it right. And with all the money you're spending on preparing all this, I'm afraid I won't be able to make any money, and then I won't be able to share it with you, but I'll definitely try my best. I've taken good note of everything you've taught me these past few days. One by one the volume got a little louder and cheered himself up. Chen Xiu also heartbroken her. These days she went around to see the strategy, but also went outside to learn that people are selling, or very hard, one by one. You have to go and do it to know if you can do it right, so you don't have to be burdened. Just go and do what you want to do. I'll be with you, and if you run into any trouble, make sure you tell me in time, and if I can't come soon enough, you have to learn to call the police and ask for help from the people next to you. Remember? Aha, I know that. The next morning, Chen Xiu went out to class before checking the things needed to set up a stall one by one, because it was the first day, so the preparation of the portion is not a lot, equivalent to a trial operation. This very small stroller isn't too heavy, and I've had her tested out many times before and it ends up doing pretty well, so it shouldn't be a problem. The route has taken her many times as well and there are no potholes along the way. Chen Xiu was still a bit panicked, although the simulation had been done many times, but he wasn't around one by one. What if something happened? All kinds of strange and bizarre ideas came up one after another. Chen Xiu was so flustered that in the end, he simply broke the pot and stopped thinking about it. Classes ended at 12, and he had one come out at 11, which wasn't much of a difference in time, and besides, there was cell phone contact, so surely there was no problem. Chen Xiu went out of his mind several times during the morning class, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had learned this part of the content in advance beforehand, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do it when he was called up by the teacher to do the problem. The second class is a public class. More water. Chen Xiu then has been looking at the cell phone. One by one from the house out to the school gate are photographed him, so that he does not have to worry about it. At first there were also 2 sentences of conversation. To the back of the no movement, Chen Xiu was sitting on pins and needles. The more he thought about it, the more wrong he was, but now he was still in class, so he could only wait, and at 12 o'clock, when the bell rang, Chen Xiu immediately rushed out, running all the way to the entrance of the school and locking onto the one by one in one of the many stalls. All the stalls next to her had people standing around, except hers where there was no one at all. There was still a cold wind blowing, and the girl stood alone blowing air into her palms and rubbing them together to create heat. Poor and heartbreaking. Chen Xiu had envisioned all sorts of problems and thought that there would be little business, but for a situation where there was not a single guest, he really had not thought about it. As he walked towards the girl, Chen Xiu adjusted his expression and squeezed out a smile, intending to comfort her properly. "Xiu, you're here." He saw Chen Xiu walking towards him and directly ran over to hug him in excitement. Chen Xiu steadily caught the girl. Words of comfort were on his lips. Now see her so happy. Her mind is quite good, so just now the worry was slightly alleviated. Luckily, one by one was usually heartless, or else he might have been sad to see so many customers at other stalls, but no one buying his own. After all the preparations lately, now it's gone wrong. He has to comfort and reassure Kanzuya. He can't leave her alone with her thoughts. One by one. Let's take our time. You can't do things too. Come on, come on, come on. I even saved one for you. There were so many people waiting just now that I didn't sell any. This one was specially reserved for you. Yi let go of Chen Xiu and pulled Chen Xiu to walk quickly to the stall. Chen Xiu followed her over with a confused look on his face, saw the starchy sausage left in the baking dish, and looked down at the box. "Ha, that's all that's left?" A handful of the remaining piece of starchy sausage brushed with sauce and handed it to Chen Xiu's mouth. Open your mouth, you must be starving, going to class for so long." Chen Xiu took a bite and then pushed it over for her to eat. Looking at her eyes, she was probably too busy to eat herself, otherwise she wouldn't be so greedy. One by one. How many starch sausages did you take out? 88 rods, because the number is more auspicious. And it worked, the number is just fine. Sold out so fast. Business is good? It's just after 12. Most students are only getting out of class now. A lot of them are just now pouring out to buy food. And the wave just now are the ones who don't have class in the second period. 88 sold out so quickly. The speed is really surprised Chen Xiu. Well, I just came here for a while and a lot of ladies came over to buy from me. They complimented me on my good looks and asked me where I got the clothes from. And I chatted with them for a while, and more people bought from me. Chen Xiu shook his head. This society. Stalls are still looking at the faces, not it. So did any boys strike up a conversation with you? Kazuchi shook his head. I can say a few words, but the boys at your school talk stupidly. So many of them stutter and their voices are so low I almost can't hear them. Didn't understand this, but Shinseyu knew that it wasn't just obvious shyness. What are you going to say if a guy asks you if you have a boyfriend in the future? Well, I have a boyfriend. Siyu is the best person in the world. I like Siyu the most. Although it was a bit strange to say so, Shinseyu was satisfied. If business was so good, he could then set up a stall here in the future, and he would come to help when he didn't have classes. As for the grill pan trolley or anything else, you don't need to upgrade for now. Just take your time. Were you just so busy making money that you didn't have time to eat? Yeah, I've been hungry for a long time. Ichigo had fantasized that she could eat it if she wanted to when it was baked, but it turned out that business was so good that she didn't even get to eat it, because of the need to make money, so she only spared to leave one to Shinseyu. The rest are taken to sell money. Just busy for a while, the breakfast eaten in the morning all digested, and now already hungry chest to back. Shinseyu looked at the nearby stalls. People are quite a lot. Now a lot of students are queuing up to buy the delicious ones to go to the queue if you need more than half an hour. I'm going to order a takeout. It should be about the same time by the time we pack up and head home. One by one. Is there anything you really want to eat? Well, I want bibimbap and fried chicken. Shinseyu nodded. Really had no resistance to all kinds of fried food. If not for him stopping her, she could even eat it once a day. Hello, 2 starchy sausages please. Sorry miss, already sold out. I will continue to come in the afternoon. In the future if you want to eat remember to come to me to buy guaranteed delicious. Shinseyu has not yet opened his mouth to answer it. One by one is very skillful to pick up the words. Look at the 2 young ladies also speak very gently. Eyes staring straight at one by one. Walking away is still praising one by one good looking. My girlfriend is amazing. She got the hang of selling things so quickly. Shinseyu ordered takeout and lowered his head to pinch her face. Because they are very good to talk and sell things also happy I listen to WeChat constantly into the account of the voice. The mood can be good. Then when we get home we'll figure out together how much we made this morning. Yeah. Shinseyu let rest beside him. He organized his things, then avoided the crowd and pushed the cart home. The takeout was still in the process of being delivered when I arrived home, 1,000 meters away, and it would be a while. Kanzuya collapsed straight onto the couch, eyes closed. Isn't that tiring? I'll squeeze your shoulders. Shinseyu sat over and reached out to pinch the girl's shoulders. Setting up a stall is still hard work, especially one by one. She usually never did any work. Now she suddenly started to go out to make money. She will definitely feel very tired. It's okay, it's not that tiring. Those uncles at the construction site are tired, as well as planting and farming are also tired. And see you're tired of going to class. So I'm okay with this. Let's calculate how much money we've earned. So I'm not tired. Speaking of money, one by one was immediately interested. She was genuinely curious to know how much money she had just made. One by one, opened the cell phone. Basically a $5 transfer. Shinseyu smiled and exited to directly look at the balance. Isn't there going to be a gross income here? Just look here. 221. I made 221. No. That's the money for the sale, and you have to remove the cost to get it. Pessel's small head began to think, but count half a day did not count out, so reached out to pull Shinseyu's hand, shaking around and pampering. See you, do the math on how much money you made. Starch sausages come in at 90 cents a piece, and 87 of them are about $78. And with the cost of that gas tank and stick you used this morning, the sauces and so on, it's only about $103, so you just made $90 that hour. When I heard that there were only $90 left, I was quite excited just now, but now I immediately lost my mind. It's only $90. What about $90? One by one. That's already impressive. And think about it another way. Did you sell these this morning because you didn't take enough kielbasa? And if you took a little bit more, wouldn't you be able to sell them all too? Aha! There are several other ladies who want to buy it, but I just don't have any of the starchy sausage I took. Yeah, so if you take more next time, won't you make more money? Nodded frantically. Yeah, I'll take more next time, and I'll definitely make more money than this. After comforting one by one, the takeout also arrived. Shinseyu went to get the takeout, explaining that the girl went to wash her hands first. One by one, after washing her hands and coming out, she started to dry her rice. Looking at her, this is really hungry and anxious. Otherwise she wouldn't be in such a hurry. It's so hot. Shinseyu hurriedly took the trash can for her to spit it out. Drink some water. One by one. How many times has this happened? Did I not say you can't eat in such a hurry? Last time it burned your tongue and blistered it. It hurt for so long. Have you forgotten already? The girl's eyes were wet and she tearfully admitted her mistake. I didn't forget. I was just hungry. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Seeing that his girlfriend was pitiful like a kitten, Chen Xiu couldn't bear to continue blaming. I just sounded a bit mean. And I was wrong. But one by one. This habit is not good. You have to change it, you know? Next time eat something to pat before you go out to the stall. I'll buy some small bread back later and put it away. You pat it first, so that even if you're busy, this won't happen. I know. I promise to remember. With the previous lesson just now, one by one also ate slowly, blowing cold before entering the mouth. Kazuchi, isn't it tiring to set up a stall? He shook his head. I can work even harder. I want to be with you properly. Being together means spending money on food and clothes. You're already working hard. I can't be idle. I have to work hard to earn money too, so we can be together all the time. Chen Xiu did not expect her to answer this way. The heart instantly became soft unlike words. Originally thought that she made money to eat. Did not think that the fundamental reason was him. The kitten knew too much, and was distressed that he was working hard to earn money, and knew that it took a lot of money to live, so she had to work hard herself. And to her, he was the one that mattered more than food, and it just so happened that he felt the same way. But would she be living a little more comfortably if she were white right now? No need to work, no need to worry about these things. Just bounce around, sleep, and eat canned cat food every day. When I was a kitten, I was carefree. I ate when I wanted to eat and slept when I wanted to sleep. How dashing it was. One by one. Have you ever regretted becoming human? Any thoughts of turning back into a kitten? Of course not. It's not good at all to be a kitten. It's so nice to be a human. I can kiss and cuddle with you. I can also sleep with you and eat delicious food together. Moreover, I can also be your girlfriend. Without a moment's hesitation, Kazuya gave his answer. Being a kitten is relaxing, but I prefer to spend time with you. Then I'll work a little harder from now on, too, and we'll try to make money and then eat more delicious food. Chen Xiu secretly resolved that he must work hard to make money in order to have a better life in the future. Before that, however, he had some troubles to solve, and, not surprisingly, needed just as much money. After eating, Chen Xiu continued to give a one-by-one shoulder. Press. She fell asleep. Chen Xiu put her up in a horizontal carry. Movement gently put on the bed. Help her cover the quilt. Intend to go out to organize a little bit. Look at the stalls of the things need to be changed. But Kazuchi took his hand and muttered something. Sleep with me. Don't go. Chen Xiu lightly laughed. Also followed to lie down. He only lay down. The girl is the whole stick up. Like an octopus liked to put him around. Listening to her even breathing, Chen Xiu knew that she must be tired. The last few days have been spent studying and taking notes, sleeping a lot less than before. Perhaps it was because of his physique, which wasn't very tolerant, that he fell asleep so quickly. The unique scent of Yi's body could always put Chen Xiu's mind at ease, and in no time, he followed suit and fell into a deep sleep. In the afternoon when the stall, Chen Xiu followed the whole process, because the stall can be longer, so he and one by one in advance at home to where most of the starch sausage, a variety of sauces are also well prepared, probably counted the time, from 4:30, can be set up until 10 o'clock in the evening, long enough. Chen Xiu brought more barbecue sausages, a whole 300, nearly 4:30, to the morning stall's location. The roadside has been a number of stalls set up, but also gradually there are students out to buy food, take away, or go out to play. Missy, ask for 2 starchy sausages, brush them with that sauce, and then sprinkle them with a layer of chili powder. I've only just parked my car now and I've already got customers coming in. We've only just come out of the stall. I'm grilling it on now, but it'll be a 4 or 5 minute wait. So if there's anything else you'd like to eat, you can go ahead and order it and then come back and get it. He spoke with a nice voice and attitude, and would consider from the customer's point of view. The young lady nodded her head and said that she would go and buy another fried noodle and come back to pick it up. Behind one after another people come. Chen Xiu help roast, one by one on the side of the skewer barbecue sausage. Hello Missy, remember me? He smiled and nodded. Of course I remember. Your eyes are very pretty. The mole at the corner of your eyes is very special. I remembered it at a glance. The young lady who was complimented was happy that she had only eaten in the morning, but it still didn't stop her from taking care of business now. Behind one after another people come over. Guests chatting one by one can pick up the conversation. Chen Xiu just roasted on the side. Not much voice. He was really no match for one in the interpersonal department. One by one. Let's switch. You do the grilling. It's easier to interact with the guests. Good. I've long wanted to change. You obediently hide here to wear a sign, not to be seen by other ladies. Just now so many girls over. although nothing malicious, but we'll look at Chen Siyu, one by one. The jealousy has long been knocked over, completely because of the need to make money, so this is barely tolerated. Chen Siyu sat on a small stool, skillfully put on the starch sausage on the stick, or this job suits him, if he is the boss. Those customers talk to him. He certainly can't answer so well like one by one. Yi's observation was very good. She was able to quickly find the other person's special points and then complimented them, such as over the beautiful eyes of the young lady just now, or the beautiful jacket, and the earrings that went well with the makeup. All of these Yi was able to keenly observe, and she is so sincere when she compliments people that they don't doubt the truth of what she says, they just think she means it. That's a big reason why starch sausage sells so well. Not only does it taste good and the price is fair, but after being drawn in by the outward conditions of one by one, you get a wave of compliments which completely captures the heart of the customer. Out of the stall not long, gathered more and more people. Chen Siyu look at the side of the same cell starch sausage boss. There are not many people. I staring at Chen Siyu's stall, feel like crying. Their stall is still very advantageous. The price is the same as other homes. The seasoning is also delicious. The biggest advantage is the owner's wife Zundu good looking Of course, he's just as handsome. Nowadays, college students who are face control. Boys love to look at beautiful women. Girls love to look at beautiful women even more. One by one. One stop there. You can attract a lot of people. A lot of girls come over to talk to one by one, not even look at him. Only beautiful women in their eyes. Chen Siyu felt that if he was not here, these girls would probably abduct one by one. After all, there are so many homosexuals now. Not to mention the fact that one by one is sweet-talking and complimentary and has a nice voice. So he's sure to be targeted. Missy, you look like a kitten. Chen Siyu and Yi's hands stopped at the same time. Yi was a little nervous. Under Chen Siyu's emphasis, she had completely understood the special nature of her identity. If she was really discovered, she didn't know how much trouble it would bring. Maybe her little life would be lost. Her whole body was inserted with test tubes, and she would be taken to be experimented on. Kanzuya wasn't very happy about the compliment, scared to death even, but managed to squeeze out a smile. Ha ha ha, yeah, yes, your eyes are so pretty. And your character is soft and sticky like a kitten. I like cats the most. Usually when I see a kitten I want to touch it. I saw you at the stall in the morning. The first thing I felt was that I wanted to touch you. Like a kitten, the girl said to herself, her hand even fisted, feeling like she'd reach out and RUA a little one by one at any moment. That's my girlfriend's personality. It's more gentle and sweet, and she usually likes puppies. Chen Siyu laughed and answered, one by one. Looking at Chen Siyu blocking her front, she didn't feel nervous anymore, and even whispered in her heart, I don't like puppies. Woof 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 all the time. How scary. Or kittens are cute. By the way, I'll get a QR code for the group out tomorrow, so if you like it, scan it to add the group, and I'll let you know later when we're out of the stall. Chen Siyu digressed, not wanting to continue talking about this. The girls in the back left, and Chen Siyu and Yi went back to dividing up the work. You, why are you selling starch sausages here? Chen Siyu had already expected this to happen. After all, it was right at the entrance of the school. So many students were coming and going. Sooner or later they would meet someone they knew. Now the one who is talking is his classmate Zhao Yu. The relationship is quite good, and used to often discuss questions together. This is not idle. To earn some extra money. Want to have one? I treat you. Along with Zhao Yu were two other boys, presumably his friends, not too familiar but had seen them a few times in class. Ugh. That has to be one to taste. Okay. Chen Siyu got up, and now the sign was almost worn. One by one. I'll bake it. You rest for a while. Ichiyo nodded, but didn't sit down either, helping to brush the sauce on the side before handing it to the guests. You, is this your sister? Or a friend? Chen Siyu chasing Su Rose matter the whole academy knows. Zhao Yu naturally understands, although now he did not run after Su Rose, but he subconsciously dismissed the idea of a girlfriend. She's my girlfriend. One by one. Hello there. One by one. He raised his signature smile, a smile that was simply sweet to the hearts of the few girls in front of him. Wow. You, 666. That's pretty good. It's a good match. I just haven't heard you mention it before, so I didn't think about it that way. It's okay, I kind of know each other now. A handful of grilled sausages were handed to Zhao Yu and his friend, who secretly scanned the code to pay for them even though they were invited. Behind one after another came a lot of people who know, ask the same questions, are very interested in one by one. Chen Siyu are the same rhetoric, did not say what the details, is a sentence to bring over. Now that one by one doesn't have a legal identity, it's better to say more than one thing and be careful in order to prevent people who are interested in taking advantage of this. The prepared grilled sausages sold quickly. At 8 o'clock or so they were almost sold out, one by one. Looking at the people who are still coming out to buy food, they thought of taking a trip home to get some more grilled sausages. No, one by one. It's late. That's enough for today. We'll continue tomorrow. Sold for so long, during the period of 1-1, and he just ate the next stall of rice balls to pad the stomach, and then did not eat anything. Now the weather is already cold. The temperature at night is even lower. Chen Siyu cannot afford to let 1-1 suffer so much. But I think there will be more customers. I'm not tired. I can sell more. Chen Siyu heartbreakingly pulled up Yi's hand and brought it to his mouth to breathe. Obviously his hand was freezing red and cold, but he said to him that he was not tired. One by one. We're not that short of money. I have a bit of savings and I'm contacting tutors now, so you don't have to work so hard. I'm perfectly capable of supporting you, and the money I earn certainly won't let us starve, so just be good and obey. Letting you out to set up a stall does have the purpose of making money, but it's also for you to get used to this place, to find something to do so that life won't be so boring, and you'll learn a lot, you know? Yi nodded obediently. Let's go home then, and wait until tomorrow when I'll continue to set up my stall to make money. After making up his mind, Chen Siyu packed up his things. Garbage and other things also do a good job of garbage classification. To take it to throw away, this time came 2 guests. Missy, are you closing up shop and not selling? Sell. Bake for you before you close up. One by one was originally packing things. Saw a guest to immediately start baking. Chen Siyu smiled, and did not say her. Anyway, there are not a few left. Just let her go. A few more boys came after them, and there wasn't a single barbecue sausage left. Well, it's sold out. One by one followed Chen Siyu to clean up. Soon cleaned up. Just Chen Siyu in the next stall to buy fried rice. Guangdong boiled in kebabs. Immediately consume 80. Carrying a full loot home. The usually gluttonous one by one was not in a hurry to eat, but pestered Chen Siyu to count how much money he had earned first. That's about 330 or so, and over 4 hours out of the booth. So that's pretty impressive. One by one, it was doing better than he thought. Chen Siyu felt that it would be good to just go on like this. Although the business might not be good every day, but earning a little bit of living expenses was definitely not a problem. After calculating how much money she had earned, one by one, she took out her small book and wrote down today's income. Then transferred the money in WeChat to Chen Siyu. Now the cell phone, bank card, Alipay and so on, these software, one by one has completely figured out. One by one now the cell phone only Chen Siyu a contact. Looks a little cold. One by one. Leave this money with you. No need to transfer it to me. From now on you can buy anything you want. If you don't have enough money, just tell me. I'll give it to you. Chen Siyu returned the money and opened the fried rice and kebabs that he had just bought, and the aroma instantly filled the whole house. Chen Siyu opened one by one love to watch the TV series. The two of them just stick together and eat while watching. Outside I do not know when the rain pattered. For the next period of time, Chen Siyu was busy tutoring, not only Xiao Mo, but also another senior boy, and he set up a stall every day as usual. And surprisingly, business was getting better and better, and there was no downward trend. Just so 2 weeks, one by one has earned a few $1,000s. According to this, Chen Siyu think, when graduation time, should be able to save a few tens of thousands of dollars in savings. Usually there is any gossip in the school, everyone will post, there are any delicious takeout recommendations and so on. There are also a lot of people to comment. Everyone is very clean and gossipy, so much so that one by one stall is also hung. There are a lot of related remarks, and there are also people who have uploaded the photos of Chen Siyu and one by one stall, and there are quite a lot of comments underneath. Chen Siyu looked at it. There are a lot of people are asking, one by one is which school? Where is the person? But no one to answer. Occasionally scurrying out a few rumors nonsense. Surprisingly, there are still a lot of people believe, but more people are in the praise of a one by one. A good attitude, good looking, good voice, very happy to go to buy things there. For those rumor mongers, this kind of thing can't be managed. Also don't need to explain. Chen Siyu and one by one greetings. Let her don't talk out of turn. Not good to answer the question to make a sloppy past. As long as a good stall on the line. Stayed up for a week. Finally stayed up to Friday. Chen Siyu immediately rushed out of the classroom after class, and on the way also met the students who knew. They all asked him if he was going out to set up a stall outside. There are many opinions on the matter of his stall, although most people do not have much to say, but there are also some who have had their fill of criticizing Chen Siyu in private. The words are very difficult to hear. Chen Siyu more or less knows a little, but he does not care. They talk about it and will not lose a piece of meat. Those people are because of jealousy. Are not as good as life will be so resentful of others. So just ignore it. He was 22 years old, and if he took every problem to heart, and got sad about it when people said something bad. Then he'd just be too busy with emo every day to do anything else. Chen Siyu came out and looked to the old location. One by one the stall has been surrounded by 7 or 8 people. He trotted over to help. One by one. You rest for a while. I'll bake. See you. You're out of class. You don't have to help me. I'm too busy. And you're the one who's having a hard time in class. I bought your favorite sushi, so you can eat some first to pad your stomach. One by one, they methodically grilled the starchy sausages, squeezing on the sauces the guests needed in order. And those who waited on the sidelines ate a handful of dog food. And one girl couldn't help but gossip. Missy, how long have you both been dating? Seeing you guys get along feels so natural and familiar. A month. Ichigo replied with a smile. It's only been a month. Ha, I thought you guys had been getting along for a long time. It was true that they had been together for a long time, except that they used to accompany him as kittens, which was why they looked so familiar and natural now. After this wave of guests left, Chen Siyu hurriedly went to the side of the stall to buy some food for one to hurry to dazzle. One by one. I see it's forecast to rain later, so you should go home in another half hour, and I'll drop you off before I go to tutoring. If it rains, there are not many customers, and in this weather, EE's body will definitely catch a cold. And this cart does not have an umbrella, so it can't block the wind or the rain. So it's better to let her stay at home and feel more at ease. Yeah, if it rains there's really no one there, so let's close up early and go home. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Siyu saw a few familiar faces. It was Su-ro and her few friends. Chen Siyu glanced at it and then lowered his head to do his own thing. What Su-ro wants to do has nothing to do with him. And wherever she has a bit of intelligence, she won't come over here. Siyu. Well, he guessed wrong. Su Zui is not some normal person. Chen Siyu's face was colorless, treating her as a guest. 2 for 5. 1 for 3. It says, see how many you need. Seeing that Chen Siyu was in this attitude, Su-ro stopped looking at him and stared viciously at EE. Chen Siyu frowned. No, is she having some major brain disease? Still specifically came here to cause trouble. Now this kind of eye staring at one by one is how many meanings? Is she the one who seduced you? Tell me the truth. Your sudden change of attitude towards me is because of her, right? Just her like this. Looks, a broken swinging stall. What do you like about her? Su-ro originally wanted to attack the outer appearance, but realizing that this wouldn't work, she urgently changed it. EE didn't hold back her laughter. So Su-ro looks like this. Well, Siyu was right. It really wasn't as good looking as her. Siyu likes me to look good. It's not obvious. One by one, he got up and directly broke over Chen Siyu's face as barfing, and his voice clipped up. Siyu, don't you think so? Chen Siyu was originally still forced to suppress his anger, and was one by one this clip sound for a second to break the defense. Recently, she swipes videos and has to imitate whatever she sees, learning to talk like a lazy person, learning the tone of Crayola, and even learning people's clips. But loverly, one by one, it's lovely to pin it up. Well, I like to look good, and my one by one is the best. Su-ro huffed and puffed and stared at Chen Siyu. You and I will talk. So many photos on the post, all secretly taken of him and one by one when they were together. Su-ro had exploded with anger when she saw them. So many of the comments at the bottom were comparing her to the girl with the stall in front of her. And the most unacceptable thing was that she was the underdog. How can this be tolerated? No time. Get out of my way if you're not going to buy it. Don't block my business. Chen Siyu's tone was cold and icy, not giving Su-ro face at all. Nor did he want to continue talking with Su-ro. Chen Siyu, how dare you talk to me like that? Seeing as you guys have such a good relationship there, you couldn't have gotten it on when you were chasing me, right? And you are a vixen. By the time he heard the word vixen, one by one had exploded with anger. She's a proper cute kitten. How can you call her a vixen? What's the difference between calling her a vixen and calling someone a dog? Chen Siyu's face sank. His patience had been completely exhausted, but if she didn't take one by one, he was able to endure it again. Just as Chen Siyu wanted to directly tear his face off, one by one opened his mouth. You rotten banana. Stinking durian. Broken apple. You didn't cherish Siyu when he liked you, and now that he has me you're here looking for trouble. How outrageous. Chen Siyu thought that the kitten would curse dirty. After all, she always hated puppies and stuff, and the fox should be the same, but he wouldn't let her swear, so that's why she used what she didn't like to swear. Grass. Don't be so cute. Su-ro also froze. Is this some new type of cussing? And what's with the cuteness? No, no, no. She was a love rival. A love rival who had robbed Chen Siyu and made her sad for almost a month. During this period of time she cried from time to time, even dreaming about Chen Siyu. She thought many times, to stop trying hard. Maybe Chen Siyu will turn back, will like her again, but she held back. because that was the bottom line. Anymore, you shouldn't get entangled with a guy who has a girlfriend. Although Miss Sue was arrogant and impolite, the principles that should be followed would still be observed. Just like although she was flirting with many boys at the same time, she never deliberately hid it, but instead those suitors knew that she was such a girl. But that didn't mean she wouldn't be angry about it. She'd been complimented on her good looks before, and now to have her favorite taken away from her by a little girl from a stall, and to be judged by those at school who said she wasn't good looking. Just thinking about it was driving her crazy. If it wasn't for you seducing Siyu, how could he be cold to me? It's all because you interfered in our relationship. Otherwise we would have been dating a long time ago. Su-ro's eyes reddened as she spoke, looking at Chen Siyu with a pitiful face. In the past, if she had shown such an expression, Chen Siyu would have been heartbroken. But now, his eyes were cold, without a trace of warmth. Obviously it's you who don't cherish it. Now Siyu is my boyfriend. Please don't disturb us or else. Or else what? Su-ro looked at one by one with cold eyes, rather curious to see what she could do. One raised his hand and scratched it like a kitten, milky and fierce. Or I'll tickle you. Su-ro let out a giggle. How could she not expect this answer? This girl really has a new brain. Wait, is that an insult? Is it meant to say that she's not good looking, so she's going to scratch her face off? Is that what it means? Chen Siyu knew that Yi was really angry. After all, she had a docile character and would only want to tickle her if she particularly disliked someone else. But she's so cute like this. Zundu. Chen Siyu didn't hold back his loving fatherly smile. Su-ro instantly exploded when she saw that Chen Siyu was so cold to her, but so gentle when he looked at Yi. Chen Siyu, and you guys are simply bullying. Su-ro's voice is too loud, instantly attracted the attention of many people. Just in front of such a starch sausage stall, two beautiful women because of a handsome man quarrel. Such a melon is an individual love to see. And even some people have been from the other stalls slowly moved to the side, surrounded a small circle to watch the fun. The student buying something at a nearby stall had already snuck out his cell phone to take a picture, and was pounding the screen to edit something. Xiaoqing and Jiajia looked at the people next to them, knowing that there must be another new post of eating melons. The two of them looked at each other, and one of them pulled one side, directly dragging Su-ro away. What are you pulling me for? I still have to argue with them. Su-ro is full of unconvinced. Originally is to come to find fault. How can just so grayback? That is also too no face, too no momentum. She had come out with a lot of cursing in mind, ready and determined to make that girl called one by one cry. How could she end it so hastily? She hadn't even begun to play to her true strength yet. My ancestors, don't you see how many people are taking pictures next to you? If you don't leave, do you want to stay there and give those people more material? That's right. Some keyboard warrior cursed how unpleasant you cannot help but look and sad, cursing but also cursed, suffer the loss as you ancestor. Originally, everyone at the university was watching the love stories of handsome men and women, and now that Yi was so hot in the post, Su-ro going to intervene now was simply rushing to give those people fodder. Su-ro also deflated. She hauls Su big miss, from childhood to be so many people chasing. It is not easy for Chen Siyu lowered his head, but he has a new girlfriend. The key is, this person is also more beautiful than her. She cannot be angry. In the past, she was held up and envied. Now some people put her down to nothing. Such a sense of discrepancy made her scratch her heart. She couldn't sleep well in the past few days, and she couldn't even eat well. And the only good thing that came out of it was that she lost 2 pounds. But I'm not convinced. That girl, what does she have? Do you think Chen Siyu is blind? What does he see in her? She's poor and can only work at that stall. What's there to like? Is her family as good as mine? Can she help Siyu? Look at her. She has to ask Siyu to help her set up a stall by herself. She just knows how to add to the mess. They don't match at all. What's so worth liking about her? Xiao Chang was coy, but still weakly retorted. Probably liked her good looks. Yeah, it's like a fairy. I think she'll definitely make a fortune if she doesn't set up a stall and goes to start a live broadcast. Jia Jia also nodded frantically. The last time she saw it in the cafeteria she already thought it was amazing. And now that she saw it again, she was still stunned. How could anyone have such good skin? Such delicate features. And whether they looked at one part alone or as a whole, they were the type of person who would make you look at them for a million years. Even the scolding is so adorable that you want to pet her and smooth her fur. Not to mention Chen Siyu, Xiao Chang felt that if she were to spend time with her every day, she would probably change her sexual orientation as well. Whose side are you guys on anyway? Still not my friend anymore. Don't help me speak even if you don't. Even help my love rival to speak. Have you such girlfriends? I'm really disappointed in you guys. Xiao Qing silently lowered her head, and after a long time slowly asked, Zoe, don't you think that girl is good looking? Su-ro blurted out. What's so nice about her? It's just that her skin is white and her eyes are bigger and her eyelashes are longer and her nose is more straight. Well, she does look pretty good. Su-ro lowered her head, thinking of the scene where One by One had just scolded her. She actually felt quite cute. Crazy. That's a love rival. Humph. What's the use of looking good? It's still only a stall. Realizing that her thoughts were dangerous, Su-ro forced herself to wake up and curse 2 more times with a stiff mouth. Xiao Chang and Jia Jiao laughed out loud at the same time when they saw this arrogant look on her face. Zoe, you're kinda cute. Su-ro snorted coldly. This was not the style she went for, but still went on to ask, so am I cute or is that girl cute? The air was quiet for 2 seconds. Watching the two actually hesitate, Su-ro huffed and crossed her arms. I can't believe you guys hesitated? Surprised you hesitated between me and that girl? Why? There's no hesitation. We're just trying to figure out how to skip this one because we don't want to upset you. Su-ro's eyes widened as she directly rolled up her sleeves and was about to start. Green and Jia Jiao ran ahead and made a provocative face at her. After Su-ro left, One by One directly did not have the mind to set up a stall, and after giving a vicious look at Chen Xiu, he began to pack up his things. Chen Xiu looked at her face unhappy. That mouth are pouting to the sky, but also intentionally make a commotion when packing things, like a very angry want to be coaxed, but also very arrogant and unwilling to admit the elementary school chicken. Although this look was also very cute, and Chen Xiu also wanted to continue teasing her, but seeing how unhappy she was, in order to avoid things from getting worse, it was better to act quickly. One by One. Jealous? Not at all. What's there to be jealous about? You're my boyfriend, not hers. Ha! He continued to lower his head to pack up his things, just did not want to eat the unfinished Kanto boiled food, but inevitably, he could not afford to throw it away, so he put the lid back on it, and after organizing his things, he directly pushed the trolley to go home. Chen Xiu smiled, pushed the car and did not say anything. Along the way One by One secretly looked at him many times. Chen Xiu pretended not to see, but in fact in the heart of the slow counting. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, at the 28th count, it was home. You're quite tolerant, aren't you? Peeking so many times froze. Chen Xiu organized things a little bit. During the period of One by One huffed and puffed sitting on the sofa, just did not finish eating things. She did not even look at a glance, but instead sneaked a look at him several times. After organizing his things, Chen Xiu looked at the girl's arrogant mouth and grabbed her on the spot when she turned her head to look at him. And you say you're not jealous? How many times have you peeked? Ha! Chen Xiu walked over and directly carried the girl over in one hand and sat on his lap. One by One. Although the anger in his heart had already subsided for the most part, he still looked away and ignored him. The best solution in this case is a few more kisses and you'll settle down. Chen Xiu cupped Yi's chin, directly lowered his head and kissed, shallowly, slightly touching it. Say, are you jealous? Or I'll kiss you. Yi was puzzled in his mind. Could there be such a good thing? Well, she's definitely going to have to keep quiet then. Chen Xiu saw that she did not answer and continued to kiss, and kept kissing several times before he saw the girl snickering. What? So he's the clown? After Chen Xiu figured out Yi's mind, he stopped paying attention to her and hugged his hands to himself. After waiting for a while and not being kissed, One by One realized that something was wrong, reached out and pulled Chen Xiu's sleeve. You quickly ask me how not to ask it. Kiss me. Why don't you kiss me? This is what Yi was thinking in his heart, but Chen Xiu did not think so. If you don't get jealous, forget it, I won't force you. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'm not happy. Go on. Continue what? Kiss me. One by One. After saying that they cannot wait to hold Chen Xiu's face, mouth pouting to kiss up, Chen Xiu a helpless face, directly reach out to cover her mouth. It seems that forceful kisses and all that don't work with this kind of thrashing kitten. Not only was she not afraid, she could look forward to it, but Chen Xiu is very who do not want such a full of heart and eyes are their own, kind no bad thoughts and a little Thurston's girlfriend it. This wave is simply buff stacked well. Be good and answer my questions and I'll think about kissing you or not. Kazuchi nodded his head in agreement, though he was very unconvinced. Tell me, jealous over what? After all this time, it's time to solve the problem and coax the kitten properly, and there is a limit to teasing a cat. Because of that Su-ro she said that I was the one who interfered in your relationship, and that if it wasn't for me, you would have been together already. You liked her so much before, are you going to not want me now that she's back for you? She's also good looking and wears makeup. Do you like her like that? The more the girl talked, the more aggrieved she became, and as she talked, she began to drop her little pearls. Chen Xiu was still secretly happy in his heart at first. After all, the fact that Yi was jealous for herself was enough to show that she liked her, but after seeing her cry, He was immediately heartbroken. It's not like that. 1-1. I only like you. I've long since lost my feelings for Su-ro, and I've long since made it clear to her. You're not exactly a stand-in, and you don't look alike. So how could you be a stand-in? My family 1-by-1 is clearly much better looking than her. Good girl. Don't cry. You'll get ugly if you cry too much. Think about it. Am I not in front of my friends? All directly introduced you as my girlfriend. If it is not because I like you, how can I introduce you to others? Su-ro is like a stranger to me now. Did I just speak for you? And treat her badly, right? Chen Siyu coaxed for a long time and took a tissue to help the girl wipe away her tears before she slowly stopped. Really? Do you really think I'm better looking than her? You really don't like her? Just me? Chen Siyu was amused. Sure enough, no matter what species, they all care about their image. And kittens are no exception. They are quite smelly. Really, you're the best looking. Better than any of the stars on TV. And you're the only one I like. Now and forever. Okay, then I'll be happy if you kiss me. 1-by-1. Pointing to his mouth and pointing twice. Cute. Chen Siyu directly came to a French deep kiss. Kissed her in a daze before stopping. While 1-by-1 was a bit confused, Chen Siyu suddenly opened his mouth. 1-1. How did you come up with the idea of a double? Because that's how it's written in the novels. The domineering president had a favorite, White Moonlight, but she passed away due to illness. And then the domineering president looked for a girl who resembled her, as a stand-in. Then Mr. Ba loved and hated that double, possessed it fiercely and felt sorry for White Moonlight, then abused her. In short, Chen Siyu did not expect that EE was so deeply poisoned by the novel. 1-by-1. Stop reading those novels. Your brain will go bad. Then what to watch? When I'm bored I want to watch novels and TV, otherwise how boring. Chen Siyu thought about it. Let me recommend an author to you. Call it A Bowl of Donuts. It won't turn your brain bad if you read it. Donuts? I like donuts too. Chen Siyu helplessly held his forehead. It's that author called Bowl of Donuts. You can read what he wrote. You'll definitely like it. Zoon-do fake do. Zoon-do. On Saturday mornings EE set up his stall as usual, while Chen Siyu was busy tutoring, and now tutoring Xiao Mo and another high school student at the same time, which would take longer, but both were used to this routine, and now that the end of the semester was approaching, some of the electives were over, even the grades were out, and there were only 3 majors left to finish. In 2 weeks it will be the final exam. Many people are now beginning to improvise. Delusion of a few days to finish a semester's content. Chen Siyu is not in a hurry. After all, he listened carefully to every class. The final exam is completely no problem. But if he wants to get a high score, he also needs a week to sort out the knowledge points and consolidate the more difficult part of his knowledge again, so that he can make sure that his professional grade is firmly in the top and get a scholarship. Teacher, my grades have improved so much this month that my math teacher even called my parents to compliment me. So shouldn't you keep your promise? Xiao Mo had an expectant look on his face. He really wanted to go and meet his beautiful sister. During this period of time, Xiao Mo was indeed more active, and completed all the tasks assigned very well, so he could be rewarded. And going to the amusement park is indeed a very good choice. It just so happens that he has never been there. She will definitely enjoy it. Well, then talk to your parents, and if they agree we'll go at noon. Good. My parents will definitely agree. Let's pack up and go. Seeing Chen Siyu promise, Xiao Mo is simply excited to jump up. Immediately take the cell phone to call his mother. In the family, mom said, so just ask her. Hey, mom, I'm going to the amusement park with my teacher. Yeah, at noon. Is that okay? Xiao Mo spoke for a while, then handed his cell phone to Chen Siyu. Teacher, my mom says she wants to talk to you. Chen Siyu picked up the phone. Yes, because I made a deal with him earlier to take him if his grades improved. Don't worry. Safety comes first. I'll take care of Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo's mother quickly agreed and called the tuition fee together, and transferred an additional 500, saying that she was grateful to him for taking Xiao Mo out to play. Although the final exam is coming up soon, it is important to combine work and rest, and Xiao Mo's mother doesn't want Xiao Mo's strings to be so tight. Chen Siyu also did not polite, directly accepted. Xiao Mo's parents are straight, do not like to twist, so there is nothing to be polite. In addition to buying tickets and other things also need money. Agreed? I told you, my mom is so nice, she'll definitely agree. Chen Siyu returned the phone to him. Pack up your things, let's hurry up and leave. We can still play a few more projects. I'll buy the tickets first. Open the phone a certain group. He did have a student card, can have discounts, but 1-by-1 can only buy a full ticket. Calculate the price. Chen Siyu simply buy a 3-person set of tickets, so that down the price is about the same. Xiao Mo quickly carried everything he needed in his bag, and Chen Xiu looked at the bulging bag he was carrying and was a little less understanding. What are you carrying? Aren't you tired of carrying so much? Just take some of what you need. I'll buy the food. No, these are important. I've already packed them. Let's get going. Thinking that he would soon see his beautiful sister, Xiao Mo was both nervous and excited. Phew, teacher, where is Sister E now? Is she still at school? Chen Xiu put his arm around Xiao Mo's shoulder. You don't need to call me teacher outside. Just call me brother. She's still setting up a stall in front of the school. Let's go over and pick her up. Chen Xiu had told him all these things, even if he didn't tell him. During the usual phone calls with one by one, he probably guessed it, so Chen Xiu didn't hide it. Xiao Mo's emotional intelligence is very high. Did not get to the bottom of the matter. Chen Xiu does not talk about the topic he will take the initiative to bypass. Will not deliberately pry into their privacy. Then I'll call you Brother Xiu from now on. Is that okay? It just so happens that I'll call Sister E, and you just so happen to be a pair. Chen Xiu nodded, satisfied with the name. Now he was fond of the couple's logo, and even chose a one-by-one small leather band to wear on his hand. Okay, you can call me that from now on, but you can't be rude just because your name is changed. You still have to pay attention in class. No desertion. Got it? I know. I'm already studying very hard now, trying to get into a major high school and then college. And when I get into a major university, I'm going to look for a girlfriend as good-looking as Sister E. You're still a face controller at your young age, but you've never even met Kanzuya, so how can you be so sure she's good-looking? Xiao Mo was very arrogant to look up. WeChat phone, there is no such thing as a beauty face, and every time you call the angle is very dead. Just this one sister are beautiful like that. That real life must be better looking. That's true. Chen Xiu took a cab and brought Xiao Mo over to the school. We have a nice school environment too, so I can take you there if you want to go around. Xiao Mo's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Then the next time we go, I'd like to be accompanied by Kanzuya-san as well. Chen Xiu rolled his eyes. Taking him to change schools was to let him feel a different learning atmosphere, a little more yearning for college life, so that he would also be more motivated to study. Who would have thought that he'd focus on one? How about I just have her take you there, and I'll wait for you at home, giving you plenty of time? Really? I do. Chen Xiu directly reached out and flicked heavily on Xiao Mo's head. What is it you'd like? That's my girlfriend, not yours. What are you thinking? Still want to walk around campus alone with my girlfriend? Xiao Mo complained aggrievedly. Obviously you said it yourself. And I'm just a junior high school student. It's not like Yi-san would like me. Why are you in such a hurry? Brother Xiu, you're acting like a jealous man. That's my girlfriend. Of course I'm going to keep an eye on her. You're still heterosexual even at your young age. You should be on guard. And Kazuchi looked so small that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was a high school student. 13 and 18 looked off limits, but 18 and 23 sounded like common sense. After the cab stopped, Xiao Mo couldn't wait to get out of the car. Looking at so many stalls in front of the entrance, his eyes quickly searched and finally saw a familiar and beautiful figure. Sure enough, the aura of a beautiful sister is different. Even if you only see a back, it's still a level that would make your heart flutter. Come on, didn't you see it all? Why are you standing still here? Chen Xiu paid the money and got out of the car, pulling Xiao Mo forward, but Xiao Mo did not move. I am a little nervous. Mo squeezed the strap of her book bag with both hands and hissed twice, her feet hesitant. It was the first time Chen Xiu had seen him like this, and alarm bells went off in his head. This kid, he doesn't really like Kazuchi, does he? Honestly, there are a lot of middle schoolers in love these days. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu changed his usual crazy look and gave Xiao Mo a serious lecture. Xiao Mo, that's my girlfriend, put your mind away, don't think about those have-nots. Moreover, what you have to do now is to study well first, not these love affairs. Xiao Mo had been quite nervous, and after hearing what Chen Xiu said, he looked at Chen Xiu as if he was a retard. I'm nervous simply because I want to see a beautiful sister. It's not what you think, it's like chasing a star. Get it? Xiao Mo ignored Chen Xiu and walked directly forward after taking several deep breaths. Sister 1-1. One by one, she heard someone call out to her, a voice that was unfamiliar, but sounded harmless and a little nervous. I remember. You're Mo, right? I said hello when I called earlier. Ink nodded, her face instantly reddening as she saw that she remembered her. And, the beautiful sister was even better looking than he had expected. You're so cute. Do you want a starchy sausage? One by one, he was short and cute looking, and on top of that, he had given her candy before, and for that alone, she liked him a lot. Eat. It was baked by the beautiful sister herself, so I'm sure I'll eat it. Chen Xiu just stood by the side, watching the two people happily getting along. Xiaomo's face was red to the root of her ears, still there with a shy face, not daring to look at one by one in a positive way. If it were usual, one by one would have been happy as hell to see him, but now he didn't have much of a reaction and just focused on talking to Mo. Gee, the more I think about it, the more upset I get about what's going on. There is a feeling of having your own cabbage arched. Chose a roasted and charred one for Xiao Mo. This is Cuy's own dipping sauce. Do you want to try this? Many guests like it. Oh. Xiao Mo nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, I want to try it too. This one looks very edible. One by one, he brushes the dip and hands the starchy sausage to Mo. Ink took a taste as one by one looked on expectantly, then nodded frantically. Yummy 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 yummy. My sister grilled it really well. The original somewhat charred exterior brushed with the sauce tasted a little soft and had a nice texture. I liked it a lot. Chen Xiu smacked his lips on the side. Obviously the sauce is also his tuning. How to not see him also praise him? He finally noticed Chen Xiu and hurriedly took one as well, squeezing it with Chen Xiu's favorite sauce and handing it to him. Certain people are secretly jealous here, but I caught them anyway. Yesterday, she was not jealous, and now the identity is switched, to see Chen Xiu for their own jealousy, but also with the children. She is also in a super good mood. Xiao Mo, who was quietly eating roasted sausage on the side. Why do I feel like an aphrodisiac? For the sake of this starch sausage, I'll forgive you. One by one, let's pack up, take the rest of the day off and take you two kids to the amusement park with us. Ah, I've been wanting to go play for a long time. Want to go. I'll pack now. Although not much had been sold yet, but since they were resting, then Ichichi didn't care so much and went to have some fun first. And watching the video earlier, the amusement park was super fun and she'd always wanted to go. Xiao Mo was very perceptive and immediately followed to clean up, but was dragged to the side by Chen Xiu to stand still. Eat slowly on the side. I'll just clean up. Chen Xiu quickly organized himself and pushed the cart in front of him while he chatted with Xiao Mo outside. Sister, you're so good looking, even better than the stars on TV. Really? Thank you. You're very handsome too. Oh, when you grow up you'll definitely be as handsome as Xiu. I'm not going to go with Xiu style. I'm going to be one of those gangly hipsters. Glanced at Chen Xiu, a little puzzled. Isn't that his style? Even though the other party was a beautiful sister that he liked very much, when he heard the word gangster used on Chen Xiu, Xiao Mo was still shocked for a moment and opened his mouth with some difficulty. Sister, do you have some misconception about gangly handsome? Brother Xiu's kind is obviously a warm man. Well, I think all the good words can be used for Xiu, that's why I said that. And sometimes he does have that type. The usual Chen Xiu was indeed gentle and cultured, but in private, especially in bed, he had a different side than usual. Caught off guard and forced to eat dog food, Mo was quiet for a moment before continuing to find a topic of conversation. Sister, can I add your WeChat so that in the future we can chat I want to eat starch sausage when I come to take care of sister business. Was coaxed happily by Xiao Mo with a mouthful of a sister, and his big hand was incomparably bolder. Yes, come and eat as much as you want later. My sister won't charge you for it. Really? Then I'll treat my sister to something else. Took out his cell phone and scanned the code for Xiao Mo, and the two successfully added WeChat. Chen Xiu was listening to the conversation between the two in front of him, and his heart was also very happy. He could feel that one by one was in a good mood and talked a lot. Normally the person she touched the most was herself and only herself. She hadn't had the chance to meet other friends in this world yet, and now that she had Mo to keep her company, she was sure to feel fulfilled. Humans are all pack animals, and you will always feel lonely when you are on your own, but it is different when you have friends who can share your sadness and pain, as well as your joy. When he arrived home, Mo was standing at the door. Brother Xiu, sister why don't I not go in? It doesn't feel very convenient. The other person will feel unhappy when they touch too much on their territory. Today was his first meeting with Kanzuya, and he wanted to make a good impression. Chen Xiu reacted. The sofa did still have the underwear that had casually taken off. She was getting more and more unrestrained in the house now, but he was used to it, so he didn't care. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu hurriedly took the underwear into the room and checked around. There was nothing wrong. Come on in, Mo, there's nothing you can't see. Xiao Mo nodded his head. His purpose just now was more just to remind Chen Xiu. After all, he was an outsider and still a minor. Both of them were adults and living together. It was normal to have sex. He was afraid to go in and see what he shouldn't see, so that both Chen Xiu and Sister would be embarrassed. As a very emotionally intelligent middle schooler, these things were taught by his teachers and taught to him by his mom and dad. Once inside, Mo sat obediently on the couch and then took out the contents of her bag. Sister 11, this is my gift to you. This is my favorite chocolate chip cookie. It's a Russian brand. I think it's delicious. And this candy, There are so many flavors in one box. My favorite is the grape flavor. CU's brother said that you like candy, so I bought 2 extra boxes. And this one. This is my very favorite chili bar. The spiciness is okay. You should be able to eat it. And lastly, there's this crystal ball. I've seen students in my class give this as a gift. Shake it like this and then turn on this switch, and the prince and princess in it will twirl and dance, and what will fall down will be like snow. Xiao Mo held the crystal ball with some apprehension, afraid that she wouldn't like it. After all, there was an age difference, and what looked good to him at his age might look like child's play to them. Wow, this is so pretty and it dances. I love it. He had never seen this kind of crystal ball before and felt new and touched, and there were so many snacks, all prepared by Xiaoma's heart. Thank you, Mo. Besides CU, you're the first person to give me a gift. I'll definitely put it in a prominent place and look at it every day. And all this food, it looks delicious. I'll definitely eat it all. Kazuchi rubbed at Komo's head, really liking the little boy more and more. It's good that you like it. From now on I'll treat you as my sister, can I? If I do well in my exams, can you take me with you? Xiao Mo was an only child and had always been alone at home. Although he did have friends, he envied those families with younger siblings and older siblings. The two of them would certainly be fun to play around with. When he was a little younger, his mom asked him if he wanted another brother or sister. He shook his head. He actually liked it, but he knew that his mom had suffered a lot before when she gave birth to him, and once he happened to see the stretch marks on his mom's tummy, he cried right then and there. After learning a bit more about female childbirth later, he became even more scared and didn't want his mom to go through all that pain again. So now, he genuinely liked Chen Cune, treating them as his older siblings. Of course it's no problem. Just tell me if there's anywhere you want to go in the future. It just so happens that I've never been anywhere, and it would be so much fun to hang out with Mo. Kazuchi balked, then got up and looked around the living room, finding a conspicuous cabinet and carefully arranging the gifts that Mo had given her. But I didn't prepare a gift. Mo, I'll share my favorite snacks with you too, okay? Pestered Chensiu to get the snacks off the counter, sweetly explaining to Xiao Mo, because I was always stealing food. He'd sneak snacks so high that I couldn't reach them even if I stepped on the stool. Xiao Mo found resonance. Actually, my mom is like this too, but now that I'm grown up, she doesn't care about me anymore. Sister, from now on, I'll secretly bring you snacks and just don't let brother see you know. Chen Siyu looked at the two blatantly conspiring, coughed twice, his voice penetrating majesty, as if he was controlling a child. I heard it all. Humph, you're withholding my snacks like a villain. Ichichi ignored him and shoved all his favorite snacks into Komo's bag. Chen Siyu watched quietly from the side, feeling that they were like two elementary school students exchanging their favorite snacks, a picture that was inexplicably very loving. In the end, Xiao Mo's bag was full. Chen Siyu felt the trouble of carrying it, simply let him put it at home, and then come back to take a trip after playing on the line. Ichi was so excited to be going to the amusement park that he went and changed into new clothes. After a long time of dawdling in the room, Mo had her legs together and her hands in her lap with an expectant look on her face. Chen Siyu also do not know how these two people's aura is so compatible. Listening to Xiao Mo's mother said that he usually talked to the girls in the class will blush. How to one by one this is like a different person. Lively a little too much. Gee, don't you cross your legs when you're at home? Why are you starting to act up now? Xiao Mo glared at Chen Siyu, signaling him to be careful with his words. How can this be the same? In front of a beautiful sister, I have to show my best side. Not that I'm talking about you, brother Siyu. Look at you like this. Aren't you a bit scruffy? My first sister is in such a good condition. If you don't pay attention to it, you might get dumped at some point. Chen Siyu directly reached out and bounced heavily on Xiao Mo's head. No big deal. Can't talk you. Xiao Mo rubbed his head in aggravation. You can't always hit me on the head. My bad grades are all because of you. Since your brain is not good, then do more sets of questions. If you don't have an innate advantage you can make up for it later. I'll talk to your mom right now and add 2 more sets of papers for you. How's that sound? As soon as he heard that Chen Siyu was not following the rules and engaging in these underhanded tricks, Xiao Mo immediately became honest. Don't, brother, I'm sorry, I won't talk about you anymore. I've had a good 2 days off and I still have 2 English papers left to do, so if I add another set of papers to the mix, then I'll die. Mo was on the verge of tears. Okay, I'll let you off the hook this time. Recently the weather is getting colder and colder. Chen Siyu gave her several new clothes. One set is a khaki color suit, knitwear and small short skirt, and then wear a bottom pants is very youthful. How about this? Isn't it a nice set? One by one. After changing clothes and coming out to turn around, Chen Siyu had not even opened his mouth, and Xiao Mo started to output madly. Good looking. Sister you can totally run for a girl group with this on. TSK, it's just beautiful. But are these bottoms thick? You should be cold wearing them like this. Chen Xiu got up and went to the room to take a pink and purple coat out. This color is very beautiful. The version is also good. Spent almost more than 1,000. You won't be cold in this. And it goes with the clothes underneath. One by one. I dutifully put it on and ran to the mirror to look left and right and stink for a while. After grinding for half an hour, Chen Xiu finally took the two out. He was holding it Chi-Chi on his left and pulling Mo on his right. The old fatherly feeling came up all at once. Let's go to dinner first. What do you want to eat? Want a burger? One by one. I've been craving it for a long time, and I've never gotten around to eating it. Mo wasn't a fan of burgers. After all, he ate them all the time, but seeing how excited Kanzuya was, he followed suit with a vote. I chose the nearest KFC, and originally said I would eat before I left, but Kanzuya and Mo united as one, and decided to buy and eat in the car, so as to save time. It makes sense. It's almost 2 o'clock now, so you can go early and get a few more rides. After checking the tickets, Mo dragged Kazuchi to choose the hairbands first. Sis, you have to wear this when you come to the amusement park. You can pick the ones you like and try them on, and then at the end we'll let brother see you buy them for us. So yeah, but these are all pretty. I like them all. I'll have to try them on. A room full of a variety of hairbands. What small flowers, kittens and puppies are all there. One by one to choose to finally choose a cookie style. Xiaoma asked for a kitten. Chen Xiu in the one by one under the eye attack. And she wore the same. Pick it out. Let's take a picture. Xiao Mo likes to take pictures. Like to send a circle of friends. Especially today this kind of day. Can and beautiful sister to come to the amusement park. Sent out classmates to see shall not be envious of death. Look at the camera and compare hearts together. One more. Brother Siu, you're in the front, and I'll have one with sister E than the heart. Chen Siu spoiled them and completely listened to their arrangements. After taking several shots Xiao Mo was also satisfied, so he extended his hand towards Chen Siu. What for? Give me your cell phone. I'll take a few shots of you guys individually. What kind of couple comes out to play and doesn't take a few more pictures? Chen Siu didn't expect Xiao Mo to be quite on board, and after taking the cell phone to Xiao Mo, he didn't forget to explain. Shoot better. Find the angle. Don't worry, I'm a good photographer. He knows that Chen Xiu doesn't take many pictures. His cell phone doesn't have many pictures. There are just some PPTs taken in class. She usually stole a lot of photos. Cooking Chen Xiu walking towards him, Chen Xiu reading seriously, Chen Xiu bursting into laughter at the sight of the variety show, and now finally a group photo. Yi took the initiative to hold Chen Xiu's arm and directly came over to kiss him and pinch his face. Wow, nice looking. It's so matchy. Yeah, that's it. It's natural. Brother Xiu show some gusto. Don't just let sister E take the initiative. Mo just kept pressing the shoot button frantically. So many of them would always look good. Chen Xiu and Yi took the phone and looked at it. It was indeed quite good. You take such good pictures. I love them all. The main thing is that you guys are good looking. Your face looks good in any photo, but the photos still don't look as good as the real thing. And you're all not very photogenic. You shoot quite well. No need to be modest. A few days ago you did not say that your parents want to buy you a camera. If you like, you can try. As a hobby or not, is also a skill. In the future, there will be one more option. Chen Xiu unconsciously substituting the role of the teacher. There is no way. Just a few days ago, just finished the test of professional ethics of teachers, coupled with the previous crazy memorization of the teaching qualification subject 1. The brain's still residual a lot of ideas. Well, I'll give it a try. But don't worry, brother Xiu, studying definitely comes first. Ignoring their conversation, Yi had already chosen a favorite photo to set as the screen wallpaper, changing the chat background along with it. It's so pretty. In the screen, Chen Xiu inclined his head to kiss her, and she smiled with her eyes curved, simply sweet off her teeth. It's Saturday and there were quite a lot of people coming to play, and there were a lot of people lined up for many of the programs. I want to play that. The carousel. One by one. Watching kids on TV play with that. In a sense, she's a kid too, right? That's definitely something to play with. Xiao Mo's eyes also lit up. Even though he was already a middle schooler, he still had no resistance to the carousel. See you. You'll be with us, won't you? Brother Siu, say we'll play together. Chen Siu looked at the above sitting are some children. Feel a little embarrassed, but after seeing the queue up there mixed into several couples, gladly agreed, quickly pulling them to the queue. Hurry up and get in line, counting the people in front of them. They should will that the couples are in a wave, so that's not surprising. When it was their turn, Chen Siu wanted to find one that was a little manly and looked a little bit more majestic, but there was none at all, so he had no choice but to sit on Mo's pony. One by one and Xiaoma both happy to look left and right. Chen Xiu slightly disgusted, but when it started, the sitting pony one up and one down shaking Chen Xiu really fragrant. That's kinda funny. During this time one by one took a lot of pictures in the front. Chen Xiu all cooperated by raising his hand then yay. There's no way around it. The photo gesture has been the same for ages. It's always just scissors. After doing the merry-go-round, we went on to bumper cars, pirate ships, and more. Finally took a one to ride the roller coaster. Chen Xiu also worried that she was afraid, and she said several times, "If you feel scared words must be shouted out," but did not think that the little girl is not the slightest bit afraid of is, and even very excited. After getting off the roller coaster, Mo's legs were weak. Phew, one sister, you are really fierce. Just now on the top, one by one laughed happily. Even Chen Xiu didn't think that his own kitten's guts were so big. I think it's fun. This roller coaster isn't as scary as that pirate ship. Xiao Mo drank a mouthful of water to slow down. It is true that people feel differently from each other. For him, the roller coaster is the most terrifying. Let's take a break. We've played several programs. Wander around before we continue. Chen Xiu wasn't afraid of heights, but he did get a little scared just now. A man is a man. Even if he is scared, he can't show it, and he definitely can't be a wimp compared to his girlfriend, or else he'll lose face all the way home. After all, it is older and more stable. Although afraid but do not show it, only drank a mouthful of water to suppress the shock. Unlike Xiaoma, this is not able to resist, sitting there with a look of infatuation. Yeah, I see it's very lively over there hey. It seems to be singing, surrounded by so many people. It must be fun. Let's go over and take a look too. E is full of energy, pulling Xiao Mo and Chen Xiu to go that way. Xiao Mo got up violently, almost didn't throw up, but fortunately it's not far. Walk for a while to the stage side. Surrounded by a lot of people because in the activities, the stage has singing and dancing ladies, body simply not too hot. Anyone else coming up to the stage to perform? Everyone get high. The reward this time is an oversized doll, and sneakers of all sizes to choose from. No, the reward is so generous. Isn't everyone excited? Kazuchi's eyes lit up as he looked at the oversized doll. Tilting her head, she saw Chen Xiu staring at the sneakers laid out there. She didn't know much about any brands, but she did like them by the look on Xiu's face. With that thought, one by one raised his hand without hesitation. Me, I want to try. Instantly the eyes of the people under the stage gathered on one by one, and the eyes of the two hosts who were up there lit up. OMG, am I seeing fairies? Missy please come on stage. The stage applauded. Chen Xiu and Xiao Mo also reacted. Xiao Mo followed and cheered, but Chen Xiu pulled EE. One by one. Going up there is going to be a performance. Getting along for so long, he didn't hear a moment to sing although sometimes we'll follow the hum 2 lines, but formally sing through a song have not yet had. I know don't worry Xiu. Seeing that she was confident, Chen Xiu released his hand. As soon as she walked on stage, the two hosts immediately asked her to stand in the center. How old is Missy? Introduce yourself to us. Kazuchi took the microphone and greeted everyone with a smile and an overly sweet voice. Hello everyone, my name is One. I want to take the prize. I like those shoes. I want a size 40. I want to give them to my boyfriend. Ichio didn't know how old she was, so she simply skipped over the subject, school and all, and bluntly explained why she was here. Miss is quite anxious. Your boyfriend accompanied you? Which handsome man at the bottom is please squeak. The boys at the bottom squealed several times, and Mo put his hand straight up in the air. Here. The host froze for 2 seconds, looking down at Mo who couldn't help but be skeptical. This, brother, you should still be in elementary school, right? Xiao Mo directly a mouthful of old blood to spray out. This person will not talk. I'm in middle school, and I meant to say, that's my sister up there. Her boyfriend is here. Xiao Mo loved to show off and took Chen Xiu's hand and shook it. So, that scared me. This handsome man, do you have confidence in your girlfriend? Isn't it touching that your girlfriend went on stage to get shoes for you? There was no other way. Chen Xiu could only go on stage under the host's strong invitation and stood next to EE. Have faith, my girlfriend's always been great. Chen Xiu smiled, sprinkled a big handful of dog food in public, and the young ladies who were hilarious at the bottom loud and wowed. It's true that relationships are more fun to watch other people talk. So, Missy, do you want to sing or dance? I want to dance, but I'm not very good at it. Can you play a video for me to watch and then I'll learn how to dance? Just watch it once. It won't take long. The hostess went straight to the 100th degree and immediately had the staff in the back play a random video. As soon as the video aired, it immediately lit up underneath. Troublemaker. This song is really all hot girls dance. The music comes out directly to get high. The most important thing is that the two ladies dancing body are absolutely good. After playing, the bottom of the audience are excited. Chen Siyu some worry. After all, now a one will be very stressful. She did not learn to dance, and only watched once, is unlikely to reproduce it. Not to mention that the audience underneath had just watched a very valiant version of it, and their hearts were naturally much higher in anticipation of one by one. Miss, have you ever learned to dance before? If you haven't learned, it will be very difficult to imitate it temporarily. Learned a little. I'll try, but I'm only one. Nee. I took dance lessons and I want to stick it to a pretty girl. One of the girls at the bottom raised her hand to get on stage, and the host immediately obliged. After that, young lady and one by one discussed and assigned roles. As soon as the jacket was taken off and handed to Chen Siyu, revealing a beautiful body, the cheers underneath became even louder. Chen Siyu retreated to the side together with the clothes host, looking at so many pairs of eyes at the bottom staring at one by one. There is a feeling that your own cabbage is being missed by someone else. The music began. The original temperament on the sweet side of the eyes of one immediately changed, twisting the thin waist to walk those 2 steps. Chen Siyu is simply shocked off the jaw. One by one, with the rhythm of twisting, the eyes are more in place, squatting up the action without delay. Next to the young lady is to follow the action of stroking one by one of the thin waist twisting, the audience underneath the direct high to the sky. Xiao Mo gulped frantically from below. In this moment he suddenly knew his ideal type. Must have a dance student for a girlfriend. Who the hell can resist that? Until the end. The young lady who danced with one by one was blushing, pursing her lips and smiling there, itching to do it all over again. The bottom of the applause is simply twice as big as just now. Chen Siyu followed the host over, looking at a body wearing the Spice Girls suit. Heart regret want to die. I would have known not to let her wear this. Look at the bottom of the eyes of the people. The more you look at, the more you feel jealous. Wow. Mrs. Deep Blue watched it once and learned it. Really didn't practice secretly before? Kazuchi shook his head. I've seen some dance videos and this one before. Just lucky. But it's good enough to see someone who hasn't taken dance lessons dancing so well. So Missy really won't consider trying it? Not for a while. After the interview with Ichichi, the host went on to strike up a conversation with the young lady who was the backup dancer. Miss just performed outstandingly as well. Especially when doing there are a few intimate actions. I see the corners of Mrs. mouth crazy upward. Can't even be pressed. May I ask how Miss feels? The young lady held in her laughter straight away, not hiding her inner happiness. To Mrs. Shinfu, who understands our family well. She is all fragrant and soft. The body is still so good. Looks so good. I really. Sisters, I just thought she was wearing makeup at the bottom, only to come up and realize that she did not paint. The young lady frantically outputted, and even looked at Chen Siyu when she finished. This little brother. You shouldn't mind if your girlfriend has a few more girlfriends. Chen Siyu? Chen Siyu's skeptical expression was cast on the big screen and the audience went crazy with laughter. One by one pulled Chen Siyu's hand interlocked fingers. I only like my boyfriend super invincible like the kind. Whoa. The college students at the bottom were stoned out of their minds. And finally the host asked a few more questions to get a repeat performance. After all, today is a live broadcast, and the audience has just doubled directly, which is useful for promoting the amusement park. But one by one, he refused and got Chen Siyu's favorite shoes and quickly fled the scene. When he came down, other girls came up to him and wanted to get in touch with him, but one by one, they politely declined. Ie-san, you're so good. You know how to do it after watching the video once. Have you really never learned it before? Mo was outright stunned, having just made enough of a scene to calm down a bit now, but the more he thought about it, the more his blood boiled. Never learned. Maybe I'm slightly gifted. What slightly? You're such a good dancer. You could just debut in a girl group. Wow. Sister E, I think you're definitely on fire. That was a live broadcast just now, and when I was at the bottom I heard from the staff that there were tens of thousands of people watching online. When you go to brush up on your videos tonight, do a search for this amusement park and you're sure to see a video of you dancing. Xiao Mo spoke to himself, and Chen Siyu's face grew darker and darker. Sensing Chen Siyu's mood, Yi took his hand and shook it. Siyu. Chen Siyu sighed, restrained his expression, and tried to restrain his tone. One by one. I'm not blaming you. It's just that we're in a bit of a unique situation, so I'm a little worried. I like the shoes, and one by one is a good dancer, but let's talk it over later, okay? Chen Siyu knew that Yi wanted to make him happy, so she went up to the stage to try, but at the same time, he was afraid that, now that the internet was so advanced, if some people took this matter and the society's attention to Yi increased, then the matter of her not having a reasonable identity would soon be found out. It's really not appropriate to talk about this now that it's happened and Mo is there. Chen Xiu controlled his emotions, and took Xiao Mo to go and one by one to play 2 projects. More than 5 o'clock when he received a phone call from Xiao Mo's mother, saying that she would come down to pick him up later. Chen Xiu sent the address of the apartment over, and then took Xiao Mo home to get his bag. Little Mo, sit down for a while, your mom should be here soon. Xiao Mo hugged her school bag, still a bit reluctant to part with it, with a face that didn't have all the fun. My grandparents miss me, so I'm going to have dinner with them, so let's have dinner together when I'm on vacation. My treat. Your treat? Do you have money you? You're only in middle school and you're so posh. Chen Xiu laughed and joked, opening his drink and taking a sip. I have. It's not much, but I've saved a couple of $1,000. Put. Yi was directly shocked. The same water she was drinking sprayed out and hurriedly drew a tissue to wipe it. Rating the young? You said Raider Xiao? Mo lowered her voice. Nearly 20,000. I think. Chen Xiu shook his head. Sure enough, kids from rich families are different. This is only middle school and he has saved so much money. How did you save it? So much. It's not much, I guess. It's all from relatives. Grandparents give it too. I take some for use from time to time, and save the rest, thinking I'll save it for college, and then the day I have a girlfriend, I can take her out. TSK. It's not good to be a love brain at a young age. You're so young. Put your mind to your studies. And if you still want us to take you out, you'll prepare for your exams. I know. I want to be in a relationship that's just talk. It's going to be a long time before I practice it exactly, so I'm going to hold off for now. Xiao Mo's original ideal type is good-looking, gentle, but also cute personality. Now also add a very important one, dance students. Being fit in dancing makes me crazy happy just thinking about it. Soon Xiao Mo's mom arrived downstairs. Chen Xiu and Yi sent Xiao Mo downstairs. I've bothered you guys today, taking him for so long. Let's have dinner together next time when the time is convenient. Xiao Mo's mom is one of those gentle beauties who speaks slowly and looks good, and one by one, she falls in love straight away. Xiao Mo was very good. It's quite good to relax properly. You should be in a hurry as well, so I won't keep you up to sit down and wait for the next time to eat together. Xiao Mo even shouted twice at Yi as she was leaving, telling her to never forget to check her cell phone. He would send her a message. The car slowly drove away. Chen Xiu coldly looked at Yi, and then walked directly back. Xiu, wait for me. Yi's little short legs ran before keeping up with Chen Xiu. In the elevator a little bit closer towards Chen Xiu, stretching out his little thumb to hook Chen Xiu's finger. Chen Xiu did not move. Indifference to the side leaned. Master, just pay attention to me. I know it's wrong. Chen Xiu instantly softened, but this is the usual trick of the kitten. Every time she makes a mistake she is like this, pitifully pulling his hand to sway, pouting and praying for his forgiveness. If it were usual, it would be fine. He would turn a blind eye and get over it. But today this was a serious matter, and he didn't know if there would be trouble behind it, and if he just forgave her, she definitely wouldn't learn from her mistakes. All the way home, Chen Xiu was sitting on the sofa, one by one leaning over. He also directly ignored. After drying her out for a full 10 minutes, Chen Xiu opened his mouth. Tell me, where did you go wrong? Yi cried out with a wow, and Chen Xiu instantly panicked. I just saw that you liked those shoes so I went up there. I didn't even ask for that doll. I liked myself. I just wanted to make you happy. You're mean to me, and ignore me. Chen Xiu's brain buzzed with pain. How arrogant he was just now. How regretful he was now. It's my fault. I shouldn't have ignored you. I should have talked to you directly. One by one, be good. Don't cry, okay? Chen Xiu took Yi into his arms and wiped her tears with paper, but the kitten ignored him and pushed away with force. Chen Xiu was strong. Of course he would not do as she wished. He continued to hold her tightly and wanted to continue wiping her tears. However, in the next second, so big one instantly turned into a small white. The clothes on the body piled up on the ground. Chen Xiu dumbfounded. One by one, Chen Xiu was stunned, somewhat in disbelief. Where's his girlfriend? His big girlfriend just turned into a kitten? As much as he loved kittens, he wanted one more. The kitten was obviously a bit confused as well, scratching twice to get the clothes in her way out of the way and trying to speak but only making meowing noises. Kazuchi looked at his little pink paws and almost let out a wow. But she's just a kitten now and couldn't cry if she wanted to. Chen Xiu squatted down and picked up Yi and put him on his lap. One by one. I'm wrong. I apologize to you. It's all my fault. Just now I was in too much of a hurry. Now that the internet is so advanced, I'm just worried that you'll be in trouble behind the scenes if you're so strutting around in the public's eye. I'll never be mean to you again, okay? Don't be angry with me. Change back first. okay? Chen Xiu was very remorseful. He should have just calmed down a little bit. Obviously one by one had admitted his mistake with him. He was still angry there. It was that he cared too much about her and simply couldn't bear the consequences of leaving him one by one. That's why he threw such a big tantrum. No matter what, he should have communicated with the girl properly. She was so good and obedient. As long as he said it properly, she surely knew that she had done wrong. It's his fault that it's come to this. Meow meow meow. Ichi screamed a lot. She wanted to talk to Siyu too, but that was all she could make. Chen Siyu gently stroked Yi's fur and gradually calmed down. One by one. You can understand me, right? If you can, you nod your head. If you can't, you shake it. The kitten was dopey and moved its little head up and down. Chen Xiu breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, so can you change back? Do you know how to change back? The kitten nodded, then shook its head, and finally drooped, feeling like it was going to cry next. You don't know yourself, do you? The kitten nodded. Chen Xiu held her in his arms, lowered his head and kissed her. It's fine. We're not in a hurry. Maybe you'll change back in a while, or tomorrow. No matter how late it is, I'll wait for you, one by one. I was wrong just now. Can you forgive me? Watching the kitten nod, then rubbing against his hand, Chen Xiu was relieved. He could wait no matter how long it took. Big deal. Just 2 more years. One by one would surely change back. Chen Xiu do psychological construction, but in his heart, he has been blaming himself. It's all his fault. If he did not hold on to this issue, she would not be so sad. Wait, sad. Thinking back on what had just happened, one by one did cry a lot. Is the opportunity to change back because of sadness? One by one. Let's try it, shall we? And see if you can change back. Although Chen Xiu's eyes now were a little bit scary, still accepted it. She didn't want to be a kitten all the time. She wanted to be a human. She wanted to kiss and hug Chen Xiu. She wanted to eat delicious food with him, and she wanted to sleep with him. After getting the kitten's consent, Chen Xiu thought about what could make her sad. One by one. Let's recreate the scene we just had. I'll be mean and make you feel sad. It'll be aggravating, but I can't think of anything else at the moment. So let's give it a try. Shall we? Meow. Seeing her nod, Chen Xiu began to brew his emotions. One by one. I'm starting. Chen Xiu took a deep breath and began to output. Can you listen a little? What did I tell you before? I told you not to be too flashy. And you, what did you do? You even ran up to the stage to dance and danced so ugly. When will you understand and listen to me? Are you uncomfortable without causing trouble? Are you here specifically to get at me? Do you think I like those shoes? So ugly I straight up don't even want to wear. In fact, Chen Xiu can still say a lot more than this difficult to hear. But the face of a one, he really cannot say. And just said so 2 sentences she cried like this. And then a little more severe kitten shall not autism ah. Chen Xiu stopped and looked at the kitten that was shrinking into a ball beside him. Sad beyond recognition. His heart was broken. Carrying one by one over. She was really sad, drooping her head and whimpering twice. Chen Xiu simply had his heart broken. What a stupid idea. One by one was already sad and he proceeded to output it. Just don't be stupid. I'm sorry one. I didn't mean any of what I said just now. It was just a simulation. I thought you could change back if you were sad. You're a great dancer, and I love it, and I'm still proud because my girlfriend is so good looking and so good at it. And if I could, I'd hate to make it known and tell the world how great my girlfriend is. I also really like the shoes you got for the dance. Thank you one by one for the gift. I'm so thankful you showed up. I'm so happy every day since you came to me. I feel like I have something to look forward to in life again. One by one. I really like you. Let's work together. Okay. The kitten sensed his sadness. Its small paws reaching out to touch his face, rubbing against Chen Xiu's arms, trying to cheer him up. We're so good one by one. Nope. White is so good. Chen Xiu looked the kitten up and down. After spending so much time with for more than a month, now that he saw Xiaobai he suddenly felt that a long time had passed. Things happen as they do, so one has to be open about it. For the time being, I'll just spend time with the kitten like this and wait in peace. Maybe the kitten will change back at some point. Chen Xiu hugged the kitten and played for a while. After all, it wouldn't work to keep this good mood all the time. Late in the evening Xiao Mo also called over. It was the same cell phone of one by one. After Chen Xiu answered it, Xiao Mo looked at Chen Xiu's big face and his face collapsed. Where's Sister Yi? Isn't this Sister Yi's WeChat? How come you answered it? She went to take a shower. Chen Xiu casually lied. Cannot say that you a one sister turned into a kitten? And is now licking his hand. Okay, then I'll call Ichi-chan tomorrow. Mo was a little disappointed to hear that Kanzuya had gone to take a shower, but it wasn't nice to say that it would be rude to wait for her to finish before hitting her or something like that. Besides, It wasn't his place to look at a girl after a shower. No, it's inconvenient for your first sister for the time being, so don't contact her for a while these days. We'll have to fight tomorrow, then we'll have to make excuses tomorrow. Just thinking about it makes me tired. And we're also afraid of wearing out. So we might as well go straight to the root of the problem. Why? Why can't I get in touch with her? Did I say something wrong today that upset Won-chan? Or what did I do wrong? Xiao Mo said that he was on the verge of crying. Just now in the circle of friends he also sent a group of photos. Harvested a large number of likes. Everyone envied him to have such a high value of his brother and sister. And even some also want to let Shin Siyu to help him to make up for it. It had just gotten a little taste and he wanted to keep hanging out with them. So how come he wasn't allowed to contact them now? No, it's that your one sister has something going on, and it's not convenient to contact you for the time being. Shin Siyu looked at Xiao Mo's expression that looked like she was about to cry. He hurriedly explained. Meow meow meow. Ichichi called after him. Brother Siyu, why is there the sound of a cat purring over there? I didn't see you have a cat when I went to your house. You heard wrong. Meow meow meow. Shin Siyu just finished. One by one screamed twice again. There is no way. Shin Siyu can only move the camera down and focus on the kitten in his arms. Wow, so cute. Brother Siyu, did you get a new kitten? How come it's so cute? The camera licked the paws one by one, pampered and rolled. Not only Xiao Mo, Shin Siyu was also adorable. No, I've had them before, but I just picked them up after sending them to a friend's place for a playdate recently. Lying this kind of thing once back to life. Shin Siyu open mouth. Do not even need to think about it. Then can I? Not tomorrow. I have a lot of homework to do. I can come and play with it next week. Shin Siyu nodded. Depends, let's see if she's still around at that time. Okay, but what's going on with Kanzuya-san and why can't I contact her? The kitten was indeed cute, but Azumi didn't forget what she had just talked about. She's not in a very good mood after a family incident. Her face is all over the place, so it's not very convenient. It is indeed faceless, so cute and adorable and now a little snowball. So unrecognizable star. Ha? Is it serious? Can I help in any way? No, just study hard and prepare well for the final exams. And when you get good grades, I'll let your first sister take you to play. Xiao Mo's eyes all lit up. You said oh, no backtracking. I'll definitely play well. Xiao Mo finally hung up the phone, and Shin Siyu picked up Xiao Bai and inhaled twice. It's been a while since I've spent time with a kitten, and now I have mixed feelings, but I still think she's adorable. Xiao Bai, let's go to bed early. Go to bed early and get up early. You raise your spirit so that you can change back. Shin Siyu picked up the kitten and went to his room, placing her on the bed. Wait here while I take a shower. Meow meow meow. Why? Do you want to wash it too? Meow meow meow. Ichichi does love to be clean when he becomes human, and takes a bath every night. Okay, I'll wash it for you. Shin Siyu wrapped Bai in his arms with one hand and went into the bathroom, put her on a stool, took a small basin to wash her and started to catch the hot water. After catching it, carefully pick up Kahaku and place her in the basin. She was very good when she gave her a bath before, and still is. Shin Siyu put the kitten's head in the palm of his left hand to prevent her from moving around. His left hand cupped hot water and drizzled it on Xiao Bai, and soon dampened the fur on his body. Shin Siyu squeezed a little bit of shower gel and wiped it on her body, and finally wanted to turn over and wash it, but Xiao Bai was shy and covered a certain part with her paw. Looking at her, Shin Siyu didn't hold back his laughter. One by one. Are you shy? Bai lowered his head and didn't dare to look at him. Even the fur next to his ears turned a little pink. Well, just shy. She didn't have these concepts when she used to be a kitten, and she was enjoying herself when she washed, but now she knows how to be shy, and she knows how to cover it with her paws. Meow meow meow. Okay, I won't touch. One by one. Hurry up and change back. Didn't you want to take a bath with me before? When you change back we'll wash together. Okay, every day. As long as you change back, I'll promise you anything you say and I'll buy you anything you want. Meow meow meow. Unfortunately, everything would not go as he wished, and now Xiao Bai could only meow and could not even speak, let alone change back. Shin Siyu received another basin of hot water to wash her, and finally took a towel and wrapped her up. The fur on Xiao Bai's body looked even smaller after it got wet. Now the weather is cold. The body of the hair does not hurry to blow dry, words will certainly be sick. Shin Siyu to carry the small white to the room, took the hairdryer over, adjusted the temperature and then blew against the palm of the hand. Feel almost before helping small white blow. Don't move. White. Keep your eyes closed if you're scared. Blow more than 10 minutes. The hair on the body of Xiao Bai is almost dry. Shin Siyu lifted the quilt. Let her obediently lie down. Xiao Bai directly 4 limbs spread out to lie flat. A look of slaughter. Ha 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 ha. Chen Siyu didn't hold back his laughter and helped her cover the quilt, then took her clothes and went to take a shower. A casual shower was settled in less than 10 minutes, and remembering that the clothes one wore today were still there, he stopped by to wash her underwear. By the time he went to the bed, the kitten was asleep, still in the same position it had just been in. Chen Siyu gently lay down and tried to hold her in his arms, but she was so small, Chen Siyu was afraid of pressing her. There was nothing for it but to lie down on the edge, one hand stroking the little white sleeper. After turning off the lights, Chen Siyu closed his eyes. His brain was uncontrollably messy. All kinds of thoughts were drilled into his head, and he couldn't shake them off. What if White stays like this? What if she doesn't come back? Despite his optimism and positivity, he couldn't help but think the worst. Originally his own kitten turning into a human was a fantastical and outrageous thing. He couldn't find any pattern at all, let alone master the method of kitten transformation. So many days together, from the first day when White became human, accompanying her to buy clothes, teaching her how to wear underwear, telling her that men and women are different, buying her good food for the first time, giving her snacks. The empty house had more and more things that belonged to one by one. Her little leather straps, her new clothes, her super favorite bunny backpack, and her little stand. Less than 2 months. Not too long to say, not too short to say, but already enough time for Chen Siyu to put one by one into his heart. The way things were now, he didn't dare think about it. He was afraid things would be the worst they could be. Chen Siyu sighed as this feeling of powerlessness once again took over his entire body. That night, Chen Siyu had a nightmare that not only did one by one not change back, but she also left him outright, and he searched the empty streets, going to every place he walked, and never found her. When he woke up, Chen Siyu had a layer of sweat on his forehead. He subconsciously looked around. One by one was really gone. The kitten that was clearly right next to him was now nowhere to be seen. Chen Siyu looked flustered, immediately lifted the quilt and got up, pulling the curtains open. The light completely penetrated in, and the whole room was illuminated. Looking around, there was no sign of White at all. Opened the door and searched the living room and bathroom inside and out, everywhere, but found nothing. Even looked under the couch on his knees, still no sign of the kitten. Chen Siyu's head suddenly hurt a little and pressed his temples to close his eyes, but a meowing sound came from behind him. Turning his head, White was stomping his short legs towards him. The hanging heart is finally down. Chen Siyu squatted down and held Xiao Bai in his arms, dragging out his nasal voice to ask her, "Where did you run off to? Do you know that I was worried?" Meow meow meow. White pointed a paw at the bed and meowed twice. "You've been in bed the whole time?" White nodded. No wonder. He woke up and did not see. The first reaction is that Xiao Bai disappeared. Did not think of her has always been noisy. Sleep is also restless lord. How can obediently lie down? One by one. Love to move when sleeping. Sometimes sleep will fall asleep and shrink a large section. Not to mention that she is now so little. Run to the end of the bed to sleep. Then Chen Siyu simply could not be found. Furthermore, Xiao Bai is so little now. How can it open the door by itself? It can't touch the doorknob even if it jumps. It will inevitably not go out. Chen Siyu helplessly holding his forehead. Care is messy. He just couldn't even think in his head. Rampage is not like him at all. What a pain in the ass. Can't you be a good boy? Chen Siyu hugged Yi back to the bed to lie down, and couldn't help but recall last night's dream. Xiao Bai, be good. Never run around. Do you know? Otherwise I'll be very worried. If you lose it and meet a bad person or something, I won't be able to find you. Meow meow meow. Xiao Bai stretched out his tongue and licked at Chen Siyu's hand. Such a small one. Not as big as Chen Siyu's 2 hands. After holding little White and playing for a while, Chen Siyu got up to prepare breakfast for her. Fortunately, the cat food and canned food that he bought before were still available, and the date was fresh. The small bowl that was used for Xiao Bai before, the cat litter box, was put away. Chen Siyu opened the cabinet and took the bowl out, washed it and dried the water, and poured some cat food into it. White, come eat. White looked down at his food and back up at him as if in silent protest, although she cannot speak, but Chen Siyu read her meaning. Is properly dislike before eating so good, now can only eat these. Change who will have a psychological gap. Meow. Xiao Bai rubbed around at Chen Siyu's pants leg. Just didn't want to eat. Bye. You can only eat this now. You can't digest the ones you ate before. Something will happen if you eat them. A human body is not the same as a kitten's. If you give her some powder or something might go wrong. Bear with me. I'll buy you whatever you want to eat when you change back. Chen Siyu's words motivate Bai. And with the temptation of food, she should work harder too. Even if it was for a good meal, she was bound to refuel. There is no way. Whiteheart, even more aggrieved to fill the stomach, usually can eat 2 big bowls of rice one by one. Now become a small White. Eat cat food or only eat so little. Chen Xiu looked at the bowl with 1/3 left, but Xiaobai was no longer eating, and was drooping his head, feeling like he was going to fall asleep at any moment. There was no way out. Chen Xiu carried her back to the bed, and in less than 3 minutes, she was huffing and puffing. I've never been this sleepy before. How come I'm sleeping so well now? After helping her cover the quilt, Chen Xiu sat next to him and ordered a takeaway. Before the weekend he had the heart to cook, but now that he was the only one, without one by one hanging around him and praising him for his delicious cooking, he had no heart to cook at all. After eating takeout, Chen Xiu did his professional coursework, and reviewed his previous knowledge. In the meantime, it will be the end of December soon, and counting the time, he will soon take the final exam, so he will not be so panicked when he grabs the time to look at it now. During the period Chen Xiu looked at Xiaobai from time to time, but she slept very well. There is no sign of waking up. Halfway through he also went over to listen carefully, reached out and touched to see if Xiaobai was still breathing. After sleeping for more than 8 hours last night, the fact that she could still sleep for so long now must have something to do with the sudden transformation into a kitten. But Chen Xiu couldn't do anything about it and couldn't find any way to do anything but to let her have a good rest. At noon Chen Xiu made an instant noodle and ate it. Obviously it was the same as what he used to eat, but now it tastes a lot worse. But before he also boiled it a little, because one by one likes softer. He will also fry 2 eggs, and add some vegetables into it. Now he is too much trouble. Directly poured a little boiling water to soak just so we'll eat. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, although Chen Xiu did not have much of an appetite, he still finished eating the noodles with the soup, until more than 3 o'clock. Xiaobai woke up a little, just woke up and called for food. Chen Xiu hurriedly fed her canned food. Not long after eating, Xiaobai fell asleep again. I had freed up some time to play with her, but I didn't get a chance at all. Xiaobai woke up from her nap and ate, and immediately fell back asleep afterward. In the afternoon, he also had to give Xiao a tutorial. Chen Xiu carefully put Xiaobai into the bag he bought earlier that was specially designed to carry kittens, and took her out the door. It couldn't be helped. He really didn't feel comfortable letting Xiaobai a cat in the house. In case something went wrong, he wouldn't even know about it. No, still need to install a monitor. Otherwise tomorrow we'll start the class. Although the class is not much, but during the period really out of something. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu immediately contacted the uncle who installed the broadband before, and made an appointment with him, asking him to come tomorrow morning at 8:30, to install a monitor in the house, so that he can easily watch the dynamics of Xiaobai at any time, so that he can feel at ease. All the way Chen Xiu walked slowly, fearing that his movements would be too large and make Xiaobai uncomfortable. After arriving at Xiao Mo's house, Xiao Mo was simply surprised to see Chen Xiu bring the kitten over. Wow! Brother Xiu, you brought the kitten. Come on, let me pet it. Chen Xiu carefully put the bag down. Xiaobai was still asleep. He's not feeling well. He's a bit drowsy. Let's wait until the next opportunity to pet him. Mo nodded. As much as she wanted to rua twice, the kitten did need to rest if she was sick. I'll find a small blanket and put it out, or it won't be comfortable in the bag. Wait for me. I'll get it from my room. Xiao Mo very sweetly went to the room to get the blanket, folded it and put it next to the cabinet in the study. Chen Xiu carried by up the other half of the blanket as a quilt, and covered her. Brother Xiu, how is Sister Yi's status? Is there anything I can do to help? Although Xiao Mo was young, he was very measured. He wouldn't ask too private questions, just like now. Even though he was worried, he wouldn't ask Chen Xiu about the specific trouble he encountered, but instead he was concerned about how one by one status was. Don't worry, it's no big deal. She'll come and play with you when things are settled. That's good. But Brother Xiu, have you looked at your cell phone? The video of Sister Yi's dance yesterday was on fire. So many people liked and discussed it, and someone said that Sister Yi set up a stall in front of your school, and since the comments section showed a lot of photos, a lot of people said that they wanted to come and patronize it. Hey, it's a pity that Sister Yi doesn't have time to set up right now, or else she can definitely make a profit. On her face value, she can make money by taking any route, not to mention setting up a stall. But nowadays people are mixed up. It's better not to set up a stall, so as to save people from getting into trouble, pretending to be sick and blackmailing people for money or something. Xiao Mo was talking to himself, and Chen Xiu was quite admiring him. Yesterday to now, Chen Xiu completely forgot about this matter. His mind was in a mess. He didn't even think to get up and pay attention to this matter. On the contrary, it was Xiao Mo, who not only paid attention at all times, but also saw the pros and cons of the matter very clearly. Don't worry, your first sister won't be able to go to the stall for a while. It'll be fine. Time's up. Get your papers out for the test. Chen Xiu adjusted his state and began to give Xiao Mo the questions. Xiao Mo was playful before, that's why he fell behind in some knowledge. Now he has completely caught up. If he wants his grades to improve again, he has to spend more energy on certain weak boards, especially the big questions at the back. Chen Xiyu made a plan based on Xiaomo's foundation to be able to take him through the knowledge points before the final exam. During this time, Xiaobai also fell asleep until the tuition class was almost over. Xiaobai only got up, and when he saw Xiaoma, he immediately came to the spirit, shaking to bite Xiaoma's pants leg. Wow! Brother Xiyu, look how much it likes me, hey! But I have a strange feeling that I'm familiar with this kitten even though it's the first time I've seen it. Could it be that I'm just self-conscious about all species that are good-looking? Xiao Mo put down his pen and squatted down to play with Xiaobai. He had just wanted to pet him and now he finally had the chance. Brother Xiyu, what's the kitten's name? White. Xiao Mo wanted to reach out and touch it, but was stopped by Chen Xiyu. This was his kitten. In the past others could touch it, but not now. Chen Xiyu carried Little White over and gently stroked him twice, and in no time, Little White shrank back into his arms and fell asleep. Brother Xiyu, how do you feel? The Little White sickly? Sleep for so long, only woke up a few minutes. How to fall asleep again? Do you want to take it to the pet hospital to see? Mo also loves kittens, especially such cute ones, although he didn't touch it himself and had a little bit of aggravation, but it was Chen Xiyu's and he had to respect it. At the same time it hurt his heart as a cat lover to see White uncomfortable, even though it wasn't his own. Don't worry, I'll take good care of it, so I'll be the first one to arrive today, so you can summarize and organize the questions yourself, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Chen Xiyu put one by one back into his bag, intending to take her home. I know, I'll definitely try my best. Don't worry, just spend more time on Yi-san. If something happens at home, she must be anxious in her heart. After sending Chen Xiyu out, Xiao Mo immediately ran to the living room to pamper her mom. Mom, can you get me a kitten too? I want one. Mo's mom nodded as she slowly got high on her melon. Yeah, wow, thanks mom. Don't be in a hurry to thank me yet. Not now. You're about to take your final exams. You'll definitely be distracted if you buy it back now, and spend a lot of time familiarizing yourself with the kitten and taking care of it, so you'll have to wait until you've finished your final exams, and I'll take you to buy it right away on the day when you've finished your exams. Mo nodded, thinking that it was perfectly fine to arrange it that way, and that her mom did have a point. Yeah, thanks mom. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll make a lot of progress on this final. Asterisk. The next morning, the master of the installation of surveillance in accordance with the time to come to the home to install the surveillance, because the space is not too large, only in the living room directly facing the door of the room on the line, so that you can see the whole picture. After debugging it and being able to see the monitoring screen on his cell phone without any problems, Chen Xiyu was relieved to pay the money. On the way to class, Chen Xiyu had been watching the surveillance. He had never felt so tormented in class and hated to just not go. When he got to the classroom, unlike usual, there were so many people surrounding him as soon as he sat down. Brother you, we all saw the video of your girlfriend dancing to get you a prize. TSK, envious to death too. Love is still something you have to see someone else talk about. You, tell me, where did you find such a girl? How come she knows everything? I see there are some other online companies saying they want to sign her. I just can't find any contact information. Not only boys but also girls came over to ask him. Chen Xiyu, when will your girlfriend start setting up her stall? It's been 2 days. Yeah, I do want to see a pretty girl. So, they don't really want to eat kielbasa. They are just simply thrashing around and trying to stick it to a pretty girl. Chen Xiyu was also convinced. His presence in the class was not really high, mainly because he was used to being alone. But now, the situation was slowly changing. So many people surrounded him. Those who didn't know thought he was a male star. There's something going on in my girlfriend's family, so I won't be setting up any stalls lately. Thanks for your support. I'll say in advance in the group when it resumes. Chen Xiyu answered briefly, and for the other more private ones he simply treated them as if he hadn't heard them. Okay then. A few girls gray slipped away. Just came in. Su Ro and Xiaoqing Jiajia looked at that surrounded so many people. Also pulled a girl to ask the situation. Something's going on at home? Will it be serious? Su Ro blurted out, and Xiao Chang and Jiajia looked at her with complicated faces. Yesterday after seeing the video of Chen Xiyu and that girl on the internet, Xiaoqing and Jiajia were drooling like crazy, mainly because one by one usually looks cute and cuddly, but I didn't expect to dance so much. It's almost as if even the temperament has changed. It's so beautiful and flattering that she can't stand it even as a girl. If you jumped right up against her like that, you might even change your sexual orientation. Su Ro naturally also saw, originally thought she would be angry. After all, is a love rival, but I did not expect her to also commit nymphomania. Followed along with the watch several times. but also heartless to go to add the group that sells barbecued sausages. Now, when you hear that people have problems at home, you even look worried. This isn't going the right way. It wasn't until the bell rang that the students gathered around them went to their seats, because the final exam is coming soon. The teacher didn't talk about too much content, just reviewing the previous. Chen Siyu has been distracted, looking at the phone from time to time. After coming out for so long, Xiaobai froze and didn't move much even when he was asleep. As soon as the bell rang, Chen Siyu immediately packed up his things to rush out, but he was pulled by someone. The person pulling him was Su, who dropped her hand immediately after he stopped. Something wrong? I don't know if it's because of the time that has passed. Chen Siyu feels that he doesn't have so much dissatisfaction with Su Ro now, just like an ordinary classmate, and after having won one, he no longer clings to what happened before, and looks away completely, wanting only to cherish the moment. That, I wanted to ask when she's coming. It's been a while since I've had a grilled sausage, and I'm kinda craving one. Chen Siyu had envisioned a million answers in his head, but none of them were expected to be this one. Su had never even gone there to buy it, but it was possible that she had asked Green and Jia to bring it. But no matter what, Su shouldn't have cared about Kanzuya. You realize you're being a little ridiculous right now? Chen Siyu didn't understand how the person who had previously dedicated himself to running to the stall to cause trouble and cursing at how come he was now concerned about her? It was really strange. I know. Su Ro lowered her head, rubbed her hair in chagrin, and simply broke. I just think she's pretty and I kind of like her. Chen Siyu opened his mouth wide in shock and took 2 steps back. You're sick, aren't you? The look in Su Ro's eyes when she said that wasn't as simple as treating an ordinary classmate or a person of the same sex, but rather like. In short, Chen Siyu didn't understand what was going on in Su Ro's head, and he didn't have time to think about it now. He just wanted to go home early to see Xiao Bai. Su Ro sighed and turned to take Xiao Chang and Jia Jia's hands, but the two of them took a step back in unison. What are you doing? Getting takeout. What if it gets stolen like last time? Xiao Qing swallowed her saliva, and tentatively asked, Zoe, you wouldn't be, because Chen Siyu took a hit, and now likes girls, right? Or maybe it's because you want to be disgusted by Chen Siyu, so you want to steal his girlfriend back? Although it was ridiculous, but when you think about the day before yesterday, Su Ro held the cell phone and looked at it for so long. Under normal circumstances, how can anyone show that kind of appreciative-like expression to their former love rival? And that was a really scary answer she just gave. What are you two thinking? How am I the same? Oops, I can't tell. I just think she's quite attractive. That's why I said that. You guys are sick. Su Ro herself was messed up. She just thought that although that girl didn't look too good at first, the more she looked at her, the prettier she got, and she wanted to get to know her and exchange skincare tips with her, to see how she took care of herself and how she was able to take care of herself so well. I just heard from my classmates that something happened to her, so I thought I'd just ask. Maybe she could help. Chang and Jia Jia were half convinced. You really don't have that kind of mind? You swear. I really don't have one. If I did, I'd have to take both of you. TSK, so cute. Su Ro reached out to hook Xiao Qing's chin, deliberately scaring her. Okay, I've got goosebumps. Go get your takeout. I left mine at the door. If someone steals it this time I'm not going to let it go. When Chen Siyu returned home, Xiao Bai was still asleep in that position. He gently poked. Xiao Bai, get up and eat something. You've been sleeping for a long time. Xiao Bai got up and looked like he was in good spirits, barked several times, and rubbed against Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu heart a little bit of peace of mind. I do not know what is wrong with the kitten. See her sleep so long, always worried that she is not the body of any problem. But on the contrary, the moment you yell she woke up, jumping look at no problem at all. Be good little white. I bought you mango yogurt. Isn't that your favorite? You can lick it a little. Chen Siyu is allergic to mango, so he never eats it, but loves it, so he often buys mango yogurt at home. Sure enough, when he heard that he didn't have to eat just that cat food, Little White immediately purred several times in excitement. Chen Siyu ordered a Xinjiang fried rice noodle, and asked for a medium spicy one. Before all of them only ate mildly spicy, because the spiciness was too top. But today Chen Siyu wanted to sober himself up a little bit, so he ordered a medium spicy one, bringing Xiao Bai's small bowl to the coffee table. Chen Siyu found another cup to pour the yogurt into, making it easy for Xiao Bai to lick and eat. The medium-spiced fried rice noodles looked just different and the color could be much brighter than before. Chen Siyu ate a mouthful. At first did not feel spicy. 2 seconds after the mouth simply to explode. Pick up the water next to the fierce irrigation of a large mouth. But still nothing. In the heat of the moment Chen Siyu directly dazzle a mouthful. I don't know what it's like for other people, but it's his personal habit anyway. When he eats something spicy he feels like it won't be so spicy if he keeps eating it. Instead he can't stand it once he stops. Xiaobai immediately licked the yogurt on the side. Looking at Chen Siyu's mouth is spicy red, so he thought to sneak over to lick it to taste the flavor. Chen Siyu's quick eyes and hands to pick her up. White. Trying to sneak up on something bad, are you? Ah, hot hot hot. This only stopped for a while. Chen Siyu felt that his mouth was going to explode. Picked up the cup of water. Found that it was completely empty. And then looked to the yogurt in the cup next to him. For a moment his brain didn't think of anything else, and he directly picked it up and took a sip. Xiaobai knew that Chen Siyu would be allergic to it, and seeing that he was drinking so much, he directly stretched out his claws to grab him. And Chen Siyu had an additional red mark on his hand, and then looked at Xiaobai's agitated appearance. And only then did he react. He is really, in the past so stable person. How now the brain is a mess. Even such a low-level mistakes will be made. Chen Siyu frowned, knowing that his face would definitely get a red rash later on and would also swell a bit. Fortunately, it was only mango yogurt. If he had actually taken a bite of mango, he would have really gone straight to the hospital. Sure enough, not a moment later, Chen Siyu felt that his face was itchy, and he had to reach out to scratch it, and then one after another red dots came out, not only on his face, but also on the section of his arm where he had rolled up his sleeve. Not only was Chen Siyu surprised, even Xiaobai stared wide-eyed. In the next second, Kahaku just turned into a 1-1 right in front of him. The young girl was unclothed, and since he had just held her on top of him, he was now lying on his lap like this when he changed back, his eyes full of worry. Siyu, how are you doing? Chen Siyu completely did not expect things to go this way, froze for a while before reacting, looked at one by one beside him crying up and down, hurriedly took the small blanket next to her to surround her. It's so cold, how can you just be naked? And that's not good, this is not the time to be thrashing around. One by one, you've changed back, he cried louder and louder, like Chen Siyu was really dying. I don't want to die yet. One by one, what are you talking about? Oh, did you think I was going to die because I drank that mango yogurt? Kazuchi nodded his head back and forth. Chen Siyu smiled. Whatever she liked to eat she wanted to share with him. Mango too. The first time he rejected her Chen Siyu told her so. I can't eat mango. I'm allergic to mango. I'll die if I eat it. Guess that's why she was crying so hard, thinking he was really going to die. I'm fine. One by one. It's just allergies. It won't kill me. Stop crying. Chen Siyu tightened the blanket, but she was restless. Her hand touched his face and took his hand to look around. The spring light on her chest was completely covered, but you have red spots all over your face. And hands. Don't worry. This will be fine with some medicine. I'm really fine. I promise you. It's definitely not going to kill me. Okay? Really? One by one. The corners of the eyes are still hanging teardrops. White tender little face because of sadness. Crying the tip of the nose are red. Chen Siyu heartbroken to death. Gently give her to wipe away. Really? We're so well behaved one by one. Of course I'm going to stay with you. After hearing Chen Siyu's assurances one by one, he sobbed twice and was finally relieved. I just saw you. All over you, with those little red dots. And I was worried sick. Oh. Chen Siyu held her in his arms and touched her head. Good girl. I'm fine. I'll be fine after taking some medicine. And I also think it's worth it. I should have eaten the mango earlier if the allergy can make us change back one by one. No, you're not allowed to eat it. It hurts when you're sick. I'm worried. He reached out to cover Chen Siyu's mouth, and Chen Siyu kissed the palm of her hand. But, 1-1, how did you just change back? And do you know why? Chen Siyu probably had a guess in his heart, but he still needed to confirm it. I don't know. I just saw so many red spots on your face all of a sudden. And you're drinking this yogurt. And it was clearly said before that you would die if you ate a mango. So I got worried, wanted to talk to you, wanted to send you to the hospital, got anxious then changed back. That's right. Last time it was because she felt sad when he was mean to her that she turned into white. This time it was because she was worried about something happening to him that she changed back. The opportunity for change must have something to do with the mood swings of the ones. And it can't be the more usual kind of swings. It needs to be more drastic. He had never been gentle with one by one, and couldn't afford to be mean to her. And the last time he was suddenly so mean, she was both aggravated and saddened. While this time, it was out of fear for him, fearing that he would actually die, that he had changed back. How can I say this? For the first time I am thankful that I am allergic to mangoes. I didn't realize it could do that. Otherwise, there was no telling how long it would take before one by one had a big mood swing and then changed back. Good girl. I'll be fine. I keep allergy medicine at home. Take some and you'll be fine in a couple of days. It's just that I have so much red rash. Isn't that scary? Shook her head. It's not that I'm scared. It's good that you're okay. You have to be good or I won't have a boyfriend or a master. Chen Xiyu touched her head and saw that she had goosebumps on her body before reacting that she had nothing on and must be very cold. Thanks to which he was still here chatting leisurely with her. I'll always be there for you, and you're not allowed to leave. Chen Xiyu picked the girl up across the body and went into the bedroom, looking for a bodysuit and clothes over, as well as underwear and panties. Ahem. One by one. If you're shy you can wear it yourself. I'm not looking at you. Yi shook her head no. No. I want you to wear it for me. Chen Xiyu begged for it, took the underwear to help her put on. After buttoning also reached in to hold and adjusted a little, to make sure that it was completely wrapped by the cups. This is not intentionally driving. Really is the previous watching the girl knowledge popularization when I learned. If wearing underwear is not standardized, not completely wrapped, it is very easy to grow side breasts. His girlfriend loves to look pretty so much. He can't have that happen. And he likes it too. Full and stiff. He wants to touch it in his sleep later. One by one. Spread your legs a little. One by one. She obediently opened up and Chen Xiyu helped her put her pants on. Still cold? Do you want another jacket? Chen Xiyu sat down, took her hand and breathed in, rubbing it in his palm. It's not cold. It's warm. Mistress to cuddle. One by one. She reached out for a hug, and Chen Xiyu was just about to hug her when she jerked up and pulled him outside. No! You have to take the medicine first before you can. Where is the medicine? Are you having a hard time right now? Why don't we go to the hospital? Chen Xiyu's heart warmed. It had been a long time since someone had cared about him so much. Looking at Yi's face full of anxiety and heartache, he silently clenched his fists. Can't miss her for sure. She must stay with him. No need to go to the hospital. It'll be fine in a couple days. Where's the medicine then? Hurry up and take it first. Chen Xiyu went to get the medicine box. He always valued his life, although he knew that he would not go to eat mango, but just in case, the family still have allergy medicine. After all, the last time he was allergic, not only no one cared about him, but also by their dislike of spoiling the fun. Xiyu is so good. Bonus kisses. One by one, he watched him take the medicine, rubbed his head like a child, and gave him a kiss on the cheek. I have a rash all over my face. Doesn't one by one mind me? Don't you feel scared? Chen Xiyu smiled. He himself felt a little scary. It seems that yogurt with a lot of ingredients got so many red rashes. Wouldn't be scared. You're my boyfriend. I like whatever you turn into. But let's be more careful next time. Okay? I don't want you to get sick. Who can stop this? Who could say no to a kitten who is so full of you? Who puts your well-being first, and who is so sweet? Anyway, Chen Xiyu couldn't top it. In the future, no matter how much difficulty he encountered, he would not allow one by one to leave. Chen Xiyu would like to hug the girl and give her a kiss. God knows how tormented he has been in the past 2 days, but his face is covered with rashes, so for the time being, it is better to endure it, and wait for a few days to get better and then clean her up properly. Xiyu, I'm hungry. Yi blinked her big eyes and looked at Chen Xiyu pitifully. Now that it was hard to change back, she was so hungry that she could eat a cow. Those aren't good at all. I want meat. I want hot pot. I want everything. Chen Xiyu dotingly pinched her face. Bye. I'll buy you whatever you want to eat, but I still have classes in the afternoon, so I'll order takeout for you to eat. Okay? Wait until the evening and then take you out for barbecue. Yeah, whatever you say. But Xiyu, I really know I'm wrong. Can you not be angry anymore? I promise to be good outside from now on, not to cause trouble for you. Yi's white tender hand hooked his little thumb and shook it again and again, and that little face also looked at him nervously, afraid that he would scold her like that. No, when had he ever lost his temper with her, except for the last time when he was slightly more aggressive. One by one, I'm not angry anymore. There were things I didn't do right that day, so let's just put it in the past, okay? Yes. Then we have a deal. Chen Xiyu hugged one by one sitting on the sofa to order takeout. Hungry so 2 days. She craved a lot. See anything want to eat? Ordered a double of spicy hot, but also added 2 cups of milk tea. After ordering, one by one looked at the fried rice noodles and carefully raised her hand. I'd like to try that one, is that okay? Chen Xiyu nodded, not wanting to reject her. From today on, he would fulfill her requests as long as they weren't anything excessive. Yes, but it's very spicy. You'll have to eat only a little bit less or your stomach will get upset. After getting Chen Xiyu's permission, one by one immediately squatted down and moved the fried rice noodles on the coffee table to the side. And now it is still a little hot, and it should not be so hot to eat just now. Chen Xiyu looked at one by one very courageous, shivered a bite. It's still as delicious as before. It's not much spicier. So hot and spicy. Xinjiang fried rice noodles will punish everyone with a stiff upper lip. One arrogant for a second. then immediately changed his mouth, picked up the leftover yogurt next to a drink. Chen Xiu was prepared, went to get the milk, inserted straw to her. One by one, I took 2 hard sips before the spiciness washed out a little, but it still wasn't very pleasant in my mouth. Good girl, don't eat this, have spicy hot pot later. Now that it was past mealtime, it should be delivered soon. Chen Xiu covered the remaining fried rice noodles with a lid and put it in a bag to put it at the door. There was no way, although he didn't want to waste it, but this level of spiciness was just too much to bear, so he'd better be good and order a mildly spicy one to eat in the future. See you, did you miss me when I turned into a kitten? One by one, he came very close, and it was clear that his face was now covered in a red rash, more or less scary, but the girl acted as if she was completely blind to it, just wanting to listen to his answer, and couldn't see the slightest bit of dislike or fear in his eyes. Well, miss you a lot. The thought of not wanting to do anything, just wanting to guard you, wanting you to hurry up and change back. Every now and then I regret that I shouldn't have been mean to you. My girlfriend is so good, and I'm still mean to you. I'm just not a human being. I also had nightmares that I could never find you again, that it was like you never existed. The more Chen Xiu spoke, the harder it became. The knots in his throat rolled up and down. He only felt that he owed one by one. However, in the next second, the girl directly held his shoulders with both hands and slightly inclined her head to kiss the knot of his throat. Chen Xiu was able to feel the temperature of the lips of one by one. The bottom of his heart was like fireworks blooming instantly. His heart thumped uncontrollably, and he reacted almost instantly underneath. Chen Xiu clenched his fists and tried to push the girl away. However, one by one did not stop and stuck out his tongue to lick it. Grass, that's not the way to seduce someone. I don't want to be a kitten either. I want to kiss you so much. He stepped back a little, and in the next second, she directly pushed Chen Xiu down, and then sat on his body with her legs straddling him. Chen Xiu leaned his back against the sofa. The young girl in front of him was getting closer and closer to him. He nervously swallowed his saliva, and was already thinking in his mind whether he should buy a condom or not. But it'll take a while to get it delivered if you buy it now, and the wait will be torturous, I guess, but we can't really that in her body. I heard that birth control pills have a great impact on a girl's body. Cannot eat it. Never mind. Let's order one first. Chen Xiu made up his mind, reached out and held one by one's waist. Bear with me, I'll buy a. First. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Kazuchi heard the doorbell and knew it must be the takeout he had just ordered, so he jumped right up and ran over to it, without even putting on his shoes. Come on, come on. Chen Xiu couldn't help but soar an expletive as he looked at the hand frozen in midair. With a reluctant face, he went over and looked at the takeaway boy smiling and letting give a favorable comment. Chen Xiu now had a big internal grievance and wanted to hit someone. Thank you, I can't believe you delivered both takeouts. One by one, he took it with a smile and then closed the door behind him. Wow, it smells so good. I've been wanting to eat it for a long time. One by one couldn't wait to poke open the milk tea and take a sip, then started shaking her head. Milk tea is so good. Oh, good to be human. Never again to be a kitten. Chen Xiu slowly sat down and began to criticize her. One by one. Told you to wear shoes. Do not wear shoes, easy to catch a cold in. How so disobedient? He nodded frantically and passed the milk tea directly to Chen Xiu's mouth. I know. Take a sip. It's really good. Chen Xiu took a sip and looked at her face expectantly, waiting for his answer. The fire that had built up in his heart instantly subsided. Well, it's quite tasty. I told you so. Chen Xiu shook his head. For the time being, I don't want to think about it. Go to the supermarket in a couple of days and buy the set first. Next time you can start directly. I'll get it. Chen Xiu opened the takeout box. This store's lid is a bit of a problem. Every time you use a lot of force to get it open. The most critical thing is that after opening the lid will definitely be broken, because of the fear of scratching one by one. So this kind of thing is still better for him to come. He couldn't wait, holding his chopsticks ready to start. Just as Chen Xiu opened it, she took a small piece of crispy meat and put it to her mouth and blew on it. This time I did know it was hot and didn't forget to blow on it first. Chen Xiu thought silently in his heart. Yet in the next second, Yi followed it up with his hand and handed the small crispy meat to his mouth. Xiu is sick. You eat first. Yi clearly loves food, and after 2 days of cat food, he's now craving it, but still wants to feed him first. Chen Xiu now understands those girls who say online that love requires attention to detail, and he can't stop this kind of unique care and favoritism. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl, at root they are all the same and want to be cared for. It's delicious, eat it. Chen Xiu opened his mouth to bite through, one by one before starting to dry rice. Look at her, anxious and afraid of hot. Every bite is a face of enjoyment expression. Chen Siyu feel a lot better mood. After eating, one by one was sleepy in no time. Chen Siyu didn't sleep well in the past 2 days, so he pulled the curtains and hugged her for a good night's sleep. The alarm clock went off at 2:30, and although Chen Siyu wanted to stay with her a little longer, there was no way around it. The class still had to go. Master, why are you up? The girl had just woken up from a nap, and subconsciously would drag out the trailing tone, sounding like she was being pampered, and the corners of Chen Siyu's pampered mouth simply couldn't be controlled, and he attached himself to her face and kissed her. I have to go to class, so be a good girl and go to sleep, and I'll pick you up after class for food, okay? The temperature has plummeted in the last few days, and the high school student that Chen Siyu helped to make up for it got sick, so the tuition was temporarily suspended for the last few days, and there was enough time to take one by one out for barbecue in the evening. Yi shook her head, and although she was still confused, she sat up and opened her arms to spoon with Chen Siyu, asking him to hug her. Chen Siyu is expected a one will be sticky, so it is why the alarm clock advanced a little, and now there is absolutely time to get tired with her again. Holding Yi in his arms, Chen Siyu lowered his voice and whispered, "Good boy. I'll take you to eat lots and lots of roasted meat at night, okay? No, can't you take me to class? I want to be with you. I don't want to be apart." It wasn't just Chen Siyu. Yi did the same. She just wanted to stick it to Chen Siyu. She didn't want to stay home alone. Chen Siyu thought for a moment. In fact, that afternoon class is section elective. The final grade of this class is to write a paper to grade. After submitting it last week, there is nothing. According to that teacher's temperament, this is the last class. Should only let them study or watch a movie or something. Seems like it's okay to take a chichi. Then get up and change and I'll take you to school. But you have to promise that you'll behave and not get into trouble. Hearing that she could go to school, one by one's eyes cleared instantly. She looked around her and saw that people her age went to school but didn't get the chance. And now that she could finally experience what it was like to go to class, one by one was instantly energized. I'm getting up now. Don't worry. I'll be good. I won't talk if you don't let me. Like a kitten. No. I'm supposed to be a kitten. No. No. You said you couldn't say that. If anyone heard you it would be over. One by one, he jumped out of bed excitedly, talking to himself, opening his closet to pick out what he was going to wear, and humming a song he'd heard earlier while swiping through a short video. Chen Siyu watched her series of operations and felt tremendously cute. No one had told him before that falling in love was so cool. Having a girlfriend is different. Fragrant and soft, occasionally a little temper, most of the time cute and well-behaved. Simply can't stop. It's cold outside, so wear something thicker. Then I'll wear the one I wore to the amusement park the other day. It's the best. Chen Siyu has already helped her to wash and dry a handful of clothes over. Also do not care that Chen Siyu is right next to it. Directly took off and began to change. Sheesh. The kitten's skin was really thick at times. He tried to step forward to help, but one by one moved quickly and didn't give him a chance. But Chen Siyu has always been one to not treat himself poorly. Even through his clothes, he still went up and touched him twice. How about, do I look like a student now? One by one, they changed their shoes, carried their small bags, and stood straight for Chen Siyu to see. Well, it's very pretty. My family Kazuchi is simply better looking than the school flower. Is the school girl the best looking girl in school? How do you know I'm better looking than her? Do you look at her a lot? The death trifecta question confused Chen Siyu. He should not have said this extra. Well, seeing that he couldn't answer, he became even more angry and wanted to reach out to pinch his face. But seeing that there was a red rash on his face and fearing that he would be in pain, he crossed his arms and said fiercely, "You're not allowed to look at them from now on. You can only look at me or I'll get jealous." Chen Siyu nodded. He originally did not have any fantasies about the school flower and so on. After all, before Suro a courtyard flower he could not get, but now it is good. One by one, directly dumping them 800 streets. He is extremely satisfied. Promise to get the job done. With only you in your eyes and heart. Chen Siyu also cleaned up a bit. Put on the down jacket, went to the mirror to look, because his skin is white, so the red rash on his face is still very obvious. After thinking for a while, he decided to find a mask to wear. Why are you wearing a mask? Isn't that hard? It's not even good to breathe, because there's a rash on my face. I'm afraid of scaring people and it's kind of noticeable, so I'm covering it up. He has always been protective of Chen Siyu, and can't hear others say half a bad word about him, not even if he says it himself. Hell no, it's not scary at all. If anyone says anything bad about you, then I'll bite him and scratch him, and I'll protect you for sure. Seeing her teeth bared, Chen Siyu pulled her hand over and put it in his pocket. Well, if someone bullies me you go tickle her. Time is almost up. On the way to school Chen Siyu accelerated his pace, wanting to get to the classroom earlier. After all, with 1 by 1. He still has a little bit of weakness. Looking for a corner position is better, so as not to attract attention. However, Chen Xiyu was wrong. Just into the school there were people who recognized 1 by 1, and she said hello, and I do not know how she is so inviting. A lot of young ladies passing by are running to talk to her. Hand-holding a little bit of what to eat are also shared with her some. By the time he got to the classroom, 1 by 1 was already holding a bunch of iced candy canes and a handful of sugar-fried chestnuts. Now that the classroom had been filled with many people, Chen Xiyu saw that the row in the center against the wall still had seats, so he pulled Yi over to sit. Things were far more exaggerated than he had imagined a bit. 1 by 1 drew a lot of attention when he entered the classroom. And it was true. Beautiful women shine wherever they are. The girl looked around because she was curious, but her movements were small because she was afraid of attracting attention. She just didn't realize that most of the students in the classroom were now looking at her. Miss, there were too many people before. I didn't even get to talk to you, but now that I see you up close, I realize that you didn't even put on any makeup. You look so good. In the front row there was a girl turned over to talk to 1 by 1. Looking at her face of excitement, Chen Xiyu was going to think that his girlfriend was an actress. However, it wasn't over yet. The girls next to him had all gathered around. Miss, your eyelashes are so long. Did you really not use mascara? You have good skin. Can I poke you? I watched all the videos of you dancing, and I was at the amusement park the other day, but unfortunately I didn't meet them. Miss, which school are you from anyway? Is it hard to believe that you've already graduated? But you don't look like it since you look so small. Miss, I think you can have a live broadcast, then I'm sure I'll watch it every day. There are a lot of people doing self-publishing in the school nowadays. You'll definitely have a lot of fans if you do it. Chen Xiyu was directly squeezed back and forth, despite the back tightly against the stool, but also cannot resist the crowd. No way. He just got up. Just as he stood, he was pulled over to sit by the boy next to him. Dude, pass on the experience. How did you do it? Chen Xiyu was dumbfounded. Ha, you chased your college that Suro so long, is not treated as a spare tire well. Say, how did you find such a ferry against the wind to turn the tide? Simply annual cool article ah. Dude, just tell me how you're chasing. I'll listen on my knees if you start a class. I want to fall in love so bad. Just teach me. I can pay for it. Just help me out and catch the girl I like and I'll be sure to thank you properly. You see, you look also a little bit handsome, but not even in the same class as that fairy ah. Originally, Chen Xiyu only felt helpless, but inexplicably his appearance was suddenly attacked, and he was instantly offended. I'm more than a little bit handsome, and now I'm wearing a mask because I'm allergic, okay? Brother's reputation can't be ruined. Allergies? Eating mango? Dude, it's not like this girlfriend of yours now buys you Yangji Nana too, is it? This brother finished. A few people next to him began to laugh. Chen Xiyu clammed up. How he this point of shit everyone knows ah. Really convinced? Do not study well. Every day brush what post. See what gossip ah. What's going on so lively? Is a star coming to the school to shoot a movie? So excited. Chen Xiyu saw light in the teacher who entered the door. To be honest, he had never had a moment like now, so desperately wishing for his teacher to appear. As expected, everyone immediately dispersed after the teacher came in, and Chen Xiyu returned to sit next to 1 by 1. The teacher on the podium raised his glasses and stared at Chen Xiyu and Yi for a while. This boy does look a bit familiar. The girl next to him looks a bit strange. Chen Xiyu was just thinking about how he was going to answer, when a few girls in the front row digressed. Teacher, we've turned in all our final assignments, so can we watch a movie in this class? You're the best teacher. Show us a movie. It's cold enough for a movie. The teacher really didn't pull any more questions, but smiled and plugged in the flash drive, letting everyone choose which one to watch. Watching a movie in a classroom is a completely different atmosphere than watching a movie on your own. And in high school, if any of the teachers were willing to spend their evening study time showing a movie to everyone would be absolutely happy for the rest of the day. And I don't know why, but no matter how low the rating of a movie you watch in class, or the type of movie you're not interested in, you'll watch it so hard that you won't feel that way again for the rest of the day, even if you have to re-wipe it again. At 5 o'clock after class, the movie is still 1/3 not finished. The teacher did not continue to play. Let everyone want to watch back to their own time to finish, and briefly said the summary of this semester's classes, as well as to the students of the advice. College is like this. So many courses, so many teachers, in addition to a very small number of specialized courses. The rest of the classes are and the teacher meet once a week. A semester is less than 20 weeks, and sometimes there will be a holiday. The class will be less, so 1 or 2. So counting, the teacher and the student will not be very familiar with. After the teacher left, Chen Xiyu hurriedly took one to go. He did not want to be surrounded again. However, The staircase classroom is too many people, and sitting in the middle of the seat by the inside, simply cannot quickly go. After just a moment's delay, another girl came along. See you one by one. Remember to get out of the stall early. We'll patronize. Kazuchi was in a good mood and smiled as he waved bye-bye to the girls. Yeah, we'll talk about it in the group when we get out of the booth. Chen Siyu held the girl's hand tightly, declaring his sovereignty. One by one. How long has it been? And how did you get to know them so well? They're all very nice. They compliment me on my good looks and say I'm cute. A shy look so that Chen Siyu cannot help but think of other places. Their school with or a lot of. Cannot be brought to bias. Then I've complimented you a lot. Why don't I see you so happy? He looked up at him in shock, incredulously saying, which is not true. I'm obviously happiest with you, and I love you the most. Unlike humans, kittens are not formal in this aspect of expressing love. She can say whatever she wants to say, just like now. She is not embarrassed by the crowd and her voice is not deliberately lowered. Chen Siyu's afterglow glanced at the envious faces of those few boys just now, and he instantly felt good in his heart. LOL. No way. Brother is so charming. One by one. How does it feel to sit in class? It feels new. So many students together. Think it's fun. And the movie is interesting. Too bad we haven't finished it yet. Let's finish it together when we get home. Okay? Chen Siyu nodded. And it was obvious that she was really happy. Everyone yearns for what they seek as a youngster. And one by one is naturally the same. That I'll take you with me in electives from now on. So you'll be a student like me. Hearing that there would be a chance to come back in the future. One by one jumped up and down and was so happy. Chen Siyu had already booked a place to have a barbecue, and seeing that she liked the school so much, he unconsciously slowed down his pace and introduced her to the various buildings of the school. When it's time to graduate, the college will hold a graduation ceremony here, and then you must accompany me and we'll take pictures together. To him, Yi was now his girlfriend, an existence like a family member, so Chen Siyu hoped that when he graduated, Yi would be by his side as she was now. Yeah, not just for graduation, but when you work later. I'm going to be by your side all the time. The corners of the young girl's mouth swung into a curved arc, her eyes flashed with a fine light, and with just one glance, Chen Siyu's heart was moved. What to do? Wanted to kiss her so bad, but now there are a lot of people coming and going, students who just got out of class, and it's not a good influence to be pro here. He was now considered the man of the hour at school, and the shit he chased after Su-ro before had been raked over the coals, and he'd just been mocked for a wave of ridicule. It's time to say no. He can't top it anyway. Trojan horse. Yi directly climbed on his shoulder and stood on her tiptoes to give Chen Siyu a slapdash kiss on the mouth. What's going on? How did she know she wanted to kiss? Seeing the change in your eyes. I know you want to kiss me, but now there are many people and you're embarrassed. So I'll take the initiative to kiss you. This meow won't feel embarrassed. A warm current flowed through the tip of Chen Siyu's heart. In fact, he wanted more. From now on you can tell me if you want to kiss me. Oh, and if you're embarrassed, then let me do it. Because I want to be intimate with you all the time. I don't know how the kitten could be so enlightened. The words of confession came out of his mouth, and Chen Siyu couldn't even block it a little. Yeah, I like to initiate one by one. Just take more initiative during the day and let him carry the load again in bed. Booked that barbecue restaurant although many people, but there is still a place to choose a window table for 4 people to sit down. The waiter after checking the code soon after the food. This store seasoning is the waiter to help you adjust. There are several flavors. The taste is very good. Chen Siyu ordered a meal for 3 to 4 people, for no other reason, simply because he and one by one were both meat lovers with good appetites, and a meal for 2 was simply not enough. Looking at the plate of meat on the table, one by one was simply bubbling with happiness. After the dishes were served she took out her cell phone to secretly take pictures of Chen Siyu's grilled meat and she also took pictures. Chen Siyu did not have the habit of taking photos to record, one by one, so she secretly took photos, and saved all kinds of looks of Chen Siyu in the album, and took it out to look at it from time to time, one by one. Stop playing with your cell phone. The pancetta is almost ready. Eat it. Chen Siyu put the roasted and oiled pancetta in a bowl. She blew on it and dipped it in the seasoning, then handed it to him. Siyu takes the first bite first. Chen Siyu did not refuse. Opened his mouth to eat a mouthful. He and one by one eat barbecue meat habits are similar. In the beginning is absolutely not wrapped in lettuce to eat, because it feels like the flavor of the meat is diminished. So to wait to eat to the second half of the meal. Feel a little tired. Will only be wrapped in the meat to begin to eat. How is it? Is it good? Well, of course it tastes good when fed by one and one. Chen Siyu was very good at providing emotional value. And under her influence, there were some things that she got used to saying, and when she said them more often, she realized that there was really nothing to be ashamed of at all. Behind our Chen Siyu grilled meat, one by one is responsible for feeding him. During the time she also want to grill a little bit, let him rest. But the little girl tender skin, sometimes a little bit of oil, Chen Xiu cannot afford to let her suffer a little bit of injury. One by one, her skin was so tender that every time she kissed her, the slightest amount of force left a mark. When making out, there is a conflicting feeling of both heartache and wanting to treat her with abandon, but it was satisfying to look at her afterward with her marks all over her body, as if he had marked her exclusively for him, and she was all his. Xiu, you're about to take your final exams, so are you going home for this vacation? Yi clearly remembers that in the 2 years since Chen Xiu raised her, he only went back home once, because the distance was too far for her to follow, so Xiu put her in a pet store that specializes in taking care of kittens. She missed him those days, and as much as she didn't want Chen Xiu to leave, he wasn't like her. He had a family. Chen Xiu's grilled hand paused, then continued to turn the potato slices. I don't think we're going back, but it's good that we're not. It's our first year together. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu didn't feel lonely anymore. Instead, he was still a little bit looking forward to it. Yes, it's nice to spend New Year's Eve with Xiu. Hearing that Chen Xiu was not going back, Yi was immediately happy, so he could accompany her. Why is New Year's great? Because on New Year's Eve you can eat lots and lots of good food, wear new clothes, put up spring scrolls at home, which I've never experienced before, and watch the Spring Festival Gala. And, well, there are fireworks to watch. It's so beautiful. Pause thought for a moment continued, and human beings are not very important to the Spring Festival. This is the most important festival of the year. Is a family reunion together, encourage each other to feel happy, get the courage to continue to go the next year. So the day must be good. Seeing her face of anticipation, Chen Xiu suddenly also felt that the new year was not bad. And she has a point. For many people, New Year's Eve is such a special existence. A day when old people squatting at home get to see their children who have drifted away. A day when younger children get to receive their New Year's money. He didn't used to look forward to New Year's Eve. And for people like him who didn't have a home, he tended to feel lonely and heartbroken during the major holidays. But not anymore. He felt happy every day with one by his side. Then when the time comes, I'll buy you new clothes, take you to play, and we'll make good food together. Yeah, the girl's fighting strength was a bit stronger than Chen Xiu expected. She continued to barf her food when he was almost full. Looking at how skinny she was, he didn't know where all the meat had grown to, but it's good. They say it's a blessing to be able to eat, and when his girlfriend can eat, he has the pleasure and satisfaction of feeding her food. And girlfriend is a foodie then. Even if the quarrel, that buy her some delicious immediately coaxed well, especially one by one such. Simply do not too easy. Then I'll continue my stall tomorrow, earn more money, and buy you new clothes and lots of good food when the new year comes too. Chen Xiu thought for a while, after the past 2 days, although there are still some people paying attention to this matter, but there is not much heat anymore. After all, in the current era, there are a lot of big melons every day. No one will even keep paying attention to these. It shouldn't hurt to set up a stall or anything, and since she wants to go, she can go on. Otherwise it's boring to be home alone. Besides, after this incident, one by one has grown up a lot and really realized his mistake and will correct it. That's fine. Let's continue from tomorrow. But I'm almost out of stock beforehand, so I'll buy some more later. Yeah, don't worry, see you. I'm sure I won't get into any more trouble. I'll be good. But, how did you learn to dance? Was that the first time you watched that video? How could you replicate it exactly just by watching it once? I don't know about the repetition, but she was really talented, dancing like a bigot who had already studied for years. The girl she danced with that day had studied, but the two were still quite far apart. Well, I swiped the dancing video twice before when I was home alone, so I imitated it afterward, and it felt pretty fun and not too hard. So when I saw that you wanted those shoes the other day, I went up there. Sheesh, that's an unusual kitten. You can learn this much from watching it once, so if you really go down that road, you'll be in the wind for sure. One by one, you dance beautifully. Can you show me some other dances when you get home? Just think about it. Chen Xiu has already begun to gulp. That scene has to be how fragrant. Yeah, what kind do you want to see? Find a video and show it to me first, then I'll dance for you when I learn it. One by one agreed to be very quick, not just dancing. Since Chen Xiu then she will jump his favorite to him to see, whether it was dancing or anything else. If he wanted to watch, then she could take lessons. Anything. Chen Xiu did not expect one by one to be so good at talking, and thought that he would have to soften his words for a while. Then it's a deal. I'll find it for you when we get home. Of course he loves to look at the kind that wears little, twirls demurely, is sexy and seductive. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu immediately accelerated the speed of roasting the meat, getting all the remaining ones onto the roasting pan and started roasting them. Eat up, eat up, eat up and let's hurry home. This calamari is also good. Have some more. Chen Xiu kept on chucking into Yi's bowl, and the smile on his face became more and more unrestrained, without hiding it at all. After dazzling all the ingredients on the table, Chen Xiu took paper towels and wiped his mouth one by one. This drink isn't finished yet, hey, let's take it back. Drinks are just bought in addition, because not accustomed to drink the package originally with that sour plum juice. A one sip was sour out of the emoticon, so Chen Xiu additionally ordered a bottle of her favorite orange juice. Yeah, bring it back then. Yi nodded. It was paid for. Definitely want to take away and this tissue. I'm going to put it in my bag to take with me. Kanzuya put the paper towels in his bag and looked at the table to make sure he hadn't missed anything. Chen Xiu didn't expect his girlfriend to be so good at living her life. In the past when he was eating out with Su Ro, if he had done this, she would have only felt disgusted. His thoughts coincided with one by ones. Since he had paid for it himself, there was no problem at all with not being able to finish it and take it away, right? There was no need to feel shy or whatsoever because of that. One by one. Where did you learn that? And you know to pack it in. I saw on the video before that couple because of packing quarrel. I thought carefully. I think packing is right. We earn money is not easy that certainly should save the spend Besides, can not waste food. Planting food is very hard. Not expecting the kitten to have this kind of realization, Chen Xiu felt even more that he had picked up a treasure. So it doesn't matter to you that some people might look at you differently? The girl shook her head very firmly. Of course it doesn't matter. It's obvious that they are the ones with the problem. Why should I be unhappy because of this? Besides, I don't care what other people think of me. I only care about you. As long as Xiu has me in his heart, and won't dislike me, then I don't care. Yi doesn't know too much about people. She knows reasoning all straightforward, but that alone is something a lot of people can't figure out. I wouldn't mind you. I like you more than anything. Chen Xiu walked home holding Yi, who was still holding the bottle of unfinished orange juice in her hand, and when she passed the boutique, Chen Xiu thought of what happened at the amusement park that day and pulled her inside. Aha! What are you buying? I'll buy you a cute doll. Check it out. Do you like it? One by one. I looked at the entire shelf of dolls in front of me and wanted to touch every single one of them. They were just too cute. Wow. This little penguin with a little shark hat. So cute. And the swimming ring bag. Love it. This little ducky is cute too. And he's wearing a bow tie. This little bear is so cute. Look at her dorky. One by one. They loved each one. Holding them and looking at them. Even shaking hands with them in a childish way. In the end, she picked the little penguin that she looked at first. And although Chen Xiu wanted to buy them all for her, reality did not allow it. This store has a lot of girls. Are girls like all kinds of jewelry? In the spirit of the principle of come or here, Chen Xiu took her shopping. Yi is a cute girl after all, and has no resistance to those shiny, cute and adorable trinkets. Xiu, don't you think this is cute on me? This clip has kittens on it, hey. So cute and cuddly. Wow. This is so shiny. It doesn't work. I love it. Chen Xiu was interested in accompanying her to try one by one, perhaps because she was good looking. No matter which one she wore he felt good looking. Finally one by one, he picked the ones he liked the most and went to the checkout. These trinkets were not expensive. A few dollars for a small clip. He could still buy it. Thanks Xiu. You're the best to me. Yi was extra happy today. Not only did she eat her favorite barbecue, but she also bought cute and cuddly dolls and nice hair cards. Is it so low to ask that buying you a hairbrush is treating you right? Nowadays, in this era, how many people want a sports car, a villa, a famous brand? Where would they just want a few dozens of dollars of dolls and a few dollars of hair cards? It's not that I'm not demanding, it's that you're already good to me. You buy me things that I like. You satisfy me with what I want. If that's not good, then what is? Yi corrected righteously. She didn't like it when Siwoo made such light of being nice to her. It was clearly giving her all he could. It wasn't as easy as he made it out to be. After returning home, Chen Xiu immediately came to interest, took out his cell phone and searched for the video, chose to find a favorite. Although the action range is not great, but absolutely enchanting and sexy, Yi was still playing with the little doll she had just bought, and by the looks of her she was really enjoying it. One by one. I want to see this. Yeah, I'll learn first. Yi didn't say anything, put down the doll in her hand, took the phone and started to read it. After reading it twice, she nodded. I've learned it. Shall we dance now? Chen Xiu nodded his finger on his leg and shook his head after thinking for a moment. One by one. Go take a shower first, and then dance slowly afterward. After you've showered, changed your clothes and smelled good, Can't you just get started when the atmosphere arrives for the dance? Chen Xiu was very thorough in his consideration, and the girl obeyed, nodding her head. She was going to her room to get her pajamas. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu hurriedly followed again. One by one. Instead of pajamas, wear my t-shirt, and then this for underwear. Chen Xiu took out the black underwear that he bought before, the ultra-thin style. And ordinary underwear is not quite the same. The center of the two more straps, the design of the triangular cup, although it can wrap part of it, but the do will still be exposed. Just to think about it, Chen Xiu had a reaction. The worst part is, it's really translucent, but it's not very comfortable to wear this, and I don't want to sleep in my underwear. Chen Xiu hooked his lips. Don't worry, I'll help you take it off before you go to bed later. I just want to see you wear it, one by one. Can you wear it for me? The girl nodded, not realizing the gravity of the situation in the slightest. Of course you can. I'll wear it for you if Xiu likes it. One by one. He took his underwear and t-shirt and went to take a shower. And Chen Xiu sat on the bed and started to think wildly. Hiss, it's cold. Yes. Just now did not even realize this problem. Chen Xiu hurriedly turned up the air conditioning temperature, and tucked her in again. One by one, lie still. I'm going to take a shower. Wait. Yi pulled Chen Xiu's hand. Chen Xiu turned back. What's wrong? Is it a craving? Hearing Chen Xiu's first reaction was that she had a craving. The girl beamed unhappily. No, it's not. I'm just reminding you that you haven't taken your medicine yet. If you don't take your medicine properly, what if your allergy stays bad? I'd almost forgotten about that. Dao Xin was messed up. Chen Xiu, full of eyes, are waiting a little bit to pick the girl clean. Or still think about his face and red rash. But I took the medicine at lunch and it's much better. At least it doesn't look as red. And maybe it had something to do with his physique. Those rashes just looked scary but didn't feel itchy. So Chen Xiu forgot about it for a while. Okay, I'm going to take my pills and then I'll take a shower afterward. So be a good girl and wait for me. Chen Xiu leaned over and kissed her, took his pajamas and went to the living room, boiled some hot water to finish the medicine before going to take a shower, thinking of meat to eat later. Chen Xiu bath speed are much faster. Squeeze the body wash haphazardly in the body wipe. A certain place is also carefully washed, and finally turned the water to the maximum. Quickly rinsed, pulled a piece of towel to dry, put on the clothes, cannot wait to enter the room. One by one. I'm ready. The room was air-conditioned, and Chen Xiu was already hot in his heart, and now it was even harder to endure. One by one, he lifted the covers and got up, his cell phone volume turned up and placed on the nightstand to play the accompaniment. I'll start. The music is upbeat and straight from the opening is a blast, although the clothes are very loose, but completely reveals the girl's slender legs. For Chen Xiu, this leg control really do not too friendly. Directly a whole fall in love. One by one winks like silk. Every action jumps to Chen Xiu's heart. The music has not stopped, but Chen Xiu cannot sit still. Directly get up and take the girl's waist, carry to the bed. One by one. Help me. Will you? The young girl's eyes were clear and penetrating. It's okay if you don't understand. I'll teach you. Chen Xiu turned off the lights, leaving only the table lamp above the bed, and the warm yellow light made the room look cozy. Kanzuya seemed to understand what he was going to do, and his white fingers gripped the bed sheet tightly, unable to resist biting his lip. Good girl. One by one. Don't bite. Chen Xiu slowly and methodically removed the loose t-shirt from the girl's body. She also cooperated and obediently raised her hand. After only the black lace underwear was left on her body, the always active one by one also began to be shy, and her arms were placed in front of her chest to cover it. Show me. The corners of Chen Xiu's eyes were red, like he had endured a lot. With a nod, Kanzuya moved his hand away. Chen Xiu hooked his lips and smiled, so well behaved that he wanted to make her cry. Afterwards, Chen Xiu looked at the girl's palms were red, and there was a red piece between her thighs, and thought that just now, he seemed to be a little too rude. It should have been lighter. Does it hurt? One by one, with an insatiable face, Chen Xiu held the girl in his arms. The room was still filled with some kind of odor. Chen Xiu changed the air conditioner to the air exchange mode, and the window was opened a little bit to breathe. No pain. Just sore hands. Yi's face was pressed against Chen Xiu's chest, and when she thought of the ridiculous thing she had just done, she was so shy. Last time, it was Chen Xiu who helped her, and now that she had switched over, she still felt shy. Then how about next time we don't use our hands? Chen Xiu stared at Yi's full lips and said wistfully. Yi didn't understand and subconsciously agreed. Yes, I'm happy when Xiu is happy. Chen Xiu smiled. She is really simple. This sentence made him feel a little guilty. Remember what you said, and don't back out next time. Chen Xiu's hand is uneasy, holding and pinching twice, one by one, immediately calling out. Who can stand this? would love to do it directly to the end. But the meal to eat one bite at a time, the road to take one step at a time. Chen Xiu enjoys the current state, like teasing kittens and puppies. A little bit of disintegration of their original worldview will be that white paper bit by bit stained with his mark, just like the one on her. One by one. Your skin is so tender that a light pinch gives you red marks. Did I just hurt you? Chen Xiu stared at the young girl in his arms as she nodded and immediately shook her head. No, it doesn't hurt. It's very comfortable. Chen Xiu laughed out loud. Kittens' nature are all like this? Won't lie. Even if they are shy again, they will twist and turn to tell the truth. This look simply completely poked Chen Xiu's point. There will be more comfortable ones to come, and one by one will definitely like it better then. See you, I think. What do you think? I feel like you've gotten worse. He stammered, and Chen Xiu grabbed her face. Where did I turn bad? Ha? Well, it's just worse anyway. You just look different than usual. Chen Xiu know what she means. But which boy's bed under the bed are a look? That is not good. And would you not like it? No, I like it as long as it's you. Chen Xiu touched her little head. This is the benefit of having a pet single-mindedly only like you. Do not even have to worry about it. The next day, Chen Xiu went to class as usual, perhaps because he was too comfortable last night. When his alarm clock went off in the morning, he didn't even have the energy to get out of bed, and his body and mind were soothed. On the contrary, one by one, the marks on her chest were fading a bit, but they were still conspicuous. Chen Xiu lowered his head and bit it. The girl only wailed twice, then went back to sleep. It seems to be too tired last night, otherwise according to her usual habits. Now we'll certainly pester him for a kiss. Chen Xiu helped her to cover the quilt, and then brought the small penguin doll that he threw on the sofa last night to her. One by one immediately hugged the doll, and also rubbed against it. Now that he had to go to class, he'd let him, the doll, keep her company for the time being. The surveillance installed in the house had only been used for a day, and one by one it changed back, but Chen Xiu would still look at it, taking the opportunity to touch the fish during class, watching her stretch and come to the living room to walk around, eat breakfast and drink water. Now she is fully capable of using various software, and ordering takeout is also letting the delivery boy leave it at the door, and only going out to get it after a while, with a strong sense of security. After breakfast she lay on the sofa and played with her cell phone for a while, and her legs waved around with excitement when she saw a good-looking place, and Chen Xiu looked at the screen and had the feeling of watching an electronic pet. Until 10 o'clock, the girl only got up and jumped to the room to get clothes. After changing also twisted around to the mirror stinking. Chen Xiu to her small movements are all in the eyes. See her wear bulging, but also assured. But the collar of the clothes is not too high. The wind will be poured into the words outside. Gotta get her a scarf and a hat to wear so she'll be a lot warmer. Until she pushed the cart out of the door. Chen Xiu put down his cell phone. This class is about to end. He only has one class in the morning, so he can go and help her after the next class. Now the weather is getting colder and colder. One by one when you go out are wearing a lot. To the school door when the group sent a message, said already out of the stall, immediately received a lot of replies. Some say a good time and tell her to bake it and come down and get it later. One by one, the business began in earnest. The oil was brushed and the grill opened, and only just out of the stall came a boy who looked a little familiar. Hello, it's going to be $10. Looking at the somewhat gangly boy in front of him, one by one treated him like any other guest with a light smile on his face and asked him to wait a moment. Ji Xiao stood next to him, looking at the girl more cold. Seems to not remember him, but it's normal. Just so met one side. No impression is understandable. Now that the weather is cold, most people outside don't play with their cell phones. They are tucked in their pockets. Ji Xiao stared at the girl in front of him. Her hands were already frozen red, and her ears were also red. Wanted burnt? Ha, right. Ji Xiao felt that he must have been possessed, and his first reaction was to think that he could stay here a little longer if he roasted a little bit. Do you not remember me? Ji Xiao licked his lips and asked tentatively. One by one, who was busy flipping the grilled sausage, looked up, his eyes full of wariness. She didn't feel that way about the same sex, not the opposite sex. She didn't want to have too many conversations. She just wanted to make money selling her starchy sausages properly. I am not a bad person. I am a classmate of your male, Chen Xiu. Last time we met in the hot pot restaurant. That time when you and Chen Xiu sat by the window. We exchanged greetings for a bit. You might have forgotten. But don't worry, I didn't mean any harm. Ji Xiao hurriedly explained, scratching his head in some embarrassment. Yo, brother Xiao, you don't love these snacks. Why are you taking the initiative to buy them now? The person who came was Ji Xiao's friend. Ji Xiao was too lazy to explain, and only stared at one by one. It was not easy to say a word, but he was also interrupted, and his heart was a little upset. I remember. I've seen it before for a bit. This is baked. Here you go. Jishao took it and looked at the detached smile on her face and didn't say anything more. Thank you. After walking 2 steps, Jishao took one and then gave the rest to the 2. Took a bite. The flavor was really good, but remembering the pair of frozen red hands, Jishao's heart was a little annoyed. What do you guys know about Chen Xiyu? The person beside him froze and half-joked. Brother Xiao, you're not looking at that girl, are you? You're in a superior position outwardly, and you're a rich kid, so if you really like it you can try it. Jishao frowned, then said with a straight face, what do you take me for? No matter how bottomless I am, it's impossible for me to steal someone's girlfriend. Though his heart was in such a state of flux, he still had his wits about him. It happens all the time. You can't just look at one and take it, then wait for them to break up and then on the line. That girl looks pampered. Look at it, has not eaten anything bitter. That skin tender can pinch out water. Chen Xiyu conditions and not. Maybe when it breaks up. Right. This girl fire these 2 days. How many people pick her vest or not pick out? Should also be a bit of background. How can such a girl in a family condition is not good to continue to be with? You're wrong about this sentence. I saw someone gossiping before that Chen Xiyu's family conditions were more than bad, as if he was adopted. The more a few people talked, the more outrageous they became. And Ji shouts get impatiently. That's people's privacy. Besides, there's no proof. Open your mouths and you're just talking nonsense. Who taught you guys that? Ji Shao coldly swept a glance at them, and a few people instantly shut up. Has been to the fork in the road. Ji Shao walked, a boy wearing glasses before then spit. Obviously he asked. He is interested in himself. We said a little truth and he does not like to hear. I think he is interested in that girl, but also have to and think they are more terrific as if promiscuous as that. Girlfriends have been handed over so many. Another boy retorted. That can't be said. Which of those girls around young Master G didn't volunteer and rush to be his girlfriend? With money and gifts. If I were a woman, I'd be willing to do the same. Then go ask young Master G. If he likes men, you can go and be a recipient. Holy shit, even if I do it, I'm going to do a good job of attacking it. When Chen Xiyu came over, one by one the stall has surrounded a lot of people. So 2 days without business, the guests not only did not reduce, but also more. Xiyu, you're here. One by one, when they saw him coming, their smiles deepened a few notches, and the students gathered around to buy kielbasa showed that they had knocked it out of the park. Why are your ears so red? Should have gotten you a scarf. Take a break and I'll bake. Chen Xiyu carefully helped her pull down her sleeves, then let her rest on the sidelines. The crowd was growing, and with the number of people ordering from the group earlier, the starchy sausage brought in was quickly running out. Chen Xiyu collected the things and took her home. Not going to order takeout today, wanting to get his hands dirty and make her a good meal. One by one, have a baked cold noodle to pad your food first. I'll make you something good later when we get home. Chen Xiyu bought a baked cold noodles for her to eat. He pushed the cart to the home, said it has been a long time without cooking. The first few days of all kinds of things are piled up together, and busy with the stall, usually is the point of takeout to solve the problem. It's so hard not to have classes during the day today, so it's just time to make a nice meal to treat one and myself. Yeah, I'll give you a hand then. One by one with a sign poked a large piece of material full of roasted cold noodles to feed Chen Xiyu. The 2 people a mouthful of food very quickly. That one roasted cold noodles inside the bottom. Chen Xiyu noticed that her hands are frozen red, so she let her hands stuffed in the pocket. This cart he pushed one hand also simple, just not very good control of the direction. Do not need her help at all. The girl's skin is delicate. Usually in bed a pinch on the traces even if, usually where bumped and touched. Although she said it does not hurt, but just look at the traces. Chen Xiyu will have to heartache for a long time. To the entrance of the district, Chen Xiyu let on-duty Moncler outlet store help look at the car. Moncler outlet store is very quick. Let them go ahead and busy. Will be well watched. Chen Xiyu said thank you then took one by one to go to the boutique next to the store. I bought her cotton mops from this house before and she kinda liked them. Inside are girls' things. All kinds of cute love hats are there. Just take her in. One by one on a small bear hat. Is the kind of hat scarf one of the style? Look cute love. Chen Xiyu helped her put it on. One by one. She ran to the mirror and nodded. I want this one. This one is so cute. Then buy this. Chen Xiyu also thought it was cute. Except that the hat was so big that when she put it on it made her face look even smaller. Like a small potato. Then chose a pair of pink and tender gloves. Chen Xiyu took together to the checkout. The little girl is like this pink. Although he a straight man the first thought is very easy to get dirty. But since she likes, that is to buy. Dirty on the wash. After paying the money Chen Xiyu helped a hand to put on the hat. The scarf circled around the neck twice, and there was still a section left to drag down. Am I cute? E's eyes shone with a fine light, and the look she gave him was passionate and genuine, not hiding the love in her eyes at all. In this instant, Chen Siyu's heartbeat missed a beat. Seems like winter is pretty good too. Not cold at all. Lovely, both beautiful and lovely. My family one by one is naturally beautiful and lovely in any kind of hat. If it's cute, why don't you kiss me? As soon as the words fell, Chen Siyu cupped Yi's face and kissed it, and immediately cheers of ah came from the side. It's the store clerk lady. Chen Siyu hurriedly let go of one by one. That sales clerk lady is still very social cow. See, they stopped, shouted loudly. It's okay, I didn't see anything. You guys continue. Who can continue in this situation? It's a disgrace. He couldn't do it even if he was more open to making out in front of other people's eyes. So Chen Siyu immediately pulled Yi's hand to leave. Siyu, you're shy ah. How can you be so thin-skinned ah you? One by one also gloated and mocked him. Chen Siyu coldly grunted in his heart. Just they kittens don't know shyness. No. In front of the time and the bed obviously shy. The face is red like an apple. Siyu, if you're seen, you're seen. You can't be so shy. So a whole sentence in the transmission to the ears of Chen Siyu only left the word no 2 words. Men are the most difficult to hear. So Chen Siyu slowly turned his head. One by one. If you talk any more nonsense, I won't make you your favorite dishes. Sure enough, the girl was immediately honest. I'm not going to tell you. You cheap bastard. Chen Siyu took her to the market, bought pig's trotters, ribs, beef, and taro, tomatoes, spinach, etc. His meal is relatively large. One by one can eat. Buy more is also fine. Anyway, the last few days as long as there is time to cook. When going back, Chen Siyu put all the vegetables he bought on the box on top of the cart and pushed it with one hand still easily. You really don't need my help. Chen Siyu shook his head. He was a big boy. Just a little something like this. Easy okay. But, one by one, was he ignorant of his power? One by one. I could lift you up with one hand just like you, let alone something this small. Really? He hadn't thought about this layer. Although Chen Siyu looked much taller than him, she didn't have any concept of this. Otherwise, I'd have carried you here at home. Okay, then I know. You're so strong. Don't hit me in the future. The kitten's focus is so strange. Where would he want to hit her? Usually she bumps and bruises and he is heartbroken. Not to mention hitting her. You ungrateful. When did I ever hit you? Why no la? You even spanked my ass last night. He was furious and very aggressive. Chen Siyu did not expect her to say so. The worst thing is that now just walked to the door of the elevator. The people who came out face to face should have heard what he said. No, definitely heard it. Because the way they look at themselves has changed. Chen Siyu slightly lowered his head. Don't ask why he didn't dare to open his eyes. Simply because he still wanted his face. Although his own girlfriend was cute and clueless, she couldn't afford to talk like that. Chen Siyu lowered his head, but the voices of the passers-by discussing it still reached his ears. Youngsters these days can be a lot of fun. I live next door to him, but I don't hear anything at night, which means the house is still soundproof, and I can continue to renew the lease. It's good to be young and energetic. Chen Siyu lowered his head and entered the elevator. The only thing he was thankful for was that no one was going up with them. He and Yi were the only ones in the elevator now. One by one. This can't be said indiscriminately. Others will misunderstand. Chen Siyu hurriedly gave his own kitten an urgent refresher course. Like her so indiscriminately blindly speaking the big truth. Then wait until the future really big to do. She will not say even more powerful. He was trying to be a gentleman on the surface even though he was a little bit of an animal behind his back. So it was very necessary to tell one by one about the seriousness of this. Yi opened her big round eyes. Sincere and real, but you did beat me last night. Although it didn't hurt. I didn't lie. Yi, what we did last night is something you have to be a very close boyfriend and girlfriend to do. And these are things that people don't talk about in public because it's very private. So in the future, outside, you absolutely can't bring up these details, do you know? Although Yi couldn't fully understand. But seeing that Chen Siyu was so serious, he still nodded obediently. I know. Then I won't say anything in the future. That's a good boy. I'll make you a nice reward later. Chen Siyu now face are still red. Just one by one said the words let him in his head again recalled last night's various scenes. Fortunately now is winter. Wearing a thick down jacket. Hard cannot be seen. After arriving home, Chen Siyu first got a small bowl of rice, put water to soak, and then start a pot of water. The pig's feet into it, onions, ginger and wine all whole into the blanching, and then go to deal with other ingredients. Just get a braised pig's trotters, and then cook a spinach soup, scrambled tomato eggs. 2 people 3 dishes is not bad. The key is not want to do too much. so as not to have to eat the leftovers of the morning in the afternoon, so it is still necessary to follow the amount of food. Cannot do more. See you. What can I do to help? One by one was watching from the sidelines and couldn't wait to help. Wash the spinach for me. And remember to use warm water, not cold. Chen Siyu liked to cook. Usually if he had time, he would simply start a fire by himself. And now that he had a girlfriend to accompany him, he felt that cooking was even more fun. Many people felt that girls should learn to cook, but Chen Siyu had no such intention. After all, his cooking skills were already very good. There was no need for EE to learn again. Plus, after spending more time together, if the kitten turned rebellious, he could totally make a meal and coax her right into taking it. After cutting all the vegetables, Chen Siyu repanned the rice twice, and then pressed the cook button. Once before he just forgot. The result was that the vegetables were all fried, and he found that the rice hadn't started to cook yet. He directly collapsed. He can't afford to make this kind of mistake now. The pig's trotters fished up and cut into pieces. Chen Siyu pot of oil put rock sugar fried juju bread, and then cut the pig's trotters poured into the stir fry, evenly colored after adding green onions, ginger, star anise leaves and other spices, into the soy sauce, cooking wine, oyster sauce, and finally add boiling water. Cover the lid to open the stew. Wow. Siyu, you're so good at everything. The whole time one by one was watching, not helping much, but the main focus was a companion. Chen Siyu liked the atmosphere. It was very lifelike. You're good too, with a good memory, and smart, and you can dance. Seriously, if she had a legitimate identity, then she would definitely be able to rely on short videos to directly explode. But Chen Siyu had selfishness. He didn't want so many people to covet his girlfriend. If he could, he would even want to hide her. That must be because you're awesome, so I follow my master. By the way, Siyu, that classmate of yours even came to buy starch sausages today. The boy I saw at the hot pot restaurant earlier. I forgot what his name was. Didn't memorize names on purpose. But Chen Siyu had told her before that if a boy struck up a conversation with him while buying starch sausages, then she should pay some attention and keep it in the report. She'd just been eating grilled cold noodles and buying hats on the way here, and she'd almost forgotten about it. Jishao? Chen Siyu was a little surprised. After all, Jishao is also considered the school's man of the hour, usually more picky about food. If he remembers correctly, the last time he took EE to eat at that hot pot restaurant, he didn't even seem to eat there. How can someone so picky go to a roadside stand? Chen Siyu eyes darkened. It's hard to. One by one. Did he say anything to you? Thought carefully. He didn't say anything. He just said that he asked me if I remembered him. I was afraid that he was some kind of bad guy. I was worried for a bit. Then he said that he had seen him in a hot pot restaurant. So I remembered. Chen Siyu nodded, suddenly having a sense of crisis. Siyu, do you not like him? If you don't like him, in case he comes back to buy it next time, then I won't sell it to him. In one by one's worldview, the people that Chen Siyu didn't like, then she didn't like them either and definitely avoided them. Chen Siyu had just been worried. But now, just because of the girl's words, he instantly relaxed. What's there to worry about? His own kitten was so well behaved, with only him in her eyes, that no matter what anyone else did, it wouldn't affect the bond between them. It's that confident. No, of course you have to earn the money you send up. Just be a good boy and check in with me from now on, too, okay? I know, I'll tell you everything if something happens. Chen Siyu look at her smile heartless. There is no other mind. So good. If it is not now to frying, hands are not so clean, he is sure to touch her properly. He still enjoys being touched even though she's turned into a human. And every time she's touched, she acts very comfortable. When the vegetables were fried, the pig's trotters had also been stewed softly, and Chen Siyu uncovered the lid of the pot, and the aroma instantly roamed out. Wow, it smells so good. It looks delicious. Kanzuya gulped, already a little impatient, even as his stomach growled twice. Good girl, go wash your hands and get ready to eat. I'll do it this way. Chen Siyu was afraid of scalding her, so he decided to do it himself. Scooped out the pig's trotters into a bowl and brought it to the table, then took the dishes and put them all on the table before going to wash his hands. One by one. Eat up. Why don't you move your chopsticks? After Chen Siyu washed his hands and came out, EE had already served the meal and sat waiting for him, staring at the dishes on the table with glowing eyes and gulping furiously. I'll wait for you. It's only good if you eat it together. Chen Siyu laughed, hurriedly sat down, clamped a large piece of pig's trotters into her bowl. Quickly eat it all. Don't leave it behind. One by one. Also clamped a large piece to put Chen Siyu bowl. You also eat quickly. Maybe it was because EE was good looking. Watching her eat with a big mouthful, Chen Siyu wouldn't feel that she ate badly. Instead, he only felt that she was cute. 3 dishes were quickly dazzled by Chen Siyu and one by one, lying on the sofa to rest for a while before dilly-dallying to wash the dishes. One by one to see that he washed the dishes more often, and now has been able to be very skillful to wash the bowls clean. Chen Siyu at first felt not too good. After all, the little girl tender skin, he did not want her to do this, but she insisted, said that although she will not cook, but washing dishes these simple she can do. The little girl so sweet and understanding. Then he did not say anything. After washing the dishes, Chen Siyu hugged one by one nestled in the sofa, covered with a small blanket to watch TV series. It has been a long time since I have not been so idle to watch a drama in peace and quiet, and now I suddenly experience it, and I feel that my body and mind are relaxed. Just watching the girl suddenly reached up and scratched her calf, making a less than comfortable sound. One by one. What's wrong? I have a bit of skin on my legs. It's not even good to touch them. Is aggrieved. How much does Siyu like her legs? How can he be like this? What if he doesn't touch it in the future? Chen Siyu went over to look at Go. The calf is indeed some slight skin. Should be the recent weather and dry and cold, so the skin needs to hydrate. It happens to him sometimes as a big old man. Not to mention her fine skin. Before to her add the necessities of life when bought body milk. Just has not been used. Now it is a use. Chen Siyu had to admire his own cleverness. Wait for me. I'll get the body lotion. Chen Siyu went to rummage through the cabinet, took a box of rose scented over. This brand he saw many bloggers are pushing. Although the price is a little slightly expensive, but I heard that the smell is very good, and the moisturizing effect is also very good. I heard that there is also what whitening ingredients. This Chen Siyu does not know too much, but just rushed to moisturize the Go. And his girlfriend so white, completely do not need to whiten. On this nothing to rub has been white to shine well, and beautiful and white. Simply the most conspicuous existence in the crowd. One by one. Get your pants up some and I'll wipe you. The girl nodded. Chen Siyu put her leg on his lap, used his hand to get some and smeared it on her leg. The light fragrance smelled good. Chen Siyu suddenly had an idea. One by one. Go to your room and wipe. Aha? Why? I think the rest of the place needs to be rubbed too. It's so cold right now. If you don't rub it you might get skin everywhere later. So it's better to take precautions. What Chen Siyu said was what he said, and Yi didn't refute it, just obediently entered the room. One by one. Take your clothes off, it's easier for me to rub. Do as you're told, or your skin will get worse. So it's not nice to touch, and it's not nice to look at. And aren't you the most afraid of getting ugly? Originally, Yi still felt troublesome and didn't want to take off her clothes. But when Chen Siyu said so, she immediately started to move and stripped naked in 3 or 2 times. So good. Chen Siyu close, carefully looking at the girl's delicate skin. In fact, only the calf at the slight skin. Other places are simply fine, but Chen Siyu interested in the body milk point in the girl's exposed skin. The big hand slowly friction wipe evenly. That's not rubbing body lotion. That's flirting. But the kitten was unaware of this and only trembled gently when Chen Siyu touched her. One by one. What are you shaking? Chen Siyu asked knowingly. This one's a little cold. She actually didn't finish. Although the body lotion was cold, Chen Siyu's hands were warm, and she enjoyed the touch. Then I'll rub faster. Chen Siyu quickly wiped off all the exposed areas, and finally locked his eyes on the area down from her collarbone. One by one. This place hasn't been wiped. The girl's eyes were clear. Hearing Chen Siyu say that, she directly took off even her underwear. Chen Siyu swallowed his saliva. How was he so good and obedient? You rub it, the girl urged. Good. Chen Siyu gently got a little bit with his fingers and evenly smeared it, moving gently. What's taking so long to scrub here? Yi was a little hard to feel, and felt her body heat up. Obviously everywhere else was wiped quickly. Why did it take so long to dawdle here? Because this place needs a little special care. Chen Siyu smiled maliciously. Just this place was wiped for more than 10 minutes. After wiping one by one wanted to wear clothes, but was pulled by Chen Siyu. It's time for a nap, so just sleep. You're not comfortable in it. Okay. Yi didn't feel anything wrong at all, because what Chen Siyu said was also right, and she usually didn't like to sleep with her clothes on, so she just laid down under the covers. Siyu, come on. My body is burning hot right now. Warming up your comforter. I'm hot too, so let's get together. Chen Siyu took his clothes off and went straight in to hug the girl to sleep. Sure enough, expensive benefits. This body lotion rubbed after hugging do not feel sticky, and the light fragrance is very good, just so tightly pressed. Chen Siyu's hard chest felt her softness and was comfortable. Those dolls and so on, where have she good hug? Warm and soft. Chen Siyu simply love. Siyu, you said there's a test result coming up, right? The girl snuggled into his arms, her hand drawing circles on his chest. Well, you can check your grades tonight, and once you pass you have to prepare for the interview. Before the written examination for the teacher's qualification, Chen Xiu enrolled in high school mathematics. After the examination, the answers should be very stable. He is not worried at all. As for the interview is also okay, he has a solid foundation. Before the college to carry out a variety of lecture competitions, he participated in and took a place. So there is no problem. So are you nervous? Didn't you say that kids who don't do well on tests don't get compliments? Not nervous. Xiu is awesome. Whether you did well on the test or not, I think you're the best. I've come to give you a reward. Chen Xiu looked at her face of innocence, did not hold back a smile. The kitten can have any bad intentions. She just wants to make her master happy. Then if I pass, you have to promise me one thing, okay? Chen Xiu stared at the girl's watery and red lips, his eyebrows raised, and he said with some impishness, yeah, no matter what, I will try to do it. Yi didn't even notice that Chen Xiu's eyes carried a thick lust. She only felt that as long as Chen Xiu said it, then she would definitely do it. As long as he was happy, she would do whatever he wanted her to do. Then say yes. Chen Xiu reached out and touched the girl's lips. Last time he had used his hands and legs. This time he would use this. Although it made him feel a little guilty that the kitten was so innocent, it was fine. Buying her favorite food as compensation should be fine. Yi reached out and poked Chen Xiu's chest. It was hard and completely different from hers, so she reached out and touched her own chest. Xiu, you're different here than mine. Mine's softer. Cthulhu. Seeing her touching herself like this, Chen Xiu closed his eyes and quieted his mind, letting those strange thoughts in his head roll out. Yeah, one by one everywhere is soft and nice to touch. I love it. I also like it when you touch me. Yi smiled in a harmless manner, then continued to draw circles on Chen Xiu's chest, and even kissed like a kitten. Hiss. Don't be so seductive. Chen Xiu felt that his intention was gradually collapsing, and that he would soon be unable to hold back. Xiu, you here. Shut up and go to sleep. Chen Xiu directly covered her mouth with one hand to prevent her from continuing to speak. He had abstained from sex for so many years, and now that it was so hard for him to have a few sexual encounters, it was naturally the hardest time to hold on, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had gotten it just 2 days ago, he would have to do it again right now. Sleeping until after 3 o'clock, Chen Xiu woke up not feeling panicked at all, only feeling at ease. People need emotional value in their lives, which can be given through conversation, actions, and it just so happens that the kitten he's conditioned to be good at everything, both in terms of saying nice things and in terms of sticking to him. He simply loves it. There had been some concerns before, fears that she would disappear and that he wouldn't be able to be with her so long, but now he suddenly felt that none of that mattered. He was more afraid of losing one than the difficulties he would face. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu hugged the girl in his arms a little tighter, and also lowered his head to gently kiss her forehead. Chen Xiu continued to close his eyes, intending to squint a little more. Let's just indulge a little bit today. It's okay if he doesn't study. But before he fell asleep, his arm was bitten solidly by the girl. Ah! Chen Xiu didn't hold back a cry and hurriedly went to break the girl's mouth. No, don't kittens scratch? It's not a puppy. Why does it have to bite? Chen Xiu got one by one's mouth open, and she even swallowed her saliva. What kind of delicious food was this dreaming about? Surprisingly, she directly bit him as food? Chen Xiu both helpless and funny. Usually there is no lesser food where how to dream are still so greedy. Being bitten by her so much, Chen Xiu also did not have any sleepiness, trying to get up but the girl hugged him very tightly. Chen Xiu gave up. Just lying around like this was also boring, so Chen Xiu reached out and touched on the girl's body. I've just been bitten. It's not too much to ask for interest now, is it? This skin is too smooth. Chen Xiu couldn't help but sigh, and it was only after about half an hour or so that one by one grunted and woke up. Well, Xiu, it is said that when a girl wakes up from sleep, the words she says are the most seductive and the best to listen to, and Chen Xiu agrees with it. Just 2 sounds have already seduced his soul. Grass, 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 grass. It's so cute. Think of the sun. What did you just dream? Well, I dreamed of big chicken thighs, and roasted pig's feet, which were super flavorful. As soon as she talked about food, she instantly sobered up quite a bit. Chen Xiu pinched her face with one hand and lectured. Just know how to eat. You're treating my hand like a chicken leg. I told you how I felt I really ate it. So it was biting you so do you hurt? Show me. One by one directly up. Reach over to open the lamp. The house instantly bright a lot. Chen Xiu lying on the board. The girl so up. Open his side of the lamp. Coupled with the fact that she did not wear clothes. The 2 groups of white flowers in front of the eyes of Chen Xiu so swaying. Out of instinct, Chen Xiu directly opened his mouth and bit it. What are you doing? One by one, they dodged back, but they were unable to move as Chen Siyu wrapped his arms around them. Give me a kiss. She'd done the same thing to him before she went to bed, so there was nothing wrong with returning the favor, right? You first show me your hand. Ah, did it bite you? It doesn't hurt. I'll just kiss it. Chen Siyu messed with her for more than half an hour, leaving several marks all over her body before letting her go. Siyu, look at you like a puppy. You made all these marks on me. I'm going to wear little dresses in the summer from now on, and you can't do that. Sees a lot of nice little dresses online, but it's winter, so she can only wear thick ones to wrap herself up, and when it's summer she's going to wear little skirts and shorts too. Chen Siyu thought about it. The summer is really good. Ah, he has no resistance to the small suspenders and whatnot, and later the weather is hot. Think of a one wearing so little fabric walking around the house. TSK, that is also too cool. I'll be a little more careful from now on then. Wouldn't it be nice not to bite the exposed areas? Siyu, I seem to be a little hungry, he said and also pulled Chen Siyu's hand to his belly. Look, is it flat? I want to eat ribs. Siyu made the most delicious ribs. La. Chen Siyu cannot resist her pampering. Since she is hungry, then give her to do good food. Caste-feeding girlfriend is still a sense of accomplishment, and now more good to her. Do bad things can be more unscrupulous. Ah, so greedy. I'll get up and make it for you then. I want to help too. Chen Siyu got up and helped her put on her clothes one by one. The underwear will not be worn. Anyway, today's pendulum is rotten, and do not go to the stall. Should not go out again. Dressing her up, Chen Siyu took another pair of furry thick socks. I don't know what the reason was, but she often had cold hands and feet, so wearing a pair of socks would be much better. Siyu, is it really okay not to go to the stall? That would make a lot less money. Is still a little worried. She knows that if you want to live on you need lots and lots of money. You need money to buy good food. You need money to buy good looking clothes. That's why she's trying so hard to make money. She just doesn't want Chen Siyu to work too hard. Chen Siyu know that she understands, then touched her head to comfort. Good girl. Today do not go to sell, will not lose much money. Life, always have to relax a little bit, and then again, everything has me. You do not have to think so much. Listen to me on the good. No? Aha, I know. I'll listen to whatever Siyu says. So good. Chen Siyu went to the cabinet and took a packet of potato chips to one by one. Let her eat potato chips first to pat her stomach. The child is hungry and bit his arm. So poor. Can't let her have been poorly watching him cook. If he started preparing the ingredients now, it would be an hour before he could eat anyhow. And he didn't want to starve his own kitten. Obviously didn't do anything that consumed physical energy. But after a sleep, Chen Siyu also felt a little hungry. So he accelerated the movements of his hands. One by one, he watches him handle the ingredients and feeds him chips. Numerous potato chip brands. Chen Siyu's favorite is Ritz. Original flavor, cucumber flavor, lime flavor and so on are his favorite. Perhaps influenced by him, one by one also like to eat these. Of course, the tomato flavor he and one by one don't touch. Both feel that tomato flavored things are very difficult to eat. The only difference is that she kinda likes mangoes. Only since he was allergic a few days ago. When she took her to buy the fruit again, she said she wouldn't eat anything, saying that she was afraid that he would eat it by mistake. And even though the last allergy cleared up after some medicine, she was still worried, so the family hasn't bought anything related to mangoes since then. After the chips, one by one, they helped with the dishes, and after almost an hour, the meal was finally done. Cooking at home is like this. It is more time consuming, but Chen Siyu quite enjoys this atmosphere, so he feels that it is nothing, and it is not good to eat takeout every day. And it is not a good idea to save money by cooking yourself, and eat meat until you feel good. Siwu really is the best at everything he does. His whole body is full of advantages. One by one, she's like a quaffle groupie with a sweet mouth and emotional value that pulls right through. And even when she's doing all that intimate stuff, she reacts in a way that's endearing. That's what relationships are all about. The moments, doing normal things together, living well together. Chen Siyu gave her large chunks of ribs. Eat more and grow some more meat. Lover's eyes. In Chen Siyu's eyes, one by one has already grown very beautiful, but because of the like, it is thought that a little more fat is also okay. Why? I thought you said you liked my body the best. The girl stopped her chopsticks and asked him in all seriousness, as if she cared about this. Chen Siyu coughed twice, his eyes sweeping over her bulging breasts. Indeed like it. Then I'm fine the way I am. Just keep it up. But if you like other types, be sure to tell me. I can change my style. He heard Chen Siyu's answer before she put her heart down. She didn't want Chen Siyu to look at other girls. Really? Then I'd like to see you wear something more special. The last black underwear was already very exciting. But where would people be so easily satisfied? Since the girl had said so, not taking the opportunity to make some demands. Chen Xiu felt sorry for himself. Black and white silk can be arranged on, and then there's a bit of role-playing further down the line. Yeah, I can wear whatever you like. Chen Xiu was so moved that tears were about to flow out of his mouth, and he pinched several more pieces of ribs into the girl's bowl. Eat up, eat up. When he was done eating, he immediately went to place his order. Money should be spent. He was willing to spend a huge amount to dress up one by one. Chen Xiu, while eating, once again in his head to imagine the appearance of one by one to wear up. Just think of it all, feel tantalizing to the point of no return. He even a little cannot wait. After a quick meal, one by one took on the job of washing the dishes. Chen Xiu then took his phone and opened a certain orange shopping software and started to pick. Gee, that's too good looking. Wow, that's a nice design. You don't even have to take it off. Just lift it off and get started. A short minute, Chen Xiu has looked at 3 or 4 sets. Black silk do not have to buy, how expensive. Anyway, are disposable items, do not need to quality how good, after all, but also to tier. Underwear with bolder designs can be worn a few times instead, so get some good ones. Chen Xiu chose to directly order, without the slightest hesitation. But these things can only be worn at home. If she wanted to go out in black silk, then Chen Xiu went straight to madness and said anything to stop it. Xiu, why are you smiling so happily? He washed the dishes and came over to see Chen Xiu sitting on the sofa laughing wildly, the kind that was not hidden at all. No, just happier. Did you buy it? Your favorite dress? Show me. Yeah. One by one to come over to look at Chen Xiu's cell phone. Chen Xiu did not stop. Anyway, it is all she wore. Look at it is nothing. Chen Xiu paid attention to her expression. The girl was not angry, just a little surprised. Xiu, you can't wear these out. They're too revealing. You didn't let me wear such a short one, and it's just a piece of cloth. It won't cover anything. You don't have to wear it out. Just wear it at home for me. Are you kidding? Whose boyfriend would let his girlfriend wear something like that out? That's good. He leaned in Chen Xiu's arms and suddenly remembered that one thing had already arrived at the time of checking grades. Xiu, are your grades for that exam? Are they already available to check? You quickly check it. Chen Xiu only then reacted. Obviously just cooking or still thinking about this matter. But just shopping Tabal looked too happy. Are this matter to forget? Wait, I'll check now. Chen Xiu point to open the link in the class group. Enter the information. Loaded less than a second. The results came out. The subject of a 85. The subject of 291. The subject of 387. 70% qualified. We all say that more than 1 point is wasted. But the heart of the good results is still leaping. Whoa. Xiu is awesome. One by one. Directly on the face of Chen Xiu's small chicken pecking like crazy kisses. Such a high score. And so great. Whose boyfriend is so good? He's from my family. I'm so blessed. The girl complimented him sentence after sentence. And the corners of Chen Xiu's mouth slowly rose. To be honest, he used to do quite well in every exam. But just never so happy. Because no one around him would praise him so much. Classmates also topped it off with a congratulations and a bullsh asterisk T. And no one has ever been like one who genuinely thinks he's awesome and is proud of him. Alright, I'm going to float if I keep boasting. Chen Xiu scratched his head. His ears were red. But the girl went on to compliment him anyway. Like a little son. Warm and sweet. Chen Xiu held her in his arms. Do you want to drink milk tea? Buy you milk tea to drink. I've only just finished eating. But I'm guessing I'll have digested some of it by the time the milk tea is delivered. So a little bit of it shouldn't hurt. Yeah. Want some. But, my boyfriend is so awesome and passed the test. Hey, I should buy something you like to celebrate. As soon as he finished speaking, he got off the couch and ran to his room to get his cell phone out and open the shopping app. I noticed before when I was a white guy, you looked at the same phone several times. I saw the price. With the money from the stall, it's totally enough. See which color you want. We'll buy it out. Chen Xiu looked at the cell phone interface. This cell phone more than 7,000. Think back carefully. That is 2 years ago. When looking around people are using, there are a few times at home to search and look at it. It is estimated that at that time holding Xiao Bai. So she just know. Now he has no feelings at all. He did want it a little bit at that time because he hadn't used it. But then he figured out why he was chasing after brands when there are clearly more cost-effective ones out there. Chen Xiu didn't expect EE to care about him so much. Going out on a cold day to set up a stall was already hard work. And she was saving up so hard to buy him a new phone, when all she had been using was her own one as a backup, which she had only bought for less than 2,000. And it was slow to respond. And it was still black. And none of it was her favorite color. The little girl is such a pretty girl that she chooses pink colors for everything she uses. But after all this time, She's never complained half a dozen times about using this spare. Even if you make money, the first thing that comes to mind is to get him a new cell phone. Chen Xiyu clicked in to look inside the browsing history, and sure enough, she had been looking at this phone since ages ago. He hadn't understood before, when he had just set up the stall and asked her how much she wanted to make, why she had answered 8,000. Now that the water has fallen out, Chen Xiyu's heart is soft. This feeling is indescribable, complex and simple. Chen Xiyu wanted to laugh, but the corner of his eyes wet a piece. Xiyu, aren't you happy? Why are your eyes still red? Yi looked at Chen Xiyu's lack of movement, so she looked up at him, but realized that her expression was not quite right. Did I do something wrong? If you don't like this one, then let's buy another one. How about it? Yi was afraid that she had done something wrong to make Chen Xiyu unhappy, and she spoke with a bit of a stutter and a careful tone. Chen Xiyu shook his head, exhaled 2 hard breaths, raised his head to hold back his tears, and reached out his right hand to touch her face. I am so happy. I didn't realize that our One was so well behaved and thought so much about me. It's just that, the cell phone I'm using now is pretty good too. It's only been a year since I replaced it, so I don't need to buy this. It's you. The one you're using now isn't even good anymore. I should buy you one. Chen Xiyu thought that he had already considered the matter thoroughly and could not pick any problems with Yi's care. And only now did he realize with a jolt that he had not been that meticulous at all. But it's not too late, and now that I'm aware of it, it's time to get her a new phone. How can that be? You did so well in your exams. You should be given a reward. I didn't do anything. How can you change it for me? Yi waved her hand repeatedly. She knew that she had already made Chen Xiyu spend a lot of money, so she didn't want to waste any more money. Besides, she also knew that making money wasn't easy, and that she needed money for her usual life of eating and drinking, so she should save some before she could do so. What's wrong with changing it for you? You're so obedient and you can make money. It's just a cell phone. Let's buy one. I don't want it. I'll just have milk tea. A big one. Seeing that she was so easily satisfied, Chen Xiyu reached out and popped her on the side of her head. Milk tea to be bought, and the phone to be changed. A pink one for you. Don't you dislike the black color? I, for one, don't like the color black. But, no buts. Am I your boyfriend? Shouldn't you be listening to me? Chen Xiyu didn't give her time to think. Anyway, with that brain of hers, she couldn't think of anything even after half a day of thinking, so it would be better to just carry the rhythm. Sure enough, the girl obediently nodded her head. Seeing that she wanted to retort, Chen Xiyu directly took his own cell phone. Take a look. Do you like this one? This color looks good. The girls who use it should be quite a lot. One took one look and replied with a grin. I like the pink ones. They're cute and pretty. Then buy this. Chen Xiyu immediately ordered and paid without delay. So, what's that going to get you? I want to get you something too. Then buy me new clothes for the new year. I have nothing to lack for the time being. Chen Xiyu usually does not treat himself harshly in life. Expensive sneakers will occasionally buy a pair. As for watches and whatnot, he has little interest, so he really does not need anything. Yeah. So can I still have milk tea? Seeing her carefully biting her lip and looking at him with round eyes, Chen Xiyu was simply adorable. Sure, you can drink it. Get you a big one. Yeah. The kitten was really easy to satisfy. From the time she turned into a human, she had already tasted all the milk tea from various milk tea stores. Chen Xiyu picked one that she liked more and ordered 2 large cups. Xiyu is so nice. Chen Xiyu hugged her and brushed the circle of friends. Everyone is sending the results of this exam. Most of them are folded above the subject 1, mainly because the subject 1 review range is too wide. Or, in addition to those 2 big questions, there is no range at all. What kind of language knowledge, general knowledge of life, chemistry and physics and so on will appear, so you can only rely on luck. Previously, some seniors and sisters just folded 2 or 3 times on subject 1. Chen Xiyu looked at his own results. He usually did not like to send a circle of friends, and he did not like to record, but now he suddenly wanted to send one. So Chen Xiyu took a screenshot, erased the ID number, and entered a small sum there in the text, and just sent it out. That way, every time he sees his dynamic in the future, he'll be able to remember how happy and touched he was today. This is the real meaning of recording life, right? It's like a credential that allows us to recall the weather, the time and the mood when we flip to this dynamic again later in life. I told you my boyfriend was the best. You were the highest on the test. Hey. One by one, they looked at Chen Xiyu, many of whom had stepped over the line, and they hadn't seen anyone who had gotten such a high score. Just pass this test. It's the same for everyone. It's not the same. Being awesome is awesome. Even if everyone gets the same certificate, then it's still a fact that you're awesome. Chen Xiyu nodded his head, and it was true. Sent out not long, Chen Xiu harvested a lot of likes and comments. He usually do not send dynamic, so subconsciously thought that nothing will pay attention to. Did not expect this only a moment on so many people saw, including several professional teachers of the school. The comments at the bottom were all clear in saying that he was bullish. Chen Xiu replied one by one, and was concentrating on replying to the teacher's comments when a phone call popped up. Chen Xiu didn't have a note, but this number was familiar to him, and even though he wouldn't be contacted once for a long time, he still knew it backwards. The hand holding the cell phone unconsciously clenched. Chen Xiu took 2 deep breaths, signaling the girl to keep quiet before pressing answer. Hello, you kid. You didn't know to give us a call. It's really a waste to raise you for so many years. Chen Xiu's words had just been said. Originally he didn't know what was more appropriate to shout. His heart was still struggling, but the woman over there didn't give him a chance at all, and opened her mouth to reproach. He was familiar with that tone, and he knew full well that his so-called foster mom on the other end of the phone was just sending him the message that they had raised him. That's why he has to know what he's getting into. I've been very busy lately. Although Chen Xiu loathed these words from the bottom of his heart, he still answered patiently. Busy with what? You're in college. What else is there to be busy about? I see that what's his name exam in your friend circle passed, right? That's just right. Come back during the vacation and tutor your brother. His grades are poor and we don't have the money to hire a tutor for him. You say you will win the brother. Also do not know care about your brother. He wants what name brand? You in the big city also do not know to give him express over. What a lack of conscience. If I had known that, I would have been better off not raising you in the first place. Reprimanding sounds came over the phone one sentence after another, and Chen Xiu's good mood just now instantly dissipated, replaced by endless irritation and helplessness. He wanted to argue with a straight face, questioning the person on the other end of the phone about how long they'd had him, and how much time and energy has been spent on him since his adoption. Indeed, he had thought his good fortune had begun before his brother was born. After all, he had truly felt loved during those years. What he went through afterward made him not half as attached to that family, and if it weren't for those ridiculous years, he wouldn't even want to answer the phone right now. Speak up. Mute. Chen Xiu's fingers holding the phone gradually tightened. Busy earning living expenses. Tuition is expensive. Plus I have to eat, so I don't have money to buy him anything. There was silence there for less than a second, and then the cursing began. Tuition's so expensive you still have to go on. Then said, let you stay at home to find some work. Like your age? How many children are going out to work in factories to subsidize the family? You are good. Have to pour money out. But I've never asked you for half a cent for my tuition, my living expenses, and last year I transferred $30,000 to you, and come to think of it, you probably haven't spent that much on me, have you? In the past, Chen Xiu would not have been able to say such words, because even though he loathed the place again, he still thought in his heart that it was his home, and even though they were not nice to him, they were still considered his family. But now, one by one, his soft little hand was placed on his left hand, and the temperature warmed a little bit from his palm to his heart. He suddenly had the courage to say these words. Even without them, then he had family now. After Chen Xiu's words, there was a rare silence there for a while, presumably shocked. After all, how could their adopted son who had always been rebellious and obedient say such words? After waiting for the reaction, the side began to swear, and Chen Xiu directly hung up the phone to pull Black a Dragon. Phew. So it's so cool to be openly rebellious for once? Xiu, is someone bullying you? Tell me. I'll help you beat them to death. The girl took his hand, her face full of concern. It seems that the kitten is really angry. Before at most it was just scratching a little. Even the cursing was learned from the lazy goat, scolding people for stinky durian and rotten banana. Now it can say such bloody words. It really grows up. It's okay. I don't care anymore. It's all because of one by one. You gave me the bottom line. Chen Xiu kissed her low like a treasure. The girl was still worried, gently kissed him back and then asked in a small voice, is it really okay? I can share together, as long as you are willing. I have always accompanied you, are on your side. No matter what others say I do not listen. I only listen to you. That's enough. 1-1. Just stay with me, okay? Aha, I know. Chen Xiu put the girl in his arms. This interview passed, then the holidays will have to stay to prepare for the interview. The time will not be very long. It is estimated to be in the middle of January. I'll have to go back to the orphanage when the time comes. I don't know if it's feasible, but I have to try. Ding dong. Hello, takeout has arrived. The voice of the delivery boy came from outside the door, and Chen Xiu got up to get the delivery. Thanks. Chen Xiu took the milk tea and said thank you, but the moment he closed the door, he smelled a smell of blood. He sure didn't look too good just now. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu opened the door again, and that delivery boy was holding the wall and limping. It's cold now and it's raining outside, so I guess I slipped and fell. But milk tea was fine. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu hurriedly took the milk tea back to the living room. One by one. You first behave yourself and drink the milk tea. Just now that delivery man should have fallen to his leg. I'll go out and take a look. So you just behave yourself and stay, okay? Chen Xiu took iodophor and gauze from the medical kit, opened the door and chased after him. The delivery boy should be hurt, so he walks very slowly for so long. Wait, Chen Xiu went after him. The light in the building is not very bright. Chen Xiu opened the cell phone flashlight, close to see, found that his pants have torn a piece. There is a very obvious abrasion at that place. And look at this. It is estimated that there are problems in other places. It's all hurt like this. You should have talked to me. No need to send it up. I'll go down and get it. The delivery boy looked clear and beautiful. His age should be in his early 20s. After hearing Chen Xiu's words, his nose instantly became sour. I'm afraid of getting a bad review. Chen Xiu heard the trembling in his voice, and in order to take care of his pride, he lowered his head to take the iodine vapors to help him treat his wounds, without looking up at his expression. Bear with me, I'll take care of you briefly and then go to the hospital later. Chen Xiu carefully helped him to deal with the wound. The young man's delicate skin, it is still cold, broke such a large piece. It must be very painful. All this and still bear the pain to deliver the takeout to the door. Is he not in pain? Of course not. It's just for life. Well, let's take care of it briefly first, but we still have to go to the hospital to see exactly what's going on. Thank you. For the trouble. Chen Xiu shook his head. Looking at him walking like this was also very inconvenient. I'll walk you down. No, I can do it myself. I'm already bothering you. The little brother waved his hand repeatedly, but Chen Xiu insisted and let him put his hand on his shoulder, so he helped him to walk forward. Seeing that his legs are injured in several places, it's not easy to carry him. After entering the elevator, the little brother was a little embarrassed. Thank you, it's cold outside, so I won't bother you. I'll just walk by myself. It's alright, I'm idle too. I won't be delayed. Chen Xiu looked at him a few more times. He looked still slightly young, definitely younger than him. How old are you? I'm 19 years old. Chen Xiu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. For example, the retarded question of why don't you go to school was something he couldn't ask. If you have a choice, who would not go to school and come to work in society at an early age? Although young, but the body cannot withstand you so made. Do not think of saving money not to go to the hospital, the body to get well in order to continue to make money. If it really drags serious, when the money spent will only be more. Chen Xiu said seriously, because he knew the boy in front of him very well. Looking at his eyes, he could tell that he didn't think it was a big problem and didn't want to go to the hospital and spend money. But if you don't treat it in time, the wound will become inflamed and pus-filled, and the situation will only get worse. He was like that when he first learned to make money, and he couldn't afford to go to the hospital when he was sick, and finally he couldn't bear to go to the hospital for a checkup, and the money he spent on hospitalization cost him all his hard-earned money for that period of time. No one had told him this at that time, but now Chen Xiu hoped that the boy in front of him would listen. It's fine if you don't go to the hospital. At least go to the clinic next door and get it bandaged up. You can have the security guards help keep an eye on your motorized car while you take a taxi and go. What do you think? I know. Thank you. Don't bite at you. I'm not a few years older than you. Chen Xiu pulled out his pocket. There were more than $60 inside. Chen Xiu stuffed it into his hand. Take it to a cab. You can't ride in this condition. Chen Xiu turned around and walked back after stuffing him in his hand. The boy's voice of thanks slowly coming from behind. Thank you, brother. After Chen Xiu went upstairs, just after entering the password inside came the girl's voice. Is that Xiu? Not bad. Very safety conscious. Commendable. It's me. One by one. Upon hearing his voice, one by one immediately opened the door, and seeing that his hands were freezing red, he immediately pulled them over to give him a huff of air. Is the milk tea good? I haven't had it yet. I'll drink it with you when you get back and give you your first sip. Chen Xiu looked at the living room. The 2 cups of milk tea were indeed still on the coffee table without moving. It's not easy to let such a foodie wait for himself. Chen Xiu hurriedly went in, inserted a straw and handed it to the girl. Drink up. You won't have to wait for me later. That's not good. And see you together feel sweeter. He sucked a mouthful of milk tea, hot and sweet. In the middle of winter, drinking such a mouthful feels like a burst of happiness. By the way, how's the delivery guy doing? Chen Xiu also tasted the milk tea, and took a sip of both cups. He liked both quite a bit, because both cups were very sweet. Fell down while riding his bike and it looked kinda bad. I've sent him to the clinic. It's been said that far. He should have listened. See you. You're so nice. Naturally wrapped her arms around Chen Siyu's waist and leaned her head against his chest. Chen Siyu smiled down and asked her, "So what if I treat my family badly? I don't want to recognize their relationship with me. Not to mention I don't want to take on the obligations that a child should do take on. Even so, do you think I'm good?" Chen Siyu stared at her without blinking, observing every micro-expression of the girl, afraid of seeing shock, incomprehension, hatred and other emotions on her face. "Of course, there must be a reason why you don't want to do it. You're so nice. If even you don't want to be family with them, then they must be doing a lot of bad things." Answered Chen Siyu's question without even thinking about it, with a face that took it for granted, not feeling the slightest bit that there was a problem with his answer, let alone what Chen Siyu had just said. Ha 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 ha. Chen Siyu didn't hold back his laughter. So the kitten he raised was so protective of his master. He thought of many kinds of answers and thought that the girl would be on his side, but he didn't expect that she would be so firm in defending him. "It's true that they didn't treat me very well, and in the past I always remembered that little bit of affection, so I always condescended to myself, but now that I think about it, that little bit of affection I paid back a long time ago, so I don't want to have anything to do with those people anymore." "Then let's ignore them. I'll stay with you anyway. You've got me. I'll be your girlfriend, I'll be your family, I'll be your wife later on, and I'll have a litter of kittens. No, have a bunch of kids." He was now well aware of the rules of the human world, where people who loved each other were expected to get married, were allowed to wear very pretty wedding gowns, exchange rings, and form a new family, and she was looking forward to that day. Just, in the words of the internet, she is now a black man. Even an ID card that can prove their identity is not available. In that case it is not possible to marry Chen Siyu at all. Thinking of this, one by one suddenly feel that the milk tea does not even smell good. "Siyu, are you going to marry someone else in the future?" Chen Siyu was still thinking about what the girl had said, but she was all ready to cry, looking at him accusingly. "What are you thinking? How could I marry someone else? Even if I were to marry, it would definitely be with you." Chen Siyu helped her wipe away the teardrops at the corners of her eyes and softly comforted her. "Good boy. I've got the ID card thing. I'll fix it. It's just that, one by one. From today onwards, your most important task isn't to set up a stall, but to practice a bit to get your mood swings going, preferably to be able to turn into kahaku freely. Interviews in mid-January, such as interviews." Chen Siyu intends to take a one to go back to the orphanage. This time he thought carefully. He was a child in the orphanage, because more remote, coupled with the conditions are not very good. There was an older brother at that time, 16 years old. The dean only took him to do the identity card, because of a little brain problem. He was never adopted by others. He didn't pay too much attention to the ID card at that time. He only remembered that day the dean bought a cake, saying that it was to celebrate that brother had his own ID card, which was a kind of proof that he was living in this world. It was all about the cake, so I can't recall many details now that the family has developed a lot, but it's still considered a remote mountainous area, so if the dean helps out, he might be able to take care of the problem of 1-1 ID cards. It's a long way, 8 hours just to take the high-speed train, and then you have to change trains and buses to get there. It's impossible for him to take the kitten on the high-speed train for such a long distance. The only way to do it is to make her turn into a little white, and roll around in a bus the whole time. It can be tiring and cumbersome, but it's worth a try. One by one. Think carefully, other than the last time. Have you ever had a time when you felt like you were having a big mood swing and wanted to turn into kahaku? Chen Siyu looked at the girl, but her face gradually reddened. Even her eyes were a bit evasive. The last time you were like that, I felt a little something. Chen Siyu, is that a good thing?" Chen Siyu directly pulled the girl up and walked towards the bedroom. "Then try it now." "What for?" Chen Siyu smiled, closed the door. The curtains were drawn. The action was done in one go, and finally turned off the lights in the room, leaving only a table lamp. The light from the living room came in a bit through the doorway, but not enough to illuminate the entire bedroom. But the table lamp in front of the window was so bright that Chen Siyu was able to get a full view of the girl's earlobes, which were red and about to drip with blood, as well as her breasts, which were bulging with the removal of her jacket. One by one. "Didn't you say that you would fulfill a request of mine if I passed the exam? I want to honor it now." "Okay, so tell me, what do you want me to do? Like last time?" He thought about it. Although it was a bit shameful to think about that night, she was still willing to do it. After all, she could feel that Chen Siyu was really happy when she was doing that thing, and she enjoyed being intimate with him. Chen Siyu knew that she was well behaved, but he couldn't help but feel a softness in his heart every time he saw her being so well behaved. "My family one by one is so good. Wait for me for a while, I'm going to take a brief shower. Just now too anxious." Momentarily forget this thing. With the hand even if. With the mouth. How to wash first. Yeah. Go on then. I'll be good and wait for you. Chen Xiu couldn't wait to take the clothes to take a shower. Immediately after the water was hot, he started to wipe the body wash, focusing on washing a certain place, rinsing clean and immediately wearing clothes out. Obviously nothing had been done yet, but he was already getting excited. After returning to the room, Chen Xiu guided one by one, patiently teaching her how to, and explained that, in case you want to turn into a small white, be sure to tell him in advance. After all, he does not want to have a shadow. Suddenly do it. So big a budding sister suddenly turned into a kitten. He will really go crazy. At first she was more resistant, but slowly she got used to it. Chen Xiu was so cool. Just in the end one by one still did not turn into a small white trend. How come? Sure enough, mood swings were hard because he didn't know how far he had to swing before he could. The first time he was sad because he was mean to her. The second time he changed back because he was worried about him. Now that even Ceres has tried it, how is it still not working at all? One by one. Did you feel that just now? The girl nodded timidly and answered truthfully. It wasn't uncomfortable at first, just a little sore throat at the end. What Chen Xiu asked was if she had the feeling of wanting to turn into Xiao Bai, but she answered like that and directly guilt-tripped him. How to say is also the first time. And this will certainly be uncomfortable. Are his bad? A moment did not react, because the taste of sweetness, then completely on the head to let go. I'm sorry, 1-1. It was my fault just now. I shouldn't have been so rough. I promise I won't in the future. Let me know if you're uncomfortable and I'll stop immediately. Chen Xiu is really want to give himself 2 slaps, although he is sometimes more beastly, but the bottom is still a rooted 3 good youth. Instead, the girl rubbed herself in his arms like a kitten. It's okay, I can feel you're comfortable, so I'm willing to do it. And, it's not particularly hard. I can endure it. Grass. It's too damn well behaved. Trying to go crazy on it. Chen Xiu heartbreakingly took the milk tea that she had just not finished drinking, and lifted her up slightly so that she could drink a little. Next time I'll make you feel good too. Okay? I'll help you too. Speaking of this one by one's face turned even redder. Her white face was directly colored with a layer of redness, like a peach-like pink, which was very tempting to look at. Chen Xiu lowered his head and sipped 2 mouthfuls of her face, and it really smelled good, fragrant and soft. But I didn't get to the kitten you said had hair. Rutting period 3 words she really can't say. Feel too embarrassed. Chen Xiu knows she is shy. Touched her head, and she patiently explained. Good boy. 1 by 1. Even if it's not that period, 2 people who like each other can also do those things. Do more intimate things, also considered a way to express like in love. So it doesn't have to be any period of time to do it. We can be more intimate whenever you want. Whenever you want, okay? I know la. I'd like to be more intimate with you too. Like the negative distance kind of intimacy the internet talks about. I hear it can hurt a little, but it can be very comfortable. Chen Xiu? What's his kitten been doing all day? Watching cat movies? What a jumble of thoughts in my head. Help! 1 by 1. Don't read those strange novels. They'll teach you wrong. Chen Xiu was like an old father who was teaching his child, simply worrying about it. So what I just said was wrong? Kanzuya looked at him with wide eyes and a look of innocence. Chen Xiu slapped himself on the forehead and replied sullenly. It's also true that it's indeed true. How can that be regarded as messy look? Not at all strange. Well, people say are true, and we also did it. Just I read the novel said the hero a night good to several times. This is what it means. It's fake. Chen Xiu immediately faked it. I don't want to believe that, but I can't believe this one. If I do believe it, what if he can't do it in the future? No, it's not that he doesn't believe in it. It's that those novels portrayed it in a haphazard way. Which man is 10 times a night? That shall not directly become a dry corpse. It's scary to think about. In order for 1 by 1 not to compare him in the future, it was necessary to educate her properly now. 1 by 1. This is absolutely false. Just those authors portrayed haphazardly. So you cannot believe. Normal men once is almost. And even if the body is strong will not do it every day. That shall not be weak kidneys. Not right. Direct kidney loss empty. Chen Xiu observed her reaction and saw that although she didn't understand too much, she still nodded obediently, finally letting go of her heart. Okay, I know then. I won't read this again. So good. Kazuchi, didn't you say you had the urge to turn into a kitten when you did that kind of thing with me? Did you feel it just now? Chen Xiu had already had a good time. Now it was time to focus on business. If he couldn't have a good grasp of the time and occasion for her to change back, it would be hard to take her back, and the problem of identity would be even harder to solve. However, should he say no? He was actually a bit thankful that one by one hadn't turned into a little white guy when he just sucked him off, or else he'd have designated to leave a shadow. Just envisioning the scene where the girl suddenly turns into a white boy when he's having a great time would be too embarrassing for him to bear anyway. As much as he liked Kahaku, and as much as he liked One by One, he was definitely going to be hypocritical in that particular situation just now. Well, I'm not sure, hey, it just didn't feel the same as last time. Geez, I can't really tell, but I really didn't feel like turning into a kitten. One by One holding Chinsiyu without an inch of hair. Her eyes turned around in careful thought, but her IQ was that high, she really couldn't say it clearly, and she didn't know how to describe the exact feeling. It's okay if you can't speak clearly, just answer whatever I ask you. Chinsiyu wouldn't make things difficult for his own girlfriend. Since she was stupid, it would be better for him to ask directly. Yeah, I'll tell the truth whatever you ask, Yi replied in a very well-behaved manner. To the person she loves, there shouldn't be a lie in existence. No, in fact, she also lied. When she bought fruits before, when Siyu asked her if she wanted to eat a mango, she was very eager to eat it. It was only because she didn't want him to get hurt in any way that she said she thought the mango had a weird flavor and didn't want to eat it in the future. This one counts as lying to him. Yi was a little vain, but quickly justified herself. She just didn't want Siwoo to be allergic. Surely he could understand her. Chen Siyu touched her good-looking collarbone and subconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. Just now you said that your throat was a little sore. Other than that, is there any other feeling? Yi pulled Chen Siyu's hand to his chest. No, there is a little bit. When you touch me here you feel that your body is crispy, quite comfortable, just not as strong as before. Chen Siyu very consciously touched 2 times. In fact, this is a very good thing to figure out. Before he was not so beastly, took care of her feelings, helped her also drain a little bit. Just now it is completely the girl in the service of him, so the sense of experience is different. Naturally the feeling is not the same. Only, it is useless to figure it out now, because Chen Siyu is now in a clear state. No longer just like the spermatozoa, he thought. Even if one by one because of thirso feel comfortable to turn into a small white, then how to change back? The same method obviously doesn't work. You can't just pull her through when she turns into a kitten. Can you? He's a decent male college student even if he's an animal, but he's not going to do this kind of shit. Moreover, even if he didn't dither, according to the way he did last time, if he ate some more mango, maybe he didn't control the amount, and before one by one could change back, he'd be karma first. So, still have to think of something else. One by one. Think carefully. Have you ever had any other times when your emotions fluctuated a lot? Like too happy, too aggravated, or scared, fearful, or something like that? Yi listened attentively. The first few emotions were nothing too special for her, because every day she was with Chen Siyu, she was happy to the point of bubbling. Nope, kittens don't bubble. It should be so happy that you squint and roll around on the floor. Fear words though, she's terrified of those dirty things on TV. I am afraid of ghosts. Kazuchi's voice trembled as he spoke. Chen Siyu, however, brightened up. Yeah, when I watched horror movies on my own before, I felt a bit eerie because I was home alone, so I hugged Xiaobai every time I watched them together, and White couldn't top it every time, screaming in his arms and trying to run with his eyes closed. She's really scared, isn't she? As Yi looked at Chen Siyu's expression, she suddenly felt a little scared and moved back a little. Seems like the wrong thing to say. Shouldn't have been so honest. In case Chen Siyu let her watch horror movies every day, then she would really cry to death. One by one, Chen Siyu shouted gently, but in Yi's ears, he felt scared. You, don't say it, I don't want to see it. Chen Siyu looked at the corner of the girl's eyes were red, pitiful, all of a sudden in the heart. Well, for a coward like her, watching scary movies and stuff was torture. Good girl, don't look away. We'll think of something else. Obey. Chen Siyu wrapped the girl in his arms and passed the thoughts he had just had straight away. It felt useful, but he didn't want her to suffer. Really? The girl looked up, with teardrops hanging from the corners of her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering, like a frightened kitten, and Chen Siyu felt his heart melt just by looking at it. Really? Good girl. You're scared, then we won't look. There's always another way. There's no rush. There's still time. Take your time. And besides, this really can't be rushed. See you. Ichichi gulped, getting scared again. I feel like I wet the bed. No. I don't know. I feel like something's coming out. One side said and cried. Big drops of tears like broken pearls. Chen Siyu looked at her like this. Anxious, directly lifted the quilt, lowered his head to see. The girl's legs were tightly pressed together and did not move a bit. Chen Siyu looked down and could not see clearly, but saw that there was a bit of red on her legs. Blood? What's with the blood? Chen Siyu panicked and directly broke the girl's legs to see. pink and tender. He gulped even though the atmosphere was now tense. After taking a closer look, Chen Xiu instantly reacted. It's not just a period. It didn't look like a lot of coming, just a little blood between the thighs and on the panties, not on the sheets. One by one, be good. You're just having your period. You'll be fine. Looking at the girl's confused eyes, Chen Xiu continued to explain to her. You girls will have so many days every month where you will bleed like now. But don't worry, it won't be a big problem. Chen Xiu went to the bed and took 2 pieces of paper to help her wipe. One by one, shyly wanted to clamp her legs. Chen Xiu directly pressed with his hand. Good girl. There's blood on it. I'll just wipe it off. After wiping good, Chen Xiu drew several sheets of paper to help her pad, and then took the phone to find the nearest convenience store to buy sanitary napkins. There are many brands, but also divided into what the day, night, and even what the sleeping pants. Look, and children with diapers are very similar. Although Chen Xiu does not know too much, but he still quickly ordered. After choosing a brand that he had heard of before, then what day and night use came to 2 packages, but also bought a warm baby. After buying, Chen Xiu first went to get the furry pajama pants to put on one by one. Although he does not know much, but still a bit of common sense. Know that this time the girl's body is weak, cannot be cold, not to mention that you cannot eat spicy or icy, or the body will be very uncomfortable. When he was around Su Ro before, he had also bought her hot porridge, so now he wasn't like a headless fly who didn't know what to do. See you, my stomach doesn't feel too good, and I feel as if the blood flowing from down there has become more, so I'd better go to the toilet so I don't stain the sheets and pants, said and got up, not realizing that as she did so, another warm stream flowed out from underneath. What's all the trouble? No one told her she'd have to bleed to get it done, and her stomach was sore and uncomfortable. Chen Xiu heard her say that her stomach hurt, and hurriedly reached out to help her rub. Just to go to the toilet is not very reliable. After all, the toilet is so cool. If you are not careful, it will be more serious. As for the bed sheet and pants, even if dirty is nothing, throw the washing machine to wash clean on the line. If the wash is not clean, he can hand wash. After all, the girl in order to him, what have done? So a little bit of small things, Chen Xiu will not mind in the slightest. Good girl, wash when you get dirty. No more going to the bathroom. If you're really worried, I'll pad you with a few more layers of paper towels. Now wait a little bit, the sanitary napkins will be here soon, so you won't need to pad the paper towels then. I know how to pad it. I'll just get it myself. He directly came out from Chen Xiu's arms, immediately put on his shoes and ran out. When she thought that just now Chen Xiu came so close to look at her, and the light was so bright, he must have seen himself naked. Thinking about it made her feel shy. Now no matter what, she didn't want to do it again. Chen Xiu smiled, knowing that she was shy, then did not chase up, but took the phone to search the difference between sanitary napkins day and night. And what is that diaper? No, sleeping pants is a thing. How to use, have to understand. After reading it, he also searched for some posts about the common sense science of girls' physiological period, as well as in the diet of what to pay attention to specifically, what not to eat and so on. He remembered in the memo, so as not to forget. Finally saw a share about the degree of girls' menstrual cramps during physiological period. Chen Xiu clicked in to look at it, and the more he looked at it, the more he frowned. The mild one will feel that someone is pinching your stomach, and the serious one will directly break out in a cold sweat, cannot speak, and even have a blurred consciousness, and will pass out. Hiss. This isn't supposed to be a trick, is it? Chen Xiu did not expect it to be so serious. The first reaction is to exaggerate the fact, but when he slid down, so many road girls commented that he was in pain to vomit and diarrhea, and finally went into the hospital, relying on medication and so on to ease the time. He panicked. No way, is it that serious? Thinking of this, Chen Xiu rushed out with his cell phone. The bathroom door was still closed. Chen Xiu knocked, one by one. How do you feel? Is it hard? It's okay, just a little upset stomach. One by one, he pulled the door open, hands over his stomach, slightly stooped. Chen Xiu saw that she had a cold sweat on her forehead and her face had gone a bit white, so he hurriedly helped her over to sit down. Let me give you some pressure and order you a hot porridge to drink. Will that make you feel better? Chen Xiu wrapped the person in his arms. His big hand reached in and gently pressed the belly through the warm clothes. Does that make it any more comfortable? Your hand is hot and it feels good. Chen Xiu was very heartbroken. Stalbai turned into a cat for so long. Physiological period should not wait until now. But think carefully, the girl's cycle is generally about a month. Just look at those posts. Most of the girl's cycle is about 26 days. Of course, short less than 20 days there. Counting from the time she turned into a white and then a human, it was about 22 days. Chen Siyu silently remembered in his heart, took out his cell phone to find a kanji store, and ordered a bowl of sweet kanji with red dates. Siyu, I don't want to drink this, I want fried chicken. Ichio is a deep fan of fried food of all kinds, so right now I'm not feeling well, but I'm still craving hot-coated and dipped fried chicken. No, you can't eat those now. Your stomach will hurt more, not only today, but until your physiological period is over. You can't eat those that are unhealthy for your body. Chen Siyu ignored her round eyes full of prayers. All this time, but also think of eating those. The kitten has no measure. Is he also not well? But, I think that if I were to eat fried chicken, I would recover very quickly. Really, don't they say that the mind is the most important thing when you're sick? As long as I'm in a good mood, then I won't feel so bad? Yi just started to talk with little energy and felt weak, but as soon as she mentioned food, she felt instantly more energized. Chen Siyu had a black line on his face. What happened? He actually felt that what she said seemed to have a little bit of truth. No means no, just be good. If it's serious you'll have to take those really bad pills and your stomach will hurt and ache. Be good. When you're better, I'll take you to buy whatever you want to eat. Okay? Chen Siyu looked like he was coaxing a child. His tone was gentle, and those who didn't know thought he was a kindergarten teacher. Really? Can I have anything I want? Chen Siyu nodded. Yes, you can eat whatever you want. Then I'll have baked sweet potatoes. I'm craving them again. And we'll buy them from that old grandpa down the road. He'll pick me a big one. Okay, buy you one. Then I also want to eat hot and sour noodles. I want an extra serving of noodles. The noodles in that house are so delicious. Okay, I'll get you a big bowl and a side of powder for you. Chen Siyu dotingly touched her little head. But, one by one, don't you have any pain now? Ah, it hurts. He immediately covered his stomach and looked like he wasn't pretending. They say that food is power. And it's true that when you don't feel well, if you mention food more often, your body will all be better. So does it hurt or not? Chen Siyu looked at her covering her stomach, said pain, mouth and let him buy delicious, said what food is power. Although a little ridiculous, but in one by one, it seems to be really such a truth. Usually when she is slightly depressed, eat some delicious immediately happy. If she is already happy and eats something she loves, she can bounce around all day. It's not particularly painful, just not very comfortable. Be good and I'll rub you to make you feel better. Chen Siyu's palm was warm, placed on the girl's belly and gently rubbed it. Looking at her expression, it was obviously not that uncomfortable. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. One by one, I'll get the door. Chen Siyu got up and went to open the door, said thank you and carried the bag in, opened it and then took it out to popularize the knowledge one by one. This is something girls use during their physiological period. It's called a sanitary napkin, also known as an auntie's towel. This is shorter in length. Look, it says daytime use. As the name suggests, it's for use during the daytime when you don't bleed a lot. This is for nighttime. You can use this when you bleed a lot, or you can sleep with a pad at night, but you're usually a restless sleeper. You like to move around, you might get your pants dirty, so you'll use this at night. The sleeping pants. It's like those cartoon panties you like, just put them right on. You know, these are all Chen Siyu just looked up on the internet, although they have not been touched before, but it is very easy to understand. Read it once and memorized it, while one by one see him say so a bunch of things. His face showed a look of worship. Wow, Siyu, you're amazing. How do you know everything? Chen Siyu had a bit of heart to touch his neck, but still accepted openly. No one can stop his girlfriend to idolize himself. Right. Not to mention that one by one look at him is the kind of eyes he viewed his favorite superhero like. There was no need to be too honest in this situation. So Chen Siyu nodded. Of course then. I know everything. If there's anything you don't know, just ask me. In front of your girlfriend, this pussy still needs to be played. Then how did this one come out? He continued to look at Chen Siyu with adoring eyes. Chen Siyu at once clammed up. This unlucky child. Use not finished. Tube how to make it out. Ahem. That's not important. Go change into these sleeping pants and wear them. They're uncomfortable, padded with tissues and they leak. Right. Well, I'll hurry up and change. Chen Siyu tore open the package, took a piece and handed it to the girl, and in his heart, he was glad that one by one, his brain was not spinning very fast, and he did not continue to pursue this question. Taking a couple of good looks at what was in his hand, it actually had a bit of a pattern printed on it, and didn't look too different from a diaper. Do you need me to change it for you? Chen Siyu asked in passing a mouth. The girl does not know anything. They are both her boyfriend, but also her teacher. What have to teach? If she does not understand, they can personally help her directly to change. No, yeah, I will. After she said that, she immediately ran to the bathroom with her anorak. She usually didn't lock the door when she showered, But things were different now. One by one do not want to let Chen Siyu follow. Just in bed when the light was seen. Before he touched, rubbed, but the light are very dark. Not too clear to see, but this time it is not the same. The light is so bright. Chen Siyu also come close to see. She can be a shy kitten too. Have your privacy, too. Chen Siyu helplessly shook his head. The kitten has grown up. Its wings have hardened. It will be shy, but it is understandable. After all, this is what makes it interesting. And it's all about her period, which means that her body is no different from a human's. So if she can get her identity issues sorted out, she can have kittens later. No, having a baby. Looked so beautiful, with white skin and big eyes. There was no drawback at all, not to mention that he was directly handsome out of the sky, although there was a little bit of exaggeration, but he was very confident that the future child would inevitably be very good looking. It would be nice to have a daughter as beautiful as she is. No, a boy and a girl would be better. Chen Siyu couldn't help but think farther ahead, smiling while thinking. The corners of his mouth couldn't be pressed down. This semester will be over soon. There won't be any classes starting next semester. He'll be going to an internship in the first semester of his senior year, and next semester he'll be busy with his thesis and his job. So if things go well, he'll be able to get married after a year of work, according to his plan. No, you can get married right after graduation. Only, he doesn't have much family, and one by one even less. So there's no way to throw a very grand banquet like others. If we can't have a banquet, it's okay to take her on a honeymoon. Teachers have vacation days from their jobs anyway, and 1 year loves to eat, so we can take her to various places. Chen Siyu murmured. His mind was thinking of the happy scene of a family of 4 traveling in the future. He was still very confident in himself, although he had not felt the love of too many family members. But because of this, he knew more about how to be good to others, whether he's a husband or a father. He gets it right. After changing one by one and opening the bathroom door to come out, Chen Siyu rushed over. Are you dressed? Is it uncomfortable to wear? No, didn't feel anything. It was quite comfortable. Hearing her say this, Chen Siyu was relieved, and thought that there was a little bit of blood on her pants. It is better to hurry and soak it in water. Otherwise it will not be good to wash it after a long time. You be a good boy and rest for a while. The porridge you ordered should be here soon, and I'll go wash your pants. Chen Siyu turned around, but was pulled by the corner of his coat one by one. The girl looked at him timidly. It's a bit dirty. I'll just wash it myself. Out of some kind of special thought, Yi felt that this was not good. Although usually she would help Chen Siyu to wash with her, and Chen Siyu also helped her to wash many times, but this time was different. There was a bit of blood on it. Chen Siyu smiled, reached out and pinched her earlobe, warmly said, one by one, I'm your boyfriend. It's normal to help you wash your personal clothes. What's more, I won't dislike you. Think about it from another angle. If my pants are also stained with blood, will you dislike it? Yi immediately shook his head. No way. I won't mind whatever you look like. You're my favorite. So come on. You don't have to feel shy about it. Like you like me and I'm happy to go and do that for you. Okay? When he was allergic before, with so many red rashes on his face and body, one by one didn't look at him with the slightest bit of disdain. Only heartache. Now is also so. Chen Siyu do not think that this is what dirty. This is just a normal physiological phenomenon. Besides, their girlfriend, they do not take good care of the words. It is hard not to expect other men to take care of it. Okay, then I'll go with you. I want to stick to you. Yeah, come along. One by one followed Chen Siyu, hugging him from behind, his face pressed against his back. Chen Siyu received water in the basin, tried to rub it, and then wiped it with the specially bought underwear soap, and after rubbing it hard for a couple of times, the blood stains immediately disappeared. This is pretty good. I'll buy this brand from now on. Chen Siyu put the underwear soap back to its original position. Before he never thought that he would be meticulous to this extent. Since he was with one by one, he knew all kinds of living things of the girls like the palm of his hand, and even read a lot of analysis about the psychology of love of girls. For example, girls saying no means yes. These golden phrases that make sense when put in a specific context but can't be generalized. And some ways to cajole your girlfriend when she's angry and all that. Except, one by one it's just too good to be true. Too good to be true that he can't even use them. There is what you need to directly open the mouth to ask is, one by one and a straight person. Everyday chatting suddenly open the mouth to confess. Want to what will also directly tell him. Do not have to guess around at all. Rinsing the panties clean, Chen Siyu then hung them up on a hanger and took them outside to the balcony to dry, during which Yi followed behind him, like a little tail. Why are you so clingy? Is your stomach upset? Normally, she was always clinging to him as well, so Chen Siyu didn't find it strange, but was just worried that she would be uncomfortable. Just want to stick it to you and my stomach doesn't hurt. One by one just finished the doorbell rang. Chen Siyu went over to get the takeout. Is for her to order sweet congee with jujubes. Put the brown sugar simmering. A small box does not have to worry about eating not finished. Chen Siyu unwrapped the bag, opened the lid, and used a spoon to scoop a spoonful to his mouth and blew on it. Open your mouth and I'll feed you. One by one. I opened my mouth and took a bite. It was sweet and tasted better than expected. It's so sweet. Siyu, you take a bite too. Although Chen Siyu didn't really want to eat it, but it was her habit. She wanted to share with him whatever she ate that was delicious, so he also tasted a bite. Well, it's quite delicious. Your stomach is not feeling well. Eat something hot to warm it up. Come on, eat a little bit more. I'll fix it if I can't finish it. Chen Siyu bought a small portion, also a small box. According to one by one of the amount of food she should be able to eat. Just today is an exception. Almost fed half. She said she could not eat. Feel no appetite. Gee, it's true what the post said about girls' appetite being affected during physiology. I can't eat anymore. See you. Can I stop eating? Yi was afraid of wasting it, but she really couldn't eat anymore. So she carefully opened her mouth to ask. Chen Siyu knew that she didn't waste food. Not to mention that the situation was special now, so he was even less likely to say anything. Now the porridge was not as hot as when it was first opened, so Chen Siyu didn't use a spoon and directly took a big gulp, finishing it in a few mouthfuls. Okay, now go brush your teeth and go to bed. Take care of your physiology. Chen Siyu let her in to brush her teeth and wash her face, and after washing, went to the room. One by one was naturally going to start undressing, and Chen Siyu hurriedly stopped it. One by one. No need to take off the warm ones, just sleep in them. But, you have to put body lotion on. Didn't you say that if I don't put it on properly my skin will deteriorate and my legs won't be smooth? Yi loves beauty. Although she is cold now, she is more afraid that she will become ugly. Then Siyu will be sad. After all, he loves her white and smooth skin. Just don't rub it for a day or two. It won't hurt. Good girl. Today is a special day. We'll just leave it. Chen Siyu pulled her clothes back up, and there was a little bit of emptiness in his heart, because her skin was very good, and she didn't even need to rub it so hard every day. And before that, it was completely just because he wanted to take advantage of it. Alright then, I won't take it off then. Kanzuya obediently lay down and didn't mention the body lotion again. Chen Siyu breathed a sigh of relief, lay down and turned off all the lights in the room. We won't go to the stall tomorrow. You be good and rest at home, okay? Chen Siyu does not want her so hard. Now she physiological period. Rest is also should. Otherwise, go out to play aware uncomfortable words, in the end or his own heartache. Besides, the savings are enough right now, and when there's more time during the holidays and the tutoring stretches out a little longer, you can still make a profit and save it, and it's not a problem at all to support her. Don't. I want to go to the stall. I've already rested so much today. I don't want to be lazy tomorrow, and I don't feel any pain. Don't worry about me. I also want to make money to ease your burden. It's so hard to be alone. I'll be very sad if I don't do anything. Didn't want to be idle. She knew that if she lived in the human world, she would need lots and lots of money, to buy food and to find a place to live, all of which cost money. She couldn't drag her feet. She had to work hard to earn money too and buy lots and lots of stuff. The next morning, Chen Siyu climbed up. Recently the weather is getting colder and colder, so when the alarm clock went off he was tempted to turn it off and continue sleeping, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, the exams are coming up soon, and when they're over, I'll be able to sleep until whatever time I want. Thinking this way, Chen Siyu's waking up has subsided. Lowered his head and kissed the girl in his arms, and his hands were restless to take advantage of some of the advantages, before he grinded up to get up and put on his clothes. After living with one-on-one for so many months, the closet, which had been somewhat empty, was now full of hangings, and the drawers were filled to the brim with one-on-one's assorted pajamas and panties. By the way, it shouldn't take long to get those erotic clothes that were ordered. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Siyu's mouth were hooked. Before washing up and leaving the door, Chen Siyu came back to the bedroom and bent over to pinch Yi's face. Siyu, cuddle. The girl rubbed her eyes and reached out for a hug in a daze, and her voice was soft. Chen Siyu wanted to hug, but the clothes were cold. Afraid to make him cold. Good boy. The down jacket is cool outside. You don't wear much. It's not good to get cold, but it could use another kiss. Lowering his head and rolling over the girl's lips for a long time, Chen Siyu only let go. Looking at the lips that were glistening with water from his kisses, he suddenly felt that his mouth was dry and wanted to do something else. Hey, once you've tasted the sweetness, you want more. People are like that. So is Chen Siyu. Right now he is full of series, but he has sense. The timing isn't right now. remember what I told you yesterday? Remember. Kanzuya was slightly more awake, but still a little sleepy. Say it to me to see if you really remembered it. Eat a light breakfast. No chili, don't touch cold water, and tell you when you don't feel well. No hard feelings. Shensiyu nodded well, then asked, there is another one. Tampons should be changed often, once every 2 hours or so. That's a good boy. Go back to sleep. Shensiyu tucked her in before walking out with her book bag. Yesterday, I learned that the anti-towel used by girls is required to be changed diligently, no matter how much bleeding. Must pay attention to hygiene, timely replacement, otherwise it is very easy to contract diseases. After understanding these clearly, Shensiyu are very serious and one by one account. Hey, having a girlfriend is different. Now he knows a lot. And a lot of theoretical knowledge is also practiced, proving that the little yellow book did not lie. After throwing the garbage away, Shensiyu wiped his hands with a wet towel, and ordered a bowl of soybean milk and donuts at the roadside breakfast store, which had not been eaten for a long time, and was still quite greedy. The hot soy milk was still steaming, and the fritters were freshly fried from the pot, which the owner had already helped to cut into pieces. Shensiyu clamped 2 roots and put them directly in the soybean milk to soak, and after soaking softly, he directly ate. Well, it tastes good. Shensiyu sat in a position facing the outside, at first only focused on eating with his head down, and only when he was almost finished did he notice that there was an old man in tattered clothes sitting under a tree outside. The dirty clothes he had picked up from somewhere looked significantly smaller in size, but he put them on anyway because of the cold. Shensiyu accelerated his speed and quickly finished the rest, wiped his mouth and walked to the entrance of the store. Boss, a bag of soy milk, 2 donuts, and millet porridge. Shensiyu finished and turned his head to look at the old man. Because of the close distance, he was able to clearly see the frostbite on his hands and his lips were frozen purple. The boss's wife looked like she saw through Shensiyu's intentions, so she opened her mouth and asked, young man, are you buying for that teacher? Yeah, it's weirdly hard to see him sitting there. That's not necessary. I'll let him come in to eat later when there are fewer guests. Usually he eats breakfast at my place and I don't charge him, but he smells a bit too much and I'm afraid it'll affect my business. That's why he sits there and waits. The boss's wife didn't stop moving her hands, skillfully cutting donuts and scooping kanji for the other customers. No need to buy it, son. Just give me the money you just gave me and hurry to school. Shensiyu nodded and didn't insist, but when he paid he swept $50. Why are you sweeping so much, you child? I'll take the rest as me buying that old grandpa a couple meals. See you later, boss. Shensiyu cannot see these, so if you meet, can help to help. Before is to think. If one of their own old becomes so, there is a person can reach out to pull him a hand is also good. Now the mindset has changed because he has someone he really likes and a strong determination to believe they can go all the way. However, the good thing is still to do, for peace of mind, but also to save a little merit. Do these is not better than knocking electronic wooden fish off. After arriving at the classroom, Shensiyu found a seat and sat down, and a classmate came to talk to him. It's still you. The score test is so high, but unfortunately it's useless. 70 points long live. 1 more point is wasted. Or am I more fortunate like me, who just managed to get 70 on the test, didn't even have to study much, and casually passed. I tell you, in the future, this kind of test or have a heart. The test is not much of a scholarship. Why do you have to fight so hard? Shensiyu swept a glance. This person and he is not familiar. Seems to be called Li Pang. The mouth has always been unable to say anything good. He is also lazy, only faintly back, did not seriously learn, casually prepared for more than 10 days, on the test into this. After saying this, Li Peng obviously froze. Shensiyu's character they are aware of. Usually lazy to argue with them. How to speak now so impulsive. Moreover, Shensiyu said this so that he couldn't refute it at all. Shensiyu took out his book and pen, then took out his cell phone to send a message to E, telling him that he had arrived at the classroom. Now he shares everything he does with one and all, including little things like the soybean milk donut he just ate, which is commonplace but feels like a blessing. Behind came 2 more classmates sitting next to him. Both classmates also added WeChat. Presumably all read the circle of friends he sent about the exam results. So the first sentence of the opening is, "You brother Bola, too good. Your score is simply against the sky." Shensiyu smiled and chatted along. That's the difference between people. He can still hear the good and bad things that are said, and other people's attitudes determine how he treats them. This was the last class of the semester and the content had already been covered in the previous class, so the teacher had just come in and everyone was pestering the teacher to draw highlights. There's no focus on the test, because everything that's been on it is focused and covered. But as long as you usually study hard and finish the homework I assign, you can pass the exam even without reviewing, and you'll have no problem getting an 80. As for those ones who usually don't listen to class and play games in my class, you're on your own. The school rules state that the usual score and the final exam's paper score each accounts for 50%. But if the paper score is less than 60, it will always be treated as a failing grade. Our math is different from other subjects. I can't fish you out. You have to rely on yourselves. The exam is next Wednesday, so study hard. As soon as the teacher finished speaking, more than half of the classroom started ghosting. But it's impossible to refute it, because what the teacher says is the truth. And in their specialty classes, right answers are right and wrong answers are wrong. And there's no way to give a little bit of hard work points like they do in languages. And because of that, their failure rate is kinda high. Teacher, then you can reveal the scope of a few big questions, so that we can have peace of mind and know how to revise. The teacher slowly picked up the thermos and drank a mouthful of hot water. The content of the big questions is the homework that you are usually assigned to do, and the ones that I've talked about in class. Don't worry, all of them are the types that you've learned. You're all juniors, and the college doesn't want you to fail your classes. The teacher said this is simply the last straw that overwhelmed them. After all, this professional course has weekly homework. The type of big questions are less than 15 or 16. A week's review time. Want to master them all is really difficult. Okay, don't chirp. The content has been taught. This class you guys just read the book by yourselves. If there's anything you don't understand, hurry up and ask. Or ask Chen Siyu as well. Chen Siyu in the teacher's line of sight. See the old professor looking at him smiling. He also pulled the corner of his mouth. This old professor on a lot of professional classes. In the sophomore year, Chen Siyu also managed to snatch his class. Coupled with the fact that he usually listened to the class does not scratch. Homework completed is also very serious, but also often ask him a question. So after a long time, naturally, also familiar with some. By the way, everyone prepare well. Don't fail at that time and phone bomb me. I correct the paper will strictly follow the steps to give points. Will not give more or less. So put your heart in the stomach. If you do fail the class, think about how you only got such a low score on the test. Alright, have a good review. With that said, students knew that their teachers would not reveal information about the exam questions, so they rushed to start studying, either to check for gaps or to start from scratch. Can you make it up for us this semester like you did before? Yeah, it's my junior year, and I don't think I'll have any classes next semester, so I don't want to get stuck here. The two boys sitting next to Chen Siyu looked at Chen Siyu with a prayerful face. If it was usual, Chen Siyu would have agreed. After all, he was reviewing himself when he gave them the questions, and it would help him a little bit in the exam, but not now. I'm sorry, I can't help this time. My girlfriend is setting up a stall in front of the school and I have to be with her, so I can't squeeze it in. However, if you guys have a question you don't quite understand, you can ask me, and while I can't promise a quick reply, I'll certainly give you a lecture if I have the time. The two students expressed their understanding. After all, no one had the obligation of having to help others. So it was fine for Chen Siyu to either agree or refuse. Then is it convenient for you now? I don't quite understand a few of the questions on those homework assignments from the teacher. So can I ask you to help me out now? The boy sitting beside him spoke politely, without making people feel uncomfortable, not to mention moral abduction or anything, and Chen Siyu was happy to help. Okay, no problem. The two students next to him immediately took out their books and began to ask for advice, and the students sitting in front and behind Chen Siyu also came over to listen. Some of the students who were far away began to redden their eyes, regretting that they did not choose a good position. After all, Chen Siyu often helped the teacher to explain the problem, and his grades have always been the first in the college. If you have his help, the exam is not a problem at all. Hey, I thought about it before, sitting next to Chen Siyu and being able to ask questions, but it's a pity that I came too late. When I came in he was full next to me. Li Peng swept his eyes at Chen Siyu with a disdainful expression. Isn't it just better grades? What's the big deal? Who are you showing it to with a smug face? The student who had just spoken looked at Chen Siyu. He was obviously lecturing the classmate next to him very seriously. Where did he get off? However, Li Peng, this person's mouth is indeed very cheap. Usually only to Ji Shao kind of cockney will be restrained. Say some good words, pat on the back. One class was just an hour and a half, and by the time the class ended Chen Siyu had already given several big questions to the people next to him. Thank you. I'll buy you milk tea this afternoon. Chen Siyu smiled and packed up his things. No need. Just patronize my girlfriend's business at the school gate more often. Chen Siyu does not think there is any shame in the stall. He also knows that people like Li Peng Dogmouth cannot spit out ivory. Behind the back of the words a little hard to hear, but he walks the straight and narrow. One did not steal, two did not steal. So there is no need to twist and turn. Greatly on the good. That's no problem. Definitely go to patronize. and I've gone to buy several times. Your girlfriend is really beautiful. There's no other meaning it's just a simple exclamation. Brother, you don't mind. I've been there a few times too. The flavor is just amazing. I'll go and fix a few later after class. Chen Xiyu knew that what they said didn't mean anything else, so he didn't feel uncomfortable. What's more, his family's girlfriend is really pretty. It would have been the truth. Don't mind. It's just that she's timid and hasn't had much contact with boys, so she's not very talkative. Just don't take it personally, guys. Chen Xiyu found out when he set up a stall with Yi that she had a higher affinity for girls and would be a bit formal if she was talking to boys. But he didn't say anything, and that was fine. I do not know what other boys think. Anyway, as far as Chen Xiyu is concerned, he is very enjoyable. Very much like this kind of girlfriend's heart and eyes are only their own feeling. She treats other boys with a sense of distance, and they are always pampered and sticky when they are together. Such an attitude made him feel at ease because he was the exception. People who have not been favored, as long as a little love will be shaken inside, let alone one by one so blatant, unreserved, direct and bold love. Of course, Chen Xiyu did the same thing. In addition to one by one, he would not get entangled with other girls, unnecessarily, and even words were not much to say. The students next to him felt like they were being shown the door when they heard him say that. I have a reasonable suspicion that you're showing off. Well, I didn't even eat breakfast this morning and now I feel full because I just swallowed a big mouthful of dog food. The few people who spoke had all gone to join in the fun before, and after knowing that Chen Xiyu was not chasing after Suro, but instead had a new love interest, nay, a girlfriend, everyone was curious about what kind of girl it was that could make Chen Xiyu go against the grain and reject Suro's advances. So after learning that Chen Xiyu and his girlfriend set up a stall in front of the school, they immediately went to see it, and one look at one did not squeak because of the bitterness in their hearts. After all, Chen Xiyu's girlfriend was too good-looking, and her eyes were bright, with only Chen Xiyu in her eyes, and they were all transformed into lemon essences and sour after looking at them that day. Come on, there's still one more class to go. Hurry up and get to class. Chen Xiyu backpacked to go. Lubin immediately followed. You God, this class and you and I chose the same teacher. Let's sit together. I still want to ask you questions. Okay, let's go over there together then. The two remaining students shook their heads and looked at each other, then disliked each other. Hey, you and I have a caddy. What use? Or can only rely on themselves. You still have the nerve to say that. I still gave you the questions for last class homework. No matter what, I'm still A2. You're lower than me. After arriving at the classroom, Chen Xiyu and Lubin chose a position in the back. The probability that this class is still reviewing on their own. The teacher should not be lecturing, not to mention bringing everyone together to review. College and high school are not the same. High school teachers are pushing you to learn. As long as you want, they will make time to take students to learn. Before the exam, hate to take everyone to the key all over again. But the university is different. Learn or not to learn is their own thing. Learning all rely on their own self-consciousness. The teacher does not care about how many points you took the test. Chen Xiyu understood this truth a long time ago, just that he has a clear goal, knowing that the scholarship is a living expense and a necessity for him, so he has not been slacking off. He has always felt that studying is addictive, and he enjoys the feeling of being in the study room, or the library, cut off from all external interference, and focusing all of his attention on doing the problems. Every time I make a puzzle, I feel a sense of accomplishment when I check the answers, pack up my things when the library is about to close, and walk around the campus with the breeze blowing, feeling like I've had another full and interesting day. After sitting down, Chen Xiyu took out a cup of water and drank some water. Just now he had been lecturing them on the problem. He didn't pay attention to his cell phone. Now he opened it and saw that Yi had already sent a lot of messages to him. Good morning, Xiyu. I'm up now. I miss you so much. I should have known I should have kissed you more just now. I also went downstairs to eat soybean milk and donuts from the same restaurant you ate at. It's so good. Below this message was a selfie. The girl smiled sweetly, looking like although she didn't have any photographic skills, but the person was good looking and stood up to this angle of death. Look. I've been good. I've been wearing a lot of clothes. I'm done. I'm so satisfied. Now go home. Right. My stomach doesn't hurt. Don't worry about me. There's a lot more on the back, including the ingredients she's preparing for the stall, and photos of her going out as well as arriving in front of the school, and everything in between. When Chen Xiyu read the message, he felt that the whole person carried a layer of warm tones. The corners of his mouth rose, his eyes curved, and Lubin felt pathetic, weak and helpless next to him. It's junior year. Haven't even held a girl's hand. What a thing. Chen Xiyu replied one by one, not feeling troubled, but rather happy. Xiyu, do you have time now? I have something I'd like to ask you for a favor. Chen Xiu lowered his head and concentrated on typing. After hearing that it was Su Ro's voice, immediately put his smile away. His voice indifferent. What is it? You can directly say it. Because Su Ro even came to care for a few words last time when he turned into Xiaobai. So Chen Xiu was not fierce. Of course, his face was not very good. I'd like to ask if you have time to help us with our tuition. It's almost time for the exams and our dormitories are all bottomless. Su Ro, Xiaoqing and Jia, 3 people with average grades. Usually occasionally water skiing. Final exams are Chen Xiu to help tutor. The first 2 years in his help. A few people can test to 80%. But this semester's courses are more difficult. Because from the next semester there is not much class. So this semester's major course curriculum is the most difficult of their undergraduate stage. Su Ro is now also beginning to panic. Which is why I thought to come to find Chen Xiu to ask if I can help. Yesterday in the dormitory, Su Ro and Xiao Chang, they studied all day. But there is no effect. Before did not listen to the content properly. And now how to think. Hair fell out a bunch. If it wasn't for that, Su Ro wouldn't have been so brazen as to run and ask. Chen Xiu bluntly refused. Sorry, no. Su Ro, no matter how to say, is also before he chased the girl. One by one, usually, although good behavior. But in fact cute, jealous. Before she is very concerned about Su Ro. Afraid that he still have ideas about Su Ro. The time he brought her to the cafeteria to eat, he also saw very clearly that she was actually insecure. Afraid that she didn't like her. And now that it was hard to convince her that she was the only one in his heart. She needed to be more careful. Su Ro looked at Chen Xiu's direct refusal. And was anxious at once. You reconsider. We are not letting you help for free. And count the money by the hour. 200 an hour into it? If you're worried about your girlfriend getting jealous, you can bring her along. It just so happens that I want to apologize to her. It's been on my mind since I got into a confrontation with her at the school gates earlier. Or maybe I'll just meet her at the school gates later? It just so happens that I kind of miss her too. And have questions I'd like to discuss with her. Chen Xiu didn't even have any ups and downs at first. Until Su Ro said that he wanted to one by one. And he immediately became anxious. No, what do you mean you want my girlfriend? Are you now? Sexual orientation all changed? Chen Xiu was horrified. His eyebrows were wrinkled. No. What kind of stimulation is this? No, that's not the point. The point is that she has other things on her mind about her girlfriend. Su Ro, likes me. Don't you think of coming to destroy our relationship? Su Ro's eyes are wide open. What is this with what? How Chen Xiu and Xiaoqing alike? Are saying that she is not like one? No, she a straight girl. Where will be so outrageous? I don't like her. No, I don't have those kind of feelings for your girlfriend. I'm just doing it out of sympathy for a beautiful woman. As well as I love to know how she takes care of her skin. How she looks so good without makeup. And how her skin is so fair. And that's what I'd like to discuss with her. Su Ro said to the end of the voice are 2 degrees louder. The classroom students are looking at her. But she does not care now. In the past, she is good face. Cannot hear others say half a sentence about her. But now it is different. She has long become the center of everyone's gossip. In the post that she does not cherish Chen Xiu. Wait for people do not like their own before starting to chase backwards. Typical and when and stand what? At first she was angry. Now directly frankly. Others love how to say. Anyway, she is thick-skinned. Oh, Su Ro reacted so fiercely. Showing that she really feels aggrieved. And also really does not have that kind of heart for one by one. Chen Xiu was relieved. Just that it is not appropriate for him to say too much. After all, he is a family man. You just and it's gone? Su Ro felt that Chen Xiu was really good at pissing people off now. But it was not the time to get angry. And after calming down for a while and taking several deep breaths, she continued to ask Chen Xiu, so do you think the offer I just made will work? Pay by the hour. Just help us out. Lubin, who was beside him, heard this and immediately started to grab people. Yu Xin, you also help us make up for it. 6 people in our dormitory. 1 person to make up some, you earn more. Help us, we're panicking too. Chen Xiu's expression was a bit loose. In that case he could indeed make some money. Chen Xiu, you don't want to agree to him, do you? I was the one who came first. You have to distinguish between first and last. Su Ro see Chen Xiu expression is not right. Hurriedly began to reason. Which has been shortchanged. She is here in the mouth to wear out. If for other people to do the trousseau, then she will really be angry with the mammary gland hyperplasia. I'm sorry, I don't have that much time. So you guys should get help from someone else. In fact, you can form a study group and help each other with your weak areas. That should be very effective as well. Are you saying no because of what I did before? I apologize to you. In fact, I should apologize to you whether you do me this favor or not. I'm sorry, Chen Xiu. There was a hint of movement on Chen Siyu's face, not because it was out of fondness, but simply because he remembered what happened in high school in the past. By that time he was living in school and had stopped going back to that home because the adopted others would only oppress him and were not willing to give him the opportunity to go to school. And he was alone and knew that the only way out was to study. So he chose to continue his schooling without hesitation. But he has no living expenses. Just rely on the school subsidy is not enough for him to live. Coincidentally, in the second year of high school, the school began to order grade uniforms for each grade. He even buy uniforms on the money saved by going out to work on the weekends. If he pays that more than $100, the next week he would have to go hungry. He didn't want to hand it in, but there was no way around it, according to the school's requirements. He had to dress as required after ordering it, and if he hadn't, it would have deducted points from his class during routine inspections. After paying that money, he had no money left over to refill his meal card, and he didn't fit in with the others at school, being a weirdo who only knew how to study. When he was starving and squatting in the corner, it was Su-ro who handed him a loaf of bread and milk, and then took out $100 from inside her good-looking wallet, smilingly bowing her head. Classmate, you first take it to charge your meal card when you have money then return me. Chen Siyu would always remember that image. He had felt so little kindness before that Su-ro's help kept him in his heart. After going to college, Chen Siyu little by little watched Su-ro become unlike before, but he is still firmly behind her. That $100 has long been paid off. He is so persistent, just because he wants to catch the light that he encountered in high school. Now that Su-ro said this sorry, Chen Siyu suddenly released his mind. It's okay, Suzu. Thank you. Su-ro perhaps did not expect Chen Siyu will suddenly thank her. For a moment did not react. Froze in place, slowly, the face is also stained with redness. Some uncomfortable reach out and touch the ear. Thank you. Thank you for what? You forgive me on the line. Makeup lessons? If it's inconvenient for you, forget it. Su-ro turned around and walked away after she finished speaking. Walking to her seat with a smile on her face, Xiao Chang and Jiajia thought that it was a done deal, and the heart hanging in their hearts was finally put down. Zoe, did Chen Siyu agree? Su-ro smiled and shook her head. Her tone was flinty. No, he said he didn't have time. Let's form a study group with others to study together and make progress together. Although Chen Siyu didn't agree, but this kind of reconciliation feels really good. Before she took Chen Siyu's payment for granted. After he had a girlfriend even went to find that girl's trouble, but she really regretted it later, and also understood her own mistakes. She'd wanted to apologize for a long time, but there were a lot of things that couldn't be solved with an apology. However, just now, Chen Siyu seemed to have thought of something, and his attitude towards her all became milder, as if he was treating ordinary classmates, not treating her as a cow or a snake anymore. She said that she was sorry and Chen Siyu forgave her. Of course she was happy in this situation. Then you're still so happy. I thought this was sort of settled when I saw you smiling and blushing. Green and Jiajia lost their faces, worried about this final exam, usually paddling too much. Now they have no bottom at all in their hearts. In those previous semesters, with Chen Siyu there, he would take the three of them through the highlights of the semester. He was serious in class, and when he lectured, his thoughts were clear, and they could all understand. And Chen Siyu's ability is really strong. Even if the teacher didn't hint at the key points, he knows which knowledge points are sure to be tested and which knowledge points are not very likely to be tested. So even if the time is limited, he can still take them to surprise. Zoe, what did Chen Siyu say? Is there any room for negotiation in this matter? This semester's courses are so difficult, and I usually don't listen much. It's too suspenseful to rely on my own words alone. I don't want to flunk. Xiaoqing's expression of hopelessness made Su-ro also come back to her senses. She was the one who needed to worry the most. With her grades, she probably wouldn't even get 40 points, let alone 60. Just now, Chen Siyu's attitude was very resolute. No matter how much she said he wouldn't agree, so it was better to leave him alone. And now that the relationship was hardly eased, Su-ro didn't want to make the situation worse. Hey, let's think of another way. Besides Siyu, there aren't a few other students with good grades. Let's go ask them if they can take the time to help us make up for our classes. Big deal. They'll pay a little more money. Jia felt that this proposal was not feasible, so she directly said her thoughts. Besides Chen Siyu, the other few are all going for the scholarship, and haven't they always wanted to surpass Chen Siyu? Now that the exams are coming up, they definitely won't agree. Yeah, I don't know what they're insisting on. They can't surpass Chen Siyu in the end anyway, so they might as well do something for us. They're stubborn and obstinate. Qing said this as she leaned over the table, and then the next second, she saw the Academy's wannabe second and wannabe third walk past her with not-so-friendly eyes. Done. The last hope was lost to her hands. No, kisses. Su-ro and Jia naturally noticed those two walking past them, as they had really fierce eyes. At a glance, they were angry. Zoe, Jia, I think we'd better study hard next year. And on the bright side, we'll still be able to look at our schoolmates and maybe find a schoolmate to fall in love with or something by then, right? Green tries to stay optimistic and cheerful and make herself think in a favorable light. However, Su-ro directly gave her a brain crash. This time next year we're going to go to school for internships. And you're still thinking about falling in love? I heard that internships are very tiring. Some schools simply treat interns as hard labor. In case we really fail a subject, we not only have to do the internship, we have to prepare for our graduation thesis, but we also have to relearn the subjects we failed. I'm choking just thinking about it. No, never fail a class. Let's go beg Chin-siyu again. If he refuses to help, I'll really hang up. Several people cried and turned backward at the same time, looking at Chin-siyu sitting in the back row, as if they had seen a life-saving straw. And Chin-siyu was still looking at the photo one by one had sent him, zooming in to see it. Hey, my family's one by one's face looks so nice to touch. I'll be sure to pinch her after class. Lubin rolled his eyes. He didn't listen at all to the remedial suggestions he just made, feeling weak and pathetic, sitting on the sidelines alone and helpless. Luckily, the teacher came in before long, and Chin-siyu was finally willing to put his cell phone away. Now close to the final exams, the teacher in the last class said more or less the same thing. Nothing more than a good review. Do not fail the subject. Even if you fail to find their own reasons, do not see the results of the life of the teacher after the life of the serial call. If you have time, think about whether you have listened carefully in class, whether you have completed the assigned homework carefully, and whether you have understood the questions you usually can't do after class. Of course, there is also the reason for cheating, which can be more serious than failing a class, so the teacher emphasized several times. And after saying all this, the teacher let everyone review on their own, and those who have questions can go up to him and ask him, or discuss in whispers. Yushin, can't you really think twice about what I just proposed? We're willing to pay whatever it takes. And anyway, next week will be January, so if we just get our living expenses then, we'll definitely have enough money. Think about it, one person pays a penny, counting the ones in our dormitory, plus the courtyard flowers in them. And now, during the special period, there will surely be other people who want to join. You can earn quite a lot. Lubin carefully observed Chen-siyu's expression, and when he saw a bit of relief on his face, he hurriedly continued to fool around. Yushin, look, how hard it is to set up a stall outside. Although business is good, the money earned is just that much. If you are willing to take this job, you can earn a fortune. Won't it be easier? Chen-siyu nodded. This was true. There were so many people looking for him. Even according to his tutor's hourly rate, he could still make a profit. Yujin, are you nodding your head yes? Lubin didn't realize that he was quite talented in this area, and actually really persuaded people. Let's wait. I'll go talk to my girlfriend and let you know. If the makeup class then certainly can't not care about Su-ro. After all, our classmates, and he also released, not bring them, in case they really flunked. Shi-heart also can't bear it. It's just Su-zoe. One treats her as a love rival, so he has to communicate with her beforehand, and if she'll be unhappy, he can't take the job no matter how much money is involved. That's a bit of ideology he still has. In this class, Lubin sat next to Chen-siyu, and immediately asked what he did not understand. Until the end of the class, he felt that this test was a little bit more stable. After class, Su-ro and the two roommates followed Chen-siyu. Lubin did the same and spoke to his roommate about what Chen-siyu had just said. So a few people unanimously decided to follow Chen-siyu, and wait for him to discuss with his girlfriend. And if it worked out, they would directly start pestering him to make up for it. After all, there are several specialized classes and exams start next week, so time is now running out to get started. Lubin, how did you just advise Chen-siyu? How come he suddenly changed his mind? Su-ro was curious, without any jealousy, just simply curious. Lubin coughed twice, thought he was very handsome and shook his almost bald hair. It's nothing, it's just that I'm more sincere and speak with more emotion. So Yushin was touched and felt that he had to help us and I've called him Yushin, and I feel that he quite likes this name. Su-ro didn't quite understand because she felt like she was quite sincere even when she just spoke, so it definitely wasn't because of that. Just, you got this name. Sounds and feels very middle-aged Chen-siyu's character should not like it, but looking at how chesty Lubin was, it seemed like she couldn't think of any other reason besides this. In that case, then I'll change my name as well, and call him Yushin after you. Su-ro compromised, although she felt a little embarrassed, but in order not to fail the course, this embarrassment was nothing at all. Chen-siyu walked in the forefront, followed by a row of people in the back of the press. not knowing that he thought there was some kind of activity. After arriving at the school entrance, Chen Xiu jogged over to him. Yi had already noticed him and opened her arms to hug him as he came over. Chen Xiu ran over to her, took the tiny ball of her in his arms and reached out to pinch her face like he had just thought of doing in the classroom. Well, it's really soft. Tired? Have you eaten anything yet? Chen Xiu was most concerned about this. At this point in time, she must have been hungry a long time ago, but sometimes there were more people and she didn't have time to eat. I'm not tired. I haven't eaten yet. I just had a wave of customers. So I'm a bit busy, but I know you must be hungry, so I bought fried rice from the stall next to me, counting the time, and I just brought it over. As soon as he said that, he came out of Chen Xiu's arms and picked up the fried rice that was placed on the stall and handed it to him. It's your favorite Teppan beef? Oh, I had the owner add a double portion of beef. You'll love it. Chen Xiu touched her face and lowered his head to place a kiss on her lips. Good girl. Eat later. I'll help watch the booth and I'll eat when you're full. But it's almost sold out. There's only a few left. And I have a feeling we'll have customers later. At the sight of the line of people who ate a mouthful of dog food has long been unable to hold back. Just wanted to rush over to buy roasted sausages. But look at Chen Xiu and his girlfriend hard to part. Like glue. They do not dare to disturb. Otherwise, with nearly 10 of them here, a couple of them each would have been bought out in minutes. At the sight of the silent watch, also do not dare to make a sound. What sound? For fear that Chen Xiu a dissatisfaction will not help to make up for the class. And now here his girlfriend said that only this point is left. Su rode directly the first to rush out. I bought the rest, so wrap it all up for me. Count how much. One by one. She raised her eyes and saw that the person who spoke was Su Ro, and she felt angry when she thought of the two of them quarreling before, and the fact that Xiu had been sad at home for days because of him. But, now that she looked at her with a smile at the corner of her mouth and spoke politely, it didn't seem right for her to call her a rotten banana. I'll wrap it up for you now, and I'll count it at $45. One by one. My name is Su Ro. You should know that, right? Yi was a bit confused. She didn't expect Su Ro to take the initiative to talk to her. She looked at Chen Xiu. He didn't have any other expression either. I know. It's bad. Why do I have to speak so gently? I should be more aggressive. She shouldn't think I'm a bully, should she? Is it hard to believe that she wants to come and rob Siwoo? If that's the case, I'll be rude to her. The curses I've learned on the internet recently will come in handy. Yi's mental activities were simply too much, and her eyes became fierce. However, in Su Ro's eyes, this was just being cute. I thought she was cute and bright-eyed the first time I met her before, but now that I'm looking closer and more closely, I'm simply adorable. You're so cute. Your eyes are so big and bright. Unlike mine, I'm a little nearsighted, so I look godless. And I don't look as good as yours with contacts. Su Ro said, very sincere. The body also forward. If it is not separated from this stall, Chen Xiu all suspect that Su Ro wanted directly go over to hug one by one, and Lubin and the others were in a daze, really confused about the current situation. So this is a major meeting between Ushio's former and current, and by the looks of things, they've become friends? That's not right. The way you look at Su Ro is like a dog seeing a bone, and Yushin's girlfriend is a bit confused too. Xiao Qing glared at the one who spoke. What dog and bone? Can you speak? This is clearly just two beautiful women recognizing each other's hearts and wanting to be friends. Can't even see that. Lubin shook his head. I think Su Ro shouldn't be trying to be friends with her. After all, it used to be a love rivalry. Maybe it still is. What was that for? Hasn't Su Ro always been high-minded? No, has always been more confident? The man who spoke knew that Xiao Qing and Jia Jia were Su Ro's girlfriends, so he urgently changed his words. I know. It must be for the exams. Think about it. Only Yushin can help us now. If Yushin's girlfriend doesn't like Su Ro, then Yushin definitely won't agree to make up for it. You guys are not seeing the way Yushin just held his phone to look at his girlfriend's photos. It's simply to be mushy. At a glance it's wifey. So Su Ro is bound to be aware of this problem as well. That's why he's so proactive in wanting to go and get along with her. A few of the boys nodded their heads, feeling that Lubin's analysis was very reasonable, justified and flawless. However, in the next second, they saw Su Ro directly bypass the stall and walk over to Yi. One by one. How come your skin is so good? Can you tell me what brand of skincare products you use? I've been really curious for a long time. Just tell me. Lubin. As soon as he looked at Su Ro, there was really no defensiveness in her eyes, and she seemed to be genuinely concerned about what brand of skincare products she used. Chen Xiu approached and blocked in front of Yi. I buy all her skincare products, just very simple hydrating and moisturizing ones, not big brands. Su Ro was skeptical. Really? You didn't lie to me? Then how come her skin is so good? Is it possible that those cosmetics have the same effect regardless of whether they are expensive or not? It should not be She used the expensive is indeed expensive reason Really? None of it is over 100. And most of the time it's just a couple of random sprays using a hydrating spray. Chen Xiyu could understand Su-ro. After all, girls love beauty. If he was a girl, he would definitely be curious as to why Yi's skin was so good. Nope. Thinking out of the box. What's this all about? He's a big man. What's the point of thinking about this, that? 1-1. So do you usually use anything else? Like face masks and such? What brand do you use? Can you share it with me? Su-ro did not die. In the aspect of maintaining beauty, the knowledge was endless. Today it was hard to have the opportunity. She had to set out all kinds of things used by one. The last few days, because of the exams, they studied in the dormitory head to bald. The anxiety. The face began to grow acne. Although not much, but look really affect the mood. And look at Yi. She has no blemishes on her face at all. And that's all veiled. How can there be such a big difference between people? Yi poked his head out from behind Chen Xiyu. No la, I haven't used the mask. Su-ro felt even more annoyed. She would rather 1-1 was using some kind of advanced skincare products than getting this answer. After all, if it was natural, then there was absolutely nothing she could do about it. Lubin looked at Su-ro. They're only concerned about what skincare products. Immediately blew up. Originally thought this was some kind of tactic. Now it seems that she simply wanted to know about this. No. Is this important now? If you don't hurry up and discuss business, you can talk about a question with this little chit-chat. Yu Shin, hurry up and discuss this with your sister-in-law. We're waiting here. Scratching our heads. Su-ro also reacted. Just now also lamented. Why did he not generate that way? Now that she thought of the final exams, her brain cleared up. Yes. This is the right thing to do. So talk to 1-1. Su-ro took one bite at a time and called it 1-1. How could Lu Bin's few people not expect things to go in this direction? After all, what Su-ro used to be like, everyone was clear about it, but this was always a good thing. In that case, from their point of view, the success rate of convincing Chen Xiyu to take remedial lessons increased. It is said that reaching out does not hit a smiling person. Su-ro, this smile so worthless, how can also pull some good feelings? See you. What is it you want to discuss with me? Yi tugged on Chen Xiyu's sleeve, her eyes flickering slightly, somewhat curious. It's not like finals are coming up, so they want me to fill them in and surprise them, so I wanted to get your opinion. Of course, Su-ro and the girls will be along. If you feel unhappy, I won't agree, so you don't have to be burdened. Just say what you think. Chen Xiyu maintains a neutral attitude. After all, this money to earn or not can be. The most important thing is to consider the feelings of a one. The lesser of the two he can still distinguish. 1-1. She looked at Su-ro, who folded her hands and looked at her with a prayerful face. And so did the small group of people next to her. It's okay, I think it's fine. I don't mind, because I know the person you like now is me. This confidence I still have. Yeah, it's done it. Lubin's few people cheered beside him. The stone in their hearts fell to the ground, feeling that the final exam had been stabilized. Chen Xiyu smiled and once again confirmed to 1-1, and she still had the same answer. So that's it then. When would be a good time for us to start catching up? Chen Xiyu has a good foundation, coupled with the fact that he has always had the habit of reviewing, and usually after finishing a chapter, he will review the previous ones by the way when he is in the next chapter. So his heart is very bottomless. By helping them review, you are also reviewing your knowledge yourself, so you have even less to worry about for the test. This afternoon, Shigami, you can start right after you eat and rest. There's no class this afternoon anyway, so start early and be at ease. I agree. The sooner the better. Chen Xiyu understood, nodded and replied. Then it'll be 2:30 this afternoon. In that study room next to the west gate. You guys find someone to book a room first. We'll start when the time comes. No problem. I'll take care of this. Lubin patted his chest. Chen Xiyu then asked about the sauces they need to brush. 1-1 on the side to help pack. Are given to them after they thought to pack up and go home. Su-ro was beside her and wanted to help, but she wasn't needed. And finally, as they were about to clean up, she gathered the courage to reach out and tug on the corner of Yi's coat. Kazuchi, I want to add you on WeChat. Is that okay? He didn't quite understand Su-ro. Obviously she was so mean before and said she seduced Xiyu. Why did she look like she wanted to be friends with her now? Are all humans so fickle? Why did you add me? I thought you didn't like me? Yi was very honest. Although because she had just spent so many minutes with Su-ro, she was a lot less defensive about Su-ro. But it wasn't to the point of making friends. No matter how much more she had gone overboard before, scolding her not to mention that, but even letting Xiyu be sad, which was the most intolerable. Who says I don't like you? I like you a lot. Su-ro subconsciously retorted. And seeing that EE was a bit dumbfounded, she went on to explain. I didn't like you too much before, but before was before, and now it's perverted. No, now it's now. I really don't have any feelings for your boyfriend anymore. If I want to say I like it, you and him I still like you more. You're so good looking, you dance well, and your skin is good. I just like to look at beautiful women and want to make friends with them. Hearing Su-ro's compliments to EE, his face gradually reddened again. This person's ears are soft. The most can't listen to these soft words. Su-ro finished these, one by one, just the bottom line immediately gone. I think you're pretty too. Even though you don't have as good skin as I do. But you're pretty enough. Suoru, what's with all the compliments and put-downs? So, can I add you on WeChat then? He subconsciously looked at Chensiyu, wanting to hear his answer. She couldn't decide. Then listen to Chensiyu. It would be right. Don't look at me. You can add it if you want. It's fine if you don't. Chensiyu has been observing Su-ro. She is really changed. The last time she said that something happened to EE, she also specially ran to care. And Su-ro, this person actually has no heart. Simply will not act or anything. Since she said she wanted to be friends with one by one, it was true. After all, she was one-dimensional and clueless. Kanzuya nodded and stared at Suu carefully, trying to find something wrong on her face. Su-ro naturally also saw her hesitation. So she continued, if you add WeChat, we can go shopping together in the future. Go to eat delicious food together. Go to buy new clothes. So many dessert stores and snack stores in the vicinity I am very familiar with. We can go together. And Xiaoqing and Jiajia, you've met them before. We're crowded and lively. We can also talk about a lot of girl-to-girl topics. It's not good for you to only be with him every day. You should always have some girlfriends, right? Yi agrees with the first part, but when she hears that last sentence, she immediately retorts, I'm happier with Cu. Suddenly being sprinkled with dog food. Su-ro was a bit helpless. Yes, your family Cu is the best. Geez, just add it. Su-ro said for so long, and seeing that she still disagreed, she directly began a petulant attack. Chen Siyu frowned at her appearance and couldn't help but voice out a reminder. Don't make this whole dead motion. Su-ro rolled her eyes. Pampering really didn't suit her. Yeah, well, let's add blah blah blah. One by one. He took out his cell phone and tapped the QR code for Su-ro to scan. Su-ro had long been ready to rush over to take advantage of the opportunity to stick it with one by one. Okay, add it. We'll play together later. You have to answer when I send you a message. Add to a one WeChat. Su-ro corners of the mouth to grin behind the ears. And makeup class has been dust. Together over a few people have not yet eaten. And now just happen to be all here. So they all go to want to eat at the stall to buy lunch. Things worked out. And suddenly my appetite got the better of me. Lubin followed Su-ro and the girls to buy fried rice. And seeing that the happiness on Su-ro's face really didn't look like an act, he was a little curious. Su-ro, don't you quite like Yushin? Now that you're adding Yushin's girlfriend's WeChat, are you trying to pry the corner? Or do you want to stray from their relationship? Su-ro glanced at Lubin and only felt that he was sick. No, what do you mean by that look? Like you're looking at a psychopath? It's just to see the nerves. I'm at least a normal person. People are in love so well. Why would I go and destroy them? Lubin's brain was faster than his mouth. But weren't you like that before? After realizing that Yushin had a girlfriend, you came to trouble others in a fit of anger. Su-ro was speechless, but he was right, and couldn't really refute it. That was before, and now I've got it all figured out, so don't get any ideas. Lubin shook his head in denial. Yushin is doing us a great favor. I can't watch you go and destroy his family. No, his relationship. Just watch. I'll keep an eye on you, and if you have some other ideas, I'll immediately go and tell the Yashigami. Even if you're a good actor, you're still going to show. Xiaoqing directly rolled her eyes. Lubin, if you have a disease, go and treat it. The exams are coming up soon. If something goes wrong it won't be good. I won't bother with you guys, but I'll still keep an eye out. Su-ro lazily ignored him. His heart is already planning to wait until after the test to ask one by one out where to play. Chen Siyu's teacher qualification exam written test has passed, so even after the final exam, he will certainly stay to prepare for the interview. When the time came, she could ask Kazuchi out. After all, she hadn't passed her own written exams, so she had every time to play. Chen Siyu pushed the stall, one by one in the side obediently carrying lunch, hands wearing the cute gloves bought before. The hat is also worn on the head, covered tightly. Siyu, are you tutoring them for money? Actually, I can go out and set up stalls more often. I can make if I don't have any money, so you don't have to worry about money. Just now when packing up the stall, one by one heard Lubin they were talking about the matter of tuition fees, At that time there were a lot of people. She was not good to ask. Now there is only her and Chen Siyu left. There is nothing to hide. There is that reason. But not all. They are all my classmates. A little better than classmates, I guess. Sort of friends. Usually not particularly many interactions, but they are all pretty good. So I thought of helping out. I have to revise myself. It just doesn't take too much time. And if I help them with their tuition, I get to revise and get paid a fortune. So I don't think that works out to be a bad deal. As for Su-ro and the others, you know, she and I haven't had that kind of relationship for a long time, but it's impossible to pretend that what happened before didn't happen. So that's why I've come to ask for your opinion. Chen Siyu was very patient and explained one by one. His character was already gentle and tough, and it was even more so when he treated the people he liked. I see. Actually, I didn't like Su-ro too much before, but I feel like she's changed. Hee. She's not as unreasonable as she was before, and she just complimented me several times. Chen Siyu looked at her shy face and couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, her nature is like this, kind and soft-hearted, even if she disliked Su-ro very much before. But after briefly getting along with her, after others complimented her and said a few good words, her stance changed. That's kind of a good thing, but it's also a bad thing. I still understand Su-ro's nature. She's more straightforward and doesn't have so many twists and turns. That's why I didn't stop you just now. But other people are different. There are some people with honeyed mouths and what they say isn't trustworthy. Chen Siyu very much wanted her to learn only the good side of this society. But it was impossible. No matter how he protected it, one by one would always experience some, or see some of the sinister side of society in the future. Instead of waiting until something goes wrong to tell her reason, it's better to give her a good shot now. What's a mouthful? I don't quite understand. It's that there are people who on the surface look like they get along well and speak well, but in fact, they have a deep heart. He just hides his nature. And such a person looks like he's not much of a threat, but there's a high probability that he'll sneak in and do something that's not favorable to you. Chen Siyu looked at her seemingly understandable nod. Know that she is still not quite understand. After all, did not experience, did not get the lesson. Now say this to her, she naturally cannot fully understand. How am I to judge then? How can I know if someone is good or bad? Look at the feeling. Look at the time spent together. Look at the details. No matter how good of a camouflage someone is, they will always reveal themselves over time. Chen Siyu looked at her thinking with her little head down and reached out to pinch her face. You'll understand all this later. Just take your time. After arriving home, Chen Siyu and Yi simply washed their hands and began to eat. Just dawdled outside for a while. The rice was a little cold. One by one. From now on, you can eat first when you're hungry. You don't have to wait for me. Chen Siyu realized just as he finished speaking that around 11 o'clock was the time when there were more customers, so she shouldn't have time to settle. Well, why don't I make you a closed sign? Put the sign up while you're eating so it doesn't interfere with your meal. It's naturally important to make money, but how hard it is to be hungry on this cold day. His own girlfriend's own heartache. Chen Siyu wanted to do what he could to let her rest better. No need. I ate a lot earlier in the morning and wasn't really hungry. I was just worried that you were hungry, so I went ahead and bought it. This is the truth. One by one eats breakfast late in the morning. Plus when she's setting up her stall, she takes little cookies and snacks in her pocket and eats too when she's hungry. So it's still tolerable until about 12 o'clock. Okay then, but in case you get hungry, you can ignore the business for a while. Okay? No. One by one. He held up his hand and promised that he would never go hungry. Neither Chen Siyu nor Yi would play with their cell phones while eating, so they ate a little faster, and were settled in less than 20 minutes. Siyu, Su-ro sent me a message. A handful of cell phones were brought to Chen Siyu to see. Chen Siyu glanced. Is Su-ro let one by one to tell her usually use the brand of skincare products? LOL, it really doesn't die. It can't be helped. Now that Su-ro is still normal, and seeing as she kinda likes Ichiyo doesn't have many friends here, so it would be a good thing for Ichiyo if she could get along with Su-ro and the others. How should I reply to her? Should I take a picture and give it to her? Chen Siyu looked at the corner of Yi's eyes and seemed quite happy, so he nodded his head. Okay, then go and take a picture of her. One by one immediately got up and went to take pictures of Su-ro. In fact, those skincare products are not very expensive. There is only the simplest role of hydration and moisturizing. Chen Siyu does not know much about these things. Of course, there is no need to understand. Anyway, one by one does not need. One by one. I went back to the room to Chen Siyu to buy those face rubbing were photographed. Afraid to take a bad shot, but also a good look for the angle. Took several shots. After choosing the two clearest ones and sending them over, Su-ro's side immediately replied, as if they were waiting for her specifically. Chen Siyu cleaned up the table, wiped the coffee table clean, put the garbage away, washed his hands and went back to the room, and saw the girl sitting on the bed, her legs swaying in small increments, and she looked to be in a good mood. Chen Xiu walked over and naturally carried the girl over to put her on his lap, wrapping his arms around her and watching her chat with Su Ro. It's only been 10 minutes. Why are we talking so much? Su Ro sent her a lot of messages, saying that after the exams to go out together, if there is time to meet for dinner together, but also shopping together to buy a small dress. So happy? Yi nodded her head. Her voice was light. Yeah. She said she would take me to play hay. She also said that we would go shopping together. The little dress that Su Ro wore also looks good. I think I can try her kind of style. Would you like it? Chen Xiu shook his head without even thinking. No, the skirt she's wearing is too short, and now that the weather is so cold, you can't learn from her. He's wrapped up in a ball, and the turnaround rate outside is still so high. If he wears less and shows his legs or something, what's the point? Do you like it then? I can wear it for you if you like it. If you're not happy then I won't wear it out. One by one. He looked at the message, and Su Ro said that boys like these, and so does Chen Xiu. I like it, but it's not appropriate right now, and besides, the ones I bought earlier are coming in, so you can just wear them for me first. Chen Xiu gulped at the mere thought. Those styles were boldly designed, and they must be pure and lustful to wear on one by one. What kind? Is it like the underwear you picked out before? Chen Xiu nodded and shook his head. How to put it? It was a little more revealing than the previous one. The thing only had a few straps and a small piece of cloth. I'll find it for you. Chen Xiu opened a certain orange software and showed her the order, then carefully observed the expression on her face. Yi's lips were slightly open, her eyes blinked incredulously twice, and she stretched out her index finger to point at the cell phone screen, her speech stuttering a little. Would this be a little? Too little. The young girl in her arms lowered her head after she finished speaking, unconsciously biting her lip. Chen Xiu knew that she was shy, and directly reached out and broke her face, kissing her on her rosy lips, rolling and grinding. The soft and smooth tongue soon entered her mouth, and despite kissing many times, the girl still had little skill, obediently enduring Chen Xiu's attacks, reaching out to push his chest when she was almost out of breath. Chen Xiu's hand very consciously reached into her clothes, because his hands were icy cold, so when his hands just touched her smooth and delicate skin, one by one, he was frozen back. I forgot my hands were icy. Chen Xiu let go of the girl, and one by one's face was suffocating a little red. No, it's okay, just warm it up. Chen Xiu smiled. His hand gradually tightened. Warm it up so you can touch it? Kazuchi nodded. Chen Xiu, who had always gotten his way, came even closer, staring straight at her. Then what I just showed you, can you wear it for me to see? One by one could not resist Chen Xiu's straight gaze, nervously gulped, and stammered to answer. Yes, it can be worn. But what? But it can't be like before. The lights are too bright. Said, her face even more red. Chen Xiu knew that she was shy, sighed and couldn't bear to tease her again. Last time that was also because she was too anxious. As soon as she heard her say that she was bleeding, she panicked, so she didn't care about anything else. She only thought of hurrying to confirm it. Okay, all yours. Next time leave only one light on. Su Ro sent many more messages afterward, but Chen Xiu came in the mood, pestering one by one, kissing and touching, and she didn't have time to reply at all. After warming up, Chen Xiu also looked at his cell phone. Lupin and the others had made a whole group and had already pulled him in, and the people who were making up the class were all in there. A group of people chatted a lot. During the time also ate him. Chen Xiu clicked to see. Is Li Pang want to join the study group? But open all know what his person is the character. So the unanimous disapproval. Of course, the final decision is still in the hands of Chen Xiu, which ate him to ask his opinion. Chen Xiu also didn't want to have too much association with that kind of person, so he directly refused and told Lu Bin to tell Li Pang. They also discussed the cost of remedial lessons in the group, saying that it is calculated by the hour. 100 and 200 are out. Chen Xiu looked at the group. There are some family conditions are quite good. This amount of money is not much impact, but there are 2 or 3 students should not be too much living expenses. If they were to make up a week at that price they said they would pay, then they would have no money for food straight away. We are all classmates. It is appropriate to help each other, and there are so many people. Even if a person charges $50 per hour, he can make a fortune. Lu Bin, they naturally know this, just the price is still not lowered. Chen Xiu directly replied in the group. According to $50, they broke up half a day in the group, saying that this was too much of an advantage or something, and wanted him to follow the hourly rate of being a tutor. But Chen Xiu still insisted and explained why. There are so many of you and you have to take care of most of you when you review. So there are always going to be those times when someone gets overlooked and the service they get is not even comparable to tutoring one-on-one. So you don't have to follow that. Besides, there are so many of you now, that price would be much more profitable than if I had gone to tutoring. The group is still breaking up. Chen Siyu is too lazy to explain further, so he said directly, listen to me or I won't take this job. After being quiet for that second or two, the group began to brush up, saying things like kneeling down and thanking Yushin, and Su Ro directly in the group to aid him, asked him one by one to go where. Why chatting and no one? Because of the previous things, Chen Siyu pulled Su Ro black. Su Ro now also know the proportion, did not want to add Chen Siyu back to the idea, although Chen Siyu was very happy a new friend. But Su Ro this tone the more you look at the more wrong, as if she is a boyfriend like a one, tube so wide. There are words between the lines of the hidden through the possessive. Chen Siyu pondered for a while, or slowly typed a question mark in the group. You've become the same now? It's not like you're trying to pry me out, is it? Before Su Ro was in a daze, Lubin had already replied frantically, Ashigami, she really has this suspicion. After you and your sister-in-law left, she held her cell phone there and tried to read her sister-in-law's circle of friends. But don't worry, I'll definitely help you keep a good eye on her and definitely not let her take advantage of it. Chen Siyu's frown grew deeper and deeper, always feeling that something wasn't right. Su Ro directly cursed in the dormitory after she reacted. This Lu Bin, is he not in his right mind? Why is he still creating rumors? I like guys. I simply appreciate beautiful women and want to stick it to them. Chen Siyu looked at Su Ro's explanation. He hadn't even spoken yet. And Lu Bin was there with his crazy output. There are so many pretty girls in that school, and I don't see you sticking it to anyone, right? Why don't you go find a schoolgirl to stick it to? A minute later, Su Ro threw out a chat record with the schoolgirl. Lu Bin, impossible. Sister-in-law is better looking than the schoolflower. Who knows what you're thinking? But, Miss Su, can the school's WeChat be pushed? I'd like to meet. Su Ro directly refused with a cold snort. Thinks beautifully. Dream on. You can dream of anything. But I still have to explain. I like guys. Don't give me a blind rumor out there, or else there won't be any handsome schoolboys looking for me. Chen Siyu looked at the group messages too much. The brain buzzing. Lu Bin and Su Ro, these two are chatterbox. Typing speed is still so fast. Message after message bubbling. Looked distracted. So he then direct message undisturbed. Back out. But not a moment later, the WeChat prompt sounded again. Chen Siyu thought it was that guy Lu Bin. Open a look. Actually is Ji Xiao. Also want to find him to help tutor. Successfully passed the final exam. Chen Siyu had helped young Master Ji before. He was nice and generous with his handwriting. It's just that in this situation now, if he wanted to tutor, he could only do it with Lu Bin and the others. After all, he couldn't split up. There was no way to take care of both sides. After talking about the current situation with Ji Xiao, he replied quickly and said that he didn't mind and could follow along. Chen Siyu directly pulled Ji Xiao into the group. Thus, the two people who had just been quarreling were directly dumbfounded when they saw Ji Xiao come in. Young Master Ji said and wanted to learn with us, so I pulled him in. Remember to post the time and place and try not to be late. We're grasping at straws. After saying 2 sentences, Chen Siyu also does not care about the group. Put down the phone to go out and look. Just one by one to go to the bathroom. Stayed for so long did not see her come in. When I went out, I realized that the little girl was dutifully sitting on a small bench preparing the kielbasa to be sold in the afternoon. It's still early. Let's get it later. Chen Siyu held her up. Stay with me and sleep for a while. I have to go out at 2 o'clock. I don't have time to accompany you in the afternoon. Nope. It's going to be busy until next week. So I'll show you a good time after your exams next week. Chen Siyu helped Yi to take off the sweater on her body. She was not used to sleeping in underwear, so she also took it off by hand. This time there was a lesson learned. Chen Siyu covered his hand with heat before helping her, so one by one wouldn't feel cold. After taking off clean one by one, it was natural to go into Chen Siyu's arms. Siyu, when I was a kitten I didn't even feel cold on my body. Now I'll feel cold. You're all warmer than me, and it's so nice to be hot and cuddly. Chen Siyu wrapped his arms around Yi and stroked her dark and smooth hair. Then hold on tighter. Chen Siyu, why not like to hold her sleep? The girl fragrant soft little one. Hold in the arms simply do not too comfortable, but also can take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of some cheap. One by one. Your waist seems to have gotten a little thinner again. Did you? I didn't realize it. Chen Siyu felt upwards. It seems to have developed better here. Kanzuya subconsciously looked down and shook his head in confusion. I didn't notice it either. Chen Siyu touched it twice and replied, because you don't touch it often, you don't quite understand it. Siyu, just now Su Ro sent me a lot of messages. I forgot to reply to her. Would that be bad? He now had no hard feelings towards Su Ro. and Chen Xiu also knew that Su-ro didn't have such outrageous ideas. Don't mind her, just go back later when you wake up from your nap. But, one by one, I have to help the girls with their lessons this afternoon, so can you go to the stall by yourself? Why don't you rest at home? Yi shook her head. It's not hard to set up a stall, and it's fun to make money. You can buy a lot of delicious food. You work so hard every day. Of course I have to work hard too. Chen Xiu's heart was all warmed up. Every time he heard her say this, his heart felt like he had something to rely on, a sense of home, because he had to give Lu Ben and the others extra lessons in the afternoon. Chen Xiu woke up after squinting for only a short while. Looking down, Yi's small hand was still holding him tightly. Chen Xiu reached out and gently gripped it. Despite the fact that the movement was already very careful, she woke up at once, only because she was very sleepy. Her eyes could only slightly open a slit. Xiu, are you leaving? Yi's little soft voice made Chen Xiu's ears crispy. So he lowered his head and took a sip on her white face, and coaxed her with a suppressed voice. Good boy. When you finish your tuition class and take you to eat hot pot, aren't you very greedy? Although the girl in her arms was sleepy, she still unconsciously gulped after hearing about the hot pot, then obediently nodded her head. Yes, I'll wait for you obediently. Chen Xiu smiled and got up. Although he was also enjoying this moment, there were still things to do and he couldn't delay too much time. Helping a hand to cover the quilt and wrapping her into a ball, Chen Xiu only lightly went out of the room. Lu Ben has already booked the study room. Look at the group's message. Open seemed to have arrived early. Chen Xiu then accelerated his pace. The sky was overcast, and soon after it rained lightly. Chen Xiu did not have the habit of carrying an umbrella with him, but fortunately, he had almost reached the study room. Chen Xiu ran a few steps, so he did not get wet much. After entering the study room, Chen Xiu drew 2 pieces of paper and casually wiped the raindrops on his body. Lu Ben was standing in the doorway and looking around, and when he saw him coming he hurried over. Yu Xin, why don't you read the message I sent you in the group? And no one picked up when I called you on voice. I just saw that it was raining, so I was afraid that you didn't have an umbrella with you. That's why I thought to send you an umbrella over. Look at you. You're all wet. Lu Ben also drew a few sheets of paper to help Chen Xiu wipe the water droplets on the back of the down jacket. But fortunately, the rain was just small. Plus Chen Xiu ran fast, so it did not get wet for too long. Looking up at the torrential rain outside, Lu Ben continued to nag. Yu Xin, look at this torrential rain. Said to come, if you get wet, in case of a disease or something, we are not hopeless? Chen Xiu originally heart is still a little touched. Hear this, that trace of touched instantly on the ground. Together with him is a tool man chanting? Lu Ben looked at Chen Xiu's eyes indifferent. Immediately realized that he said the wrong thing, so he hurriedly covered his mouth. Chen Xiu lazy, let him lead the way. Ashigami, I didn't mean it like that. Of course, I'm mostly concerned about your health. Really? Lu Ben hurriedly explained that he is just too broken mouth. Too many words, more mistakes. Got it. I just took a nap and the message tone was a little annoying, so I just put it on mute and forgot to turn it off when I woke up. That's why I didn't hear you call me. The umbrella didn't make it. But thanks. Chen Xiu briefly explained. Looked at the torrential rain falling outside, while it has not yet started to make up. Hurriedly sent a message to Yi. Let her obediently stay at home. This rain is so big, go out will certainly be wet. Besides, if it kept raining so hard, there wouldn't be any students at the school gate. Everyone would be too lazy to go out. It's okay, it's all a small problem. In case you need any help in the future, just look for me directly. Yu Xin, young Master Ji is quite punctual. He's actually the first to arrive. Lu Ben's mouth is not idle. Chen Xiu know what his character. Even if he does not answer him, Lu Ben can also explain himself and the slightest will not feel embarrassed. I thought young Master Ji would be picky, but it looks like he's quite nice. Yu Xin, when you just pulled him into the group, Su-ro and I instantly didn't dare to speak. I remembered that in the past, the young master of Ji seemed to be and chased Su-ro. No, it can't be considered chasing, just playing around? No, I can't say it's just for fun. I'm not sure of the specifics. I just read the campus bazaar that they seem to have shopped and eaten together. By the way, there's one more thing. Yu Xin, I feel that Su-ro shouldn't have that kind of thoughts about her sister-in-law. I'm the one who misinterpreted it. Lu Ben was the first to come to the study room today, while Su-ro and the girls were the second to arrive. In the group did not quarrel with all the fun. And now face to face, Lu Ben looked at Su-ro but dumbfounded. Mainly because Su-ro said very sincere. Sincere to let him doubt himself. You are not thinking wrong. Su-ro is afraid that he does not believe, but also found a lot of chat records and school beauty to show him. To see that she does not feel the slightest bit of weakness, Lu Ben even more convinced. I know, you don't need to care about Su-ro's side. just study hard. After arriving at the study room, Chen Siyu quickly entered the state. Then let's review according to the exam schedule, reviewing the first subjects first, but since we're in a hurry, we'll have to move on to another exam after reviewing the key points. So let's all concentrate, keep up the pace, and save time. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to bring them up, and we'll make adjustments as we tutor, or we'll be more efficient. There were no objections, so Chen Siyu closed the door behind him and took out his notebook to start speaking. Chen Siyu spoke in great detail. These contents were all reviewed by him before, long ago, all familiar, although not prepared in advance, but not the slightest pressure. Lu Bin and the others were also in good shape. They were following Chen Siyu's thoughts, and occasionally if there was something they didn't understand, Chen Siyu would continue to speak again. Time passes exceptionally fast when immersed in doing something, and the same goes for studying. Only after talking about 3 types of big questions, plus a few more important techniques for doing questions. When Chen Siyu looked at the time, it was already 5:40. It's also dinner time now. Why don't we stop here for today? In the evening, if you all consolidate today's content first, I'll send a few more questions in the group later, so you can read them well tonight. And if you have any questions, we'll talk about them directly tomorrow, so as to save time as well. What does everyone think? Or any more comments? Chen Siyu pulled over a stool and sat down, and his face was not so serious. No problem. I think it's fine. I understood everything that was said today, and I'm still confident that I can do this type of question if it comes up on the test. Me too. It has to be Ushigami. It's so well spoken and I didn't doze off the whole time. If you can sleep at this juncture now, then I really admire you too. Everyone talked and laughed, and they all felt that what Chen Siyu had said was very good, and there was nothing that needed to be adjusted. Then since there's nothing else to do, let's all disperse for now. It's time to eat and review afterward. Just spoke too fascinated. Chen Siyu did not have time to send a message to Yi, and now it is still raining heavily outside. She should be obedient at home. Just to eat hot pot, then it is a little less convenient. Why don't we go have a get-together? It just so happens that on this rainy day, how appropriate to have a hot pot. The boy who spoke is the best foundation among several people, so the pressure to review is not very big, but the other people's words time is tighter. Thinking of this, Chen Siyu bluntly refused. It's better to wait until after the exams. When it's light and relaxing, just let go of the food. Now everyone is worried about the exams and there's pressure to get together. Lu Bin also followed and agreed. I think Yushin has a point. Let's wait until we finish the exams before we eat. Even though Yushin is very good, if I don't study properly, I might do poorly in the exams. Okay, let's just get together after the exams and I'll treat you then. Ji Xiao was rich and generous, and as soon as he heard that there was a free meal, everyone lived in anticipation. After discussing it, Chen Siyu hurriedly packed up his things, stuffed his laptop into his school bag, opened his cell phone to see the message clearly, and then immediately rushed out with his school bag. Lu Bin looked at Chen Siyu's speed so fast, thinking that something had happened. He hurriedly followed out, and the others reacted by taking their things and following behind. Chen Siyu didn't know what was going on behind him, but just now when he looked at his cell phone, Yi said that she was waiting for him there at the entrance of the study room. He was in a hurry, so he quickened his pace and ran to the first floor, and just as he went down, he saw one by one moving a small stool next to the front desk and sitting there obediently. Luckily, thought she was standing there in the cold, and luckily knew to duck inside. Yi lowered her head, and because the stool was relatively high, her legs didn't quite touch the floor, so she swayed there, not paying the slightest attention to Chen Siyu coming down until Chen Siyu's shoes appeared within her line of sight. She looked up in surprise, and at that moment, her eyes seemed to have stars in them. Siyu. Yi knew that she couldn't make loud noises in the study room. This was what the front desk lady had told her, and just now when she said that she wanted to come and wait for someone, the front desk lady told her to hurry up and come in so that it would be warmer, and allowed her to go and carry a stool over to sit on it. Now suddenly seeing Chen Siyu, the happiness on his face was simply unconcealed. Chen Siyu lowered his head and hugged her, helping her to straighten her somewhat slightly messy hair. How did you know it was here? Chen Siyu hadn't brought her here, and hadn't said anything about the exact location. She had always been a road warrior, and didn't even know how she had found her way here. At noon, I heard you tell them to book a place in the study room next to the west gate of the school, so I came here, looked at the navigation for a long time, and then asked the owner of the store, and found this place without any problem. Chen Siyu didn't expect her to be so powerful. Obviously when he was beside her, she couldn't do anything, but now she ran so far over to him. My girlfriend is awesome. After I woke up, I saw it was raining so hard outside and knew you didn't have an umbrella, so I planned lot time to come over. Yi tilted her head to look at Chen Siyu. her round eyes like she was begging for praise. Chen Xiu will smile, touched her head and praised her. Well, great. Know that I do not have an umbrella. Know that the initiative to send me, although do not know the way, but very brave to find this. My girlfriend is both considerate and awesome. Lu Bin followed down with a worried face, but saw Chen Xiu and Yi hugging each other. And in that instant, the heart to kill was there. He is a single dog. What did he do wrong to be so abused? Su Ro followed behind, only feeling well knocked out. Wow. One by one, what a little clump. They make a great couple. Xiaoqing and Jiajiao followed suit, and only when Chen Xiu heard the sound did he let go of Yi. Hello there. When Yi saw Su Ro and the girls, the smile on her face became even more intense, so she hurriedly got up to greet them. You're too kind. We've seen each other so many times. Su Ro walked forward very consciously, like a dog seeing a bone. Sniffing and coming, Chen Xiu held Yi's hand and consciously pulled her towards his side. Su Ro, I've read all the messages you sent me. Let's hang out together after you finish your exams. Yeah, no problem. Ji Xiao didn't understand what was going on, and it always felt strange to stand back and watch Chen Xiu's former crush and his current girlfriend get along so harmoniously. Yi's nature was soft and sticky, but how did Su Ro become like this too? Su Ro has always been proud of herself. According to the saying not to go to fine one by one even if the trouble, why still smile like a flower? Besides, the familiarity between them doesn't look like an act. Ji Xiao confused, originally thought that standing next to people will be the same as him, did not think that the left and right swept. Only he is so a look of the world has not seen the world. Something is very wrong. Could it be Chen Xiu? Is he that good? Can he actually get his love rivals to get along? Ji Xiao thought so. Look at Chen Xiu's eyes have more admiration, and even intend to learn more from him in the future, so that in the future it will be more convenient to pick up girls, and directly let the ambiguous object become good friends. He does not need to bother. Chen Xiu and Yi briefly nagged a few sentences with everyone, and then left with their umbrellas. After all, this is a study room, although it is at the front desk, but it is not good to keep chatting here. Hot Pot restaurant is not far from this. After all, is a university town, so eat all over the store. Chen Xiu does not intend to take a taxi, just want to take one to go to a nearby. After holding the umbrella open, Chen Xiu gathered Yi tightly to his side, and the umbrella subconsciously tilted to her side. Xiu, you're getting rain on your shoulders, so put your umbrella right. Yi naturally noticed it as well, so he reached out to hold Chen Xiu's hand and asked him to move a little bit in his direction. It's okay for these clothes to get a little wet, just wipe them off, but let's go faster. It feels like the rain is getting heavier. Chen Xiu and Yi accelerated their pace and rushed towards the hot pot restaurant, and Ji Young Master is a car to pick up. Out of kindness and curiosity, they took the initiative to send Su Ro 3 back to school. After the car, Xiaoqing and Jiajia some trepidation, but because of the first time to sit in a luxury car, the heart and vaguely feel excited. Su Ro is not much feeling. After all, before the two also ambiguous for so many days. In the end, Su Ro and Ji Xiao is the same kind of person. Just Su Ro is good at hanging on to others. Just want to enjoy the good of others to her, while Ji Xiao is philandering, very happy to spend money for his girlfriend. Just change the speed of his girlfriend faster. Su Ro, you're getting along quite well with Xiu's girlfriend. Now, Ji Xiao said this without a clue. Su Ro immediately started brainstorming. An idea crossed her mind and she instantly became anxious. Ji Xiao, don't even think about hitting on Yi. Don't even look at what kind of person you are. Ji Xiao turned his head and looked at Su Ro as if he were a retard. Was your head caught in a door? What kind of brain circuits are these? Although he did have that little bit of thought before, but he is at least a sunny male big. Even if he is shameless, he is not so bad as to go to steal other people's girlfriend. Not to mention, Chen Xiu is not bad. He admires not many people. Chen Xiu counts as one. Why else would you ask one by one? The way you are, you're practically smelling like a dog. Jisho? Something. What kind of description is that? Su Ro, you were a bit girly before. Why have you become like this now? Ji Xiao looked at Su Ro. Obviously before she was quite lovely, although a little bit of pampering, but the girls, he was also happy to spoil. Occasionally a little temper. He obediently coaxed, and then the girl gave him a pout or something. That's the fun of being in a relationship. The past is the past. Besides, I don't need you to care what I am now. Su Ro lazily cared about Ji Xiao. She is now completely one by one and Chen Xiu loves security. Do not want a Ji Xiao hole what moths. Ji Xiao, people Chen Xiu and Yi have a good relationship. Don't you think about sticking your nose into it? Put away those little things in your heart. The two of them, Xiaoqing and Jiajia, who had been a little nervous, were now eating melon directly next to each other. not feeling rushed in the slightest. Eating melon and stuff is the happiest. So, I'll tell you again. I don't have any thoughts about one by one. Ji Xiao didn't want to argue with Su Ro, lowered his voice as much as possible and emphasized with a slight gentleness. After all, how to say that he also has principles, and not being mean to beautiful women is considered one of them. Su Ro looks also barely a beauty, although it is very reluctant to admit it, but they have chased people before. If they do not admit it, then it is not a slap in their own face. Saying that they have a bad vision? Is that what you should call them? Ji Xiao has never felt so helpless. How come Su Ro's focus is so strange? Then what do you think? What should I call her? How can I call you so that I don't misunderstand? You can call her One. Halfway through her words, Su Ro suddenly realized that everyone seemed to be called that. One by One sounded like a nickname, and Shen Siyu had never said her name. Called what? You say it instead. When Ji Xiao saw Su Ro stuck, he hurried to capitalize on the situation. You're the one barking. Don't talk to me. Su Ro didn't know how to reply, directly giving herself up and refusing to talk, while Xiao Chang and Jia Jia glanced at each other and hurriedly put away their expressions dedicated to eating melons and resumed their serious appearance. Although Ji Xiao was angry, but he didn't know what to say, so he was also cold, and the atmosphere in the car suddenly became strange. After a while, Ji Xiao saw through the mirror that Su Ro was still there muttering without knowing what to think, and he suddenly felt a little funny. How is it that you just put on a tough talk with so much gusto, and now you look dumbfounded? I hadn't realized it before, but her mouth was kinda small, so I guess she had lip glaze on, and she looked kissable. When Ji Xiao thought of this, he suddenly had a jolt, then reacted. Shit, he didn't hold back a foul mouth. After all, he never ate back to grass, and now he actually looked at Su Ro to start this kind of thought. Simply unacceptable. Su Ro and the girls didn't know what Ji Xiao was thinking. It had just been quiet, and when he suddenly spoke, not only them, but even the driver was taken aback and thought that he hadn't done a good job anywhere. Tisk, what are you smoking in the middle of the day you? Ji Xiao turned to look at Su Ro and threatened viciously. It's raining so heavily outside. If it wasn't for me, you guys wouldn't have been able to get a taxi, and now you're still treating me like this. Believe it or not, I'm going to throw you down? Originally thought that Su Ro would be more or less soft, but I didn't expect that she had no expression on her face and shook her head very calmly. Unbelievable. Ji Xiao suddenly had the feeling of a punch to the cotton. So confident? Su Ro nodded. You're a bit of a dog, but you're still a good person. You can't do this kind of thing. Ji Xiao looked at her twice, then silently turned his head and sat down. Okay, although the words weren't very nice, but he'll take it as a compliment. By the time they arrived at the school entrance, the rain was slowly getting smaller, and Su Ro several people opened the door and got out of the car. Thank you. No hitting on one, though. Su Ro and Xiao Qing shared an umbrella, while Jia Jia was alone with one. Ji Xiao looked at the rain. Although it was trending down, it would be very easy for two people to get wet if they had one, and there is still a way from the door to the dormitory. So thinking, Ji Xiao opened the car door and took out the umbrella and handed it over. Let's have an umbrella each. Don't get wet. Su Ro looked at the black umbrella and hesitated a little, not reaching out to take it. I heard that the umbrella is quite expensive, even though her family is okay, but if she breaks it, won't she be the wrong person? Take it. Ji Xiao put the umbrella into Su Ro's hand. Give it to me when we meet tomorrow. Who wants to meet you? You're so dirt cheap, trying to use that excuse to date me. Su Ro frowned and looked at Ji Xiao with a disgusted face. Ji Xiao smiled helplessly and explained. What I'm saying is, bring it to me tomorrow when you're making up for it. What? You're dying to date me? Why else would you think in that direction? Su Ro was stunned and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Well, why don't you make it clear? Who knew you meant it? After Su Ro finished speaking, she directly opened the umbrella and didn't want to care how much the umbrella cost. She felt ashamed and just wanted to rush away, not wanting to see Ji Xiao again. Ji Xiao looked at Su Ro's trotting back and hooked the corner of his mouth upwards, but after getting in the car, he saw that the driver was also smiling happily. What are you laughing at? The driver master smiled brightly. It's nothing. It's just that it feels like the young master hasn't been this happy in a long time. Quixote, you read less of those brain-dead bully texts. Ji Xiao inclined his head in the direction of the school gate. Go back. Walking into the school entrance, Su Ro still didn't stop, but instead walked faster. So fast that the water on the ground splashed onto her pants legs, but she didn't care. Zoe, okay, don't walk so fast. It'll be bad if you fall later. Shing originally wanted to remind them. After all, the water on the ground was dirty. Their shoes were dirty, and now they were walking so fast. God knows what would become of their shoes when they returned to the dormitory. Especially Jia Jia, who was still wearing her little white shoes, which were now miserable. What's the fall? I'm walking. Ah. Su-ro, who had been talking tough 1 second, directly twisted her foot and fell down the next. Ah. That hurts. Su-ro fell to sit on the ground, holding the umbrella because of the accident just now. Has been thrown to one side. The wind blew. Directly the whole one turned over. Finished. This was Su-ro's first thought, thinking that she had just treated Ji Xiao so badly and spoke in such an impulsive manner. She wanted to give herself 2 slaps. Zoe, how are you? Can you get up? Xiao Qing did not expect her own words to be this spiritual. So it was. When she reached out to help Su-ro, she quietly said, exam pass. Ah, that hurts. No, don't worry about me first. Get Ji Xiao's umbrella first. If something goes wrong, I can't afford to pay for it. The pain in her ankle was intense. Su-ro covered it and didn't dare to move. Now she was sitting on the ground. Her pants and the coat outside were dirty, and it even felt like it had been wet for a long time. Fine. I'll go over and get it while you try to get up. Xiao Qing ran over to get the umbrella. Looking at Su-ro's condition now, she couldn't take the umbrella anymore, so she put it away. I'll hold you up. Zoe, just get up slowly. Jia Jia dragged Su-ro's hand and slowly helped her up from the ground. My ankle hurts. I can't stand. Su-ro borrowed Jia Jia's force and wobbled to her feet, and Xiao Qing hurriedly came to support her. Zoe, why don't we go to the school hospital first? I can see that you're in a lot of pain and your face is not looking good. Su-ro nodded her head, although she was in a mess now, but it didn't matter because she was really hurting. If this matter were to be put aside in the past, she would definitely feel ashamed. How to go back to the dormitory to clean up before going to the school hospital. But now, she has changed. What image is not so important at all? There is no need for her to be in doubt at all times, fearing that her image in the eyes of others will be tarnished. Xiao Qing and Jia Jia stood next to Su-ro left and right to help her. Walked more than 10 minutes to the school hospital. Su-ro feel their legs are going to pop off. The only fortunate thing is that the rain slowly stops. They also move easier. Just today this body of clothing is wasted. After arriving at the school hospital, take off the shoes for the doctor to check. Su-ro's ankle has been completely swollen. The slightest touch feels painful. The doctor looked at it and then put pressure bandage, and instructed her to recuperate during this recent period of time, and not to jump around. Su-ro was aggrieved. Doctor, I can't pop up like this. It hurts like hell. Get some rest and come back tomorrow to check on it. The doctor explained a few more sentences. Su-ro felt unlucky. Even the road is not good. From the school hospital to the dormitory, according to her speed, how to be more than 20 minutes. Doctor, why don't you get me a wheelchair? I can't really walk. It hurts too much. In the end, at Su-ro's insistence, she managed to get into the wheelchair, with Xiao Qing and Jia Jia taking turns pushing her behind. Ugh, this umbrella is all dirty. I feel like I have to talk to Ji Xiao about it. Su-ro looked at the umbrella in her hand and felt pressurized. Thinking of this, Su-ro directly took the umbrella in her hand and lifted her cell phone to take a picture and send it over with text. Young Master Ji, I'm sorry, I accidentally got your umbrella on the ground. How do you think you'll fix it? Su-ro had only just sent it when a call invitation popped up on the screen. Is this to raise hell? As for being so angry, the phone calls are coming in. It's not like I'm not going to pay them back. Su-ro cursed and picked up the phone, and was just about to say that she would pay back the money and give him a whole new handful, but Ji Xiao's sentence dried her out. You fell? Why are you still in a wheelchair? Is it serious? Forget it. I'll come over here. Tell me about you. Give you an umbrella? Don't get rained on in your heart. Right. And you have to fall down? Su-ro turned on the speaker, because she wanted both Xiao Qing and Jia Jia to see the ugly face of Ji Xiao, but she did not expect that although Ji Xiao's tone wasn't very good, they could all hear that it was a tone of concern, and there was also a hint of urgency. You wait. Thanks, but I'm fine. I've already been to the school hospital and the wheelchair is just something I can't walk in. That's why I had the doctor fix me up with one. You don't have to come over. I'm already going back to my dormitory now, so I won't bother you. I can pay you back for the umbrella, or if there's any other solution, I'm fine with it. There was silence on the other side for 2 seconds, and the voice returned to its usual disinterest in anything. Get some rest then. I'll pick you up tomorrow for makeup. See you at the dorm entrance. Right. Get some rest, and if you need help, just say so. The umbrella doesn't matter. You can throw it away. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Su-ro was still confused when the phone was directly hung up. He's not schizophrenic, is he? Green and Jia shook their heads in unison. I know, he's heartbroken about the umbrella, but he can't bring himself to talk about me directly, so he's pointing at me in a different way. Green had a questioning look on her face. This couldn't mean that in any way. Actually, I think he should be concerned about you. And, when he said he'd come to pick you up. The location wasn't in front of the school, but in front of the dormitory. Hey, Su-ro reacted with hindsight, but it still felt strange and unrealistic. Looking at the chats on the screen, it's been a year since we last chatted. Ouch, my head hurts. I don't want to think about that. Whatever, who knows what he wants to do, think one way or the other. Su-ro is too lazy to care. The heart of the young master of G cannot guess. It is better to swing it. See what he says tomorrow when he comes over. The umbrella was someone else's, and although I don't know why he was so kind, the result was the same. It was her problem that she didn't hold it properly, so it was only right to pay for it as it was. Zoe, you've changed so much. Chang pushed Su-ro forward, and although the words had been said a few days ago, she was still very emotional. After all, where in the past Su-ro would think about things this way? She had always been self-centered and would not reflect on whether she had done anything wrong. But now, not only does she put herself in other people's shoes, but she's also very much her own person and doesn't just stick to her guns. Well, I found it too. I used to think that everyone else should be spoiled and always want everyone else to be around me, but I realize now that I should have valued myself a little more and thought about myself a little more. There is also the fact that it was really bad for me to mess around with ambiguities in the past. You guys educated me for so long, but I surprisingly didn't change. If it wasn't because of Chensiyu, I wouldn't have woken up to it. Anyway, I'm thinking straight now. It's okay not to be in love. I just want to stick it to the pretty girls. Xiao Chang nodded and patted her little head and complimented her a few times, while in her heart, she was silently praying for Ji Xiao. Gee, if young Master Ji really has that kind of mind. The next day, Chensiyu tutored them as usual, and instead of arriving last this time, he arrived at the room first more than 10 minutes earlier. After all, yesterday and one by one putty will wait until the study room when it is almost to the appointed time. A little slower will be late. Although the students who come to the better relations, but still need to be more on the spot, getting paid to do things. You can't be sloppy, not to say that you can afford them, but at least you have to be able to afford the money. Taking his textbook and notebook out, Chensiyu sent a message to Yi, reporting that he was already in the study room. Today the weather is good. A moment as usual out of the stall. The morning has not slept in, and he got up with him to eat breakfast. Simply good behavior. After a few simple chats, Yi went to prepare the materials, so Chensiyu put his cell phone on mute, then put it on the table, and just opened the book with the intention of reading for a while, when he saw Ji Xiao pushing Su-ro to come in, with Xiao Chang and Jiajia following behind. What's going on here? You two are getting it on? Su-ro's direct pupils quake. You're sick. What kind of horror stories are you telling in broad daylight? Ji Xiao had originally heard Chensiyu's words and had a small anticipation, but seeing Su-ro react so violently, his mood immediately hit rock bottom. Fear like this and still blah blah blah. It doesn't hurt. You're mean like that. Who cares to fuck with you? Look at you. After finishing his speech, young Master Ji directly put Su-ro's bag on the table, and then walked straight to the very edge of the seat, took out his cell phone and began to brush the video, not even lazy to share a glance to Su-ro. Chensiyu and Su-ro exchanged a glance and spread their hands helplessly, but still eager to continue eating melon. They asked in a whisper, "What's the situation? Just twisted my leg yesterday on the way back to school when..." "Hold it. I'm talking about, what's the deal with you and Ji Xiao? Who cares how you fell?" Chensiyu directly interrupted. Su-ro in a wheelchair. To be honest, he did not care at all. He was simply very curious to know how Ji Xiao got involved with her. Su-ro rolled her eyes. "No, I've become like this. Wouldn't a normal person's first reaction be to care first? After all, I'm a patient now. And, well, at least they're classmates. No, they're friends, aren't they? And you're just so cold?" Chensiyu nodded without hesitation. "Is there a problem? You're not 1-on-1. Why do I care about this about you? So how did Ji Xiao push you in? You too?" Su-ro pondered for a moment. Although the heart is a little uncomfortable, did not expect Chensiyu even the surface of the pretense of concern or lazy to say a sentence. Alas, although now there is no kind of feelings, but at least also no awe. But then again, he had a point. After all, one by one was his girlfriend, and it would be very unusual if he cared about anyone else. You don't know how to keep your voice down. What if Ji Xiao gets angry later and makes me pay for it? This morning, Ji Xiao ran to the bottom of the dormitory building to pick her up early in the morning. She was startled. Originally thought that he was just a casual remark, but I did not expect that he really came, and did not have to compensate for her, and directly moved her to a mess. It didn't matter if she picked it up or not. What mattered was that the umbrella was fine and she didn't have to spend a fortune on one. Just now she spoke without regard to Ji Xiao's face, and she had made him angry. Now she had to pay more attention, or else she would be the one who suffered. I can hear you. Ji Xiao looked up at Su Ro, expressionless, and said coolly. Su Ro smiled sarcastically and touched the tip of Chen Siyu's shoe with her good foot, casting a look of help at him. Okay, let's keep it down then. Chen Siyu wanted to eat melon, so he turned his head and casually perfunctorily, directly ignoring Ji Xiao's expression that was on the verge of cannibalism, and resumed his discussion with Su Ro, and purposely lowered his voice. Say what's the situation? It's just that he fell yesterday and happened to dirty his umbrella, so he came to me to raise hell, and incidentally to pretend to be a gentleman and push my wheelchair for me. Ji Xiao on the side of the ear to listen to. The room is so little. Su Ro that big voice. Press the voice is also very big, so he heard clearly. Just originally thought Su Ro will say a couple of good words. After all, they cleaned up in the morning for so long. The old morning to get up to change the clothes to do the styling, but also so that she does not have to pay back the money. Gee, but if he's a female, he's going to fall in love with himself. But at the end of the day, surprisingly, not a single word was a compliment to him. No, he has so many advantages. He's handsome, he has money, and he's good to pretty girls. So how come Su Ro can't see him? Of course, he didn't want to be with Su Ro or anything, but looking at her unconcerned face made him feel bad. Solo, next time I pick you up I'm a dog. You would not have had to pick me up it's just that you have already said in the morning that umbrella is nothing. Do not need me to pay back the money. You cannot play a scoundrel Ji Zhao's face is green. How do you know about money? I'll check it out later. Maybe you broke it somewhere and it's time to pay for it. What the hell? Didn't you just check? Maybe I just had a bad eye and missed it somewhere. In the next few days, Chen Siyu could see Ji Xiao picking up Su Ro for tuition every day, picking people up properly from school and sending them to the dormitory. Listening to Xiao Chang and Jia Jia gossiping that Ji Xiao also wanted to go directly into the girls' dormitory and carry Su Ro to the dormitory room before being rejected by the aunt. In the end, it was Su Ro who said that she was not much of a problem, and directly got out of the wheelchair to take 2 steps. So Ji Xiao gave up. What is this if not love? Chen Siyu felt that he had stumbled, but he saw through it and didn't say anything. He only pretended not to see it, and then silently cheered for Ji Xiao in his heart. After all, the two of them were quite compatible in some ways. It was a pity that the two people, Ji Xiao and Su Ro, were not compatible with each other magnetically, and every time they quarreled and disliked each other without any mercy at all. But after a while they got back together again, and the people in the room were silently eating melons next to each other as a way of relaxing after studying. I have to say, this is much more interesting than brushing the video, because Su Ro and Ji Xiao, the original dead atmosphere in the room are much better, and even the study is not so difficult to accept. After a week like this, the exams started one after another according to the arrangement of the academy. Because of Chen Siyu's help, Lupin didn't feel the slightest bit nervous outside the exam room. He slowly and leisurely sipped his milk tea and came over, stopping in front of the exam room to find what he thought was a very handsome pose leaning against the wall. Lupin, you were cursing before this exam. Why are you so calm now? There are Yushin to give us counseling. Now have confidence in a lot. I do not even pursue passing, directly to 80 points. Wrestling, bicycle into a motorcycle, maybe I can even get on a 90 points. So awesome. It's a pity that you guys already have enough people, or else I'd make a whole one. Now I'm panicking. Alas, we all wore out our teeth to invite the U-God. Of course, this credit mainly stems from me. If it weren't for me, where would the others be able to get the light? Chen Siyu and Lubin chose the same teacher's class, so the examination room was also in the same classroom, and he had just arrived when he heard some students talking about him making up the class. Even though he had helped before, he always felt a little unsettled in his heart, and he couldn't tell what he felt, but he was a little panicked. Yu Shin, can you give me some pointers on this question? I asked a lot of seniors, and finally one remembered to test this knowledge point, so I'm thinking that I have to take a gamble. University question papers are not like high school. In fact, the test of knowledge are similar. Just after a year, most of the seniors cannot remember what the test, so it is difficult to ask for a gain. Let's see. Now from the examination is still a little time. Chen Siyu also did not intend to read the book. He only took a stationery bag. The documents and pens inside, notebooks and so on directly did not bring this period of time for them to review, because they are all picked by the teacher to talk about the key points, but also need him to pay special attention to the place. After giving them a lecture once, Chen Siyu feel that he has been stable. That's how confident it is anyway. During the lecture, the students next to me all came over to listen with their heads. And almost when the lecture was almost finished, the invigilator came and reminded everyone to hurry up and enter the examination room, and put all irrelevant things on the table outside the door of the classroom, because there is still a little bit of the end left. Chen Siyu also ignored, has been to them to finish this before going in. The teacher handed out the test paper when it was 3 or 4 minutes short of the test time. Chen Siyu got the test paper and first wrote his name, class and other information, and then turned directly to the back to read the big questions. Well, there's the one that was just given to them. Not only him, the few students who were just listening from the side naturally also saw it, and they were directly delighted, making a wink at him. Most of the questions in the paper are learned, only a small part of a little over the syllabus. There is no way. The college actually do not want students to fail. After all, this is not good for the school's reputation. But in the premise of ensuring that students try to minimize the failure of the subject, but also have to play a role in checking the results of learning, Chen Siyu will not be deadhead on the exam. He usually gives all the points that he is guaranteed to get first, and then goes back to the rest of the questions. This time, the question paper was a bit simpler than he had imagined, and those questions in the super syllabus were actually not too difficult to solve, only that the knowledge used would be more and then slightly more complicated. When he finished solving the last fill-in-the-blank question, Chen Siyu looked up at the time. There were still 4 minutes left to hand in the paper. Checking in such a small amount of time could not check out anything, and it was also easy to change the correct answer to the wrong one. So Chen Siyu chose to put down his pen and watch others do the questions. He was positioned in the middle of the classroom towards the back, so he could see half the state of the people. Some were gripping those handfuls of hair hard, anxious as ants on a hot pan, feeling that as soon as the teacher said the test time was over, he could die in place. Some other students tried to look at the answers of the students next to them, but because the staircase classroom was so big, 2 people were separated by 2 positions, and they couldn't see clearly even with good eyesight at such a distance. Plus, there are only a few multiple choice questions and so much content in the big questions that there's no way to copy them. Although this was not very good, but Chen Siyu looked at the students in front of him who were in a hurry, and surprisingly, he would find the image very comical. Of course, the academy's wannabe was also in the same exam room as him, and although Chen Siyu was sitting in front of him, Chen Siyu knew that he was looking at him right now. After all, that line of sight was too hot. Slightly inclining his head to look, sure enough, he was there looking at him after finishing his questions as well. Chen Siyu retracted his sight and continued to watch the students in front of him in a hurry, and after just a while, the invigilator announced that the time was up and asked everyone to hand in the test papers themselves. Many teachers don't like to go down to collect test papers. For one thing, it's time-consuming and not as fast as the students handing them in themselves, and secondly, you can't look at your classmates when collecting test papers, and many people take advantage of this point in time to peek and cheat. Chen Siyu had long ago packed his things, and as soon as the teacher said to hand in the paper, he was the first one to stand up. After exiting the classroom, Lubin and the students who had just listened to him rushed out after him. "Yu Shun, thanks to the fact that you just helped us with that question and earned me more than 10 points, now I'm not afraid of failing the class." Chen Siyu frowned. This name is really embarrassing. R. Lubin, originally only he was called. To the back do not know how to get called more and more people. He even if he does not like it cannot be helped. Cannot be one by one to explain it. It's just a small thing. Don't take it to heart. It's no small thing. God knows this paper is so hard. If I can't do that question, I feel like I'm going to fail the class for sure. Ushin, do you think this paper is difficult? Chen Siyu was silent for a while and was just about to answer when the man knew the answer. I really don't need to ask this one. Surely it's not hard for you to do it. It's only the little scum like us who find it hard. What's not there? I'm doing it too. Ushin, don't pull this crap where you talk about the questions being too hard, and then you're number 1 when the final grades come out. After listening to Lu Bin's words, Chen Siyu urgently changed his words. It's okay, not too difficult. It's just that the last 2 of the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions are a bit difficult. TSK, too strong. Shigami, can I ask you another question before the test tomorrow? Chen Siyu nodded. Anyway, he has been used to exams to arrive a period of time in advance, so there is absolutely time. To tell a question is not much to lose. Our classmates, people are also good. Can help a hand is a hand. Yes, I'll try to come early. The next day, Chen Siyu ahead of more than 40 minutes to the entrance to the examination room. Originally thought he had come early enough. Did not think that the classroom door has gathered a lot of people. The most outrageous is that the other examination room are only a few sparse people. On the examination room where he is, the pressurized less than say there are 15. Chen Siyu drank a mouthful of water and was surrounded just after he went over. Fortunately, they sent out all their contacts, and then they found 2 of the easiest types of questions for him to talk about. So it was quite orderly and not chaotic. After speaking, Chen Siyu's mouth was dry, and he fiercely filled several mouths of water. And then he was in a hurry to go to the toilet. and finally pinched the time to enter the examination room. What's that? 831, 283, 192. After entering the examination room to find a position to sit down, the invigilator of this exam is Chen Siyu. Before on her class, the lecture is quite good, is not much majesty, so the students do not listen to the class. After getting the test paper and briefly scanning the questions, and what he expected is almost the same, the key points of the review for Lu Bin and them have been examined, and the same for the previous exams. By now, Chen Siyu is considered to be completely relieved, although he had confidence in himself before, but before he got the test paper, he didn't dare to guarantee 100% that the questions he bet on would not be hit. After all, no one knows which teacher came up with this year's test questions, and God knows whether it would be which extinct teacher of the academy, who deliberately wanted to mess with them. I remember that there was such a time in the second semester of my freshman year, and that exam was hellishly difficult, but any student who didn't usually listen properly would definitely fail that class. However, because of the reason that just enrolled in school, people are not so still maintain the energy of high school learning, more or less in class or listening carefully. So that test failed people are not particularly many. Everyone has a shadow, and Chen Siyu is the same. So he is afraid of encountering that kind of situation, and now that he has swept the test paper, he is finally at ease. Adjusting his mind, Chen Siyu began to answer the questions. When I did it almost halfway, it was lightly snowing outside, and Chen Siyu looked at it, and his heart rippled a little. This is the last exam. Chen Siyu and Lu Bin, they said goodbye tonight to go together to get together, so did not let one by one out of the stall, let her rest at home. When going out in the afternoon, one by one climbed up to choose clothes there, said it's not easy to be crowded. She wants to wear the best looking set to play with Su-ro, so she started to prepare it in the early morning. It can be seen that she is indeed very happy. Usually she has always been a bedwetter, but this time she climbed up to try on the clothes after him, which is simply too rare. From what he knew about one by one, she must still be at home playing a little game of dress up, changing and agonizing as she did so, and when the time was almost up, she would surely choose the one she had looked at for the first time again. After all, every time he went out before it was like this, and he didn't feel bored waiting on the side, because when one by one was changing clothes, he always couldn't help but go up to help her and take advantage of her in the meantime, so he was happy to do so. Thinking of this, Chen Siyu suddenly realized that all those erotic clothes bought before have not let one by one through it. Recently busy giving Lu Bin their tuition, there is no time to get tired of it. Now that I think about it, tonight would be the best night to go back. The test is also done, totally stress-free, and it's time to relax and unwind. No, it's still a test. Chen Siyu came back to his senses, looked up at the time. He was actually out of his mind for almost more than 10 minutes, swallowed his saliva, took a few deep breaths, pressed down the restlessness underneath, and then continued to do the questions. In the end, it is still the heart of the Tao is unstable. This test is taking the test, thinking about it and running away. His mind is full of the stuff of the series, and he even thought of a lot of scenarios and postures. Because of the distraction just now, when the teacher said that the test was just 10 minutes left, Chen Siyu still had one question left to write, and Fast and Furious finally finished it a minute before the closing of the paper, and went up to hand in the paper. Chen Siyu heard the college's wannabe older 2 whispering to the wannabe older 3. In fact, it was not really a whisper, because Chen Siyu heard it clearly, and that's what those 2 goods said. I've just been observing Chen Siyu for a long time, and he almost didn't finish his questions. Before he would leave some time to check, and this time the questions weren't that hard and he actually didn't finish them until almost the time to hand in the paper. So I think we're in safe hands this time. He's just too conceited, and spends so much time tutoring Lu Bin's group that he probably can't even review well himself. That's just it. Don't even worry about your grades for those $2. Finally, we have a chance to wipe the slate clean. This time one of the 2 of us is bound to surpass him. Chen Siyu, listening to the conversation between the 2, only want to laugh. In fact, fight for a first and second nothing. Just to the money he was not happy. Money is more important, and then he did not offend anyone. For no reason to be choreographed, the heart is really not happy. So they went over and said, wait for the test results to come out in the speech. Now it's too early. 2 younger brothers, hurry up and hand in your papers, Next time say bad things about other people, lower your voice. I listen for you are embarrassed. After saying the words, Chen Siyu took the stationery bag and went out, and did not bother to care what those 2 said. In fact, to get a scholarship, ranked in the top 10 can get. Is that those 2 people really too strong desire to win and lose? Listening to other students gossip that these 2 people from high school is like this. Eyes only results. The most interesting thing is that these two people from that time is the oldest two and the oldest three of the 10,000 years. For 3 years in high school, no matter which exam, they were completely crushed by the first place. Because of this, the two were very famous in school, and they could hear their classmates gossiping about them at any time when they walked on the road. So now that they were in college, they were determined to want to remove this title. Unfortunately, after coming to the university, Chen Siyu stable play. Every exam is stable first. Those two simply hate the teeth. In high school when being pressed, now all the university, or in that position has not changed. Normally those two don't fall in love. All they think about is studying. They go to the library together on dates, do problems together, and rumors spread about outrageous versions of homosexuality and the like, and it was expected that they would blow up. But the two were so calm that they didn't seem to care about anything other than their grades. In fact, Chen Siyu could also understand the mood of these two people. If he were in his place, he had been pressed since high school, and the situation was still the same in college, then he would also break down. Of course, it's the lack of money that's devastating. After leaving the classroom, Chen Siyu took his bag from the table and immediately opened his cell phone to look at it. One by one, he sent a number of messages. The last one was 10 minutes ago, and she was already waiting at the school gate. Seeing that the snow outside was getting bigger and bigger, Chen Siyu put the stationery bag in his school bag and packed up his things to go first. Yujin, wait for me. Come along. Kazuchi, wait for me at the school entrance. I'm going over there first. See you at gate 4. Chen Siyu put on the hat of his down jacket and rushed out directly. Lubin shook his head. The power of love is really great. When can I talk about one? This cold day. I also want girls to stick with me. Classmate, I think you're pretty awesome. Can we add a contact? Lubin turned his head. This is just the exam sitting next to him, the girl. Just the exam on each chest. Pen. The girl lowered his head to look at the poor. He will quietly move the test paper to the girl to see the answer to the multiple choice questions. Alas, there's no way around it. If you're strong you should help the vulnerable. The girl looks quite cute. Lubin lowered his voice. Do you add me to WeChat because you want to discuss learning with me? The girl froze. Didn't this just finish the exam? Why do you want to continue exploring your studies? Shouldn't we be partying right now? And he just said he wanted to fall in love. How come now he just wants to study? Classmate, sweep me up. Let's go to study hall together sometime and do the problems. Lubin pulled out the QR code and put it in front of the girl, who looked at the QR code and then at him, then shook her head very firmly. No, thank you. Good luck with your studies, said he. Grabbed the bag and began to run. Lubin reacted with hindsight. His heart was remorseful, and could not wait to give himself this broken mouth 2 slaps. But the girl ran too fast. He chased the estimate cannot catch up. Even if he catches up, people won't add him. Ugh, my love is getting away from me. The professional course exam is basically in the college. Lubin sent a message in the group. Let everyone go to the entrance of the college to gather, and then go over together, because it is a treat from young Master G. The restaurant booked is all upscale. Everyone is looking forward to it. Su Ro's examination room on the first floor. From the entrance to the college nearest. After handing over the examination paper, old out outside waiting, because of the noon nap sleepover. So when you go out forget to wear a scarf. Now neck that cool. Favoring the coat she wore, there is no hat, so can only be pitifully squatting in that. Zoe, why don't you take a trip back to the dormitory first? You'll be warmer with a scarf and hat. Ching looked at her shivering, so she was concerned. No, everyone's hungry at this hour. It's a waste of time to go back to the dorms, and if you really can't, just buy one to wear around the boutique at the front of campus later. Okay then. When Ji Xiao came out, he saw Su Ro shrinking into a ball and squatting there. Without her usual arrogance and domineering, now she looked quite smooth, like a sheep. What are you doing squatting here? It's cold. Can't you see I don't have a scarf? Su Ro rolled her eyes, thinking that Ji Xiao, the dog, had come over to mock her, so her tone wasn't very nice. After all, after arguing with him every day for the past few days, she was now completely unafraid of Ji Xiao, so she was a bit fierce. However, in the next second, Ji Xiao directly took his own scarf down, bent over and lowered his head, and put it around Su Ro. Stupid as hell. Day in and day out. I don't know what's going on in your head. Su Ro raised her eyes to look at Ji Xiao and didn't hold back her gulp. This goods usually look like a hangdog. Now close to see. Look really good. Skin also. Do not know what brand of skincare products. Later have to ask. Nope. Got sidetracked. Heart thumping. It's still a heartbeat. Can't think about that nonsense. What's wrong? You think I'm handsome now, don't you? Su Ro was just about to nod her head when, in the next second, she saw Chen Siyu rushing out from the doorway. Could it be that one is here? Thinking of this, Su-ro directly got up and wrapped the scarf around herself very nimbly. Thanks. After saying that, he rushed straight out, pulling Ching and Jia Jia along with him. Ji Xiao stood in place with a confused look on his face. So he was abandoned? I've just given her a scarf and the atmosphere is just right. And she's running away? Ji Xiao sighed. Without the scarf, a gust of wind blew and it felt like the wind started to pour directly at his neck. Chen Xiu ran very fast, didn't even notice Su-ro and the girls following behind, ran to the school entrance and saw Yi standing there looking at her in her pink cotton dress, umbrella in hand, also wearing a scarf and gloves. Well, it's not too bad. Siwoo. The girl saw him excitedly waved her hand, then ran towards him. Chen Xiu very consciously opened his hands to embrace her. One by one is still smart. Know to put the umbrella aside when coming over for a hug. I've missed you so much. Your exams are so long. Chen Xiu smiled and directly poked her. Aren't you busy changing clothes? How could you have time to think about me? Gee, I miss you. I think about you when I'm changing. And I think about you when I'm walking. Really? As soon as he mentioned changing clothes, Chen Xiu's thoughts immediately ran away, full of what he had just thought about during the exam. So he lowered his head and came next to Yi's ear. Kazuchi, I finished my exams. Shouldn't you reward me? What kind of reward do you want? Do you have something you want? Yi was now using a new cell phone, and she had a deep obsession with buying things for Chen Xiu. So when Chen Xiu mentioned this, the first thing that came to her mind was that Chen Xiu should be missing something. Those clothes from 2 days ago. I'll pick one and you wear it for me. Okay? Chen Xiu finished and also bit her earlobe. A moment blushed. Those things cannot be called clothes at all. Just a small piece of fabric, plus 1 or 2 straps. And it is also very thin. It feels like a tug will be bad. Chen Xiu from the courier station to get back. She is still very excited to open the courier. Did not expect to be the kind of strange clothes. Well, then, you're not allowed to turn the lights on. You have to turn them off. Yi felt shy. She felt shy before when she wore the underwear that Chen Xiu had picked out. And now she was even more so. The thought of wearing clothes like that for him made her feel embarrassed. How can that be? If you turn off the lights you won't be able to see them all. One by one. Turn one on will you? The darkest one. Chen Xiu muffled his voice and went to kiss one by one. One by one could not resist at all. Okay, listen to you. Don't kiss it. Chen Xiu took a bite and let go. It is not because of too many thoughts in his head, so now he cannot stop at all. If it is not about dinner, he now wants to go straight home. Anyway, one by one, show and tell. He is very happy to taste it. And turn on the lights. In fact, there is also a rule. Too bright rather than the atmosphere. Open it just right. As for the tools, Chen Xiu prepared a long time ago, saving for a rainy day. He is serious. Gee, looking forward to it. Chen Xiu licked his lips, hooked up the corner of his mouth, and looked at Yi with eyes that were not even innocent. One by one, Chen Xiu turned his head and saw that Su-ro had also run out at some point, with Xiao Chang and Jia Jia following behind, panting. Zoe, you're here. When Yi saw Su-ro, the corners of his eyes immediately swung open with a smile. Why are you so red in the face? Are you not feeling well? Fever from the cold? Su-ro raised her hand to touch Yi's forehead, concerned. No, I just came running so I'm a little hot, and besides, you're blushing, aren't you? Ichiyo had no shame in talking about what had just happened, so she could only make an excuse. Asterisk. Drive tomorrow. Give me flowers. Chen Xiu felt that Su-ro had the suspicion of stealing his girlfriend, which was just touching this and that as soon as they met. So he directly walked over and pulled over Yi's hand and put it in his pocket. Su-ro watched the intimate interaction between the two, and although she was sprinkled with dog food, she was happy. Sure enough, relationships are still fun to watch other people talk. In the past, she used to date and play flirts with those boys every day, and it seemed that she had never experienced a particularly heartwarming feeling. She just enjoyed the goodness of others treating her and the feeling of being indulged. Now looking at Chen Xiu and Yi, both of them had stars in their eyes when they looked at each other, and it seemed that there were pink bubbles all around, and at this moment, the feeling of wanting to fall in love reached its peak. Now that the test is over, let's go out together tomorrow. Chen Xiu saw that Yi wanted to agree, so he pinched her fingers. Not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Later home must be a little late. According to the original plan, we'll certainly dilly-dally until the early hours of the morning after. One by one, this little body is already weak. If he wants to toss, tomorrow she will certainly not be able to get up directly. Anticipating this situation, he couldn't promise Su-ro to go out and play. The day after tomorrow would be about the same. One by one wanted to play with Su-ro and the others anyway, and he wouldn't forcefully detain her. As long as he got a taste of the sweetness tonight, he would still be happy to let her go. Why? Are you guys going to do something tomorrow? Su-ro was puzzled. She had long been looking forward to finishing her exams early and then going out to play with one by one. Who knew that it would not go well? This was only the first time the invitation was rejected. Kanzuya was a bit shy. His mind couldn't help but think of the previous few times, and the blush on his face became even more pronounced. Also, not doing anything, just going on a date. Stammered a reply. Her eyes dodged, not even daring to look at Su-ro, because she was really weak-minded, and her hand was held by Chinsiyu, and he wickedly pickpocketed her hand, and although it wasn't anything excessive, she just thought the wrong way. Count me in then. I'll join you. Su-ro did not die, just wanted to follow along, so she cast an expectant gaze at Chinsiyu. Chinsiyu had no ripples in his heart, and directly refused. No, we're going on a date, without a light bulb. Just kidding, his mind is full of that thing. How can he take one out to play tomorrow? Besides, even if he did go out to play, he wouldn't allow Su-ro to follow him as a burden. If Su-ro was there, he could even imagine that scene, then wouldn't be all over him. Okay, then we'll go play the day after tomorrow. Su-ro also understands, small couples, it is not easy to take a vacation. Putty is normal, although she wants to stick with the beauty, but also cannot destroy people's feelings. Ji Xiao followed Lubin out with them, and the line of people going this way was kinda rowdy. We'll eat at my restaurant later. I've got the car coming to pick us up. Young Master Ji looked at his cell phone and then said, we'll be there in 3 more minutes, so please wait. What's so hard about it? Let alone 3 minutes. It's fine for me to wait here for 3 hours. Lubin has always been talking a lot. Picking up the conversation is also the fastest one. But he has a point. This kind of experience of taking a limousine to a luxury restaurant to eat, he can brag about it for a lifetime. After all, if it is his own words, I guess another 10 years will not set foot in that kind of place. Yeah, we're white whoring, so we're still very self-conscious. Young Ji doesn't need to mind us. That's right, we've seen the world today, and the main thing is, we're all secure in this exam. After these few days of making up, Ji Xiao and them are sort of familiar with each other. Some of them, Lu Bin, thought that Ji Xiao was the kind of young master with all kinds of problems, but now they also changed their views, knowing that although he is picky, he is really nice. At least he doesn't feel superior or look down on other people or intentionally make them embarrassed. Just now, on the way over, we all checked our answers and got a pretty good percentage correct, so now we're not worried about the results in the slightest. We just want to party. Su-ro looked up and swept a glance, and at a glance she saw Ji Xiao with his hands in his pockets. The coat he wore today, the scarf would be very breathable after giving it to her, not to mention that it is now snowing. The more she looked at it, the more she felt uncomfortable in her heart, so Su-ro walked over and reached out to tug on Ji Xiao's clothes. I'm not cold now, you come and tie it on. Ji Xiao saw that she was going to pull the scarf, so he directly reached out and pinched Su-ro's wrist to stop it. No need, I'm a big man. I'm more resistant to freezing than a little girl like you. Chensiyu and stood next to each other and ate melon. Did not follow along to make up for it, but she still sensed that something was wrong. I feel like they're going to fall in love. Hey, your feeling is right. These two have been seeing eye to eye for a long time. It's just that Su-ro isn't in her right mind right now. It was a pity that there were no melons now. Otherwise Chensiyu and his party could definitely get high and just watch the show from the side. That's fine. Thanks. Su-ro took a slight step back and turned around to see everyone staring at her watching the show, instantly becoming unnatural, so she hurriedly ran with small steps to stand next to Xiao Chang and Jia Jia. The others are fine. Why do you two even have that look on your face? But, it's really a good match, Qing replied weakly. Not a moment later, there are 6 cars flush parked on the side of the road. Lubin, they are very natural to sit behind the car. Ji Xiao is directly pulling Su-ro into the first. Ji Xiao, afraid of Su-ro embarrassment, but also toward Chensiyu, made a wink. Let him come over. Knowing what he meant, Chensiyu led over and sat in the back with Su-ro. Zoe, do you like Ji Xiao? Just got on the car and rubbed herself next to Su-ro. She was now cute eating melon, not to mention that the main character of this melon was her new best friend, so she became even more curious. She even used to take Chinsiyu's cell phone to visit the school bazaar and eat melon like crazy in it, one by one. You know what? You don't actually sound small. Su-ro helplessly held her forehead. This car is so big, despite one by one to her ears, but sitting in the front of the Ji Xiao is certainly able to hear. Okay then. One by one moved slightly towards Chinsiyu's side, and the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Solo, you should be able to tell, right? Ji Xiao, who was sitting in front of him, suddenly opened his mouth without turning back. Just looking at Su-ro, point expression changed through the mirror in front of him. Chen Siyu and Yi directly two faces shocked. This car is considered to be on the right. Can also eat melon at the scene. Ha! I kind of like you. I thought it was obvious, but you don't seem to be too aware of it. Or maybe you know, but are deliberately avoiding it. Ji Xiao sighed and continued to tell the whole story of his heart. I admit, I was a bit of a womanizer before, but, a little? You call that a little? You've wrecked all the pretty girls at school, haven't you? You call that a little? Ji Xiao has not finished. Su Ro directly opened her mouth to interrupt. Who in the school does not know Ji Xiao? As long as it is a beautiful girl in the school, no matter whether it is a school sister or a school sister, most of them have been ambiguous with him for so many days. After all, Ji Young Master is still considered to respect girls, and the gifts are not the slightest bit of pain in the money. They are all big names. Then you're still the same. When we were flirting, I was generous to you, but you still kicked me out. What do you mean I kicked you? It was clearly a peaceful breakup. And breaking up? Say it like you talked to me. I don't care to talk to you. Chen Siyu and one by one almost CPU are dry burning. Is not in confession? How now towards more and more outrageous, but also turned into a rehash of old scores. The more the two argued, the more they got on top of each other. And Chen Siyu couldn't stand it, so he reminded them. Ji Xiao, aren't you going to confess? Now this is about saber rattling? It was only after hearing Chen Siyu's words that Ji Xiao snapped back to his senses. I'm sorry, I just got on top of it. Su Zhua, don't say anything, listen to me first. You were right about everything you just said. I was bad, but that was before. I won't be like that again, and I deleted their contact info a week ago, so can you just give me a chance? Su Ro looked straight into Ji Xiao's eyes and carefully recalled the past few days together. In fact, she had a heartbeat in many moments, but she just didn't want to admit it and chose to escape. However, now that she saw how sincere he was, she could even hear her own violent heartbeat, so that was like it. Yeah, let's try it then. Roses flood the streets with cheap love. So what if the prodigal son returned? She was eager to try, and since she wasn't a pure love fighter before anyway, it was okay to try now. Chen Siyu and Yi were listening on the side, and when they heard Su Ro promise to start applauding directly, Ji Xiao himself froze. Is this a success? I'll sure. Looking at Ji Xiao's incoherence, Su Ro lowered her head and smiled, and then the atmosphere in the car became ambiguous. Chen Siyu and Yi and the two of them revealed their anti-smiles, which were even more exaggerated than watching a TV show. When the car stopped, Ji Xiao hurriedly got off the car and went to help Su Ro open the door, and when Lu Bin and the others saw it, they directly froze in place. So what just happened in the car? How did it come to this? Ushin, what's the situation? Tell me. Lu Bin and Xiaoqing they stuck next to Chen Siyu with an expectant look on their faces. The thing is, Jisha confessed, the two of them had a fight, and then it came to this. Chen Siyu succinctly, one by one nodded, felt that the generalization is very correct. However, Lu Bin they all felt lonely to hear. They began to urge Xiaoqing and Jia to inquire. I'm not going. People are being sweet right now. Why would I bother? Besides, when we get back to the dormitory later, Zoe will naturally talk to us. Ji Xiao had arranged it all long ago, and everyone followed in, and just sat down not long before the dishes came up. Ji Xiao opened a few bottles of wine. Chen Siyu and the others didn't know much about these, but at a glance, they knew they were expensive, so they all followed and shallowly tasted a little, and Yi was no exception. This wine smells so good, it must be delicious. Chen Siyu looked at her silly, afraid that she would be bored in one mouthful, so he reached out to hold the wine glass in case she finished it straight away. Chen Siyu also tasted it, although he usually did not drink alcohol, but he just felt that this wine was good, probably because it was expensive. This exam is thanks to Yushin's help. Otherwise I would have been very metaphysical if I had reviewed on my own. Yeah, I was straight up blown away during the exam. A lot of the questions were from previous lectures, and I hadn't been this confident in previous semester exams. Let's go. Chen Siyu followed and got up, finishing all of the wine in his glass in one gulp. Because there were more people, the conversation was a bit more cheerful, but Chen Siyu didn't participate too much, because Yi's eyes were full of food, so he kept on giving her food. It was almost 8 o'clock when one by one finally leaned back on the stool with a satisfied look on her face, covering her stomach. Had enough? I'm full. I'm so full. Chen Siyu hooked his lips and smiled. He was so active in feeding one by one. He wanted to let him eat his fill first, and then he would go home and enjoy it himself. I had just stuffed myself with a few bites when I pitched in, so I didn't feel hungry. And of course, I didn't feel full, but that didn't matter. What mattered was that I could now bugger off. So Chen Siyu came over and whispered a few words in Yi's ear, asking her to cooperate with the performance. I'm sorry, my girlfriend isn't feeling too well. so I'll take her back to rest first. Everyone take your time to eat. I'll go first. All of them were adults. Plus one by one was bowing her head and covering her stomach. It was natural for everyone to think in one direction. And Su-ro also rushed over to say a few words of concern. One by one did not dare to answer because she was too weak to answer. In the end, it was Chen Siyu who opened his mouth to answer. And only when she was brought out did one by one straighten up and whack Chen Siyu on the chest. Didn't you say you can't lie? Why are you letting me lie now? Chen Siyu smiled, took out gloves from his school bag and put them on her, then held her as he walked slowly home. On the way Chen Siyu would like to take a car, but considering that one by one ate a little too much, later home directly strenuous exercise may not be good, so can only take her to eliminate food. Half an hour later, finally walked to the house. Chen Siyu just entered the door and pulled one by one back to the room. Will be that several sets are out? And finally chose a set of one piece, with underwear, clothing length just to the root of the thighs. In fact, what cannot be covered? And it's a strap-on style, with a knot in the back to secure it, so you can just undo it when you're done. One by one. Is it okay to wear this? Chen Siyu's eyes were just too hot, and Yi was both nervous and shy, but still obediently nodded her head and then began to take off her clothes. No need to take it off here. Chen Siyu helped her take off her jacket and throw it on the sofa, then pulled her to the bathroom. Good girl, take a shower first and wear it for me afterward. Although Chen Siyu was inexperienced, he had studied carefully and knew that he had to wash it before doing it. One by one. Didn't you say you wanted to take a bath with me before? Now come on. But I always thought you had something bad in mind. Yi stammered and couldn't say anything, but her body was honest, and even took the initiative to raise her hand to facilitate Chen Siyu's undressing when he helped her. Chen Siyu's heart was a soft mess. The little girl was just too well behaved. He had to tighten up a little bit. Chen Siyu's face was insatiable. Once this thing had tasted the sweetness, he couldn't stop. After all that time just now, one by one's voice was muffled from screaming, and now she was just scrunched up on her side, completely drained of energy. Chen Siyu drew a few sheets of paper and casually wiped himself twice, then lowered his head to help one by one, only just touching her thighs. She was startled and shrank back. I don't want it. A face of defense, voice slightly hoarse, against her grudging eyes. Chen Siyu laughed, because he knew that he was at a disadvantage, so he did not dare to commit another offense. Good girl, go get cleaned up before you go to sleep. One by one. The body is full of deep or shallow red marks. Are just Chen Siyu out of it? No way. The depths of love. He likes to kiss her. Bare back. Fine white neck. Exquisite collarbone. Chen Siyu want to leave a unique mark of his own in every place. The girl's skin was originally delicate. A little force will have red marks. Just intense. Chen Siyu pinched the girl's thin waist. Did not control the strength, which made it so. I don't want to move. I'm so tired. The girl's speech was as thin as a mosquito fly, and Chen Siyu scooped the person into his arms, picked her up easily, and went into the bathroom. It's not convenient at all. You'll need a bathtub for that later. Chen Siyu firmly the idea of installing a bathtub in the home in the future. One by one body is soft. Chen Siyu opened the shower. Carefully help her rinse her body. Why are you so strong? Yi looked at Chen Siyu with a full face, not feeling tired at all, and then looked at himself, feeling that he had no strength at all, and his waist and legs were sore. Good girl. I'll wash it for you. You don't have to move. One by one. There is simply a shadow on these words. Just now she shouted her voice, said don't so many times, but Chen Siyu favored to pinch her, so that she doesn't have to move. He can just do it himself. Simply not human. Chen Siyu used a towel to help the girl dry the water on her body, and elsewhere drew a washcloth to help her wipe. One by one was shy before, but now she was numb. Anyway, just now Chen Siyu also looked, touch also touched. Moreover, right now she had no strength at all and didn't even want to move, so she let Chen Siyu do it. Chen Siyu helped her change into her pajamas, carried the person to the sofa, and went to the room to get socks for her to put on, and finally boiled hot water and poured it into the couple's cups that he bought earlier and brought it to her. One by one. Be a good girl and drink some water to moisten your throat while I go change the sheets and covers. Got it. Yi replied in a small voice. She naturally knew why she had to change the bed sheets. After all, just now Chen Siyu said so many words that made people shy. Chen Siyu entered the room and looked at the wrinkled bedsheet. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and the piece of cloth that had just been there was now even more turned into several pieces, according to that design. In fact, directly unraveled the strap on the line, but just now that situation, Chen Siyu directly on the hands of violent tearing, the bottom of the heart are surging some kind of unspeakable pleasure. Chen Siyu will be the point of fabric rubbed into a ball to throw the trash can. Completely do not bring heartache, although it is disposable, but tear up really cool. Although he has always advocated frugality and not wastefulness, money should be spent on the knife edge. Like this case, it should be spent or spent, and he will buy it later. From the closet to take out the spare 4-piece set to change, Chen Siyu went out to directly throw the washing machine. When he got good over to see, one by one are leaning against the sofa to fall asleep. Chen Siyu carefully picked her up. The girl was sleeping very well, just gently wooing twice, and soon went back to sleep. Looks like she's exhausted. We'll have to tighten it up a bit tomorrow. That's right, Chen Siyu only intends to let one by one rest tonight. Tomorrow still want to continue again. After all, this feeling is really different. Simply cannot stop. Put her on the bed and cover the quilt. Chen Siyu sat next to him and looked at the cell phone for a while. The group of remedial classes was very lively. They seemed to play until quite late, and some of them even drank too much. And Ji Xiao directly waved his hand, and sent all of them to the family's hotel. Now there are a few level-headed ones who are still there discussing their grades, saying that the results of the specialized course they just started taking are out, and they are all bragging about their scores. Chen Siyu did not reply to the group's message, but entered the account number and looked at it. 94 points. About the same as he expected. Quite satisfied. Then popped up the message of him. Chen Siyu, which clicked in to see. There is nothing. Is to ask him one by one how is it and so on. He simply replied. Then directly will be the cell phone alarm clock are turned off. And then go to bed. One by one. He was sleeping very well, but Chen Siyu was warm. He just lay down. The girl was close to him. Chen Siyu held the person tightly. His mind uncontrollably recalled the situation just now. Well, it's very satisfying. It will continue in the future as well. I always thought I had no desire before, but now I realize that I used to be really pretentious. The next day, because he did not set an alarm clock, Chen Siyu slept until nearly 11 o'clock before waking up, took his cell phone and looked at it, and did not panic in the slightest when he saw the time. Anyway, he was already on vacation and had nothing to do. The curtains faintly penetrated a little light in, but the room was still dark. Chen Siyu could not see Yi's face clearly, and kissed her forehead by feel. So sleepy and sore. Yi hugged Chen Siyu and rubbed against his arms like a kitten. Good girl. I'll press you later. Chen Siyu rubbed Yi's hair. If the room was bright now and Yi happened to look up, she would definitely be able to see that Chen Siyu's eyes were so gentle that she could pinch out water. Too excited after doing it. The first time because it was too comfortable did not control. So very quickly, although one by one do not know anything, but he was eager to prove that he is very good. So then tossed a long time. With so many position changes, one by one was already weak and couldn't take it. I'll have to give her a good massage when she's awake. See you. Were you uncomfortable when you first started last night? Yi slowly came to her senses. She wanted to ask last night, but because she was so tired, she just forgot about it. And now that she had rested for the night, although her body was still sore, it was a lot better than last night when she had just done it. Chen Siyu directly had a question mark on his face, and his eyes instantly changed. What do you mean? It's just that in the beginning, it hurts, but you get better quickly, and then it's slow and I'm so tired. Yi didn't know much about these things, but seeing how excited Chen Siyu was, she was also looking forward to it in a small way. At the beginning, she only cared about the pain, and when she looked up after the pain, she saw Chen Siyu with a black line on his face. She originally thought that this would be the end, but she didn't expect that. Not a moment later Chen Siyu followed up, and it was still a long time, and she was just like a doll tossing with him. Her voice was muffled, but Chen Siyu still didn't stop. Now that she was rested, she wanted to ask, to satisfy her curiosity. 1-1. Do you realize it's dangerous for you to say that? Chen Siyu directly bullied up and circled the girl between his arms. This posture one by one was familiar. She instantly felt the dangerous aura on Chen Siyu, so she reached out to push Chen Siyu's chest. Siyu, I didn't mean it. I'll stop. I'm not curious anymore. Don't you dare. One by one said that the voice is a little shaky, but Chen Siyu where will be so easy to let her go. Originally in accordance with the original plan, he also wanted to continue again, and now one by one took the initiative to provoke him. That just can prove it. Chen Siyu ignored Yi's begging and directly lowered his head to kiss her, and his hands were not idle, quickly stripping her body clean. One by one. What's your favorite position? Chen Siyu wickedly lowered his head to his ear, biting Yi's earlobe and saying jerky things. Ichichi's body shivered at the provocation, and he involuntarily tightened his body. No, not like that. I don't want it. Chen Siyu's fingertips slid down from his collarbone. Good girl. Then try them all so you know which one you like. With last night's experience, Chen Siyu's movements were obviously much more skillful this time, and he quickly put it on. After an hour, Chen Siyu finally had a free flow, but Yi grunted and didn't want to pay attention to him. Be good. Take you to eat something delicious. okay? I'll buy you anything you want to eat, or I'll cook it for you. Chen Xiu bent down to hug and coax her. It was always him who was excessively unreasonable and pressed too much, so he still had to apologize properly. Really? Although Yi was tired and that little bit of anger, as soon as he heard there was food, his eyes immediately lit up, and he even felt less sore on his body. Well, I'll buy you anything you want. Fine, then you're not allowed to back out. And you're not allowed to bully me like that these days. Chen Xiu nodded. Not to say that she is good to cheat it. Usually what she wants to eat, he will all satisfy, unless it is not good for the body of the case. Now only said to take her to eat what she wants to eat, she is immediately happy. So, one by one, do you now know what your favorite position is? Chen Xiu has a deep obsession with this issue. Just now he even deliberately observed her expression, but it seems to be all quite. It's quite comfortable. I don't know. It's all okay. Yi looked up sideways and hung down after glancing at Chen Xiu, biting her lip and answering in a small voice. We'll try the others later then. For now get in the shower. Chen Xiu is in a happy mood. He knows quite a lot about this area, and there are many new styles that are not used. But there's no rush, come what may. Now one by one was naked, and because he was afraid that she would catch a cold, he took a small blanket and wrapped her in it and carried her to the bathroom. One by one, she obediently let stand, and Chen Xiu still wanted to help, but she hurriedly stepped back a little. I'll just wash myself. Last night that thing is too tired. Now more or less a little strength. One by one will not want to let Chen Xiu help. Always feel too shy. Fine. Help yourself then. Chen Xiu is not difficult for her. Anyway, her whole body, he has seen all touched. Now just need to adapt. You, don't look at me like that. He felt Chen Xiu's straight eyes, and seeing that he didn't avoid it in the slightest, his face slowly turned red. Why are you so shy when you've seen it all? Then you can wash it for me so I don't have to look at it. Chen Xiu pulled Yi's small hand towards himself, squeezed the shower gel and rubbed out the foam, leading her hand all the way down. Bathroom water vapor dense. In the light of the overhead lights, Chen Xiu can clearly see one by one face gradually stained with redness. Either that, or don't wash it yet. Yi looked at little Chen Xiu slowly agitated. Her heart was a little frightened. From last night to now, her waist is almost broken. Look at this situation. If it continues, she will not be able to go out tomorrow designated. Chen Xiu laughed, but indeed, he couldn't let her continue, or else according to his own beastly attributes, if he did something wrong later on, Yi would definitely not be so good to coax. Good, then get out and dry off or you'll catch a cold. Yi immediately nodded her head and moved quickly, fearing that Chen Xiu would pull her to do something else. Chen Xiu lost his smile. It seemed that the tossing was so hard that she was a little afraid. After one by one went out, Chen Xiu calmed down for a while, and adjusted the water temperature down a little bit. Just now when she took a bath together, the water temperature were adjusted higher, because the girl was much shorter, so the water temperature needed to be higher, so that the water temperature was just right when it drizzled onto her body. And girls just seem to like to use hotter water and soak their feet. Just now and last night, Chen Xiu felt that his back was going to be burned red, and now that one by one had gone out, he could just tune it up. That's why it's good to have a bathtub. It's convenient and fun. Quickly washing up, Chen Xiu casually wiped it off before remembering that he hadn't even taken the clothes he was wearing just now. Xiu, here are your clothes. One by one white tender arm holding the clothes reached in. Chen Xiu smiled and reached out to take it, not ashamed to be their own cat. Is thoughtful. One by one is so good. Chen Xiu quickly put on his clothes, and he poked out his little head to lean against the door to look at him, saying pitifully, Xiu, I'm so hungry. What she had eaten last night had long since been digested, and after the meal, after all the exercise he had dragged her through, after no breakfast in the morning, and after the hour of fussing she had just had, she could now eat a cow. Chen Xiu know. This movement heard than running also consume calories, so hungry is also very normal. Before did not feel, because full of series, now a thought of food. He also followed the gulp. What do you want to eat? Go out to eat or order takeout, or you can order in and I'll make it for you. Exam week has passed. It's time to accompany one by one. Chen Xiu is very happy to cook for her. Every time he sees her eating with a satisfied face he has the pleasure of feeding. And every time he cooks, one by one, he is sticking to the side, although it does not help too much, but he still enjoys the process. Well, there's no food in the fridge, and if you cook, you'll have to go down and buy it, so you'll be tired. So let's order takeout. Yi considered it, although she also wanted to eat Chen Xiu's cooking, but then he would have a hard time, so it was better to forget about it. That's okay, I'll go down and get groceries if you want. Chen Xiu pressure does not feel tired, but full of spring. Downstairs to buy a dish just half an hour without having to come back. No need. Let's do it in a couple of days. You've just finished your exams now. You should have gotten some rest. Chen Xiu heart warned. The little girl is accustomed to heartache. This makes him feel guilty to death inside. Should not be so cruel to bully her. So what do you want to eat? Go out to eat? Chen Xiu had just finished thinking about her trembling legs, so it didn't seem feasible. I'll order takeout. Is there anything you want to eat? Chen Xiu shook his head. What he liked was similar to what he liked, and what he didn't eat he basically didn't eat. Then I'll just order my usual food and I'll have milk tea. A big one. Yi ran to the sofa to get his cell phone to look at takeout, while Chen Xiu accelerated the movement of his hands and quickly washed the underwear that he changed out of last night. After drying well back, Chen Xiu drew a piece of paper to dry the water on his hands, and saw one by one they're looking at the cell phone and giggling. What are you laughing at? One? Chen Xiu moved over to look. Su Ro sent me a message is not good tomorrow and she went out to play it, and then Ji Xiao no, have to follow us together. I also went through the messages in the group. Yesterday most of the night Ji Xiao was still in the group to send Su Ro a small essay confession, only to react later that it was in the group, but it was already very late, and couldn't even be withdrawn. Everyone saw it, but they were too afraid to squeal. It was hilarious. Chen Xiu originally were not much interest. The moment he heard the stupid thing that Ji Xiao did, immediately excited, and hurriedly took one's cell phone to see. It is really a small essay, several large paragraphs. Chen Xiu seriously look, are not finished reading already feel the toes scratching the ground. I guess everyone in the group had the same reaction as him. Ji Xiao must have freaked out. Ji Xiao looked so out of tune, and now he's quite deep in love. Chen Xiu is genuinely happy for him. This person is actually very good, and Su Ro a nature. The two can become I guess will be with a long time. Moreover, Su Ro was usually arrogant, and the fact that young Master Ji was willing to bow down for him was enough to see that this was moving his heart. I think they're perfect for each other. How fun it is to bicker. And even though Zoe is spouting off to me about how annoying Ji Xiao is, I can still tell that she's in a good mood. Chen Xiu returned the phone to her and pulled her hand over and squeezed it. What about your relationship with Su Ro now? Like her that much? Yi shook her head. No, you're my favorite in the whole world. No one else can compare to you. This Chen Xiu could not refute, because it was true. No matter when, as long as it was what he said, one by one would agree. Just like last night, although she was very uncomfortable, but still obediently endured, letting her shout whatever she wanted. Me too, the world's favorite one. Asterisk. It's always blocked, so people just go straight into the skirt. 831, 283, 192. Lastly, everyone just generate power for free and don't swipe any other gifts. Thanks. Chen Xiu is now hungry. One by one. The same, after all, the strength is used up. But fortunately, the delivery man delivered quite quickly. It did not take long for the door to ring. Chen Xiu had never been so eager. God knows he had been hungry all night. Doing this kind of thing was supposed to be his contribution alone. His physical strength was consumed even faster. This morning he didn't even eat breakfast yet, and then he pulled one by one to continue, and now he even felt that if he didn't eat again, he would surely be very weak. After saying thank you, Chen Xiu closed the door very sharply and then got it to the coffee table to open it, because he was too hungry. Both he and Yi's movements were slightly eager. The hot meal just opened. The fragrance immediately wafted out. Chen Xiu and one by one very tacit understanding of a glance at each other, then began to frantically dry rice. Usually when they eat they will also look for some variety shows or movies to see, and sometimes accompanied by one to see those small sweet drama. But now hungry and anxious, eyes only eat. Chen Xiu took a big bite of his meal and began to review the situation in his mind. Last night, plus just now, it had been so long that he wasn't completely satisfied, but he was a little topsy-turvy. Still have to restrain cannot be too rowdy. Although now is still young, but also have to take care of life. Last night is mainly because Yo across the river to lose face, so the back is forced to continue. Later still have to slightly control, cannot be so frequent. Moreover, even if he was good, this little body of one by one would fall apart. When she was done last night, she couldn't even stand up. Her legs were trembling, and when she was given a bath she collapsed completely into his arms, with no strength at all. However, there was one more important thing to consider. The trick to turning one by one into white had been found before. She said that she would have the feeling of wanting to change when she did intimate things. But now, last night was so intense, and she even did it 2 or 3 times. How come there was still no change at all? According to his original intention, he was hoping that one by one could completely get the hang of turning into a little white and human, so that it would be much easier to take her home. After all, she didn't even have the most basic identity right now, and riding in a car definitely wouldn't work. As for those cars that specialized in transporting pets, Chen Xiu was very uneasy, because the road is too far. In the middle there is no way to know what will happen, and Xiao Bai was already more pampered before. He went home are entrusted to the pet store to take care of. The pet store side will take videos of him every day, to see one by one every day to eat what, how is the state of affairs. Then he can rest assured when he went home. And now, even if it is a small white, Chen Xiu are not willing to find the kind of transportation pets, let alone now she is a one. Is their own slightly bumped into the touch will be heartbroken half a day of the existence of the family like. Instances of pets being lost in transit are not uncommon, and there's no guarantee that the person transporting them is a cat or dog lover. Or perhaps they're just a regular driver who simply doesn't know how to take care of them. On the downside, if something happens to one during transportation and it changes back, the consequences would be unthinkable. White, did you feel anything special last night and just now? Chen Xiu was in a serious mood, but he got the wrong idea and slowed down his reply. It's just that it hurts at first, and then it's still more comfortable. Chen Xiu is a little helpless. He is not serious when one is shy. Now he is talking about serious things, and she is thinking about the wrong things, but blame him for not being very clear. One by one. I mean, didn't you say before that you had the feeling of wanting to turn into white? Have you ever had it between last night and now? Yi was originally still shy, but now that she heard Chen Xiu say this, she reacted violently. Yeah, she hadn't even done anything before. She would have wanted to turn into a kitten before, but last night was obviously so exciting. All her senses were amplified indefinitely, and she didn't feel a thing. I don't know why, but I really don't feel much like I used to. Chen Xiu was suddenly a bit flustered. One by one. Think about it again. Do you really feel nothing at all? Kazuchi held his chin and thought about it for a moment, and the answer was still the same. She really didn't feel the same way she did before. No, hey. Let's eat first then. Chen Xiu gave one by one dishes and sped up to finish the meal. He didn't have the power to get one's identity problem solved, and what he originally wanted was to return to the orphanage where he was as a child and ask the director to help solve one's identity problem. After all, there had been precedents before, but now, the hurdle of going home was difficult. One by one. Why don't we watch a horror movie? Chen Xiu used not a questioning tone, but a solid statement. He did not intend to listen to Yi's opinion. He couldn't spoil her now, because the issue of identity had to be resolved. Well, Ichichi didn't retort, despite her fear, because there really didn't seem to be any more ways to evoke a change in her mood now. Chen Xiu nodded his head, and when he said he would do it, he directly walked to the balcony to pull the curtains closed, and then left a very dim light. Xiu, don't watch the ones that are too scary. The ones you watched before were too scary. One by one, there is a shadow on the horror movie. Before it was a small white when it was held in the arms of Chen Xiu to watch. She still has a shadow to this day. Chen Xiu nodded and chose a movie that wasn't particularly scary. Of course, for him it wasn't particularly scary, but for one by one then the nature could be different. Good girl. This doesn't scare me. Chen Xiu tuned out the movie and held one by one in his arms, holding a small blanket over his legs. Yeah, Yi was shivering in Chen Xiu's arms. From the beginning of the credits, Yi just wanted to keep her head down and not look at it, but Chen Xiu noticed her small movements and directly pressed her head down, not letting her move around. One by one. Look carefully. Yi could not cry. This is something she can see just because she wants to. The more high-energy part of this movie was in the second half. The previous ones were scary but minor. Chen Xiu had been observing Yi. Her face was white with fear, but she still didn't feel anything. No, this is too slow. Chen Xiu simply tuned that movie to the scariest part. The camera's ghostly face appeared unexpectedly, plus the soundtrack was eerie. It could be much more scary than the previous one. As expected, Yi was directly frightened to the point that tears came out of her eyes, and Chen Xiu could feel her shivering as he held her hand. Yi cried and covered her eyes. Chen Xiu hurriedly paused the movie and held her in his arms, gently patting her back. Fine, don't look away. I'm here. Don't be afraid. One by one. The sobbing took a long time to slow down, and there were still tear stains all over his face. Chen Xiu gently helped her wipe it off, then tentatively asked, one by one, just now so scared. The mood swing should be big, right? Kanzuya nodded. I'm scared. More than I was when you held me and watched before. How about watching another one? I'll find another one that's a little scarier. Yi directly looked at Chen Xiu with a shocked face. He hadn't realized before that Chen Xiu turned out to be so doggy. Xiu, I think you'd better be a human being. Chen Xiu was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. In fact, one by one cried like this he was also heartbroken. but there was really no way out. It's okay if I don't, so I'll eat the mango again and see if it helps. Chen Siyu heartache her. Allergies as long as the amount of control. There should not be any problem. But one by one. But directly shook his head to refuse. No way. The last time you drank just that little bit of yogurt, you got a rash all over your body. And it took over a week for it all to clear up. Besides, I've checked it all out. And if it's not controlled, it can kill people. And I don't want you to be in danger. So let's just keep watching. He drew a piece of paper to dry the tears in the corners of his eyes, looking as if he were dying. If you're really scared, we'll stop watching and I'll think of something else. The fact that the girl was so heartbroken for him made Chen Siyu feel like he was a bit of a non-person. It's okay. I can. Just watch the scariest kind without increasing the intensity a little bit. Rather than a little bit of chronic death. One by one chose to die valiantly and just maxed out the intensity. Best if it worked, but if it didn't, then there was nothing she could do about it. One by one is awesome. Chen Siyu rubbed her head, then directly found one that he felt hairy in his heart even looking at it and started playing it. During the period Yi grabbed his arm more than once. Chen Siyu knew that she was scared and could only put his arm around her to give her a sense of security. Until the end of this movie, one by one didn't feel half as good as he felt. Instead he was sweating profusely. Siyu, I really can't. Yi couldn't cry now. She had just watched the movie with a high level of mental tension, and now she felt like she didn't have the strength to be scared anymore. Chen Siyu carried her to the room. The room is very bright. Just went in one by one are written not adapt to. The light is too strong, coupled with the fact that she just cried, so her eyes are more fragile. Chen Siyu sidestepped and blocked for her slightly, and after placing the person on the bed, he reached out to cover her eyes. Good girl. It's all a photographic effect. It's not real. Chen Siyu was heartbroken, but there was no way out, and now this path was no longer feasible. There was no way for him to take one by one home without his identity, and even less so now that he couldn't turn into white. I know. I'm sorry. Siyu, am I being a pain in the ass? He knew what Chen Siyu was thinking and had communicated with her before. She also knew very well that not having an identity was not an option. It meant that she was not recognized by this society and would even bring trouble to Chen Siyu. She tried so hard, but just couldn't make it work. Chen Siyu naturally knew that it wasn't her fault, and that she wouldn't be in trouble if she could control herself. One by one. It's not your fault. Be good. You've done a good job. Chen Siyu hugged Yi and let her lean on his shoulder. She was so afraid of horror movies that she just said she watched it, not to mention that it was the type of movie that he, a big boy, found scary, not to mention a petite little girl like Kanzuya. I'll think of something else. Just be good and don't stress. As for the movie just now, it was all a lie. You have me with you. Don't be afraid. Chen Siyu compassionately kissed her forehead, and his mind began to work frantically to think of a solution. It seemed like it was the end of the road. He'd thought too well before, thinking that Dean was capable of doing something, and that she'd always loved him, so surely it would be okay to ask her to help with this favor. And now, there was no way to even go back. Siyu, I can't go anywhere else. I'll just stay here. It's just that I can't go with you to all the things you said you wanted to do before. Heart aggrieved. Obviously before Chen Siyu showed her a lot of videos, all kinds of magnificent scenery, and flavorful snacks from all over the world. All said that they want to go together to experience, but now she seems to have no way. It's okay one. You're good by my side. None of that matters. Chen Siyu hugged tightly, as if he wanted to rub her into his bones. Those dreams were nothing compared to one by one. He could go without those landscapes, and he could go without those delicacies, but he couldn't live without one by one. Chen Siyu was able to see his own heart, so now although he was a little powerless and confused, his emotions remained stable. After all, no one was at fault in this matter. Yi leaned in Chen Siyu's arms and cried. Her tears were like pearls that had fallen off the thread, not only because she had just been frightened, but mainly because she could detect Chen Siyu's helplessness, so she blamed herself and felt useless. Chen Siyu coaxed her like a child, kissing away the tears in the corner of her eyes. After about a quarter of an hour, one by one, the sobbing slowly stopped. Chen Siyu realized that one by one had fallen asleep, putting Yi gently on the bed and tucking her in. Chen Siyu sat aside and stared blankly at the sleeping Yi, carefully recalled this period of time. In fact, time is not long, just more than 2 months, but during the period of too many things happened. Because of that affection for Kahaku, he never rejected Ichichi from the start, and because it was a kitten he had raised, he thought about taking charge. Further on, he bought her clothes, took her to dinner, taught her the rules of the world that she needed to familiarize herself with. She was like a rose he'd raised with his own hands, and he didn't want to give it up, no matter what. Moreover, for him, one by one is not only her girlfriend, more like his relatives. After all, he grew up to feel the affection is simply few and far between. Seeing too much indifference, naturally to one by one unreservedly give and cannot be restrained. The heart of the joy. It's okay, whatever the consequences are, I can take them. The big deal is that she'll be living here in this city forever. It's still feasible to go out and get a cab. And with all the places nearby, she can be taken around as well. As for marriage, you don't need identification to take wedding photos. Take her there once, take the photos she likes, and even though it's not legally recognized, it's still considered marrying her. Thinking of this, the corners of Chen Siyu's mouth rose. At the same time, a message popped up on his cell phone. A message from Ji Xiao. Chen Siyu thought about it. Ji Xiao might also be a way out. Chen Siyu looked at the message. Ji Xiao asked him to follow one by one tomorrow they go out to play. He is now on the head of it. Cannot wait to run behind Su Rou all day? So they came to invite Chen Siyu together. After all, if he is just a big man, he always feel a little uncomfortable. A group of girls, just a big old man to follow behind, what a thing. So have to find a small partner together to be able to do. Come to think of it, the only suitable candidate was Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu naturally knew what was in his mind, but he didn't reject it either. One by one, if he went out to play, then he would be left alone at home. No matter how he thought about it, he felt miserable. Okay, then we'll come together tomorrow. I'll talk to Yi and we'll have some company. Chen Siyu finished typing his reply, put his phone down, and then lay down next to Yi. Think carefully about Ji Xiao's character. In addition to being more flamboyant, there seems to be nothing to spit on. In general, the person is really good. And look at his current appearance. It is properly a love brain. There was no way around it now. So perhaps we could try to mention it to young Master Ji and see if he could arrange for an arrangement. One by one, he was sleeping soundly, perhaps because he had just been startled, and his brow was now furrowed. Chen Siyu gently smoothed it out, and then held the girl in his arms. She little tiny ball, thinking that just now she was scared into that way. Chen Siyu was heartbroken and funny, obviously all that scared. Her hands were clutching him as she watched. It felt like she was going to be crying out of fear in the next second, but she didn't even tilt her head and watched until the end. Just stupid. Chen Siyu and Yi were very indulgent and slept until they woke up at more than 7 p.m. Both of them were very lazy, so they just ordered takeout to eat. If it were done before, Chen Siyu would have so many days, staying at home by himself, ordering takeout when he was hungry, sleeping when he was sleepy, and lying down and brushing his cell phone the rest of the time, not wanting to think about anything and just relaxing himself. It just gets a little lonely after a while. But now, with one by one with him, he felt no burden. Alone, that's called swinging. With company, that's an integral part of life. This semester has worked so hard for so long, and now that it's over, it's only right to relax and unwind. And I don't know that he's working hard, but one by one, he's tired of going out to set up stalls every day, and now that he's busy with his business, it's time for him to give himself a vacation and take a good rest. See you, Zoe said to meet at 10 tomorrow. That mall next to it has an ice skating venue. Let's go and experience it first. Then we'll have dinner. And then we'll go shopping after dinner. And she said she'd take me to get my nails done. Yi naturally put his leg on Chen Siyu's leg. Chen Siyu even needed to react. His hand directly touched it. So much for hanging out with her. Ha! Chen Siyu understands Su Rou's nature. She usually for what to go for is not arranged at all. But now she will actually be so detailed to tell one by one the itinerary. It can be said that it is really very important. He is a big boy, and he doesn't understand the friendship of girls, especially Su Rou. She is a bit of God poking and prodding. Obviously at the beginning of the time, she still thought of coming to find one by one trouble. Who knows how to change later, and take the initiative to get close to one by one and be friends with her. One by one is the same. Before also see Su Rou as a competitor, but later on slowly change their views. Feelings directly soaring. The two looked not a bit of deadly rivalry, but instead directly into a good friend. Every day chatting so happy. Have fun. I've never gone out with anyone but you. Yi smiled as she chatted with Sou. Her eyes lit up and she looked like she was looking forward to her date tomorrow. But she was telling the truth. She had been bored with him every day since she became human and had no other friends. And this was kinda a good situation now. It would allow her to enjoy her life more. Are you and Su Rou the only ones with us tomorrow? There's no one else. Yeah, it's just me and Su Rou. But it seems like Ji Xiao will be here too. What's up? Do you want to come along? As much as Yi likes Su Rou, it would be even happier if Chen Siyu could come along. Chen Siyu nodded. He had promised Ji Xiao. He definitely had to follow. Sure, come along. I'll teach you to skate. Chen Siyu went to try so many times before. Although the technology is not too good, but he is bold, not afraid of falling, and soon be able to walk without holding the pole. And now the time has passed for a long time. But a simple slide 2 steps should not be a problem. Teach a one of this kind of white people words can still be. By the way, see you. I see those manicures are very nice. Just not the kind that picks up nail pieces and draws patterns directly on them. You can choose your own style. Can I try it? Doesn't like those long nails. But looking at the pictures Su-ro shared with her, she can paint cute patterns on her nails. Like anything like bunnies, white clouds and so on. So long nails she went to the stall is not convenient. Plus she itself does not like that kind. Just the kind of painting patterns she really want to try. So that's why she asked Chen Siyu's opinion. Yeah, you can do it if you like. It's fine. Chen Siyu pulled the girl's hand. Her fingers were slender. Doing a manicure should look good. And let's not even talk about the kind that draws patterns. He wouldn't say anything even if she wanted to do the long kind yet. For his own part, he wanted to be as nice as possible to One and put her first, so he wouldn't interfere too much in any of these things that would make her happy. My family one by one would definitely look better with a manicure. This wave of emotional value is directly pulled full, one by one. The smile on his face is sweeter than just a few points. So he came to Chen Siyu, leaning on his shoulder to show him the picture. That's very kind of you. These are all the styles that Suza shared with me. So help me pick them out. Chen Siyu looked at all the pictures, thinking about which one was more suitable for one by one. But when he saw the end, he felt that no matter what style it was, it would look good on one by one. And all these styles were screened by Su-ro once. So naturally they were not bad. One by one. They're actually all pretty. So just see which one you like best and do it. Kanzuya nodded, actually a little torn because it was all so pretty. So she seriously looked at it again. This one, I think, this one's pink and tender, with a little broken diamond on it, and you can draw stars. Well, it does look good. So let's do this. Personally, Chen Siyu also liked this not very exaggerated style, so he nodded approvingly. Seeing that Chen Siyu had the same opinion, sent the selected photos to Su-ro for her to make an appointment. She didn't understand this, but Su-ro knew it very well, and Su-ro was still a regular customer of this store, so it was up to her to fix it. Well, Suzu said the appointment was ready, but from what she said, getting a manicure is time-consuming, so you might be bored if you go then. One by one, he exhaled his hand, and after warming it up, he brightly reached inside Chen Siyu's sweater and went to pinch his arm. Chen Siyu's eyes deepened. One by one. Are you hinting at me? Kanzuya's eyes widened and he immediately took his hand out. No, I'm just happy. I didn't think about it that much. Normally when he was at home, one by one loved to go and squeeze his arm, especially when he was leaning in his arms to watch a movie. And just now, because he was happy, he did it out of habit, not thinking about anything else at all. It was only now when she saw how frightening Chen Siyu's eyes were that she reacted violently. This look was exactly the same as yesterday's. She didn't have the guts to provoke Chen Siyu so directly. Siyu, we have to go out tomorrow, so I'm going to go see what I'm going to wear out first. One by one smelled the danger, then directly away. Immediately put on slippers and got up and ran back to the room. Chen Siyu saw her running so fast, did not hold back a smile. Actually, he had just scared her. He wasn't that animalistic. Anyway, it's a long time coming, so there's no rush. The next morning, Chen Siyu has not yet woken up. One by one, he has already climbed up. He opened his eyes in a daze, took his cell phone and looked at it. No, this is what time how to get up. By her nature, she should be in bed and asleep at this hour. Kazuchi, what are you doing up so early? I just don't think the one I chose last night is very nice. I'll put on something else and see. But didn't you try everything last night? Why do you want to try it all again now? Chen Siyu does not understand. Last night are not all tried it. And also dilly-dallying try a long time. Each set to him to comment on the review. It is not easy to choose a good before going to bed. How to come again now? I don't think that set was a good fit. I'll try again. I'll keep it down. You go back to sleep. I won't disturb you. Chen Siyu direct head full of fog. He does not mind the noise. The main thing is that this is not a little bit exaggerated, but also can sleep for another hour, and now get up so early to try the clothes. And in accordance with his understanding of a one, she chose to choose the last certainly will only wear the initial look on the set. Thinking of this, Chen Siyu directly climbed up, a hand to pick up the girl, and then through to the bed. He himself smooth lying down, stretching his legs to press the girl, not allowed her to move around. One by one. Be a good boy and sleep well. Just wear the same set you wore last night. That one is the best. When Chen Siyu finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed her lips, blocking the words she wanted to say. Without giving her a chance to speak, Chen Siyu hugged her and continued to sleep. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock that Chen Siyu and dawdled their way up. What do I do? Zoe has sent me so many messages. Looked at the dozen or so messages on her cell phone a little panicked. She had just gotten up, so she shouldn't have gone back to sleep. Chen Xiu brushed his teeth slowly, not in a hurry at all. It's okay, it's still early. You should let them go ahead and have an early dinner. There's no need to rush. Nodded and gave Su Ro a truthful account of the situation, then began to grab a quick wash. In the end, one by one did as Chen Xiu said, and chose the outfit that he had decided to wear at the very beginning yesterday. It was already 10:30 when she left the house. Chen Xiu took her slowly to eat beef noodle before going to the mall to meet Su Ro and the others. When Chen Xiu arrived at the skating rink, Ji Xiao and Su Ro had already picked up their shoes and were sitting there waiting, and the two were wearing surprisingly still a couple's outfit, the same style sweater, and the coat was just a different color. Gee, what a tart! Zoe! Immediately shouted when she saw Su Ro, and Su Ro did the same, directly pushing away Ji Xiao and rushing over. What you're wearing today is really nice. One by one. Later we'll go shopping again for pretty clothes and let Ji Xiao pay for it. Su Ro wouldn't be polite with Ji Xiao now, so she said it with a straight face, and Ji Xiao also willingly said that she would let them buy whatever they wanted, and that her own wallet was perfectly fine. You know what you look like now? Chen Xiu walked over and swept a glance at Ji Xiao and spoke the answer without waiting for him to speak. Peacocking. TSK, don't know how to appreciate. I've been softening her up for a long time to let her wear it with me. Do you think anyone is as obedient as your family's EE? I'm telling you Su Ro is simply like a rebellious child. Spoiling and cupping can't be done. And ferociousness is even more so. And it's very rowdy. Although what Ji Xiao said seemed like he was complaining. He was actually showing off. And looking at him like this, he was completely enjoying himself. Well, my one by one is indeed very well behaved. Chen Xiu doesn't eat the dog food he spreads. After all, the relationship he is in is the sweetest. So he follows and flaunts it. One by one and Su Ro chatted for a couple of sentences, then came over to get ready to change shoes. Chen Xiu was very considerate to help one by one. Ji Xiao froze for a moment and also hurriedly squatted down. Wow, look how sweet they are. Su Ro looked at Chen Xiu and full of anti-smiles, while Ji Xiao reached out and pinched his calf. Missy, I'm changing your shoes too, so forget it if you don't have a heart attack. Why are you talking about other people's sweetness here? Well, we're sweet too. Su Ro coached Ji Xiao with a single sentence. How about it? I still have a role to play by following along. Right, when you guys get tired of shopping later, we can still carry things for you. Ji Xiao usually where to do these. To the previous girlfriend to buy things or directly randomly selected a few new models, wrapped up to take away on the line, like now this and the girls go out shopping, but also a face of coyness. This is the first time. That makes sense, but later on one and I are going to get our nails done, which will probably take over an hour, so you guys might get a little bored. Su Ro usually did nail art often, naturally knew how much time it wasted, so she thought to take a precaution beforehand. It's fine, Chen Xiu and I can just casually stroll around and walk around. No, there's nothing for us two big men to stroll around. We'll just sit and wait for you guys. Ji Xiao didn't mind in the slightest. It was the period of hot love now. He was already satisfied as long as he could follow Su Ro. After wearing good shoes, Chen Xiu holding one by one into the field? Look at Ji Xiao, that look. Completely veteran. No wonder to come to skating. The original is waiting here. Chen Xiu shook his head. Did not think that Ji Xiao this cargo is so mindful. Fortunately, he will be a little bit. Otherwise this comparison, he will not be a disgrace. One by one. You hold the pole with one hand. I'll hold you, and we'll try to take a few slow steps first. Skating is scary at first, like one by one, and right now she can't even move with her hands gripping the pole. I don't dare. I'm scared. Was full of panic. That skates on her feet cannot walk at all. It feels like the moment she moves, she will fall directly to the ground, her hands holding on to the railing on the field. Do not dare to let go at all. Chen Xiu knew she was afraid. After all, he just learned the same thing. Did not dare to move at all. Did several minutes of psychological construction, thinking of falling on the fall, boldly let go of the hand, solid fall several times, which dared to stagger to start walking. In fact, learning to skate is like this. As long as you dare to boldly take the first step, you will learn very quickly later on. But looking at one by one like this, scared like this, I guess it's hard to learn. It's okay, one by one. Give me your hand and I'll hold you up. Chen Xiu stood next to him, reaching out his hand towards but didn't dare to move. His eyes were wet as he looked at him. It's okay, trust me. Chen Xiu directly went up and took her left hand, which was tightly gripping the railing, over to her. One by one, take 2 steps forward. Chen Xiu guided her forward, but she was still afraid. Hello, hold me well, never let go. I'll fall. Got it. Trust me. Try following me 2 steps forward. Chen Xiu held one by one and took 2 tentative steps forward. One by one to see that he did not fall. Confidence rose miserably. Wow. I can walk, hey. Successful on the first attempt. And did not fall. One by one happy. Eyes curved into the shape of a crescent moon. Speak sweetly, and with a hint of pleasure. Well, one by one is great. Chen Xiu continued to hold her forward. One by one more bold than he imagined. This time actually directly let go of the right hand. And then began to slide forward in big steps. Fortunately he reacted. Otherwise he one by one, so make sure that it will be a solid fall. Phew. Almost fell. Yi realized afterward that she still rushed too hard. If not for Chen Xiu holding her tightly, she would have definitely fallen. You can't be in a hurry. One by one. We'll take it little by little. Chen Xiu practiced an encouraging style of education. Treating one by one, he had always been patient, so he continued to lead her forward. On the other hand, Ji Xiao and Su Rou were in a completely different state. Ji Xiao himself was playing figure skating in the middle, while Su Rou was cursing and swearing on the side. But Ji Xiao was a slow brain, and waited until Su Rou was furious before he reacted that he shouldn't be performing here right now. Harm. Looking at Chen Xiu and then looking at himself, Ji Xiao understood why Su Rou was angry. He was so focused on being cool that he didn't think about the purpose of coming here, which was to stick it to Su Rou and improve his relationship. Zoe, let me take you skating with me. If it were the usual is, Su Rou would definitely hold her arms and look at him coldly. But now, because of the fear of falling, she could only grip the railing tightly with both hands, her eyes glaring round, but somehow a little cute. Ouch. How come you're so cute when you're angry? Ji Xiao slid over in 3 or 2 steps, and it should be said that, other things aside, these 2 steps are still very handsome. After drawing in front of Su Rou, Ji Xiao slightly bent down and reached out to touch Su Rou's exasperated face. Su Rou inclined her head and tried to hide, but she still didn't hide away. You stay away from me. If I stay away, who's going to teach you to skate? Ji Xiao was thick-skinned and directly went up to help her, and Su Rou just made a show of pushing him twice, then followed his rhythm forward. See you. Su Rou and Ji Xiao are really well matched. One by one in the side to see the eyes glowing. This is not proper drama. In the scene knocking CP feeling simply do not too good. We're more compatible. Chen Xiu had little fluctuation inside, but still deliberately pretended to be jealous, with little smile on his face, for the sake of just wanting EE to coax him. As expected, one by one immediately softened his voice when he saw that his expression wasn't very good, and his little hand timidly took his hand and shook it. Yeah, we're a better match than them. I'm only happy if Xiu teaches me. Chen Xiu revealed a winning smile. Then call out 2 good sounds and I will continue to teach you. Yi thought about it. Usually Chen Xiu preferred to hear what she shouted, so she softly shouted at him, brother is the best. Teach me. Seeing that Chen Xiu was unmoved, he continued his attack. Master. Meanwhile, an ant standing on the periphery of the skating rink watching the children skate looked at them with a surprised face, as if she had heard something extraordinary. In fact, Chen Xiu was a little topsy-turvy when Yi called out to him as his brother, but he just wanted to listen again to see if Yi could say anything more nice. But I didn't expect that one by one would directly open his mouth and embarrass him whole. And it's also heard by people older than them, so they really get shy. And for those who don't know, they might even think they're having a fancy time. From that ant's eyes, Chen Xiu read the teasing meaning, and the corner of the ant's mouth even rose upwards when she was looking at each other. People can die, but not socially. Chen Xiu was embarrassed, so he hurriedly led Yi to slide forward. Luckily, the site was fairly large, and with the slow speed of the one by one skating, they hadn't even gotten halfway through the course in over half an hour. One by one. I'm not holding you up right now, so try to take 2 slow steps. Good. Then if I fall, you must hold me up. After practicing for so long, one by one wanted to give it a try, but she was still scared in her heart. After all, if she fell, it would really hurt. No problem. I'm sure I can hold you. Chen Xiu spread his hand slightly, ready to hold her at any time. One by one slowly let go of her hand. Her body swayed several times before she stabilized her body. Chen Xiu watched intently from the side, afraid that she would fall down at some point. Wow. I feel like I can. One by one, she took 2 steps forward, and although she couldn't balance well, she didn't fall over, and she was much improved from when she first started. Then I'll lead you forward and we'll go slightly faster. Yeah. Chen Xiu pulled one by one forward. At first the speed is relatively slow. To the back of the slowly increasing speed, one by one can also keep up. On the other hand, Su Rou directly practiced and got annoyed because Ji Xiao kept letting her try to walk by herself and said that she would be fine if she fell twice and didn't need to be afraid. Su Rou first time was originally afraid of pain, and now the first contact with skating, The heart is afraid of normal. Plus look at Chen Xiu so patiently teach one by one. And then contrasted with Ji Xiao. He is simply like a rebellious son. No, the fire is miso. No more skating. You're on your own. Su Rou held the pole and moved forward little by little. Ji Xiao wanted to reach out to help, but Su Rou directly ignored him. There was no way out. He could only coyly follow Su Rou, watching Su Rou slowly walk towards the exit. Frozen, not daring to start speaking. Chen Xiu and Yi were having a great time, because Yi gradually mastered the skills, and now she wasn't so scared, and dared to skate forward with Chen Xiu, so she didn't even notice the situation on Ji Xiao and Su Rou's side. It wasn't until Ji Xiao went over to them that Chen Xiu stopped. It's like, pissed off again? Chen Xiu looked at Su Rou. She was sitting there taking off her shoes with a huff. She didn't even need to think about it to know that there was a conflict. Is it obvious? Ji Xiao turned his head to look at Su Rou. That aura was directly invincible. From so far away, he could feel that Su Rou's eyes were definitely trying to knife him. Okay, it's pretty obvious. Ji Xiao scratched his head. He usually did not have such a coy, and those girls dating is also they coax themselves happy. After all, we all take what they need. They need luxury. He find a fun, but now the situation is different. Really want to cajole Su Rou lowly. He is a little bit not too used to. Of course, not unwilling. Just because he does not quite understand the mind of the girls. Have to wait until Su Rou angry. He can only realize. He seems to have made a mistake. TSK, young Master Ji also has such a day. Chen Xiu looked at him so distressed. Inexplicably felt funny. Really, even the most proud person in front of the person he likes will also become overwhelmed. Stop laughing and get your girlfriend to put in a good word for me. Chen Xiu's eyes rolled and he pretended to say, can there be any benefit if you coax it? You can have whatever you want, so hurry up and coax me. I'm just out of ideas. Okay, I'll help you out this one time. Chen Xiu holding one by one out, because Su Rou is still angry, so he is very eye-catching did not go over to help one by one to take off the shoes. After all, now in this situation, if Su Rou and then a slight contrast, that is to add fuel to the fire. At that time, Ji Xiao is even more difficult to coax. Su Rou looked at Yi past. Her face was always better, very intimate pulling Yi to talk. Most of the topics of conversation are some girls' attention gossip and so on. Chen Xiu and Ji Xiao have no way to participate in it, so they are very sensible to follow behind. It was the same during the meal. The whole time Su Rou was talking to Yi. According to the usual words, he and Yi were sitting together to eat. Yi also liked to put her legs on him. He also liked this feeling today. Just now, Su Rou this posture, directly put one occupied. No way. He can only sit with Ji Xiao. Chen Xiu and Ji Xiao made eyes at him, letting him know the sacrifice he had made for this. Ji Xiao nodded his head to show that he knew. When eating, Chen Xiu has been helping one by one to clip the food. Ji Xiao followed. After so long, Su Rou's anger also slowly subsided, and even look at Ji Xiao also slightly smooth, then did not refuse. A meal was eaten for nearly an hour, counting only Chen Xiu and Ji Xiao were eating. Su Rou and Yi chatting hot, did not care to eat, even Yi, who was usually most interested in eating, only ate a little. The money for the meal was paid by Ji Xiao, although Chen Xiu wanted to show it, but Ji Xiao was too quick and he didn't want to go and hit him in the face, so he let him be. Su Rou and Yi went straight to the nail salon, because they had made an appointment yesterday, so they didn't have to wait, they just went in and got it done. Why don't you guys wander around? We figure it'll be a long time. Su Rou hardly showed a good face and took the initiative to talk to Ji Xiao. No, we'll just wait here for you guys. It's not like there's anything to do anyway. Ji Xiao just followed Su Rou coyly and didn't dare to say anything, but now that Su Rou took the initiative to talk to him, he thought to show some performance. No, we'll just be here and wait for you obediently. We won't get bored. And in case there's anything you want to eat or drink, how are you going to get it if we're not there? When Ji Xiao suddenly got the hang of it, he thought about putting on a good show. Chen Xiu look at the opportunity to chat alone is gone. Then the words turned to refuse. I see you have food and drink. We are here, you cannot let go chat. So we still go out to shop for a while, and we'll be back later. Chen Xiu finished also went over and lowered his head and kissed one by one, letting her be good here. And the lady who did the manicure, although she was caught off guard and was sprinkled with dog food, she was still in a happy mood. After all, no one would not love to look at such a high-value couple. Ji Xiao wanted to follow suit, but was stopped by Su Rou before he could lower his head. Don't you? Stay where you are. In the end, although Ji Xiao was aggrieved, she still followed Chen Xiu out. By the look in your eyes, is there something you want my help with? Going out without taking 2 steps, Chen Xiu was thinking about how to open his mouth, but Ji Xiao took the initiative. No, is he that obvious? Chen Siyu a little skeptical of life. He also did not show anything. How Ji Shao this knows. According to your nature, even if you're bored, you'll surely sit by the side with your eyes and watch your family one by one. Isn't it obvious that you're just trying to find a chance to be alone with me? Ji Shao looked at Chen Siyu's astonished face and continued after a pause. Okay, who are we with who? What's going on is straight to the point. Chen Siyu really did not expect. Ji Shao also has such a side. See him usually like what do not care like. Heartless. Thought he is a simple-minded do not know the world of the sun. Not to mention guessing the mind of others. No, you're so smart. How come you're acting like a fool with Su? Ji Shao just watched Chen Siyu's eyes change, thinking that Chen Siyu must have more or less admired him, but he didn't expect the words he said to poke his heart so much. No, is that how schoolboys talk? Besides, aren't you going to ask me to do your job for you? Is that your attitude? Ji Zhao's tone was beaten, but it was just derisive and nothing else. Chen Siyu knew, but he just hadn't mentally built up enough to know if he should talk to Ji Shao about EE. If he didn't say anything, he really had no way out now. As far as his ability was concerned, there was no way he could solve this matter. One by one, he would never have a legally recognized identity, and he would have a very difficult life in the future. He was willing to take on more, but one by one, she was sure to suffer a lot. In front of him there is no other way. Ji Shao is his only hope now. Look at him like this would not have any city. Just nothing is absolute. So he is also a little tangled amount. Do not dare to take this thing to bet. No, what are you looking at me like that for? Just tell me what's going on. Don't get into all this. Chen Siyu took a breath and looked at Ji Shao, unapologetically. Do you have a way to solve this matter of identification? Ji Shao had envisioned a number of answers, but only this one didn't occur to him. No, what do you mean? Did you commit a crime? Ji Shao looked up and down. Chen Siyu, left and right is not like his academic performance is so good. No matter the teachers and students in the college said that he is of good character, usually busy studying and part-time work, which have time to be a jerk. One by one there's no identification, and I was wondering if you could help me get some. There's really not much I can do. Chen Siyu hung his head, his eyes a little forlorn, his hands resting on the railing, a little disoriented. Ji Shao is not clear about what exactly happened, but since I have known him, I have never seen this side of Chen Siyu. Usually see him in school, are full of energy, self-discipline and upwardly mobile. So I reached out and patted his shoulder, which is considered to be a comfort. What exactly is the situation? You've got to spell it out for me so I can ask. It's not very easy to say. Anyway, what's happening is that one by one there's no identification. I don't have any connections. There's no way to fix this thing. Chen Siyu fell silent as he spoke. He didn't want to tell anyone about the details of one by one turning into a human being, because nothing is absolute and he was a little worried. And go to get these also do not need this rhetoric. He said now is just for the future to leave trouble. He is not believe in Ji Shao. Just do not dare to bet. Do not want to put one by one in a dangerous situation. Ji Shao also saw Chen Siyu's desire to speak, so he didn't continue to pursue the question. Do not say is fine. I'll ask to see. Can do certainly help you do, but I estimate how much need some materials and so on. Then ask good and then talk to you. Ji Shao chose to shut up, but had already begun to brainstorm. What do you mean there is no identification? There are still black households these days? And looking at EE that way, so well raised, he would believe it if he said she was some rich young lady, not so much a black family. And looking at Chen Siyu and EE's mode of getting along, so natural. They should have known each other for a long time. It can't be some kind of demon becoming a spirit. Just kidding. It's the 21st century. It shouldn't be that suspenseful. It's so wrong. The more I think about it, the stranger it gets. You're not abducting a young girl, are you? I can't help you in that case. If I help you, I'll become an accomplice. When Chen Siyu heard the words abducting a young girl, he directly swept an eye blade over. It was not good enough for him to think of it. Although a look at the look is indeed very small, but now the university is not also a lot of small potatoes. Well, look with a junior high school students, and again, a look at a very young, but well-dressed, or a bit of youthful female big kind of feeling. No, the point is not this. The point is, he really didn't abduct a young girl. Obviously one by one took the initiative to stick up. Who knows that once he woke up from a sleep, things became like this. Alright, if it's not, it's not. This look is like you want to eat me. I said why are you strange today? You kept peeking at me when you were skating. It turns out that you're waiting for me here. Don't worry. I'll ask. My uncle is at the police station. It shouldn't be that hard. Ji Shao did not think too much. Since Chen Siyu is not willing to say, it is not good for him to continue to ask. And are adults. Everyone more or less do not want to say something. Always leave each other a bit of space. Ask too much is not measured. Thanks. If there's anything I can do to help you in the future, be sure to let me know as soon as I can. Things are so much more than what Chen Xiu envisioned. Ji Xiao agreed so quickly. Instead, he was a bit overwhelmed. However, he appreciated Ji Xiao from the bottom of his heart. In the future, no matter what, as long as he can do it, he will definitely not refuse. You said it, I'll have plenty to trouble you with later. Ji Xiao didn't refuse and didn't love to say anything polite. Anyway, now that he had a friend like Chen Xiu, his mood was not bad. You called me out for this. Now that it's clear, is there anything else? Say it all together if there is. Don't dilly-dally. Nope, that's it. Chen Xiu were so thick-skinned, his own things will naturally solve their own. Just one by one this thing is really no way. Which opened the mouth. That's fine. Let's go buy some food and drink before we go back. We'll definitely be scolded if we go back empty-handed. Of course, it's me I'm talking about. Your family one won't scold you. As far as Su Ro's nature is concerned, Ji Xiao knows it best. She is usually spoiled, so her temper is not too good, but it is certain that she has no bad intentions. So in his opinion, she is still a bit cute. God knows what he liked before were the kind of girls who held their own. After all, he is a young master, rich and beautiful, more or less a little temper. Just did not expect, in the end, will be planted in Su Ro. That's true, my girlfriend is gentle and kind. She can't afford to be mean to me. In this regard, Chen Xiu is still very discourse. After all, one by one that character, simply ferocious not up, at all times or soft, even if sometimes sent a little temper, that is she thought she was very fierce. In fact, look in his eyes, simply do not have the slightest feeling, but rather feel lovely. So sometimes he also likes to tease her, deliberately make one by one angry, and then say a few good words to coax her, buy her some delicious food, immediately happy, a coaxing, TSK, see if you're still talking like a human being? Ji Xiao rolled his eyes. He hadn't realized before that Chen Xiu was so flirty. It's not like you don't like the one-and-one type. I think you're mildly masochistic. Only the mean kind can get you laid. And you like Su Ro's type. Ji Xiao heard Chen Xiu's yin and yang, so he directly barreled with him. Actually, I was more your girlfriend's type before. Chen Xiu? What did you say? Chen Xiu clearly remembered that before. That kid Ji Xiao had even been to Yi's stall. Although he wasn't worried, but now that he said that, it was simply bouncing around like crazy in a minefield. Chen Xiu went straight to lock Ji Xiao's throat. Say that again? What type do you like? Ji Xiao reached out to break Chen Xiu's arm. His mouth hurriedly explained. Just kidding. I like my family Su Ro kind. Your family one by one stay for you. What do you mean save it for me? No, 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 no. Only then was Chen Xiu satisfied and let go of his hand. Usually when she got along with Ji Xiao, although there was no sense of inferiority, the family conditions were right there, so she would more or less be a little endowed. Now come this way. It suddenly felt like both of them had gotten a lot closer. What's with the strength? Ji Xiao coughed twice, then spat. Not only is your strength great, your temper is also great. You are now asking me to do something, and you don't have any awareness. Ji Xiao spits and laughs at the same time. Where would those few little followers around him normally treat him like this? All of them keep saying nice things, like they're offering him up. It's not a bad feeling, but it gets annoying after a while. He also envied the way good brothers got along who hooked up and could joke around. So when Chen Xiu locked his throat just now, he didn't feel disgusted or anything else. He was even a little happy. So tell me if you're going to do this or not. Do. Who said no? Chen Xiu and Ji Xiao went back, carrying milk tea and small desserts in his hand. What puffs and cakes have bought some? Chen Xiu has tried to let him buy less, but persuasion failed. Anyway, not him to pay, it does not matter him. The pleasures of the rich he didn't understand, but the white whoring did feel good. Su Ro's favorite style to connect the nail plate, so it will be much slower. Her side only began not long. One by one has already painted a hand. Looking at the effect is very good, and the picture looks basically no difference. It was because of the good skills that Su Ro was a regular customer of this store. And when she brought Yi here, she naturally chose the best of everything. Back so soon. Thought you'd be shopping for a long time. Seeing that Su Ro took the initiative to ask him and looking that she wasn't unhappy anymore, Ji Xiao hurriedly inserted the milk tea with a straw and handed it to her mouth. I went out to buy some food for you guys. I definitely have to accompany you. This is not. After buying and rushed back. Well, baby quickly taste. I bought the one you like. And want less sugar. Su-ro usually pays attention to body management, so she will control her sugar intake. And Ji Xiao knows that, so she purposely bought less sugar. So good. Su-ro took a sip and was in a happy mood, and for the sake of him being so understanding, decided not to bother with him about the ice skating thing just now. Chen Xiu naturally will not be so dry standing. Moved a small stool to sit next to a one. Feed her milk tea, but a one like sweet. Drink milk tea are full sugar. Anyway, do not eat fat. On how to come. Just now, Ji Xiao bought 4 cups, and since there were 2 clerks doing manicures in the store, he simply brought one for them. This was brought for you. Ji Xiao and Chen Xiu put the cup left in their hands in front of the 2 young ladies. This is for us? The ladies doing the manicure were a bit flattered. They did just see them carrying 4 cups in their hands. They just subconsciously assumed it was their own and their girlfriends. They didn't think there was a share for them. Yeah, you guys have worked hard too. There are still desserts here, so you guys can have some if you have time. And I'm actually trying to bribe you guys to be more on top of it and make it prettier for my girlfriend in case she comes here to get her nails done in the future. Ji Xiao is now like a flower peacock with an open screen, and his emotional intelligence is suddenly high, so he keeps playing in front of Su-ro to brush up his favorability. Chen Xiu, on the other hand, was very serious about feeding Yi, looking at her cute and adorable manicure, and talking with her. Tired? I'm not tired, I just miss you. Yi shook her head and naturally pampered Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu smiled and rubbed her little head. If not for the fact that it was crowded now, he would have loved to kiss her. Doing manicure sisters suddenly feel that work is not so tired, can appreciate the beauty of the close-up. There is free milk tea to drink, but also to see the young couple in love. With the drama like, dog food will not be too much. I just hope to be able to come to a little bit more. Working here day in and day out, and receiving many ladies every day. It's rare to be able to see a boyfriend so patient and with such a high face value. I got lucky today and saw 2 pairs at once, almost after more than half an hour. 1 by 1s is done, because it is the first time. 1 by 1 is very excited. Keep staring. Chen Xiu is also very supportive. Keep saying nice things to praise her, because Su-ro still have to be a while. Chen Xiu took 1 by 1 to sit next to the idle chat. During the period of time to see Ji Xiao for a while, he is not the slightest bit of impatience, but instead has been chatting with Su-ro. Even if sometimes the words are poor, but also praise Su-ro's manicure looks good. Although there was nothing skillful about it, it was better than being sincere, and Su-ro saw it all in her eyes. Do a good manicure out has been more than 4 o'clock, according to Su-ro's plan, but also to go to the mall with one to buy clothes. Chen Xiu and Ji Xiao were like little followers. The 2 of them followed behind. Su-ro and Yi chatted in the front, while the 2 of them exchanged ideas in the back, and they couldn't be said to be ideas, because it was all Ji Xiao who was asking Chen Xiu for advice. What exactly did you use? How did you get your girlfriend to be so dead set against you? And my family Zoe, how did you get so close to your girlfriend? This problem Ji Xiao has always felt curious. He stood in the first line of eating melons, before Chen Xiu chasing Su-ro. Su-ro refused, and then wanted to salvage and so on things. No, after all, there is no secret in the school, not to mention good-looking people, it is easier to receive attention. So Su-ro and Chen Xiu is naturally on the list, and what a shit is put into the campus bazaar to discuss. He was already idle, so he was well informed about all this news. At that time, he wanted to ask Su-ro what she really thought. After all, according to his previous understanding of her, she shouldn't like much less be friends with her. I was busy with my relationship the other day, but now that I have the chance, it's only natural to ask. Chen Xiu thought about it. In fact, he wasn't sure how Su-ro could be so god-poking. I don't understand. Maybe girls' friendship is just so puzzling. Ji Xiao frowned. He thought that Chen Xiu had some means, thinking of learning to learn, although it cannot be used now, but it is always good to learn something. Okay, that has nothing to do with you. Simply that your girlfriend is more charismatic. I don't think so. It should be that your girlfriend likes beautiful women. That's why she's pestering my family 1 by 1. Chen Xiu was happy to show off. Anyway, in his opinion, 1 by 1 was bound to be the best looking. Ji Xiao was unconvinced. He was now full of Su-ro, so he retorted, my Su-ro is the beauty alright, exquisite and good looking, no one in the school compares to her. Oh, Chen Xiu knew that Ji Xiao was now in the mindset of an elementary school student, so he didn't bother arguing with him, but in Ji Xiao's opinion, this 1-0 can be more lethal than any other words. I finally realized how you're usually always on your own. It's the talking that's so infuriating no one can stand it. I don't care about that, Chen Xiu replied in a small voice, his pitch dropping violently, like he was a bit inferior. Can't help it. No time for friends to make a living. Ji Xiao could tell at a glance that Chen Xiu was joking, but there was still a little sense of guilt in his heart. Was he talking too heavily? That, or go pick out a pair of shoes and I'll swipe my card. Chen Xiu immediately raised his head. His eyes were firm, and he was a different person from just now. Okay, let's go. Just waiting for you to say that. Jishou? Jishou originally thought that girls shopping would take a long time, so he had already prepared himself mentally. But he didn't expect that Su Ro and Yi were both clothes hangers, and every set of clothes they tried looked good, so the speed was quacking fast. After all, if you wear one set, you'll fall in love with it, and you won't even need to agonize over the choice. Chen Xiu sat on the sidelines, and every time one by one he changed his clothes and came out, his eyes lit up again and again. Yi usually wore more gentle and cute, now fiercely go a little Su Ro kind of style, simply sweet and imperial. He fell in love at once. The short black small leather skirt will show the young girl's slender waist completely, and the fine white legs also appear to be more slender. Chen Xiu has already thought of many kinds of poses in his head just by looking at it. Xiu, does this look good? Kanzuya was a little nervous. She hadn't worn anything this short before, and now that she was suddenly wearing it, she was still a little uncomfortable. It looks good. You've got a great body. You look good in anything. You just can't wear it out like that. Chen Xiu possessiveness is still very strong. He does not want to wear one by one so good looking out. Otherwise, on one by one this body, this looks, do not know how many peach blossoms to attract. While he was comfortable with one by one, he wasn't comfortable with other men. Yeah, whatever you say. Yi nodded and responded obediently. The latter one by one also tried other styles, all of which Su Ro helped her choose, all of which were the type that showed off her figure without exception. Chen Xiu felt for the first time that Su Ro looked so smooth, and was quite good at picking up. Next to her, Su Ro watched the interaction between the two, then shifted her gaze to Ji Xiao. What do you think? Can I wear it out? Ji Xiao wanted to shake his head, but he didn't dare to, because Su Ro usually dresses like that. She likes to dress up, so even if he had that little bit of jealousy in his heart, he didn't dare to say it directly. Yes, you can wear whatever you like. It's just that, in the future, you can wear it a little more often, or you can take me with you so that no one dares to look around. Su Ro was quite satisfied with this answer. She didn't like to be interfered with too much, even as a couple, and Ji Xiao obviously knew that. That's why he said so. But since he was looking out for his own interests, she had to be courteous as well. Yeah, I'll wear longer ones from now on. When buying the bill, Ji Xiao was very quick to swipe his card, but Chen Xiu insisted on paying himself. After all, letting his girlfriend wear a dress bought by another man, this thing, no matter how you think about it, is not acceptable. Ji Xiao is also a male. Knowing Chen Xiu's thoughts, he did not say anything, except that he really gave Chen Xiu a whole pair of shoes. Today has been out for a long time. Just skating actually consume energy, eat a meal, do a manicure, shopping, and now a few people are not much heart to continue to play, so to the mall entrance will be separated. About the time next time to go out together, Chen Xiu carried the clothes he had just seen one by one in one hand, and led her with the other, stopping a car at the roadside to go home. My manicure is so pretty. In the car, one by one, I admired my nails over and over again, like a child who was curious about his first contact. And the energy will still be there after it's done. Well, it does look good. See you. Let's come out shopping when tomorrow rolls around too. Chen Xiu nodded his head and agreed without even thinking. Okay, we'll come out to play if you like. I'll buy you anything you like. Girls love to dress up, love beautiful. Chen Xiu is aware of. And this is his girlfriend. He is naturally happy to one by one beautifully dressed. She's so obedient. What's wrong with more clothes? He also got all the money for the tuition, which was a relatively large amount, enough for him and one by one to play for a while. No, all I bought today is mine. You need to buy new ones too before we can do that. Tomorrow we'll come out to shop and then buy you new clothes. Yi's little head leaned on Chen Xiu's chest and spoke sweetly. Chen Xiu was instantly moved, and his heartbeat thumped. Xiu, your heart is beating so fast. One by one, he moved forward to hear more clearly. Well, for being happy, I have a lot of clothes. I don't need to buy any more. Just buy you what you like. Take you out. Others look at my girlfriend so good looking. I also feel dignified. Yi shook her head. No, you're going to wear new clothes too. I can't wear them alone. And since my boyfriend is so good looking, I'll look better going out with you. Yi knew that normally Chen Xiu wouldn't spend money frivolously, but she was able to make money now. So just like he was looking out for her, she wanted to be nicer to him as well. Being so nice to me? Ha, of course. You're my boyfriend. You're my favorite. Chen Xiu scooped one by one in his arms and pressed close, then lowered his head and kissed her face. Just now in the mall, Chen Xiu would like to do this, but because there are too many people, so the impact is a little bit not good. so he has been holding back. And now to the car. There are not many people, so you can let go of the kiss. Thinking of this, Chen Siyu was not satisfied with Yi's cheeks, but reached out and picked up Yi's chin, looked at her full and rosy lips, and directly kissed them. The space inside the car was narrow, so Chen Siyu suddenly had something else on his mind. You have to work hard to buy a car and a house even after graduation. How convenient to have a car and unlock new scenes. Even his breathing got a little heavier when he thought about it that way. Chen Siyu immediately stopped. One by one just now were forced to bear, and now it is even more face or red into a peach. Only dare to close his eyes and shrink in Chen Siyu's arms. Do not dare to open his eyes. Chen Siyu has a thick skin, so he felt that it was nothing. And it was not just a kiss that much? The driver was busy driving and shouldn't be able to see it. However, just as he raised his head, he violently saw the mirror in front of him. The driver master had a face of eating melon, and looked even a little expectant. This is simply social death. Chen Siyu's ears also gradually red, although he is thick-skinned, but also did not want to engage in these in front of others. And he just kissed so forgetful, was seen if really very embarrassing. For the latter part of the journey, Chen Siyu directly leaned back and closed his eyes, not daring to meet the driver's eyes again. When he got off the car, Chen Siyu hurriedly said thank you, and then hurriedly and one off the car. The cold wind outside, instantly sober. Well, you can't just kiss in the car from now on, but it's fine to do the rest if you own the car. Siyu, I'd like to make a small suggestion. Yi has a thin skin, just now in the car, although she did not open her eyes, but she can still feel the eyes of the driver behind her, and even the atmosphere has become very awkward. She liked being close to Chen Siyu and didn't care too much about what other people thought, but she wasn't too used to it since she had been so intimate the day before yesterday. Even just now when Chen Siyu kissed her, images with colors popped up randomly in her mind. What? It's just that I think I need to be a little more restrained out there. I'm shy. Chen Siyu also knew that because he was usually more daring at home. Really outside, he also had a thin skin. Yeah, but does one by one mean that you don't have to refrain at home? Yi raised her eyes at him in confusion, not understanding how her words could still be interpreted to have this meaning. But looking at Chen Siyu's eyes, it was really not innocent. Feeling threatened, one by one silently took 2 small steps back. I didn't mean it like that. Chen Siyu just liked to tease her. The more shy she was, the more Chen Siyu felt. What does that mean? Doesn't the fact that it's not okay outside mean it's okay in the house? Go. Chen Siyu did not give one by one a chance to explain, directly pulling her to walk quickly towards the house. Why are you going so fast? Go to home practice. Just open the door. Chen Siyu was in a hurry to change shoes for one by one. Shopping bag casually placed on the cabinet, then directly will one by one up, because there is no support. One by one unconsciously legs clamped Chen Siyu's waist. The hand can only wrap around his neck. One by one so active. I didn't initiate it. I was just afraid of falling. Yi aggrieved Baba. She is not so stupid. Shopping all day is almost exhausted. She will not take the initiative to provoke Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu originally had his hands resting on Yi's buttocks, but when he heard her say so, he maliciously let go of his hands. Yi was originally afraid of falling, and as soon as his hands let go, she tightened her legs, wrapped her hands around Chen Siyu's waist even harder, and her hands wrapped around even more tightly. After achieving his desired effect, Chen Siyu went straight ahead and pulled the curtains of the living room closed, so as not to do out later. The air conditioner needs to be on too, or you'll get cold. Chen Siyu said and turned on the air conditioner, turning up the temperature. Siyu, put me down first. Why are you turning on the air conditioner? Yi was now panicked because she felt that Chen Siyu was now very threatening to her. She was now wrapped around his waist and a little bit of any change underneath could actually be felt. No, you took a long break yesterday. Besides, you're the one who said it's okay not to refrain at home. Chen Siyu ignored the one by one grumbling eyes, but directly walked quickly back to the room. He was not really a decent man. In this regard it is even more difficult to be shallow. Once you have tried, you want to continue all the time. Bed sheets are newly changed. Chen Siyu thought about it, and felt that it can't always be like this. If it gets dirty every day, it doesn't even have that much to change. One by one. Not in bed, okay? Kanzuya shook her head frantically. It wasn't a matter of where. She didn't want to be anywhere, and wasn't going home to rest? How come again? Not saying anything means you agree. Chen Siyu was now very skillful. One hand pressed Yi's little head and kissed down deeply. The other hand naturally went to unbutton her underwear at the back. Yi babbling can't speak at all, because Chen Siyu didn't give her a chance to speak, and it's useless to reach out and push his chest. Because of the disparity in strength between the boys and girls, she can't push at all. Moreover, Chen Siyu knew where she was the most sensitive. and in 3 or 2 strokes, he made her lose her strength. Aha! Both come and go. Chen Xiu looked at the time. It was already almost 7 o'clock. He was young and vigorous, so there was little restraint. He caught one by one and was not willing to let go, so it took a long time. Exhausted, one by one was wrapped in a small blanket, and with a gentle hug he picked her up and carried her to the bathroom. After taking several baths together in the past 2 days, Chen Xiu had become completely skilled at it, and Yi didn't mind at all because she really didn't have the strength. After washing, Chen Xiu was kind enough to help her change into her pajamas and then let her lie down to rest. 1. Are you hungry? The girl's head sank into the pillow and she winced twice, reaching up to flick the hair from her forehead behind her ear, her voice a small whisper. So hungry. Chen Xiu looked at her so tired, a little heartbroken, lowered his head and went to kiss her. Obviously, she didn't put in any effort, so why was she so tired? Buy you your favorite food. Chen Xiu took his cell phone and ordered takeout. All the things that Yi usually loved to eat. He knew that he didn't have a moderation, so it was only right to buy her more food to compensate now. After ordering the takeout, Chen Xiu put his cell phone aside, then sat on the edge of the bed to help a massage. From the shoulders down, all the way to the side of the waist, Chen Xiu pressed her. He had seen her work so hard before, so he had watched some massage instructional videos, thinking to help her ease her mind. One by one. How was it? Was it comfortable? Well, comfortable. Yi closed her eyes. She did feel tired just now, but Chen Xiu's force was well mastered, and after pressing so hard for a while, she felt herself relaxing a lot. Then I'll press you all the time from now on. The implication is that she will be pressed every time she does it from now on. One by one didn't hear the meaning though, so he continued to squint and enjoy himself. 1. Where do you want to go tomorrow? Didn't we say we'd go to the mall together and buy you new clothes? I still have plenty of money I've earned. Previously wanted to help Chen Xiu change the cell phone, but in the end did not give him to change into. On the contrary, Chen Xiu gave her a new one. This thing she has always remembered in her heart. Just think when must give him to buy something. Now that Chen Xiu had finished getting things done at school, the time was just right. 1 by 1. Actually I don't need to. And didn't I just buy a new jacket a while ago? Chen Xiu looked at the closet. His own clothes, although not too much, but completely enough to wear. So do not buy also does not affect. But 1 by 1. Looking at the closet gradually filled with her clothes, his black and white single clothes now have her colorful little dresses to join. Look at it, seems to be more vibrant a bit. Besides, he'd actually prefer 1 by 1 to dress well than dress himself. After all, he felt the same in everything he wore. But 1 by 1 was different. Different types of clothes looked completely different on her. No, you want new clothes too? We'll wear new ones together. I can earn more if I have money. 1 by 1. He made up his mind that he was going to buy it for Chen Xiu. Like our mutual, Chen Xiu bought her so many delicious, fun and good looking. She is the same. Want to hold the best in front of Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu saw that she was so insistent, and did not refuse. Before he was not living alone very well. Now he should also try to change slowly. Yeah, well, let's keep going shopping tomorrow so you can buy me new clothes, because it was a good time to swing for the fences. Chen Xiu and Yi didn't set an alarm clock and slept until noon. Today the temperature has risen a little. Chen Xiu pulled open the curtains, but also out of the sun through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The glass on the coffee table reflects a good-looking light. Chen Xiu directly pushed the sofa to the side, and then wrapped his arms around 1 by 1 to lie on it and bask in the sun. The winter sun was milder, and now that I was lounging around, I had my pajamas on. It was shining just right. So comfortable. It feels like it's been a long time since I've been this relaxed. Chen Xiu couldn't help but sigh. Busy with school, busy with life, too much burden on his body, coupled with the fact that he is alone. He often forgets to enjoy life, and now that 1 by 1 is around, his lifestyle has changed without him even realizing it. For example, in the past, he always ignored all kinds of small things in his life, putting his studies and earning money first, and seldom had time to relax himself. There was very little in the house, except for daily necessities, which he basically didn't buy. And now, the tiny 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom rental house with flowers and succulents and all kinds of cute little ornaments and pretty decorations felt very different from before. It's better to have a sunny day and get some sunshine. I feel like I'm more energized. Yi rubbed around in Chen Xiu's arms like a kitten, and her hands were restless to touch his chest. She liked the blue sky. The windy and rainy weather always felt a little scary, but now she was used to it, and as long as she had Chen Xiu by her side, she felt happy. No, it's hard to get the sun out today, so I should take all the quilts out of the room and let them dry in the sun, so they'll be warmer to cover up at night. And the smell of sunshine. 1 by 1. He got up violently, executing superbly, and now wanted to go and get all the quilts and pillows out of the sun. She didn't have any common sense of life before, but seeing that Chen Xiu was really too tired, he not only had to study, but also had to go to a part-time job, and also had to take care of her when he came home. Although he said that he didn't need her to do all this, but she also wanted to help Chen Xiu to share the burden. And then she watched a lot of life videos, so she could only think of this now. There's no rush. It'll be in the sun for 15 minutes. Then I'll go tan the quilt and you'll be in charge of getting the food. Chen Xiu dragged one by one into his arms and closed his eyes cozily. The sofa were just moved over. How can he not enjoy it? But how my girlfriend is so good is beyond me. Of course, I'm great, and I've learned a lot of useful tips, such as peeling fruit tips, seducing boyfriend tips, and, when Chen Xiu heard the latter, 3 question marks slowly hit his head. Seducing boyfriend hacks? No, why is his girlfriend still learning these things? She used to be so innocent and didn't know anything. How does she become like this now? I am sorry, well, I will not look at it in the future. You do not be angry. One by one, the more she said the more bottomless, aggrieved and lowered her head. She also felt that those not so good before, but look at some of the young lady sisters sharing. Some tips are still very useful, so she just look. I've heard that boys like girls who know nothing and are more innocent, and Chen Xiu should be the same. He wasn't afraid of anything else, only afraid that Chen Xiu didn't like her anymore, didn't want her anymore. She felt suffocated just thinking about it. She had just accidentally blurted it out, and now she was in a panic. One by one. You'll watch more later. Use it all on me. I love it. Seducing his boyfriend and all that. It was simply too good to be true. Just now he was feeling calm inside. These few words directly agitated him whole. He looked up at him in surprise, his eyes full of incomprehension. Aren't you angry? Didn't you say before that those things are not good and won't let me learn them? Obviously the last time she read the novel, Chen Xiu was still very angry and did not allow her to read these. How come it has changed again now? She is a little puzzled, whether this is able to read or not. That was before. Baby, now you learn more and we take our time practicing. Kidding aside, in the past, that was because she was simple, so he thought of teaching her a little bit. But now, what's done is done, so there's no need to engage in that kind of thing. How exciting. He likes them all. He didn't expect Chen Xiu to have this attitude, so he was still a bit confused, so he nodded dumbly. I know. I'll learn more in the future. So good. Chen Xiu kissed Yi's face like a chicken pecking several times. He didn't even dare to think about how good the future days would be. I'm going to get the quilts out of the sun, and baby, you order the food first. Yeah, I know. Chen Xiu was in a happy mood, and even his footsteps were much lighter. Propping up the drying rack, Chen Xiu took the quilt out to sunbathe, and after thinking about it, he took the previously washed sheets and covers out to sunbathe as well. And those thick clothes, which have been sitting in the closet a bit damp, are just about ready to air out now. After finishing his food, Yi came to help Chen Xiu. Xiu, when are we going out then? One by one also remembered to buy things for Chen Xiu. Now it is 12 o'clock. Wait for a meal. It is estimated that how to get to 1 o'clock. Look at Chen Xiu so unhurried. She is worried that he does not want to go. Her hard-earned money had to be spent on Chen Xiu. One by one. There's no rush. It's a long vacation now. Any day is fine if you want to buy me something, but it's really nice today. Let's take a slow walk after dinner and just walk over there. One by one does not like to exercise. Usually can sit absolutely not willing to stand. So the physical strength is not very good. Before Chen Xiu did not feel too much. But these 2 days he is considered to find out. It hadn't even started long before the little girl was grunting and begging for mercy. And while he just loved seeing her like that, his stamina still needed to be beefed up. It's been too cold to exercise lately, so it was a good day to get out for a walk. Yeah, I like sticking with you. After eating, Chen Xiu was not in a hurry to go out, because he wanted to change clothes, so he stared at the side with his eyes. Occasionally, they were able to get on and take advantage of the situation. But one by one, they didn't agonize over what to wear like they had before, and after only a short time of choosing, they decided which set to wear out. Why don't you match all your clothes today? Chen Xiu can't help but think a little too much. After all, one by one loves beauty the most, dating and whatnot she values the most. Today is so abnormal. It's hard for him not to think blindly, because it's getting late. Yeah, I wanted to go out with you early and get you new clothes. I bought everything yesterday, so I'll be in charge of picking it out for you today. One by one, they straddled the small bag and turned around in front of Chen Xiu. Is it nice? Is it nice? It's nice. It's beautiful. Chen Xiu never skimped on his compliments to Yi. No matter what time of the day it was, he thought Yi looked good, because the sun came out today. The streets became more crowded to the naked eye, and so many residents in the neighborhood came out for a walk and went to the park to see the sights. Chen Siyu holding the hand of a one, slowly walking forward. The sky of a little white clouds. The street has the most human food stalls, the roadside kittens and dogs. Everything is beautiful like a picture. One by one. Let's do the same from now on and get out more when we can. Yeah, then I'll take you with me for exercise from now on, so you can get up early and run in the morning and get in shape. No, 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 this is not allowed. As long as she could be with Chen Siyu, she was fine with whatever, except for running, because it was really tiring. Chen Siyu smiled dotingly, perhaps because the present was too warm and happy. The trace of pessimism that Chen Siyu had suppressed in his heart was suddenly awakened. It is said that people will be afraid of losing when they are the happiest. This is indeed reasonable. Chen Siyu is now thinking of some bad possibilities in his head. Though he looks on the bright side, it is inevitable that he will take the bull by the horns, especially after feeling happiness. One looks forward to having a little more. One by one. What if you're stuck living here with me for the rest of your life, and I can't do all the things I promised you before? Will you still want to? Chen Siyu had promised before that he would take her to various places, see different landscapes, and eat all kinds of food. But now, it seemed to be tough. There was still no news from Ji Zhao's side, and he didn't know how. But he always had a bad feeling that something was going to happen. I do. Of course I do. Actually, as long as it's with you, I'm fine wherever I am. See you. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. I don't care, as long as you don't not want me. Inner delicate. Chen Siyu's mood bad words actually she was able to feel. So now, she likewise can feel Chen Siyu some loss. Human emotions are inherently complex and can be upset by something someone says, but equally, they can be revitalized by a word of comfort. Wouldn't want you to. 1-1. No matter what happens in the future, we'll be fine. Chen Siyu's grip on Yi's hand tightened. Right. It's right to think on the bright side. No need to be anxious in advance about things that haven't happened yet, because that doesn't make sense at all. After walking to the mall, Yi was obviously more excited than just now, pulling Chen Siyu in and trying on many pieces of clothes. Just like yesterday when Chen Siyu complimented her, she also felt that Chen Siyu looked good in anything. One by one is really too good to boast. Chen Siyu unknowingly a little floating, and in the end was one by one fooled all by. One by one. Are you losing all your petty cash? Chen Siyu looked at one by one and paid without hesitation. And he was still a little bit of meat pain on the side, but one by one did not care. What's wrong with that? Money is gone can earn again and I earn money originally is to buy you many things. In fact, she has long planned, and then rest for 2 days. She is going to go to find a venue to set up a stall. After all, now that the university town side basically began to vacation one after another, there will not be any guests if the stall. Now there were 2 options included in her consideration list. One was the entrance to the elementary school, another was the night market street that she had been to before. She was more inclined towards the latter, but it would be much later if she went there, so she needed to discuss it with Chen Siyu before deciding. Yeah, I'll try to make money too and buy you what you like. No, don't you still have to prepare for that qualification interview? You have to study hard. I'll support you. Yi remembered all the things about Chen Siyu very well, although Chen Siyu hadn't mentioned it too many times. She had remembered it well. Oh, that's nothing to worry about. I'll learn the process and spend some time practicing 2 or 3 times. It shouldn't be a problem. Chen Siyu was not worried about this. After all, he had won prizes in the school's lecturing competitions, and he had a good foundation and often went to tutoring. He had a good grasp of the content of primary, junior and senior high school, and also had his own way of lecturing, so he did not intend to spend too much time on this matter. So powerful. Yi looked at Chen Siyu's eyes with a few points of worship. Chen Siyu naturally lowered his head intending to gently peck on her face, just a little bit short of the distance when the cell phone suddenly rang. Gee, that scared me. Chen Siyu took out his cell phone and was a little annoyed, but the second he saw the memo, he suddenly wimped out. What's the guy doing calling him at this hour? Aren't they all on vacation? He didn't want to be free labor. It's a blessing not a curse. It's a curse that can't be avoided. Chen Siyu cleared his throat and picked up the phone. Because his grades were not bad, so he had helped his guide deal with some things before, and the relationship was pretty good, so it's reasonable to say that she shouldn't be too fierce. After all, she was usually very affable. Only just picking up the phone, Chen Siyu felt that things seemed a bit serious. Yi didn't dare to speak from the side, but just looked at Chen Siyu's face getting worse and worse, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. It took a while before Chen Siyu finished typing. Siyu, what's wrong? Yi anxiously pulled Chen Siyu's hand. She was worried to death, just afraid that something would happen. One by one. I have to go to school. Can I drop you off at home first? Get you a cab and talk to me when you get home. I want to stay with you. Can you talk to me about what's going on? Chen Xiyu frowned. In fact, this matter can be big or small. That is, someone reported him to the college, saying that he used improper tuition to earn money from his classmates. Listening to the guide, it seems that there is also some added fuel, saying that what affects the image of the college and so on. Thinking back on it, he was usually pretty honest at school, so he shouldn't be a target for anyone. The few people he helped with the tuition, he had contacted, and there was nothing wrong with their character. They shouldn't be so bad as to go to the academy to make such a mess for the sake of that bit of tuition fee. So they should be the ones who had a problem with him, and intentionally try to mess with him. Siyu, can I accompany you? I'm not at ease. After listening to Chen Siyu's analysis, Yi became even more worried. Now even if she went home, at home she could only be anxious, so she preferred to accompany Chen Siyu, at least not let him face it alone. Yeah, well, you stay with me then. Chen Siyu is quite angry now, but still squeeze out a smile. Don't want to let one to worry too much. After all, if this matter can't be solved properly, then his scholarship for this year and next year are estimated to be gone. He really can't eat this loss. Asterisk. The group is full. Look in this one, 567, 442, 612. Chen Siyu will buy things in the store. So many clothes, carry to find the guide is not good. Was seen. And then someone has to say what waste. Although he does not understand the mentality of those people. But more is not as good as less. It is better to pay attention to it. This mall is not far from the school. A taxi cannot take a few minutes to get there. Plus is a busy area? There are a lot of cabs outside. Get on and go. Just now the emotions are more excited. Now sitting in the car. The view is open. By the wind. Chen Siyu's mood is finally slowly calmed down. See one by one so nervous, but also reached out and pinched her face. Good girl. It's okay. Just going to explain. No big deal. Really, trust me. Your boyfriend is great and won't be bullied. In fact, Chen Siyu heart also has no bottom. This thing would have been quite normal. There is no free lunch under the sky. He paid for labor. Get paid. Very reasonable. Not to mention that this is not his initiative to go to raise, but Lu Bin. They spontaneously organized. No matter from where to look at. He has no problem. But, once it comes to the reputation of the college or something, the college side takes it very seriously. And, who knows if that lunatic will make a scene at the school. The penalties and whatnot will surely be doubled when it gets to the school. Now want to report something is not too simple. The principal mailbox, the principal's office phone number, etc. A check will know. After all, the school's official website all write it. It is a pity that every year to the principal mailbox stuffed with letters of advice froze no one cared about. And now this kind of shit but very important. Well, maybe things aren't so bad after all. Let's go check it out. Yi was worried in her heart, but still didn't show it. Anyway, things had already happened. She could accompany Chen Siyu to face it together and solve it together. Too many bad emotions didn't help. Instead, it would make Chen Siyu even more unhappy. There was a slight traffic jam on the road, so it took a few minutes longer than predicted. Chen Siyu paid the money and said thank you to the driver. Now there are several colleges that have finished their final exams, so there are quite a lot of students leaving the school. Chen Siyu held Yi in, escorted her next to him, and walked straight to the college. After arriving at the office door, Chen Siyu did not intend to take Yi inside, so he asked her to wait outside the door for a while. Mr. Lee. Chen Siyu went in and shouted. No one else was even in the office right now. Only the counselor. Coming. Sit down first. Chen Siyu moved a chair from the side and sat down. Anyway, there is no one else now. There is nothing to be formal. Besides, the guide in his relationship is okay. It should not be difficult for him. Tell me about the situation first. Is it really like what others have reported? You're charging money for tuition? Chen Siyu nodded and did not deny it. Yes, guide. I did charge. Less than 50 an hour. At that price. I'm not forcing anyone to join. On the contrary, I have other part-time jobs to do. And I'm doing this because a couple of my friends who I'm still close with want me to help out. So that's what I'm doing. I know. This is actually quite normal. And no one would care about this. But you were unlucky enough to be reported. And when the academy side received the notification, it was naturally impossible for them to not care about it. That's why they asked me to hurry up and verify it. The counselor was also upset that she didn't even need to work overtime. And now that she's been screwed over so much, her co-workers have all gone home. And she's the only one who's still here working overtime to deal with all this crap. So, Sensei, how does the academy plan to handle this matter? Chen Siyu actually wanted to ask more. Who made these things? He probably had a few candidates in his mind. Either it is the college's 10,000 years old too old 3, because the results have come out. Their rankings still have not changed in any way. Plus the day of the examination he slightly stimulated, and broke the defense of the people. They also knew about his tutoring, and it would have been possible for this to have been because of his grades and a moment of thoughtlessness to have reported him. In addition to those two goods, there is only left to look at his bad classmates to mess with him. He asked himself usually in life is quite peaceful, will not take the initiative to get into trouble, much less to participate in what gossip discussion. So on the surface most of the classmates have no malice towards him. In addition to Li Pang, the man had always been hostile to him and spoke in a nonchalant manner, and Lu Bin had mentioned it once before, saying that Li Pang also wanted to join, but he had refused. The leaders above felt the impact was bad and didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but now that it's been reported, there has to be an explanation for it. It's true that it's a good thing that you're helping your classmates, but no matter what, taking money is a fact that can easily be taken to task, so the college would like you to write a review and post it on the bulletin board outside when the time comes. Chen Siyu's academic performance is so good, the college does not want to punish, but the whistleblower is more radical. In case it becomes a big deal, and it really goes to the college side, this will not end so well. I know you're aggravated by this too, but there's no way around it. You're probably going to suffer in your scholarship if you don't, the counselor said with a sigh. In fact, she didn't want to engage in this, but it was all about hitting the workers, and she communicated with the leaders, and this was already the best solution she could fight for to Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu was her student, she naturally had to protect him. Chen Siyu wanted to ask, in the end, who made this shit? Are going to vacation. How to still store up to find him unpleasant, but he knew that even if he asked, the guide would not say. He still maintains his opinion that there's nothing wrong with this, it's just his bad luck that he's been put on the spot like this. I know you're aggrieved, but the college side originally wanted you to return all the money. The leaders don't do things for you, everything is the college first. I've been talking for a long time to fight for this way of handling things. Chen Siyu is a little annoyed. He would like to insist on his own views, regardless of what the college said. He helped to make up some money to charge a little money. How? What's wrong with something that you and I would like to do? Something that benefits both sides? It's just that, if you don't do what you're told, there's quite a bit of money in scholarships. He's not alone now. He's got a 1-on-1, and all this money is enough for them to live on for quite a while. Forget it. Dignity is not as important as money. Just write it. Okay, is there a rule about how many words you have to write? The counselor handed him a piece of A4 paper. Write with this, almost on this side, and be sincere in your tone, or someone will say something again. The students are basically gone now, and not many people read that bulletin board, so don't feel too pressured. The counselor consoled Chen Siyu for a couple of sentences, but apparently nothing worked. Chen Siyu said he knew, but in fact, he was harboring a fire in his heart with no place to send it. Chen Siyu took the paper and pen, moved forward the stool, and began to write the review. Chen Siyu, the more he writes the more annoyed. Fiercely thought of one by one is still waiting for him outside the door. This day is so cold, she has to freeze outside, just focusing on the distraction. Have forgotten about this. Guide, I'm going out for a minute. Chen Siyu spoke to the counselor and got up to go out. One by one, when Chen Siyu went out, one by one squatted by the wall to look at the cell phone. His hand was still on the screen barring typing. Hearing him speak, this only stopped. Siyu, what are you doing out here? I just heard the teacher asked you to write a review, right? One by one, get up, because the squatting time is a little long, so the legs are numb. Some did not stand steadily. Fortunately Chen Siyu, quick eyes and hands, reach over to hold her. Numb leg? Chen Siyu held her steady, then squatted down to help press the legs one by one. Holy shit, dude, this is a school, not your big room. What are you doing here? Ji Xiao and Su Ro just came over to see such a scene, one by one leaning against the wall with a flushed face. Chen Siyu squatting, his hands wandering on one by one's legs, to be more ambiguous and more ambiguous. Gee, the world is going to hell in a handbasket. He wanted to experience it too. Zoe, look at them. Let's come too. Ji Xiao looked at Su Ro cheaply, and when Su Ro passed with a cold eye, he immediately became honest. Chen Siyu stood up and before he could speak, the counselor came out of the office. What king room? Siyu Chen, Quixote. Chen Siyu glared at Ji Xiao. This person is full of yellow waste, talking without thinking, simply strange, and a conspicuous bag of shocking words. Nothing, teacher, you probably misheard me. Alright, come on in, all of you. It's cold out there. The counselor went in after saying that, and Chen Siyu was still out of the situation. So, what are you guys doing here? Were you reported? Ji Xiao scared twice. His tone was beaten. Who dares to report me? It's not like he's tired of living. He is rich and powerful. His family has not been a lot of money for the school. This is not the old campus side of the track and field renovation, or his family money it. Do not say around the classmates, even if the principal to go to dinner at home. Speak also polite will not pose the elders of that spectrum. Also, so why did you come here to make a scene? Chen Siyu had a look of contempt. Yi tugged on Chen Siyu's sleeve, his voice small and whispered, just talking to Zhuozhua. I was the one who told them. Originally, one by one can be worried outside. Just Su Ro sent her a message, asking her where to play. In learning that she is in the college, Su Ro will ask the matter clearly. One by one now kinda like Su Ro, so there is no concealment. After all, they had been in contact for so long, and she could see that Su Ro was just not very good in some places in the past, and now after she changed, she was really a very, very good person. She then told Su Ro all the things that Chen Siyu said, and Su Ro told her to wait a little bit, and no, it wasn't long before she dragged Jishao here to support the scene. Okay, something happened, do not know to look for me. Still waiting for your girlfriend to tell Zoe. Hole so troublesome it. Come on, let's go in first and talk about it. It's cold as hell to be in this windy place. Young Master Ji rolled his eyes and disliked Chen Siyu from the bottom of his heart. After going in, the counselor had already set up a stool, and when he saw Jishao come in, he was immediately very warm. Jishao, come sit here. Did you come over for something? Jishao and Chen Siyu weren't actually in the same class, nor did they belong to her, but she naturally understood celebrities like Jishao. Chen Siyu silently lifted a stool and let Yi sit next to him, intending to continue writing the review. No, isn't Jishao here to back him up? What else is he writing a review for? His thing? This thing I have figured out, Li Pang reported. I also found someone to talk to him. He is purely because he flunked out. Don't want to make someone else feel better. So the whole thing, later he will come to you. Review, let him write it. Jishao work efficiency. Chen Siyu once again marveled at the power of capital. From the time he knew about this matter to now, but an hour it, just one by one outside. Then again, the time is not more than half an hour. Jishao, this is to check out? Is this what it feels like to get a leg up? Suddenly a little bit of happiness is so much more. But, on the college side, I guess there's still a bit to be said. The counselor didn't expect Jishao to be so strong, and in a few words, she clarified the matter, and the solution was given out. But she was just a battering ram. It was still up to the top. She didn't have that much power. It's fine. I'll just say hello, and remember to give that what's his name Peng some shoes to wear when he comes later. Jishao said it very bluntly. Su Ro even reached out and twisted him when she heard it. Watch what you say. This is school. Got it, got it, got it. Although Jishao was a bit perfunctory, his attitude softened. Then, teacher, it's up to you to see to it, so I'll trouble you to be more attentive. No problem. That, Chen Siyu, you don't need to write your review. I'll communicate about this. The counselor then remembered Chen Siyu, and since Jishao had stepped in, there must be nothing wrong. Chen Siyu nodded. This feeling of having a backstage was fantastic. The fire in his heart just now instantly disappeared. That only wrote a small paragraph of the review was Chen Siyu folded twice and then thrown into the trash can. The back of the guy did not say anything else, only said a few words of courtesy, then let them go first. Look, but if you had told brother earlier, things would have been resolved a long time ago, and it wouldn't have dragged on until now. Chen Siyu hooked up the corners of his mouth. Rarely did he retort, indeed, if I had known this, it would have been better to look for you directly. We're all brothers, don't be too polite, but that what's his name Pang, he's just purely messing things up. I'll find someone to teach him a lesson. That's where people like that are at. They don't want to make things easy for others when they're not comfortable with their own lives. That's fine. Then you make it clean. What? Jishao was a little surprised. Usually look at Chen Siyu Simon Wen is quite a gentleman. How now become like this? He had just thought that Chen Siyu would try his best to stop him and let him have mercy. But he didn't expect him to say this. I say, he's not making things worse. You're good. You help me clean him up, just so I can relieve my anger. Chen Siyu does not want to let go of this Li Pang so easily. He simply has a problem. Before he brushed his presence in front of him, shady, and now he has failed his own exam, but also to screw him. Okay, got it. I'll take care of this. Chen Siyu and Jishao, two people chatting hot. Su Ro and Yi in the back of the silent follow. Always feel that the atmosphere of these two people a little wrong. By the way, that thing you asked me to ask about, I've already inquired about it and can get it. Jishao had just spoken like a cannonball, but now he deliberately lowered his voice because he had thought a lot since he got home, and although he still hadn't gotten an answer, he knew that he couldn't ask Chen Siyu about it, and the fewer people knew about it, the better. Ha? Really? Chen Siyu excitedly pulled Jishao by the hand. his pitch rising 2 degrees. In fact, just out, Chen Siyu would like to ask about this matter, but to first say thank you or something, to be reported to finish the matter, so that you can pretend to ask a mouth without thinking. Now it's good. He hasn't even started acting yet. Ji Xiao said it first, and it's still good news. He can't hide his inner excitement now. He can't wait to sip 2 mouthfuls into Ji Xiao's face. Really, just need some materials. It's a little bit of a hassle. Have to find an organization to prove it, like a welfare institution or something to make a certificate. Write an application and it's done. But don't you worry, leave it to me, I'll get it and make sure it's done for you. Since Ji Xiao promised Chen Siyu, he put the matter at ease, and just went home yesterday and asked about it. Only the uncle's side was busy, so the reply was slow. He is also looking for channels. Listening to his uncle said, the city's welfare institutions are unlikely to be this situation, because all kinds of information about the people have been filed. If you want to open the certificate, you should go to the backward remote areas to get it. That would be appropriate. He hadn't been to any backwater places since he was old enough to know, so he didn't know where to start for a moment. The orphanage I was in when I was a kid was not big and the facilities were not perfect, and there have been cases like this before, where some kids were nearly adults before they went to get their ID cards. Only that was also years ago, but I guess it's gotten better now, so I don't know if it's going to work or not. When I went there last year, the facilities and stuff had been updated, but since our side is a mountainous area, the mentality and education are all rather backward, so there are still a lot of kids in the institution. I'll ask her to get it and see, and I'll let you know if I hear anything. These things were something that Chen Siyu had considered before, which was why he was able to pick it up so quickly now that Ji Xiao had mentioned it. That can be you see what my uncle said. Need this certificate with the official seal of the orphanage. The dean also need to simply write an application. As long as these 2 materials are complete, immediately can help you do. Ji Xiao took out his cell phone and flipped out the chat logs to show Chen Siyu. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Chen Siyu had an idea in his heart. Later when he went home, he could contact the dean to see. The last few years, although he went home very few times, but every time he went back there were things to send to the orphanage, but also has been in contact with the dean. Dean had always treated him well, or rather, she was pretty good to all the kids in there, so it was no problem at all to ask her to help with a paper or something. If you're in a hurry, get your materials together and just leave the rest to me. But really, can't you reveal what your family's girlfriend, in the end, is in origin? Ji Xiao really cannot help it. Long so big, never so curious about anything, he brainstormed for hours, and even listed a mind map out. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this thing is fishy, but there is just no clue. To be honest, he didn't even study this seriously, but if he studied this hard, he wouldn't even need Chen Siyu to help him with his tuition. He was also perfectly capable of having someone check it out, but couldn't because Chen Siyu was barely considered his brother. It's better not to do things like reveal the bottom. No, don't ask. Asking is death. Chen Siyu let go of Ji Xiao's sleeve and stood to the side, pulling away, speaking indifferently, without even much emotional ups and downs. Ji Xiao saw him break his defense and stopped teasing him. If you don't ask, then don't ask. I'm not that curious. Said also turned his head to look at one by one. This looks, this temperament, completely unlike what a small beggar how even a proof of identity are not. Say not curious is false. Now Ji Xiao curiosity, if not a little bit of reason in, he directly rushed up to ask a one. No, you really didn't break the law, did you? Brother treats you as a brother. Don't play mind games with me. I'm young. I still have to marry Su Ro. I don't want to go inside and stay there, even if you accompany me. After brainstorming and eliminating those metaphysical and unscientific possibilities, there was only one left, and that was that Chen Siyu was some kind of criminal. You left your brain at home on your way out? Or did you accidentally get caught in the bathroom door while showering? Or maybe you shucked your brains along with the fondue? Chen Siyu looked at Ji Xiao like a retard, his eyes full of dislike. Joking. He a good young man, since childhood to do so many good things. Riding the bus will give pregnant women to give up their seats. Will also help Granny cross the road. See the roadside sanitation workers will hand water. How can he do illegal things? His little bit of bad intentions were all spent on sleeping with one by one, and he didn't even have any left over. So how could he possibly do those illegal things? Perhaps it was because Chen Siyu usually knew how to be polite, so now that he suddenly turned into Chen Xiaodao to dislike him, it made Ji Xiao feel very uncomfortable. Have you been taken over? You still dislike people? Chen Siyu turned his head to look at him with a kind face. I can also hit people. Do you want to try? That's not necessary. Ji Xiao waved his hand to refuse. Since things have been made clear, there is no need to walk side by side with him, So Chen Xiu very decisively turned around and went to hold Yi's hand. Yi looked at him coming over, and naturally let go of Su Rou, and reached forward to hug Chen Xiu. Brother Xiu. Solo? Just let go? Sure enough, she was only second. Is it cold? Chen Xiu helped her straighten out her hat, then held her hand in her pocket. It's not cold. Your hands are warm. Warmer than Zoe's. Su Rou heard it from the side. She simply couldn't bear it. One by one. You're like a wallflower. You just said I'm good. Now you're so close to him. Yi was full of innocence. Her long and arched eyelashes blinked. Her voice soft and sticky. You were already good but Xiu is the best in the world. You can't compare. Su Rou originally thought that one by one was going to comfort her or something. Had been ready for it, but did not expect her to pop out such a sentence. Simply do not be too explosive. Well, you're a good talker. The love brain is hopeless. Chen Xiu smiled. Originally he is the most important. This point of self-confidence he still has. And this is his cat. Is his family girlfriend? Do not like him like Hua. It's my treat today. Thanks to the two of you for coming to the rescue. Otherwise this review of mine would definitely be a must. Chen Xiu is still very conscious. Today this matter. If it is not Ji Xiao to help, he is bound to suffer from this aggravation. Out for so long, although not willing to admit, but a lot of things, are not efforts to be able to change. Hard work is far less important than origin. Now that the matter has been satisfactorily resolved, he doesn't need to suffer from that anger. It's all due to Ji Xiao, so it's still necessary to show performance. Okay, Zoe, let's eat more today and just bankrupt him. Ji Xiao put his arm around Su Rou's shoulders and started to come up with bad ideas. It's okay, eat whatever you want. It's on me. Chen Xiu is very bold. Not only this thing today, there is a one by one. If it is done, then he will really remember this forever. No matter if Ji Xiao has nothing to use to him in the future, as long as he can help, will certainly not refuse. He didn't have any particularly close friends before, but now he does. Although the words are so, but in the end, Ji Xiao still chose a moderate hotpot restaurant. The consumption is not bad. Chen Xiu is completely acceptable. Just eat hotpot not long. Li Peng's side of the news. Write a review became him. And not only write a review. There are people reported that he cheated on the exam before, and now directly by the college stayed in the disciplinary action. Before cheating subjects also have to repeat the study. Combined with the 2 subjects he failed this year, he'll have to keep going to class when the second semester of his senior year rolls around and everyone is looking for jobs and writing papers. Of course, this is all Ji Xiao engaged in. Who does not have a little secret it? Especially like Li Peng, this kind of person. What a pinch him, simply do not be too easy. A little inquiring about it can pinch his wrong. What? Gone soft? Ji Xiao saw that Chen Xiu didn't say anything, so he asked. Chen Xiu put the hot tripe in Yi's bowl. What's a soft heart? Do you see a light around me? What am I going to heartache him? And if he didn't mess things up first, he wouldn't be so miserable. He would have retaken 2 subjects, but now he directly doubled it, and he still has to stay a disciplinary action. That was a good job. Thanks, helped me out. I had thought you were trying to find someone to beat him up. I didn't realize you had this kind of tactic. Chen Xiu thinks he is still kind, but this is also divided into people. For Li Peng kind of people, if he will feel soft, that is a brain problem. You know, if it wasn't for Ji Xiao coming to help him today, he would be the one writing the review. That's good. If you're soft then I'll be really sad. It's against the law to hit someone. My dad has taught me since I was a kid that you should never do anything that is against the law and discipline. I still know this point. Ji Xiao smiled with satisfaction, although he was usually out of tune. But having grown up in a family like that, how could he really have no heart? He usually just didn't bother with those people. But if it came to a matter of principle, he would never give in. So what are you sad about? Chen Xiu gave a piece of shrimp slider to one by one, and although he was chatting with Ji Xiao, he didn't forget to get her food at all. It's not easy to find a homoerotic one. In case you're a saintly mother, I'm not going to cry my eyes out. That's not possible. I'm more of a vindictive person. Chen Xiu know what he is, a temperament. Other people on his good he will always remember. Many times see others have difficulties. He is also willing to go up to help a hand. Of course, must be within the scope of their own ability. He will not be strong. On the contrary, if someone else tries to screw him, then he's bound to be vindictive and forgive little. Chen Xiu was in an extremely good mood right now, because the things he was worried about were settled. So when Ji Xiao proposed to drink, Chen Xiu didn't refuse and drank a little shallowly. He usually didn't drink much, but today it was purely because he was happy, and he was chatting with Ji Xiao, so that's why he took a small drink. One by one, and Su Rou did not drink at all. The two of them focused on chatting, and I do not know where they have so much to talk about. Until the end, Su-ro are still fond of pulling one by one. One by one. Why don't we sleep together tonight? Find a hotel and we'll talk. As soon as Su-ro's words were finished, the other three were shocked except for her. Huh? It's no good. Siyu said I can only sleep in the same bed as him. Chen Siyu, you're sick. This is my girlfriend. Ji Xiao, I have time. Let's sleep together. I'll talk with you. Ji Xiao was actually a bit drunk, but as soon as he said this, he was immediately not sleepy. Why are you guys reacting so much? I'm just making a small suggestion. Chen Siyu fished one by one into his arms and hugged them. It's good to mention it. Don't mention it next time. Because of a little bit of wine, Chen Siyu's face has a little bit of red. When going back one by one, let him rest on her shoulder. Chen Siyu did not refuse, so he stuck to her. One by one. I'm really happy today. Although he was a little bit annoyed during the day because of Li Pang, when Ji Xiao told him that this matter could be solved, he felt that even if he was asked to write dozens of reviews, he would be willing to do so. I know. I feel happy that you're happy. Chen Siyu took Yi's small hand in his hand and went to pinch her fingertips. When this is settled, I'll take you to see the place where I lived as a child. Okay? Do you want to go? Go on. I'll go anywhere as long as I have you. One by one. They didn't even have to think about it. They just gave the answer. Conditions aren't particularly good over there, for one thing, but the temperatures are a lot warmer than here. And even in the winter, you can always see the blue skies you like. In the past, Chen Siyu always thought that he had to work a little harder and improve his grades a little more so that he could get out of there. So he studied hard and got into a junior high school in the county and then went to a farther, better place for high school. He had the hardest time living in high school, and at that time he was thinking that it would be nice to go to college so he could get away from this place altogether. And if he could, he would love to never come back. Then he went to college and thought, just wait until you graduate. Get a secure job when you graduate. Surely that life would be perfect. He used to hold on to this thought, as if he was always soaking in the water, wanting to go ashore at every stage. But when is it really ashore? Do you successfully complete middle school and high school, or wait until you graduate from college? In fact, people are not satisfied. According to the thinking of most people nowadays, when you finish this stage, there will be people pushing you to move forward. After you finish school, you will be pushed to find a job. And when you find a job, you will be pushed to get married. And when you get married, you will have a family to support. Just thinking about it is suffocating. Chen Siyu used to go by the book, according to the trajectory of most people themselves, until one by one appeared. He suddenly realized that, in fact, life is not necessary to drown in the water. Every day can actually live a very happy life. The person who could resonate with the same frequency and fill his heart and eyes with him. Chen Siyu was pretty sure that there was only one and one. After returning home, Chen Siyu's cheeks were a little red. He didn't feel it when that wine was drunk, but now after such a short while, it suddenly started to go to his head. One by one, Chen Siyu sat on the sofa. As soon as she stood in front of him, he reached out his hand to hold her thin waist and buried his head at the small of her back. Brother Siyu, knowing that he was not feeling well, Yi reached out to pinch his face, wanting to go and pour him some hot water, but Chen Siyu didn't even give her that chance, sticking to her ever since he got out of the car. Usually she was the one who pestered Chen Siyu like a little pendant. Now suddenly the roles were swapped. One by one there was a different feeling in her heart, but it was really like, this feeling was really good. Say you like me. Chen Siyu mute voice, hands will be one's waist hoop more tightly. Before see some people say some line flirting will be more feeling. Before do not know, now completely understand. Like Siyu. Super favorite Siyu. Favorite Siyu in the whole world. The girl's voice was sweet and soft. Chen Siyu's heart moved, directly pulling the person onto his lap and hugging her, and his hand also naturally probed in from underneath the hem of Yi's clothes, a little bit upward to touch. It's cold. Yi didn't hold back her cry, because Chen Siyu's hand was too icy, and she was caught off guard by being touched like that, so she subconsciously screamed out. In normal times, Chen Siyu would definitely reach out, cover his hand with heat, and then touch her, but now that he was not in his right mind, coupled with the spermatozoa, he simply could not hold back a bit right now, so he simply pretended he didn't hear it, his left hand still overlaying it and kneading it. Yi felt small pellets rising on her body. She wanted to back away, but Chen Siyu didn't give her a chance at all. His right hand wrapped her tightly around him, unable to move. Siyu, are you drunk? Chen Siyu nodded his head, not bringing any denial at all. Well, a little. So, if I do something, it's because I'm not in my right mind to lose my temper. Okay? Chen Siyu's eyes were just too aggressive, and in a flash, he reacted to what the matter he was referring to was. It was obvious that he usually didn't even taper off on this matter, and now that he said that, it made her even more flustered. And, didn't this just happen? How come it's coming back now? She wasn't athletic in the first place, and even though it was comfortable, it was really tiring, and she couldn't top it at all with this frequency. I can go down first? Could feel the changes in Chen Siyu's body. It was hard to top her, and with this look in Chen Siyu's eyes, she was on the verge of crying out. No, Chen Siyu not only didn't let the person go down, but even increased the force on his hand. Before he was heartbroken one by one. Now that he drank some wine, the inferior attributes in his bones were directly stimulated. He just wanted to see her cry. Thinking this way, Chen Siyu pushed harder. One by one, his brows furrowed, and in the next second, tears fell straight down. With this cry, Chen Siyu became even more agitated, and after feeling it one by one, he cried even more fiercely. This is so bullying. Chen Siyu borrowed the strength of alcohol and put the girl on the sofa. Tonight he did not intend to go back to his room, so he wanted to be here directly. The couch is so small that two people can only be close together, unlike a bed, which is so traditional that it would be more exciting to be entwined on a couch out of privacy. No, I don't want to be here. Chen Siyu directly ignored Yi's request and lowered his head for a deep kiss, not giving her a chance to continue talking. Her hands weren't idle, and she was naked in 3 strokes. Detailed version to be posted tomorrow. Look in the second skirt. 567, 442, 612. Chen Siyu didn't actually feel drunk, especially in the back. He was sober straight away, and being so cool that his scalp was numb wasn't something to talk about. But one by one it was different, because he was so rough today. The little girl went to the back and cried for half a day. Her voice was muffled. Not only that, the body is also all his pinch out, not out of the traces. After the fact Chen Siyu look at all feel weak. One by one. I was wrong. I'll be more restrained next time. After helping one by one bath, Chen Siyu was too lazy to bother with the sofa, intending to wake up tomorrow and wash it again. The priority now is to hurry up and admit his mistake. After all, one by one has just ignored him directly from just after the bath. Humph, don't want to talk to you. Yi's voice was all muffled. Her speech was a bit muffled, and she was lying on her side, purposely not facing Chen Siyu's side. The more she thought in her heart, the more angry she became. She must be a little tougher this time. She can't be too gentle like before, or else Chen Siyu will only intensify his bullying of her in the future. Before she was just too easy to compromise. That's why Chen Siyu was not afraid at all. This time she must stand up. She can't continue to be obsequious. Otherwise, next time, maybe Chen Siyu will have to play some new tricks. Yeah, that's it. I was wrong. It's my fault. 1-1. Chen Siyu moved towards the girl's side, and before his hand could even reach over, Yi moved towards the bed once again, not giving him a chance to get closer. For some reason, Chen Siyu looked at her tiny little ball and only felt cute in his heart. How come you're so cute when you're angry? One by one. I really know I'm wrong. Forgive me this time, okay? Chen Siyu forcibly reached out to pickpocket her, wanting her to face their own good talk. But the little girl temperament is quite stubborn. Pulled a good while Froze did not pull. Anything you want to eat? I'll make it all for you tomorrow, okay? Didn't you say you wanted cupcakes? I'll buy them for you tomorrow. Are you running out of snacks too? How about we take you to the supermarket tomorrow to stock up on all your favorites? Chen Siyu kept tempting with food, and one by one that small group of back finally loosened up, and slowly took the initiative to turn around on his own. Really? I want chips and lots of chocolate. Chen Siyu nodded. He knew that. One by one this nature. As long as say something to eat, a coaxing a yes. Really? You can take whatever you want. I have no objection. He couldn't eat too much after taking it home anyway. He would strictly control the amount. So he was telling the truth. Whatever she wanted to eat, just buy it straight back. Chen Siyu, this is a typical slap and give a sweet date. But Yi is very much eating this, because her little brain is really not very smart. Yeah. Siyu, you're so nice. You see, it's hooked. One by one. Or feel it. Chen Siyu hugged Yi as he wished, and this time, although the coaxing took longer, it was still acceptable. One by one. Do you like it on the couch? Yi had only just slowed down when Chen Siyu turned the topic back again, and for a moment, she forgot that she was still angry over this just now, and her face swished red as her mind remembered the image she had just seen. I don't like it. Yi lowered her head. Her voice was so small that Chen Siyu could barely hear it, but looking at her like this, Chen Siyu still had something in her heart. Liked it for sure. He just hit her a little hard today and I guess it hurt her a few times. Chen Siyu reached out to touch the red marks on the girl's body. Do they still hurt now? It doesn't hurt. It's just scary. It doesn't really hurt. Yi knew that Chen Siyu would be heartbroken, so she hurriedly shook her head and said that it didn't hurt. Chen Siyu was immediately weak. He is really not a human being. Just now also bad taste, wanna make her pain, want to make her cry. Now the little girl is understanding like this. In contrast, he is a beast. It's almost to the point where you can't sleep in the middle of the night and you have to get up and slap yourself twice. My bad. Next time, I'll be lighter next time. Chen Siyu originally wanted to say that he wouldn't even do this in the future, but he knew his perverted attributes, and if he committed himself easily like this, he would definitely not be able to help it in the future, so he could only change his words urgently. And fortunately EE wasn't very smart and didn't think it was strange. Yeah, well, it would be nice if you didn't do that next time. EE took the initiative to rub into Chen Siyu's arms, putting all the things that had just happened to the back of his mind. Okay, got it. Siyu, you're so warm. I like to sleep with you in my arms. It's so cozy. Chen Siyu was tall and broad-shouldered, so EE enjoyed hugging him and felt very secure. I like to stick it to one and one too. The little girl's body is fragrant and soft, hugging not to mention how comfortable. Chen Siyu directly do not want to let go. Before the class gets up every day and feel reluctant to give up. Now it is good. There is a lot of time. He can enjoy it. Chen Siyu had a very good dream that night, in which everything went as he expected. He graduated successfully according to his plan, found a school job that he was happy with an acceptable salary, and most importantly, he had Won with him. They had their own little nest, and he was able to cuddle and relax with Won every day after he came home from work. He had plenty of time during winter and summer vacations to take one by one on trips to the mountains. Wake up when Chen Siyu are smiling. The mood of the thief pull good. If the dream can continue to do words, he must continue to sleep. However, all of this is achievable. He believes that real life is far happier than dreams. He would not only take her on trips to the mountains, but he would also marry her and have a family of his own, with a daughter as lovely as she was, and it would be nice to have a boy as smart as he was. He could be responsible for teaching them to learn, one by one. It seems that there is nothing that can be taught. You can't teach them to eat. After all, one by one, what they are best at, should be eating. Never mind, the face is there, and contributing to that is great. He'll just take care of all the rest. He's got it in him anyway. Thinking so, Chen Siyu became even happier and lowered his head to kiss Won's forehead. She had always been a bedwetter, especially since she was so tired last night, and she slept a little longer, so he wasn't going to wake her up, but got up gently, intending to cook 2 bowls of noodles. It seemed that I had cooked pasta for her just twice in the past 2 months, and since I was so busy, I had cooked very little, and the 2 times I had done it before, I had received rave reviews from Won, and knowing that she loved it, it was just the right time to show it. Things were busy, there was plenty of time, and as long as she liked it, then he could make it for her every day in a different way, with 2 eggs kind of thing. Chen Siyu controlled the time and was frying eggs while boiling water, and in less than half an hour, the 2 bowls of noodles were ready. Bringing the noodles to the dining table and put it away, Chen Siyu washed his hands and went to the room. Won was still sleeping very well. He sat over and pinched her face. Won, get up. I'm still sleepy. He didn't even want to open her eyes. Her speaking voice was even softer than usual. Chen Siyu couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth turn upwards. I cooked noodles, and if you don't want to eat them, then I'll have to eat 2 bowls by myself. And I fried the eggs, to your liking, to a crisp, Chen Siyu said and let go of her, pretending to get up, and in the next second, he really pulled him back. No, I want to eat. I want a bowl. You're not allowed to eat it all. He opened her eyes in a daze. She was still sleepy, but the noodles made by Chen Siyu were delicious. She really craved for them. You can sleep later, but the pasta must be eaten while it's hot. Siyu, cuddle. The girl was not wearing an inch on her body right now, so she reached out so much that the quilt fell off of her, and Chen Siyu looked straight at it, and even couldn't help but gulp, not avoiding it in the slightest. Just kidding. This is his girlfriend and later his wife. It's normal for him to be a little bit lewd, and the traces left from last night are still there. This look, Chen Siyu felt that he can again. If not, the timing is not too appropriate. He now directly throw his pants. Okay, cuddle. Chen Siyu sat back down again, but instead of hugging her, he lowered his head and nibbled, his hands lingering on top of the girl's delicate skin for a long time. Siyu, don't mess with me. I want to eat noodles. He was now not sleepy at all, and her hands were blocking her chest, which was also directly removed by Chen Siyu. Things were going more and more wrong. She wasn't even in the mood right now. Her body was still sore, and on top of that, she could smell the noodles. She really wanted to go out to eat. Okay, touch it again. Chen Siyu's hands sauced and took advantage for a long time, and he didn't know how many times he had touched it. I'll get my clothes. He didn't like to sleep with clothes on, and last night was even more so. After taking a bath, Chen Siyu directly carried her back to bed to fall asleep, helping Yi put on her pajamas before Chen Siyu took her out to wash up. Although he had just washed up, he still accompanied her. The electric toothbrush and cup the little girl used were his couple's model, neatly arranged on the sink, and just looking at them put him in a happy mood. One by one, I've contacted the dean and need to write a basic information about you which includes name and age. What do you want to be called? Name? I'll just be called One. Yi didn't quite understand. When she was a kitten before she was called Kahaku, but now her name wasn't Yi. Chen Siyu dotingly rubbed her head. Idiot, you need a surname. Think carefully, do you have a favorite? The name can also be changed. One by one as a nickname will do. Yi thought carefully, then I want to be like you. Also surnamed Chen. And for the name, I'd like Yi because that's what you gave me. As long as it's what you gave me, I'd like it. Chen Siyu didn't expect her to say that. A name might not have any concept to her. It was just a code name, just like Xiao Bai. One by one, you don't have to use the same last name as me. You can choose your own favorite. According to what she just said, that name is Chen Yi. It feels slightly perfunctory but I think it's nice to be like you. You're the only family I have, so I want to use the same last name as you, and one was given to me by you, and I just love it. Kanzuya's eyes were bright as if they had stars in them. Actually, no, her heart and eyes were full of Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu said not too clear what he felt. Anyway, sour and astringent, but also sweet, as if it was for so long. He was the first time so figuratively feel happiness. Why so stupid? Chen Siyu reached out to touch her cheeks. Yi's face was a bit fleshy and felt good to the touch. That's the name then. It's good to keep it simple. You don't have much of a heart anyway. It suits you. What do you mean I don't have a heart? I'm great. I've learned so much. Yi was unconvinced. Obviously she had learned a lot of tips on the internet, which included teasing Chen Siyu. Just that part she didn't have a chance to use. The reason was very simple. Because Chen Siyu was just too good at it. Every time she hadn't even started to make a move yet, Chen Siyu had already stripped her naked. Okay, my family Yi is the smartest. Okay? Chen Siyu doesn't argue with her about this. Anyway, it's his girlfriend. There's no problem with spoiling it. Pamper when you need to, and bully well when you need to. Good girl. Wipe your face or it'll get cold. As soon as the name thing had just come up, one by one had slowed down, and if he hadn't reminded her of it, she'd have been able to dilly-dally for most of the day. Yeah, I'm going to hurry up and get some noodles. One by one action is very fast. Immediately drew a washcloth 3 or 2 times to dry the water on the face, and then cannot wait to pull Chen Siyu out of the living room. Sit down immediately after mixing, and then began to show off. It smells so good. Chen Siyu only laughed when he saw her look of gluttony. He was used to it. One by one was usually rather stupid, treating food with no resistance at all, no matter what. In her heart, it was not as important as eating. That's not true. What about him? One by one. If you could only choose between me and Noodle, what would you choose? Chen Siyu didn't think that he would be so retarded one day and would ask such a retarded question, but he was just curious and really wanted to know how he would choose once he was done. Usually, when I watch some girls ask those, 2 people fall into the water at the same time, to ask the boyfriend to choose to save one of them. He just feel hard to comment. And now, really fragrant. That must be you. One by one, they answered very quickly, almost without hesitation. Chen Siyu heard the answer he wanted to hear. His face was happy. Answer so fast Yi took a big bite of the noodles with a satisfied face. Of course, that's right. If I choose you, you can still make me noodles to eat Stupid people will only hesitate. And you're not only good at making noodles, your stir-fry dishes are delicious. It feels like none of the cooks out there are as good as you. Chen Siyu just the corner of the mouth immediately came down. Together not because he is important because he cooks well, can make noodles for her to eat If it were normal, he would love to be praised one by one. But right now, he had a bad taste in his mouth. What about fondue and me? What do you choose? He can't cook fondue. Can he? He can always pick him now, right? Of course I chose you. It's not like I have to think about it. Why? Because you'll take me to hot pot. Kazuchi sucked in another mouthful of noodles and answered him without hesitation. See you Chen. There's a bit of speechlessness. Very breathless. Breathless to the core. He's just redundantly asking about this one. However, people get more and more frustrated. He was not convinced. He had to hear the answer he wanted to hear today. Otherwise it would be really hard. What about me and the roast? There's a catch. I don't know how to make it and I don't have the money to buy it for you. So it's one or the other. What do you choose? Choose you. I can earn money to buy for you. You do not love to eat meat. I earn a lot of money to support you. This time, one by one's answer finally satisfied Chen Siyu. It was very good. It was what he wanted. Eat it, or it'll get cold later. Chen Siyu nodded. In a good mood. His appetite was there. One by one. I'm good. I don't need you to buy me anything you want to eat. I'll take you there. Okay? Chen Siyu, this point of confidence is still there. He is a good young man. Brain good. Education also has. How it is not so much to let the girlfriend to raise not to mention the future work. Even now, he is not the same one to raise a very good. It is said that a lover is like a flower. One by one is a typical example. She was already good looking. Now she is even better looking. She is cheerful and lively every day. In short, she is very well raised by him. Then I have to cheer up too. I want to buy you lots and lots of stuff too. And I see people say, girls have to work hard too. You can't just rely on your boyfriend to support you. You can only support you when you have money. One by one is very ambitious. The most important thing is that she does not want to Chen Siyu so hard. Originally two people is to share each other. Happy words, after sharing is double happy. Bad emotions, say two people face together, will be able to quickly solve. From the time she became one, Chen Siyu bought her so many delicious food, bought her beautiful clothes, took her to play. She knew all these. Chen Siyu liked her, so he treated her well, and likewise, so did she, and she wanted to hold the best of the world in front of him. Chen Siyu froze, perhaps because what Yi said was too warm, from the time he got up in the morning to now, but just less than an hour, but his heart was a soft mess. One by one, after you get your identity right, when I graduate, we'll get married. Okay, marriage is, two people who love each other, form a family, the relationship is protected by law. After we are married, we are responsible for each other, and in the future, we all have to walk together. Chen Siyu knew that the proposal was very serious and required many preparations. It was just that he couldn't help himself right now, and he was desperate to get a reply one by one, so that he could feel at ease. Later on, he'd take the trouble to prepare a ceremony she'd love and ask her, properly, if she'd like it. I do. I always do. I want to stick with you every day too, and I want to have kittens with you. Chen Siyu was originally quite excited. This sentence of raw kittens dried him silent. Having kittens? They're not really kittens, are they? When Yi saw that Chen Siyu did not say anything, she thought that he was unwilling, so she huffed and crossed her arms and questioned him. You don't want to? Humph. How nice to have kittens. That's what I want. Have a baby. Have a baby. If you don't give birth, you don't love me. The more Yi said, the more agitated he got, feeling like he was going to make himself cry. Chen Siyu's brain was still running wild. He had done so many math problems, but this one, he really couldn't come up with an answer. On the contrary, one by one was still screaming madly next to him. Chen Siyu's brain was in a mess, but his movements were sharp. He moved the stool, and his hand naturally placed on one by one's leg and rubbed it. One by one. It's okay now if you want it that bad. Chen Siyu's gaze was really too aggressive, so much so that Yi almost subconsciously then leaned back. How could she possibly want to continue last night after he'd been drinking and hadn't hit her hard enough to make her feel sore right now? I don't want to. One by one. He spoke in a much lower voice, out of lack of stamina, and out of fear. Why are you so heavy-handed? Yi bit her lip, not understanding how Chen Siyu became like this. Obviously before were so peaceful, and still properly hugged her to sleep, and touched her with gentleness. And now, not only the words are getting bolder and bolder, even the actions are not as gentle as before. The worst part was, at this frequency, she really couldn't take it. Chen Siyu did not give her a chance to retreat, directly grabbed the stool and pulled it forward. The distance between the two was immediately close. Weren't you the one who just clamored for kittens? And, you obviously like me that way. Chen Siyu knew that Yi was just a little bit poorer in physique, so she was a little bit weak, but it didn't affect her comfort at all. Just the 2 times she shouted, it went straight to his bones, so uptight that he couldn't control it. Besides, you don't have to move. One by one, I'm the one who should be tired. Yi really did not expect Chen Siyu would be so shameless. Obviously she was more tired. Chen Siyu was refreshed every time he did it, while a little bit of strength is gone, or he carried her to the bath. Every day when she went to bed after doing so, her waist and legs were sore, although Chen Siyu would massage her, but it didn't change the fact that she was even more tired. Now it's good that Chen Siyu also saw black and white and said something about him being more tired. You bully, if I keep this up I'm going to go and live with Sozo. She invited me to play anyway. Ha! Chen Siyu laughed. What a joke. She doesn't even have an ID card now. She still wants to stay in a hotel? Okay, I was bad last night, but didn't I apologize to you? I said I'd get you anything you want to eat, and I was going to take you to get snacks later. Chen Siyu's tone of voice softened, because he did not want to argue with the child, not to mention that this matter was his fault, although he could not be blamed for all of it. After all, he did not know that this thing was so comfortable. Simply could not stop. 1-1. I'm actually doing this to you because I like you. Think about it, if I didn't like you, how would I want to do all these intimate things with you? Guys are only this horny when they like you a lot and like you a lot. Chen Siyu decided to brainwash one by one, directly solving the problem from the root. And in the future, no matter how excessive he was, he would let one by one accept it willingly. One by one. The brain cannot turn over for a time, Chen Siyu said, indeed a little reasonable, but always feel which is not right. Seeing one by one this face of confusion, Chen Siyu felt that this was very feasible, so he continued, Hello Kitty her. Think about it, do you like me so much that you want to be closer to me? Kazuchi nodded. Yeah, and would you want to be this close to another boy? Of course not. I only like you, yeah. I just want to be close to you. Chen Siyu nodded. This was the answer he wanted, so he proceeded to lull. So I'm the same. I like you so I'm intimate with you. Is that normal? Well, yeah. So come on. The more perverted I am with you. No, the more I like to be close to you. Does that mean I like you more? Chen Siyu felt that he was simply a genius. There was no problem at all with this logic. He was about to believe it himself. Yeah. Okay, the brainwashing worked. So it's okay now, right? Chen Siyu didn't wait for one by one to answer and directly picked the person up and walked towards the room. He was still thinking frantically. What Chen Siyu had just said did make sense, but she always felt that it wasn't right. But she couldn't figure out where it was wrong. What the hell went wrong? Yi was a bit chagrined. How come her brain was so bad? Because you didn't go to school? Chen Siyu just put on the clothes for her, and now she has to peel off, because he has helped her to take off many times, so he is already very skillful. One by one, he is still confused, and then he feels a coolness on his body. Hiss, it's cold. Chen Siyu smiled wistfully. Be good, it won't be cold later. You'll sweat. Direct pupil earthquake. Now finally reacted, although she liked and loved Chen Siyu, but she was really tired. See you, ni ini I. Master, I don't want it. Let's take a break and rest. Okay, my back hurts now. I don't even have the strength. I'm really tired. Yi pulled Chen Siyu's hand like usual and wiggled it around to be pampered, purposely softening his voice but not pinching it. Chen Siyu's eyes are getting deeper and deeper. This little girl simply don't be too stupid, who begs for mercy and still say these nice words. The more he listens to it, the more excited he gets. And now that she is naked, nothing is wearing, those two groups are just swaying with her body in small increments. Too harsh. Want to touch. Want to bite. As Chen Siyu thought so, he did the same. Not even giving one by one a chance to continue talking, he simply pounced on the man. One by one. You're not begging. You're seducing. Okay? Chen Siyu left a teeth mark at the girl's rounded shoulder and then continued down. Siyu. Wait. As soon as she thought about last night, she had a headache, but she knew that according to Chen Siyu's nature, she definitely couldn't stop now. Only, she wanted to fight a little more. What's wrong? Can I use my hands? I'm so tired. Chen Siyu narrowed his eyes at her, then slowly shook his head, rejecting it outright. No, who still uses their hands? Then hurry up, like the first time, okay? Chen Siyu's face was full of questions. It was fine if he didn't mention this, but as soon as he said this, he immediately became anxious. One by one. Who are you calling fast? I didn't mean that. He wanted to cry without tears, inwardly incomparably regretting how she could be so mouthy. Obviously Chen Siyu was most annoyed by this, and she was still frantically bouncing on it. After that time, as long as this was mentioned, Chen Siyu's face directly blackened. To say what could make his mood swing the most, it would inevitably be to say that he was fast. Just now she was fast-mouthed, did not think too much, directly said smoothly, and now look at Chen Siyu, look at her appearance. Completely as the big bad wolf, look at the white rabbit. Want to directly eat her dry erase. Even the bones of the crumbs are not left. The kind of, really, I think you're great. I didn't mean it like that. Ichichi urgently looked for a patch. There's no use talking about it now. One by one, Chen Siyu was now directly aroused by the desire to win. He had to prove that day was just an accident. Who is a good man for the first time so long-lasting? The first time the feeling is simply indescribable. He was very patient, but still did not top. 10 minutes later, Chen Siyu gasped for air, his scalp tingling with pleasure. Wanted to confirm it. The result failed. No way. Can only continue. Not enough time. The number of times to make up for it. Today does not properly clean up her. She may later take this thing all the time to say. After each time, one by one was bound to take a nap, and even though it was now noon, not long after she had just gotten up, it still didn't hurt. Chen Siyu was very gentle to help her cover the quilt. One by one there are still traces of last night's body. Just now he got some new ones. Fortunately it's not summer now. Otherwise one by one will definitely accuse him. After lowering his head and kissing one by one, Chen Siyu went out to the outside balcony and called the dean, checking the basic information with her. Chen Yi, I remember. What about the year of birth? Let's see. Let's say November 11th, 02. Now is 21 years. So counting 1-1 has turned 19 years old. And so on another year. He graduated from college. 1-1 just reached the legal age of marriage. Then a certificate just right. He had already planned in his heart. This matter is done. When he graduates, he will immediately in 1 by 1 married. And then live a happy life without shame. I'll get the materials done today and send them to you later. But the courier is slow on this side of the house. So I guess it'll take 4 or 5 days to get to you. The dean spoke slowly, and in Chen Siyu's impression, the dean was the kind of intellectual woman who spoke softly, had no temper, and was tolerant of every child. Although the years had changed a lot, such as her appearance, such as her figure, but her voice had not changed, just like when she was a child. Chen Siyu felt at ease every time he listened. It's okay, Dean. I'm in no hurry. A soft chuckle came from Dean on the other end of the line. You're obviously in a hurry. You were when you called me this morning. Chen Siyu scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He was indeed anxious, just not good to show too obvious. How have you been? Don't digress. Are you coming back this New Year's Eve? Bring that little girl back for me to meet. Speaking of this, Chen Siyu came on. In fact, he still wants to take 1 by 1 back. Just don't want to take her to see those so-called family members. As for the dean, it is definitely necessary to see. Let's do it in the new year. I'll bring her back to show you. The little girl is very good looking. Her nature is gentle and soft, just like you. You'll definitely like her. Okay, bring it back. I'll give you 2 red packets, and I'll give you the dumplings you like. Chen Siyu's heart was warmed. In the past, when he was still small, the dean would give them dumplings every New Year's festival. Yeah, I'll bring 1-1 then and we'll wrap it together. You've been obedient and understanding since you were a child, but it's because you're too understanding that you've suffered a lot of aggravation. Now that you're in love, I'm happy for you from the bottom of my heart. You're a good boy, and the girl you like must be very good too. It's just that when two people get along, they have to trust each other and understand each other, so that they can go a long way. You know? The position of the dean in Chen Siyu's heart was like that of a mother, so the fact that she said these words made him feel like he was briefly enjoying the care of a family member. When he didn't know about love, the dean told him, like an elder, how he should fall in love, just like when he was a child. When he cared about what other people thought and was worried that they didn't like him, the dean would teach him how he should conduct himself as a human being. I know, she's really nice, in every way, so nice that I'm pretty sure I want to go all the way with her in the future, and when that time comes, you'll have to be present. Okay, I'll be there. I'll go and get the materials for you first, and then I'll hurry up and send them to you, or if I'm any later I'll have to get them tomorrow, and I'm afraid you'll be in a hurry. Although Chen Siyu still had a lot to say, he shut up because he was really in a hurry. He didn't want to wait for one more day. The matter just hung in the air, and only when the dust settled would he be completely at ease. After hanging up the phone, Chen Siyu went to the room to look at Yi. The girl was sleeping very well, grasping the rabbit doll in her hand and not letting go. Yi sleeps like this. She has to hold something in her hand. If he's next to her, she'll stick to him like an octopus. If he's not there, then she'll hug a pillow, hug a doll. Anyway, no matter what, she has to have something in her hand in order to sleep peacefully. Chen Siyu gently left the room and then brought the door with him. He had just eaten the noodles and felt physically soothed, and subsequently sauced and stuffed with her, and was simply in a good mood. So right now, he didn't feel sleepy at all, and was full of energy. Looking at the living room, it occurred to me that the last major cleaning was 2 weeks ago, and it just so happens that I'm free now, so I can exercise. Before, when he was alone, he did all the housework by himself, and it wasn't really tiring, but then he had One, and even though his heart ached for the girl and he didn't want her to do it, One would always take the time to clean the house when he went to class. Not very skillful at first, and it's not an exaggeration to say I'm a house ant at the back. One by One was too tired these days, so it was better for him to do these things. She would just serve him and leave the rest to him. After Chen Siyu finished cleaning, Yi had not yet gotten up, and looked at the time. It was almost 3 o'clock. I didn't expect it to go by so fast, and I didn't expect One by One to be so sleepy. One by One, get up. Chen Siyu sat on the edge of the bed. went to pinch one by one round little face, soft and elastic, and those two small groups feel similar. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu directly probed in to touch her from the comforter, not restraining himself in the slightest. Well, why? Yi winced twice. Her soft and boneless little hands tried to peel Chen Xiu's hands away, but it was not useful because the strength was not enough. When Chen Xiu continued to pinch twice, he felt the girl's stiffness, unconsciously swallowed his saliva, and then reacted violently. No! How long has this been going on and why is it still full of discarded paint? It has to be poured. He's a good young man who should have a little more positivity in his head and not just think about this shit. Baby, it's time to get up. You've been sleeping for a long time or you won't be able to sleep again at night. Yi was a good sleeper, but no matter how good she was, she couldn't withstand her sleeping like this, and now if she didn't get her up, she'd definitely be fussing and wanting to stay up late to catch up on her drama when she went to bed tonight. I'm so tired. I don't want to get up. Yi tried to roll over and then go back to sleep for a while, but was pulled back by Chen Xiu. No! You've been asleep for a long time. You have to get up. Get up! Chen Xiu directly pulled Yi's arm and made her sit up from the bed. Originally, the quilt was warm, but when Chen Xiu pulled it like this, Yi was directly awake. It's cold. You just know how to bully me. Bullying me last night, bullying me just now, and now I have to come and bully me when I'm sleeping. It's outrageous. I'm not even going to talk to you today. One by one. The more he said, the more angry he got. He was really too miserable. The internet said more. This matter should be moderated. But look at Chen Xiu. He has no awareness at all. So heavy desire. Chen Xiu knew he was being unreasonable, so he hurriedly apologized. Good boy. It's my fault. Let's give you a couple days off. Okay? And I promise to settle down. These days of overindulgence, for the sake of long-term happiness, it is better to be measured. And besides, there will be a long time to come, and we will have to develop new scenes later. Bathrooms, dens, kitchens, entry counters, try all of these. And those clothes I bought earlier, one by one. I haven't quite worn them yet either. Just thinking about it makes me feel excited. I thought you said you'd let me rest. Why are you smiling so sickly? Yi didn't understand. Chen Xiu's mouth said that she should rest. But what was the matter with that slowly upwards corner of her mouth? That's really sick. Chen Xiu does not like the description of pervert. He is only slightly horny. He does not steal or gamble. Just a little bit of good color to his girlfriend. Is this a problem? That's totally fine. Say I'm perverted again and you're straight out of bed. One by one. Chen Xiu's eyes carried a warning. Yi immediately wimped out. I know. I won't even talk about you in the future. You're not perverted. You're the best. Knowing the time is a good thing. This truth one by one still understands. That's a good boy. Get up and I'll take you out to eat and then get you a snack. Promise things should be done. Chen Xiu will not hang one by one. As long as he can give, he will not go back on his word. Asterisk. January onwards, the temperature is getting lower and lower, and snow is more frequent. Chen Xiu just want to take one by one to swing at home. Even part-time job did not go to do. In fact, it's not swinging. It's just that Chen Xiu doesn't intend to go tutoring until one by one's identification is taken care of. Anyway, Xiao Mo's side doesn't need his help. It's now the time when the semester is almost over. He needs to review all the subjects, and he doesn't have any time to tutor at all. As for one by one, she has always wanted to go to the stall. Chen Xiu considered many factors, and finally decided to accompany her to the night market every afternoon. Of course, that will have to wait until after getting the proof. Almost after a week. Ji Xiao's side is finally good, said, and the bottom of the people greeted, directly with a one to go over to take a photo ID on the line. One by one. Go! Chen Xiu couldn't wait to pull Yi outward, hit a car at the door, and went straight to the Public Security Bureau. One by one. When this is over, I can take you to play. Chen Xiu's heart beat much faster in excitement. In the last few days, although he was calm on the surface, he was dreaming about this scene at night. Now that it was done, he naturally couldn't be still. Yeah, I want to go home with you. Chen Xiu rarely told her about the past, so although she was curious, she wouldn't ask too much, and when the time came to go, if someone bullied Chen Xiu, then she would back him up. No one can bully him anyway. If those were nice to Chen Xiu, then she liked them and would be nice to them. Their kitten bond is so pure, without a hint of heart. I see you're so young and you've committed a crime? Chen Xiu is in one by one affectionate eye to eye it. The front of the driver master suddenly came to such a sentence. The Chen Xiu confused. Ha? Master, what did you say? Chen Xiu looked incredulous, suspecting that he had misheard, so he asked again. I say, are you in trouble? To deal with something No matter what, you can't hold up the little girl In case you stay inside for a few years, can't you just let the little girl wait like this? Chen Xiu reacted. This driver master probably heard what he said, plus the place he went to was special, so he said so. Master, you've misunderstood. I'm just going to the Public Security Bureau to take care of a bit of personal business. I haven't committed a crime. Chen Xiu kind of wanted to laugh, but still held back. This master driver's brain circuit is just special. Think differently. Then you're kinda like that with the whole thing. But I don't see you looking like you're going to commit a crime with this look on your face. Chen Xiu did not know what to say for a moment, together with the good and the bad. Then he could only remain silent. After getting out of the car, Chen Xiu saw Ji Xiao at a glance, who drove a slutty car and dressed like a flower peacock. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going on a vacation with Sue? I'm just worried about you. Wouldn't things be easier with me around? Ji Xiao took off his sunglasses. Although he was in a bit of a hurry, he was afraid that something would go wrong on Chen Xiu's side, so he hurriedly followed him. But, what is it about you that's so strange? Ji Xiao looked straight at Yi. Yi felt his eyes with probing, so she hurriedly stepped back and hid behind Chen Xiu. What Chen Xiu had said, the matter that she used to be a kitten must never be known to others, and no matter how much she liked the other party, she could only reject it. Although Ji Xiao was good, but he asked so now, one by one, or choose to shut up. Never mind. Hurry up and get it done. I'll buy dinner when you're done. Chen Xiu held Yi with one hand and grabbed Ji Xiao with the other hand and went straight in. And just after they went in, someone came up and took them over. Ji Young Master found a seat. Chen Xiu followed in. Just a few minutes. The staff said it was okay. After 3 or 4 working days can come over to get. It's too metaphysical. Chen Xiu came out with his head in a daze. It's finally a done deal. Go in for a few minutes and come out a retard? Ji Xiao looked at Chen Xiu's dull gaze, like a fool, and didn't hold back from flirting with him. However, in the next second, Chen Xiu, a big fierce man, directly rushed towards him, and before he could even react, he was held solidly in Chen Xiu's arms. Chen Xiu was a bit taller than him, and Ji Xiao raised his eyes slightly to look at Chen Xiu, his heart beating much faster. No, that's weird. Ji Xiao reached out to push Chen Xiu's chest, but Chen Xiu hugged him too tightly and he couldn't push at all. Shit, why is this scene so familiar? It's like he hugged Su Ro before, hugging the old tightly without letting go of his hand. Chen Xiu, let go of Lousy first. Chen Xiu's hand loosened and looked down at Ji Xiao with a sincere face. Ji Xiao, thank you. I'll follow you from now on. If you have anything, just look for me. Ji Xiao rolled his eyes. Why did this bastard hug him in front of so many people in the police station, and make such an implied love, and also said something about following him? This is very strange. Dying. Ji Xiao? You? What are you? A strong male voice came from the side, and Ji Xiao immediately panicked, desperately pulling Chen Xiu's hand away. Uncle, didn't you say you were busy today? The matter of the identity certificate. Ji Xiao pleased this uncle to do. Today is so smooth, but also because he gave the following greetings. I thought I'd stop by when I was done with my work, and here you are. He's you? What are you two? Ji Mingze had a complicated look on his face, a kind of embarrassment of crashing through someone else's secret, but at the same time, he was a bit nosy. Ji Xiao looked at his uncle's eyes getting more and more out of place and started to panic. No, uncle, don't be ridiculous. It's not what you think. He's just my good brother. Really? Ji Mingze nodded and walked up to take a closer look at Chen Xiu, then looked at Ji Xiao, his eyes growing clearer. Ji Xiao usually what appearance he is still clear. From high school, the side of the girls have not been broken, but what is wrong is that the side of the girls have been changed. There is no take home. This thing how to think how strange. So many good-looking girls. Ji Xiao does not move. Before cannot figure out. Now see this scene. Ji Mingze epiphany. No wonder you're so attached. The lad is really good-looking. It's just that it's really hard to get on your parents' side. Ji Mingze side. This kind of thing he has seen a lot. This year, what things have. A few days ago, there is a long quite clean young man was tailed. Almost lost his virginity. This matter to the police station. The young man stammered, and shy and angry, and get half a day to make things clear. So when he just saw Ji Xiao and Chen Xiu's awkward posture, he immediately figured it out. Uncle, don't be ridiculous. I have a girlfriend. Really, he and I just simply hugged. It's normal for brothers to do that. It's not what you think. When Ji Xiao finished, he also glared viciously at Chen Xiu. If his eyes could kill, Chen Xiu would have turned into a flake by now. Chen Xiu is not stupid, and knows that his uncle misunderstood, but Ji Xiao's uncle was a great help to him, so he has to be kind and grateful. Uncle, thank you for the delay. Chen Xiu smiled fawningly, and Ji Mingze was even more convinced in his heart when he looked at him like this. Actually, it's useless for you to talk to me about this. The main thing is that my brother's side, that is, Ji Zhao's parents' side, is having a hard time accepting you. Ji Mingze had a preconceived notion that once he accepted the relationship between Chen Xiyu and Ji Xiao, then the smile on Chen Xiyu's face right now was an obvious currying favor in his eyes. However, looking at Ji Xiao wearing such a tawdry outfit and this body type difference between the two, it is estimated that he should be the one below. Uncle, I have a girlfriend. Really? Ji Xiao is really anxious. This uncle of his is usually very reliable. Why has he become like this now? The brain circuit is different from normal. He couldn't even begin to think about how hard it would be for him down the road if his parents heard the whispers. Just wait, I'll flip the picture for you. Ji Xiao hurriedly took out his cell phone, opened the photo album, and found the photo with Su Ro to show to Ji Mingze. Look, this is my girlfriend. Ji Mingze took the cell phone, still a little half-hearted. He had just been standing at the back, obviously very close, but it always felt like she wasn't in the same graphic layer as them, and as a qualified surfer girl, she also knew that Ji Xiao, his uncle, was probably misunderstanding something. Siyu, Yi took the initiative to go forward and took Chen Siyu's hand. Uncle, this is my girlfriend. Chen Siyu had the good sense to introduce himself to Ji Mingze under Ji Zhao's cold and icy gaze. Ji Mingze looked at the photo and then looked at Chen Siyu, and now he finally believed it. So what were you two just hugging over there? What's it like for two grown men to pull at each other? Ji Xiao also does not understand. Chen Siyu, this good's usually so high and cold. How do you want to become a pussy now? Not moving to play the emotional card. Just wanted to express my gratitude. Uncle, I didn't realize you misunderstood. Ji Mingze nodded his head, because it's not his own child. Surely not so much as to say anything else. So he gave the phone back to Ji Xiao, and incidentally lectured a couple of sentences. Look at you, day in and day out, wearing such a tawdry dress, and the car is also made up in such a tawdry color. It's only strange if I don't misunderstand it. Also, your girlfriend is so good looking. You don't know to bring her home. Don't just hang around all day. Find something to do, or that girl will look at you. Ji Mingze this sentence after sentence. Directly dry Ji Xiao confused. He just came to do a favor. How now also inexplicably trained a meal. If he had known this, wouldn't it have been better for him to just go on a date with Su Ro? He had to come and get involved. Uncle, don't worry. In a little while, I'll bring my girlfriend straight home, and you'll have to pack a big red packet then. Okay, you make it fast. Ji Xiao chatted with Ji Mingze for a while longer, until Su Ro called him and he rushed back in a hurry. Let's eat together some other day. If I don't go over there, Su Ro will definitely kill me. Chen Siyu and Yi watched Ji Xiao go, then turned back and greeted Ji Mingze, exchanging a few pleasantries before finally leaving. Siyu, you can stop worrying now. It's all settled. Chen Siyu had been anxious all this time, and although it hadn't been obvious, she was still able to detect it. It's just that Chen Siyu doesn't say it out loud, so she'll stay with it silently. Just after she took the photo and pressed the handprint, that young lady said that after 3 or 4 days will notify to come to get the ID card. Chen Siyu corner of the eyes are all tears. She had always known that she couldn't do a lot of things without identification. No worries, we'll just take our time and wait. There will be no surprises. After being tensed for so long, Chen Siyu now finally exhaled. And once he was in a good mood, he felt that the scenery in front of him was all the better. One by one. I have an interview in 2 weeks. When I'm done with all this, I'll take you home for New Year's Eve. The dean who took care of me when I was a kid is a very, very nice person. You'll love her. She has a gentle, kind, soft-spoken personality like yours. And she makes great dumplings. I've tried to learn, but I just can't get that flavor. One by one. My family. They may not be very nice. You don't have to care about them. I'll take care of this. Trust me, okay? Chen Siyu didn't know what was going on with him right now. Obviously he was happy the last second. Talking and suddenly some other thoughts popped up. I believe in you. We'll face it together. All the bullies, I don't like them. If someone dares to bully you, then I'll protect you too. You don't have to be afraid. Chen Siyu smiled. Was like magic. A few words made the bad mood he had just felt disappear. Okay, if someone bullies me, then you'll protect me. Chen Siyu received the message in the morning 3 days later. He was still holding one by one Mushy, coaxing to let her help him relieve relief. As soon as he heard the voice of the text message, immediately honest. One by one. Stop fiddling for a moment and get your ID. Not exaggerating in the slightest. Chen Siyu directly jumped up from the bed, went to the closet to get clothes, casually put them on, and then quickly put them on one by one, wrapping her into a ball. Come on, hurry up and wash up and we'll go get it. Chen Siyu was in a hurry now, and even wanted to go out directly without washing his face, But considering that it was hard not to brush his teeth and wash his face, he still had to wash up briefly. After washing downstairs, Chen Siyu started to take a taxi, directly out of the neighborhood straight to the Public Security Bureau. In fact, wait a little there. There will be a cab. But he did not want to wait. At the moment he got his ID card, Chen Siyu didn't know how to describe his mood. Anyway, he even thought of the child's name. In the future, they would be able to take one by one to various places, and they wouldn't have to worry about her not being able to go to the hospital if she got sick. And most importantly, they would be able to have a legally recognized legal relationship with her, one by one. Why does your ID photo look so good? Chen Siyu looked at the ID card of one by one. This photo is not as good looking as the person himself, but at first glance, it is the type of a big beauty. Yes? Yours looks good too. He had seen Chen Siyu's ID card and it was just as handsome. Yours looks better. One by one. One by one. Let me go and get you a phone card, and then a bank card as well, so you can keep the money you earn in it from now on. Chen Siyu can't wait to use this ID card. Looking forward to the stars and the moon finally got his hands on it. Shall not hurry to play a little value. Kazuchi nodded, then shook his head. It's not easy for us to get up so early. Shouldn't we go eat breakfast first? I can smell the aroma. One by one touching her stomach. She is really greedy. These days every day in Chen Siyu saw sauce brewing. The morning simply cannot get up. Now it is not easy to get up early. That certainly want to go to eat breakfast. Chen Siyu smiled dotingly and said, reaching out and pinching her face. Okay, go eat breakfast first. Yeah. However, the bank card does not need to do with your good. My money is your money, and I make money was intended to give you to spend. He didn't want to be so clearly separated from Chen Siyu, not to mention that she had only one purpose for making money, and that was to share the pressure with Chen Siyu. That's fine, then we'll store them together. Chen Siyu doesn't care about this. In the future it will be his wife. There is nothing wrong with saving money together. He pulled Chen Siyu's sleeve. Siyu, I want to go to the stall tonight. I've been resting for a long time. I want to make money. Recently this period of time every day in the swing, one by one feel that they are too idle. And she calculated, according to the previous income then, how to say a day can be 200 upwards. Then the rest of the days lost several thousand. Just think about it, feel me pain. This time, Chen Siyu did not refuse. Fine. Then go. I'll accompany you. The night market kind of place is still a bit chaotic. There are a lot of guests of all kinds. Unlike the school entrance, where most of the guests are clear and stupid college students, the probability of conflict will be smaller. And if the night market, the time will be late. One by one. A girl, he is not assured, so he has to accompany to be able to. Yeah, you'll accompany me then. Yi was timid, especially after Chen Siyu showed her various horror cases. She felt even more that there would be bad people around. Chen Siyu took Yi to eat hot powder, because she ate too much, so she took a slow walk with her to the business hall to do the phone card. After doing it to go home, Chen Siyu was one by one dragged to the snack store. Obviously only 2 days ago to buy her a lot. But these 2 days swinging, he also followed along with the food. So the consumption rate is very fast. Coupled with the fact that today is happy, Chen Siyu thought of indulging a little. She wants to eat whatever she wants to buy for her, and then give her a controlled amount after 2 days. He also saw that Chen Siyu was in a particularly good mood, so he was very good at talking, so he began to test the waters. Siyu, I think we can go out for some good food this afternoon, and call Su-ro and the girls. While Yi was at home for the past 2 days, Su-ro and Ji Xiao played around every day, looking at the photos Su-ro shared with her every day. Yeah, I said I treat Ji Xiao to dinner before, but he got so excited that he directly forgot about it. Now that he was on good terms with Ji Xiao, Chen Siyu was quite happy in his heart. In the past, he had never thought that he would be able to be friends with young Master Ji one day, and there is one to say one. Ji Xiao, this person is real. There are things he is real to send. There are favors he is real to help. Such a big thing. He was anxious to die before Ji Xiao said to do it to him. This shall not be a good please. Then tonight, Su-ro and Ji Xiao just came back from playing yesterday. Tonight is the most suitable. After not seeing her for so many days, one by one still miss Su-ro, which was why she was now eyeing Chen Siyu. Okay, then you ask Su-ro and I'll ask Ji Xiao. Chen Siyu didn't add Su-ro's contact information, and when he was in the tuition group before, he actually had the opportunity to add it, but they both tacitly didn't mention it. The past is the past and there is no need to add back to it now, even though we are looking past it. One by one, I sent a message to Su-ro to ask, and there was almost a second reply from there, saying that they all had time tonight and could get together. Chen Siyu sent a message to Ji Xiao without a single splash, but Su-ro said it was okay, so there must be no problem on Ji Xiao's side. It didn't take much thought to know that Ji Xiao, the dog, must have been clinging to Su Rou all day and didn't even bother to look at his cell phone. Chen Xiu looked at several restaurants and finally found one with high ratings. The price was on the high side for him, but Ji Xiao helped him so much. This money still had to be spent. One by one, let's pack up and head out. It's better to go early. Yi's nature is dilly-dallying, plus she hasn't met with Su Rou for several days. She will definitely need to dress up for a long time, so it's better to let her pack ahead of time now, so that she won't go later than Ji Xiao and the others by then. Although he was now on good terms with Ji Xiao, he still had to be a little sincere in these matters. You've invited people to dinner, so go over early and wait. Yes, I've already chosen what to wear. I'll wear the little dress I bought last time I went shopping. Chen Xiu frowned, feeling that things were not simple. The last time Su Rou helped her change her style, the ones she chose were all short. No, it's too short, and you're not allowed to wear it out unless you wear a jacket over it. Chen Xiu is very possessive, especially for one. If he could, he would prefer one to go out again every day wrapped tightly. I was going to wear a jacket. It's so cold outside. How can I wear just this? Yi didn't even feel cold when she was a kitten before, but now that she's become a human, she's getting more and more uncomfortable, and if she goes out, she definitely needs to wear a lot of clothes, or else she'll be cold and shivering straight away. That's good. Good boy. Chen Xiu's face was much better. Looked at the time, it was only 4 o'clock. The appointment time was 5:30. 20 minutes was completely enough if he went over, so he could still warm up for a while now. One by one, I'll help you change. Chen Xiu's hands never settled down, pestering Yi to touch her for a while before finally helping her put on her clothes. Xiu, you can't be so hard on yourself from now on, leaving so many marks that it'll take a good many days for them to go away. Yi beamed in protest. Now Chen Xiu was getting bolder and bolder. The marks from the last time were still there, and he was going to make some new ones out of them, even though she wasn't in pain. This was weird. I didn't push hard. Baby, your skin is so tender. A little pinch will make you red. I can't help it. Chen Xiu began to shirk his responsibility, but his hands were not idle, helping one by one to wrap the scarf. He'd learned how to tie scarves online, and since one by one was stupid and tied them harder than he'd gotten them every time, he'd simply learned how to do it. There were also a variety of hairstyles. He didn't realize he was quite talented. He had helped one by one braid his hair before and it worked quite well. Then you should be a little lighter from now on. It's cold now and you can't see it with your clothes on, but in the summer then others will see it. Okay, I'll be gentle. Chen Xiu mouth promised well, but the heart does not think so. Summer how? Summer also have to wear tight to go out. What waist exposed back exposed legs. Through not. Out of the door when nearly 5 o'clock, but there is no delay. Chen Xiu and one by one first to the hotel, contacted Ji Xiao and Su Rou, then let the waiter ready to serve. When Ji Xiao and Su Rou came in, Chen Xiu sked twice and shook his head straight as he watched. No, are you too afraid that people won't know you're a couple? The clothes they wore, from the inner wear to the coat, were all couples style. Even their hair, they both went for the same color. Luckily, it was Ji Xiao who was good looking and had white skin, or else he wouldn't have been able to handle that pink hair at all. Isn't this handsome? Ji Xiao used his hand to pull the handful of pink hairs in front of him twice, and thought he was handsome as he topped his palette. Chen Xiu glanced at him and silently lowered his head to drink some tea. Well, in a nutshell, have no vision are you? This cannot appreciate. Too low. Ji Xiao and Chen Xiu would peck at each other for a few sentences every time they met, to which Su Rou and Yi were used to, so they chose to directly ignore it. Your hair looks so good. It suits you and it's white. Yi looked at Su Rou's pink hair. Her eyes lit up and she complimented her with a sincere face. Girls love to hear good words, and Su Rou was no exception. Let alone from the mouth of Yi. One by one. You can get one too if you like. I'll go with you. Su Rou was very enthusiastic. She often does hair. More often. Naturally know which store is more reliable. Every time you get a hairstyle, it's like a gamble. So be sure to sift through it carefully. After all, once it's ruined, it's going to be ugly for half a year anyhow, according to how fast your hair grows. But having your hair done can affect the quality of your hair, and it takes time to take care of it in the back. So if you don't get it done properly, your hair can get damaged easily. Su Rou knew that Yi knew very little about this, so she gave her a precaution first, so that she wouldn't go and dye her hair on a whim and then find it annoying later. I wouldn't use it. It's pretty but I find it troublesome. Yi smiled and refused. She still knew her character. She usually tried to be convenient at home. She didn't want to clean herself up much at all. Dyed hair looked good, but the thought of putting so much time and effort into it made her feel like she could do without it. Unless it was a case where Chen Xiu liked it a lot, then she could change it for Chen Xiu. Otherwise, she only found it troublesome. It's okay, you're already beautiful now, even without styling. Suro pulled Yi to talk again about the experience of going to play in the past few days, and the various gossips he heard. One by one, the more he listened to the more energized. Previously did not understand why people like to get together so much, but now it is completely understand. I didn't tell Suro about this. If she knew about it she would have gotten to the bottom of it. So be smart. Ji Xiao didn't talk to Suro about the matter of one identity proof, not because he didn't trust Suro, but simply to understand Suro's nature. If she knew about this matter, she would only be more curious than him, and then ask questions every day, and she wouldn't give up without asking for an answer. Don't worry, I've spoken to One and she won't mention this to anyone. Ugh, never mind. Ji Xiao was actually curious, but sighed or didn't continue to ask. Are you going home for New Year's? Or not going? Everyone had said something about Chen Siyu's family situation in private, and Ji Xiao had naturally heard about it. We'll leave when the interview is over, and take one by one back to see what's going on, said other. Ji Xiao will not feel envious. Only this. He immediately broke the defense. I've been so soft. Suro has refused to fully accept me. You kid, you're going to bring it home straight away? Ha? You two are in this state and you're telling me she didn't accept you? Chen Siyu also froze. These two people everyday putty. Where are so high profile? On this has not been accepted? Not really. It's just that she's deliberately teasing me. That's why she said that. Didn't she run into my uncle 2 days ago? He mentioned it in front of my parents. And then I was bombarded by my mom's phone calls every day, telling me to bring Suro home to see her. You say, is it a matter of whether I want to or not? I definitely want to bring it back, but Suro doesn't want to, saying that it's too early now, and saying that I used to be like a hooligan, playing with flowers, and not willing to trust me. Anyway, there's nothing I can do about it at all, so I'll just have to take my time and wait it out. Ji Xiao had a helpless face. These days he was urged by his family to directly not dare to go home. As soon as he went home, he couldn't get away from this topic, which made him annoyed. You two have only been together for how long? Take your time. It's not like this kind of thing can be rushed. Chen Siyu patted Ji Xiao's shoulder to show comfort. Also, that's not right. Haven't you and Kanzuya been together for not long? And you told me to take it easy. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that? Ji Xiao reacted. Obviously Chen Siyu and one by one didn't talk for long. How one by one listened to Chen Siyu so much, and then look at Suro. Like a rebellious son, every day, he has to go against him, but he can't do anything about it. We've been around longer than you guys, and besides, it's not the same situation, so how can we compare? Chen Siyu began to dry rice. This large table of food can be money. Change the usual words. He must give one by one clip food, but she and Suro sit so far away, he cannot reach. Luckily, the dinner was full of acquaintances, and having just looked around, she didn't condescend to flaunt her little cherry mouth. Cuckoo inward, Chen Siyu gagging dazzling. Ji Xiao was originally not even hungry, but looking at him eating so fragrant, his appetite was up at once. One by one, don't you guys just chat, eat more or you'll get cold, Chen Siyu reminded. After all, Suro usually will control the diet, but one by one cannot. Her physique is like that. Eating and drinking will not be fat, so there is no need for moderation. Want to eat what directly eat, and Thurso is more physically demanding. Just a few days. Chen Siyu felt that one by one's waist are thinning a small circle again. According to this, will not the other places will also become smaller? He liked one by one's current figure. It was just right and comfortable to touch, so it was only fair to feed her well. I know, I've been eating it. You eat a lot too, don't mind mine. As much as Ichi loves to hear gossip, food appeals to her as well, so her mouth basically never stops talking. In the back, Chen Siyu chatted casually with Ji Xiao, and the meal was considered over after more than an hour. During the period, the box was like being divided, completely 2 layers. Suro and Yi were there discussing melon eating and emotional, while Chen Siyu and Ji Xiao were slowly chatting idly, cursing twice when they talked about the bad places. Anyway, no matter what they talk about, they end up coming back to their own girlfriends and start bragging about it again. There's a lot of food left, let's pack it back for tomorrow. Yi looked at the table full of dishes and only felt a meat pain. This restaurant looks expensive and tastes so good, it must cost a lot of money. These dishes are actually quite delicious, especially the meat dishes. Each bite makes one by one feel amazing degree. But unfortunately, Ji Xiao and Suro do not eat much. Most of them are her and Chen Siyu dazzle. If you pack it up and take it back, not only will you not have to cook tomorrow, but it won't go to waste. Chen Siyu smiled. One by one, it was the same as he thought. He was just thinking of packing it up and taking it with him. After all, They are all the money they spend. Takeaway is normal. And one by one the idea and is completely consistent. Before going to dinner, drink did not finish. She is going to carry home to continue to drink. Ji Xiao and Su Ro didn't have any expressions either, not feeling that there was anything wrong with this. Of course, they both don't usually pack, so let's just say it's a good habit to have. But they don't. So now when Chen Xiu and Yi proposed packing, they just thought it was normal, but would not have any other thoughts. After packing, one by one was happy to carry her lunchbox. I don't have to cook tomorrow. Well, slacking off together, Chen Xiu lifted the packed vegetables from her hand, then held her hand and put it into her pocket. The little girl has a good heart. She doesn't care about other people's opinions, and only insists on what she feels is right, which makes Chen Xiu feel at ease. Ji Xiao came by car, and when he arrived at the door, the staff had already helped him bring the car over. Send you guys back, so you don't have to take a taxi. Chen Xiu nodded, and did not be polite with him, pulling one by one directly into it, while Su Ro sat in the co-pilot. She just wanted to pull one by one to tell gossip, but was blocked back by Chen Xiu. Are you kidding? She's had his wife for so long, and now he wants to continue? No way. Want to hang out tomorrow? Undeterred, Su Ro renewed her invitation. I can't. Hey, I'm going to start setting up a stall to make money tomorrow. I don't have time to go out and play. Yi is a truthful child, says what he has to say, although what he says is the truth. He directly dries out Ji Xiao and Su Ro. The two of them hadn't had this kind of trouble, and usually spent their money lavishly, and recently, seeing that she hadn't gone out to the stalls, they thought that one by one and Chen Xiu were planning to take a break as well. But just now, after one by one answered in such a soft and sticky way, they suddenly felt a little bit of guilt about what was going on. Silence began to fall in the car, and one by one, thinking she had said the wrong thing, looked at Chen Xiu for help. Let's make another appointment in a few days. Tomorrow really isn't a good day. That's fine. Next semester is pretty free anyway. Basically no classes, so we'll still be able to go out together then. Su Ro's plan is very good. The next semester should be the most relaxed time. There is no class. Time is completely abundant. Wait for the 4th year of college. Then we have to be busy with internships. Get a paper. Looking for a job. Directly busy to a headache. That's fine. That's what I'm going to do. Chen Xiu also planned this way. When the time came, he could take Yi out more often. And if Ji Xiao and Su Ro were together, it would be even more lively. And since the two of them were a couple, naturally they wouldn't interrupt his intimacy with one-on-one. But, 1-1, how's your income from this stall? I feel kinda tired. Ji Xiao thought twice or asked, and through the mirror, secretly observed Chen Xiu sitting in the back row. Well, more often than not, I can sell 400 or 500. I'm fine with being tired. After all, I haven't been out of the stall for long. Although he didn't know what Ji Xiao was asking this for, Yi still answered truthfully. You're on good terms. You guys can talk it over. My family is pretty kinda short on models. Any hanbok modeling, hand modeling, my house is hiring all of them. If you want to try, I can arrange the arrangement. The take will not be less money. As a boy, Ji Xiao understands Chen Xiu's mind. After all, no one wants their girlfriend to be too high profile outside, and would hate to keep her from going out if they could. So this is something that still has to be discussed between the two of them. He doesn't get to say anything. Hand modelings can be done without showing your face and earn more money. No matter what, it's a higher income than you guys are earning now with your stalls. Chen Xiu nodded, then looked down at Yi's hand. I think, this degree of hand modeling shouldn't work, right? Ji Xiao swept a glance. One by one hand indeed. Not really. Why are your hands so short? This won't work. Can't eat this. Ji Xiao retracted the words just now. Originally thought that the hands of beautiful women should all be the kind of slender, and he had not paid attention to the specific kind of hands of one by one. Originally thought that it was just like Su Ro. Did not think that it was so short. If his family had hired one by one to do hand modeling, then they probably wouldn't have been able to sell the merchandise. Although he hadn't been exposed to much, but looking at the models that people hired, that hand looked like it wasn't in the same class as one-on-ones. No, I just have shorter hands. What's with the personal attacks? Yi doesn't quite understand. Just started to introduce her to the job. How Chen Xiu and Ji Xiao's expressions are so one-dimensional. Her hands are just a little smaller and shorter. But they're not ugly. Short hands are cute too. My girlfriend is good at everything. Chen Xiu immediately smoothed his own girlfriend's hair. His own girlfriend? Just have to coax himself. Humph, that's for sure. Su Ro looked at Yi and also spoke towards her. It's not like you need long fingers to look good. You guys are aesthetically deformed. I just love Yi's hands. How cute are the fleshy ones? Ji Xiao looked at Su Ro. Baby, won't boast cannot boast. TCH, you're the one who talks too much, aren't you? Su-ro slightly changed her tone, and Ji Xiao immediately wimped out. Don't say it, don't say it, you're right about everything. Ji Xiao was directly pinned to death, trembling only dared to obey her words. If hand modeling doesn't work, then we'll do something else, so hurry up and introduce it. Setting up a stall or something is still hard work. If Ji Xiao can help, EE can be a little easier, and EE is so good looking, he should take advantage of the advantages. There's definitely a shortage of models, so when I turn around and ask, you two just discuss it and I'll make the arrangements. Ji Xiao now completely see you as a good brother. And look at Su-ro and won this relationship. He helped a little more as also should be, without any accident. After he and Su-ro married, one is bound to have a bridesmaid bit, and it's just a matter of saying something, and it doesn't take much effort, so Ji Xiao is still happy to help. Okay, then I'll talk to you when I've discussed it with Kazuchi. Thanks. Before, part of the reason she wanted to set up a stall one by one was because she didn't have an ID. But now, the ID was in her hands solidly, so it was fine if she wanted to do something else. According to the conditions of one by one, register an account on the internet, send a video will certainly also be fire, just online anything. Shinseyu do not want a one by one to feel too much malice from the outside world, so it is better to forget about it. But these were his ideas, it was still up to one by one, and if she wanted to go through with it, he would support her. Ji Xiao drove quickly and arrived in no time. One by one. Remember to talk to me. I have so much gossip I haven't shared with you yet. Su-ro lowered the glass, not feeling the cold at all, and reached out to pull one by one. Yeah, we can make a voice call. I'm free at night. Hearing the two words at night, Shinseyu very consciously pulled back one by one. At night one by one which has time all have to accompany him. Not at night. You guys talk during the day. Ji Xiao's eyes narrowed and he immediately understood mentally that Shinseyu, the dog, was saying more than what was on the surface. Hoping that people are living together sweetly, he still can only kiss with Su-ro and can't even touch it. It's the same relationship. How come there's such a big difference? After Shinseyu and EE left, Su-ro raised the glass up, and just now, for just a moment, her hands froze. How stupid. Ji Xiao pulled Su-ro's hand over and put it to his mouth to inhale, then rubbed her again. Zoe, they're all living together. Why don't we live together too? Ji Xiao eyes are much softer. Is now together too short? He needs to give Su-ro space. Otherwise, he directly brings Su-ro home to see his parents. If she is willing to, directly engage to a marriage is also okay. He didn't feel that way before, but now he's so on top of it that he just wants to make the process go faster. Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Su-ro is still outside the situation. For her, this relationship is considered her first one that she is really serious about. She doesn't have too much experience, but she also knows that she has to take it step by step and slowly. What's the difference between that and those boys you used to flirt with if you move too fast? It's just that looking at Shinseyu like that, I'm quite envious. If you're willing. Ji Xiao knew his own mind. Once he got serious, then he wanted to go all the way. And because he liked it, he wanted more. I think, isn't it a bit too early? We haven't been together long. And if we just live together, we'll be skipping a lot of steps in between, which shouldn't be good for our relationship. Su-ro had said so, and Ji Xiao didn't continue to ask for more. Then we'll take our time and let me know anytime you'd like. And about meeting the parents, there's no rush on that. I was just mentioning it off the top of my head. You don't have to stress about it. The tone of Ji Xiao's speech was gentle. Usually where would he be so effeminate? It was only when he treated Su-ro that he would be like this. As for the pressure, he'd be fine with it alone. At best he wouldn't be going home for the next 2 days is all. Out of sight, out of mind. And his parents weren't so crazy about him bringing someone home. Anyway, this matter in the end is Chen Siyu's problem. If not that day he had to hug a little bit there. It will not be his uncle will be bumped into. On his uncle that nature is a loud hailer. A little something are going to say to the outside of the world. Not to mention is about his love problem. And don't you rush, wait for me to think about it. Take your time. Su-ro knows how Ji Xiao's family is. In fact, she is still a little nervous. After all, she does not know Ji Xiao's parents. To say that the door is right, her family is definitely not enough. She had mentioned this matter before, but Ji Xiao was adamant, saying that it wouldn't affect anything, and that his parents didn't have any of those messed up ideas, so she just needed to get along with him. After all, the person she was going to marry was Ji Xiao, not someone else. The one who can start a new family together is also Ji Xiao, and as long as he is firm enough, then all problems are not problems. After returning home, Chen Siyu put all the packed meals in the refrigerator, and then sat on the sofa to discuss with Yi. What do you think about what Jishao just said? Yi subconsciously went to observe Chen Siyu's expression, wanting to know what he was thinking, but now Chen Siyu had a calm face, making her a bit unsure. Chen Siyu could see the small mind of one by one. In fact, in the usual get-along, one by one will always go to do things according to his idea, as if her idea is not important, as long as he is happy. It's like that in little things and big things. She always goes along with what she wants. One by one. Just say what you think. Don't worry about what I think. Honestly, no one can resist this kind of treatment. But over time, the person who always regresses gets tired. So it's better to be open and honest, and it's more effective to communicate directly. He liked him, so he was willing to step back for him. And likewise, he could go ahead and change his mind for the sake of he. After all, there was still a long way to go in the future, and they both needed to be tolerant of each other in order to do so. But I don't want you to be upset. Dee reached out to pull Chen Siyu, whose hand was much larger than hers, and she enjoyed squeezing and playing with one of his fingers. I won't be upset. Just do what you want to do. Nothing else matters. The corners of Chen Siyu's mouth slowly went upwards, trying to make Yi relax a bit. I kind of like the job that Jisho said he'd do because it's faster money and it doesn't require too much hard work. Of course, I'm not saying it's hard work to set up a stall. I think it's fine. It's just that when you graduate, you'll definitely have a decent job later on, and I don't want people gossiping about you then. Yi usually didn't like to think about things, but as long as it was about Chen Siyu, she couldn't help but find out, including her life in the future. She didn't want to keep stalling. She also wanted to make lots and lots of money and then share the pressure with Chen Siyu. Idiot, there's no need to think so much of me, and I don't care what anyone thinks, as long as we're good. Chen Siyu held Yi's hand, a few points more serious than just now. So, Yi, do you want to try the job that Jishao said? Well, I'd like to try. Kazuchi nodded. Try it then. My girlfriend is so good looking. She's perfect for this job. Chen Siyu is still very confident in Yi. She has a good personality and speaks softly and pleasantly, plus her looks and figure are completely nothing to speak of. So there should be no problem. Moreover, with Jishao around, as long as he gave a few words of explanation, no one would bother with one by one. So you'll be angry? Although Yi wanted to try, she cared more about Chen Siyu's opinion. If he would be unhappy, then she could also find another suitable job. It won't be, as long as you like it, but one thing, whatever happens to you, you have to talk to me about it. You can't hide it from me. He could still stay with the stall and go over to check on it from time to time, but it would be different if Kanzuya went to modeling. He couldn't keep an eye on it all the time, and one by one is working so hard to make money. He sure as hell can't keep swinging for the fences. Next semester is more limited, so the tutor will be able to get a few more to do so that she has more income to take her out. That's for sure. I'll tell you anything, no matter how big or small it is. I'll just talk to you. Yi was originally the kind that couldn't hide anything, no matter what happened. She wanted to share it with Chen Siyu at the first opportunity. So good. Chen Siyu touched her little head, and then talked to Ji Shao. Modeling can be done, but Hanfu modeling is the best. After all, this where more. The main thing to look at is the sense of atmosphere. Do not need to show too much. If it was any other small skirt, it would inevitably show a waist or legs or whatsoever. Chen Siyu knew that he was possessive, so he wasn't willing to let one by one dress like that and still be seen by so many people. Ji Shao knew what Chen Siyu was thinking, and he hadn't intended to look for overkill, or Chen Siyu could have killed him directly. Ji Zhao's efficiency was fast. After more than 3 hours, he sent an address to Chen Siyu and asked him to take Yi directly over to try tomorrow. It's an audition, but it's basically set in stone, just going through the motions. Ji Zhao's side is already set, so if we set up a stall, we'll leave it for now and go straight over tomorrow to see what's going on. Chen Siyu hugged one by one, although not Thurston, but the hand also cannot control in her body to touch. One by one is also used to it. Know that pickpocket his hand is useless, simply do not care. Yeah, I hope I can, so I can make money. Chen Siyu's hand went down and pinched the girl's thin waist. You didn't used to be like that. Why is it all about making money now? What used to be the most common thing on Kanzuya's lips was food. But now, in a reversal of the norm, he mentions making money every day. Because I know money is important. Suro said that boys will have more pressure because they have to buy a house and a car and all that. And they also have to bear the expenses of the family. I don't want you to be so tired. I want to share with you, one by one truthful account. Not only these. Suro also said a lot of things about Chen Siyu. Those things Chen Siyu did not mention to her, so she did not know. Chen Siyu had a hard time in the past. Knowing this, she thought about trying a little harder to be nice to him. Hearing Yi's reply, Chen Siyu raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that Suro would say this to Yi. This is obviously to assist him in one by one feelings and look at one by one this eyes watery, a face of heartache looking at him. It is estimated that Suro said more than that, one by one. It's true that I didn't have a good life before. It was a luxury to have a full meal back then. In high school I worked several jobs to put myself through school, saving money every day and eating buns and squash a lot of the time. Now that I have you, I feel happy and I don't want to go back to my old life. You'll always be there for me, and even if I have any wishes, you'll fulfill them, right? The further Chen Xiu spoke, the lower his head became, and Yi was directly heartbroken, with tears in the corners of his eyes. I'll stay with you, and when I make lots and lots of money later, I'll buy you good food, whatever you want, I promise. Chen Xiu buried his head in Yi's chest, and when he heard her promise, the corners of his mouth immediately rose. Can you role-play with me then? Because Chen Xiu's request was too unreasonable, Yi immediately reacted that he was just pretending to be pitiful, so she directly lowered her head and bit him on the shoulder. She just felt tears of pain. Her mind is all about how to make up for a little better for him. Did not expect Chen Xiu apart from this waiting for her. Does it hurt? Still want to play the odd playing game? Chen Xiu shook his head, then nodded again. It didn't hurt at all and really wanted to play. Joking. One by one did not even force. For little strength. Bite a bit can be how painful not to mention that she was afraid of his pain, which can be this hard to bite. As for role-playing and all that, wouldn't that be fun? It's just a little way to add spice. How do you have such a deep obsession with this Yi didn't quite understand. Obviously Chen Xiu was a very decent man how come the tricks he was playing now were getting more and more? And it should be like that for most boys. Unless he can't. Those words from Pool one by one earlier still kind of make sense. Because you like it, that's why you want to be more intimate. So, 1-1. You've got to understand me for that. And besides, you were clamoring for kittens before. Have you forgotten? Before she swore to pester him. That time he was in turmoil. Now that the identity problem was solved, there was nothing to be afraid of. I remember. But not now. And besides, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Is there? Yi reached out to pinch Chen Xiu's face, his eyes lingering on his eyes. Chen Xiu's eyelashes are very long. His eyes are dark and bright. And the first time you see them will make people feel indifferent, not good to get along with, and even cold-blooded. But after careful familiarity, one realizes that when he smiles, with his eyes curved in her alone imprinted in his dark eyes, they feel warm, like they can speak. It was like the first time he brought her home. She felt that Chen Xiu was fierce, so she felt scared every time he touched her. But get along with more and more time, she slowly realized, is not that, Chen Xiu is the best under the sky, the best. The most gentle person. Xiu, do you know you have nice eyes? Chen Xiu hadn't answered the last question, but one by one, he changed it again, and he was now in a state of letting go, confused for a long time. What? One by one, he cupped Chen Xiu's face and shrunk his body slightly downward to be flush with Chen Xiu's line of sight. I say, you've got good eyes. Every time you look at me I feel my heart flutter, even when you, full of lust, I feel that you are full of me. So I always cannot refuse you. One by one. As she spoke, her mind flashed through all kinds of images at a rapid pace. In those images, Chen Xiu's emotionally charged expressions all seemed to be engraved in her brain. Just thinking about it made her heart flutter. Chen Xiu laughed in a low voice, then raised his eyes as if they were overflowing with spring water. One by one. You'll make me think twice if you say that. Ichio was puzzled and unconsciously tilted her head. It wasn't a compliment about his eyes. Although what she just said did seem a little off, but that wasn't the point. Thinking of this, she hurriedly went on to explain. I didn't mean that I just think your eyes are so nice. I like them a lot. Chen Xiu raised his hand, from Yi's forehead downwards, his fingertips traced over the corners of her eyes, the tip of her nose, and then stopped to rub on the girl's crystal round lips. Yi's lips were soft, and two slight presses made Chen Xiu a little emotional. Unconsciously swallowing his saliva, the knot in his throat rolling up and down. Chen Xiu maliciously probed the tip of his index finger into Yi's mouth. Well, what for? Yi felt that Chen Xiu was strange. This action made her inexplicably feel ashamed, but she couldn't say where it was strange. Chen Xiu smiled and shook his head without saying anything. God knows how shy the little girl would be if she knew the yellow scraps she had in her head, and it was a perverted thought that made him feel perverted himself. It was better not to say it out loud. It wasn't quite indulgent yet, but there was always a need to save face. Don't worry about that. It's not important. Chen Xiu continued downward, following the girl's white and slender neck downward, sliding over her delicate and beautiful collarbone. Further down the line it was slightly over the top, and one by one, apparently realizing this, blocked it with both hands. You're not allowed to do anything, or I'll get dressed and go to bed. In the past, she did not like to wear clothes to sleep. Chen Xiu had to give her a set, saying that men and women are not close. Now it is good. Every time she sleeps, she strips naked, saying that this is a more fragrant sleep. She did sleep soundly, but Chen Xiu's hand was always restless. You wear it, Chen Xiu said indifferently. I take it off if you wore it anyway. The main one is shameless, and it's normal to be a little horny for your girlfriend anyway. Humph, you're being unreasonable. One by one whispered accusations. Chen Xiu felt that she was cute, so he withdrew his hand, pestled his head with his hand with interest, and hooked 2 strands of One by One's hair with his left hand to play. Haven't I always been unreasonable? You didn't know that before? Besides, am I so scared? Why am I talking so quietly? Chen Xiu felt that his current mode of getting along with was just like before, and he had teased Xiao Bai in the same way before. I didn't realize you were being unreasonable before, but now I do. Besides, I'm not scared of you. I just like to keep my voice down. Puffed out her chest to make herself look slightly more imposing, but in fact, she had no aura at all, like a white rabbit scratching its paw in front of a big bad wolf, like she was trying to be cute. Fine, whatever you like to whisper. It's just that, 1-1. You don't lower your voice when you yell. Chen Xiu continued to talk jerky, not caring in the slightest about One by One's reddened ears. Didn't dare to look at Chen Xiu again, so she lowered her head and bit her lips. Chen Xiu knew that she had this habit. As soon as she was shy, she liked to bite her lips, so she directly let go of those strands of hair and went to pinch her face. No lip biting. Humph, it wasn't because you said that I bit it. Rabbits bite when they're anxious, and after being teased for so long, it was normal for One by One to be anxious now, so he turned up the volume and growled. Well, it's very impressive, and I hope you'll be that loud when you tell me to slow down in the future. Chen Xiu's one sentence made wilt. She beamed and started to pout. I didn't mean to. Why are you scaring me like that? Knew how excessive Chen Xiu was, deliberately teasing her every time. Shouting out Xia's strange and weird name-calling was just a matter of course, but also deliberately speeding up or slowing down, so that she couldn't resist at all. If it wasn't for the fact that she had accompanied him in the form of Xiao Bai right before, she would have even wondered if Chen Xiu had had other dogs before. Nope, other cats. I get the feeling you're not afraid at all. Teasing kittens was so much fun that Chen Xiu was laughing on the inside, but on the face he was still trying his best to suppress it and make himself look fierce. I'm afraid. I won't talk back. So, want to agree to my previous proposal? How did you get back here again? One by One. They didn't understand that after talking for so long, they could actually go back to the very beginning of the problem. Together, it was like a pit designed especially for her. Chen Xiu didn't even say anything. A simple word. One by One immediately nodded. Agreed. Whatever you say. Was completely compromised. She could sort of see that Chen Xiu had so many routines that she simply couldn't avoid them. One by One is so good. Chen Xiu revealed an intriguing smile and reached out to rub his hand on One by One's little head. Sure enough, coercion. Step-by-step guidance. A little scare and then a little coaxing is a tried and true tactic that works at all times. So can we go to bed now? We have things to do tomorrow. Rest early so that your skin is in good condition. Felt that Chen Xiu's eyes were a bit dangerous. If she continued this topic, the one who suffered would only be her. So it was best to hurry up and go to sleep. Also, then go to bed early. Chen Xiu finished speaking and directly pressed under his body. Didn't I say go to bed early? What are you doing? Was startled and tried to escape, but Chen Xiu's hands were propped up right next to her, so there was no way for her to hide. I mean, start early and finish early so you can go to bed early. Luckily, the time that Jisho said was 2 o'clock at noon, or else One by One would have been angry. Chen Xiu looked at the time, 11:30, and then looked at She was still sleeping very well. Last night inappropriate people, pulling a one to get a while. Although this period he has been very restrained, did not make any traces, but a one is still angry, said he is too frequent. She simply cannot stand. At that point he still had a stiff upper lip and continued to bully her until she cried and he felt a little guilty. Chen Xiu compassionately lowered his head and kissed her forehead, then began to reflect. Indeed, it is a little too much. One by One also need to rest this kind of thing or to listen to her opinion. In the future, absolutely cannot be so arbitrary. That is, of course, if he can stand it. Chen Xiu woke up and couldn't sleep, and he didn't feel tired, now fully recovered. So he took his cell phone and swiped it, cradling in his arms, because he was afraid of affecting her sleep, and the headphones were in the living room, so he swiped the silent short video. It was not until 12 o'clock that Chen Siyu put down his cell phone and woke her up. It's time to get up. Wash up and go eat. You'll go straight over there after eating. Ji Xiao and Su Ro are there too. Ji Xiao and Su Ro stick together every day. Chen Siyu originally thought that Ji Xiao was just arranging it, and would not go to see it today, but I did not expect these two people to be so idle, saying that they would go to see a performance. No need to think to know. Must be Su Ro wanna play with one by one. That's why she came over. Ji Xiao that nature, where Su Ro is, where he is, naturally came along. I'm so tired. Winced twice and rubbed herself in Chen Siyu's arms as she usually did, and Chen Siyu's guilt value peaked at this moment. Well, he deserves to die. It's too bullying. The little girl is not even angry. Just woke up in his arms pampering. All he can think about is how to eat her dry. What positions are used to eat them up? What new scenes are developed to eat them up? And what novelty elements are added to eat them up? Be good and go to bed early tonight. Yi was originally still enjoying rubbing around in Chen Siyu's arms, but these words were so familiar that they made Yi's doze immediately wake up. She said many times last night that she wanted to rest early, but Chen Siyu still wouldn't let her go. Yi got angry just thinking about it, so she just let go of him, and even turned her back to Chen Siyu as a way to express her dissatisfaction. She wanted to loudly scold him twice, but she was afraid that Chen Siyu would get angry and do something to her again. Chen Siyu knew that he was overdoing it, so he reached out to put his arm around her waist, but one by one was now angry, so he directly got his hand away, and even hit it a little. Although it didn't hurt, Chen Siyu felt her anger. This time, the tone was aggravated and the voice was slightly louder than last time, and Chen Siyu was buddied. How can you be so soft and sticky when you're angry? It's so cute. One by one. I was wrong. There won't be a next time. Will you turn around and talk to me? Don't. That's what you said last time. Kanzuya's voice was muffled and sounded badly coaxed. Chen Siyu then directly moved forward and hugged her from behind, purposely coming to her ear to speak. Good girl. When I'm done with this side of things, I'll take you out to play, and take you to set off fireworks on New Year's Day, okay? It's the kind you said looked good before. And fairy wands, haven't you always wanted to play with them? I'll buy you a box of them then, so you can play with them all the time. Hearing this, one by one finally stopped tightening her body and turned around of her own accord. Really? Chen Siyu nodded. Of course it's true. I'll buy you a lot, anything you want to play with. LOL. Chen Siyu knew why he was getting more and more perverted. No, it was why he was getting more and more irrational, and the reason was in EE. Every time, no matter how excessive he was, how heartbreaking one by one cried, no matter how guilty he felt in his heart. The next day, as long as a little coaxing, not more than half an hour, one by one surely forgave him. It was all her that made him feel emboldened. Anyway, just coax it. It's okay to be a little more perverted. Say yes. You and I pull the hook. I want to play whatever I want to buy me. One by one, he stretched out his fingers, and Chen Siyu was very cooperative, pulling the hook and stamping with her, not feeling childish in the slightest, but only feeling that she was adorable. Being in a relationship is supposed to be about two people turning back into little kids and doing weird and cute and cuddly things together. Let's get up then. I thought you said Zoe was here too. She told me such a funny story yesterday. I want to keep listening. Chen Siyu now did not object to her and Su Ro chatting about gossip, because he knew that Su Ro surprisingly would also give him a little assist, saying some things from the past, so that one by one would be more heartbroken. The more heartfelt a Chi-Chi is, the more benefits he'll get then. Good. Get up and pack quickly. And if it goes well you'll still be able to hang out together. I'm not opposed to that. Really? Really? Consider it compensation for last night. A slap and a sweet date still works. When Chen Siyu brought EE to the shooting location, Ji Xiao was gathered around the makeup artist, watching Su Ro do her makeup. Ji Xiao's eyes were not restrained, staring lustfully at Su Ro. Chen Siyu scared twice in his heart, finally believing that men are all the same. Not only did he crave for his girlfriend, but so did Ji Xiao. Except that he was a little better than Ji Xiao, not so much that he couldn't even eat meat. Zoe, you look so good. EE saw the makeup on Su Ro's face and was immediately moved. Such exquisite makeup she had only seen on TV dramas, and it was even better than some of them. She'd never worn makeup before, and just on the way here she'd found it new and experience-like, and now that she'd seen it, the anticipation was pulling straight through. Ji Xiao, quickly arrange for one by one as well. I'm just making a scene. I just arrived to see those modeling ladies looking good. That's why I want to experience it. Today you're the protagonist of the shooting. You have to hurry up and chemical. Su Ro spoke softly and didn't dare to laugh for fear of affecting the movements of the makeup artist, who was delicately painting a flower tin on Su Ro's forehead. Ji Xiao made a wink with the person beside him. and the makeup artist immediately came over to Yi's side to put on her makeup. Now, Kanzuya wanted to keep watching the makeup artist in action again, but now that she was going to be helped, she could only sit obediently. The makeup artist was a sharp-eyed one and knew that Yi was curious and could see that these were all friends of Ji Xiao, so she took the initiative to explain to Yi. Missy, this one is painted with a peach blossom tin, taken from the book of poetry. Peach's untimely death burns its splendor. Flower tin is a kind of decoration that ancient women affixed to their temples, between their eyebrows or on their cheeks. Nowadays everyone mostly draws it between their eyebrows. In fact, there are a lot of styles. Later you can pick a favorite one. I'll draw it for you. You can actually paint many colors. It's just that you're shooting for the image of a little fox lady today, so it's better to go with red. Kanzuya nodded, still a little confused and not fully getting it. She didn't know anything about the Psalms either, but it was awesome to hear, and these people were awesome to look at, so she just needed to listen to them and cooperate obediently herself. Yeah, I'll pick one properly later then. I just don't know much about it, so you can help me with advice later. The makeup artist lady smiled and said it was no problem. So she started spraying hydrating spray on one by one's face to moisturize it well. Chen Xiyu watched from the side, and like Ji Xiao's expression, he was also looking forward to one by one's new look. Just came in. The outside venue is beautifully decorated. Those models wear very exquisite clothing. Chen Xiyu do not dare to think, if worn in one by one, that will be how beautiful. And all those costumes were impermeable. At most only half of the shoulders were exposed, although Chen Xiyu wished not to reveal anything at all, but it couldn't be helped. The demands of the job were just like that. There was no way to change it. The wait was too long, and Chen Xiyu didn't understand how there could be so many steps to putting on a makeup. No, is it so much trouble for girls to put on makeup? Chen Xiyu had no concept of this thing. He did look forward to one by one's new look, but this was too much trouble. From the beginning until now, that makeup artist was brushing around on one by one's face. He observed very carefully, but he always felt that nothing had changed too much. Now after half an hour of painting, Chen Xiyu anyway did not see, one by one, where exactly the face changed. Look at the network of those before and after makeup comparison, like a direct change of person. How to one this, are so long, now there is no change at all. Ji Xiao moved closer to Chen Xiyu and lowered his voice to communicate with him. No, doesn't your family one by one usually wear makeup? Don't you know that makeup is troublesome? Ji Xiao waited for Su Ro to come out for a date every day, and every time she set the meeting time very late. He didn't understand it before, but later when he went out and stayed in a hotel, he knew why. Su-ro's makeup steps weren't as troublesome as they are now, but they weren't much different. There were blemishes to cover up, foundation to apply, eyebrows to trim and draw on, nose, eyes, mouth, cheeks, a whole bunch of steps for each part that he couldn't understand anyway. Ji Xiao also kept track of the time. Su-ro took an hour and a half from the beginning to the end, and that was even after she said she was in good shape. When is it bad? It's when it takes half an hour upwards just to put on the contacts, and then the subsequent makeup takes even longer when you feel annoyed while painting and cursing. So that being said, Ji Xiao had basically gotten used to it now, and in the face of the questions asked by Chen Xiyu, he only felt retarded. No painting, she never paints. Chen Xiyu spread his hands and then added, what? You wait for Su-ro to put on makeup every day? Is this an opinion? The latter sentence Chen Xiyu deliberately increased the volume. Su-ro really heard it. What's the opinion? Ji Xiao, you have a problem with me? As the poisonous only fan of Chen Xiyu and Yi, Su-ro knew that Chen Xiyu would never have a problem with Yi, so the only possibility would be Ji Xiao. Nope, no comment. Really, I just thought it was so pretty I wanted to make a comment, and if you have time in the future, you could try more of this style. Chen Xiyu just watched the good show from the sidelines. It was no more interesting than watching one by one makeup. Friends are for pits. Su-ro grunted and stopped continuing to pick a fight, looking at the mirror to admire her beauty. You're a real dog. Ji Xiao smiled and gritted his teeth, itching to give Chen Xiyu bang 2 punches, but it was not a good play right now. What? Am I wrong? Chen Xiyu was very beat up and continued to ask. Ji Xiao reached out and poked his finger on his shoulder. Do you believe that I will give your family one by one small shoes? Unbelievable. Chen Xiyu replied bluntly. What is there to be afraid of? Ji Xiao is not that kind of person, and if he really has a little bit of heart, he is not so helpful. Well, I have a high moral ground and instead I'm punked, right? You're so not human. Chen Xiyu saw that Ji Xiao was about to blow up and hurriedly stopped. Okay, it's my fault. I won't screw you over next time. Why do you people change their faces so fast? Ji Xiao really do not understand. Before that serious Chen Xiyu is dead, how now wilted Badit. Quickly go to compliment your girlfriend. People are there to appreciate half a day. If you don't go wait and get angry, it's still not you coaxing. Chen Xiu pushed Ji Xiao, not giving him a chance to speak, and directly walked to sit on the stool next to Yi. How come I didn't look at it for a while and now the difference is so big? Chen Xiu eyes are wide open. Obviously just a little white. How to look now? One by one then just changed some, but not exaggerated. Originally long eyelashes are now brushed better. One by one the eyes look bigger and more godly. The corner of the eye painted out of the red eyeliner with a hint of sultry. To one by one the original innocence of the looks added a few winks. The tin flower between her eyebrows also suited her. Chen Xiu suddenly regretted a little bit that he had just spat with Ji Xiao. If he had looked closely, he would have been able to see these steps. "See, does it look good?" One by one, the spirit blinked. This is not like a kitten It is simply a look at the heart can be hooked away the fox spirit. No, the little fox Chen Xiu nodded his head repeatedly, with tears coming out of the corners of his mouth. Good looking. Very nice. It really looks good. The makeup artist lady listened to Chen Xiu's words, and her heart was satisfied. After all, it was drawn by herself. Their profession is actually very similar to that of a painter. Both of them are fine-tuning a piece of work. Whether it looks good or not, whether it has value or not, this can be seen at a glance. Your girlfriend's base is the best I've ever seen. I've done makeup for a lot of people, but I've rarely seen one with such a good base. The skin is in great condition and none of it has any blemishes. That's why I was able to do it so fast. While I do a lot of makeup for people, and I say the first thing I just said a lot, this time I meant it. These words made both Chen Xiu and Yi laugh, and their moods were simply too pleasant. Well, thank you for the compliment. It's just that, well, not all makeup artists can paint like that. You're pretty good. Chen Xiu is to know the courtesy. People are praised so seriously. He naturally also want to return to the past. One by one do not understand these. He understands. What's more, in the future, one by one is going to come here often, and the makeup artist in front of him will not be able to deal with less. He praised a few words to leave a good impression, or very cost-effective. Sure enough, the young lady's smile deepened, and she patted one by one on the shoulder as she backed away. Thank you. I hope I can get more chances to do your makeup in the future. Makeup is only a part of it, because Ji Xiao directly designated to let one by one shooting, so the styling also need to work hard. Stylist ready early. Makeup artist Miss left and immediately came up to start work. Originally, it was necessary to go through the process, but now, Ji Xiao directly saved the process and let one by one directly on. How should I put it? Chen Xiu is actually not very worried. After all, since he dares to do so, then he should also have the certainty that the people working underneath have nothing to say. There is another reason. It is because, one by one, this face value, this body, no one dares to say anything, right? After all, directly to the peak. Anyway, just such a makeup alone had already charmed Chen Xiu to the core. One by one, after styling, they were pulled by the staff to go to the fitting room to change their outfits, and Chen Xiu just sat outside and waited for the whole expectation to live. Not only him, there was also Su Ro who was also watching from the side like she was expecting the moon. Ji Xiao didn't. He only had Su Ro in his eyes, and if he acted the slightest bit expectant, Chen Xiu and Su Ro would definitely just kill him on the spot. Why are you still so slow to change? Chen Xiu was a little anxious to shake his legs twice. This feeling is like buying a new skin for his girlfriend, and cannot wait to accept the results. Although he cannot be Thurston, but this gives him a new idea, and in the future, you can still play this way. Kittens violently changing into little fox ladies is exciting just thinking about it. At that time, do not buy that kind of moderate skirt, buy that kind of very thin and very transparent gauze skirt, and then give one by one to get a small ear to wear. Get a fox tail. TSK, so to come once then, Chen Xiu feel that he can play all night. What's the rush? People waiting to shoot aren't in a hurry. Su Ro looked at Chen Xiu like this. She didn't quite understand, although she also wanted to see it, but it was still possible to wait for such a while. You don't understand. Chen Xiu and Ji Xiao both replied at the same time, and when their eyes met, the two of them were mentally connected. Chen Xiu gave a warning glance at Ji Xiao with the obvious meaning of telling him to mind his own eyes and not look around. Ji Xiao was still angry, so he chose to just ignore it. Of course, he wouldn't get any wrong ideas. In his eyes, Su Ro was the best looking. It was almost a 10-minute wait before one by one was rounded up and came out. The moment he saw Yi, Chen Xiu directly stood up from the stool, his mouth open in surprise. So beautiful. It was amazing. It fits really well. It feels more like a little fox than in the TV show. The room was filled with admiration. Yi's skin was very white, wearing a red customized model of modified clothing, which emphasized her temperament. Half-scattered hair, leaving a few strands in the front, but not messy, with a very small nursing ear decorating the top of her head, and not many hair accessories, but all of them were very delicate. Cherry mouth slightly open, one by one a little shy, because this is the first time to be praised by so many people in front of the face, so the face is a little red. However, because the makeup was on the flattering side, in Chen Siyu's opinion, she carried both the innocence of being inexperienced in the world and the charm that Ben exuded that made people unable to resist. When the two are combined, anyone who looks at it will have a few compliments. Siyu, does it look good? Yi's eyes only had Chen Siyu. She wanted to hear Chen Siyu's compliments more than anything else. She was a girl. She just wanted to have a good impression on the person she liked. She wanted him to like her a little bit more. Therefore, she ignored the other people's compliments and took a step towards Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu's brain had stopped functioning, but there was still sanity. If no one was there right now, then Chen Siyu felt sure that he would turn into a pervert and peel off the skirts from one by one. Nope. Maybe it'll just tear up because it's impatient. Unfortunately, not now. Good looking. Beautiful. Chen Siyu subconsciously reached out to touch her, but seeing that her makeup was exquisite, and even her hair was specially groomed, she stopped in midair and did not move. Knowing what Chen Siyu meant, Yi took the initiative and nodded his toes, rubbing his little head towards his head, like you to touch it. Su-ro watched from the sidelines, feeling like she was already going to die of sweetness. The other onlookers did the same, and let out straight-up groundhog squeals. Aha, this candy is so sweet. Isn't this the plot of a TV show? No, TV shows are not as good as this. Can you get them to do the show? I love it and want to see it. I'm willing to chip in. Ji Xiao nodded with satisfaction as he watched everyone get so excited. Well, this ad campaign is solid and will definitely make a killing. For the sake of one by one, he could grudgingly stop counting on what Chen Siyu had just pitched him against. Everyone gathered around to watch while Yi was taking pictures, and even though it was her first time, she had a great sense of camera and the process just went quickly. The photographer was guiding the action. Because of the crowd, one by one was a bit shy, but the photographer wanted this feeling, ignorant and shy and flirtatious. One by one is perfect for modeling. I was worried that she was nervous, but now it's not at all obvious that it's her first shoot. Su-ro followed suit and poked Ji Xiao, asking him to give more roles like Yi in the future. Promote traditional culture. Promote the brand, and the key is that all these clothes look good and are not revealing. She had a feeling that after this set of photos was sent out, a lot of people would surely see one by one, and if she was willing, she could surely catch fire. Don't worry, she's your bestie and that kid's girlfriend. I'm going to take care of her no matter what. Although Ji Xiao does not have any 7 exquisite heart, but the brain is still smart. So a little thing he had thought clearly, but also on the bottom of the greeting. At the end of the day, Chen Siyu went to the photographer to ask for the photos, which by definition cannot be given, because these are to be used for endorsements, and the photos cannot be leaked. But Chen Siyu is Ji Xiao's friend. Ji Xiao has agreed. Then he naturally has nothing to say. So they all gave Chen Siyu all the photos they just took. When Yi went to change clothes, Chen Siyu was still frantically looking at the photos and finally chose a favorite one to use as wallpaper in lock screen. That way you can see it every day. No, if you lock the screen, others can also see it. After thinking about it, Chen Siyu still changed back to the previous photo of the two of them together. He was rather petty, so he didn't want anyone else to see more of one. And if he could, he'd even want to hide one from everyone but himself. Looking so serious? Do you want me to give you some other props? Ji Xiao walked next to Chen Siyu with a few obscenities on his face. Chen Siyu turned his cell phone over and didn't show it to Ji Xiao. If this kid saw it, he might say something again. What is it? Ji Xiao took Chen Siyu to a room and then took out a foxtail for him. Fluffy and well made at first glance. Had a feeling you'd want this. Gave it to you to save you from buying it. Ji Xiao understood Chen Siyu's thoughts. Or rather, Chen Siyu's eyes did not look right at first glance when he came out one by one. Being the same man, he saw right through it. Think about it differently. If Su-ro was dressed like that, he would definitely want to try it too. Only he didn't have this opportunity, but Chen Siyu did, and as a good brother, he could still give a hand. Gee, this looks kinda expensive and so realistic. Should I pay for it? Chen Siyu didn't want to refuse. This thing he really needed. Even if it cost him a little money he was willing to. Of course, he was just asking. Ji Xiao was definitely not going to want it. No, you can take that suit with you. Sure enough, young Master Ji didn't like this amount of money and balked, even sending an extra set of clothes. Okay, I won't be polite with you. Chen Siyu couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth as he left the room. The set of clothes and the fox's tail, plus the pair of fox ears, were all carried by Chen Siyu in a bag. The heart is already looking forward to it. Have to find a good time to use it. The last few days are too frequent. One by one. He is tired. He is also a bit overwhelmed. First rest and rest. Then play again in a few days. This can still be taken away? He just went to the fitting room to change into another one, and thought that there was no chance of wearing this set of clothes anymore. But I didn't expect that Chen Siyu had already brought it up in his hand. Well, I knew you'd like it. And I did too. So I took it away. The look Chen Siyu gave to Yi was really not considered innocent. So much so that Yi immediately sensed that something was wrong. You don't want me to wear it for that kind of thing, I guess. Yi didn't say the words afterward, but Chen Siyu understood. So he nodded. Right. Didn't you promise me everything? It just so happens that there are costumes and props. So let's give it a try. I don't want it. Why are you like this? Kanzuya protested in a small voice, embarrassed to be loud because of the crowd. Who's a good man full of these things? Coaxing her every day. Changing her style. How can she be that good? With this frequency, she can't hold her own. No. You already promised me. Chen Siyu shook the bag in his hand and ignored Yi's grudging eyes. Yi was going to say something, but Su-ro had already come over. One by one. This looks good on you too. Su-ro was planning to go with Yi for a photo shoot and card, so she found a hanbok to wear together. You've got a good eye. You picked well. Yi was not discussing this matter with Chen Siyu. After all, now that Su-ro was there, it was not good to talk about this. I have a good eye, but you're better looking, so wear whatever suits you. What one by one was wearing now was a pinker, more girly style, unlike the one she had just worn, which wasn't as sexy. Su-ro and Yi clearly said that they wanted the two of them to go out to play and did not intend to bring them, so Ji Xiao and Chen Siyu tacitly did not follow. When he was about to separate, Chen Siyu was a little uneasy, and took the hand of one by one to explain a few sentences. Tell her to be safe, not to go to any dangerous places, not to drink, to call him first if anything happens, and not to hang around after dark. Su-ro knocked up on the side, then thought that she also had a boyfriend, and looked at Ji Xiao, who was still there looking at his cell phone. There is no harm without comparison, and thinking like this, Su-ro immediately became unhappy. And look, aren't you even worried about me? Su-ro forked his waist and questioned Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao's mouth was faster than his brain and blurted out, what am I worried about you? Aren't you hanging around outside every day? People one by one that's well behaved, haven't been out much. You're different. Let's see. I guess you've been to all the nightclubs you've clocked? Where do I need to worry about? Su-ro directly gave an angry laugh, but she seemed to be unable to refute it. Being angry has nothing to do with agreeing with what he said. Though, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language. Su-ro revealed an incomparably ladylike smile, but in Ji Xiao's opinion, it was no different from a life-suppressing charm, so she immediately wimped out. I was wrong. I just spoke without thinking. Really, how could I possibly talk about you? You do everything right. I have no complaints at all. It's good that you're happy. You go out to play. Have any problems directly find me? I'm at your disposal. Don't be angry. I next time to speak must consider clearly before opening. Ji Xiao put away his phone and apologized to Su-ro in a very abashed manner. After coaxing Su-ro for a while and ignoring him, in the end it was one by one that came over, and only then did Su-ro have a good face. The two of them got into the car hand in hand, and when they left Yi also kept turning back and waving to Chen Siyu, while Su-ro ignored Ji Xiao and directly ignored it. No, it's the same girlfriend. Why are we talking about different things? The difference is too big. Chen Siyu nodded his head, in a rare moment, not retorting. Indeed it was true. One by one was so well behaved and cute. It was his ideal type. Envy. I raised it. Che, who doesn't have a girlfriend anymore? Su-ro is also what I'm used to. Chen Siyu patted his shoulder. What he said about raising and what Ji Xiao said was not the same. No, Su-ro originally had that kind of character, but now that she is spoiled by you, she is indeed more arrogant. Of course, only to you. Chen Siyu was very objective in expressing his opinion. After all, he could still see Su-ro's change. She was not like before, but would think for others, and her temper was also converged a lot. Other than being even more ill-tempered towards Ji Xiao, he was polite to everyone else. There were even some boring posts in school devoted to it because it had changed so much, saying something about Su-ro being a different person now, because she was abandoned, so she pretended to be this way and followed him around. Others scolded Su-ro for just having a pit in her brain, just liked to go up to her, liked to fall back on her, and said that she intentionally got close to Yi, but in fact, all of them had a purpose. Anyway, the internet is full of opinions on what to say. Chen Siyu saw it. He won't go to explain anything because he doesn't have a position, and Su-ro must have seen it as well, just that she ignores it and pretends that she didn't see it and doesn't get herself into trouble. That said, there's something I can't figure out. Now that there were only the two of them, Ji Xiao wasn't hiding anything, so he planned to ask directly. What? I was curious before. I just thought it would be a little bad to ask. Now that we're so familiar, I'll be straight with you. Why did you like Su-ro in the past? Looking at Chen Siyu's treatment of EE, one could tell that he really liked EE. One could even say that he loved it, because the look was really obvious. Just how come he was so serious about his feelings? Why did he like Su-ro for so long, and not long after that, he got together with EE? Su-ro's nature is completely different from EE. So how can Ji Xiao not understand? Because she helped me in high school, a time when I was pretty tough and rarely received kindness from others, and she just happened to help me when I was pretty powerless. Chen Siyu told Ji Xiao all about what happened before, without hiding anything at all. Actually, I don't know if that was a like for me, but anyway, I just thought, she's pretty nice and I wanted to return the favor. Maybe I just wanted to relive that warmth and that's why I held on to it for so long. But it wasn't until Kanzuya came along that I realized that liking is passionate, unique, and full of nothing but each other. It was because of one by one that he saw himself clearly and came to expect more from life. These things that Chen Siyu said were too far away for Ji Xiao because he had lived in affluent conditions since he was a child and had never had the chance to experience or even read about the situation that Chen Siyu was talking about. He didn't understand how difficult it could be to eat a meal. It would take that much effort from Chen Siyu for that. What? Feeling sorry for me? Want to pop some gold coins? Chen Siyu knew that this topic was a bit depressing, so he deliberately smiled and changed the topic, not continuing to talk about this. Anyway, it was raining now, and he felt happy to have Kazuchi by his side. How much do you want? I'll turn it for you. Chen Siyu? Is there such a thing as a good thing? Tell me how much you want, and I'll turn it right over to you. Ji Xiao didn't know how to comfort people, let alone comfort a big man. He didn't have the experience and couldn't say anything to comfort him. It just so happened that Chen Siyu had brought the topic here, and if he could be comforted, he would actually be happy to transfer the money. It's just money. He's got plenty of it. Don't. That's all I'm saying. You've been very helpful and I'm quite grateful. Chen Siyu's eyes were sincere. Originally a sincere thank you, but he did not expect Ji Xiao to be so honest. That's right. I'd rather not give it away. What if you follow me around like you did before? I like females. I'm not interested in you. There is no one else in this brain circuit of Ji Xiao, and Chen Siyu is too lazy to argue with him. I'd like to ask one more thing. What? Direct release. Do you hate Su-chan? This problem in fact Chen Siyu has long thought about it. Say do not hate it. That is certainly false. After all, before they pay for not being looked at squarely, no matter who will feel sad. The time when he hated her the most would be when she purposely picks fights and targets One. He can tolerate all other situations, but only bullying One is not okay. Later, Su-ro somehow figured it out and changed a lot. Will take the initiative to ask about One and will want to befriend One. All these he saw in his eyes. Originally would suspect that she had some purpose. Later realized that she was just lack of heart, and vain before, and now, she finally changed. Since he'd changed it, and one by one liked her, there was nothing for him to get hung up on, so he'd just let them get along. So, he doesn't hate Suzua now. No offense. I remember her kindness, but I've paid it back, so there won't be any involvement, and I don't have a problem with One liking her. It's good that she's happy, and as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't really affect anything. Ji Xiao got the answer he wanted to know, so he didn't pursue it any further. They threw us both down to play, so let's go get a whole bite. Ji Xiao has long wanted to ask Chen Siyu to go drinking together. Before the drink is not enjoyable, and because the girlfriend is there, all have to be a little more restrained, and now there are only two of them left, then there is no need. Chen Siyu's drinking capacity is not bad, and there is actually nothing to do, so he agreed. Ji Xiao took Chen Siyu to the family's winery. Chen Siyu's expression was well managed, although his heart had been shocked 10,000 times, but his face was still on the end. It turns out that what I used to see on TV is not an exaggeration of the facts. And what is depicted in the novels is also derived from life. I have some friends who happen to be in town, so I'll take you to meet them? It wouldn't hurt to get acquainted. The friends around Ji Xiao are either rich or noble. Chen Siyu is aware of this, and after what happened with the one-by-one identity, he also knows that there are times when his own efforts are simply not as good as someone else's words. Okay, listen to you. Chen Siyu followed Ji Xiao over. When he arrived he was a little surprised. Thought there were just a few. Did not expect to gather a bunch here. And all the young masters and young ladies. And even the majority of girls. Chen Siyu could tell that Ji Xiao still had a high status amongst this group of gentlemen. Because as soon as he entered, several boys immediately stopped their movements and greeted him. Who was it that said Brother Xiao had something to do today? And here it is. A boy poured wine over and handed the glass to Jisho. Chen Siyu did not feel anything. After all, these people he really is not familiar with, and as far as he is wearing, much less a name brand, not to be valued by these gentlemen is normal, and he became even more usual when he was next to Ji Shao, a flower butterfly. However, in the next second, Ji Shao directly put his hand on his shoulder, smiling but with a loud voice. Introduce me, this is my good buddy, a very, very good buddy, Chen Siyu, the college bully in our major. His grades are always good, he didn't help me much in school. We're all here today, we just happened to get to know each other, so if you need me for anything in the future I'm not here, just call him and be done with it. The boy's hand holding the wine glass was still frozen in midair, and Ji Shao ignored it. Chen Siyu's heart was complicated. He didn't expect Ji Shao to be so considerate of him. This is clearly to support him, afraid that those young masters and whatnot will treat him as non-existent. That's why he emphasized so much. It is false to say that it is not touched. Chen Siyu used to think that a person is quite good, but gradually, it seems that all the good luck is leaning toward him, one by one, and so is Ji Shao. And love and friendship are both bountiful, and this is what is called life. The others also understand Ji Shao's nature, as a person who often does not show his feelings, and now engages in such sensationalism. They immediately know how important Chen Siyu is to him, worthy of being Zhao's friend. This is a talented one, with an absolutely perfect temperament. Zhao's brother is my brother. Get acquainted. I'm Zhao Yu. Let's have a drink together as a way to get acquainted, and come together in the future if there is a game. Ji Shao all said so. Everyone's attitude directly 180-degree turn. Just took a cup of wine over. The boy also reacted, so he poured another cup to Chen Siyu to make amends. Whether one wants to admit it or not, this is the norm in society and power just works. Chen Siyu took it with a smile, and after a few sentences of chatting, he hit it off, and even added several people's WeChat. He usually does not drink much, and now that he came to this kind of occasion, even though the wine opened does not need to be thought of to know that it is very expensive, but Chen Siyu still controlled the amount and picked and tasted it. Unlike the party that Chen Siyu thought he was having, although these gentlemen were just starting to play, they talked about business as they chatted. There are any new projects, pull investment and so on, invite partners to play together, share the risk. For them, this is just a small test. The family is very happy to give them the opportunity to trial and error, earn the best, even if lost. The family does not care about that little money. These and he has nothing to do with. He did not have that kind of capital. Of course, he will not have any complaints. After all, people have their own lives, and now he has been very satisfied with life, do not want to go to the luxury of other. So he consciously sat on the edge of the food and drink. Strawberries, carrots and other fruits look at the appearance of a very good. Tasted the two indeed very sweet. This season's fruits are very expensive. Before buying a small basket of strawberries for one, spent almost 200. Although he thinks nothing, as long as one likes it, but one hurts the money, and then did not mention to buy again. The basket of strawberries was fed to him one at a time, and he didn't even get a chance to save more for her. Thinking of this, Chen Siyu has an idea. Here the band cannot go, but does not affect him to buy. Before it was one by one who didn't let him buy it, but now that she wasn't there, he would definitely buy a big basket back when he finished and went home, so that she would be addicted to it. Well, hello there. Chen Siyu looked up when he heard the voice. The girl was dressed exquisitely. Her hair was slightly curly, and it looked like she was raised in a rich family, and she was a little restrained when she spoke, and even a little shy. Chen Siyu nodded politely. Hello. The girl smiled, then looked next to him. Can I sit here? Chen Siyu looked at the empty sofa. There are so many positions. If you want to sit, just sit. What is there to ask? It's good that you're happy. When that girl heard that, she smiled even more happily, so she directly sat down. So wide seat. She favored to sit very close to Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu did not move to the side. He is a person who has a girlfriend. Surely he must abide by the male morality. Cannot get too close to other girls. Hello, Siyu. I'm Jiang Wan, also a friend of Ji Shao. I've known each other since I was a child. Hello. Chen Siyu nodded politely, mainlining a question and answer. But more than that he really wouldn't say. Jiang Wan looked like she didn't care about Chen Siyu's indifference, and went on to find a topic. Have you and Jisha known each other long? The girl was a little nervous, but she was sitting upright and her hands were resting on her lap in a very disciplined manner, with no overstepping of the bounds, just like ordinary small talk. We met when we first started school. We've known each other for quite a long time. We just didn't really cross paths before. We just say hi when we see each other. Chen Siyu answered truthfully. There was nothing to hide. Ha? Jiang Wan looked surprised. It's not right. Ji Shao, that kind of nature. I see that he is very special to you. I haven't seen him like this to anyone. The more Chen Xiu listened, the more he felt that something was wrong, and his brows were all tightly furrowed. No, this is the same as in certain novel bridges, where the housekeeper sees the young master losing his temper with some girl or laughing, and comes from the heart. Young master hasn't laughed like this for a long time, and I've never seen young master like this to anyone. It's outrageous. He was a big boy and couldn't bring himself to do it at all. He just felt diaphragmatic. Well, that seems a little strange for you to say. Chen Xiu glanced at Ji Xiao. That bastard was chatting away there. Ha 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 ha. I didn't mean it like that. I know that Ji Xiao has a girlfriend. I just wanted to lament the fact that he has quite a lot of friends around him. It just doesn't feel like any of them are too far gone. But now it's changed. Not only are you attached to your girlfriend, but you're being so nice. Chen Xiu did not want to continue this topic, always feeling that the more they talked, the stranger it got. You've met his girlfriend? Jiang Wan nodded. I've seen it on my cell phone. He sent a friend circle to show it off. We all asked him to bring it to meet it, but he said that the time was not ripe yet. But he was praising that girl in his words, and I could see that he was really moved. Jiang Wan didn't feel nervous as she chatted and said a little more. He did get on quite a bit. They're a good match. Both are sort of prodigal sons and have similar experiences, so they still have a lot in common. I think that girl looks pretty good. You and Ji Xiao are so close. Have you ever seen her? Does she look better in real life than in pictures? Girls are gossipy, especially interested in beautiful women. Jiang Wan is no exception. The mysterious girlfriend of Ji Xiao, who hangs on his lips every day, is dying of curiosity, if not for the fear of Ji Xiao's anger. She would like to personally look up to see what kind of character it is that can make the philandering carrot. Ji Xiao, take in his heart. Chen Xiu didn't want to comment. After all, it wasn't very good if he said Su Ro was good looking, and it wasn't good if he said she wasn't good looking. In my mind anyway, my girlfriend looks best. This answer will not be wrong, and it is also the truth. In his heart, no matter how many Su Ro certainly cannot be compared to one. Ah. What? You have a girlfriend? Jiang Wan was particularly shocked and a bit lost. She suddenly spoke very loudly, different from the soft voice just now. Not only Chen Xiu was startled, the people beside her who were drinking and playing games were also attracted by the movement over here. Chen Xiu nodded. As to be so shocked? He wasn't bad looking. Wasn't it normal to have a girlfriend? Yes, my girlfriend is very good looking. Jiang Wan felt her heart breaking, just watching Chen Xiu come in. Her eyes lit up. Originally she was still hesitating, but seeing that Ji Xiao was so attached to him, the person must be very good. So she did a good job of building up her mind and came over to strike up a conversation with Chen Xiu. Since she was a child, there were many boys around her, but because her family protected her too well, she did not know people well, and the first time she fell in love with a scumbag, and then there was a shadow, and has not been in contact with boys again. She had just thought that sweet love was coming to her right away, but what happened? It was over before it even started, and it was a very tragic end. She didn't even say anything yet. Chen Xiu praised his girlfriend twice, and when he talked about his girlfriend, his eyes were much deeper. Dedicated indeed, just not to her. Unfortunately, Ji Xiao heard Jiang Wan's voice and walked over to see what was going on. Why are you two talking? Ji Xiao is completely to see the fun. Jiang Wan is a friend he has known since childhood. The relationship has been okay. The two families also often come and go, take care of each other in the business world, because it was familiar. Ji Xiao took one look at Jiang Wan and knew what she had moved on to. I guess your friend came to talk to me because he was afraid I'd be bored here alone. Chen Xiu's brain turned very quickly. At first he really couldn't get Jiang Wan's intentions. After all, he didn't have any money. These rich girls shouldn't be interested in him. However, the surprise and loss she had just experienced after learning that she had a girlfriend was written directly and plainly on her face, and it was hard for him to ignore it even if he wanted to. Now that Ji Xiao had come over, he hastened to find a saying that was good for each other to muddle through, so that it wouldn't be awkward. Wanda, it's good enough, and you know to take care of my friend for me. Here's to you. Ji Xiao took a sip, and Jiang Wan nodded and didn't say anything more, but took a cup of wine and took a big sip. Your friends are my friends. It's okay. The little girl is real in that she finished a large mouthful and then proceeded to drink all of the cup. Not only Chen Xiu, but also Ji Xiao looked dumbfounded. No, don't you know what kind of drink you have? How dare you drink like this? When Ji Xiao reacted, Jiang Wan had already finished drinking, and with a helpless sigh, he sat over to look at her. Drunk? I'll have her sent home later. I'm going home to be criticized again. My parents were already annoyed with me. Now I'm guilty as charged. Ji Xiao is already beyond love. Originally came over to eat melon, and now he is directly eating on himself. Oh, you guys are close? Got it. Chen Xiu reacted for a moment, just Jiangwan said, and Ji Xiao since childhood. The two families have a lot of exchanges. Jiangwan, this little girl looked at the kind of uninitiated, was raised in the greenhouse of the delicate flowers, and now drink like this. Ji Xiao is still on the scene, then he will certainly be criticized for not taking good care of Jiangwan. Jiangwan drank a stronger wine, not a moment on the face, cheeks flushed, played blush are not so obvious. Chen Xiu found a proper girl to follow. Let people send them back. Jiangwan is my friend. Not much experience in relationships. Before meeting one was also slagged off. And then has not been talking about it. I have to suspect that she is a lily. I did not expect her to look at you. Ji Xiao crossed his legs and leaned on the sofa, shaking his wine glass in his hand and looking at Chen Xiu with interest. I didn't expect you still have this charm. It's just that I pity Jiangwan. It's not easy for her heart to move. But it turns out that there's no destiny. Chen Xiu's character Ji Xiao is clear. And he also knows how much Chen Xiu loves one by one. So this matter is not at all possible. He naturally wished Jiangwan well, but Chen Xiu was not that kind of person. In other words, if Chen Xiu was that kind of person, then he definitely did it. No matter for the sake of one by one or for the sake of Jiangwan, he had to severely beat him up. Why do I get the feeling you're gloating? Chen Xiu ate a strawberry. The table was full of food, but everyone was drinking. Since no one was eating, he would show off a little more. I just felt sorry for Jiangwan and didn't watch the fun. Ji Xiao watched as Chen Xiu stuffed one after another into his mouth and took a taste as well. It does taste good. Bring some back later. Chen Xiu's eyes lit up. Can you really take it away? This big strawberry can't be bought at the fruit store. It looks like these gentlemen spent a lot of money to buy it. If she can bring it back to one by one to eat it, she will surely be happy. Yes. What can't I do? Chen Xiu looked around and didn't find a bag or anything like that. I'll have to find a bag later then. But will I embarrass you like this? Although Chen Xiu was eager, he had to think about Ji Xiao first. Lose what face? I care about that thing. Why? And cannot earn money. You do not organize these false. No. What do you need the bag for? You don't want to pack it up and take it with you, do you? Or what? Chen Xiu spread his hands. Ji Xiao rolled his eyes and directly raised his volume and asked. This fruit is quite fresh. The winery doesn't have it. Who brought it? I brought it with me. Some was just shipped from home this morning. I tasted it and it was good, so I had a couple cases brought over. The person who spoke was Zhao Yu. Chen Xiu had just talked to him for a few moments. This person had a sense of propriety in his speech and was a smart one. Is there any more? Get me a couple cases if there are? Yes, that's right. You asked for it. Even if I don't have it, I'll find a way to get it for you. How much do you need? I'll have someone send it to your house? Ji Xiao shook his head and said the address of Chen Xiu's neighborhood, which Ji Xiao remembered after sending them back last time. Just send it there. Just 2 boxes of the same. Zhao Yu nodded, then looked at Chen Xiu. Tell me directly when you're done eating. Just send a message on WeChat. I'll have someone send it over. It's too much trouble. But thanks. Chen Xiu does not intend to shirk. Just dip into the light of Ji Xiao. There is a rich friend. Of course, to make a strong grip. Played until almost 6 o'clock. Ji Xiao they want to continue to make a dinner appointment. Chen Xiu did not follow. Found an excuse to shirk. Today followed the season Xiao over. Is also considered to rise up. But also tasted so many expensive wine. And finally white whoring imported fruits. Simply do not be too good. Ji Xiao did not say much. The back to eat? It is expected to talk about business things. Chen Xiu followed will also feel bored. It is better to go straight home to rest. In fact, he did not want to go. If he could choose, he would be more happy to stick to Su Ro. Shopping with her is more interesting than this. But Su Ro's attitude is determined. She just want to go out to play with one alone. Do not let him follow. He can't do anything about it. In contrast to Su Ro, her schedule is really full. Today it is to get together with this little sister. Tomorrow and that little sister shopping. If not for him to make trouble, Su Ro estimates that he cannot find him for a week. Something anytime contact. Anyway, your family won. This is sort of settled. You are not to see that photographer laughed. How happy. Straight to praise my good eye. Find a piece of gold over. Chen Xiu said this at the time. The photographer is still a little reluctant. After all, people are authoritative, just in the way of his face, so restrain a little. But won this performance. Directly take down the person. Changing his previous attitude, he complimented and praised him in front of him, saying that it was too malleable, and that the quality of his future photos would directly be able to pull it up a notch. Then I'll ask you to take care of it more. One by one doesn't have much heart. I'm afraid she doesn't understand the world and doesn't know if she's offended. Chen Xiu knows one by one's nature. Will not make friends with people, but once in a certain aspect of the particularly outstanding, will certainly attract the jealousy or resentment of others. will inevitably be targeted. These things she has not experienced. Before he also just verbalized and she said the complexity of human nature. Really waiting until the time of the real experience. Chen Xiu worried that she would not be able to bear the weight. Don't worry. I've explained everything. No one dares to bully your family one by one. Ji Xiao patted Chen Xiu's shoulder. This thing he did very properly. Not only because of Chen Xiu, because of Su Ro, she said in his ear again and again. His ears are soft, listen to everything, so all in accordance with Su Ro said. Up and down the good, but also let a person to help keep an eye on it. But wherever someone wants to look for trouble, are directly reported to him. Thanks. I'll go ahead and take my time then. When Chen Xiu left, Ji Zhao's few friends greeted him and were still warm. Because it is far away, Chen Xiu took a taxi home, during which he sent several messages to Yi. She returned very quickly. Just Chen Xiu can hear from the tone of her speech. She had a good time. In that case, he wouldn't rush her home and let her hang out for a while longer. Chen Xiu get off. Just to the door of the district, the security guard came out, pointing to the door of the 4 boxes. Said, just someone sent. Said it is for you. First temporarily in this, I look at this packaging is not cheap, and did not move, for fear of getting broken. This security guard in Chen Xiu is quite familiar, because Chen Xiu in the community to see Moncler outlet store a thing or something, will want to give a hand. Before the security room of the computer has a problem, 2 Moncler outlet store older will not get, or he helped to get it right. Plus he had lived here for a long time, and naturally became familiar with it as he came in and out every day to say hello. This is from my friend. Thanks for watching over it for me. Chen Xiu squatted down. The box is well packaged. Tear down the seal along the seal. The inside loaded with Chelsea. The head is very large. Just looking at it, I feel that the juice is very juicy. Chen Xiu held up a large handful. Grandpa, take some and taste it. Originally Chen Xiu thought that there were only 2 boxes. I did not expect Zhao Yu rich and generous. Sent 4 boxes over. So much as surely can eat enough. So it is okay to share a little. No. Just save it for your girlfriend. This looks expensive. It's got to be quite a lot of money. Moncler outlet store waving his hands repeatedly. He also stepped back. Then I'll put it on the table for you and you can eat it later. Chen Xiu went straight into the security room and put the Cheerios on his plate. You kid. Thanks then. I'll take it home to my old lady after work later. Moncler outlet store. He smiled like he was thinking of how happy his partner would be when he brought these home. Chen Xiu a little touched, looking at the Moncler outlet store somewhat naive smile, and cupped a handful of put in. Then you also taste, but also quite sweet. Just eat afresh. Okay, then I'll follow suit. But little Chen, where's that pretty girlfriend of yours? Why isn't she with you today? Chen Xiu every day with one in and out. Every time no matter where. The 2 holding hands have not let go. The feelings are very good. The security Moncler outlet store usually have nothing to do. It is on these gossips especially understand. So Chen Xiu in love this thing is not a secret at all. She's out for the day. She'll probably be back later. Chen Xiu was idle anyway, so he went in the security room and talked to the security guard. Before, I saw you by yourself every day. Busy, and now that you have a girlfriend, your mental energy is better. Moncler outlet store for Chen Xiu received a cup of hot water. 2 hands held just enough to cover the hands. Indeed, it feels like life is all the more interesting with someone to keep me company. Chen Xiu also does not refute. After all, what state he is in, he is the most clear. He has more than once compared to the previous, so he knows how important one is to him. People fall in love is not to find a companion. Living alone, sick no one cares about. Eat every day alone. Encounter things no one to share. No one to share the difficulties. That cannot be called life. Moncler outlet online the hand dance that he said, with his movements, inexplicably a little funny. Chen Xiu cannot help but laugh, but have to admit that it is really such a reason. So, Moncler, do you and your partner usually fight? That's certainly quarrel not quarrel that can be called husband and wife? When you get married in the future you will know. This woman before and after marriage is a different look. Before marriage, everything depends on you. Speak can be gentle, but when you get married, you'll see another side of her that will be catty and have a bigger temper. Talking about what high-tech words, Moncler outlet store don't understand, but to do things, to say life, he has endless words. After all, life experience is there. Chen Xiu listened attentively. These were too strange for him. After all, he hadn't experienced it before, and now that he understood it in this way, although it was a bit heartbreaking, it wasn't bad. So, Moncler, do you like her more when she's gentle or when she's married and grumpy? Chen Xiu dare not imagine. One will not also be, as Moncler outlet online said, will not also become catty, hot temper, unreasonable. The current Kazuchi was so gentle. so soft and sticky that it was hard for him to connect with the image the older man had spoken of. But listening to the tone of Moncler Outlet Store, his old partner used to be gentle and lovely. Just changed after marriage too. It's like before you change. After you get married it's love. Moncler Outlet Store. He laughed out loud after saying this, like he was shocked at how he had said such a meaty thing. She was a little girl before she got married. She had no concept of life, and she didn't have to worry about wood, rice, oil, salt, vinegar, and tea, so of course she had a good temper. But after marriage, she has to do all the chores in the house, and once people are stressed, their natural personality changes, and it's only right that they should be angry. She even got into a fight with me yesterday, just because I forgot to set my shoes up when I walked in the door, and then she nagged me for an hour, not to mention being pissed off. Moncler Outlet Online. He started complaining when he spoke, but it didn't really seem like he was complaining. After all, his eyes were all smiles and there was no annoyance on his face. Instead it seemed like he was telling love in a different way. Chen Xiu was mesmerized by what he was hearing. He imagined in his mind the scene where one by one was being mean to him, and didn't find it annoying, he only found it adorable. Thinking about it, he laughed out loud. The security guard was still spitting out his bitterness, and when he saw Chen Xiu laughing, he thought he was gloating, so he reached out and patted him. "You kid, you're laughing now. You'll be crying later when you're married and locked out of your room and sleeping on the couch." Sleeping on a couch or something is definitely not possible. Although Chen Xiu agrees with Moncler Outlet Store in that life changes a person's character, but this point he is still very confident. "No, it won't. My girlfriend is very nice to me. I'm sure she can't afford to let me sleep on the couch." He often bullied E, and he didn't see when E really lost her temper with him in a big way. She always talked, and then he coaxed E a little, and E was happy. In the future, even if there is a quarrel, he will give in to softness, pampering and acting pitifully. One by one, he will surely be heartbroken. Once she was distressed, she solved all problems. That can't be said. Oh, who knows what's going to happen in the future. But you're almost of age now, so when you graduate you can talk about meeting her parents or something, to make a good impression. I remember I did a lot of homework back then. Do you need me to teach you a few tricks? The Moncler Outlet Store is really warm-hearted, and can't wait to tell Chen Xiu all about his bit, but it's just a pity that Chen Xiu doesn't need it. That's not necessary. Moncler, it doesn't bother me. One by one, he's a human being and so is he, so there's no need for that experience. The back of the chat and chatter, and finally Moncler Outlet Store to help him send things up, because there are 4 boxes. Although Chen Xiu can move, but things piled up too high also blocked the line of sight. Coupled with Moncler Outlet Store is really too enthusiastic. He did not excuse himself. After the stuff was delivered Moncler Outlet Store, he didn't even come in and sit down because he had to rush home from work. Chen Xiu didn't stay much. Anyway, there will be another opportunity in the future. It's not bad this time. Chen Xiu moved the fruits to the side of the refrigerator to put them better. Now that the weather is cold, there is no need to put the refrigerator at all. There were only some very simple dishes in the house before. Nothing fancy, just the simplest styles. But since One by One came along, she liked all kinds of nice looking plates and kitchenware, so she changed a lot. Chen Xiu found 2 nice looking plates and washed a plate of strawberries and Cheerios each, making it convenient for One by One to come back later and eat. It was already dark outside, and Chen Xiu sat down to play with his cell phone, but his mind was not on it. Would it be less safe for Yi and Sue to be out there? He didn't know how they were playing now. One by One was very well behaved. He wasn't worried about her getting into trouble, but after all, it was out in the open, so who knew if they would run into a few crazy people. Chen Xiu's thoughts drifted farther and farther away, and after rambling for 2 minutes, he just planned to call and ask. But his cell phone rang first. Seeing that it was Yi's call, Chen Xiu immediately picked it up. His tone of voice was a bit anxious. One by One is drunk. Can you come over here for a minute now? It was Su Ro's voice, and it was a bit noisy around, but Chen Xiu still heard Yi babbling next to him, like she was calling his name. Where are you guys? Give me a seat. How can I get drunk? Chen Xiu picked up the clothes and went outside. He knew that Su Ro was not reliable. How can he give One by One a drink? Her amount of alcohol, drink a little can have an accident. Su Ro said the location and then explained it to Chen Xiu. She originally did not intend to bring One to the bar. Just met a few friends. People are quite good, and also want to get to know One. She thought she was next to the able to look after One. So after getting One's consent to go together, at first it was all fine. She didn't even give One by One a drink. She just ordered her a juice. But halfway through she went to the restroom, and when she came back One by One had already had a drink. It wasn't a very high degree of alcohol, but One by One's drinking capacity was really bad. No, I should say a complete lack of alcohol. Just that little cup went right on your face. For this Su-ro also got angry with those few people, said several times can't give her a drink, it's only a few minutes, went to the toilet, answered the phone call of Ji Xiao, came back to the person is drunk like that. Chen Xiu could hear that Su-ro was also very anxious, and also very guilty, although he did get angry, but this matter cannot be completely blamed on Su-ro's head, so he tried his best to endure, and only let Su-ro first take care of one by one, and he would come right away, urged the driver master to speed up. When paying, Chen Xiu paid an extra $8, he directly ran in, because it was windy outside. Chen Xiu let Su-ro inside to take care of one by one. One by one was crouched on the floor when he arrived, scrunched up in a tiny ball with his hands still clasped around his knees. Su-ro coaxed half a day beside her, but she just wouldn't get up and wouldn't let her touch it. Seeing Chen Xiu now, Su-ro simply saw a savior. She knew that one by one was cute, but she didn't think that being drunk would be cute like this. It was both adorable and abrasive at the same time, and there was nothing she could do about it. What's going on here? Chen Xiu walked over to him, and one by one looked up in confusion the moment she heard his voice. Brother Xiu, because of the drunkenness, one by one spoke softer and sweeter than usual, and this shout directly rubbed out Chen Xiu's temper. Looking at her flushed little face, Chen Xiu squatted down, his eyes looking straight at her, and learned to drink? Ha! The tone was slightly serious. Chen Xiu's intention was to scare her, but he didn't expect that in the next second. He directly cried out, "Woohoo! This clear bar was a nice environment and not as loud as a normal bar," so one by one's cries instantly put the entire focus on her. As if she felt everyone's gaze, Yi raised her little head and looked around. Her deer-like eyes finally looked at Chen Xiu, tearful. Woohoo! Chen Xiu thought that she would stop crying when she saw herself, but it turned out that she instantly cried even more fiercely. A little helpless. Good girl, what are you crying about? Chen Xiu put his hand on her little head and touched it, trying to get her to lift her face, but Yi simply ignored him, crying like a pear. Around the original only Su-ro and her a few friends, was one by one so screwed up. There are some people have run to join in the fun, so next to the pressurized standing a small row of people. Chen Xiu's afterglow swept a glance and saw that there were a few men who were still holding wine glasses in their hands, so they ran to the side to eat melon. Suddenly it's a bit off-putting. This is his girlfriend. What are the others looking at? Because of the sense of crisis, Chen Xiu then directly put the hat of one by one clothes on her, and then stretched out his hands to cup her face. Be good one by one. Let's go home, okay? Chen Xiu lowered his voice as gently as possible, and Su-ro a few people just watched from the side, directly groundhog screaming, too sweet, how can they be so well matched? Kazuchi lowered his head, unwilling to raise it, but finally stopped crying and asked, slightly aggravated, so you'll be angry? I've just been drinking and you said no drinking outside, but, I didn't mean to, I saw it was a nice color so I thought it was a drink. Yi's speech was broken and cute. Chen Xiu knew that she was good and definitely wouldn't intentionally disobey him, so he wasn't that angry, just now so anxious because of the worry. She is a girl, the alcohol consumption is so poor, but also drunk. If something happens how to do, he is not by her side. Even if something happens, he cannot arrive in time to avoid that, so he's going to be mean. But now, it's kind of completely vicious. Okay, I know one by one good boy. I don't blame you. Let's go home, okay? Chen Xiu coaxed extremely patiently, like he was coaxing a child. And although the onlookers were a bit too many, he didn't feel shy at all. There's nothing to be shy about coaxing your girlfriend. Just pretend that everyone next to you is a cabbage and be done with it. But I'm a mushroom. I can't move around. Yi's big eyes blinked. Her little face was flushed, and she said that she was a mushroom in a serious manner. So even if Chen Xiu's brain was smart, he was stuck at this time. What the hell? Mushrooms are a thing. Meeting one by one sincere eyes, Chen Xiu reconfirmed. What did you say you were? I'm a mushroom. Colored mushrooms? Those don't look as good as me. I'm the best looking. Kazuchi reached out and pointed to the group watching from the side. Chen Xiu followed suit and suddenly an onlooker boy came to ask in confusion. So, I'm also a part of your play? The others nodded in agreement, and Chen Xiu no longer paid any attention to these, so he lowered his head to coax one by one. Okay, you're the best looking mushroom, so let's go home, okay? Chen Xiu tried to pick Yi up, but Yi shrank back and wouldn't give him a touch. No, I'll break. Chen Xiu? Mushrooms with crumbles? Ichii's little brain doesn't know what's in his head, and his brain circuits are different from normal. Usually when people get drunk they either play drunk or just sit still. Who is like Kazuchi? Ah, say they are a mushroom. Ah, good girl. I'll carry you on my back. Slowly, surely it won't break. Chen Xiu rubbed her face and smiled at her. Yeah, finally, she was persuaded. Chen Siyu immediately squatted down. Good boy. Come up. Yi stretched out his hand, wanting to go and wrap his arms around Chen Siyu's neck, but because he had been squatting for too long, his legs became numb, so he fell back and sat directly on the ground. Ah! Chen Siyu didn't consider this and immediately turned around after hearing the sound. Why are you still falling? Chen Siyu helped one by one up. Does it hurt? Chen Siyu helplessly held his forehead. What a headache. And no one told him that little girls turn out like this when they drink. Can't we skip the mushroom part? Good girl. I'll carry you on my back. It won't break. Chen Siyu wiped her tears, not giving her time to think, and directly carried the person up. Walked to Su Ro. One by one I'll take it first. Is Jisha coming to pick you up? It's always a relationship of acquaintance. Although he didn't speak in a good tone of voice when he just learned that one by one was drunk, but now that he's calmed down, he surely can't just go straight away. He needs to ask Su Ro. He'll be here later. You don't need to worry about me. Take one by one back first. Take good care of her. Su Ro worriedly looked at Yi. She still had tear stains on her face. Not to mention Chen Siyu, even her heart was moved. Su Ro kept boasting in her heart. If she could, she would even like to take Yi back to post it. I'll leave you then. You can call 11 if you need anything. Chen Siyu knew Ji Xiao's character. If Su Ro was here, Ji Xiao would definitely come over. There was absolutely no need for him to worry. Go on, get her some honey water to drink so she can get some early rest. Chen Siyu carried Yi out, stopped a cab outside, and coaxed Yi down for a long time. After telling the master the address, Chen Siyu held one by one in his arms and coaxed. You're drunk, aren't you? Here's a bag. Don't throw up in the car. The driver's master looked away, fearing that one by one he would vomit on the car. Don't worry, master. She didn't drink much. She won't throw up. As soon as Chen Siyu finished speaking, Yi immediately retorted. I didn't drink too much. I just turned into a mushroom. Master, slow down or I'll break. Ichichi said and hugged himself, shaking twice. The master paused and glanced back. Your girlfriend's been drinking quite a bit. This is all hallucinations. Yeah, I got drunk when I wasn't paying attention, so I'll have to watch out for that more often. Chen Siyu smiled. His girlfriend being too cute when she was drunk was also a problem. After arriving at the entrance of the neighborhood, Chen Siyu wanted to directly carry one by one down, but one by one did not let her. She had to slowly walk down by herself, and then she walked to the side of the utility pole and reached out to hold the pole. Chen Siyu closed the door of the car and after paying, he walked to crouch down next to one by one. Again? Kazuchi nodded. Well, I'm a mushroom. Now that there was no one next to her, Chen Siyu did not restrain himself and directly came over to kiss her face. He had just suppressed it at the clearing bar because it was crowded, but now that it was all deserted, he could kiss as much as he wanted. You can't kiss me. I'm a mushroom. I'll get poisoned. Yi looked at Chen Siyu very seriously and spoke, and after saying that, he also reached out and wiped the place that Chen Siyu had just kissed. Chen Siyu was confused. So he was being disliked? One by one. Why don't you try rubbing another one? Chen Siyu narrowed his eyes at her with a hint of warning. Ichichi was drunk, but he could still sense danger, so he shrunk back. I don't mind. I'm just telling you in case you get sick. Yi saw that Chen Siyu was still staring at her, and became even more vain, so she moved forward and moved in front of Chen Siyu and kissed him. It was my initiative so you wouldn't get sick. Chen Siyu nodded his head. The annoyance he just felt finally disappeared. The little girl still has an eye. Nose to coax him. Alright, you're barely forgiven. But it's cold down there. 1-1. We should go home or you'll get sick. One by one. She had been drinking, and now it was windy, and even though she had been wrapped up in a ball, Chen Siyu was still worried, and just wanted to hurry up and get her home, clean her up and then cuddle her to sleep. No, I don't want to go back. Yi firmly shook her head. Usually she did not dare to refute Chen Siyu, but now she is not afraid. It is said that wine is strong and courageous. This point of backbone she still has, and Chen Siyu had such a good temper. She didn't even murder her when she was drunk, and she didn't murder him just now when she didn't give him a kiss, so now she was very courageous. I'm a mushroom. Mushrooms are meant to be planted outside. Are you bringing me home because you want to eat me? Chen Siyu nodded. To eat, just not the kind of eating you're thinking of. Many images flashed through Chen Siyu's mind, all of which were thoughts of eating one by one dry. No, you're not allowed to think. Yi raised her hand to cover Chen Siyu's eyes. Just as he was about to kiss it, a neutral voice came from beside him. It's so late. Squatting here to fall in love? Are you young people's preferences so unique? The wind is blowing. Why don't you go back to the house? The security guard's voice made Yi sober up a lot in an instant. Although she drank and had a slightly thicker skin, but she also didn't want to let other people crowd around. We'll be right back. She's had a few drinks so she's not quite sober. Chen Siyu smiled and picked the person up in a horizontal hug. This time one by one did not refuse. He easily picked up, and after exchanging pleasantries with the security guard, he headed upstairs. One by one, she leaned against his chest, her face less red and her eyes much clearer because of the wind she had just gotten. Still dizzy? Kazuchi nodded. Halos. Still mushrooms? Kazuchi nodded. Can that be kissed? One by one, this time shaking his head, Chen Siyu smiled and did not speak in. It's not up to her to decide whether to kiss or not. She's been making so much noise just now, so it's not too much to ask that he collects a little interest. Is it? Carrying EE back home, Chen Siyu let her sit on the sofa and rest, then went to get her honey water. By the time he came out, one by one was leaning back on the couch with a plate of strawberries in his hand, frantically shoveling them into his mouth. This is so sweet and delicious. Seeing Chen Siyu coming over, he immediately picked up a heart and wanted to feed Chen Siyu. You eat it too. This one is even sweeter than the one I bought before. E loves strawberries, so she wants to eat them with Chen Siyu. No matter how many there are, she wants to share them. That way she will have double happiness. Chen Siyu noticed the strawberries on the plate, and although EE had just swished them into her mouth, it was obvious that she was eating them from one side. The rest of the half is reserved for him. Heartwarming. Okay, for the sake of her being so well behaved, I won't clean her up this time. Good. Chen Siyu opened his mouth and bit through it, and he never refused anything that EE fed him. Good girl. Let's not eat and drink the water first. EE nodded. Yeah, water. The rest was supposed to be reserved for you. EE foolishly smiled at Chen Siyu, then immediately took the water Chen Siyu handed over and gulped it down. Why so stupid? Stupid when it's stupid, and angry when it's angry, but when it's well behaved it straight up melts hearts. Chen Siyu felt that he was completely taken. His emotions were completely affected by EE, but he was willing and happy to do so. Can't wait for it to be like this forever. Just keep going. Life is fun. See you. You have to finish the rest of you. No saving it for me. Chen Siyu knew what one by one was thinking, so he reached out and pointed to the boxes of fruits next to him. Those are all yours. One by one. Let go and eat as much as you want. Kazuchi glanced that way, then immediately got up and went over, crouching next to the box and gulping. Wow. That's a lot. I don't want to be a mushroom. I want to be a strawberry. Chen Siyu pupils earthquake. Together with the wine is not awake now. He thought that the wind, and just drank honey water. See her talk is not in the clear bar when so slow, thinking that now also almost sober. Well, it's a strawberry instead of a mushroom, and it's still confusing. Chen Siyu went over and lifted the person up. Whatever you want to be, now go take a shower first or I'll be very angry. Are you washing it for me? Chen Siyu nodded and smiled wistfully. It's not impossible. I can help you if you want. No, I want to wash it myself. I don't want you to help me. E immediately refused, although her brain was still a bit confused. But if Chen Siyu helped her, she might have to do something again. Don't be shy. I can do it, Chen Siyu said and pulled the person up, not giving her a chance to resist. I'm so tired and my head is spinning. I don't want to take a shower. E wasn't lying. She really didn't want to move. She just wanted to lie on the bed and rest. She didn't even want to brush her teeth and wash her face if she could. No, you can't go to bed dirty. Chen Siyu went to get and helped her get her pajamas and pajamas, as well as her clean panties, and then directly pulled her to the bathroom. Originally, E was still very reluctant. Always felt that Chen Siyu would take advantage of her, and she had little strength. There was no way to resist. She could only let Chen Siyu bully her, but I didn't expect that this time. Chen Siyu actually really didn't make things difficult for her, but quickly helped her wipe the shower gel, stayed a little bit in a certain place, and then rinsed her off with water. Afterwards, he seriously wiped her clean of water, put on his pajamas, and carried her back to bed. The next morning, one by one woke up only after 10 o'clock, woke up with a dazed brain, subconsciously drilled into Chen Siyu's arms. See you, E shouted sweetly. Chen Siyu slept late last night, and because he was holding fire in his heart after helping E take a bath, he dawdled for a long time. Then I did the laundry, and it was after 12 when I finished. It was only now that he heard one by one call out to him and felt her move that he opened his eyes, his hands rubbing self-consciously over the girl's soft breasts, not actively taking advantage of the situation, but just because I'm so used to touching it that I don't feel comfortable not touching it. Does your head hurt? Kazuchi nodded. It hurts so much. That wine was already strong, and since she wasn't a very good drinker, it was normal for it to hurt now. So, do you dare to drink it? Chen Siyu's tone was a bit fierce, but his hands still consciously helped her press her temples. I don't dare. I'll drink from now on. One by one, he commiserated and assured. Do you remember what you did last night? Chen Xiu asked as he took one by one into his arms. Don't remember. Yi shook her head honestly. She really didn't remember. She only remembered that Su Ro went to the toilet. Then she finished her juice. Just as the waiter brought 2 cups up, she picked a cup with a nice color and drank it. She was feeling thirsty, so she didn't care that much. Plus the people around her didn't remind her, so she assumed that it was just an ordinary drink, so she just gulped it down. Behind her she had absolutely no idea what had happened. Her memory didn't come back until the cell door there, during which images flashed intermittently, but she couldn't string any of them together. You squatted on the floor after you got drunk in the bar. You wouldn't get up even when Su Ro said anything. You wouldn't let her go to pull you, and you said you were a mushroom that would shatter if anyone else touched it. When I went to find you, you were still crying very loudly because you were afraid that I would be mean to you. And then a lot of people inside the store were attracted by your crying and came to see what was going on. You even fell on your own when I was carrying you. And even your legs went numb from squatting for so long. Chen Xiu watched Yi's eyes gradually turn from confusion to doubt, helplessness, incredulity, and despair before deciding to continue helping her remember. Then it was hard to coax you into taking you into a cab, and you took it upon yourself to tell the master that you couldn't drive too fast, or else you, being a mushroom, were going to get into trouble. Imagining that image in her mind, already feeling socially dead, Yi reached up to cover her face, her voice muffled. Don't you say it. It's not the getting drunk that's scary. It's having someone help you remember the stupid things you've done. Yi now kind of understand the meaning of this sentence. Why Chen see you drunk after full of thirso, and how she will only lose face. What mushrooms? She just swiped the video the other day and saw the wild mushrooms in Yunnan. Then saw some people sharing their experiences after being poisoned by eating the mushrooms and thought that was interesting and funny. God knows she would say that when she was drunk, and with so many people inside the clearing bar looking at her, she was embarrassed just thinking about it. She definitely ate a lot of mushrooms when she had the chance later. That's the way to earn back the face she lost. Yo, now you know you're ashamed? Why didn't you think of that when you were drinking yesterday? Chen Xiu slightly used a little force to grab Yi's face. See if you still drink next time. If there is a next time, you will disgrace yourself. I will watch you from the side, and then record a video for you, and then it will be looped all the time in your ears. Yi shook her head. She was regretting it now. If she had a chance to do it all over again, she definitely would have asked if that glass of nice color was juice or wine. I'm not drinking anymore. I really am. So don't help me remember. Yi felt like she could cry the next second. People can die, but they can't die socially. This kind of thing happens once and that's enough. They say you learn from your mistakes, and she's already experienced after this one. That's more like it. Chen Xiu had only wanted her to know the seriousness of the matter, so he had been helping her to recall it, and now that the purpose had been achieved, there was no need to say more. But, one by one, it's really dangerous out there. Not that I'm scaring you. Think about it. If a bad person took you away during that counting time when I wasn't there and Sua didn't come back, have you ever thought about what would happen? There are a lot of bad people, and they're not at all different from normal people. You're already defenseless and easily trusting, and it's more important for you to be on guard than to have an empty head when I'm not with you. What Shin Siyu said is the truth. One by one simply do not know how sinister this society is. Those examples that really happened around, do not know how bad it is. Girls, in particular, just face a lot more danger than boys. Moreover, there is a big difference between the strength of boys and girls. In the event of danger, it is very difficult for girls to get away, let alone one by one like this. Usually a little bit of fierce sleep or gasping like that, not to mention in the event of danger want to get away. I know, you've told me many times. Siyu, don't be angry, I'll remember. Knowing that Chen Siyu was serious and that he was really worried, Yi pulled his hand to assure him. It's not that I'm trying to scare you on purpose. 1-1. It's just that you're really too important to me to think about what I'd do if something did happen to you. There wouldn't be much point in continuing my life if you weren't there. In the past, Chen Xiu looked at feelings very lightly, because he always felt that in this world, people are selfish. Human beings are egoistic. No one will really live for the sake of others. And even if they do, it's a small percentage. But now, he knew full well that if something did happen to Kenzuya, his life would be turned upside down. Or rather, he would have no motivation to want to live well. Perhaps because Chen Xiyu's eyes were too serious, or perhaps the words he said were too sad. One by one felt her heart jerk a few times. She didn't want Chen Xiyu to be sad, and even more so, she didn't want him to become what he said he was. Xiyu, it can't be like this. Even if I'm not here, you should still live your life. The assumption just now had already made Chen Xiyu fearful from the bottom of his heart, and now that the words were coming out of one by one's mouth, it felt even more real, like it would really happen. Chen Xiyu pinched Yi's hand and gripped it tightly. You shouldn't have said that. I'll be sad if you say those words. You should have been very firm in telling me that you would be by my side from now on, and would never disappear. Chen Siyu's eyes carried a trace of morbid obstinacy, as if he would go out of control mentally on the spot if he didn't say so. I'll always be there for you. I won't disappear. I won't leave suddenly. I'll always be there for you. And we all agreed that we'd get married again. And you'd see me in a nice wedding dress and take nice pictures. And we'd have kittens. And to go to many places for good food. All of which I'm keeping in mind. Chen Siyu's taut spirit was finally gradually calmed down by the soft but exceptionally moving words of Yi. Well, these are all agreed upon. And in the future we will do them one by one. And we can never go back on our word. Chen Siyu held Yi tightly in his arms and took a long time to relax completely. Her faint, unique scent that was exclusively hers always put him at ease. And after one by one's presence, the quality of his sleep was much improved. By the way, do you still have a bad headache? Chen Siyu had just thought of some bad cases. Before he didn't have too many waves in his heart. But now that he had something he cherished, he subconsciously substitutes into it to the point that he lost some control. Just as loving parents who loathe human traffickers so much that they would worry about their children being harmed in any way. He was afraid that something would happen to him one day. It wasn't that he had a vivid imagination, but he couldn't afford to gamble on it. He simply didn't dare to think about it. Luckily, one by one listened, and what he had just said was like feeding him a chill pill that made his whole body relax. A little bit, but it's okay, it won't hurt after a while. He felt much better already. She was more worried about Chen Siyu. She was afraid that he would be sad. Then drink some kanji. You don't like sweet kanji anymore. If you drink a little bit of it your stomach will be more comfortable. Chen Siyu knew that his stomach would be uncomfortable after getting drunk. And this was the time to drink a little to warm his stomach. Yeah, you buy it for me then. He hugged Chen Siyu's waist and pampered. Just want to buy with you. You buy is delicious. Okay, buy for you. My family one by one has such a sweet mouth. Of course I have to fulfill it. Chen Siyu gave a portion of sweet porridge to Yi, as well as small wontons and soybean milk donuts. They were all small portions. One by one he wanted to try everything, and he was able to fix the rest, so there was no question of waste. After ordering takeout, Chen Siyu didn't get up immediately, but hugged Yi and got tired for a long time. Last night to help her bathe Shidu, because I know she is difficult, so I did not make a move on her thought. Now are awake, then definitely want to take advantage of yesterday's cheap back. Kanzuya's clothes were a little messy from his tugging, but he didn't care. They were pajamas anyway and they were still in the house, so it didn't affect anything at all. Siyu, do you know how much I got paid for taking pictures yesterday? Yi was a little gasped by his touch, and spoke differently than usual, but it was Chen Siyu who liked this, so he simply ignored what Yi said about the topic, and only perfunctorily asked how much on his mouth, while his hands were still touching everywhere on her body. More than 4,000. I was shocked when I read it. I feel like I did nothing, just sitting there putting on makeup and taking pictures, and actually getting so much money. I thought it was sent by mistake, and had Su Ro ask Ji Xiao for me. Then he said it was that number. Yi tried to pull Chen Siyu's hand, trying to get him to tighten up a little and not push so hard, but Chen Siyu easily pinched the wrists of both of her hands with one hand, then lifted them over her head and pressed them onto the pillow. Siyu, are you listening to me? One by one, he was trembling. Absolutely he was completely taken, but at the same time, he also deeply understood what Chen Siyu had just said. In front of the power, the girls really had nothing to fight back. Just like now, she couldn't move at all, and Chen Siyu had a relaxed face, like she hadn't exerted any force at all. Hear that? My family earns so much money as soon as I do. Will you support me later? Chen Siyu's slender hands skillfully lifted Yi's pajamas upwards, all the way to the chest upwards. I'll give you all my money. Siyu, don't do this. Kanzuya sensed the danger, so he immediately wimped out. She just wanted kanji. How did things turn out like this? Yi tried to break away, but Chen Siyu pinched tightly, and it was no use at all for her to resist so much. How am I doing? Chen Siyu was thick-skinned. His hands continued to draw circles on her body, but his eyes were innocent, trying to coax one by one to say it. That's it, one by one. He couldn't open this mouth. Chen Siyu smiled, so he directly lowered his head to bite. If you can't say it then it's no. I didn't do anything. Chen Siyu left a lot of marks on her body, and in the end, one by one really couldn't resist begging for mercy. Chen Siyu didn't even intend to let her go. It was because the takeout had arrived, and considering that it had to be eaten while it was still hot, Chen Siyu retained the last vestige of his humanity, and let her get up. A tearful get up, eyes full of accusations against Chen Siyu. Of course, just secretly lowered his head, and did not dare to let Chen Siyu see After all, if Chen Siyu sees the lake, she must be directly finished. After washing up one by one obediently sat, Chen Siyu will open the food. Steaming kanji just opened the smell. One by one cannot wait to taste a mouthful. But was Chen Siyu a look on the deterrent? One by one. Blow on it before you eat it. You're going to cry again if you burn it later. Chen Siyu knows what kind of character she has. Every time she sees food, she can't help it. She has been scolded several times and doesn't remember. If not for his reminder, it is estimated that she will have to come again. I know. One by one. He scooped up a spoonful, then came over and blew on it, feeling that the temperature was right. Before handing it to Chen Siyu's mouth, Siyu eat first. Chen Siyu instantly have no temper. Really? The little girl will be the most coaxing people to be happy this sentence let his temper is all gone. And even because just now his own tone of voice is too fierce and feel guilty. Okay, I'll eat first. Chen Siyu didn't refuse, so he went over and drank it. Well, it's true that it's better to be fed one by one. Yi nodded her head as she continued to feed Chen Siyu because of the compliment she received. Good girl. You eat first. I'll just do it myself. Chen Siyu helplessly smiled. Originally wanted her to warm her stomach, but also feed him. What kind of thing is this? Yi was originally hungry herself. It was only because Chen Siyu said that what she fed was more delicious, so she swallowed her saliva while feeding Chen Siyu. And now that he said so, then she didn't hold back, and directly stuffed her mouth with a big mouthful. Yeah, I'll eat first then. Over the next few days, one by one took on a few shoots, and since she was making so much money, she resolved to focus on it and stop thinking about the stall. Chen Siyu, on the other hand, prepared for the interview. Usually more tutoring, plus high school math content he completely eat through, so there is no difficulty, only in the structured question and answer still need to work a little. At that time the examiner will ask a few questions, covering a wide range of phenomena, such as social aspects of some phenomena, or to throw a problem, let you explain the solution. Thinking time is very short, must be within 30 seconds, then there are a few teachers watching you, so inevitably will be panicked. Chen Siyu looked for the question bank and watched the time every day to find a few questions and then gave the official answer. In the past, I did not know that being a teacher would face so many tricky questions, and now that I have started to prepare for it, Chen Siyu feels more and more that being a teacher is not an easy thing to do. Sometimes I brush up on posts and videos sharing about how some of the young teachers change after joining the profession, graduating as youthful graduating students, and then after some time of joining the profession, afterward, they are years older and full of haggardness. Chen Siyu was still a little flustered when he looked at it, but on second thought he felt that it didn't matter. He had confidence in his own ability and believed he could do a good job, and as for how it would be later, that would wait until later and not be considered now. Time passes quickly. Chen Siyu prepared for 4 or 5 days after the distribution of the examination room came out. His examination room is in our school. It is still considered lucky. Su Ro and Ji Xiao weren't so lucky. Both were assigned to other schools and were still in the first game. One by one. I have a 3 o'clock field during the day tomorrow, so I'll be just in time to have dinner with you after the test. Tomorrow you shoot in peace. I'll pick you up after the exam. Chen Siyu hugged one by one and Putty. These days she is outside every day. It is rare to be separated for such a long time. They say that a small farewell is better than a new marriage, but in the middle of the interval is just a few hours. Chen Siyu was a little bit unable to hold back. He wanted to ask Ji Xiao to arrange some work for Yi, but every time he saw a large amount of Yi's incoming money, he couldn't say anything. It's an ability to be able to live off your face, not to mention the fact that one by one, you have the capital and you work hard and are willing to put effort into the thing. It's only been a few days. She's already famous in the modeling circle, and there are even other niche brands looking for one by one. And Ji Xiao also mentioned that if one by one is willing to get an account, she can update her daily routine, which can also generate a wave of fans. Chen Siyu for this matter to maintain a neutral attitude. A one wants to choose how he supports, as long as she is happy. In the end, one by one decided not to get into those because she had seen too many people strangling each other on the internet, and she didn't find it interesting to get involved. Siyu, I wanted to go with you, but there are 2 shoots tomorrow and I can't get away. Kazuchi poked his hand nervously, feeling guilty. Her own boyfriend had an exam and she couldn't accompany him, but at least it would be okay to pick him up when the exam was over. But she just couldn't get away tomorrow. It was also clear to Yi that she had been busy every day for the last few days, and even though Chen Siyu had his own things to do, she just felt like she was doing something wrong for not spending time with him. Chen Siyu haphazardly rubbed one by one's black and soft hair. His eyes were full of warmth. It's okay. I'll come to you tomorrow after the exams. Have a good meal tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow rest for a night. I'll take you home. Time passes very quickly. Now are already the end of January. next month more than 10 New Year's Eve, or to go back early, or catch the Spring Festival. It will be very crowded. Yeah, well, I'll communicate with them tomorrow and try to finish early. In fact, according to the shooting plan, Yi couldn't leave so early, but Chen Xiyu had communicated with Ji Xiao, and a few words from his side would get things done, so there was no need to worry at all. It's a bit of a long trip back, so if you're tired by then, let's get off the bus and find a hotel to stay in for a while, so we won't be in a hurry to rush back home. Where I lived as a child was not quite the same as here. The quality of life would be lower. There wasn't as much food, but I'll make you anything you like. Chen Xiyu could suffer on his own, but Yi absolutely could not suffer a little. He raised his own girlfriend. A little bit of pampering is also deserved. After all, it is he held in his heart. No matter what she wants, he will do his best to meet. I'm in a hurry. I'd love to see what it was like where you lived when you were a kid. And Dean, she said she was going to make me dumplings for dinner. You're such a good cook and yet you rave about her dumplings. They must be special. When the time comes, I'll go and learn. Maybe I can replicate that flavor it in, so that I can make it for you later when we're out and about, when you want to eat it. It's just that I don't have much talent for cooking, and it must take me a long time to learn. But it's okay, Dean is so gentle. She's sure to be willing to teach me, and I'm sure I can learn if I'm serious. Kazuchi spoke to himself, doubting himself a little in the middle, but quickly gaining self-confidence. It is said that success comes from a surge of unexplained self-confidence and exponential hard work, both of which I feel I have. Regarding confidence, if she wants it, she can do it. If she made an effort, although she was rather lazy, as long as it was about Chen Xiyu, she was very willing to learn. Why so stupid? Seeing that she was so serious about wanting to learn, Chen Xiyu couldn't help but let out a laugh. Why are you laughing at me? I'm serious. Even though none of my previous cooking was very good, but I can definitely learn how to make the dumplings you want to eat. A look at Chen Xiyu face does not believe the look. The heart is very unconvinced. She did not just do before the tomato eggs do not look too good. How is not trustworthy? And maybe she's just not good at that dish and is good at the rest? Yi beamed back. Chen Xiyu knew her too well. So much so that with one look, he knew what she was thinking. One by one. Are you making excuses for the last time you failed to make tomato and eggs? Last time a one wants to cook. Chen Xiyu see her so want to do. Then teach her to do a most simple tomato eggs. Steps and so on to say clearly. He also wanted to guide in the side. But a one does not let. Nan expelled him out. I don't know what she did to make tomato eggs look like that damn thing. But in a way, she's kind of awesome. What excuses? I didn't. Last time was just an accident. And in the end it was still edible. He was very unconvinced. Obviously after the last time he did it, Chen Xiyu even ate several bites. Chen Xiyu was all pissed off and laughed. The stuff that Yi made was simply inedible. And I don't know what kind of seasoning she put in it to make the flavor of tomato and egg so one-dimensional. He ate it solely because it was made by Yi, and it was her first time cooking. Chen Xiyu didn't want to blow her off, and ended up praising her twice in good conscience. He had thought that one by one would at least be self-aware, but now it seemed that he had overthought it, and she was completely unaware of it. One by one. One of the two can cook and that's it. Leave the cooking to me. Just be good and wait for the food. As for the dumplings, you can learn them if you want to. You don't have to push yourself specially for me. Everyone has their own area of expertise, and there's no point in dying in an area you're not good at. I know, that's why you're usually the one who cooks. But dumplings are not the same as stir-fry. Dumplings are not the same as stir-fry. You just need to mix the filling. I can make them for you once I learn how. You can trust me. I'm sure I'll be able to pull it off and perfectly replicate the flavor you like. Ichichi doesn't feel like he has a problem at all. Mainlining a pushin'. Okay, you can learn if you like. I won't stop you. In fact, to be honest, it wasn't because the dumplings tasted so good. It was just because of the memory that it was something that could bring him warmth. That's why he couldn't forget it. That's why he felt warm every time he tasted that flavor. The next day, Yi unprecedentedly got up even earlier than Chen Xiyu, because she had a shoot in the morning. The costumes and makeup were more complicated, and it was estimated that she would have to get it for about 3 hours, so she needed to go there earlier. During this period of time, one by one, watching the makeup lady's techniques, and her usual popularization of makeup tips, she learned a lot of things, only she still did not have the idea of putting on makeup. After all, the shooting is now every day someone else to help her make up. It did look good after makeup, but it was a pain every time she took it off, and she didn't want to go through all that trouble. One by one. Sleep with me a little longer. Chen Xiyu tightly hugged one by one and did not let go. Usually it was him who woke up early and then one by one stuck to him. Now the roles were switched. Chen Xiyu kinda enjoyed it, and he just didn't want one by one to get up so soon. It had been so many days since he had been with him. He had been abstaining from sex every day these days and had long since been unable to hold it in. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to delay her filming and he had to prepare for the exams himself, he would have immediately tried on that Fox Demon Little Red Woman outfit and just played all day. But I'll be late. Was sleepy and couldn't keep her eyes open, but she knew that if she was late, the shooting time would be extended, and she would definitely get off work late in the afternoon, and that would affect her date with Chen Siyu. So now, no matter how sleepy she was, she had to get up in a hurry. Boy, it's still early. It's okay to sleep for a little while longer. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Chen Siyu's hand restlessly touched on one by one. Originally just woke up. The reaction is relatively large, so touching 2 times, he felt rising pain, so he went to take one by one soft little hands and probe downward. What are you doing? Was originally not even awake, but when Chen Siyu did this, she immediately woke up. Siyu, I'm going to the shoot. No. Chen Siyu pulled Yi's hand movements and simply ignored her complaints. No, can what? Kanzuya was so shy. After so many days of not doing it, now that she was suddenly so intimate, she always felt so much bigger than before. No thither. Struggled to pull out her hand, but it was of no use at all. Chen Siyu still tightly hooped her, not letting her move around. One by one. You help me early so you can get to the shoot early. Chen Siyu lowered his head and bit below her collarbone. Anyway, it was like this. There was absolutely no way he could continue to hold back. If it was in the past, he could have solved it himself, but times were different. He had a girlfriend, so he wouldn't be able to do it by himself. Even if he couldn't sleep, he'd still have to let her help him. What a shooting assignment, and not in a hurry for so little while. If he can't, he'll just eat later in the evening, which he's totally fine with. Chen Siyu had already decided not to be human, so both his hands and mouth moved at the same time, teasing one by one. Kanzuya quickly went limp, but there was still a little bit of sanity left in his head. Siyu, can I help you at night? I really have to hurry up and get up or else. One by one. Before the words were finished, Chen Siyu bit at her chest. Unlike the rolling and grinding just now, this time a little more force was used. Or what? One by one. You can either use this here or this. Chen Siyu's hand holding moved, while his eyes stared unabashedly at the girl's rosy, full lips. He's never been a decent person, especially when it comes to one, so naturally he's as happy as he can be. And, that being said, he can't be blamed for all of this. Who let one indulge him so much? One by one. A little angry. She has always loved to sleep. Today it is all for Chen Siyu to get up so early, but he, even so bully her, still is not a person. One by one, with a sobbing voice and red eyes, Chen Siyu took a look and became even more excited. One by one, taking a step back. Aren't you wrong? Chen Siyu's words were not at all within Yi's expectations, because Chen Siyu's heart ached for her and would coax her if he saw her eyes red. According to her imagination, Chen Siyu should feel guilty and then obediently let her get up. But, how is it not quite what she thought it would be? What's wrong with her? What could be wrong with her? What? Chen Siyu coughed twice and continued to shamelessly poo her. It's not because you're so fit and good-looking that you leave me completely defenseless. You see, there are so many good-looking people, but I only like you, and you, with such a face in front of me every day, and getting up in the morning without getting dressed, just sleep next to me. If I wasn't interested in you, that would be if I really didn't like you. If I don't even have that desire, then I must have some kind of disease. So, one by one, taking a step back, isn't this your fault? Shouldn't you be responsible for me? Chen Siyu's words slammed down one after another. Was directly confused, and even though she was trying very hard to follow Chen Siyu's thoughts, she still couldn't react. Finally facing Chen Siyu's questioning, inexplicably felt pressured, so he nodded his head. I'm in charge. I'll be in charge. Chen Siyu satisfied. He knew that one will be like this. The brain is not very good to get up in the morning. This time is the easiest to fool. Of course, it's usually pretty good to fool around. One by one is so good, so let's hurry up and not hold up your shoot, okay? Finally leaving the house almost an hour late, was flustered and angry, and decided not to cuddle Chen Siyu in bed at night. No matter how warm he was on her, she wasn't going to stick it to him. Moore said to go to the shooting earlier. He is still so unreasonable. Unreasonable even if, get so long is not good. She really cannot top. Chen Siyu, on the other hand, was refreshed and continued to sleep without a trace of guilt. Sleeping until noon, Chen Siyu slowly got up and washed up, because one by one was not there. He did not have the heart to cook, so he only ordered a takeaway to casually deal with a few mouthfuls. Noon interview on the dress code. Chen Siyu does not intend to wear those strange suits, but also cannot wear too casual. And finally the rules to find a sweater, cotton shirt and sweatpants to wear. Looking very youthful, but does not make people feel childish. Slowly and leisurely walk to school. On the way to brush the post, the morning after the interview, students shared their own questions. Chen Siyu scanned. There is no he will not. The heart will be more bottom. Only some students have bad luck. Encountered the teacher is more tricky. Has been chasing the question. Directly to the person dry confused. This is entirely a matter of luck. Some examiners are more cordial, and even if you have made a mistake in any of the points, he will give you a chance to correct it. Whereas some teachers just start disliking them. Regarding structured quizzes as well. Some teachers outright pressure you, and the mentally challenged ones just don't know what to say. Chen Siyu didn't know how lucky he was, but he was completely confident in his strength. So all in all, he was still sure of passing. After arriving at the examination room, the invigilator was taken to a large classroom, which was divided into rows according to the number of seats, and then went up one by one to draw a number plate. Chen Siyu was unlucky and drew the last one. Originally, the teacher had listened to a lot of students' lectures from the morning until now. And now at this point there must not be much interest in any of them, and unless the lectures were very bright, most of the invigilators would find it hard to get pumped up. Based on what people on the thread have shared, the worst would be the first batch, where the teacher is in better spirits and so listens extra hard, so much so that the teacher is able to see if they have any questions or small gestures during the lecture. While Chen Siyu drew the last one, the teachers were probably tired and just wanted to finish early and wouldn't listen too carefully. This was not a good thing for Chen Siyu, because he just wanted to finish his speech earlier and then go to find one by one. After all, he had long been thinking about one by one for the rest of the day. She was still a little angry when she left the house in the morning. He knew he was in the wrong, but he didn't have time to coax. He had messaged her in the middle of the day, but she was presumably so busy that she didn't even have much time to look at her cell phone. I was thinking that I would have a little bit more luck and draw the number plate in front of me, and then I would be able to finish earlier. But this is good. It's directly at the end of the line. Teaching interview process is quite complicated. After drawing the number plate, Chen Siyu and under the leadership of the teacher to change a classroom to draw the topic, and then we'll give 20 minutes to write a lesson plan. Chen Siyu drew the question belongs to the medium difficulty. Coincidentally, he just happened to see this question when he brushed the post at noon. Well, that's more stable. It only took Chen Siyu 10 minutes to roughly rationalize the teaching process, and he knocked on the door politely when he went into the classroom. And after introductions were made, the teacher asked him questions based on the process. Suppose you are wearing a beautiful new dress today, and after entering the classroom, a classmate compliments you by saying, "Teacher, you are wearing a sexy dress today. What should you do at this time?" Chen Siyu originally there is a little bit of small nervous, because several teachers look are very experienced, and have the majesty, but this first question on the whole he will not. First of all, he's a guy. Secondly, he doesn't go well with sexy. In the end, in this lifetime, it's likely that no one will ever praise him like that. Chen Siyu wanted to answer this way, but he couldn't because this was an exam. What's more, Chen Siyu saw embarrassment on that teacher's face, and the other three teachers reacted as an afterthought, then looked in unison at the Mediterranean teacher who had asked the question. The teacher asked and answered whatever the teacher asked, and Chen Siyu definitely wouldn't try to correct him. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, Chen Siyu gave his answer. First of all, I have to stay calm. Not because of a student's words and panic. Also do not need to be in a hurry to refute the student. We'll say this kind of student in the class belongs to the extrovert mischievous. He may not have malicious intent in itself. The purpose is to make the teacher embarrassment in the classroom to make a mess. If I am very flustered, not only will make the classroom order become chaotic, but also maybe let the other students to imitate the joy of this. So, I would answer him with "You look good today" too, to draw attention to him and make him feel self-conscious. Then silence everyone and continue my teaching, keeping an eye on the student's listening status during the lesson to ensure effective teaching. I will talk to the student again after class and tell him that he should watch the timing of his words and that there are some things he shouldn't say that may cause harm to others. Then contact the student's parents and ask them to pay attention to the student's usual entertainment, whether he or she is exposed to some more open books or TV shows, etc., so that the child can have a healthy mind. Chen Siyu paused for a moment, because he spoke faster and felt that he hadn't reached the required time, so he continued to add 2 universal formulas. In short, as an educator, I will also continue to improve my own education and teaching level, enhance my comprehensive quality as well as daily management ability, and constantly reflect on myself in practice, so as to add bricks and mortar to the educational cause of the motherland. Thank you again for the examiner's question. My answer is finished. This was perfect. Chen Siyu looked at the expressions of the several examiners and knew that he had answered very well. At least they were satisfied. Well, it's nice. The examiner smiled and then continued to ask the second question. Compared to the first, The latter is more inclined to the political type. Chen Siyu has some points answered is not too comprehensive, but the attitude is good. The views expressed are also in line with the core values of socialism, so the examiner did not say anything. Next is the 10-minute trial time. Although there are no students, but according to the requirements, Chen Siyu needs to interact with the students, so you can only pretend that there are a lot of students sitting underneath, and randomly call out a few students to answer the questions, and then you have to praise them. The scene is funny just thinking about it, but there's no way around it. Interviews are all about being shameless. Chen Siyu, despite feeling embarrassed, still continued to follow the process. Fortunately, in the middle of the speech, the teacher directly shouted to stop. Chen Siyu immediately stopped. This kind of situation he knew. There are many candidates who speak better is when the teacher shouted to stop halfway through the speech. Basically has been stable. Of course, there is also the case where the speech is so bad that the teacher can't even listen to it. Of course, Chen Siyu is very confident in himself, so it won't be the latter kind of situation. Plus the answer just now was also very good. So basically there is no problem. Sure enough, a few of the teachers had stopped continuing to ask him questions about the interview and were just making small talk, even asking him what school he was from and why he wanted to study math. In fact, according to the regulations, Chen Siyu could not say his name. He could only say that he was a number of candidates, and even more so, he could not divulge information such as the school, but since the examiner had taken the initiative to ask, Chen Siyu naturally would not hide it. Anyway, it wasn't his own initiative to bring it up, and these teachers looked like nice people, so it wouldn't be a problem to casually chat about it. Chen Siyu answered truthfully and just chatted with the examiner for a few minutes, and finally finished wiping the blackboard, bowed, said thank you teacher and left. Chen Siyu was in a good mood, rubbing the paper on which he had just written the lecture process, and throwing it to the trash can next to him with precision, taking out his cell phone and looking at it. It was now 5 o'clock. In fact, the interview was just over 10 minutes, but the process in between was just too tedious. That's why it took so long. Sent a message to E, waited for a while and did not receive a reply. Chen Siyu knew that she was busy, so he went directly to the school gate, intending to take a taxi to find her. The roads are now full of students who just finished their interviews and everyone is spouting off like crazy about how awkward they were on stage. Some stood at the podium, shivering with their words, even their legs were shaking. There are also those who directly enter the door. The first sentence is Officer Good. I am the number 1 candidate. The interview teacher directly laughed. There were also questions about structured interviews, where people had even more brain cramps and answered in such a garbled way that they wanted to laugh at the level of their own hearing. Chen Siyu walked while listening to the others share, unconsciously laughed out loud. Compared to them, he was considered lucky. Almost to the entrance of the school, Chen Siyu also saw a girl squatting and crying, surrounded by friends in comfort. Although he likes to watch the fun, but also do not want to see the embarrassing side of others, he purposely walked a little farther to get a cab, but he still heard the girl talking. Probably the questions drawn were so difficult and completely unprepared that I abandoned the exam just after going in and didn't even get to speak on stage. This situation was really bad, and Chen Siyu didn't quite understand it, but individuals had different ideas and faced different pressures, and he wasn't in much of a position to point fingers. It's just that, from his point of view, since he's paid so much money for an interview, he has to at least go through the process, rather than backing out halfway through and then running away from it. Drawing questions is entirely a matter of luck. Some are luckier so they are able to draw what they are good at, or even, like him, the questions they draw are even ones that someone has shared in the morning. There is no avoiding the fact that some are unlucky and draw questions that are too difficult, but no matter how difficult the topic, to come, then try, directly to a few teachers as a cabbage, as much as you can speak. The teacher naturally know the topic is difficult. Maybe look at the lectures of the candidates so sincere. They will directly give a pass is not necessarily so. Chen Siyu shook his head, sighed, and got into a cab. In the past, he had maintained an indifferent attitude towards such things, feeling that it was none of his business, and that his own affairs were his own and no one else's business. But now, he's becoming more empathetic, more able to empathize with others, and it all stems from the impact that one has had on him. After getting off the bus, Chen Siyu quickly found the shooting spot. After all, he had been here a few times, and he still knew the layout of the place. Turned around and did not find one by one. Chen Siyu found someone to ask, learned that one by one is still changing clothes, so he just found a seat and sat down to wait. Still have to change clothes to shoot then, estimated so also need half an hour. The time wasted in the morning is always to make up for it now. Chen Siyu did not have any complaints, just sat there and waited obediently. After about 10 minutes or so, one by one only changed his clothes and came out. It is now winter. One by one today shooting wear but very thin. Chen Xiyu look at it and feel heartbroken. Other people were praising her for wearing nice clothes, but Chen Xiyu didn't care about that. He only knew that one by one was so afraid of the cold, and still only wore so little. It must be very cold. Alas, the little girl was so pitiful. He'd better be a man in the future. He couldn't always bully her. One by one, when she came out, she did not see Chen Xiyu, but her heart was very anxious. Today's shooting task is heavy. Get to now are not good. Just now there is no time to look at the cell phone, so she cannot contact Chen Xiyu. I do not know Chen Xiyu's side of the situation is what is the situation. The exam was so important. She had prayed many times in her heart for Chen Xiyu to have a better time, but she didn't know if it would help. During the shooting, quickly adjusted her mood. Only her smile wasn't particularly happy, and the assistant next to her saw it and reminded her to look in Chen Xiyu's direction when she went up to help her organize her hair. One by one, the original dull eyes in the moment of seeing Chen Xiyu immediately brightened up. Happy towards Chen Xiyu waved his hand. If it is not immediately followed by the shooting, she is sure to directly run over, pounced on Chen Xiyu's arms to stick. Chen Xiyu smiled and waved at her. The later shots one by one were in great shape. The photographer went straight for a crazy grab. Every single one of them came out great. Every single one of them was satisfying. It's true that the power of love is great. Ah, the boyfriend came. We one by one all smiled into a flower. The more the photographer looks at the pictures he has taken, the more satisfied he is with them, and he can't wait to make the finished pictures. One by one after shooting directly ran to Chen Xiyu. Although she was a little angry in the morning, but she has long coaxed herself. Chen Xiyu so hard, but also exams. If the body is not comfortable, the state is certainly not good. She help is completely no problem, and she likes to be intimate with him. Two people who like each other and do a little bit of intimacy, it's so normal. There's absolutely nothing to be offended about. Chen Xiyu did not know that one by one will still pour themselves. See her so happy, but also just thought that she is forgetful. Are you tired of shooting? Shook her head. She was more concerned about how Chen Xiyu's exams were going. She wasn't even with her. I'm not tired. How's your exam? Are you sure? Can you pass? One by one, he asked many questions in a row, and Chen Xiyu didn't even know which one to answer. Don't worry, there's nothing wrong with the exam. It's you. You're so busy today. Are you exhausted? Chen Xiyu can heartache one by one. If he himself, busy a little tired is also okay, but one by one is his girlfriend. He just want to make her happy. Shooting now was much easier than before when he had set up his stall, but Chen Xiyu was just a bit more greedy, especially when it came to one by one. He was much more picky. If he could, he would have preferred that Kazuchi just eat and play every day and not work so hard. But people are supposed to find something to do. If they keep on continuing the previous state, then one by one will definitely not be too happy. After all, the change in her during this period of time is still very obvious, although she is tired a little bit, but every day, she will encounter some interesting things. There were more and more friends around her, and Chen Xiyu took all of this in his eyes, so he didn't have the idea of letting her stop this job. Not tired just don't have time to go to school to pick you up. Suro said people fall in love or to pick up each other after school, so very romantic. Today you test. Hey, I didn't get to accompany. Good pity. The more he said, the more she felt sorry. Other people in love are getting tired of each other every day, but she and Chen Xiyu are not the same. In the past, Chen Xiyu was busy with school and also needed tutoring. Now that he finished this semester, it was not easy to have the time to get tired of each other, but she started to get busy again. Su-ro had told her a lot of tips about falling in love. She said that a boy like Chen Xiyu was insecure, and that she needed to spend more time with him, listen to him more, and so on, all of which she had listened to. But it can't be helped. After all, to do anything needs to spend money. Thanks to the blessing of Ji Xiao, she is now earning quite a lot. According to this speed, when Chen Xiyu graduates, surely can save enough money for them to buy a house. Before, when she was a white, she had no concept of any of this. As long as there was a small nest, it was good, but now it was different. She had to work hard to have a small home with Chen Xiyu in the future. Chen Xiyu tutored so hard, she had to bear it with him. We'll just get bored every day starting tomorrow. Just don't think I'm annoying. Su-ro was always an assistant, often talking to Yi about things that could enhance their relationship. For this, Chen Xiyu was still very satisfied, and there's no need to feel bad about it. It was supposed to be a rest day tomorrow. Pack up and take her home the day after. So none of this matters. I don't have time to pick him up now, so it would be nice to pick him up later when I get off work. See you. Then wait for me to change. I'll try to be quick. One by one wearing a thin, although after the shooting said a thick jacket, but still will be cold. Chen Xiyu a little chagrined, just focusing on talking to one by one. have forgotten this. Should first let her go to change clothes. Go change, I'll be right here. If he was at home, Chen Xiu would definitely go straight up and help her change, but this was outside, so he couldn't possibly follow over. Although he did want to. I'll go first then. My hair still needs to be done, so you'll have to wait a little longer. Yi's hair needs to be styled in various ways to match the makeup. Sometimes it needs to be permed. Sometimes it needs to be braided and wigged. In short, it's troublesome to do it, and even more troublesome to take it apart. And after a day of wearing all those headdresses, every time after removing them, Yi's scalp is sore. These Chen Xiu do modeling to make money fast, mainly rely on the face, but in fact no industry is really simple, are required to pay a lot of hard work. There are also a lot of unknown sorrows. When Yi came home from filming, he said he had a headache every day, and he often helped with massages. After going to the room one by one, Chen Xiu found a seat and sat down, sat and swiped his cell phone. Most of the posts in the school today were about the interview. Even the group that used to be a cramming group was very lively. Everyone was talking about the topics they drew, and their own babbling while answering the questions. Chen Xiu, because he was idle, went in and ventured out, and before he even had a chance to say anything, he was condemned by them and told not to come to Versailles for the time being because they were grieving over the 280 entry fees they had paid. Chen Xiu smiled and just watched them all swipe one by one, just as a pleasure to watch, and was baring his big teeth and smiling, when someone beside him suddenly struck up a conversation with him. Siwu? Listening to the voice somewhat familiar, Chen Xiu looked up. The girl in front of him seems to know him, but he has no impression. Ah, you are? Jiangwan originally saw Chen Xiu. The heart also thumped, holding some kind of expectation to come over to say hello, but look at Chen Xiu did not recognize her, just rose up that little bit of expectation, immediately disappeared. I'm Jiangwan. Afraid that Chen Xiu couldn't remember, Jiangwan went on to explain two more sentences. I've seen you before at the Quartershaw family's winery, only I was drunk that day and there wasn't much contact afterward. In fact, if you want to contact it is very simple. Jiangwan just need to find Jishao to ask for Chen Xiu's contact information on the line. But Chen Xiu has a girlfriend. She really cannot open this mouth. In the past, she didn't believe in any love at first sight, but when she saw Chen Xiu that day, she was immediately moved. She is more introverted, but still drummed up the courage to greet Chen Xiu, wanting to contact with him, but unfortunately the sky is not as good as it should be. This has not even begun. The seed of love has not even sprouted, and it was directly pinched off. In the past few days, some friends also told her that there is no need to consider so much. If you like it, just go straight for it. She is good in all aspects, and surely she can compare to that girlfriend of his, so the chances of success are still quite high. She did move a bit of compassion at that time, but when she thought about it, she said that she also had a good family education, and she couldn't do the thing of prying people's corners. Oh, I remember. Chen Xiu's expression was faint and of little interest, but he still smiled lightly. I'm sorry, I'm a little face blind, so I didn't recognize you just now. This is the truth. Chen Xiu really do not pay much attention to what other girls look like. After all, he is a family man. Do not need to pay attention to the appearance of other girls, just need to remember all the appearance of one by one. That's okay, I'm probably more popular. Jiangwan was lost inside, but still wanted to continue talking to Chen Xiu, so she continued to chat. No, it's me. I've never been able to remember faces, so this one's on me. Chen Xiu could not possibly go to say that she did not look good, not to mention the fact that the person's parents did not look as good as one by one, but it was also considered a beautiful woman, and her temperament was also good. Really? So do you think I look good? Jiangwan saw Chen Xiu apologizing so sincerely, her heart was a little happy, and even her eyes became more gentle. Good looking. Chen Xiu nodded, but the tone was very flat. Thought about it and then felt that something was wrong. This doesn't seem to be good. How can he praise other girls for being pretty? Thanks, I had a great time. Chen Xiu was about to add my girlfriend is better looking, but Jiangwan was so excited and said thank you with such a sincere face that he immediately couldn't say anything. It's fine. Are you here for something? Do you need my help? Jiangwan remembered that just now Chen Xiu was sitting here, and there was nothing to entertain him, so he brainstormed some strange favorites in his head, just afraid that he had something to do here, but no one to help him. She was from a good family and had seen a lot of these things, so she subconsciously thought in that direction. She asked this also just wanted to help Chen Xiu, and didn't mean to look down on anything else or anything like that. Chen Xiu knew that Jiangwan meant well, and his defenses were slightly removed. I'm just here waiting for my girlfriend. Nothing much, but thanks anyway. Basic politeness should still be there, not to mention that this was Ji Zhao's friend. He just needed to keep his distance and treat the rest as normal. Jiang Wan was originally in a pretty good mood. When she heard the 3 words girlfriend, her mood fell directly to the bottom. It was only a few minutes. Her mood was like riding a roller coaster. Just raised a little interest. Chen Xiyu immediately can say something to make her sad. Just like now. When she thought she had found the opportunity to talk to Chen Xiyu a little more and get along, he popped out a girlfriend, making it impossible for her to play down the road. Your girlfriend? What's she doing here? After getting drunk that day, Jiang Wan returned home without much consciousness, but after waking up the next day, she was particularly clear about certain feelings, especially the image of talking to Chen Xiyu. Then she changed her mind and asked Ji Xiao about Chen Xiyu's girlfriend, but she couldn't ask too obviously. So Ji Xiao only casually answered 2 sentences, saying that Chen Xiyu's girlfriend was especially good-looking and nice. Ji Xiao rarely spoke so highly of others, and although Jiang Wan didn't want to admit it, but Ji Xiao had said so Chen Xiyu's girlfriend must not be bad. It was just that she just felt unconvinced. She is also very good. If she knew Chen Xiyu first, then now at Chen Xiyu's side, it must be her. And it's also that she has a moral bottom line. Otherwise if she really uses some unclean means, she still has a lot of chances herself. It's just that she doesn't want to. Her previous relationship experience was not good, so she never contacted new people. This time her heart moved, but unfortunately it was not destined to be, and there was no way for her to fix this, so she can only just wait. In case one day Chen Xiyu and that girl broke up or had some big conflict, that would be her chance. My girlfriend models here, so I came to wait for her, and now she's gone to change. Chen Xiyu answered truthfully. When he was talking about one by one, his eyes changed. There were so many hints of warmth. Jiang Wan was a girl, and was a lot more sensitive in these aspects, so she noticed the change in Chen Xiyu. Just, liked it so much that even his eyes changed at the mere mention of her, and even his voice could speak more softly. Jiang Wan felt like she was holding a breath in her heart, which was a bit hard to bear, but she couldn't let it out. I came over to see my friend too. She works as a makeup artist over here. Maybe she even did your girlfriend's makeup, and so on. Wearing makeup? Jiang Wan suddenly remembered that her good girlfriend Lu Ran seemed to have praised a girl like crazy with her a few days ago, saying that she looked very pretty, and that she had put makeup on a lot of Netflix stars, but it was the first time she had ever seen one that looked so awesome. Not only was her skin good, there were no blemishes on her face at all, but the person spoke in a soft and sticky manner, and her heart melted directly. She used to find it tiring to go to work, and as a battering ram, she didn't like the idea of repeating this every day, even though she was interested in makeup. But ever since the girl had arrived, she was looking forward to going to work a little bit. The more Jiang Wan thought about it, the more wrong she felt. Ji Zhao's evaluation was so high, and her own best friend also praised someone so unprecedentedly. She always felt there was some connection. A makeup artist? That's indeed possible. After all, One by One is over here every day, and there are a lot of filming assignments right now, so maybe the two are quite familiar with each other. Chen Xiyu didn't know who Jiang Wan's best friend was, and he wasn't interested. Just according to Jiang Wan's statement, then she should be very capable, and now One by One is the ace here, so she will definitely have more or less contact with that girl. What did you say your girlfriend's name was? Jiang Wan was familiar with this name because Lu Ran had recited it in front of her several times. No, that's too much of a coincidence. Jiang Wan was a bit messed up. No, this was too metaphysical. It was not easy for her to move her heart for once, but it turned out that the boy's girlfriend got the approval of her 2 best friends. How should I describe this feeling? She couldn't tell. But anyway, she was powerless, frustrated, and wanted to go crazy. Yeah, my girlfriend's name is One. You know? Looking at this expression of Jiang Wan, obviously knowing One by One, Chen Xiyu frowned, not knowing what Jiang Wan actually did. He doesn't like to think the worst of people, but in the case of One by One, he'd rather think the worst of people. My friend mentioned it to me. No, I should say complimented her like crazy. Said she was pretty and nice to work with, made her more motivated to go to work. Jiang Wan spoke through gritted teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to maintain her image, she would have rushed straight in to find Lu Ran right now and knocked her hard on the head. As her bestie, how can you not be on her side and instead keep saying nice things about her love interest? Others could not help her, but not Lu Ran. So, Chen Xiyu was relieved, and thought that Jiang Wan had found someone to investigate or had done something bad to One by One, and he had just panicked for a moment. I didn't realize the reason was so simple, but it's really quite interesting, and you can't tell with this karma thing. Is your girlfriend coming out soon? I'd like to meet her too. Can you introduce me? Jiang Wan wanted to see what the girl who was praised to the skies by Ji Xiao and Lu Ran actually looked like, to be able to charm both of them like this. Su Ro she had seen. Indeed good looking, no wonder Ji Xiao was led away, But this one by one, even Lu Ran was full of praise. She was curious. After all, Lu Ran had seen a lot of people. What Netflix models? What type of girls? No matter how you think about it, it all felt wrong. Chen Siyu nodded. His own girlfriend was so take it or leave it. He was very happy to introduce it to Jiang Wan to get to know her. I guess it's soon. I'll introduce you guys when she comes out. Okay, then I'll wait here with you. Jiang Wan found a seat and sat down. Because she wanted to avoid suspicion, she also purposely sat to the side, not directly next to Chen Siyu, taking out his cell phone to send a frantic message to Lu Ran, directly pointing at her, scolding people for not being on their side, and putting out harsh words that he would not buy her a bag in the future. Chen Siyu was sitting next to him, and originally he didn't notice Jiang Wan's, but because she had a manicure, when her hand tapped the screen, it made a loud noise, so he glanced at it. Jiang Wan should have been stimulated by something and was frantically messaging someone else, scanning her expression as if she had been betrayed by something. Chen Siyu instantly understood and gave her a sympathetic look. It seems that Ji Zhao's news is not accurate. He also said that Jiang Wan long ago did not believe in love. There has been no heartbeat, but now look at this situation. Simply love to death. I don't know what that man is capable of to charm a rich girl like Jiang Wan like this. Chen Siyu only thought shallowly and did not expand the continuation. After all, Jiang Wan's matter has nothing to do with him, and he does not need to be concerned. Jiang Wan's attention was on her cell phone. Lu Ran hadn't even returned to her and should have been busy, but that didn't affect her accusing her of the crime. Not even if it was unintentional. She's been hurt. Chen Siyu was very patient and continued to swipe his cell phone, and it was almost more than 20 minutes before one by one came out. Siwu, one by one. They changed their clothes and then removed all those headdresses from their heads and went to remove the makeup from their faces, so it took a bit longer. Just now when she was removing her makeup, she wanted to miss Chen Siyu very much, and now that she had managed to change into her own clothes and her face was clean, she immediately ran out. When Chen Siyu heard Yi's voice, he immediately got up and walked towards her while opening his hands. Yi ran over like a flower butterfly with a smile on her face, and Jiang Wan, as a bystander, looked up when Yi shouted out. Then she froze. Indeed, Lu Ran didn't lie to her. The girl in front of her, just by this face value and temperament, not to mention in the modeling circle, even in the entertainment circle, she also has the capital to mix well. Seeing her in this state, she should have finished removing her makeup. These facial features, this skin. She felt heartbroken when a girl looked at her. Previously, she was the one who was too hasty, and even thought of putting up a fight to snatch Chen Siyu over. And now that she saw one by one, she was simply out of her depth. With this face value and figure, there is no way Chen Siyu would have picked her. She was a little bit pretty, but in front of a 360-degree deathless beauty like one by one, she had no comparison at all. Exhausted, aren't you? Chen Siyu will be held in the arms of the person. A small group. Now remove the makeup. Her face white and tender. Chen Siyu also does not care if there is no one next to him. Directly lowered his head and kissed a one. Yi didn't shake her head this time, but pampered herself in Chen Siyu's arms and complained. Well, it's exhausting, and I miss you so much. Chen Siyu had never been able to withstand one by one pampering, not to mention that she was now purposely lowering her voice and tailing her tone upwards. Be good. Take you to the barbecue. Eat and go home and get some rest. Chen Siyu no one by one craved this. The last few days because of the shooting, she also slightly controlled the weight. Also dare not eat those heavy oil and salt. Now the shooting is over. Sure to take her to eat a good meal before. Sure enough, one by one's eyes immediately lit up when she heard that she could eat meat. Yes, yes, yes. Then I'll eat lots and lots of meat. I've been eating so much veggies these past few days. I've been craving it for a long time. And Hot Pot also want to eat. We also go to eat in a couple of days. Your side of the house is not also a lot of special snacks when you also take me, okay? One has a strange obsession with food. In fact, she's not really that interested in scenery or human history. She finds traveling interesting solely because she gets to try the food of various places. Is it good? Seeing that Chen Siyu did not answer, Yi pulled his clothes again and shook around. Okay, I'll buy you anything you want. You just can't eat like that every day. You'll get hot. It's not that Chen Siyu didn't answer. It's just that one by one, when it came to food, his little mouth blared and didn't give him a chance to answer at all. He also wanted to take one to eat and drink every day. But no, there were so many days before, he was just too indulgent to one. Every day hot pot barbecue meat all kinds of numb and spicy, so much so that she was on fire. Her throat hurt for many days to get well. He was heartbroken in those days, but Yi did not remember. People are learning from their mistakes. She is learning from her mistakes, and she is still completely unsettled. I know, That was just an accident last time. I've been taking care of my health since then. Kanzuya complained in a small voice. She actually hurt that time, but she would do it again if she could. After all, she had really enjoyed eating those days. One by One's little expression did not hide from Chen Siyu at all. He knew what was going on in One by One's head just by looking at it, so he directly reached out to grab her face. What? It didn't hurt enough last time, did it? You want to do it again? He definitely did not admit it, shaking his head like a rattle drum. No, I really remembered it. I will definitely control it. You believe me. When Chen Siyu looked at her like this, he knew that she was just deliberately coaxing him to be happy. That's why she said that, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, he watched, and One by One didn't have a chance. Jiangwan felt like an NPC, watching the protagonist get all mushy on the side. And on the other hand, it was eye candy, although it was a bit hard to feel in her heart, but she had to admit that the scene knocking CP was indeed very happy. That, I thought you were going to introduce me? Jiangwan felt that Chen Siyu had completely forgotten about her, and had just said that he wanted to introduce the words to get to know each other, but directly threw them aside after seeing his girlfriend. There's no way around it. You still have to do it yourself. It's fine to be proactive. It's nice to see a beautiful woman up close anyway, and it doesn't feel like a disadvantage. It was only when Chen Siyu heard Jiangwan's voice that he remembered. If Jiangwan didn't come over, he would have been sure to take her straight away after getting bored with EE. After all, he was a love brain himself and couldn't walk away when he saw EE. Jiangwan wasn't stupid. Seeing Chen Siyu's eyes, she understood. He didn't put himself in his heart at all. It's a little sad, even though I expected it. You're one, aren't you? I've heard so many people talk about you. Jiangwan squeezed out a smile and her eyes curved to look at EE. Hello, I am. EE is delicate inside, although usually big-headed, but she has always been sensitive in the matter of Chen Siyu, so she felt at the first glance. Jiangwan is not too different to Chen Siyu. So, One by One directly held Chen Siyu's hand, as if he was swearing sovereignty. Lu Ran is my good best friend, and Ji Xiao is also my friend. They often boast about you in my ear. I've been curious for a long time, and now that I've finally seen it, I feel like you're even better looking than I imagined. Jiangwan honestly said that although she had just been frantically condemning Lu Ran for liking EE so much, now, she had also become Lu Ran. Kanzuya was a bit confused, and the little bit of momentum he had just had instantly weakened. What to do is, although she likes her boyfriend, but she complimented herself on her good looks. EE thought the bridge was a bit familiar, and after thinking about it for a moment, wasn't that what happened with herself and Su-ro? In the beginning, Su-ro is to find her trouble, as a love rival, One by One, of course, refused to give in, but slowly, dealing with all become good friends. Previously Chen Siyu told her that many things are not black and white, people are even more complex, there are many sides. She did not understand at that time, now it is considered an epiphany. Indeed there are many sides, just like now, she just had her guard up, but when Jiangwan complimented her so sincerely, she was a bit shaken. No way, be cool, she's looking at her boyfriend, how can this be? After One by One had done his mental construction, his voice was a little colder than it had just been on purpose. Lu Ran is my favorite friend, and I know Ji Xiao. Ji Xiao is always a boy, and is still Su-ro's boyfriend, so One by One the wording is appropriate. Usually she would not contact Ji Xiao. Chen Siyu is the same. He will not go to keep Su-ro's phone. She still knew enough about these things to know that there had to be a sense of proportion in heterosexual interactions. Speaking of Lu Ran, why isn't she out yet? Jiangwan didn't feel that EE spoke with hostility. The little girl was soft, her eyes turned around, quirky, and she felt like looking at it. It's just that since it's about Lu Ran, she naturally cares about her. After all, she's her own ingrate BFF, usually so active from work, and now that she hasn't come out so late, she's still a little worried. She didn't feel too good in the stomach and just went to the restroom. Answered truthfully. Lu Ran usually has a lot of contact with her, and is also very nice, often compliments her, and sometimes they even have dinner together. She likes this new friend from the bottom of her heart. She had just been in the dressing room when she wasn't feeling well, and she had gone over to ask about it, but she had said that she was just physiological and that was why she was like that, and that it would be fine if she took a breather, and she had gotten her hot water to drink. She also wanted to take care of her. Only Lu Ran said she was fine with it and told her to come quickly to stay with her boyfriend, and at that time, seeing that her face did look better, she left it alone. Upset stomach? Did the dog mess with spicy food again? Jiangwan directly burst into foul language, which did not match her gentle image at all. Chen Siyu and EE both froze for a moment. Ha. Never mind, that's how she and I get along. I'll go check on her first then. And if you get a chance, have dinner together next time. My treat. Although Jiang Wan wanted to chat with EE for a little while longer, right now she had to check on Lu Ran first, otherwise she wasn't at ease. Okay, then we'll talk again next time we have the chance. You go ahead and get busy. Chen Xiu originally did not intend to waste time here, only wanted to hurry to take EE to eat. It was this time of the day. She must be starving. Jiang Wan nodded and looked at Chen Xiu with a slightly complicated look. She still believed in love at first sight, and the boy in front of her was her favorite, whether it was his looks, personality, temperament, or feeling. But it was a pity that she didn't have the chance. Or maybe she had a little bit of fantasy before she saw one by one, before she saw the way the two were getting along. But having just seen it for herself, with both of them having only each other in their eyes, that feeling couldn't be faked. Well, see you then. Jiang Wan smiled a bit bitterly. Perhaps in the future we'll not see again. Even if she sees, her heart will only be more regret. In that case, it's better not to see it. Yi also waved with Jiang Wan. Lu Ran is in the bathroom on the second floor. You can go up and find her. Thanks. Jiang Wan watched Chen Xiu walk out with his arm around Yi's shoulder and waited until they got into the car before she went to the second floor. Lu Ran's body is weak. Before she also took her to see a very powerful old Chinese medicine, to help her regulate the body. But unfortunately Lu Ran busy work, usually irregular work and rest, eating is not according to the time, like to eat her all kinds of spicy ice. So built simply cannot be good, waiting to have to teach her properly. So thinking, Jiang Wan out of the elevator directly after the big step. While walking and shouting Lu Ran's name, Lu Ran's voice came from the dressing room, and Jiang Wan was about to walk to the bathroom and hurriedly turned back. Tummy upset again? Lu Ran was packing up her things, and when she just heard Jiang Wan's voice, she thought she was hallucinating. A little bit. It's been medicated and it's slowing down now. Lu Ran just ate the ibuprofen, now has begun to play the effect of the drug, only the abdomen is still a little slight pain, compared to just has been too good. Physical weakness is such that it can only be relieved by medication. And on the other hand, once a month, it's just too unfriendly for a hitman. Jiang Wan said on her lips that she wanted to give her a good scolding, but now that she saw how tired Lu Ran was, she immediately couldn't bear it, and held the person down on a stool and started to help her pack up her things. I'll clean up. You sit back and relax. She was a grand lady, and she had to help her clean up so much, and not just this once, but so many times that she was now light on her feet. Why did you come over all of a sudden? Did you send me a message? Lu Ran didn't even have time to look at her cell phone because she was busy, and she was busy all the time with the tight shooting schedule today, plus her body wasn't feeling well, so she didn't have the heart to look at her cell phone even more. Jiang Wan, this big lady running over, would definitely tell her beforehand? Thinking so, Lu Ran took out her cell phone to look at it. Without looking, Jiang Wan had actually sent her more than 90 messages. She was suddenly a bit glad that she was in her physical period. If it were her usual self, and she ignored her for so long, Jiang Wan would have killed her for sure. What have you sent me here that's so much? Lu Ran clicked in, directly from the first to start reading. The beginning of all normal, is that she came over to take her to dinner? But the back of the line is not very good. Lu Ran looked scared. Just by reading the text, she could feel Jiang Wan's anger. How could Lu Ran not expect that things would be so coincidental? She had been working for so long that it was hard for her to meet a pretty sister who fit her eyes. And every time she drew her makeup she was very satisfied, and felt that she had found her motivation for her work again, as well as her passion for makeup, coupled with the fact that EE has a soft character and speaks well. People unconsciously remove their defenses, and they behave themselves when applying makeup to her. Even if they feel uncomfortable, they won't move around and are incredibly cooperative. It's a wonder she doesn't have a heartbeat after just that. That's why this didn't hold back and boasted every day in front of Jiang Wan, not expecting it to flip now. I was wrong. I shouldn't have bragged. Mostly, I didn't know she was your love interest. Lu Ran immediately admitted her mistake. After all, think about it differently. If she has a favorite boy, but her good girlfriends have been praising their love rivals. Gee, just thinking about it makes me angry. What's more, Jiang Wan's situation is relatively special. She hasn't moved for 800 years. It's hard to meet a favorite, but the result is still like this. Whoever would be sad. Wan, it's my fault. I didn't know. If I knew, I definitely wouldn't have spoken out of turn. Jiang Wan slowly packed her things, looking at Lu Ran so nervous. She didn't want to continue teasing her. Come on, I'm not mad. Besides, that girl is really quite good looking. No, very good looking. Although Jiang Wan was reluctant to admit it, but it was the truth. And there was one thing, she did kinda like it. If Chen Xiu was not her boyfriend, she was even happy to be friends with her. After all, good-looking ones she liked. Ha! Lu Ran face unbelievable. Originally thought he made a very serious mistake. The heart is planning to write a small essay review, but Jiangwan so easy to let go. In turn, she will not be the whole. You're not angry? No, you've seen it all. Ha! Surprisingly, he also praised his love rival for looking good. Lu Ran looked at Jiangwan's eyes like she was looking at a monster. She didn't get jealous and didn't hate it even if she did, but she even praised it. What's this heading towards? Jiangwan nodded. Yeah, I just met them down there and had a few words. You're praising people to the skies, and Ji Xiao speaks highly of her. I originally remained skeptical, but I didn't expect it to be true. Jiangwan recalled that Yi and Chen Xiyu were indeed a good match, so she had nothing to refute. Lu Ran carefully observed Jiangwan's expression. Although it was perverse, it was indeed sincere. Wan, why are you being so generous? It would have been fine if she had lost her temper, but being surprisingly calm like she was worrying in turn. Lu Ran put down her cell phone and pulled Jiangwan's hand. Wan, if you're sad, tell me, don't hold it in alone. I'll be worried if you're like this. In your condition, and you're worried about me. You can't even take care of yourself. Don't worry, I'm fine and well at all. Although it was true that there was a bit of reluctance and regret in her heart, it was just that things were not going to go the way she wanted them to go, so it was understandable. You'll always meet the right person later. She's going to look ahead. As for Chen Xiyu and Yi, she also hoped that they would be fine, right? After packing up her things, Jiangwan helped Lu Ran carry her makeup bag, which was full of her makeup tools. Let me take it. It's so heavy. Jiangwan, $1,000 lady, helped herself to carrying things, making Lu Ran a bit embarrassed. What's more, I don't have any major problems, just that I don't feel very comfortable at my abdomen, and I just took the medicine, so I don't feel very bad now. Rest well. It's not like I'm going to break your precious makeup. Jiangwan glared viciously at her. Her body was so weak, and she was still not at all attentive. I'm telling you, the medicine prescribed to you give me a good drink. Avoid raw and cold. Avoid pungent and hot. You don't mess around with food anymore. If I find out, you'll be directly finished by then. I'm serious. Jiangwan let herself speak in a fierce tone, but in Lu Ran's opinion, not only was it not fierce at all, but it was also cute. I know you have the biggest heart. Lu Ran secretly glanced at Jiangwan, a bit gossipy about the scene where she and Chen Xiyu just met. Chen Xiyu she was aware of. On that day when young Master Ji brought people to the audition, she could see that the relationship between a few people was very unusual. Although she was not in charge of Yi's makeup that day, she was also on the scene to knock the CP. After all, like Chen Xiyu and Yi, it's not easy to find couples with both sides of their face value online. The interaction between the two in the scene was also a good knockout. Completely a love story between the big bad wolf who was gentle on the surface but actually dark in the belly and the soft and cute little white rabbit with no heart. She was able to brainstorm a novel just by looking at it. Later on, when Jiangwan told her about her heartthrob male guest, she felt that the man resembled Chen Xiyu, but Jiangwan didn't say the name, so she didn't think towards Chen Xiyu. But I didn't expect that it was really Chen Xiyu. Her soul of gossip was burning. If she had known that it was so exciting down there, she would have crawled downstairs to see the fun even if she didn't take her medication. Who doesn't love this kind of fix? His favorite people were the protagonists of this gossip, and Lu Ran didn't even dare to think about how fun that scene would be. So you just like to get along and you don't care about me at all? Jiangwan revealed a death smile. A typical show 8 teeth kind of standard smile. This smile, Lu Ran immediately put away the corners of his mouth. Heartbroken ah, you are my best friend. How can I not heartbroken ah, this is not because I care about you. So I want to know what happened at that time. Lu Ran smiled sarcastically. His heart was weak. You'd better be heartbroken than want to hear gossip. Jiangwan replied through gritted teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't feeling well, she would have had to pinch her twice, so that she would have a good long memory of who she should be towards. I'm sure I'm asking because I'm heartbroken. I'm not interested in anything else. I'm simply heartbroken. Lu Ran took Jiangwan's arm and pasted it. She really wanted to know, but Jiangwan was more important. Who let him be his best friend? Poof. Jiangwan hummed arrogantly, then told her everything that had just happened, not leaving out a single detail. Eventually they just left, I guess, and then I came up here to find you. Jiangwan choked up a little when she said this. Her own love ended before it started, and people will always be unforgettable to what they don't have to get, and by and large, love is also like this. For example, the Bai Yu Guang in everyone's heart. Is she really that good? Maybe not. It's just that at that point in time, she gave herself a feeling that just couldn't be replaced by anyone else. Chen Xiyu was like such an existence, which was why Jiangwan felt pity and regret. Lu Ran noticed Jiangwan's mood change, stopped will gently pat Jiangwan's shoulder. then hugged her, softly comforted. It's okay, it's not your fault, it will be okay. I'm here with you, it's okay, it's all going to be okay. Jianwan felt that she was fine, even when she saw Chen Xiu and Yi so close, her heart was sour but she could hold it back. But now, with Lu Ran comforting her like this, her tears instantly broke the bank. Jianwan let out a cry, feeling super aggrieved. In the past, even if I met a scumbag, now I met such a good one, how can I not belong to me? Am I some kind of very cheap person? I just want to fall in love. It's not like I want to be on the Spring Festival Gala. Lu Ran would have been heartbroken. She as Jianwan's friend, naturally know that she sealed her heart-lock love for a long time, and now meet their favorite, naturally want to rush, but she's such a fast surfer, and even when she's sad, she still has the flexibility to use a hot internet stunt, which makes her want to cry and laugh at the same time. I just saw them kissing and hugging. I also want to kiss and hug. I do good deeds, and I haven't done anything bad. Why should I be the worst? Jianwan cried louder and louder, not caring about her image at all. Usually it was fine to be endowed, because the education she received from childhood was for her to take care of her image, to maintain a graceful posture no matter what, and not to make a fuss, not to mention crying as she was doing now. But the object of one's affections is gone, and if you don't cry now, when else are you going to cry? Lu Ran had never seen Jianwan like this before, and her heart was pumping along with her. She just had a bad mouth. She shouldn't have asked more just now. Now it's good. The person is crying so fiercely. She can't coax a bit at all. Wan, it's alright. Look at you. You are so good looking. Your family has money. Your character is good. Your heart is good. Everything is good. Like you. But any man will like it. Lu Ran patted Jianwan's back to help her smooth her hair, and drew 2 pieces of paper from her bag to give her. You're talking nonsense. Chen Xiu just doesn't like me. Jianwan was aggrieved. That scummy guy before didn't like me either. He just looked at my money. Lu Ran wanted to retort, but realized that he couldn't. It was indeed the case. Chen Xiu didn't like her, and the guy in the past was just trying to cheat her out of money. No, not only money, but also feelings. Why is this so tragic? She seems to have not only failed to comfort her, she's added fuel to the fire. That is, they have no vision. It is not your problem, and first bitter then sweet. Well, you now eat the bitter are finished. Sweet love is certainly not far away waiting for you. Jianwan sobbed twice. Really? Will there really be? Will do. Definitely. Lu Ran nodded frequently. Just watch. This kind of unlucky thing happens just twice, and there won't be any more in the future. Finally, Jianwan coaxed good. Lu Ran felt that he did not want to listen to gossip in the future. Too much love gossip is really not a good thing. Chen Xiu held one by one's shoulders. He had just booked a good place to eat. She had worked so hard today. She definitely needed to eat more meat to replenish her energy before she could do so. Xiu, that girl just now. When did she meet you? Kanzuya was jealous in his heart, so he asked directly. Although she was usually a bit stupid, she was a girl and could easily detect Jianwan's mind. Not to mention that she was so hurt in her eyes just now. She could see it if she wasn't a blind person. As Chen Xiu's girlfriend, she naturally believed in Chen Xiu, and she did get a little upset just now because she didn't want others to covet Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu could only be hers, and she didn't want to show it to other girls. It's the day you and Su Ro went out last time. I went to the winery with Ji Xiao, and Jianwan is Ji Xiao's friend, so we briefly chatted a few times. Chen Xiu did not intend to hide, did not say before because he felt that he would not see them again, and did not say a few words at that time. If he told one by one, she might still be imagining things. He could handle this, so there was no need to tell her. But now that they were asked one by one, then he definitely had to answer truthfully. Humph, I think she likes you. Kanzuya grunted, a little haughtily. Chen Xiu look at her this way, know that she is jealous. Usually he does not have any girls around. Even if there is, he will deliberately keep a distance, so rarely can see one by one jealous. Now look at her like this. Angry look a little cute. He instead fell to want to tease her. That? I'm not really sure. Maybe. Kanzuya turned his head and looked at him in surprise. What? That's what she asked. Who made him actually answer that way? It's just that. Maybe it's a bit of a crush on me. Didn't you just notice? She looked at me the way you look at me. Chen Xiu's words were completely adding fuel to the fire. Of course she knew. I like you so much. How could I not know? Kanzuya practically shouted. She was usually soft-spoken, but now she was completely pissed off. And even her voice was several degrees louder. The more she thought about it, the more excessive she felt. She was usually so well behaved and listened to him and everything, but Chen Xiu actually let other girls like him, even though it was not something he could control. She just had to be angry. And looking at this look on his face, He seemed to be quite proud and enjoying himself. I'm going to ignore you. After saying that, Yi directly broke away from Chen Siyu's hand and accelerated his speed to walk towards the front. If usually, one by one, that little bit of strength is impossible to get open, but because of anger, there are buffs stacked, so the strength are a little bigger. Chen Siyu did not pay attention. The little girl went forward, tiny one like a potato, and now it's going pretty fast. Chen Siyu laughed, remembering what the network said. Angry girlfriends are harder to hold down than pigs to be killed in the new year. Looking at a small short legs walking fast, incomparably agreeable nodded. Well, it does. Exactly the same. Can't even hold it down. One by one. Wait for me. Chen Siyu's long legs quickly caught up, reached out to pull the arm of a one, but she was even very flexible to avoid. Chen Siyu a whole big shock. It is true that what the internet said is right. The speed of the superposition, even if it is, how to also become sensitive. Become smart. Yi didn't listen at all and just focused on moving forward. Chen Siyu didn't abide by male morality at all. It was nothing, but he was still talking about other girls in front of her, and that girl looked very good. It wasn't bad myself, but it just pissed me off. She's usually so well behaved that other boys don't even look at her, but he's so good that he's attracting butterflies when she's not just out for the day. There was Su Ro in front of him, and now there's another Jiang Wan. One by one. Don't be mad. Chen Siyu ran 2 steps forward and reached out to pull one by one's arm. Humph. You just know how to bully me. I don't want to talk to you. One by one. The exasperated Chen Siyu seemed to see the image of the old days when he didn't give by a canned food, and she arrogantly sat down and didn't let him touch it. Do you think you're collecting stamps? Look at that stance of Jiang Wan just now. If we see each other a few more times, we might manage to get inside and become friends with me. One is a no-brainer, but she's still smart a lot of the time, like reading people's eyes. While talking to Jiang Wan, she could sense that Jiang Wan didn't have any malicious intent, and even in the beginning her eyes were still friendly when she looked at her. But the further she went, the stranger it became. Chen Siyu was amused by one's choice of words. One by one. You also know about stamp collecting? So smart? Though when he thought about it, it did look a little bit like that, but it wasn't something he could control. It was unavoidable that others had a crush on him. But his attitude was clear. He had always been upfront about telling people that he had a girlfriend, and often emphasized that his girlfriend was beautiful. Good girl. I was just teasing you. We didn't even say a few words the other day, and all I said was still about you. See the good reason Chen Siyu still understand. A little tease is good. If really angry, it is not necessary for him to coax. As much as he was happy to coax one by one and enjoyed her little tantrums, it was clearly not the time to go on, and dinner was the top priority. Sure enough, one by one is very good to coax. Chen Siyu attitude softened, slightly so an explanation. She just that a little bit of unhappiness instantly disappeared. You guys really didn't say a few words? One by one. Her eyes were watery as she looked at Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu instantly couldn't do it, lowered her head and kissed her lips. Her voice line was clean. Really? That day I just went to play a little bit with Ji Xiao. I didn't do anything, and I ended up shunned those boxes of fruits and came back. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd get confused. Because she just came and said hi to me, and I told her I had a girlfriend, and then she got drunk, and Jisho had someone take her home. I haven't been in touch since that day, much less seen her until just now, when I was waiting for you there and she just happened to come by to see a friend, and that's when we talked, and as you just saw, I had nothing with her. I went over there as soon as you came out and didn't even think she was still there. Chen Siyu patiently explained to one by one, said all the truth. Just now he did forget the person. Did not think to introduce one by one to her acquaintance. Okay, I know then. See you. I'm sorry, well, I shouldn't have gotten angry with you just now. I apologize to you too. Yi very consciously stood on her tiptoes and pulled Chen Siyu's arm. Chen Siyu cooperated and lowered her head, letting the young girl's lips print on the right side of her face. I'll kiss you and you don't get mad, okay? Chen Siyu felt that he was considered completely planted. What can he be angry was deliberately teasing the child to play? But the child is too simple, too honest, but also will reflect on their own, and then apologize to him. I feel like I'm not even human in this comparison, but it's okay not to be human in front of such a soft and cuddly girlfriend. I'm not mad, but you can make it up to me if you want to so badly. Yi didn't understand. Hadn't you just kissed to make up for it? Why do you need it now? What's the matter? 1-1. You don't believe me. I'm already hurt inside, and with just one kiss you're going to make light of this page? Chen Siyu knew that Yi's brain was not working well now, and she could not react to what she said to her now, so it was best to take advantage of this time to point out benefits or something. Sure enough, one by one, when she heard Chen Siyu say that she was having a hard time in her heart, She immediately panicked and hurriedly pulled Chen Siyu's hand and shook it. "Siyu, I know I'm wrong. It's not that I don't trust you. Really, it was just an accident. I was just a little jealous. I didn't mean to ignore you. I'm sorry while I shouldn't have walked so fast. I shouldn't have not talked to you. It's all my fault." One by one, she will puah herself. For example, now, obviously just now she just wanted to throw a little tantrum. Let Chen Siyu coax her. Now after knowing that Chen Siyu is not happy, she put herself in her shoes. If Chen Siyu ignores her and keeps walking forward, then she will definitely be very sad. So it's just her doing it wrong. She should have apologized to Chen Siyu. "Siyu, I won't do this anymore, okay? You forgive me. I promise. You can be mean to me if I ever do that again, and I'll be good." "Well, I'll forgive you this time." Chen Siyu pretended to reply grudgingly. "However, I'm so tired from today's exams, and you're still angry with me. I'm a little uncomfortable in my heart. You have to compensate me properly." Perhaps it was because Chen Siyu often did this kind of thing, so at this moment, although Chen Siyu's eyes were not lewd, one by one could probably guess what he wanted to say. But I just helped you this morning. Why again? He didn't quite understand that it wasn't good to do this sort of thing too often, and she'd secretly googled about it before. Adult men generally 2 to 5 times a week sex is normal, but the specific and personal constitution has to do with, if the body is good, the number of times will be more. That's what one by one had thought before. So even though Chen Siyu had been a bit more frequent, she could accept it. But today, obviously it was just this morning. How come it's coming back now? What's worse, she always had a bad feeling in her heart that there was nothing going on tomorrow, and based on Chen Siyu's nature, tonight would definitely be crazier. Just thinking about it made her back hurt, so she weakly refused. "Siyu, I think we can hold off for a few days. There's no rush on this one." Chen Siyu shook his head, his eyes a little forlorn. "Can't you fulfill my one little request? Didn't you just say you felt guilty and wanted to be nice to me? Why are you saying no now?" Chen Siyu even lowered his head as he spoke, and even pretended to reach out and touch his eyes, which looked like he was crying to one by one. So one by one was immediately flustered. "Oops, I didn't mean that. Then I'll do whatever you want. I'll agree to anything you say. Really, don't you dare." Anxious or almost crying, usually where she has seen Chen Siyu this way, had just felt guilty, now even more so. "I think I deserve to die. Isn't it just sleeping?" According to what Chen Siyu told her, she would want to be intimate because she liked it. Then Chen Siyu wanted to be intimate with him solely because he liked her. When you think about it that way, it's totally fine. She should have accepted it gladly. She was happy when Chen Siyu was happy anyway. "Ugh, it's okay. I won't force you if you don't want to. Really, it was selfish of me not to disregard your thoughts." Chen Siyu felt that he could all take a small Oscar. This acting skill, he himself felt admired. If he really can't make it in school in the future, he can also think about debuting, acting or something. It's a pity that he doesn't chase the dream of acting with this talent. It's not like that. He was even more anxious. And hearing Chen Siyu say that, she felt like a sinner. "I'm not reluctant. I love it. I really do. I like anything I do as long as I'm with you. I was just afraid you'd be too tired. Plus in the morning. I'd love to anyway. Siyu, don't be sad or think too much, okay?" Chen Siyu felt that it was time to close, because Yi was too anxious and spoke with a sobbing voice. If he really cried pearly, then he had overplayed his hand. "That's what you said. So don't reject me in the future or I'll be really upset." Yi nodded frantically. Yes, I'll definitely be good. Whatever you say, really." Chen Siyu raised his head and clenched his fists sheepishly as he met one by one's worried eyes. "I hope one by one didn't find out the end of it. The corners of your eyes are red. Siyu, it's my fault. Don't be upset." Yi's white tender fingers gently stroked across the corners of Chen Siyu's eyes, just looked at him like that, knew that he cried, and sure enough, looking at the corners of his eyes so red, Yi's heart felt even more guilty. "It's okay, I just got winded." Chen Siyu pulled the corner of his mouth. Just now he did not do anything. Just the tone of voice changed. Nothing else. "How the eyes are red. Is it possible that you really have a talent for acting?" Thinking so, Chen Siyu took out his cell phone and opened the front camera to look. One by one. "Where is this red?" Chen Siyu was a bit speechless. After all, his own eyes were clearly normal, a bit red bloodshot at best. Luckily, he had just thought he was red at the corners of his eyes and nose like one of those actors on TV shows. If that was the case, he'd go straight out of the business. "It's just red here, yeah." Chen Siyu helplessly put his cell phone back into his bag. "Good girl, this is just red blood. I'm fine at all." But weren't you just sad? How come you're okay?" Kanzuya asked suspiciously. Seeing that Yi was skeptical, Chen Siyu hurriedly looked for a remedy. I mean, my eyes are really fine. You don't have to worry about it. I did just get sad, but I'm sure as hell not going to stay mad when you say that. Chen Xiu felt that he was really not a human being. How could he lie in such a serious manner and not be shy at all? Despite the fact that there was a little bit of weakness in his heart, but it did not affect him in the least. Okay, I know la. He answered nicely and spoke more sweetly. Chen Xiu was calculating in his heart. The little red lady clothes that he had previously shunted from Ji Shao had not been worn yet. That set of clothes had several layers. If he wore them all, it would look good, but it would be less erotic. But if you wear just the innermost lining, and the outermost layer of red veil, with that nicely done ear and tail, it's totally right on the money. It's exciting just to think about it. There's nothing going on tomorrow anyway, and a little bit of his nightly antics won't hurt anything. See you. You're so tired today. Don't you have to rest early? You shouldn't sleep too late, right? One by one, she asked tentatively. Even though she promised, she still wanted to get a good night's sleep and didn't want to stay up all night and then sleep until noon tomorrow. I've had this many times before and every time I wake up my whole body is sore. It's true that I'm a bit tired, but one by one. Don't worry. I'm perfectly capable of satisfying you. It's okay if I'm a little tired. I'm sure I'll make you happy. Chen Xiu knew what he meant, but he just wanted to intentionally make a fool of himself and make her shy. What? That's not what I'm talking about. He didn't understand. How could Chen Xiu think of her like that? Obviously she was not that obsessed with this thing, although it was indeed comfortable every time, but after a long time she only felt tired, and was completely turned over by Chen Xiu. Weren't you just worried that I wouldn't be able to do it and make you feel nothing? Chen Xiu came to one by one ear to talk. Now the street is crowded. He is no more bold than this kind of fetish, and does not want to let others know this. Chen Xiu came too close. When he spoke hot air sprayed to one by one's ears. One by one felt itchy. Unconsciously shrugged his shoulders. I didn't. I really wasn't thinking. Because of her shyness, one by one spoke much less loudly. Chen Xiu's hand wrapped around her waist and pinched her in a mischievous way. Really didn't want to? Calculating it should be almost time. Do you not want to think about it even then? There were a few days when he was more obsessed with this matter, which could probably be categorized as the rutting period of a kitten, and during those days her whole body was softly moving towards him, her eyes were charming and seductive, and her speech was different from the usual. Chen Xiu felt moved just by looking at it. If he could, he would like to do nothing every day. Just stick with one by one. Girlfriends are so fragrant and soft that you definitely want to hold them in your arms and stick them and touch them. Counting the days is not many days away. When the time comes, it will not be that Chen Xiu has to sleep with her, but one by one to him. Though shy, her body's reaction was the truest of all. She had no control over it, and some days reason was so completely lost that she would follow her body's instincts. Such a sense of contrast made Chen Xiu do his best to do it with her every time. And of course, he was usually very serious. I don't know. You don't say that. One's ears were red enough to drip blood, and it was obvious that the temperature outside was low, but one felt her body dry and hot, even wanting to take off her jacket. The words that Chen Xiu had just said made her mind conjure up many images, each one of them on a very large scale, so she couldn't top it at all. Chen Xiu knew that was thin-skinned, so he stopped at the point and did not continue to tease her. Okay, we'll talk about these things when we get home. Let's not discuss this yet. Chen Xiu naturally wrapped his arms around her thin waist, looking at the redness that stained the face of one by one. In a moment of emotion, underneath there was actually a reaction. Cough cough. The zipper of the neckline was pulled down a little. Whistling and blowing, the cold wind instantly poured down from the neck. Chen Xiu finally pressed down the dryness in his heart. It was still on the street, and even though his pants were loose and no one would stare at him there, Chen Xiu had a weak heart. After coming out and dawdling for a long time, by the time they arrived at the place to eat, both Chen Xiu and were already starving. The meat on the grill plate nuisance. Just looking at it makes people feel appetizing. Chen Xiu was very skillful to turn the meat. One likes to burn some, so a little bit slower, clipping all of the roasted meat onto Yi's plate. Without looking, Chen Xiu knew that the first bite would definitely be fed to him. Sure enough, one by one, he dipped Chen Xiu's favorite seasoning, wrapped it in lettuce, put a small clove of garlic and green pepper, and handed it to Chen Xiu's mouth. Xiu, open your mouth. Chen Xiu moved over and took a big bite, chewing twice in his mouth. It's delicious. Girlfriend feeding just smells good. Chen Xiu never begrudgingly praised Yi. Of course, this was mainly influenced by Yi. Her character was like that. Plus she didn't know much about a lot of things in this world, so no matter what Chen Xiu did, she thought it was awesome. Every day, they fancy praising Chen Xiu for being great, and over time, Chen Xiu also became sweet-mouthed and always praised her. As it turns out, More compliments are still useful. Girls are like that. The more you praise her the more she will listen. Then leave it to me. You do the grilling and I'll feed you. Chen Xiu shook his head and refused. No, you eat your fill first. You've been hungry for so long. Feed me when you're full. Just now on the way here. One by one stomach was rumbling with hunger, and Chen Xiu heard it a long time ago. She hadn't taken her eyes off the meat as soon as it came up, and one by one had kept her eyes on the meat while it was just grilling, gulping madly. It was also hard for her to think of leaving the first bite of meat for him when she was so greedy. Then we'll just eat together. Yi was hungry but not so much that she didn't care about Chen Xiu. She could be hungry herself for a bit but didn't want Chen Xiu to be like her. So the next thing she knew, every time Chen Xiu put the roasted meat on her plate, she shared more than half of the meat and fed it to Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu was also happy to accept it, because with Yi accompanying him, he even felt that grilling meat was quite interesting, and his hands were actually not that sore. Several plates of meat were added in between. One by one had been eating more veggies lately, so today he let his appetite go and ate a lot more than usual. Chen Xiu was the same. Originally he ate a lot, and now that he watched one by one eat so well, his appetite was even better. This is the importance of eating hitchhikers. Eating together is a very happy thing in itself. In the past, Chen Xiu always ate by himself, because he was used to it, so he didn't feel lonely. But really, for him, eating alone is a lonely thing in itself. It's just that he didn't have a choice before, and now that he does, he finds eating all the more fun. Finally Chen Xiu and one whole table meat all eaten. Vegetarian still left so 1 or 2 slices, so do not need to pack to take home. But the box of paper towels still left a lot of one and Chen Xiu looked at each other. Very tacit understanding of the box of paper towels into the pocket to take away. It's all about the money you've spent, and you should never lose a little bit of it. Paid for is their own things. Take away completely no problem. Chen Xiu and one by one in this matter the concept of the same. Usually not eaten outside will also use the packing box to bring home to continue to eat. At first Chen Xiu would feel a little guilty, because he felt that he let one by one eat the rest, but then realized that one by one packing is more active than him. Many times just finished eating, he is still wiping his mouth. One by one has already asked the waiter for the packing box, so now there is no burden at all. The main one should save, spend and never waste a penny. How does this one taste? Do you still like it? Chen Xiu wrapped his arm around one slowly back. Just ate so much. Slowly take a walk to eliminate food is also good. If the taxi, 10 or so minutes to arrive, after going home is estimated to be a long time cannot eliminate food, that would be too much of a delay. Of course, Chen Xiu gave himself a good excuse already. He was not full of that kind of thing. The reason why he took a walk was also just to make one by one stomach a little bit better, or else he could not sleep well at night. Yummy ah, everything you take me to eat is yummy. I like everything as long as I eat with you. Yi spoke in a set way. Her small mouth was very sweet. Chen Xiu stopped directly and reached out to pinch her chin. So good at talking. I'll taste it. When he was finished, he lowered his head and kissed her on the lips, finally giving the comment. Well, it sure is sweet. Yi felt like she had been blushing all day. Chen Xiu was getting more and more immodest. She couldn't keep up with him at all. Just like now. Kissing is just kissing. He had to say something about tasting. Just like when doing that kind of thing. Chen Xiu liked to take her clothes off a little bit, and when she was blocked by her arms, he would gently come closer. His voice was low and charming, like he was trying to pull her into the vortex of lust. Good girl, take your hand away and let me taste it. The image took root in one by one's mind, so much so that when she heard those 2 words, she subconsciously thought there. See you, this is outside. Can you not talk about this? Yi bit her lip and protested in a small voice, although she wouldn't feel annoyed by anything Chen Xiu did, but she was very strange right now. Her mind was filled with images that were not suitable for children, and as long as he planted a seed a little bit, that seed would immediately take root in her heart. Chen Xiu's big hand covered her face. One by one's face is small and still soft. Chen Xiu pulled outward. You can't say it outside. Can you say it at home? One by one. I didn't realize you were looking forward to it so much. In such a hurry. Ha! Reverse a rake thing. Chen Xiu is the best. Do more than completely no pressure. Directly at hand. One by one. His eyes were round and he expressed his surprise quite bluntly. See you. You can't be so bad. Why are you always bullying me? I'm not a kitten or a puppy. Is it fun to tease me like that? Chen Xiu watched her protest in a serious manner, and his CPU burned when he heard the latter sentence. What's that? She's supposed to be a kitten. Oh yeah, I'm a kitten and you used to tease me so much. Yi scratched her hair. It had been too long. She had been doing her daily routine like this, and it felt like she had completely adapted to her current life, and her habits had become more and more similar to the people, and a lot of her old little habits were gone. For example, she had a good sense of direction when she was a white. But now, she often can't remember her routes. She doesn't remember much of anything unfamiliar other than the places she frequents, and she can't read the navigation well enough to get lost. How can you be so stupid? Chen Xiu smiled dotingly and continued to pinch her fleshy little face. Humph, so you don't like stupid? Yi crossed his arms and asked Chen Xiu confidently. What's wrong with her being stupid? Chen Xiu still likes her. She's stupid, she's proud. I like whatever you look like. Chen Xiu has long known that he planted, but it is normal. For other men, there is such a good and soft, good-looking, great body, but also every day to stick to their own. It is estimated that the first day will directly eat her dry. When you think about it that way, you're still a decent person for holding back for so long before you start making moves. That's not so bad. You like it. I do not care what others think. Although usually people around her also said that she was clumsy and dumb, but she didn't care. Other people's opinions were not important to her, as long as Chen Xiu liked her. Okay, you're right. I'll listen to everything you say. Chen Xiu didn't care about other people's opinions. If he cared, he probably wouldn't be able to live now. On the way back, Chen Xiu told Yi about today's interview, and she listened very carefully. Although Yi didn't understand this, she had gone to learn a lot about Chen Xiu's specialty and the career he wanted to do in the future. Chen Xiu was so good that no matter what profession he did, one by one was sure he would do well. The profession of teacher is just great, although she has never been to school. But in order to catch up with Chen Xiu's footsteps, she is also trying to study and become good. If she didn't know something, she looked it up on the internet, and she did what Chen Xiu liked. If he didn't like it, she changed it immediately. Anyway, she wouldn't feel aggrieved because in her opinion, Chen Xiu was more important than herself. Chen Xiu was just in the first place. Xiu, you're so good and awesome. Yi's eyes were like looking at an idol, full of admiration, and Chen Xiu's vanity was greatly satisfied. Kidding aside, who wouldn't want to be looked at by their girlfriend in such a way, as if they could do anything? This feeling of being totally needed and totally dependent is addictive. You're so stupid. I can't even take care of myself if I'm not better. And what about the others? I'll tell you about other people's interview experiences. Chen Xiu will be today in the post to see those social death moments. All of them are colorful to tell a one to listen to. Each one is very funny. A one laughed so much that his stomach hurts. It's too embarrassing. And while I don't care what people look at me, I don't want to have that experience. Kazuya was glad that she didn't have to have this kind of trouble. After all, she was thin-skinned, and if she was really nervous, she might have been as clinical as that girl. Don't bring it into yourself, and you'd certainly do well if you went. Chen Xiu encouragingly touched her head. He himself is still very suitable to be a teacher. Serious when it should be serious, interspersed with encouraging education. It would take nearly 50 minutes to walk home, plus Chen Xiu and Yi walked forward while chatting and didn't intentionally speed up, so they walked even slower. Chen Xiu shared all of today's events with her, and so did one by one, telling Chen Xiu about anything interesting she encountered while filming. Although the two were not experiencing it together, after sharing it so much, it was as if both parties were involved in each other's lives, and even the images imagined in their heads followed with clarity. Xiu, if we go back the day after tomorrow, do we have to bring a lot of things? Chen Xiu shook his head. You don't need to bring a lot, just bring 2 sets of change of clothes. You'll have to buy new ones when you get there. Yi didn't have any cosmetics, so she only needed to bring clothes, which saved a lot of work. Otherwise bottles and jars would have been a pain in the ass to carry. You have to buy new clothes for New Year's, right? So do I get one too? Yi loved the pretty little dresses, even though some of them were shorter and Chen Xiu wouldn't let her wear them out. The thought of wearing new clothes for the new year made her look forward to it even more. Most importantly, this was the first year she and Chen Xiu had spent together, which was significant. Of course, kids get new clothes. A loved child will have it, whether it's over or not. Chen Xiu understood this very well. Thinking of this, a hint of despondency flashed in his eyes. One by one was very keen to notice, so he went to hook him with his little thumb. You've got one too. You're a kid too. We all have to wear nice clothes for New Year's. I've made lots and lots of money, and I'm going to buy you new clothes, and I'm going to buy you anything you want to eat, anything you want to eat. He worked so hard to earn money because he wanted to share it with Chen Xiu and buy him as much as he bought for himself. Okay, then you buy it for me. Chen Xiu's heart is warm. The happiness that he did not feel before is now suddenly so tangible, making his eyes a little wet. LOL, I wish it had worked like that when I first installed it. From now on we'll buy new clothes for New Year's and spend every year together. No, not only New Year's Eve, but what about Mid-Autumn Festival, Dragon Boat Festival, so many festivals, we're all together, one by one. She had learned that there were a lot of fun festivals, and there were also some that were specifically for couples, all of which she was going to experience with Chen Xiyu. Good. And we'll get tired of each other every day from now on, because he had been walking for so long. One by one felt like his legs were sore by the time he got home, so he changed his shoes and sat on the couch to massage his calves. Seeing this, Chen Xiyu directly sat over and placed her legs on his lap, reaching out to massage her. Does that make it any more comfortable? Chen Xiyu's strength was just right, because he had done this kind of thing many times. Every time he bullied her the next day after, Chen Xiyu had to help her press, and now he had been able to fully grasp the strength. That's so cozy. Yi's little milky voice was sweet. Chen Xiyu's eyes grew deeper, and his hand began to probe upwards. What are you doing? My thighs aren't sore. One by one. Backward. Chen Xiyu's hands are directly to her thighs. She has not yet rested. Why suddenly change the flavor? It's okay, I'll press it together for you. And a good press elsewhere. Chen Xiyu smiled and pressed his hand heavily, and one by one immediately went soft. Chen Xiyu touched Yi's leg and pulled the person hard in his direction. Yi didn't expect Chen Xiyu's movements to be so fast. Caught off guard and pulled over. She didn't hold back her cry of surprise. The corners of Chen Xiyu's mouth were slightly raised, and the way he looked at Yi was like looking at a piece of delicious and tasty cupcake. Sweet but not too sweet. It's perfect for scooping up with a fork a little bit down, slowly and methodically, and then putting it in your mouth to savor it slowly, rolling it over and over, not letting go of any of the sensations. From past experience, one by one is definitely better than cupcakes. Sweet and not too sweet. One by one. Where else is it sore? Brother will press it for you. Chen Xiyu laughed frivolously, like a guest who deliberately ordered some kind of special service. His eyes were blunt and revealing, not hiding his desire at all. He also called himself a brother, which was more than a little peachy when paired with his hand massaging her at one by one's thighs. The atmosphere became a little bit ambiguous, and one by one the eyes were not as innocent as just now. At this time, one by one, even if he didn't know any better, his heart would be rippled. What's more, she wasn't a little white. Having been tempered by Chen Xiyu for so long, she knew a little bit about the affairs of men and women. Yi deliberately suppressed her voice, which was sweeter and more seductive than usual. Chen Xiyu did not expect her to take the initiative. After all, she is usually shy to open her mouth. It is all about him coaxing and getting hard before she will intermittently call out to him. Now it's good that you've learned to seduce him. He was satisfied. The last time one by one had taken the initiative, that feeling was still fresh in his mind. It's good to experience it again. How can I reward you for being such a good sister? Chen Xiyu took Yi's hand and placed it on his chest. Brother's chest is so hard. Not soft at all. One by one not good. Obviously more English here. Chen Xiyu had already entered the state completely, so he directly held her white and tender hand and lowered it towards his waist and abdomen. Although it hadn't started yet, Chen Xiyu had already sketched in his mind the image of the girl wearing a thin veil, shyly trying to cover up, but he was able to see it clearly. Phew! Yi nervously swallowed her saliva, although she intended to tease, but she did not expect Chen Xiyu's reaction to be so big. In the end, it was she who suffered. Looking at Chen Xiyu's face of excitement, one by one, he could very intuitively feel the change in him. It's over. I seem to have overplayed my hand. Yi wanted to take her hand back, but Chen Xiyu pressed her, not letting her move around. One by one. Let's change first. Chen Xiyu's voice is muffled. His voice is still good. Usually speak warmly and softly, like bubbling running water, so that people unconsciously remove their defenses and want to be more intimate with him. And now, because of the influence of desire, Chen Xiyu's speaking voice was even sexier than usual. One by one, it suddenly went to his head. Where was this her seducing him? Clearly he was tempting himself, and one has no resistance at all. One just wants to follow his rhythm and give oneself completely to him. Yeah, all at brother's request. The girl's good behavior and obedience made Chen Xiyu's eyes red. Directly picking up the person and walking into the bedroom. The mattress was soft and bouncy. Chen Xiyu threw one by one on the bed. The young girl's body pressed against the mattress and sunk down slightly. If it were usual, Chen Xiyu would definitely be extremely gentle. But today, with so little bit of rudeness, Yi didn't understand why her mind and feelings were so complicated. Usually Chen Xiyu was gentle and gentlemanly. She loved it. Now it was like he peeled off his disguise and showed his inner beast. The action wasn't as compassionate, but she had the most intuitive reaction. She was looking forward to it. It's hard to talk about it and I'm ashamed to admit it. But my body's reaction doesn't fool anyone. She's looking forward to it. Chen Xiyu didn't know these thoughts of one by one. He moved impatiently, rummaging through the closet to find the little fox lady's clothes that one by one wore for the shoot that day. It should have been placed on the very outside, and now I have to find it. Although the rummaging time was only 2 minutes, but Chen Siyu was still very impatient. After all, now the time is very precious. He did not want to hold a minute. Will brother help you change? Although Chen Siyu was inquiring, he didn't give one by one a chance to refuse at all. He took out the fluffy ears and tail from the bag, took out the innermost lining, and the layer of red and colorful but not tacky outer lining. Without waiting for one by one to answer, Chen Siyu directly reached out to zipper her jacket. One by one, she wore a pink cotton dress, pink in color, fluffy but not bulky on her body, and inside she was wearing a snug-fitting undershirt, her breasts bulging, the girl's arms and fin back not blocked in the slightest. Through the bottoming shirt, Chen Siyu reached out and rubbed one by one. He looked down and watched Chen Siyu's big hands splashing around on his body, and because it was through his clothes, his strength was much greater than usual. The quality of the bottoming shirt was fine, but she had delicate skin, and the sudden friction of some hard fabric still hurt a little. One by one, she stepped back, but Chen Siyu pinched her waist to prevent her from moving. Where's that energy that just called out to your brother? Chen Siyu looked at her with some amusement. The little girl has become too fast. Just now she was still fighting with him. How come now she just touched a touch and started to hide? I was going to let her take the initiative bit, but seeing as she was blushing like that, I guess it was pretty much up in the air. I was wrong. One by one, she begged for forgiveness with a sob. It was hard to tell through the corset and bottom shirt, but her body reacted in the truest way. One by one, she couldn't control it. She wanted to find a hole in the ground to go into. What's wrong? Chen Siyu pressed step by step, not only the hand movement, but also opened his mouth to bite the girl's round earlobe. Because of her shyness, her earlobes were so red that they could drip blood, and when Chen Siyu stuck out his tongue and gently licked it, he felt her body tremble. Why don't you say something? When didn't say anything, Chen Siyu went to bite her slightly harder. I shouldn't have called you brother. Wanted to muddle through, but Chen Siyu didn't give her a chance at all, so she could only answer obediently. However, Chen Siyu was not satisfied with this answer. What's wrong with calling me brother? Chen Siyu pressed down on her, and immediately winced. I was wrong. What's wrong? I shouldn't have deliberately provoked you. One by one was pinched with tearful eyes, with a sobbing voice to admit his mistake, and so pearly to look at Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu was usually the most heartbroken, and now that she was crying, Chen Siyu should be a little lighter. With this thought in her heart, wanted Chen Siyu to be more mindful of her and stop pushing so hard. However, she doesn't understand the inferiority of boys' bones. Men who are usually gentle and gentlemanly can have a rough side in bed. Chen Siyu was no exception. He just wanted to see her cry. This kind of desire was not strong just now, but that glance of one by one directly provoked the delusion within him. Wanted so badly to make her cry. Wanted her to cry for him to slow down, for him not to continue, and then he continued to do what he wanted without giving her a buffer. One by one, I'll help you change. Chen Siyu's voice was muffled beyond words. Only he himself knew how hard it was for him now, how much he missed her. Seeing that he did not continue, thought that it was her begging for mercy that had an effect. In order to prevent Chen Siyu from continuing to be inappropriate, she obediently took the initiative to raise her hand and let Chen Siyu help her to take it off. And then without wearing a corset, she directly put on those 2 layers of tulle. The fabric was silky smooth and one by one it didn't even feel like much on my body. The corners of Chen Siyu's eyes are looking red, but still patiently help her to bring the cute and lovely nursing little ears. And that fluffy tail is also clamped on the hip. Baby. The young girl sat on the bed, her fine white legs bent, her eyes delicate and tearful. Chen Siyu suddenly felt short of breath. This scene was more exciting than all the little movies he had seen. Not to mention the fact that what was in front of him was a delicate flower that he had raised with his own hands, one that belonged to him alone. Siyu. One by one, he raised his eyes as if they would seduce, as if he were about to actively invite him to do something. Of course, this was just Chen Siyu's thoughts. After all, in such a situation, no matter what one by one did, he would feel that she was inviting him. Can't wait? Chen Siyu slowly and methodically took off his sweater, and sat on the bed with both knees, because he was much taller than one by one, and looking at one by one in such a position increased the peach color meaning. No, how could one admit that? Although she did miss him, she simply couldn't say it. Really? Asterisk. It's been modified so many times it's kind of crashing. The next day, Chen Siyu woke up with bright light already penetrating into the house. Grabbing his cell phone from the nightstand, he saw that it was past 3 o'clock. This is a bit unexpected. Chen Siyu thought that he would wake up earlier. I did not expect it to be so late, but it was understandable. Last night was just too ridiculous, Chen Siyu recalled, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He'd be cool with that. Just pity one by one. I guess my back is falling apart. Chen Xiu compassionately looked at one by one, lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead. She slept very well, not the slightest sign of waking up. Chen Xiu, although he could not see her skin under the quilt, but probably a little spectrum, the traces must be very obvious. He went straight red last night, exploded several times, and reached out and hit her several times. Usually he was regular, although occasionally immodest, but has not been so crazy. After last night so much, Chen Xiu also a little bit look forward to the next time. No, this is ridiculous. Wouldn't it get more and more excessive if it kept sinking so low? This won't work. Chen Xiu's last ounce of sanity pulled him back. He was only thinking about his own comfort, but he didn't consider one by one's feelings at all. After all, she is a little girl with a thin skin. How can she mess around like this every day? Thinking so, Chen Xiu sheepishly helped her cover the quilt. He couldn't sleep now, so he simply got up gingerly, put on his furry pajamas, and went to the living room. The images from last night were still fresh in his mind. He had never been so bold, and after thinking back carefully, it was as if the smell of last night's love juices still lingered in the air. Chen Xiu scratched his hair and was rarely a bit shy. Surprisingly, the sun is still out outside today, and the balcony is still shining at this hour. The sky hasn't been this blue in a long time. It's rare to see blue sky in winter over here. It's usually foggy, and one by one, I've said several times that I don't think it's a good sky over here, and that it's better in the summer. On a sunny day, the blue sky and white clouds are so healing just to look at. Why don't we wake one by one up in the sun? Chen Xiu had this thought, but after only a second, he immediately gave it up. She was so tired last night, it was only right that she should rest now. As for sunbathing, there were plenty of opportunities. It was always sunny over there in her hometown, and the winters weren't that cold, so the sun would often come out. Because it is more remote and less polluted, it has a nice environment and scenery. If he waited over there, he could take one by one for a walk around, get some fresh air and experience nature. Chen Xiu removed all the sofa covers and threw them into the washing machine, then started cleaning, sweeping the living room and kitchen, then mopping the floor with a mop. This time I'm going back to my hometown. I'm expected to stay for a long time, almost until school starts, so it's better to make it cleaner and pack up what I need to pack up, so that when I come back, I won't leave too much dust. After cleaning up, Chen Xiu took the washed ones to the balcony to dry. Last night's mood is good, so that now Chen Xiu does not feel the slightest bit tired. After doing these gasping did not gasp, but looked at the time, are so late, last night 4 o'clock to sleep, now are almost 5 o'clock. If once again do not get up, the night will certainly not be able to sleep. She has to go on a bus ride tomorrow, and if she doesn't get enough rest, she's bound to get nauseous and want to throw up, which would make her physically very uncomfortable. Thinking like this, Chen Xiu ordered a takeout first, then pushed open the door of his room, intending to shout one by one up, pulling the room's curtains back a tiny bit. The light filtered in a bit, but not blindingly. Chen Xiu walked over to the side of the bed and reached out to pinch Yi's face. 1-1. It's time to get up. Yi pouted in dissatisfaction, then rolled over. Ignoring Chen Xiu's words, Chen Xiu directly reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist, turning the person over to face himself. Good girl. It's almost dark. Get up and eat something first, okay? Pinning the girl's broken hair behind her ear, Chen Xiu patiently coaxed her. Takeout will be here soon, and if you don't get up, you'll be cold later. Seeing that one by one was unmoved, Chen Xiu could only use his best move. Every foodie has immense respect for food, and one by one was no exception. And sure enough, after hearing him out, one by one finally bothered to open her eyes and look at him. I'm so sore, and a sore throat. Kanzuya gulped. He had shouted too long last night and now his throat was uncomfortable, like he was sick. Chen Xiu naturally also heard that her voice was not right, and his heart felt even more guilty, and he just poured her warm water, which was just enough to drink a little now. Good girl. Drink some warm water and eat something light later. Chen Xiu helped Yi sit up, took a cup of water and brought it to her mouth, letting her drink several mouthfuls of warm water to moisten her throat. Yi lazily and obediently enjoyed Chen Xiu's care. She didn't have the strength now anyway, was just too tired to condemn him good night. When she recovered, she had to teach him a good lesson then, and bite him hard on his arm, so that she would know that she was not a soft persimmon, and could not be taken at will, at least not to play with it so casually. It would be better to hear her out anyhow. She really didn't want to experience the intensity of last night's battle again. Finally coaxed the person to get up. Chen Xiu wanted to carry her out to wash up. After all, based on the state of last night's one by one, there is a high probability that she will not be able to walk. After all, she'd had no energy last night, and even the shower had been served by him the entire time. Now that I've slept for so long, I may recover some. but my body is definitely weak as well. Humph, don't you touch me, I'll do it myself. Heart is still sulking. Chen Siyu's behavior last night and the beast pressure is not much difference. Savage, wild, dry. Not the slightest skill. No matter how loud she cried, no matter how much she begged for forgiveness, Chen Siyu froze without any half-heartedness. Now it was back to its original form, shushing her with eyes so gentle they could drip water. Those who didn't know would have thought that last night's was another Chen Siyu, or his other personality. But she had a little temper and didn't want to just forgive her. So, just be fierce. Don't let Chen Siyu help him. Don't get close to him. See if he still dares in the future. Although he is a wimp, he is more or less a bit of status. Cannot always be bullied like this. It is time to frustrate Chen Siyu's sharpness. Chen Siyu only felt amused. He knew that was deliberately alienating him, but he didn't feel annoyed in the slightest. For one thing, it was his own lack of weight that hurt her. And for another, with her body, even if he didn't hold her up and let her walk on her own, she probably wouldn't have the strength. Okay, then you're on your own. With a haughty grunt, Kanzuya put on his cute fuzzy slippers and stood up as he usually did, but he didn't realize that he didn't have any strength at all. His legs were so sore, and he was shivering a little just standing like that, and to top it off, there was some tingling there. It wouldn't have been before. It was tiring, but it wouldn't have been so noticeably painful. One by one, the unbearable squatting not only failed to provide relief, but became more unbearable, and the pain seemed to intensify by a few degrees. Chen Siyu watched as Yi's face changed, and worried in his heart, he immediately squatted down. One by one. What's wrong? How come you can't even stand? Ichichi was usually weak, but there was no time when he would be like this. Chen Siyu's heart immediately lifted up, fearing that something would happen to one by one. I'm in pain. As soon as he said that, tears fell from his right eye, not only because of the pain, but also because he felt ridiculous and shy. Why does it hurt there? But after carefully recalling Chen Siyu's actions last night, the mystery was instantly revealed. It's all his fault. There was no gentleness from start to finish. It was like a wild animal that had gone mad and only knew how to take what it wanted. That whole box was used up by him, and he even carried her to the living room afterward, and got her for a couple hours. So even a body made of iron can't survive that. Chen Siyu also understand. Just now also feel playful. Now only want to give last night's self 2 slaps. How can a little do not know the importance of it? One by one, like a flower, held in the palm of the hand, are afraid of something wrong. He is good. Not the slightest tolerance. Does it hurt? Good girl. Lie down first. Don't get up. Chen Siyu's movements were gentle, gently picking up and placing her on the bed. Humph. You won't be allowed to do that next time. One by one aggrieved and complained about Chen Siyu's crimes. Chen Siyu's heart was almost broken, reaching out to help her wipe away her tears. I'm sorry, my bad. One by one. I promise, it won't happen again. Chen Siyu inwardly regretted immensely. He recognized another side of himself last night, and was completely satisfied with last night's sexual experience. But he had forgotten that there was also and she would have a hard time. He shouldn't be so violent. You believe me. One by one. From now on when you say stop, I'll definitely stop. I won't give you a hard time anymore. No more anger. Okay? Yi's nature was soft. Seeing Chen Siyu so sincerely admit his fault, the little temper in her heart had long since dissipated. And this was Chen Siyu, alas, the person she loved the most. She didn't want to see him like this. Yeah, let's pull the hook then. One by one. She extended her finger and waved it in the air, and Chen Siyu nodded to match her movements. Okay, pull the trigger. He liked to do all the intimate things with her, but if this thing actually hurt one by one, then he would call it quits. One by one. Let me see. If it's serious, we'll go to the hospital. Chen Siyu only cared about Yi's body. Now that she was feeling seriously unwell, it was all the more important to have an early checkup. Otherwise, if something happened later, that would be the most serious thing. Don't. One by one, they shrank back, their bodies resisting. I don't want to go. I'll be fine. Her thin skin. Chen Siyu said to go to the hospital to see. She felt unacceptable just thinking about it. So private place. Chen Siyu look at her, feel shy, let alone to the doctor to see. No, absolutely not. Siyu, I'm really fine. And besides, maybe it's just because I slept too long and just jerked up like that. I'm lying down now and I don't feel any pain at all. Really? Chen Siyu simply did not want to listen to what she said. He knew that one by one did not want to go. But there is nothing more important than the body. Not feeling well should be timely medical treatment only. He could put up with it for a while, but one by one he couldn't afford to make the slightest mistake. Normally in life, girls need to pay more attention than boys. For example, the paper in the toilet outside cannot be used, and the kind of water park Some girls have been infected with gynecological diseases after playing, related to such and such. Chen Xiyu had learned a lot about it, and because of that, he knew how fragile one's body was. So, today, he had to take a good look at it, no matter how much one by one was pampered. Let me see if it's serious. If it's not, I'll buy medicine and rub it on you, but if it's serious, we'll have to go to the hospital. In fact, go to the hospital. Chen Xiyu will be embarrassed. After all, this is too private, too obvious. The doctor will know what it is because of one guess. No, this is like an open book exam, direct name card. But shy as he was, even if it meant letting him die socially and being admonished by his doctor to abstain, he was going to take one by one to see it. I'm not going to see it. He was just stubborn. No matter what Chen Xiyu said, she was firm in her thoughts. It's okay if I don't go see it. I'll see if it's serious, and if it's nothing I'll leave it alone. Chen Xiyu said and went to pickpocket Yi. She struggled so much that the movement stung even more. Seeing her like this, Chen Xiyu was simply uneasy to the extreme, but she was not cooperative, so her face went cold at once. Let's see. Without the tone of voice, one by one very intuitively felt Chen Xiyu's anger. Just now the flames of anger immediately disappeared. The fine white hand is very good to let go. Do not dare to block again. Chen Xiyu's face looked slightly better, and after taking her bottoms off, he seriously came closer to look at them. It was much better than he had expected. The situation was not particularly serious, and the heart he had just been carrying was finally put down. It's just broken a little. Just rub some medicine on it. No need to go to the hospital. When Chen Xiyu finished, he felt uneasy again, so he came closer to take a look to make sure that there was no place inside that was injured. Xiyu, don't be like that. I'm fine. Chen Xiyu didn't let her move around, and froze to check it properly before he was relieved. Online consultation with a group of drugstore boss. Finally Chen Xiyu ordered a box of medicine. After washing and rubbing it 3 or 4 times, as well as the reason cannot be in the sexual behavior, it is best to be able to rest, reduce the intense movement. Chen Xiyu wrote them down one by one, and was planning to go back tomorrow, but now it definitely doesn't seem appropriate. It wouldn't hurt to take another day off tomorrow, and it wouldn't cost much to reschedule the ticket. We won't leave tomorrow for now. You get some rest. If you feel better tomorrow we'll go back the day after tomorrow. Anyway, there was no hurry. The journey was already far, and he wouldn't feel comfortable if Kazuya wasn't feeling well. What's more, one by one comes first. Everything else is unimportant and can be put off for later. I'm fine. See you. There's no need to reschedule. Didn't you all agree with the dean that you could go back tomorrow and see her the day after? She was so happy that day. You would have been sad if you had rescheduled on short notice. I'm completely pain-free now. Walking won't hurt. And it's not like we're walking back. It's all a car ride. Besides, maybe I'll be better tomorrow. A small mouth blah 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 blah. In recent times, Chen Xiyu and the dean contacted more diligently, one by one every time on the side. The number of times, and the dean also chatted a lot. And now they are completely mixed. Dean had been so happy that day when the time to go back was confirmed. She had been talking about the arrangements and what she was going to make for them to eat and so on, and now if she were to change her schedule on the fly, then she would be very disappointed. Chen Xiyu knew her thoughts, but it was fine to go back a day or two late, one by one if she didn't fully recover. There might be some problems behind her. He didn't want to risk it. It's okay. I'll change it to the day after tomorrow to see. It's not too bad to go back. I'll just call and talk to her later. Chen Xiyu sealed the deal, no longer giving one by one room to discuss with him. Dean would understand, and in her eyes, as long as he was happier and living a better life, she was relieved. And if Dean knew that one wasn't feeling well, he'd only be concerned about her health, so there was no need to worry about that. So what are you going to tell the dean later? You can't tell the truth. You have to make an excuse. Kazuya was a bit worried. If the dean asked, telling the truth was definitely not an option. After all, this matter was so private. It's a bit of a bad idea to lie, but that's what can't be helped. Okay, I'll just say you've got a cold and we'll postpone it for a bit until tomorrow to see how you're feeling. And if it's okay then we'll go back the day after tomorrow. And if it's serious then we'll postpone it a bit more. Seeing that the takeout hadn't arrived yet, Chen Xiyu went outside to call the dean first. According to her nature, she would definitely start setting up preparations long before that. So it would be better to say it a little earlier if she could, so that she wouldn't prepare too much, and then when he didn't go, he would have wasted his efforts. Telling the dean the excuse she had just thought of, she reacted as expected, concerned only about one's health. The dean still wanted to talk to Yi, but Chen Xiyu knew that she was thin-skinned and wouldn't lie, so she said that she was resting. The dean also urged a lot. Let Chen Xiyu take good care of one by one. Chen Xiyu listened to all feel weak, and finally thought of talking about a different topic to jump over, and finally by the dean lectured 2 sentences, saying that it is not easy for him to have a girlfriend, and do not take good care of it. That's said like he's not wanted, but the dean was like his closest elder, a mother-like existence, so he only dared to spit out a little bit in his heart, but on his face, he still answered obediently. In the end, the dean saw that it was taking quite a long time and was afraid that something was going on over at 1-1, so he hung up the phone in a hurry. Every time I talk to the director on the phone, I feel a sense of belonging. I used to feel that the walls of the orphanage were so high that I wanted to run away, but now, from the bottom of my heart, I consider that place as my other home. See you. Did Dean say anything? Kazuya didn't dare to talk to the dean because of her weakness, but she was worried that the dean was disappointed. After all, it would be really sad to wait with anticipation for someone to come home and then fall short. Before, when she was alone at home, as a little white, she didn't have much to play with, and at that time, she was full of expectations that Chensiyu would come home to accompany him. Every time she heard the sound of the door opening, she would happily run over and stick it to Chensiyu. Later on, too, Chensiyu was tutoring and had to attend classes, and she was alone at home watching dramas and playing on her cell phone, which was refreshing, but in her opinion, none of it was as good as having Chensiyu by her side. The dean must have missed Chensiyu even more. After all, she only went back that once a year. That's why she was so worried. Don't worry, it's just for me to take care of you. It's nothing, if you're really that worried. Just be good and get better so we can go back sooner. Kazuya nodded, then felt that something wasn't quite right, and his mind whirled, finally responding. How is it her responsibility? It was clearly Chensiyu who had no measure, so intense last night, no restraint at all, and now that he was injured, he still came to talk about her. Thinking so, one by one became even more angry, so she directly pulled over Chensiyu's hand and bit him on the tiger's mouth. You won't be angry after the bite. Chensiyu wasn't afraid of pain at all, because Ii's heart ached for him and wouldn't hurt him, and if it did hurt, he was willing to do it. It's amazing that food and medicine bought on mission were delivered by the same writer, so far apart in time, and taken by the same writer. Chensiyu removed the medicine first, intending to help one by one with the medicine first. Ii nervously bit her lips. This kind of just looking but not doing, on the contrary, made her feel even more embarrassed, so her hand tightly grasped the quilt and did not let go, and her head was also tilted over, not daring to look at Chensiyu. Chensiyu stared unblinkingly, squeezing out a little bit of ointment on his index finger and then gently rubbing it. One by one. He didn't hold back a cry. Chensiyu swallowed, although it was bad, but he was really quite hard right now. Heartache is heartache, but the body's reaction is the truest of all. In doing so, he felt even more animalistic. They are giving medicine to people, but still thinking about these have-nots. Or is it a human being? Chensiyu accelerated his speed and quickly helped her wipe it off, then helped her lift up her shredded panties again. Asterisk. The card's been audited. Wait for me patiently. Rip and put QQ. I's face had long been red with shame. Chensiyu's fingers were long and well-proportioned. Usually she liked to pull his hand and touch it, but at the thought of, so good-looking hand touching her most private place again, 1,000 layers of waves were set off in her heart. Silent but raging. Chensiyu only thought it was because she was shy and didn't realize the things that were going on in her head. However, one's mind was not clear to her, but her own desires had nothing to hide. Last night's travesty was like an opening for him to experience the joy of foul language, and now that one by one had been injured as a result, he knew in his heart that he had to restrain himself, but his body was the most honest when it came to seeing such an exciting image. 1-1. Why are you blushing like that? Being the first to attack when you are weak and backpedaling is perhaps the most effective way to do so. Not only can they clear themselves of suspicion, but also make the other side anxious. Anxious to argue. There will be no other mind to suspect. As expected, one by one was suddenly ordered and immediately became anxious. I didn't think anything of it. I'm just a little hot. It would be really strange for her not to blush in this situation. Not to mention, the images that flashed through her mind just now when Chensiyu's hand was touching her were indeed a bit much. And, you're clearly blushing yourself. Yi reached out to pinch Chensiyu's face, and he wasn't any better than he was. The roots behind his ears were red. Well, I admit I'm shy. Chensiyu answered quickly, admitting it so easily, which made one by one a little confused. The order is here too. I'll bring it in and feed you. Chensiyu smiled, pretending to walk out as if nothing had happened. But in fact, if one by one, he carefully observed the situation, he would have found the clues. Went out to the restroom and washed his hands first, and because his face was hot, Chensiyu adjusted the water to the cold water side, and cupped a handful of water and wiped it on his face. Although out of the sun, but the temperature of the water is still very low, so come a little. Chen Siyu heart of the dry heat also subside down most. Looking down, the crotch was no longer too obvious. Chen Siyu shook off his hand, took a washcloth and wiped the water on his face, then went to get the rice he had just ordered. Luckily, he had just ordered something light considering that Kanzuya's throat would be uncomfortable. One by one. I'm not used to eating in the bedroom because the smell can be very strong and doesn't dissipate easily, and it's also easy to get dirty. There was another more important reason. Before Chen Siyu had told her that she should do what was appropriate to do in what place. For example, the kitchen was for cooking and the bedroom was for sleeping and resting. Not to be confused. So usually, although she likes to lie in bed and watch TV, but due to the cravings, she definitely needs to eat something when catching up with the show, which will inevitably leave some snack crumbs in the bedroom. Because she had always remembered Chen Siyu's words, she had changed this habit. Ichichi's mind flickered to a little something else. Siyu. Chen Siyu was still opening the takeout package, and one by one, because he was not feeling well, his footsteps were even lighter when he walked, so he did not even notice. Why don't you rest in there? I'll just take it in and feed you. Any less and I can carry you out. Chen Siyu was not satisfied with one by one's misbehavior. It was uncomfortable. Why did he still run around? I'm not that bad. I don't have any problem walking. I was just like that because I just woke up and my whole body hurts. One by one, holding the sofa and sitting down, Chen Siyu opened the takeout box. The aroma of rice immediately wafted out. She was instantly hungry, and her mouth crazily secreted saliva. Hungry? Chen Siyu not only saw her gagging, but also heard her stomach growl. So hungry so hungry. Chen Siyu broke the chopsticks and then rubbed them again, getting them right before bringing over a box of rice, chucking in several pieces of meat, as well as other vegetarian dishes, before handing the rice to one by one. Ichichi quickly took it and took a large bite to put in his mouth. It's so good. After starving for so long, one by one had long since given out, and she even thought she could eat all of these on the table by herself. Chen Siyu saw through her attempts and hurriedly told her to discard such thoughts. These are a little more on top of what we both eat. You can't eat too much at once. Finish these and digest them for a while before you can eat the rest. One by one. This little greedy cat. What's going on in his head is written on his face. There's no need to guess at all. Although he also wanted to satisfy her. If he ate a lot at once, the pressure on his stomach would be so great that he wouldn't be able to digest it for a long time. And in the end, she would be the one who would have a hard time. As a competent boyfriend, this is still something to manage. She can be spoiled in everything else, but not in anything related to her body, and she can't give in at all. Poof. I didn't say anything. Yi hurriedly swallowed the rice in her mouth before answering Chen Siyu's words. As long as she had a hard mouth and didn't admit it, then what Chen Siyu said was wrong. Okay, so you didn't think. I was the one who guessed wrong. Okay? Chen Siyu slowly gave her food and did not argue. The more you coax a girl, the better she'll behave. So it's always good to go along with what she's saying on little things like this. One by one, after eating half a box of rice, finally without the unbearable hunger that he had just felt, he thought about the question he had just asked. Siyu, didn't you say before that you couldn't eat in the bedroom? Yeah, but you're not feeling well and none of that matters. So it's fine. Chen Siyu had a cleanliness fetish, so he couldn't quite accept any other smells in the room, especially snacks and rice. Once he had eaten in there, no matter how long it took to ventilate and dissipate the air, he felt uncomfortable. But these are his personal habits before one and all, and he is amenable to accommodation as well as change. He answered that way, so I guess one by one is going to be touched. Thinking so, Chen Siyu was ready to be praised one by one. Then why is it that when you sleep with me, it's not just in the bedroom, it's out in the living room outside, and on the couch? One by one, full of sincerity, human and harmless, asked this question, Chen Siyu was directly shocked and choked on his rice, coughing madly. He hurriedly put down his rice and chopsticks and went to help Chen Siyu pat his back. Oops, why are you still choking? Chen Siyu coughed his face red, and it took a while before he finally recovered. Thanks to her good sense, she asked how she choked. How could he not be anxious when he was at dinner and suddenly brought up the subject, and after his night of pleasure and lust? I am just curious to ask. It's not like anything you've ever taught me before. Yi poured water and handed it to Chen Siyu. She was just asking, completely not expecting Chen Siyu's reaction to be so big. It's a fling. One by one, Chen Siyu didn't know what to say to her, and held his tongue for a while before holding back such a sentence. Then, I usually cannot eat snacks in the bedroom. How to sleep cannot be peaceful in bed, but also run out of the outside well. Kanzuya beamed, a little defiantly. He himself tried to abide by it, but Chen Siyu was good, and broke the rules he had set at will. After being bullied for so long last night, it was her turn to sanction him. It's It's not like eating, it's erotic. It's allowed. Chen Xiu drank a mouthful of water to calm down, although he thought he understood EE. But sometimes her brain hole was really big. He couldn't keep up with it a bit, where he could have anticipated. For example, discussing all this with him in such a serious manner now. What's the difference? It's all against your rules. Why can you do it and I can't? One by one. Although they want to sanction Chen Xiu, but they themselves do not have the whole field. Obviously questioning words. From her mouth out there is not the slightest attack, and even with a bit of petulance. So you're saying that doing that kind of thing is something I can do alone? Chen Xiu put down his chopsticks and stopped eating, and started brainwashing her. Kazuchi thought for a moment, then shook his head. She definitely couldn't do it alone. Surely such things were only for boys and girls. And no, she'd learned a lot of new things lately, like homosexuality. I'm with you. Then how can I be considered the only one breaking the rules, when it's obvious that we're all in this together? Chen Xiu immediately poured dirty water on EE without the slightest hesitation. There's nothing to be embarrassed about since he's telling the truth anyway. E was choked by Chen Xiu and stammered without knowing what to say. So what? Am I wrong? EE shook her head warmly. It was because he was not wrong. That's why she couldn't say anything because there was no way to refute it. But then she felt something was wrong. Then no. It's all a mistake we made together anyway. So it's negligible. Chen Xiu watched Yi's brow furrowed, knowing that she was thinking, so he gave her the dish and put it in her hand. One by one. Take a bite of your food or it'll get cold later. It was a tried and true trick, and one by one was easily distracted by the food and didn't dwell on the matter. Chen Xiu was secretly happy in his heart. At that time when he brought her home, it was because he thought that she wasn't too smart and dumb, and he was right. White was cheating before and still is. So, then I'm not allowed to snack in my bedroom anymore either? Ichio asked. Undeterred. No. Chen Xiu shook his head. Okay, I know law. As soon as she started to eat, she didn't get permission, but it didn't affect her mood to eat. Stupid. Chen Xiu smiled dotingly. The corners of his mouth couldn't control the upward movement, and he couldn't even suppress it. His own girlfriend was just too cute, and when the time came, he'd immediately take her to get a license to have kittens, just in time to experience what it's like to not wear it. I can't right now because it's not good for 1 and 1 if you take medicine. So I still need a small umbrella. Later, when 1 by 1 became his legal wife, it would just make sense to do this then. No need to wear it anymore. And having 2 kids in the house was still fun anyway. That's the life he dreamed of. 2. Chen Xiu was very familiar with the 2 men's meal sizes, so he ate all the takeout he ordered and didn't waste any of it. After eating, Yi leaned back on the sofa to rest, and Chen Xiu packed up all the takeout boxes, put them in a garbage bag, and tied them up to put them at the door. Want to go inside and rest? The couch is always a little narrower, less roomy, and definitely not as comfortable as the bed to lay on. No go. Yi shook her head. It had been so long since she had slept. Her whole body ached and she simply didn't want to keep lying down. Then I'll give you a massage. Chen Xiu know her hard work. People say there is no plowed ground, only exhausted cattle. How to him, it is the opposite. Obviously he is the one who moves. The one who exerts himself is also him, and it should be him who is tired. How can he rest for a while to slow down, only to feel refreshed? As for 1 by 1, every time I can't do it before I've had my fun, and I'm still so tired after doing it. I feel like my body has been emptied out. I really need to give her a good tonic, or else she won't be able to handle it when it comes time to prepare for pregnancy in the future. No, pregnancy would be even harder, and with her physique, I don't know how much suffering she'd have to go through if she did get pregnant. Thinking so, Chen Xiu more determined to take 1-1 to exercise the determination. Before every time to mention this, 1-1 is pouting and cute. Muddle through. He is always soft. Think it is not a big deal, but now that I think about it, there are too many bad things about having a weak body to be so spoiled. 1 by 1. When we get back I'll take you for a workout. Go hiking, running or something like that. I'm not going. Why are you taking me running again? Yi cried out. She was most afraid of exercise. She usually felt gasping when she walked for a longer time. Not to mention having to go hiking and running. It was as hard as not feeding her. See you. I'm really fine. I'm in good health. You see, I usually don't get sick. I don't have any health problems at all. I don't need to exercise at all. Really. Yi had just been looking at his cell phone, but now that he was straight up unmotivated, he pulled on his hand and pouted. Kidding aside, cell phones are fine to play with whenever you want, but if you go for a workout, that's straight out of jail. She was still able to distinguish between the lesser and the greater. No. This time I'm going to take you for exercise no matter what you say. Chen Xiu ignored her pampering. It was just too easy to be soft-hearted before and let her rest for so long. Why? I've always cooperated with you. Why do you have to take me to sports? E was unconvinced. In that kind of thing, although she didn't have the strength, but every time, it was only when Chen Siyu had all the fun that she stopped, and it didn't have any effect at all. How come now Chen Siyu has this idea again? She can't just sit back and wait for it to happen. She has to make him dispel this idea. Siyu, from now on I'll listen to whatever you say, whether it's in the room or outside. I'll cooperate. Just don't ask me to exercise. E subconsciously thought that it was because of her own problems that caused Chen Siyu to want to give her a little bit of a small punishment. So she hurriedly softened and said that she would cooperate in the future. Chen Siyu directly by her whole laugh. In her heart, he is the kind of clothing beast? The kind of guy who doesn't care about her body and just wants to get high? Is that the kind of person who does it without reason and gets more and more liberal? Okay, he is. No more pretending. He's the beast. However, he's only a beast to 1 and 1, so that's perfectly fine. No, you're so out of shape. You have to exercise. 1 by 1. Don't you like children? In the future when we get married, if you are not in good health, you are not allowed to have children. E swiped those short videos every day, and every time she swiped a cute and adorable little kid, she would come to him with her phone and tell him with a serious face that she would have kids with him in the future as well. He also said that with the genes of the two of them, the small children they gave birth to would surely be very good looking, and Chen Siyu thought so too. After all, he was still very confident in his own face value, and one was even more so, to the extent that he could directly debut in place, so the child born from the two would definitely look good. How come? Do you have to be fit to have a baby? E didn't understand. She had no knowledge base in this area at all. She only knew that if she did the most intimate things with Chen Siyu, she would have a baby. As for the process, it seemed like she had never bothered to think about it. Now that Chen Siyu told her that she needed to be in good health to have a child as well, she was instantly confused. What's with all the trouble? Is it so much trouble for kittens to have babies? 1 by 1. I'm not sure, but it always seemed like it was so hard to be a human being, and you needed to work out, even to have a kitten. No, a baby. The girl's eyes were clear, with a little bit of stupidity, but in his eyes they were only cute. Chen Siyu seems to have imagined the scene of the daughter born in the future, with the same white skin as her, those eyes especially soulful, unabashedly staring at him, milky voice calling out to his father. If she had grown up a little more, the little girl would have gotten even better looking, and when she saw something delicious outside, she would have pampered and pouted with him and asked him to buy it for her. If it was a boy, it would have been quite handsome. Just Chen Siyu prefers soft daughter. Daughter is to be held in the heart. What is good to her in front of her? The boys. Then you need to properly exercise him. After all, boy's big man. To learn to take care of his sister, take care of his mother. A bit of a double standard. But that's okay. He also teaches him all sorts of things about being a man, tells him what life is like, and then lets him figure it out on his own. Although he was not married yet, and Chen Siyu felt that he was not too old. But for a moment, the images that flashed through his mind were just too many. Such a scene is simply not too happy. Chen Siyu unconsciously the corners of his mouth rose, more determined to bring 1 by 1 to exercise. 1 by 1. We'll cheer together. I'll work out with you, and when I graduate we'll get married and have kittens. Chen Siyu felt that he suddenly got excited. Now his junior year of college. There is still a semester behind. He must find a little more things to do. Save more money. Wait until graduation time. There is a deposit in his hand. Naturally, he will have the bottom line. He didn't feel hard work for that kind of life. And whatever he did it willingly. Ji Zhao sighed to find some channels to do tutoring or something, or other lucrative jobs. As long as he can do it, he can take it. If he can't do it, he can learn how to do it. And he definitely needs to save up for a down payment on a house before he graduates anyway, because houses are important, and having a home of your own is the most important thing. Well, Kazuchi drooped his head, thinking a bit. She does want kittens, but exercise can be really hard. After carefully weighing the two, 1 by 1 finally nodded in agreement. I can get a good workout and if that's what it takes to have kittens, but I don't like running. Can I do something else? 1 by 1. Jogging won't be that tiring. Don't worry. I'll take it one step at a time with you. At first it's just a simple movement. When your body adapts to the rhythm, we'll slowly strengthen the degree. Chen Siyu naturally wouldn't take 1 by 1 to do some too intense exercise at the beginning, because then the body wouldn't be able to stand it at all. Okay, I know. I'll do whatever you want. 1 by 1 nodded obediently. Chen Siyu will only disregard her tiredness when she is in series. Other times, even if she slightly bumped into the touch, he is also very distressed. So 1 by 1 slightly relaxed his heart. So good. Chen Xiu rewardingly touched the young girl's head, and one by one comfortably rubbed against his palm. This matter was sort of decided. Chen Xiu planned to make an exercise program for her, a little bit on the intensity. Chen Xiu was very good at massage. After all, practice makes perfect, not to mention that he had learned it before, so now when he helped Yi press, Yi's whole body relaxed. Xiu, it's so cozy. Kazuchi couldn't help but sigh. Chen Xiu's mind was full of series. This sentence of her being so comfortable made him associate it with some not-so-serious thoughts. I don't know what's wrong with him myself, but he's had strong desires in the last few days, and no matter what topic is brought up, he's always thinking about the wrong things. This won't work. He's got to calm down. Then I'll go slightly heavier. Chen Xiu added some strength to his hands. Just now Yi had already adapted, so now after the strength became bigger, she didn't feel any discomfort. After 20 minutes or so of pressing, one by one felt like she was mostly better, or at least less sore than when she first woke up. And Chen Xiu must be tired too. Her heart ached for him. Xiu, I'll press it for you too. One by one. He got up, intending to be courteous for a bit. No, I'm not tired. Okay. Seeing that he really wasn't in trouble at all, Kanzuya even reflected on it a little in his mind. Obviously she was just lying down. She didn't even need to do anything, although sometimes Chen Xiu would let her take the initiative to move a little bit, but the time was also very short. Most of the time she just needed to obediently fall asleep or lie on her back. She didn't need to put forth any effort at all. On the contrary, Chen Xiu didn't feel tired in the slightest. He was alive and well every time, and carried her to the living room. So it was reasonable to say that he was the one who would be tired. But it wasn't the case. Could it really be because her body was so weak? Well, that's definitely it. That does require exercise. Thinking this way, Yi had no complaints in her heart at all, and only felt that Chen Xiu was so nice. All because he cared about her. So he asked her to exercise so much. One by one. Go in your room and I'll check to see if you need another wipe. Chen Xiu was uneasy, although this was a very torturous thing for him, but he still had to check it. Otherwise, in case there was something wrong, when the time came, it would not be as simple as rubbing medicine. No need. Didn't this just get wiped down? Yi was shy. She wanted to do it herself, but Chen Xiu said that she couldn't see, and she couldn't rub it well at all if she did it herself. It did make sense, but that didn't mean she wasn't shy. That's something to look at. It's been 2 hours. Chen Xiu directly picked up Yi in a horizontal hug. This time the strength of boys and girls is obvious. Yi simply did not have the opportunity to run, can only obediently be carried by him to the bedroom to check. The moment the bottoms were pulled down, one by one felt her body go cold and her arms were covered in dense goosebumps. Chen Xiu stared at it closely. It seemed to be that much better than just now. Anyway, it looks like that medicine is working. According to what the doctor had said, he didn't need to be medicated yet. Just looked at it, but he didn't want to help one by one put his pants back on. Just wanted to look at it more. At the beginning of the intimacy, one by one didn't show him, and then he got thicker and thicker, so he didn't care what she said or turn off the lights. But by that time the arrow was in the air and he didn't have the time to take a closer look. Now that it's hard to find the opportunity, it's only natural to see more. It wasn't a particularly long time together, but it was so close that it was okay to see more. Xiu, stop looking. Kanzuya watched him get more and more licentious. Just the look in his eyes made her feel like she was doing something with him, so she just reached out to block it. Okay, no more looking. I'll help you put it on and you take your hands off. Anyway, it's been a while since I've seen it, and there's still a chance to do it later when I'm getting my medicine, so there's no rush for so little while. If you piss the kitty off, you can't really look at it yourself. Chen Xiu was still able to distinguish between the lesser and the greater. Really? Chen Xiu was usually used to being a scoundrel, and suddenly being so nice. It made Yi a bit uncomfortable, so he asked so skeptically. Really? I'll put it on for you. Just take your hands off. Or do you not want to wear it and want to keep showing it to me? Chen Xiu had a smile in his eyes and deliberately spoke to tease her. Sure enough, one by one grunted and immediately removed his hand. Chen Xiu lifted the girl's white and tender legs and helped her put all her pants on, as if he was taking care of a child. Rest and relaxation is really irregular. Until more than 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Xiu gave a point to eat dinner together. One by one, they are chatting with Su Ro. Su Ro's house and Chen Xiu's house are actually not far away. They are all in the same city. Originally Su Ro was thinking of joining them, but Ji Xiao was too sticky and said that he wanted her to stay for a few more days. Su Ro couldn't argue with him anyway, so she simply agreed. Originally thought that one by one is going to leave tomorrow, but just now one by one said that tomorrow is not yet go. Postponed a little. Su Ro then asked one by one the reason. The result is that one by one can't say half a day. In this way, The answer is obvious. After all, there's no point in gulping down anything other than a thurible. So it was that one by one was poked fun at by Suu. Chen Xiu was playing a game, and when he heard Yi grunting, he hurriedly sat over next to her. What's up, baby? Now that he was in the middle of a group fight, he didn't stop operating his hands even though he was concerned about Ichichi. You went overboard. Sue asked me why I changed my schedule on the spur of the moment. I didn't know what to say, and then she laughed at me. One by one, they blamed their ridicule on Chen Xiu, the one who started it all. Leave her alone, baby. Chen Xiu was slightly perfunctory, and finally won the wave of the group, quickly pushed to the crystal, and directly ended the game. Because his girlfriend was unhappy, Chen Xiu did not start another game, but put the phone down and went over to hug and apologize one by one. Finished? Now you remember me. Ha! I'm telling you, it's already too late. Yi huffed, hugging her arms, and also turned her head to not look at Chen Xiu. I'm wrong. I'll apologize to you, and from now on, as long as you yell at me, I'll definitely not keep playing, okay? Chen Xiu leaned his head on one by one's lap, his hand lifted to pinch her face. Looking from this viewpoint, he could see one by one's very long eyelashes. Yi's legs are not the kind of thin like bamboo poles, but very well proportioned, slightly meaty, but it does not look and feel fat type. So Chen Xiu is very comfortable to lean so much. That's not good. Then your teammates will talk about you, and I don't want people talking about you. And, didn't you say this is a team game? It's something that requires everyone to work well together, so you have to play well, okay? One by one, he said with a sense of humor, which made Chen Xiu feel surprised. Aren't you angry? Why are you letting me play nice now? On the internet often see a variety of paragraphs. Of course, paragraphs from life. Naturally, the normal reaction to many phenomena. The main content is that the girl is angry because of something, and then the boy should not immediately put down the game to coax her. Some people think that the game is just entertainment, so it can be left alone. After all, the girlfriend is more important. Others believe in the spirit of competition, and that since they have started the game, they have to take responsibility for themselves and their teammates, which is the most basic respect for the game. Relationships require a basic amount of space, and it's definitely not possible to be in charge of the other person at all times, or for them to give up their hobbies altogether. Chen Xiu was actually okay with the game, not too addicted, but he liked to play it when he was relaxing and resting. If Yi really had something going on, then he would have put down the game to coax her, but just now he was able to hear that Yi was just fooling around with him, so he didn't take it seriously. Now that Kanzuya was speaking to him so seriously about the importance of the game, it confused him a bit. I'm not really mad, I'm just humming, and even if I have something to do, I can wait until you're done with the game. You're supposed to be playing the game to have fun. Wouldn't it be a bummer if I interrupted you now? I don't like that. I want you to be happy. One by one, she said her true thoughts. She would not really get angry with Chen Xiu. Even if he was so excessive last night, she only complained a little bit in her heart, and would not go to get angry with him or to hate him because of this. So in the small matter of the game, she was very willing to understand Chen Xiu. Why are you so good? Don't you get jealous when I play games and don't leave me alone and don't spend any quality time with you? Chen Xiu felt that if he recorded a video of what he had just said one by one and posted it online, it would definitely resonate with many of his brothers. He's got the best girlfriend in the world. Alright, but you're keeping me well company. You're playing with me most of the time, so I don't feel anything. Besides, of course I respect your hobby. Listening to one by one's reply, Chen Xiu didn't hold back and barfed on her face. The game isn't as important as you. No, nothing is as important as you. So, one by one, if you're really upset, you can just tell me. Never mind, it's fine if you don't tell me, because I'll find out for myself. Yi had a bit of any emotion written all over his face, not hiding it at all, and he knew what was going through her head without her even having to ask. For the next day, Chen Xiu went back and forth to help one by one apply the medicine several times, and each time he deliberately ground it until one by one couldn't stand it anymore, and then he let go of his hand. That ointment did help, plus it was only supposed to be a slight break in the skin, so it was pretty much back to normal by the next day. Chen Xiu looked at her many times in the name of caring for her, and in the end, when he saw that Yi was about to get angry, he collected himself a little bit and helped her to put on her clothes carefully. Suro also kept inviting one by one to go out and play, without Chen Xiu having to say much. One by one refused on her own. The reason was simple. Her current physical condition was not suitable for going out to play, and if she went out, Suro would definitely ask her all sorts of questions, and with her thin skin, she really didn't dare to imagine how embarrassed she would be at that time. So no matter what Suro said, one by one strictly refused and absolutely did not go out. Chen Xiu was happy to see such a scene, just so he could stick with her for a day. Although he couldn't be thrashed, there were many cozy things to do together. For example, holding her in your arms and playing a game, watching a movie with her, or leaning back on the couch and looking out the window to completely let go. These are moments where happiness materializes, and every frame is worth keeping private, because to leave for a period of time, after the year will slowly come back. So Chen Xiu and one by one to take the time to put the room clothes are folded and put, and afraid of mold, bought dehumidification bag hanging in the closet. The journey is a little far. Chen Xiu does not intend to bring too many things, clothes and so on over there and then buy on the line. Anyway, it is going to be New Year's Eve, to a one and their own to buy new clothes, but also a reward for this year's hard work. The ticket I bought was for the high-speed train at 9 a.m., with a change in the middle, and the time total was 5 hours. When the alarm clock rang in the morning, one grunted and refused to get up. Chen Xiu has a lot of methods to let her up. Directly low and kiss and touch. Not at 2 minutes. 111 on the soft body to open his eyes and surrendered. On the way out, Chen Xiu double-checked his and Yi's documents before finally pulling the suitcase out the door. Xiu, would it be too early to go over there? Ichi yawned, feeling still a little sleepy. She didn't like waking up early at all, not to mention the fact that it was sub-zero temperatures right now and she felt all cold. Leaving the quilt in the winter is a really cruel thing to do. It's a long ride. Let's go out for breakfast first or you'll get hungry on the highway. The high-speed train is not very tasty. One by one and picky eaters. Chen Xiu felt that even if he bought it, one by one will definitely only taste a shallow bite. So it is better to wait for the change of train and then eat lunch. He had also put one's favorite snacks in his bag, so he could satisfy her cravings in the car when the time came. Chen Xiu even thoughtfully downloaded the movie, intending to watch it with one by one while on the high-speed train. Okay, I know then. Kanzuya shook his head, trying to clear it. Chen Xiu carried the suitcase with one hand and went to hold her with the other. After exiting the elevator, the cold wind blew in his face, and one by one's doze immediately woke up. Rip, it's cold. Yi shrunk her neck. Chen Xiu shook his head helplessly and stood in front of her, reaching out to help her tie the scarf a little tighter. That way there's no air getting in. Dumbass. Yi's eyes were a bit wet because of the cold wind, and now she raised her eyes to look at Chen Xiu, reached out to encircle his waist, and rubbed herself into his arms. Xiu, you're so good. If you weren't by my side then I'd be a fool and unable to do anything. You'll always be there for me, oh always. The girl's voice was nice and soft, and the words only went to one's heart. This scene was really cozy, and Chen Xiu finally understood the meaning of gentle country. Who could top that? No one should be able to say no to a girl like Kazuchi. Will always be there for you, dumbass. Besides, you're already stupid, and if I wasn't there, eating would be a problem. Chen Xiu wrapped his arms around Yi and lowered his head to kiss her on the forehead. I'm not stupid. I'm just a little bit stupid, and I'm stupid that's because you're so good that I just want to depend on you. The girl's muffled voice came from Chen Xiu's arms, and Chen Xiu laughed in a low voice, thinking that her answer was just too cute. Well, then one by one can rely on me completely from now on too, because I'll be there for all of it. Chen Xiu was very happy to be the reliance of Yi. In his heart, Yi was his wife. He was very sure that in the future, forever, he would only like her alone. He was also certain of Ichio's thoughts, and she must have been harboring the same expectations as he was, wanting to embrace the future together. She will not hide her love and life in the slightest, saying I love you every day, saying that she cannot leave him. All of these Chen Xiu saw in his eyes. He was originally not good at expressing love, but now, he has also changed. Love is all about saying it, and not only do actions have to follow suit, but words have to be spoken in a big way as well. Love you so much. I love you. One by one. I love you. Not me too, because I love you out of instinct, not on the basis that you love me. Taking Yi to the door to eat her favorite one of the rice noodles before Chen Xiu took a taxi to take her to the high-speed train station. He had always had a plan, so he had planned his time accurately, and it wasn't more than a few minutes off from his original time, and he arrived at the high-speed train station 10 minutes short of the start of ticket checking. Yi had never been to a high-speed train station before, so everything around him felt new. Chen Xiu very gently told her that this is the entrance to the station. When you go in, put your ID card on the gate, face to the camera, and swipe your face to pass. Ichichi thought it was amazing, tried it, and had a smile on his face the whole time after it worked. After the security check, taking one by one to the entrance to the station to line up, Chen Xiu looked at the ID card in his hand, suddenly a little bit of a trance. At first, because of this small ID card, he was upset for a long time and thought of many ways, but in fact, because of the limitations of his own ability, it would not work at all. Every day I rack my brain to figure out how to fix it. And what to do if I can't? What if Kanzuya gets caught? These questions haunted him like a nightmare and often left him breathless. Now suddenly standing in line at the high-speed train station waiting for the train, Chen Siyu's mood was a bit complicated. It's as if 1,000 sails have passed and things have been solved. When I think back to those days of worry and helplessness, I suddenly feel that it's not a big deal, and it's been solved without any problem. At the same time, I felt grateful that it was resolved and that things were going the way I wanted them to go. That's so nice. Hopefully it will stay that way in the future as well. He didn't ask for anything else, as long as it was related to one and would go smoothly. Siyu, what are you gawking at? His arm was shaken by the girl's pull before Chen Siyu snapped back to his senses. There was a bit too much going on in his head just now, and perhaps because he was feeling happy, those memories from before seemed to be embellished a bit, making him feel like he wasn't working that hard. What's wrong? Tickets are starting to be checked. Let's go. Chen Siyu raised his eyes and looked. Indeed, the ticket was checked. The people in front were slowly moving forward. Good. Go. Chen Siyu bought a first-class seat with slightly better space than a second-class seat. In the past, I used to take the train by myself, take the bus. The time is very long, don't feel how. Tired, just a little tired. Save money on the line. But not now. Now that one by one was with him, he wasn't going to consider the price without looking at the comfort level. He can suffer a little, but his 1-in-1, not half. Chen Siyu let Yi walk in front of him, telling her how the positions were sorted so that she could learn to find them on her own. This in itself is not difficult. One by one quickly found. Chen Siyu looked at her face begging for praise, smiled and complimented several times. The corners of her mouth never came down. After arriving at the location, Chen Siyu put the suitcase on the upper shelf. Although the things brought are not too much, but the two people's, sporadic or loaded, Chen Siyu did not have the slightest pressure. This weight was nothing at all. Only when he put it away, he looked down and saw one by one looking at him with a face full of admiration. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I think you're great. You lifted such a heavy box in one go. And your expression didn't change. Chen Siyu sat down, came up to Yi's ear and lowered his voice. Wasn't I able to easily pick you up when I slept the day before yesterday? And isn't this one even more impressive? How come I don't see you praising me? There were not many people in the carriage yet. Plus his voice was small. Chen Siyu did not worry about being heard by others at all. So he was not burdened by anything and did not feel shy in the slightest. On the contrary, it was Yi. After she understood Chen Siyu's words, she shyly lowered her head, but her eyes were looking around, afraid that someone would hear their conversation. You, why are you talking about this? She only thought that just now Chen Siyu got the very heavy box up so easily, so she complimented him. She didn't think of anything messy. It's not an association, so I'll just say it. Chen Siyu insisted on his shamelessness to the end, leaning in with his right hand, trying to help one by one adjust the seat backrest, but one by one shrank back in fear. Siwu, one by one. She was in a hurry. Her voice was a little louder. After realizing that this was a public place and would affect others, she hurriedly covered her mouth again and then came to Chen Siyu's ear. Don't touch me here. When we get back to the room, you can do whatever you want. The girl's warm breath spilled over his ear, tickling it a little. After hearing what she said, Chen Siyu's heart began to itch. He didn't want to do anything. He just wanted to adjust the seat back for her so that she could be more comfortable. But he didn't expect one by one to think so much and even take the initiative to give him benefits. In that case, he would naturally not refuse. Okay, listen to you. Go back and get it. Chen Siyu replied with a smile and continued to help her adjust the backrest back a bit. Yi reacted with hindsight, knowing that Chen Siyu hadn't wanted to do anything. It was just that she had thought wrongly. Even if she thought wrongly, she was still stupid enough to tell Chen Siyu to tighten up a bit, and said something about going back and touching again. Ah, she's not living. Kanzuya was so dumbfounded by his own stupidity that he was a little skeptical for a moment. How is it that you are always not too smart? Chen Siyu didn't even set her up. She still rushed to drill inside. You just said it yourself. You can't back out. Chen Siyu pinched her face. Those two words just now made him all a little excited. If it wasn't for his sanity, he didn't know what he could do. Humph. You just know how to bully me. One by one, with anger in her eyes, she reached out and pulled over Chen Siyu's hand and opened her mouth to bite on it. But because of the heartache and the fear that Chen Siyu would be in pain, in the end, he didn't exert himself and only gently bit it. Chen Siyu didn't even feel it. After all, her bite was too light and didn't even leave a single tooth mark. One by one. Where did I bully you? I'm just trying to adjust the backrest for you so you can lean back a little more comfortably. What? Is that wrong? Besides, I didn't even think anything of it, and you took the initiative to bring it up, and then came over to talk to me about it. So isn't that just seduction? I haven't even cried foul yet, and you're calling me a bully. If a man is shameless, he is invincible. Chen Xiu is in such a state right now, typically getting a bargain and then selling it. Sentence after sentence. One by one was a bit confused and felt like he was being led astray. Is it really your own problem? There was still an ounce of sanity left, and one by one was quick to clear his thoughts. Chen Xiu would just brainwash her. Just now she was about to think that she had done something wrong. Luckily she was smart. You're obviously happy. And you say that like you've been wronged, but it's obviously me who's being taken advantage of. He slightly hardened, straightened his back, and looked at Chen Xiu and said word for word, "Anyway, you're the one who invited me." Chen Xiu avoided the issue and continued to pull the venue back to his side. "Did I induce you to say it?" "No, I didn't. I didn't do anything." Chen Xiu spread his hands and expressed his innocence. "Of course, it's only on the surface that you look innocent, but in fact your heart is full of bad ideas." "Well, seems like it, but I still don't think that's going to work." Chen Xiu completely took one by one, and knowing that she wanted to regret it, he gave her a direct education lesson. One by one. "What did I tell you about being a man of your word, doing what you promise others and not lying? Have you forgotten?" He at least studied teacher training. Psychology class is not for nothing. In the face of one by one this elementary school chicken, directly take the pinch. No pressure at all. "Okay, then. As soon as we talk about what we want to be, one by one becomes well behaved, because she wanted to move closer to Chen Xiu, wanted to be like him, honest, kind, true to his word, gentle and courageous. All good qualities could be seen in him, and the more he got to know Chen Xiu, the more he felt lucky to be able to fall in love with him. At the same time, she wanted to get a little better, to be worthy of him, to stand up to him honorably. "That's a good boy. Touch. Don't worry about it yet. We'll have plenty of time to stay at the hotel when we get to the county seat today. The car ride is longer, so it will be a little tired. Chen Xiu intends to rest in the county tonight, and then tomorrow to bring one back to the town. And the dean also said that the time from the original plan is a day apart, so there is no problem. Perhaps because this is the reason that this is the departure station. The carriage is not a lot of people." Chen Xiu took out the tablet and one by one to watch a movie, adjusted the time. Both of them can hear, and at the same time will not disturb others, until the next stop. One after another came up a lot of people. Chen Xiu took out the headphones to one by one and himself to put on. The movie was only 2 hours long, and the train wasn't even at the station when I finished it. One by one, her eyes were a little sour, so Chen Xiu did not continue to let her look. And the earphones will be uncomfortable if she wears them for a long time, so she let her rest on her shoulder. After almost half an hour or so of sleep, one by one was awakened by the sound of a child crying. Chen Xiu is also the same. Just now he did not resist squinting for a while, only just fell asleep. The carriage has a bare child their loud noise. Ding zero dang sound. Chen Xiu frowned and quickly found the source of the sound. It was a 5 or 6-year-old boy who was making a lot of noise around, but his mom was sitting with a calm face, like she didn't see it at all. Everyone felt disgruntled. Some were working, tapping away at their computers, and others hadn't had a good night's rest and were catching up on their sleep. Seeing that no one was bothering him, the bear boy became even more reckless and started walking around the various locations, going to tug on this person's sleeve, and over to the other side, getting up to look at someone else's computer screen. Finally walking, he came next to Chen Xiu. The tablet he had placed on the small table board swished and was picked up by the little boy. Chen Xiu was a little displeased and frantically told himself in his mind to calm down. The other guy is just a little kid. There's no need to get upset. Kids, just talk to them. Who hasn't been naughty? Kid, give me the tablet. Chen Xiu looked at his blackened hand, which was still stained with the residue of an unknown object, looking slimy and simply physically uncomfortable. The tablet was newly bought last month, because the previous one had been used for almost 3 years and the response was a bit slow, and he was used to studying with the tablet. So he replaced it with one by one with the money she earned for him, because it is 1 by 1 cent, so he extraordinarily cherish. At that time when he got his hands even sent a circle of friends to show off. And then Jishao also saw her sent a large series of emoticons yin and yang him. He just assumed that Jishao was jealous, and he was just happy anyway. Only, now, looking at one by one carefully selected flat shells stained with unknown objects, his mood instantly hit rock bottom. But despite this, he maintained a smirk as he said this. No, it's mine when I get it. The bear child seemed to see Chen Xiu smiling at him and felt that there was no danger, so he touched it recklessly and pressed all those buttons on it. How does this open? How do you not get it open? The bear got a little annoyed and tried to hit that little tabletop with his tablet. Chen Xiu's quick eyes pinched his wrist, stopping his movements, and now, the smile on his face was sort of gone at all. It's true that kids can be young and unintelligent, but the ones like him just don't know what they're doing. Woohoo! The bear child was ferociously struck by Chen Siyu's expression and immediately began to cry. Chen Siyu brought the tablet back, let go of his arm, and took wet wipes from his bag to start wiping the tablet's shell. Upon hearing the bear's cries, his mom, who had just pretended to be deaf and dumb, immediately stood up and came over while cursing. Who bullied my child? How grown up are you? Is it fun to bother with a little kid? If there's anything wrong with my baby boy, I'll just call the police. The middle-aged woman with a somewhat obese look and a fierce face approached. The bear, who sat whimpering and howling, cried harder when he saw her coming. Ouch! My sweet baby, why are you crying like this? The woman picked her up with a heartfelt look on her face, during which the bear child was in a bad mood. Her hands were dancing and not allowing her to hold her, and she kept moving around, and several slaps were directed at the woman's face. Chen Siyu and the people around him looked on coldly, just as if they were watching a joke. You did it yourself. If you don't take care of your own children, you won't be wrong to get these slaps in the face. Chen Siyu had no empathy for such people, and so did Ee. She usually saw children who were very cute and well-behaved, and now when she saw such an obnoxious bear child, touching around with the tablet that she had given to Chen Siyu, disgust was born in her heart. Turns out not all little kids are cute. Who bullied my baby? The woman finally picked up the bear child, who was standing at the aisle with basically no room to spare because of her obese frame. The bear child was still crying, and in an effort to look imposing, or perhaps because she was used to talking that way, the woman spoke in a loud, rather snarky voice. The stewardess lady stood behind her and tried to speak, but the women's voices were so loud, and with the sound of the bears crying, no one even heard what she said. But it was her job, so she could only increase the volume and reach out to tap the woman on the shoulder. Hello auntie, can you please lower your voice a little? You are already seriously affecting the other passengers like this. Chen Siyu looked at it. The stewardess lady had a standard smile on her face, but it was because she smiled kindly and affectionately that the middle-aged woman immediately became more aggressive. You're a staff member, aren't you? My child is being bullied. Don't you care? What's your name? Believe it or not, I'm going to file a complaint against you. Do you work like this? If anything happens to my baby, you'll all be in the police station. The women's voices were so penetrating that the young lady was so taken aback that she didn't know what to say for a moment. The women saw her as a bully, and even stood forward, holding out one hand to try to push her. The stewardess had been startled. She had just started work not long ago. It was the first time she had encountered such a scene, and she had never been bullied like this before in society. So she didn't react for a moment, and just like that she didn't pay attention, and the woman's hand reached out. Her shoulder was pushed, and due to inertia she fell backward, luckily holding onto the backrest of the seat next to her so she didn't fall. Just now, that bear kid didn't really do anything to hurt anyone's actions, and everyone didn't want to get into trouble, so they turned a blind eye. And now, the incident was getting worse, and it was all starting to come to a head. Several passengers couldn't sit still as they watched the soft young lady being bullied. Why are you being unreasonable? You don't care about your own kids and now you come and beat them up? That's right. The other stewardess sister, how you still push people. If really bumped into the touch, you can afford the responsibility? It's so unqualified. No wonder the kids are that way. They don't set a good example themselves, and it's understandable that the kids learn the hard way. There's really everything these days. Everyone spoke one sentence after another. One by one had just been observing and was worried when she saw the stewardess lady being pushed. And now that so many people had stepped forward to speak, she was instantly energized. Your child needs to be properly educated. He's loud and rowdy. He doesn't even know the most basic respect. He just tried to break our flatbed. You don't ask for the cause of the matter. You swear and even make a move. People like you should be in the police station. Chen Siyu said that bad people are the ones who have to go to the police station, and those like her just have to be taught a lesson so that they will change. Ichigo even threw a comforting look at the young lady after she finished speaking, telling her not to be afraid. Why do you have such a dirty mouth? You girl? Oh, I see. You're the ones who bullied my kid, aren't you? To be such an adult and be so calculating to a child. You don't look like a good person at first glance. And looking at the way you look, you must not be a good person either. When she said the last sentence, the woman's eyes took on a certain color, and Chen Siyu immediately exploded, standing up directly and looking at her coldly. Does your mouth smell so bad? Do you eat in the toilet every day? Chen Siyu was taller, plus now he was angry, so his aura was sufficient. Just that look alone could make people feel scared. The woman gulped a little nervously and stepped back slightly. Looking at Chen Siyu like this, it looked like he would really hit someone. Do you know how to respect the old and love the young? How can I be considered an elder? And you talk to elders like this? When there is no reason. These so-called elders like to use seniority to press, as if in the traditional Chinese concept, and even now, as long as they are older, they can do whatever they want. It's okay to say that you did something wrong because you're old and therefore don't understand. And when the younger generation says something that strikes her as unappealing, she immediately pulls out the seniority to put pressure on it. Why don't they say anything else? Of course, because they don't have a point. The truth isn't on their side, so they have to take this to save face. Like you, there's no need for respect. Chen Xiu coldly swept a glance at her. The same woman. But she said such unpleasant words to one by one. How different is it from making yellow rumors? And also, seeing that the stewardess is easy to bully, she dared to make a direct move. Why didn't she make a direct move on him when she just came over? It's not because of the wimp. For such, Chen Xiu felt that there was absolutely no need to respect, because she was not worthy. Fine. You, go get your leader. I'd like to see what you're going to do about it. The woman had just been scared, but now she resumed that face, pointing her nose at the stewardess lady and shouting, long before, the stewardess sister in the contact person for help. She is inexperienced, the first time encountered such a passenger. The heart is half cold, and a little afraid. Just calm down, we'll take care of it as soon as we can. Upon hearing that the conductor would be arriving soon, the woman became even more arrogant. Sure enough, being mean is useful wherever you are, and now even the conductor is coming over to help her. You wait for me, my son were injured, is required to pay for your medical expenses. If not, directly to the police to deal with. You do not want to go into the police station, right? The woman said and reached out to see about pulling Bear's zipper, wanting to give him a good check where the marks were. As long as there are traces, you can knock a fortune. But the bear didn't cooperate, and just slapped her solidly in the face. Ouch, my ancestors. The bear child, like her, was long and fat, and her strength was on the high side, and although she was still small, her nose immediately bled from the heavy slap toward her face. Warm blood flowed out of her nostrils, and the woman immediately began to panic, reaching out to touch it, only to get it all over her hands. And when the bear child saw the blood, he began to cry again, and his hands began to flail about, hitting her one at a time. The woman, a little unsteady and also frightened by the blood, panicked for a moment before rushing to put the bear down and then trying to get paper from her bag. However, the bag was placed on the seat and she had no paper on her at all, so she could only tilt her head back slightly in a wretched manner. You, why don't you go get me some paper? The woman reached for the stewardess, who looked at her hands covered in blood and stepped back in disgust, but as much as she disliked her, she couldn't just watch because it was her job to pretend she didn't see it. Rushed to pull out paper towels from the bag. The young lady a whole packet of hand over. The women do not know if it is intentional. In taking the paper also rubbed on her, the sleeve at the blood stains. Chen Xiu and Yi watched coldly, moving a touch of compassion at the sight of her nosebleed, but still no action. After all, the words she had just said, and that kind of look, made Chen Xiu just couldn't stand it. Don't understand how the same women can say something like that to a little girl. One by one were usually suffered a bit of aggression. He was heartbroken. Not to mention the woman in front of him directly in front of his face to say this kind of words. There was another reason. In her he saw his adoptive mother. Uneducated, disrespectful, snarky, foul-mouthed. Words are her weapons, and she can say anything, no matter how unpleasant, as long as it serves her purpose. Even the way of protecting her precious son was very similar, so the woman in front of him was sort of a collection of the points he loathed the most. Treating her, to put it bluntly, even if something did happen to her, he would probably stand by and do nothing, not to mention the nosebleed. The bear kept tugging at the woman's pants leg after she was let down, wanting her to hold her, but the woman was too busy dealing with the blood to pay any attention to her. Seeing that his wasn't getting any attention, the bear immediately began to seize up and went straight for the woman's leg, biting it twice. Ouch, 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 ouch. The woman was already busy. Her nose was bleeding a lot, she couldn't care about anything else, and now that her legs were eating pain, she subconsciously stomped her legs hard, and the bear child was immediately thrown out, directly fell to the ground, the head inevitably knocked, and then began to ghostly cry. The women saw, but also more distressed, do not care to deal with the nosebleed, and rushed to crouch down to hold him. The people on the side are like watching the scene. Of course, there are also a few soft-hearted hesitating to go forward to help. Chen Xiu inner waves. Even feel deserved. It would have been deserved, and by the looks of them, it must not have been the first time they had done this kind of thing, and God knows how many other people had been tortured by them in the past. A little bit of suffering now would be a good way to teach them to behave. When the train station came over, what I saw was this picture. The woman crouched on the ground and scrambled to pull the boy on the ground. The boy cried and cursed. His hands kept swinging in the direction of the woman. The woman was still bleeding from the nose, and it got everywhere. There were so many drops on his face, his clothes, his hands, and even on the floor that it looked a little scary. The stewardess lady wanted to go up and help out of professional ethics, but thinking that just now, she had almost been intentionally injured by mistake, she held back. The conductor, after all, had a lot of experience and had been working for a long time, and had seen more strange things, so when he saw such a scene, he was a bit surprised, but he quickly controlled his expression. "Hello passenger, please remain quiet. You are now seriously disrupting the ride." The women were too busy coaxing the bear to listen to him, and when the conductor saw this, he simply stood by and watched the farce. About 3 minutes passed and the bears were still making noise, so the conductor calculated the time and stepped forward again to stop them. Perhaps because of the more intimidating look in his eyes, the bear child was surprisingly quiet and didn't continue to make noise. The women always had their hands free to deal with the blood on their faces and hands. Good boy. Wait a minute while mom wipes her face. The women felt sticky on their faces, and a large chunk of their clothes were soiled, as were the bears, and the nosebleeds didn't continue. It was just oddly uncomfortable now that what they were wearing was soiled. "My new clothes are all dirty. Look, go down there and buy me a new one. I'm not wearing it." The woman wiped her face while her heart ached. "This dress was only bought a few days ago. Mom will wash it for you when she gets home. You'll still be able to wear it then." Chen Siyu swept a glance. Just now did not even realize that the bear child is wearing a famous brand, while the women are wearing a little gray washed. Looking at her age, she is estimated to be running to 4 before she has such a child. I guess she is old enough to have a child. That's why she is spoiled in everything. And then she is spoiled like this. "No way. I'm not wearing it. It's all stained with your blood and smells like shit. I'm not wearing it." Bears don't give a damn about him and others and say whatever they want. A look of hurt flashed across the woman's face, but she quickly gave in. "Well, in a couple of days, Mom will buy you a new one. When it comes to buying new clothes, this is another expense." The woman's eyes rolled, and an idea came to her, so she hurriedly got up, and when she did, she also got a little dizzy because she had been squatting for too long, and got up violently, so she propped up the seat next to her. "You're the leader, aren't you? He just beat up my child. I want medical bills from him. You're going to do it for me or I'm going to file a complaint against you." The words coming out of the woman's mouth were still brainless, only this time she was dealing with a man who didn't seem as nice to hold as the stewardess lady, so her voice was a little more restrained than it had just been. The conductor's smiling mouth froze. He understood the whole story clearly, and in his heart, he naturally knew what she was playing. "Your child was the one who disturbed the other passengers' rest first and went for this young man's tablet privately, and didn't do anything about it the whole time. So there was no payment of medical bills. How do you know it wasn't done? My child is crying like that and you want to take sides? I know. You guys are just bullying me for not wanting to be responsible because I'm older. Ha! If you don't take responsibility, I'm going to go to the police and see who suffers then." Hearing the word call the police, one by one was a bit nervous, because before, Chen Siyu said that bad people are the ones who have to go into the police station. If he really called the police, would something really happen? Sensing Yi's gaze, Chen Siyu patted her hand to show comfort. "Don't worry, we have a point. Don't worry about what she says." The conductor followed suit and gave the woman a head start. "The front and back of the carriage are monitored, and according to the rules, you have now violated the order of travel, and we have the right to make you get off at the next stop." The women immediately wimped out when they heard there was surveillance. Then even if he didn't do it, he can't bully a child. What's wrong with bullying a child when you're such a big man? Young people nowadays, they really don't know how to respect the old and love the young, and I don't know what they learned in school, and they won't think to help when they see me in trouble. We'll always go over there and sit down. We won't bother with you guys," the woman said and tried to pull the bear, but was stopped by the conductor. "The seat you bought is second class. This is a first-class carriage. Please return to your original seat. I hope you'll be quiet when you get over there and not let your children disturb the other passengers. If anything like this happens again, we have the right to make you get off the bus." The people sitting around all heard the conductor's words. "So the seats are not here? How can you still have the face to howl here?" The women's faces were also a bit embarrassed, but they still cursed with a stiff upper lip and finally took their things to the other compartments. The seat next to Chen Siyu rubbed with blood, and the conductor naturally noticed it, so he switched seats for him and Chen Siyu naturally will not refuse. Originally looked not too comfortable, and he spent money. Enjoy the service should be equal to the price. Just now it is we did not deal with it in time, disturbing everyone's rest. Later on our staff will give you some small snacks. I hope you can taste it, and you can also feel free to look for me if you have any problems in the later journey. And lastly, I wish you all a pleasant journey. Giving a little snack to compensate for the emotions is the most direct and effective way to do this. And people were pretty tolerant and didn't say anything. And it would not have been the staff's fault. These days there are all kinds of people. Out of a trip we'll always meet a few oddballs. Coupled with the network is developed. In the network, sort of what rare things have seen. See you. That little kid just now wasn't cute at all. I don't like it. And the mother, I think she's over the top too. Even if she talks badly, she's a hands-on bully. Had just endured it. And now that the people were gone, she started spitting with Chen Siyu. Usually neat people are quite good. Character is also good. Speak is also very quality. Before the only one she does not like is Su-ro, but slowly also become a good friend. Although there is so a little bit strange, but also can understand. People are inherently complex and changeable in their emotions. Take Su-ro as an example. She was originally so arrogant, but later did not change a lot. Although at first it felt strange because Chen Siyu's previous relationship with Su-ro was not normal, but it was good to think about it clearly. Chen Siyu didn't like her, and some of them were just grateful for her previous help. And Su-ro truly blesses her in Chen Siyu, and when they get along they realize that she's actually kind of cute. And now, for the first time, seeing that someone could be so nasty, that the little kid who had always been cute and well-behaved in her mind could actually have such a side to him, made her feel uncomfortable. Aren't children supposed to be cute and cuddly, obedient and well-behaved, and instantly likable? One by one, how a child's character is, has a lot to do with the environment they live in, as well as their family. Take that kid just now. Look at his mom. Isn't she very unreasonable? Chen Siyu knew Yi's doubts, so he gave her a good explanation. Coming out is just necessary to see or experience a lot of things, and these might be a little over the top for one, because in her idea of the world, humanity is good. She basically hasn't suffered or been bullied since she started in this world, so sometimes showing her the other side of people would do wonders for her worldview. Well, yeah, she talks bad and is a bully. I don't like that. So yeah, that little kid is so unintelligent, and is heavily influenced by her mom, who didn't educate him properly, and instilled him with the wrong ideology, which is why it would embolden him so much. But, if we have children in the future, it will never be like this. Don't worry, Chen Siyu is still very confident in educating children. After all, he also studied teacher training, and his own experience is also much. Know how to communicate with small children. Also because he didn't get a lot of attention or love as a child himself, he is able to empathize and know what little kids need. Plus one by one is so nice and simply the best role model. Growing up in such conditions, surely you won't grow up disabled. Yeah, I was just worried. I swiped the video earlier and those little kids were so cute. Unlike that bear kid just now. Not nice at all. One by one, the concerns in his mind were put to rest, and he was now getting his medal back. Learned something new today. Learned that some people are just bad and unreasonable and it can be exhausting to be around people like that. One by one, when you meet people like that in the future, learn to stay away and learn to get help, okay? Keep a few more eyes on strangers. You can't trust people so easily. Besides the kind just now, there's another kind of people who are even worse. On the surface they're very kind, but in fact they're dark inside. And this is the most terrifying, because you're easily deceived by appearances. Chen Siyu began to give a small safety class to one by one. Like the older woman just now. As soon as she opened her mouth, she knew that she was snarky, and one by one could see it. But it's really scary when you meet the kind that plays soft and nice to get sympathy. And based on what he knew about Kanzuya, she was sure to be cheated. So it was very necessary to give her a lecture now, so that she could keep her eyes open, so that nothing would happen to her in the future, even if he wasn't by her side. But if he's nice on the surface, then how can I tell if he's good or bad? It's not like he's going to do something bad to my face. Was a bit confused, although Chen Siyu had emphasized in front of her many times that she couldn't trust people easily because people could pretend. It's like an actor in a TV show. Like in Deep Love, viciousness and hatred can be acted out, and in real life it's the same. There are people who are just plain bad, but they still manage to put on a good face on the surface, and they're even very good at reading people's minds. She understands the reasoning, but she can't differentiate. Chen Siyu thought about it. In fact, he himself would not be able to distinguish. But the best way is to think the worst of people. He's like that. Only after falling in love with one, he's even more in love with the world than he was before. Just usually when you come across people asking you for help, you don't go soft. Thinking the worst of others and being cold yourself doesn't really do any harm. Chen Siyu knows that one by one is kind. Also know that she is willing to help. Usually see what poor old man will think of going up to help a hand, but nowadays, the dark side of society is far more than she imagined. And without this sense of precaution, she could easily be hurt. One by one. Just hypothetically, if you went outside to play and then when you went to the bathroom, An older man with an anxious face pulled you down and asked you to help deliver a sanitary napkin to her daughter because it was inconvenient for you to go in there yourself. Would you help out in such a situation? E nodded her head very firmly. Definitely. That uncle's daughter must be in great need of help. I'm also a girl, and the uncle is a boy. Surely I can't go in. Chen Xiyu knew that she would answer this way, so he said without any hesitation. Then after you go in, you will realize that that compartment actually doesn't have any so-called little girl, but rather, a man is in it, or a man and a woman, and after tricking you in, they can easily knock you out. Guess what happens after you get knocked out? Kanzuya was already getting scared. His hands were covered in goosebumps and his voice was shaking a little. What's going to happen? You'll be sold by traffickers to remote mountainous areas, or you could be locked up in some erotic trade. The possibilities are many, each of which is of a magnitude sufficient to destroy your entire life. Chen Xiyu didn't mean to try to scare her. What he said was the truth. This year, such a shady thing is not unheard of. Yi nervously swallowed her saliva. In fact, she had just prepared herself mentally. But what Chen Xiyu said could be much more terrifying than what she thought. Chen Xiyu touched her head and told her to relax. So yeah, be a little wary of strangers and don't just trust people. Okay? Got it. Yi nodded her head obediently. She will definitely pay attention to it in the future. She has to be good before she can do it. And later she has to get married to Chen Xiyu and have kittens. She definitely can't have something like that happen. So good. You can rest assured when I'm around. But there will inevitably be times in the future when I'm not around. And you'll have to be more mindful at that time. Chen Xiyu would actually be afraid. And when he saw it on the internet or certain real cases, he would bring it in, afraid that the person who had such a thing happen was one in one. He couldn't even think about how shattered his world would be if that actually happened. Next, Chen Xiyu talked about several scenarios, letting Yi to make a choice, to help or not to help. At first she was hesitant. In the end has directly shook her head, said she will not be soft, will let them find the police to help. Finally achieving the effect he wanted. Chen Xiyu nodded with satisfaction. The time between intervals in the exchange is relatively long. Chen Xiyu then took one by one to have a lunch. The back to take a moving car. It takes more than an hour to get to the county. One by one. I'm sure I won't be able to stay up. After all, the breakfast I ate in the morning is now fully digested. I had a snack in the car to pad it out. And now it's just right to go for lunch. The station's meal is really all more expensive. But Chen Xiyu does not care about that little money. Recently one by one modeling but earned a lot. Before helping tutoring, he also made a small profit. Now his small treasury is well funded. Even more than before are doubled. Money should be spent. And for one and all, food and drink are important. So it's okay if it's more expensive, as long as she's happy eating it. After a slow lunch, Chen Xiyu and Yi rested in their positions for more than 10 minutes before they started to go to the ticket line. After this ride, Chen Xiyu and one by one were completely sleeping through. When they arrived at the station or because the alarm clock went off. Otherwise they would still sit through the station. Finally returning to a familiar place again, Chen Xiyu had mixed feelings inside. How can I say? Before it is all by myself. Every time too and from the heart a little sad. Although so many years, they have been used to. But habit is not the same as like. After all, who would want to be alone if they had a choice? Pulling Kanzuya out of the station just in time to see the setting sun. The weather on this side of the house was beautiful despite the winter. Wow, it's really good looking. One by one, it felt like I had come to two worlds. In the morning when I went out the weather was still foggy, and the temperature was so low. But now, just out of the station can see such a beautiful sunset. One by one, suddenly felt that the tiredness on the body had disappeared most of the time. Chen Xiyu really did not lie to her. His hometown is really livable. It is not very cold in the winter. There is often the sun, and the sky is blue, like adding a layer of filter. Yeah, it's pretty. Chen Xiyu nodded. Previously, I was concerned about rushing, concerned about life, have not seriously stopped to take a good look, and now suddenly realized that the original way to come so beautiful, I had previously ignored so much, but it didn't matter. Chen Xiyu was already satisfied with his previous self and wouldn't be demanding anything. It's amazing how the weather can change so quickly. Ichiyo had never traveled far, and now it only felt new. And even though it had been a long ride in the car, it was too much of a change. It's supposed to be warmer in the south, and if you like the weather, we can think about a city to live in later. In the past, he only thought of escaping, but now that he had Yi by his side, the past that Chen Xiyu recalled in his mind was a little more sweet. I'm alright, brother, I like it where you like it, and if you don't like it then I hate it. Yi knew that this place had the best memories of Chen Xiyu's childhood, a source of warmth for him, but at the same time, it also had emotions that made him hard, helpless, desperate, and so on. She was a firm Chen Siyuist. No matter what, she was firmly on Chen Siyu's side, so it was most important that Chen Siyu was happy, because if he was happy, she herself would be happy. Chen Siyu looked at the setting sun, then looked down at the girl who was hugging him tightly, and suddenly felt that EE was even better looking than the setting sun. People are moved by unique likes and favorites, not to mention that Chen Siyu had never experienced it before. So right now, his heart was raging and he wanted to rub one by one into his body, like a wild animal. Follow your instincts and become one with the other in the most direct, loving way possible. Thinking so, Chen Siyu was a bit paranoid and wanted to have her very much. However, the occasion was not right. He could accept people looking at him in a different way, but he couldn't accept such a thing happening to one by one. One by one is so good and deserves all the good things in the world. She doesn't deserve to be judged. So, despite the fact that lust couldn't wait to break free of its prison from his sanity, he held back and only lowered his head to drop a soft kiss on her forehead. I love you. One by one. Chen Siyu would not say these 3 words easily, because it was not just a confession of love, but also represented his determination. He was willing to do everything for her, and at the same time, he could also promise that none of it would change in the future. No matter what anyone else thought, those 3 words were just so sacred to him anyway, sacred to the point that he usually didn't say it easily, always feeling that it was only official to say it when the dust had settled and he already had a legitimate identity. But right now, he didn't want to care. One by one, sooner or later, he will be his wife. So let him express his love in the presence of this sunset. I love you. See you. Kanzuya was a bit pouty, as the confession made her heart tingle and spread all over her body. 4 eyes met, and love seemed to spill out of them, because it's just a small county. There wasn't a lot of foot traffic, and just after arriving at the station, few people stopped to watch the stunning sunset. Most of them were in a dusty hurry. Now the station has not many people. Should the significance of the request? Chen Siyu holding a 1, quietly find a place to sit down, a 1 intimately leaning on his shoulder, eyes staring straight at the distant sky. This was the first time she had ever seen such a beautiful sunset, or after a 2-month-long cold winter, when she rarely even saw the sun in normal times, and now that she suddenly saw such a beautiful scene, she wanted to remember it well. No, I have to take a picture of it so that when I see it later, I can recall the joy I'm feeling right now, Yi said and rushed to look for a cell phone, looked around and did not find it. Chen Siyu slowly and methodically took out the cell phone from his own bag and handed it to her. Yi was usually lazy and left his cell phone at his place. He was the one who prepared everything and his cell phone was no exception. Tapping the camera to the sky, the phone takes a good-looking picture that doesn't exactly replicate the scene as seen with the naked eye, but it's not that far off. It's really good looking. I like it so much. Ichichi exclaimed again. It took several shots in a row before one by one clicked on the album to see it. It's just a bit of a shame that I couldn't capture its full beauty. Seeing that she had a little bit of a small loss, Chen Siyu pressed his large palm on her head, making her look up at himself. One by one. It's normal for a cell phone to not be able to capture its beauty. You just have to remember what you see with the naked eye. It's like taking pictures in general. Sometimes you feel like you don't look good in the cell phone, but that's a problem with the equipment. It's not a problem with you. When people are taking pictures of evening sunsets and they think they don't get a good shot, they tell themselves that this phone just can't capture the beauty of an evening sunset. But when the protagonist turns out to be himself, there are very few people who spout off, thinking it's a matter of equipment and that he's not ugly. Chen Siyu said and took his cell phone, wanting to take 2 shots for one by one. She usually shoots so much. Maybe she gets stressed sometimes? It was because he was worried about this that Chen Siyu temporarily fed her a bowl of chicken soup. I'll take a couple shots of you and see. Chen Siyu took his cell phone and clicked a few shots in a row, and finally brought it to the center to look at it with her. Look. It's the same when you're being photographed, not because you're unattractive, but just because of the camera. When Chen Siyu finished speaking, he looked down to see what he had shot. What's going on? Why is it still so beautiful? It shouldn't be. That's not scientific. He didn't even look for an angle, or seriously look at the composition, lighting, etc. So how did it come out still looking so good? But, brother, it's just beautiful when you take it. I think you're doing a great job. I love it. Kanzuya started to giggle at the pictures, which actually, to be honest, the pictures, the angle, didn't suit her at all, but were unexpectedly natural and vivid. Chen Siyu looked at the photos are confused, originally wanted to feed her chicken soup, want to let her not have to look anxious. The result, people casually shot are good looking, anxiety's a bitch. He's the one interrupting. Chen Siyu casually scratched the photo album to see. Our one by one usually recorded scenery, flipping through but saw his photo. This was while he was ordering his food and telling her to be good and wait for herself at her seat. The restaurant was a favorite bistro of theirs. The store was small but the taste was amazing, so they frequented it often. This one, on the other hand, is a walk down the road where he crouches down to tie one by one's shoes. This was him reading a book on the couch, staring at it so intently that he didn't even notice one by one tapping him. It was him cooking in the kitchen, making the same garlic ribs that were one by one's favorite. Many, so many that there were so many photos that Chen Xiyu could not recall the scene at all. Having scratched all the way to the top and looked through all the albums, Chen Xiyu exited, only to realize that there was a separate album belonging to him, which was full of photos about him, back, front, and side, which were very diverse anyway. Moved, definitely touched. Being documented is a blessing in itself, not to mention that the documenter is one of your favorite people. Chen Xiyu doesn't like to take photos because he feels lonely, and feels that when he is alone, looking at the camera, looking at the photos, his loneliness will have nothing to hide. But now, suddenly, he understood the significance of the record. Xiyu, are you upset? Yi nervously swallowed her saliva. Chen Xiyu didn't like taking pictures. This she knew, so there weren't really a lot of pictures of them together, and she wouldn't take the initiative to bring it up. But she still wanted to remember every appearance of Chen Xiyu. When she first played with her cell phone before, she found that there were many people who liked to record their day, so that when it was a long time later, it would become a very precious memory. That's why she wanted to record Chen Xiyu, to keep it in the album and in her heart. She was worried when Chen Xiyu found out just now, but his expression was so serious that she couldn't hold her tongue and didn't dare to say much at all. What am I mad about? 1-1. Do you think I'm the kind of person who's unreasonable? How could he be mad at her for recording herself so attentively? It used to leave little trace, let alone a picture. When he was small, and over time, he'd become a little resistant in his mind. In fact, it was clear to him that it wasn't resistance, it was just that he didn't seem to be in a position to have it. It's crazy to record because you love it. These photos hold more than just memories, but also a blatant display of love one by one. You're not mad? Things are better than they expected. One by one, a little surprised, she was ready to apologize for saying, pampering and softening, all to come again, as long as Chen Xiyu to dissipate the anger on the line. Now that Chen Xiyu wasn't angry, it confused her. Not angry. I'm happy. Chen Xiyu reached out to pinch her soft face. He really likes her. With such a girlfriend, Chen Xiyu suddenly felt that his previous sufferings were no big deal. Perhaps those bad experiences were just to accumulate luck to meet her. Ever since she appeared, his life was like a black and white movie shown into a beam of light, and life has been in color ever since. This light belonged to him alone, and loved him even more than he thought he did. So how could he be unhappy? Well, then, can I keep filming afterward? I read all over the internet that when you meet something you like you have to take a picture of it to document it, and my favorite is you. Can I take a picture of you? The young girl's face slightly red, eyes bright water bright, looking straight at Chen Xiyu, voice soft sweet, said the words straight and moving, simply do not bring other crooked mind, is to dissect their own like to show in front of him. The heart thumped wildly, so fast that Chen Xiyu had to think that he had a heart problem. Could be. Chen Xiyu replied in a mute voice. You can shoot whatever you want. Receiving an affirmative answer, a surprised and happy expression enveloped the young girl's face. That's too good. So I don't have to film in secret. I was so careful before when I was afraid you'd find out. Chen Xiyu's heartbeat was getting louder and louder, and the surging love that had just been suppressed was now making a comeback, even more ferocious and uncontrollable than just now. He wants her, wanted her badly, wanted her to be completely his, to mark every part of her body exclusively his own. Reason jumped out of its cage, and lust kept tumbling, like waves at high tide, layer upon layer, about to drown him. Come on, back to the hotel. Chen Xiyu got up, pulled over the suitcase, and with his other hand, he hooked the girl's thin wrist and took a big step forward. There were a lot of cabs outside. In fact, it would be cheaper to take a taxi on the cell phone. But Chen Xiyu couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to get to the hotel the fastest. After saying the destination, the driver said the price and said he could pay a third less if he could wait for 2 more people. Chen Xiyu made a rare refusal, saying that there was no need, as long as he got to the hotel quickly. Drivers naturally prefer this because they make a lot of money. Perhaps because of the joy, the speeds were much faster. One by one didn't dare to speak along the way because her intuition told her that Chen Xiyu was in danger right now. It was like the weak were naturally afraid of the strong. The best thing she could think of was to stay quiet as well as show weakness. Chen Xiyu put a lot of thought into the hotel. This hotel has a nice environment and a big bed, so the experience should be good. After arriving at the hotel, the front desk quickly helped Chen Xiyu and one by one check in with a great attitude. Chen Xiyu took the room card and let Yi into the elevator. The wide-down jacket was held by Chen Siyu to cover the front. The weather is warmer over here, and even though it's winter now, it's not that cold at night. Other people looked at Chen Siyu's words and couldn't even find out which was wrong. Only he himself knew that the bottom was already hard and painful. Watching the elevator go up one floor at a time, Chen Siyu's mood became more and more anxious. Patience went right out the window. Yi didn't make a sound beside her, obediently letting Chen Siyu hold her. The space in the elevator was narrow, coupled with the fact that from just now, the dangerous aura of Chen Siyu's body had become more and more intense. One by one could be nervous now, not daring to speak at all, waiting to go back to the hotel. Is Chen Siyu going to? The answer was actually quite obvious, except that Kazuya still held a glimmer of expectation in his heart. I even gave her medicine yesterday, and even though she's completely healed now, it's not like she's going to come back so soon, right? Chen Siyu was so heartbroken for her that he naturally couldn't let her suffer. Thinking about this, one by one's nervousness dissipated a little. Perhaps, Chen Siyu just wanted to go back to the hotel earlier to rest? It was her who thought too much. So then, Yi raised a bright smile and pulled Chen Siyu's hand as if she was pampered and shook it. Siyu, did you say to the dean that we've arrived in the county? Chen Siyu looked down to see one by one. The young girl had just oozed a little sweat from the tip of her nose because of her nervousness. Her cheeks were a little flushed, and her lips were lightly opened and closed when she spoke, as if inviting her to taste it. Obviously it was just the most usual talking and chatting, but in Chen Siyu's opinion, it was like a silent seduction. Maybe it was because this place held a lot of bad memories, and it just so happened that Kazuya had accidentally expressed hidden love at a time when his spirit was a bit festering. It's like a lifesaver, a ray of hope. Love and lust are meant to exist at the same time, at least for people like Chen Siyu. When they don't know how to express themselves verbally, desire is the best choice. Tell her later. Chen Siyu pulled his luggage inside and locked the door behind him, because the floor was relatively high. Looking out the window, one could see the city at night, and one by one ran over to look with some trepidation, and realized that there were surprisingly many stars in the sky. Siwu, so many stars, it's so beautiful. He had never seen such a nice sky before, and now that he was caught off guard by seeing so many stars, he felt like his whole body was starting to get hyper. Chen Siyu walked over and hugged Yi from behind. Tomorrow is expected to be a sunny day as well, and with all the stars, it must be warm. Like it? Chen Siyu rested his head against Yi's shoulder. His hand tightened around her waist. The hug in this position was not quite the same as usual. Chen Siyu felt like he was drawing warmth from her. And, of course, it is. Like. It's so beautiful here. The light from the stars isn't as bright as the moon, but it's dazzling. Chen Siyu could see that she was excited. Seeing that she was so energetic, she probably hadn't reached the point of hunger yet, so this was just right. With his big hands gently pinching the soft flesh of Yi's waist, Chen Siyu deliberately came to Yi's ear to speak. His warm breath all sprinkled around her sensitive earlobes. Ichichi felt a little itchy and moved his shoulders. Chen Siyu, however, is not honest, and even intensified, but also came over to kiss, and a moment later, he collapsed, and his body was soft. One by one. Is it okay to be here? You can still look at the stars, Chen Siyu said unkindly, just now, because of the consideration of one by one's feelings, so did not stick too tightly. Now put his intentions all out. He did not hide it, directly forward to stick, and even moved a little. Siyu, take it easy for a moment. Yi was really scared. Obviously just now he was talking about the stars and watching the moon. How did the topic suddenly turn into this? And what's even more frightening is that what Chen Siyu means is that he wants to be here? Outside, the traffic was heavy, perhaps on a higher floor than this one, and the scene could be seen quite clearly. This thought festered in one by one's mind, and her body trembled as she tried to turn around to find Chen Siyu's understanding. But Chen Siyu became even more excited. What's wrong? Don't you like to look at the stars? I won't keep you from looking, Chen Siyu said as he reached out to undo Yi's clothes, not giving her a chance to speak at all. Because of too much understanding of one by one sensitive points, Chen Siyu again quickly launched an attack. Less than 3 minutes. One by one was already completely speechless. Chen Siyu put one by one on the sofa. The movement is eager to go to the suitcase to find the tools of the crime. Fortunately he went out of the door when he stuffed 2 boxes into it, otherwise it is now useless. Siyu, just here, okay? Kazuya pleaded, slightly sobbing. Although she felt shy on the couch as well, she really didn't want to be by the window because it was just too humiliating. The fear of people seeing it, the sensual stimulation before and after would keep her sinking, and one by one didn't want that. Chen Siyu is ultimately a soft heart. See her crying pathetic, then told her the truth. One by one. This glass, the outside cannot be seen, only from the inside to the outside can be seen. Kidding aside, One was exclusively his. How could he possibly want to let anyone else look at her, let alone while doing something like this? He wouldn't have this fetish even if he was an animal. That scares me too. Kanzuya's heart dropped a little now, but he was still scared inside. There wasn't any support there, so if we were to do it, what would the exact position be? Is it hard to make her stand? Or to hold her again? One by one? I don't dare to think about it because I feel horrible. Just now Chensiyu had gone soft. Was it that if she cried a little more fiercely, Chensiyu would give up the idea? Ichichi had no choice but to try it that way. So, the bean-sized tears were like pearls with broken strings, constantly falling down, and she spoke with a pitiful voice. See you, ni ini I. Let's just stay here, okay? I don't want to be over there. Will you promise me this time? I'll be good and I'll listen to whatever you say from now on. In the face of the young girl's show of affection, Chensiyu only felt his body tense up, and his desire was screaming madly. How could he not know the young girl's intentions? And the appropriate softening was just to get him to take a step back? It's true that he could take a step back, but he won't. One by one is so good. Why are you still negotiating with me? Chensiyu lifted the young girl's chin and rubbed his fingers over her face, then worked his way down. If you're so obedient, you should listen to me. Chensiyu picked up one by one and took a big step to the window. One by one. Call the master. Was completely confused about Chensiyu's thoughts. When she thought he would be soft-hearted, Chensiyu was violent for a change, and when she felt that there was no room for negotiation, he would take a slight step back to give her relief. It was a strange feeling, like he owned him, all his emotions at his disposal. But the worst part was that she only felt willing and not the slightest bit disgruntled. Chensiyu's offense was getting stronger and stronger, and there were many times that wondered if she would slide down because she couldn't hold the glass. But in every time she couldn't, Chensiyu always had the strength to pull her back. One by one. Look at the stars. Do they look good? Chensiyu hadn't even forgotten one by one smiling face when he had just seen the stars, so he now wickedly coaxed the girl to answer. One by one. His words were slurred and his voice was thin. I don't. How could she have the time and heart to look at the stars? Chensiyu was clearly bullying her. Obviously yesterday, he had sworn that he would listen to her in everything he did from now on and would never go overboard. But now, he was going overboard more than anyone else. He couldn't help but curse Chensiyu twice in his heart. But what came out from his throat was indeed the best-sounding moan. Chensiyu was on a roll. He hadn't tried it before, and with the sweetness this time, he felt sure that he would play more tricks in the future. Nearly an hour passed before Chensiyu carried to the bathroom to take a shower. She was completely disengaged and couldn't even speak now. Chensiyu carefully helped her to wash it, and finally checked it properly to make sure that it was not overdone this time. Although he had just gotten it rather hard, he still had a sense of proportion. Plus the time wasn't too long, and one by one could barely stand it. After wiping off the water, Chensiyu found a piece of clothing for her to wear, then carried her to the bed to rest. One by one. Are you tired? One by one. He turned his head arrogantly and ignored him. He'd actually been pretty restrained, knowing that she was tired of standing, so it hadn't been very long, but now that reason had come back to him. His admission of fault was still very positive. After all, the beast is himself. If he doesn't apologize properly, what if he doesn't have meat to eat in the future? Humph. Kanzuya grunted, his voice unexpectedly more chipper than usual. I'm really pissed off this time. He still didn't feel relieved after saying that, so he pulled over Chensiyu's arm, intending to give him a bloody bite to make him remember. Chensiyu very consciously put his hand over, without a bit of reluctance on his face. If you can get rid of your anger, feel free to bite. A few more bites. I'll accept it. Suddenly I feel like a green tea. Chensiyu had that feeling for a split second. It did make sense though. After all, one by one would have surely felt sorry for him and then not bitten harder. And he was totally sympathetic now that he said that. Yeah, I'll take lots of bites. As soon as he finished, he opened his mouth to bite it, only just applying a little force before she let go. Humph, you're dirty and don't want to bite you. In fact, she was afraid that Chensiyu would be in pain, but she just had a hard mouth and didn't want to admit that she was soft-hearted, so she found such a poor excuse. Chensiyu naturally knew that. The warmth in his heart increased, so he pressed against her back and reached out to encircle her waist. You think I didn't wash it, so next time you'll wash it for me, okay? He was shocked at Chensiyu's thick skin and wanted to punish him for punishing him, but didn't know what he could do. Why are you such a rascal, trying to get me to wash it for you? Every time, he has no strength. Chensiyu is alive and well every day without any effect. That's all. He still wants to let himself help her take a bath. Even slaves can't be squeezed like that. I thought you wanted to wash it for me, but if you don't, forget it. Chen Siyu will be thick-skinned to the end. Anyway, he does not suffer, and his girlfriend does not need to be embarrassed. But imagining Ichiyo helping him take a bath is really quite something to look forward to. That is, if it is practiced, this bath won't be good for more than an hour. Humph, don't think I've forgiven you. I'm still angry. After reflecting on it, felt that a big reason why Chen Siyu was so reckless was that she was too nice to talk to, and a little coaxing would be good. So he wasn't afraid. This time she was going to be angry for a few more days to give him a taste of his own medicine so that he would remember the lesson and then not bully her. One by one. I'm really happy to have you back with me this time. In the past, I always felt like I didn't have a home. Every time I came back I was alone, and I didn't feel happy on New Year's Eve. But this time it's different. I'm really happy to have you with me. Chen Siyu's voice was a little low, one by one just hearing the second sentence. She felt heartbroken, so she hurriedly turned around to hug Chen Siyu. I'm here. I'll keep you company. Seeing that the purpose was achieved, Chen Siyu not only did not converge, but instead acted even more joyfully. It was such a hard life before. Being so young, no school fees, not even money for food, often just one meal a day, can't even get enough rice, let alone meat. Of course, it's all in the past, and I'm glad that I have you with me now. Chen Siyu began to play the emotional card. In the beginning, it is true that the meal was not full, and when hungry, you can only drink more water, but then it slowly got better, and the meal can still be eaten. It was just that he exaggerated it so slightly, trying to make one's heart ache and then not get upset with him. Well, it's green tea. Solid hammer. Luckily, Kazuchi was favorably disposed enough to himself that he didn't question the truth of what he was saying. There was just a slow heartache. Otherwise, but any other person with a slightly higher segment would definitely be able to immediately see that he was pretending to be pitiful. See you. Don't be upset now that you have me with you. I'll make lots and lots of money and buy you lots of good food. I'll buy you whatever you want, okay? Don't you think about those unhappy things in the past. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you before, but from now on, I'll be there for you and won't let anyone bully you. How about we eat meat every day? All the time? E's eyes were red, her heart was throbbing with pain. Just by envisioning the scene that Chen Siyu had just said, she regretted it. Shouldn't have lost her temper with him. He had worked so hard and felt so little love before. She should have made it up to him twice as much. Isn't it just sleeping? This was a normal physiological need. As long as he liked it, she would definitely cooperate obediently from now on, and would never lose her temper with him again. Well, as long as you're with me, all problems are not problems. Chen Siyu tightly hugged Ee. Just played green tea, but the words that came out were sincere. And so was this one. Although he didn't know how stressful life would be in the future and how much pressure he would face from all sides, as long as one by one was by his side, he felt he could handle it. Confidence is always a must. And what's more, one by one is so full of energy. It's totally his source of vitality. See you. Are you hungry? I'll give you some rice. Usually this sentence was said by Chen Siyu, but today it was changed. But in fact, one by one is even harder. I guess the legs are still soft now. He is a little bit of a belly. But this kind of thing, it is still necessary for him to come. The basics of eating someone out of house and home and buying something tasty to make up for it are still the way to go. As for one, she didn't have to care about anything, just love him like she did now. I'll order it. I know which one is good. There's a neighborhood nearby, and there's quite a lot of food in the alley next to it, so I'll take you to try it in a couple of days. I'm sure I can today, after such a long ride and just getting so much time. If I have to go out again, one by one's resentment will be great. No, just now he played green tea and pretended to be pitiful, and now that Kanzuya was heartbroken for him, it was expected that she would agree to whatever he asked for, or even say come back and pilot some other gimmick, and one by one would certainly agree. But Chen Siyu existing a little conscience, naturally will not be so difficult for her. Yeah, all at brother's request. It's going to be over here until after the first of the year anyway, so there's no rush, there's plenty of time. He has a gentle nature, and although he sometimes blows up, he's cute when he does, and even more so now, because he's heartbroken, so he's submissive. Chen Siyu take the cell phone and one by one to see the takeaway. He has lived here for so long, probably all know the neighborhood store is dry or not clean. Good food, so there is nothing to dwell on. Quickly ordered. 1. I haven't told you anything serious about the past before, and now I want to tell you. Do you want to hear it? His own past he only briefly mentioned, but actually did not tell too many details. He always felt that he looked away, so he did not want to mention it again. But in fact, it is not so. He just habitually buried the bad side deep in his heart. It's not that he's not willing to deliver his heart. It's just that he's stubborn and doesn't want his whole heart to end up as a sharp blade stabbing at him. Two people who love each other in the heat of love, but there will always be a time to fight. When the emotions of the head, the most likely to say words that poke people's hearts. Knowing what to say hurts the most because you know it so well. Anyway, too many people go from having eyes for each other to eventually coming to the point of looking at each other. That's how love works. Of course, Chen Xiu has confidence in one and one. More confidence in himself. He prefers to be that small part of the people. Prefers to be with one and one for a long time. In that case, there should be no little secrets. I'd like to hear it if you want to talk about it. But if you don't want to mention it, then I'm not interested, and all things are better than you being happy. One by one is aware of the double standard. Chen Xiu was amused by her simple and cute words. He was naturally happy. With such a sweet girlfriend, he was happier than anyone else. Then I'll tell you, and you listen good. Chen Xiu rubbed her head and continued to hold her in his arms. He'd feel aggravated if he said that with her on all fours, because he knew she would be heartbroken and was sure she loved him. He would feel aggrieved in her presence. Chen Xiu slowly recalled. From remembering things, probably gave one by one. This includes his time in the orphanage and the days after his adoption. A time when he briefly felt happy, but after the birth of his brother, he became an outsider again. Without blood, he's no better than a dog in the house. His adoptive parents even let him drop out of school so that he could go out to work to pay for his brother's schooling and subsidize the family. Speaking of which, Chen Xiu was glad that he was more precocious, and he had his own insistence on the matter of going to school, because the dean had said that reading was not the only way to break through the present life and seek a new life, but it was the fairest, if not the only, choice available to those of them who were not so well born. So he refused, and despite the hard work, he went to school while looking for various jobs. As it turns out, Dean was right about the book. His grades have been solidly in the top percentile, so the school has reduced his tuition and has scholarships that are also sufficient to support his daily expenses. When saying these things, Chen Xiu brought the bad ones, the ones about the family in one stroke, without stating too much. But despite this, one by one was still keenly aware of it. Although Chen Xiu didn't say so, he must have had a hard time. Yi's heart felt like it was being gripped. Bursts of pain. If only she had appeared earlier, so that at least when Chen Xiu was facing all this alone, she would be able to accompany him and share with him. Chen Xiu's tone didn't change much, as if he was acting as an onlooker, telling what he saw, and only when he got to a few special places would he pause a little. After so many years of experience, in the end, it only took more than 20 minutes for Chen Xiu to say everything he wanted to say. When it finally stopped, one by one didn't react much. One by one, Chen Xiu lowered his head to look at her, only to realize that the little girl was already full of tear stains, and her lips were also red from her biting. As if with a little more force, the skin would break in the next second. He was heartbroken. Chen Xiu hurriedly drew a few pieces of paper from the side and helped Yi gently wipe her tears. Why are you crying like that? He, the party in question, hadn't even cried yet, but he'd made the little girl look like this. One sobbed as he spoke, his words incomplete, tears swishing down his face. She knew that Chen Xiu had worked hard in the past, but she hadn't thought that he had gone through so much. Those who treated him badly, one by one, wanted to go through them one by one and beat them up all over again. Who are you to bully her, Chen Xiu? So excessive. Ha 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 ha. Chen Xiu laughed out loud. Originally he was not in a high mood just now, but now looking at one by one like this, he suddenly felt that it was no big deal. See, he has someone's heart too, and this one has eyes only for him. You laugh. Yi didn't know what Chen Xiu was so happy about. She was about to cry to death and he was still laughing so happily next to her heartlessly. Because of you, you're there, so feel happy. Chen Xiu patiently helped her wipe away her tears. Looking at the redness of her eyes and the tip of her nose, which was also red from crying, she felt heartbroken again. Good girl, don't cry. It's all about dinner later. Take a break. Chen Xiu coaxed for a while before Yi slowly stopped crying. When the takeout finally arrived, Yi didn't even put her mind on the meal, but kept looking at Chen Xiu, her eyes full of heartache. Normally whenever one by one sees food, it's like a dog seeing a meat bun. No, you can't describe it like that. It is said that women's feelings are richer than men's. For the person they like there will be even more motherly love. One by one now is almost the same. This kind of look is like a loving mother looking at her child. Even though he knew she was simply heartbroken for him, it still felt strange everywhere. This feeling was really a bit weird, and Chen Xiu decided to find something else to divert her attention. One by one, don't you really want to visit the school? When the time comes, I'll talk to the grandpa who looks after the gate and take you in for a sneak peek. Although this side of the country is not economically advanced, it's always a county school, and it's not in disrepair. And the school facilities have gotten better over the years, and the environment is much better than it was before. 3 years is enough to change a lot of things. and occasionally Chen Siyu would see groups of classmates where people would share how the school was going. It's probably just that you don't enjoy anything while you're in school, and then when you graduate, school gets fancy. Although everyone is spouting off about how the school is, in the end, they are actually nostalgic for the old days of school. At that time, although the facilities are not so perfect, but we still miss the days of that time. Now think carefully. Spit countless times the school cafeteria taste seems to be good. On the study session to see the evening sun outside the window will always be so beautiful. Those are the marks of youth. If you visit them now, you should feel differently. When you were at school before, did you eat all bad? One by one. What comes to mind now is that Chen Siyu went to the cafeteria to eat alone. Despite being hungry, but with no money in hand, he couldn't even hit a dish, and could only eat a little bit of rice and free soup. Stop. One by one. Don't you think? Don't you imagine? Just by looking at the change in Yi's eyes, Chen Siyu knew that she was putting on a drama for herself in her head, and it must be a very sad drama. One by one. I'm not working as hard as you think. Really? I'm eating well back there and keeping up with my nutrition perfectly. Chen Siyu sighed. I should have known that I would not talk to her about this. Now in her head I do not know what she is thinking. It is estimated that he has become an orphan. Really? Yi was still skeptical. Just now Chen Siyu told his experience. Although the tone was very plain, but she was still very heartbroken. After his own appearance, Chen Siyu bought her all kinds of delicious food every day, eating meat if she wanted to eat meat. Clothes and skirts were also bought for her. Comparing his previous life, one by one, tears are coming out. Really? I'm not as hard as you think. No, it was a bit hard but it's all in the past so it's fine. Don't think about it. One by one finally didn't mention this again during the meal later. It was the same familiar flavor as before. None of it had changed much, except that this time one by one, when he accompanied him, it seemed to taste even better. After eating and simply cleaned up, Chen Siyu hugged Yi lying on the bed to watch the variety show. Yi's attention finally did not focus on that, but was amused by the segment's straight laugh. Have been seeing more than 10 o'clock. One by one is a little sleepy. See her yawn. Chen Siyu then closed the tablet, holding her to sleep. Just closing his eyes, Chen Siyu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to give a word to the dean, so he picked up his cell phone and looked at it. And sure enough, the dean had sent him a WeChat 2 hours ago, just that he hadn't paid attention to it. According to Dean's routine, she should be getting ready to rest soon now, and replying to it would be something she could see. So Chen Siyu edited the message and sent it over, and the dean quickly replied, asking him when he would probably go over tomorrow, and if there was any discomfort in coming over here as soon as he did. Before helping one by one to get identification, the dean, although curious, but until now, she has not asked a word. This matter Chen Siyu is not willing to say. She will not take the initiative to mention, and though she didn't care, she only hoped that Chen Siyu could be good, fall in love with Yi, and the two of them rely on each other to move forward. Chen Siyu talked about tomorrow's schedule, and asked the dean if there was anything he needed to bring over, and ended the conversation after a few brief chats. Putting his cell phone down, he didn't set the alarm either. If he went to bed at this point now, he'd wake up on his own around 8, so he didn't need an alarm clock. One by one this is the first time to go out, after such a long car ride and being tossed around by him, so I'm very tired, and it's only been a few minutes, and I'm already sound asleep. The girl seemed to be insecure while sleeping, and kept hugging Chen Siyu's arm and rubbing it into his embrace. Chen Siyu wrapped her around him and pressed her tightly against him, and in no time, she was in dreamland. The next day, when it was just dawn, Chen Siyu woke up. The light came in from outside. Chen Siyu lowered his head and kissed one by one, and seeing that she slept very well, he got up gently. Nearby there is a very delicious tofu brain store. Not takeout, can only go to buy their own. Chen Siyu intends to get up and wash up, and then go to bring a copy back, so that one by one will be able to eat a hot breakfast. When you go out the sky is still a little cold, but in the north to stay a long time. Feel that this temperature is nothing. This side of the lowest temperature is much higher than the highest temperature over there, so that Chen Siyu set a down jacket. Now feel a little hot. It would have been appropriate to wear a short sleeve underneath the sweater he wore underneath, and now the man was like a furnace. But hot is hot, take off or not. After all, one cold and one hot is the easiest to catch a cold. If he is sick, one by one will surely be heartbroken. Thinking of her crying like that last night, Chen Siyu couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising. It's nice to be held in your heart. Small county prices are low. Chen Siyu bought a 2-person breakfast to bring back, but also spent $13, not to mention that he has a big appetite and can eat a lot. This material is really thin profit. Every day is the old customers to patronize. Just this point to go. Chen Siyu are lined up for more than 10 minutes. carrying the hot breakfast back. Chen Xiu could already think of one by one waking up and seeing the breakfast. Although confused and sleepy, he would still struggle to get up when he smelled the fragrance. Just thinking about it makes me feel cute. Chen Xiu could not help but speed up his steps, but an incomparably familiar, yet somewhat disgusting voice suddenly came from behind him. Siwu? A ball of something in his head exploded violently. Chen Xiu reacted for a few seconds. The hand carrying the things unconsciously squeezed tightly, then accelerated his pace forward. Despite having taken a big step forward, he hadn't gone 2 steps before the woman behind him caught up with him and tugged at his sleeve. You're still pretending you don't recognize me? I worked so hard to raise you, and now when you see me, you don't even call me mom? Give you a call you also do not answer, but also directly pull me black. The family are no money to use. You are not even care about a sentence. AI. Why is my life so bitter? The child that I worked so hard to raise, went to the big city and didn't care about me as a mom. If I had known that, I shouldn't have taken you in the first place. The last sentence was too familiar to be familiar. Whenever Chen Xiu did something, she would say this sentence, as if her existence was a drag, affecting their family's happiness. Chen Xiu smiled to himself. This time he originally thought of trying to avoid them, even if he didn't. The scenario envisioned should be a little better than this. He was the one who thought too much. Fate just liked to play tricks on him. The women's voices were loud and shrill, and soon attracted the attention of passers-by. Everyone was attracted to it, so they stood around and ate their melon, and some of them, presuming they had to go to work, were curious but just looked at it for a couple of moments and then left. And there were a lot of people who had nothing to do with it, just standing around, some of them eating with the hot breakfast they had just bought. When the women saw that someone was watching, their bottom line increased invisibly, so the words they uttered became even more unpleasant, as if they wanted to degrade Chen Xiu as worthless and push him to the moral high ground for everyone to condemn. When you were small, the family conditions are even more difficult. Did not less you eat less you drink. I and your father hard work for you to study and learn. You have to run so far. Alas, the children raised by others at least have a bit of a conscience. It's just my fate to have raised such a white-eyed wolf, the woman said and sat directly on the ground, her hand tightly gripping Chen Xiu's pants leg. Such a scene was too familiar. Chen Xiu couldn't help but think back to high school, when she did just that. During recess breaks, people came and went, and he was surrounded like a monkey, being pointed at. Chen Xiu lowered his head and looked at her with cold, sidelong eyes. The women's acting wasn't really that good. Not even half a tear fell when she said this, just a token to make her voice sound like she was crying, and with a little bit of observation, one would realize that there wasn't a hint of sadness in her eyes. There was just a victor's stance, but none of the melon-eating onlookers cared about the truth. They just wanted to join in the fun, so just the few words the women said were enough to provoke them into a lively discussion. Alas, these past 2 years, raising a child has been like gambling, and some consciences have been eaten by dogs. Yeah, look at this young man. He's quite spry. How could he do such a thing? His mom is sitting on the floor and he's still standing there, looking at his eyes still cold. It's pathetic. Passers-by never shunned suspicion, perhaps because they felt that there was a large crowd, and that since they had seen it, they possessed the right to criticize others, even though they didn't even know the whole story. It's so blatant in the real world, let alone how it would be on the internet. These words reached Chen Xiu's ears one by one, and he suddenly became a bit annoyed. In high school he still had a glimmer of expectation for the women in front of him, and in his heart he still remembered the little bit of good they had done before, and envisioned that maybe one day they would change back to the way they were before. But now, time always erases everything. He didn't have that expectation anymore. He was an outsider in front of the bloodline, and no matter how hard he tried to blend, he wouldn't be able to let go. Chen Xiu's voice was like a layer of frost plated. The woman sitting on the ground did not expect him to have this attitude and froze for a moment. When she was in high school, she was obviously so easy to take, and when she made such a fuss, Chen Xiu gave her all the money she had from her part-time job. And this time it was a bit different from what she had imagined. The woman had a vague idea in her mind. So what if he grew up? She had her own way. And anyway, no matter what, he wasn't likely to change the fact that she had raised him. See you. I'm not asking you to do anything. Just come home with me for dinner. Your father and I miss you every day. It's so hard to see you now. So consider this a handout and go home with me so your father can see you. Okay? Women's acting skills this time obviously improved to speak are more pitiful than just now. Uttered the words as more directly to the onlookers of the passers-by emotions. They don't seem to have the intelligence to forget that the woman just scolded the white wolves in one gulp, and now they are pretending to be a well-traveled, middle-aged woman who was at her wit's end because her child doesn't listen to her, and is no longer looking for anything else but a little more time with her child. What a poor mother. What a touching mother's love. The harder the woman on the ground cried, the higher the emotions of the onlookers, who thought they were the judges of the world's worldly affairs. And Chen Xiu was the first object they needed to condemn today. The words of the judges came one after another, like a sharp thorn, constantly poking into Chen Xiu's heart. People are inherently concerned about what others think, and despite all the thinking, it more or less still has an effect. Chen Xiu originally thought that he had seen clearly enough. For that home, he had no half a point to stay, so no matter what she said, what she did, he was able to look on with cold eyes, only as if she was a clown. But now, when she would fabricate the facts and portray him as an ungrateful son, while she herself was content to play the role of a loving mother, the anger he had pressed at the bottom of his heart, along with the one from his high school days, was growing. On what grounds? He had merely had a few years of peace and quiet, and after the birth of their son, he had never again experienced the care and affection he had previously possessed. He takes care of his brother, takes care of all the chores, and gets no rewards, no compliments, only unwarranted accusations. The original thought was that he wasn't doing enough, that if he just tried a little harder, knew better, and tried to get perfect scores on his exams, they'd rub his head and make him his favorite dish like they always did. This was not the case. His brother got bad grades, he got good grades, and he got a beating every time he came home, as if he was responsible for his brother's bad grades. Over time, Chen Xiu understood that it wasn't because they were worried about their brother's grades that they took their anger out on him. They simply felt that their own flesh and blood, how could they not be in touch with an adopted child? Once this fact is seen, there is no going back. Enough acting? Chen Xiu's patience was already going to run out. He was now on the verge of his sanity collapsing. The veins on his arms rippled and his nails pinched into his flesh as he tried to seek an ounce of rationality. Kanzuya was still asleep, and she'd be worried if he never went back. And this tofu brain, queuing up for so long, you should hurry to take it back. Let her eat it while it's hot. She's so greedy. She'll definitely be happy to eat this. Chen Xiu had even thought of the scene where one by one tasted a mouthful. Then his eyes lit up and he nodded his head frantically, then rubbed himself in his arms and said thank you in a petulant manner. Thinking like this, he should have been calmer, but Chen Xiu was even more annoyed. It's their fault. The tofu brains are getting cold now. Xiu, just think of it as mom begging you. Just come back with me. Mom will cook your favorite dishes for you. You'll have dinner with us, and I won't ask for anything else. The women continued to act, more informed than just now, with a sniffle and a tear, and passers-by cast sympathetic glances. Now the people gathered then just doubled. There are newcomers do not know what happened, so the first began to eat melon. The group of people will begin to add fuel to the later to explain. After listening to the side of all the people together to accuse Chen Xiu, a few good Samaritans had already tried to help the woman sitting on the ground and crying up, but unfortunately the woman didn't appreciate it and continued to cry her heart out. Chen Xiu calmed down a bit and knew that he needed to get out as soon as possible, so he slowly crouched down and looked flatly at the woman in front of him whose face was covered with wrinkles. Geez, why do so many brainless people believe what she says when that face is so obviously snarky at first glance, or when there are serious holes in both the back and forth of what was said? If she really was a mother who loved her son, how could the first thing she said in a meeting be condemnation? And how could she say such harsh things so freely? Forget it, don't bother with them. These people only believe what they want to see and don't use their brains to think. If you want to get out of it, you still have to find a breakthrough point in the women in front of you. You said you were going to make me my favorite dish, didn't you? Chen Xiu's gaze was icy cold. The woman did not expect him to react this way, and was a little confused for a moment. Although she did not know what Chen Xiu wanted, she still nodded her head. It's so clumsy, but with a hint of cleverness. Chen Xiu saw through it at a glance, so he asked seductively, then tell me, what's my favorite dish? What are you going to make for me? The woman was caught off guard and paused, where she still remembered what Chen Xiu's favorite food was. How many years has it been? After having their own children, they must be eating tightly to their own children. Who would be willing to give so expensive meat to an outsider to eat? Sure enough, I didn't know. Exactly as I expected. Chen Xiu smiled to himself, but didn't feel sad. Can't you say it? Am I not your child? Aren't you going to cook me my favorite dishes? What? You don't even forget what I love to eat, do you? Chen Xiu pressed step by step, moving forward a little bit with every word, his eyes cold without any emotion. The woman sitting on the ground has long been panicked. Chen Xiu has never been like this, precisely because he was coy in the past. She and he asked for money, as long as a little means can get, so it is thought, they can still prevail. But Chen Xiu had become a little too much now, and this look was so icy cold that it scared her, so she stammered and couldn't speak. The woman's reaction was really perverse, plus everyone had drawn closer to watch the fun because they were curious. So what Chen Xiu had just said, and the reaction of the woman on the ground. They all watched in their eyes. This was obviously different from what had just been said. Surely a normal mother would be able to say what her child's favorite food was without hesitation, rather than stammering for words as she was doing now. Is it hard to believe that there is a hidden agenda? Was he wrong about this young man? The melon eaters were now a bit shaken and had begun to favor Chen Siyu's side. But Chen Siyu does not care. He just want to get away. Just want to let her also taste the taste of being surrounded by a group of people pointing out. After all, he has suffered twice. Let her try once is not too much, right? What's more, this time it was also her initiative to provoke up. What a foster mom. What he owed had been paid back a long time ago, and all that money he'd called her for was 10 times what they'd spent on him, and that had been enough. Not to mention all the years he'd spent as a free babysitter, virgin heart and all that. Chen Siyu didn't have one. The drama of repaying kindness with kindness was not something he was at all interested in. Can't say it, can you? And what is my favorite fruit? I can't remember the vegetables, but I can always say the fruit, right? 3, 2, 1. Answer me. The woman had completely panicked. She even felt that the people next to her were discussing her, so she subconsciously blurted out the answer when Chen Siyu drew up his voice and asked her. Mango. Chen Siyu smiled, and the next second the smile converged. I have a mango allergy and can't eat it at all. What? You love me so much as a mother that you don't even know that your own child has a severe mango allergy? Chen Siyu bet that she would answer like that. There is no other reason than that their baby boy, who is immensely fond of mangoes, is the only fruit that is always available in the house, and even the cake he buys for his birthday is a mango sandwich. He was also given a piece that time, and he thought it was a great reward when he got it. Perhaps because he was so happy, he took 2 big bites of it fiercely, only to realize in the end that it was a mango sandwich. Not surprisingly, he went into the hospital. That day was the hardest day for him. He had a very bad allergy on him because he had eaten solid mangoes, and they didn't care a single word about him in that situation. They just kept on condemning him, saying that he was a spoilsport to have such a thing happen on their precious son's birthday. You've only had me for 3 years, and I've given you 10 times what I've spent on me, and you're still not satisfied? Or maybe you want to keep selling yourself short? How about I go to the convenience store next door and buy a mango-flavored yogurt to prove that I'm not allergic to mangoes or not? Chen Siyu did not give her a chance to retort. Is not just selling misery? Isn't it just to bring the rhythm? He will be able to be more. Sure enough, the eating public watched as things reversed on 2 levels and are now whispering again. They didn't feel guilty in the slightest for what they had just scolded Chen Siyu for, and easily found excuses for themselves. How can you have a mother like that? We were all fooled by her. In a couple of light sentences, he picked himself off. This is the professionalism of the contemporary keyboard warrior, the melon eater. I said, this young man looks quite normal. Should not be able to do that kind of thing. It turns out that it is all her self-directed. That's not true. There are just so many people these days who lean on their old age and talk nonsense. Look at her face. She has a snarky face. She's not a good person at first glance. How old is she and she's still morally kidnapping? The lad's probably a poor one, too, with parents like that. I just heard you guys describe it and I thought something was wrong. I'm a good judge of character. She's not a good person at first glance. The situation was reversed on 2 levels, and the paralyzed woman was a little embarrassed to hear the accusations and abuse that were being hurled at her one after another, especially since the few people who had just tried to pull her up were now standing right in front of her, looking at her with disdain, as if she was some kind of trash. Such a realization made her instantly start to storm off. So the woman on the ground stopped continuing her act and instead resumed her already ugly face and started to swear at the people next to her. Who do you think you are to accuse me? Just your bitchy face, like a broomstick. Do you have a son you? Look at you. You can't even give birth to one. And you, with your foxy face, scratching your head. Who are you seducing here? What are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Says you. Try pointing your hand at me again? Chen Siyu felt nothing but nausea as he listened to what she said. Getting up quickly, he strides toward the hotel, no longer paying attention to the tirade behind him. The fact that the same woman denigrates others with the worst words is what makes her so pathetic. Previously experienced by himself, finally also let her come once again. Chen Siyu's heart vaguely dark pleasure. Although the secular moral concepts and the constraints of him, as a child, should be filial piety, after all, 100 good filial piety for the first. But not everyone is worthy of parenthood. Thinking like this, Chen Siyu did not feel any bit of guilt in his heart. What was owed to them was paid off long ago. So why the guilt? There was nothing wrong with himself at all. He just scolded her twice. What kind of a person can curse herself? Why would someone scold her if she wasn't sick? Besides, he had only scolded her a little bit, and hadn't really done anything that had substantially harmed her. so when he thought about it, he was practically a bodhisattva. The mood is instantly clear. Chen Siyu touched the bean-curd brain. Fortunately it is still hot. Now go up and call one by one to get up. The time is completely too late. The taste must still be good. Women had never suffered so much. After all, she had always been able to ask for a lot of favors by virtue of her age and playing the poor. And then when she was not so good, she had a powerful mouth. And she had never lost in terms of cursing. But this time the situation was different. So many people surrounded her and cursed her. So many dirty words slammed down at her. Even if she was more powerful, she couldn't block the attacks of so many people. Soon she was defeated and got up in a sorry state to flee the place. And it wasn't until she was a long way out that she slowly calmed down. That little brute is so powerful now that he can go against me. The woman did not feel that she had a problem in the slightest, but instead blamed all the faults on Chen Siyu's body. After all, in her opinion, she had fed him well for so long, so he should dedicate his body to the point of his soul to her. As for the money he earns, all the more reason to take it all back to support the expenses of their family of 3. Wait and see. I'll see how you get out of it next time. The woman had a fierce look in her eyes, and when she got home from the car ride and saw her baby boy sitting in the yard playing a game, she immediately walked over to him with a soft light in her eyes that was completely different from what she had just seen. Goo, it's so cold. You don't know to wear more. What if you catch a cold? The women, despite lowering their voices, were so shrill that it really didn't sound very good coming out. And the teenager had his earpiece and microphone on, so it came out loud and clear to his teammates' ears. A girl laughed slightly mockingly. Yo, our star Yang is still a mama's boy girl. Stop playing, go back to the house and get dressed, or your mom should cry. The teenage girl's mocking voice instantly made the teenager blush, and he was a little annoyed at how his family situation was so bad, as well as how he had gotten himself into such a mess with his parents. Coldly sweeping the woman in front of him, her face full of wrinkles, her skin dark, her eyes lifeless, and even her voice was so hard to hear when she spoke. Even if it was hard to hear, it was hard for him to ask his favorite girl to play the game, and she spoiled it with such 2 words. The teenager then immediately turned off the receiver and looked at the woman with a mixture of impatience and annoyance. Get the hell away from me. I'm sick of seeing you. Talking to me day in and day out with that face makes me want to puke when I look at it. How did I get a mom like you? What a fucking bummer. With that said, the teenager went back to his room, calmed down a bit, and then turned his cell phone handset back on, sounding very different from what he had just heard. You guys can't joke about me, my mom is like that, fussing about me being sick. The young girl's voice came again. I didn't even hear you just now. I thought you were losing your temper with your mom. Suddenly poked and prodded. The teenager's face was a little uncomfortable, but he was glad that it was just playing a game, and the young girl wasn't in a position to testify to what he had just done. So quickly, he pushed down the little bit of weakness in his heart, found another topic, and then focused on the operation. The woman standing in the yard had fallen eyes and a little hurt heart. When she was young, she couldn't conceive a child, tried all sorts of remedies and went to the hospital for an unknown number of checkups, but it still didn't work, so she had no choice but to adopt Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu was obedient and understanding and educated when she was a child, and she usually listened to whatever was said at home, and she was indeed very happy at that time. Although it was not her own, during that time, she had completely treated Chen Siyu as her own son. Unfortunately, God just likes to joke. After raising Chen Siyu for a few years, she was suddenly pregnant again, and at that time, full of joy, looking at the child she had carried for 10 months, her feelings were complex, and she couldn't wait to give him all the love, and she did that. So, slowly, she and her husband put all their hearts into their child. All the good ones were held out to him, and did everything they could to love him and make him grow up well. Obviously she and her husband have done a good job. How come her own children are still so rebellious? If you don't study well, you still smoke and drink and fight every day, and go out with those friends to internet cafes and bars, and often stay out at night. I wear the most expensive clothes, and I use a cell phone, that Apple, which I clamor for as soon as a new model comes out, and now I'm addicted to games, and I'm always charging money into them. The family's little savings have long been gone. If it is not Chen Siyu before played a sum of money back, she and her husband do not know how to live this day. Ugh, how did it come to this? The woman sat silently on the bench. Outside the sun is slowly rising, although it is winter, but the yard around the small piece of vegetable field looked green, vibrant, full of hope. For the first time in years, a look of regret, mixed with confusion about her life, appeared on her face. If only he were my son, the woman muttered in a small voice, but it was only for that moment, and soon she dismissed the thought. It's always unrelated, where it's not as good as your own son, and so what if it wasn't his own? She had raised him for a day, then he would always have the responsibility and obligation to pay her. As for Chen Xingyang, expecting him to study well was considered impossible. All she could do now was to find a backer so that she could meet his daily expenses. No matter what, Chen Xingyang shouted that brat a brother to his brother to spend money. Heaven and earth, the king of heaven is no problem. With this in mind, the woman rose slowly. The little bit of weakness and regret she had just felt having completely disappeared. It's still going to be a mess. And since Chen Xiu is back, that's the only place he can go. Let's see who can outlast who. So what if she's a bit long in the tooth? She'll still have to listen to her in the end. The corners of the woman's mouth turned up, as if she had already thought of an idea, and her steps were a little lighter as she went to the kitchen. When Chen Xiu returned to his room, Yi was still sleeping soundly. When he was just walking, Chen Xiu had completely regulated his mood, and now that he saw Yi, he felt even more at ease. It was as if as long as she was there, no matter what she was going through outside, as long as she came home and saw her, all her worries would disappear. That's what it means to have a family with someone you love, I guess, to share each other's stress and pain. For Chen Xiu, Yi was her charger. As long as he could see her, hug her, and kiss her, then the so-called big thing, it didn't seem to be a big deal. One by one, get up and have breakfast. Chen Xiu sat on the edge of the bed. One by one was originally shrunken into a ball, but now that she heard Chen Xiu's voice, she turned around even though her consciousness was fuzzy. Her eyes opened a slit with great difficulty, and then she reached out to put her arms around him. So sleepy? Half of Chen Xiu's body was leaning on the bed, making it easy to hug her one by one. Seeing how sleepy she was, he was a little reluctant to wake her up. Then go back to sleep and I'll take you out to eat when you're full. Last night rested early. Originally thought a while earlier up, but did not expect her so sleepy, presumably because of the morning early rise, coupled with the car ride. So more tired. Don't. Kanzuya muttered and tried to open his eyes, but it wasn't very effective and he ended up squinting just a little. Brother, want a kiss? Just now sleep are not very stable, but too sleepy. She did not even find what is wrong. Now think, should be Chen Xiu is not there, so she does not feel safe. Now that he was back, he was going to be a little more intimate, to make her emptiness dissipate faster. She just liked that Chen Xiu was by her side. She could see him every day when she woke up, and if she didn't see him, she would be in a low mood. Okay, kisses baby. Girls get up. The voice will be more soft than usual, with a hint of simplicity. One by one is more so sweetly shouted his brother, but also his kiss. He just listen. The heart is almost melted. The bottom is also very facetious stand up. Lowering his head, he brushed his lips against hers twice, and his hands restlessly made their way inside her dress. One by one was very sensitive and soon she was awake and panting slightly. Good boy. Get up and wash first. I bought you breakfast. It's delicious. Chen Xiu also wanted Cersei, but now the situation is not right. He specifically ran out to buy the tofu brain. Must let her taste, and wait to eat but also to go to the supermarket to make a big purchase. The dean and the child is still waiting for them. Time is short. Cersei first save. There's no rush for a while anyway. Yeah, I'll go wash up first. Yi rubbed in Chen Xiu's arms twice. Finally fully awake. Eyes clear. Chen Xiu is very confident in the flavor of this store. After so many years, it is still the same flavor. And the price has only increased by 50 cents. Such a store already represented a special flavor. For Chen Xiu, this flavor was the memory of his youth. Every time he tasted this, he could think of many things in the past. Though good memories were few and far between, he was still thankful that he had gotten through those somewhat gray times well. Is it good? Yi nodded frantically. This was the best tofu brain she had ever eaten. She had tasted it before. The flavor was barely there. She had thought that was the original flavor of the tofu brain, but now she realized that between the same kind of food, the difference was still very, very big. It's delicious. As good as meat. Ichi can love meat, so this is kind of a high rating. Chen Xiu and Yi finished all the purchases, then leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied face and rested. What had just happened? Chen Xiu did not intend to mention it. After all, it had all been resolved. He did not want to let one by one worry. Just that, based on his own understanding of the so-called foster mother, she probably wouldn't just let it go, and would just come out of nowhere to do that, and actually had only one purpose, which was to try to get money from him. After all, there wasn't much they liked about themselves, except for the money. The ones he had given himself before had been the limit, and now he wouldn't give a penny more, no matter how much more they made a fuss. He works hard to earn money and has only one goal now, and that is to plan well for his future with One. See you. I love you so much. I love you too, baby. Yi did not mince words to express her love, and even reached out to take Chen Xiu's hand. placing his palm on her little tummy. See you. Touch it. In fact, she didn't even have much meat on her stomach, just a small circle of all because she had just eaten a full meal. It is said that the flesh on a woman's stomach is used to protect her uterus, so a small tummy is also cute. Chen Xiu gently pinched, then attached his palm to it again. In the future, there will be their children here as well. Once this cognizance was formed, Chen Xiu's thoughts began to unfold. Giving birth is so painful, and Yi is so delicate. Can she really stand it? Although he wanted a child very much, but everything depended on the will of One. If she was not willing, then he was bound not to force himself. It's soft and nice to touch. Chen Xiu pinched and gave an objective evaluation. It was as if Yi and Chen Xiu had a heart-to-heart. The moment Chen Xiu touched his stomach, what suddenly came to her mind was also the scene of having a child in the future. Chen Xiu grows so good-looking, IQ and high. In the future and he had a child will certainly be very cute. Learning, even if the academic performance is not good. Then there is Chen Xiu. He was originally a teacher. That teach the child should be simple and simple. Xiu, when we have children in the future, you'll be responsible for their studies. I didn't even go to school, so I definitely can't teach them to study. Yi had also tried to catch up with Chen Xiu's progress, and she had secretly pondered over those questions that Chen Xiu had done earlier and realized that she couldn't understand them at all, let alone solve them. At first she thought she was just not good at math as a subject. Then she defiantly looked into other subjects and realized she had absolutely no brain and couldn't understand anything. Therefore, the learning aspect could only rely on Chen Xiu, who had the ability to do so anyway. Yeah, I'll take care of this. You just do the birth. I'll take care of the rest. It's just that, one by one, having a baby is painful, and it can be hard during pregnancy. So if you don't want it, we can just not have it. Chen Xiu thought about it. Yi's skin is white and tender. A slight pinch can pinch out water. The thought of her so flat belly will be covered with stretch marks. Chen Xiu is a little heartbroken. In fact, you can also not want. Adopt one in the future. Chen Xiu also have confidence. Absolutely will not be as irresponsible to the child as the family he is in. He will certainly do his duty as a parent and give him the right guidance both in life and studies. Because you've gotten wet yourself, you want to hold an umbrella for someone else. One by one. Why didn't she know that it would hurt? Those videos she had swiped through before. Every time she saw the many pains that pregnant women suffered because of labor, her heart couldn't help but tug a little bit. But, despite this, one by one wanted to have her own child with Chen Xiu. It was said that a new life was the crystallization of love. She was afraid of pain, but the thought that in the future, she would be able to have a child much like Chen Xiu, from a little glutinous rice ball, slowly growing up under their upbringing, just thinking about it made her feel a sense of accomplishment. Thinking so, one by one toned firm. No, I want to have a child with you. I'm afraid of pain. Then you take care of me more on it. Can't not want a child. Chen Xiu did not expect a one so brave. Usually we're knocked into the encounter. A small wound. Her tears are in the eyes. Not to mention the birth of a child this pain level 10. How can she stay up? And the snacks in front of the school is the best. After the children after school, you can also let them bring us food. Cheap and affordable flavor is good. This is how good and it's a good way to get them to do their chores so we can rest. Yi has already started to imagine in his head. There are two little glutinous dumplings in the house. Cute and lovable. Talking with soft voices. Sweetly calling them mom and dad every day. Pampering them for a cuddle. And noisily asking for toys if they go out to play. When they were a little older, they could teach them to do housework and let them learn how to cook. And then Chen Xiu and she could comfortably lie down and watch dramas. Hey, just thinking about it makes me feel wonderful. Chen Xiu cried and laughed, thinking that Yi was fond of small children, and that was why he was so firm. But the next few words directly dry burned his CPU. So she just wants to have a child to play off. But the attribute of foodie has not changed. With a child or thinking of eating delicious food. Okay, then it's all up to you. And when you have kids, make them run errands, have them buy you good food, and contract them to do the chores. Chen Xiu stroked upward along Yi's belly and touched it several times in a mischievous manner. Lying with one by one for a long time, Chen Xiu kissed and hugged, and even wanted to directly carry the person to the room to make a little person inside. But considering her physical fitness, and what was going to happen later, he held back. One by one. Let's go to the supermarket later to buy clothes first, and all kinds of snacks. Milk also bring some. Although the dean is very strict about what they eat, but now it's going to be New Year's Eve. There's nothing wrong with indulging once in a while. The first 2 years back is the same. Chen Xiu will buy a lot of snacks to bring back. Children are greedy. Every time they are standing at the door waiting for him, he appeared. A swarm of people around. I didn't have a lot of money in hand before, so I couldn't afford to buy much for the kids, but this year I made a lot of money from tutoring, plus Ichichi's salary was really high, so I saved up quite a bit. Winters over here aren't as cold as in the north, but there's not much to keep you warm, so cotton clothing is still necessary. Chensiyu has looked for the dean to ask for the child's height and weight, and the size of the usual clothes. According to that, to buy should not be a problem. Yeah, then let's pack up and go now. Get there early so we don't keep Dean waiting too long. And the kids, knowing there's food, must be craving it. Let's get there early. As soon as he said that, he got up. There wasn't really much to clean up. It was just a matter of changing into a set of clothes. As soon as Chensiyu pulled Yi down to lie down, he intended to tell her everything that had just happened. From what he knew of that adoptive mother, this was a start. It wasn't going to be solved so easily. Not with a little brainstorming on her part. If he doesn't go back, she's no more than a mess in the orphanage. If he made a scene, one by one would definitely know. So Chensiyu planned to let one by one prepare his mind first so that he wouldn't be shocked at that time. One by one. I just ran into my foster mom when I was out getting breakfast. Yi originally still had a puzzled look on her face and didn't understand why Chensiyu suddenly pulled her. But when she heard him say that, she immediately became nervous. She had never had any ill will towards others, except for Chensiyu's adoptive parents, because they were just too bad to be parents. A big reason why Chensiyu had suffered so much before was because of them. She bullied you? Chensiyu looked at her huffing and puffing like he couldn't wait to get up and go beat someone up to take it out on him. It's so cute. Chensiyu didn't hold back his laughter. And you're smiling. Is she bullying you? Yi didn't look too good. She shouldn't have slept in. She should have accompanied Chensiyu out, so that she would be able to block for him when he was being bullied. Chensiyu is in the way of gender, plus it is his elders, as well as thinking of that ding-dong good. Surely will not do it, but she is not the same. She is a girl. There is nothing unfair to hit the female, and regardless of men and women, as long as the one who bullied Chensiyu, she directly went up to scratch him, and if she didn't scratch her face and make her regret it, she wouldn't be a kitten. No, I got it all worked out. Don't worry. Chensiyu didn't expect one by one to actually hit anyone or do anything, although she was indeed capable of doing such things. But the most important thing was the attitude. The always good-tempered kitten was so fierce in order to keep him from being bullied. Just thinking about it was a bit touching. Really? She didn't bully you? Yi didn't believe it. After all, how could someone that bad suddenly become good? The reason why Chensiyu said that was surely just because he was afraid that she was worried. It couldn't be helped. She was raging. As if Chensiyu didn't speak up, she was going to immediately rush over to find someone else in trouble. Chensiyu will just happen a short description of the incident. Deliberately the passers-by said those unpleasant words, a pass. Only let one by one to understand a pass. Old hag. One by one. She cursed in anger. In exchange for the usual, she would never swear, but now is the exception. This matter involves Chensiyu. In her opinion is a heavenly matter. She would rather the person who was surrounded on the street and pointed at by passers-by was herself than Chensiyu. If someone else bullied her, she might be able to tolerate it, but bullying Chensiyu? No. Where's her house? I'm going to hit her. Ichiyo looked around, trying to find a tool to hold while she could dare to bully her future husband, when she is really tired of living. One by one. Hitting people is wrong. Did I ever tell you that hitting people is punishable by jail time? Chensiyu gently caressed Yi, trying to calm her down. What's wrong with that? She's the one who bullied first. As long as I can sanction her, it's fine for me to go in. This kind of person is the worst. She has to be given some pain before she'll be converted. See you. Don't worry. From now on, I'll be wherever you are, protecting you at all times, and if she shows up again, I'll just rush up and beat her up. Chensiyu did not doubt the authenticity of Yi's words in the slightest. Although the little girl usually had a soft and sticky nature, she could really do this kind of thing. In order to not let one by one be so brave, Chensiyu educated her for several minutes to make her realize that not all problems can be solved by force, and that those who start the fight first get a heavier sentence. I know. Yi nodded heavily. Chensiyu said so much, is not trying to tell her reasoning. She has completely understood. Really know? Aha! I really know. So tell me, what do you know? I'm going to wait for her to make the first move. Then I'm going to go up and beat her up so Uncle Cop doesn't arrest me. Chensiyu was speechless for a while. 6. He said so much to keep her from hitting people. This kind of thing wasn't for her. But the little girl had her own ideas. All she could think about was beating people up and taking it out on her. She couldn't be persuaded at all. Anyway, when the time comes, if she goes and makes trouble again, you have to be calm and don't go up and hit anyone, okay? At that time, one by one would surely only obediently stay by his side. And once she made some kind of dangerous move, he would immediately go over and pull the person into a hold. For her small frame, a handful of back collars and she'd be unable to move straight away. After packing up, Chen Xiu first took one by one to rent a car, because more things to buy. If you carry to the car, it will be very troublesome. After thinking about it, or rent a car is more cost-effective. When he took the driver's license test before, Chen Xiu was a handful, and although he didn't have much chance to drive behind him, he was still full of confidence. Isn't it simple to drive or something? Note, also from the author's heart, when she went shopping later, one by one was looking around, trying to find something she could hold and use as a weapon, so that when the time came she could just go up and give it a beating. Weapons were a tough thing to find though. They needed to be longer so she could keep her distance from her opponents, but they couldn't be too long or else it wouldn't be convenient to carry around on her own. Unfortunately, there was simply no suitable one in sight, and when I watched those martial arts movies before, the powerful one had a branch that was able to be used as a sword, so perhaps I should follow suit. Thinking this way, one by one did not dwell on finding a weapon. Powerful people, what they see in front of them, they are able to use it as a weapon. When he went to the supermarket to choose clothes, Chen Xiu wanted to buy them for Yi as well, but she understood and refused. This trip is mainly for the kids. She has so many new clothes, there's really no rush. Just wait for a couple days to settle down a bit and then bring her back to shop then. Chen Xiu also feels reasonable. Today's time is more urgent, or hurry to arrange things to go back. New Year's new weather. The supermarket clothing hot sale area has a lot of styles good looking, because it is winter clothes, especially coats. Warm effective good are quite expensive, but fortunately there are activities. You can get a discount, so that the calculation is also able to accept. Plus Chen Xiu buy a lot at once, and the boss bargained. The boss originally thought that Chen Xiu was stored second to sell the mind, but after learning that he is to buy for the children of the orphanage, the attitude immediately softened. All of them were reduced by over $50, and the change was erased at the end. Chen Xiu said thank you in place of the children, and then proceeded to help Dean buy a set as well. The Dean's health has deteriorated a lot in recent years, and Chen Xiu bought a massage, as well as an eye protector, and the body tonic did not fall. After arranging these, Chen Xiu took Yi to her favorite snack area. Yi's eyes immediately lit up when she saw the snacks. As a deep snacker, one by one, I can say that I know what tastes good and what doesn't. So the shopping cart immediately filled up. How come it's full? There's so much good food left to buy. One by one, a little aggrieved Baba. They have not had fun yet. And these snacks, they can also eat a little bit. The New Year's Eve, Chen Xiu certainly will not be as strict as usual. Strict control of her snack intake. Then push another one and keep buying. It's the equivalent of a yearly shopping trip, and with a car and the simplicity of taking it back anyway, there's nothing wrong with buying more. As soon as Chen Xiu's words fell, Yi immediately pushed a new one and began to frantically add things to it, putting all the purchases in the car, except for the passenger side. The space in the back is pretty much piled up, so that's a bit of an accomplishment to look at. Although the expenses were a bit much, Chen Xiu and Yi were both happy and not the least bit upset. It was supposed to be about making money to make life better for yourself and the people you love, so there's nothing to be upset about, except that you shouldn't have hit that family up for so much money before, and if you have that money, you should give it to Dean. It's no better than giving it to them. Chen Xiu scrutinized and looked at the memo to see if there was anything he missed. All complete, nothing forgotten. Chen Xiu closed the car door behind him, but then he suddenly remembered that the tools of the trade seemed to be almost finished. No, other things can be forgotten. But this can't be forgotten. The Dean packed a room for them. Surely they won't go out to live again. If they go to the town to buy it again, it will be more or less embarrassing. After all, they are all acquaintances. Moreover, there was the most powerful intelligence organization sitting in front of the supermarket. Chen Xiu believed that based on the level of gossip of those Amazons, he had just left in the front foot, and in the second after, they could go directly to ask the supermarket boss what he had bought away. After knowing that there will certainly be a big discussion, less than half a day, Chen Xiu believes that he may be rumored to be divorced with 2 children. Just thinking about it is a level of social death. The last time he went back, even the Amma asked him if he had gone in and was now just released. He was confused, but the Amma nodded and patted him on the shoulder, telling him to behave himself in the future. Then the next morning, several versions of the rumor about his time in jail started spreading around, saying something about him stealing and beating up people and going in for over a year. He explained to no avail, although he felt annoyed. But lazy in those people. After all, if he came out to explain, they certainly would not believe. The Dean ended up stepping in on this one, and to hear the Dean tell it, after he went to school, there were still a couple of older women rambling on about him going back in. It's outrageous, and if he's seen this time, It might go viral that he's doing some kind of erotic deal. Chen Siyu made a snap decision and planned to go to the supermarket to buy a few boxes to take with him so that the kind of scenario he had just envisioned wouldn't happen. One by one. Be a good boy and wait for me in the passenger side. I forgot to buy something. I'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere. Chen Siyu rubbed Yi's little head, and did not intend to tell her what she was going to buy, otherwise she would definitely pull him again to talk about it. So it's just a matter of hiding it for a while, and then when it's time to use it, you'll naturally take it out. What are you buying? Do you want me to go with you? Kazuchi's eyes were clear, and he didn't think in terms of series at all. No, just wait here for me. Be good. Don't run around or you'll get lost later. Yi is not like before. Her sense of direction is very weak. Those streets near her home were walked back and forth many times before she could barely remember them. Now the environment here is unfamiliar. If she got lost, she would definitely have to look for half a day. And there will always be bad guys. And despite the safety lessons she was given and told not to trust strangers so easily, there's the fear of the scammer's tactics, as well as a moment of weakness. Thinking so, Chen Siyu gave 2 more explanations. If I come over here and you're not there, I'll get mad. So just stay here and don't come out. And if you have anything you want to eat, I'll bring it to you. Chen Siyu did not say okay. Once he said that he could buy food for her, one by one was immediately excited. So from the passenger side popped out a small head melon, round big eyes blinking and blinking. Can you buy me candy canes then? I want to eat it. One by one is very fond of eating sweet. Usually drink milk tea. Chen Siyu even 7 points of sugar think too sweet. But one by one every time to full sugar. Drink soybean milk, and kanji is also the same. Very obsessive about sweet. Not to mention the candy. If he hadn't managed to get some, Ichichi might have been able to keep one in his mouth at all times. Just buy snacks. One by one will clip the private goods. Buy all their favorite, because it is going to be New Year's Eve. Plus the yard are some children. Surely also like to eat these. He didn't stop. Now it's good. All dared to directly with him to raise the demand. Okay, bring you one. Be good. I'm a good boy. I'll listen to whatever you say. I'm a staunch Shancivilian. Yi thought about the new neologisms that she had recently learned and wittily replaced them. Together with her expression of good manners and pampering, Chen Siyu was in a rather good mood. When you're in a good mood, you naturally have more tolerance. I was only going to get her a small string, but in that case, I'll get a large one. Folding back to the supermarket again, Chen Siyu took 2 boxes of the usual ones, and after a cursory scan, took a box of the others. It's nice to find new sensations once in a while, and experiencing something you haven't tried before might be a different kind of thrill. Yi was sitting on the co-pilot playing with his cell phone in a well-behaved manner, laughing when he saw the funny videos. His body was leaning back, and every now and then he looked outside, trying to see if Chen Siyu had come back. The variety clips on the short videos simply whetted one by one's appetite, and she opened the drama watching app on the spot to get to the main event. Chen Siyu doesn't watch dramas, so naturally he won't spend money to fill up the membership, but Su-ro has. So one by one very consciously went to let Su-ro scan the code for her to log in. $20 of milk tea to say drink. But watching the drama membership absolutely cannot open a little, only to go around to borrow. Su-ro helped her scan the code without saying a word, and Ji Xiao was instantly jealous in his heart when he saw her smiling happily. She hadn't laughed so happily when she had just been warming up to him in bed, and she didn't know who it was that made her mouth press down just by sending a message. Which dog, man? You're lying next to me and talking to someone else. Su-ro glanced at him, only to feel speechless. Those men on her list have long been deleted cleanly. Ji Xiao also carefully checked. Even her cousins asked around, to make sure that there is no ambiguous boys on her list, which is only to rest assured. Now it's good. She's just happy to see the news of Yi and smiled, and Ji Xiao is starting to grass on her. What? Do you have a problem with that? Su-ro straightened her spine. The quilt that was still covering her chest slipped slightly downward, and her collarbone as well as the traces of red marks downward were revealed. And Ji Xiao felt his heart heat up when he looked at it. Gulping, he remembered last night's travesty and began to get a little tickled again. Baby, kiss. Ji Xiao came over and his hand went somewhere very self-consciously. Su-ro slapped it open and then pulled the quilt upwards to cover herself. Last night played too high, and Ji Xiao drank some wine. They say that men are 3 times drunk, acting until you shed tears. Ji Xiao is this dead look. After drinking some wine, Ji Xiao was red-eyed and shouted with a mouthful of baby, and Su-ro couldn't resist. So she slept with him in a confused way. Now that reason returned. Su-ro didn't feel regret or any other messy emotions. She liked Ji Xiao. She was sure of it. At least after seeing some things clearly for herself. Ji Xiao was the most special one for her. Kiss what? Get away from me. Like to like. But last night Ji Xiao like a dog, licking and biting, so that she was covered with all kinds of traces. People who do not know to see, but also thought that she was abused it. You can't be spoiled, or you'll be the one to suffer in the future. And you definitely can't encourage this bad temper. Ji Xiao didn't feel that Su-ro was mean. Instead he only felt that she was cute. So he continued to stick over. Baby, who just messaged you? Why are you smiling so happily? Ji Xiao doesn't want any more messy boys to appear around Su-ro. Now he's her boyfriend. Her husband in the future. There's no problem at all to manage such a little thing. What? Jealous? Su-ro ruffled her hair and said in one word, the girls around young Master Ji are more than mine. Didn't you meet an elementary school girl yesterday? She's only 18 years old, just coming of age, and you're going to lay your hands on her. It's a beautiful woman and you're going to go up to her. Shameless, no moral heart at all. The conflict suddenly shifted to himself, and Ji Xiao instantly wimped out. Yesterday when shopping encountered a small cute girl, before their own ignorance. Think the girl water spirit, especially the eyes brimming seductive. So did not care about the age, went up to tease a little. It's all grown up and it's not a crime, isn't it? Ji Xiao was making excuses for himself in his heart, but on his face, he honestly admitted his mistake with Su-ro. How long ago was that? Baby, didn't he say that he wouldn't rehash old scores? Both of them used to be not two-tone. If you really carefully count up, then anyone has a lot of handle on each other, so it's better not to mention it. Why? Your little munchkin's eyes were red when she saw you yesterday, and that look hurt me to see. I didn't say anything about it. Can't even mention it? Su-ro snorted coldly and put the phone down, wrapping the covers around her body a little tighter. She couldn't let Ji Xiao take advantage of her anymore. She was serious now. I'm wrong, baby. I'll listen to everything you say. I'll never yell two when you say one. I'll never go west when you tell me to go east. You're the biggest in the family. I'm just a little follower. I'll never say anything. It was my fault in the past. I shouldn't have messed with people. So forgive me this time. Ji Xiao shamelessly stuck up without any temper. He has eaten people dry. Where can the dog bark? He's not afraid of people laughing at him when it gets out that he's afraid his wife is normal. And he's proud of that. Humph. I'll barely believe you once. Su-ro has always been soft but not hard. See Ji Xiao so obedient to her, coupled with their own was to make a little temper. So instantly there is no emotion. Ji Xiao saw that she had already subsided and was just being hard-mouthed and not admitting it. So he stuck it even tighter. Baby, why did you just laugh so hard? Ji Xiao is a dead heart. For wanting to know things must have an answer. Otherwise he will be very diaphragmatic in his heart. Su-ro also knows his nature, and it is nothing to hide. So he told the truth. One wants to watch a variety show, so she asked me to scan the video membership for her. Ji Xiao frowned in incomprehension. No, a video membership is only a few dollars. Is it necessary to save so much? Didn't he order that one-by-one salary be calculated on the basis of the highest paid model? How can he still be so poor? Chen Xiu usually living conditions are not too good, at least compared to him as average. So Ji Xiao then thought to help it too, and cannot directly give him money, for fear of hurting his self-esteem, so it can only be in this way, so that the two people live a little better. It shouldn't be. Did they garnish their paychecks? Ji Xiao intends to go and settle this account properly, not for the sake of one by one, but simply for the sake of Chen Xiu as a friend. Su-ro smiled, thinking that this kind of Ji Xiao was still a bit cute. The eldest young man has not suffered from life, grew up in a honeypot. Food and clothing are the best. Naturally do not understand. $120 of video membership what can be borrowed. Not to mention video members, young Master Ji couldn't even tell vegetables apart. So it was understandable that he didn't understand the lifestyle of people at the bottom of the ladder like them. Girls have a weird perspective on spending. We can spend $20 on milk tea but then feel bad about it when it comes to things like having a membership. I can accept $200 for a dress but not $180 for it and $20 for shipping. So yeah, underneath you shouldn't be so stupid as to garnish one's paycheck. She just simply doesn't want to start her own membership. Su-ro reached out and tidied up Ji Xiao's messy hair. He had just woken up from a nap. His hair was a bit messy, and looking like this was still a bit dopey. However, if you want to raise one-by-one salary, I think it's also possible. After all, the advertisement is very effective. The account that your company helped one by one to run. Now there are many fans. It's right to raise the salary. Since money was mentioned, Su-ro definitely had to fight for greater benefits for her little sister. And she did have a point. Since one by one had become a dedicated model, the popularity of those goods had been plucked up by several degrees. Her friend is just so great. Her face value and strength are online. And she also works hard. Is it a problem to raise a little bit of money for such a good employee? No problem at all. Good. You order it down. And when she starts after New Year's, you'll give her a raise. Just said that he listened to her and everything. Ji Xiao naturally will not back out. And he himself has this heart. If not for the fear of gossip, he must open higher, so that Chen Xiyu does not need to be so tired. Now that one by one has made his mark, even if someone wants the dog to bark, then he has a perfectly good reason to do so. That's more like it. Seeing that she was in quite a good mood, Ji Xiao reached out boldly and touched it. Baby, you're so soft. Before it was all Chen Xiyu who ate meat and watched with his own eyes, but now that he has opened his meat, he naturally can't stop. Wine can be a really good thing. In the past he could not even think that the progress of his relationship with Su Ro could be so fast. Now it directly turns his expectations into reality. But people are greedy. There is the first time you want a second time. There is a rule of thumb, you want to seek a more exciting experience. Ji Xiao is also so. Su Ro was touched by him like this, although inwardly she wanted to refuse, but her body was soft, thinking of last night's previous period. Although it hurt, but slowly there was also a drilling pleasure, which directly drowned her. It's not impossible to do it again. What's more, Ji Xiao is now experienced and shouldn't hurt her. Doing it once is doing it twice is doing it. Kiss me. Su Ro cupped Ji Xiao's face, her eyes somewhat mesmerized in his direction. Su Ro, such a temperament, rarely take the initiative once. Last night were half pushed, now she took the initiative to want. Ji Xiao instantly came to the reaction. Hands pinched her thin waist, pressed the person underneath, lowered his head to hold her delicate soft lips. In no time, Su Ro went soft. Concentrated on watching the variety show, usually surfing fast, so she basically knew all these stars, with or without a script. Anyway, she looked really quite joyful. Previously, she had read some novels, because certain plots were more exciting. After being discovered by Chen Xiyu, she was not allowed to read similar novels, and slowly, she usually only watched dramas and caught up with variety shows. Now that she found a good-looking one, it was just that she didn't have to work during this period of time, so she could relax and start chasing it. And if Chen Xiyu had time, she could even watch it with him. The sun was just right now, the temperature was just right, and one by one had left the window open, slightly exposed a crack. Knock knock. A noise from the car's glass caught one's attention. Subconsciously looked up, thinking that it was Chen Xiyu coming back, and naturally raised a smile. But when she saw the person standing next to the car, the corners of her mouth immediately went down. What are you doing? The boy standing next to the car was a little embarrassed. There were relatively few people in the small county town, and although there would be beautiful women, it was rare to see such a decent one. After watching from the sidelines for a long time, it was hard to muster up the courage to go up and ask for a contact. But before he could say anything, the girl performed a divine face change, directly confusing him. I just wanted to get acquainted with you. Looked at the boy warily. He stuttered a bit and didn't dare to look up to meet her eyes, really looking like the bad guy in Chen Xiyu's mouth. Thinking of the examples that Chen Xiyu said, one by one, on the spur of the moment, closed the windows of the car, fearing that he would do something drastic. I am not a bad person. My house is right around the corner, and I just wanted to ask you what high school you go to. I'd like to get acquainted with you. Bad guys don't say they're bad guys, and you can't tell the difference just by looking at them. And one by one, they remember those words, so they remain vigilant. Anyway, even if he misunderstood, it wouldn't matter much. But if he was a really bad guy, he'd be at a big disadvantage. The boy was a little slower to react, but he could see now that the girl probably thought he was the bad guy. Such a Oolong let his soul a little hurt. His own looks are not bad. Usually in the school also have a girl to give him confession. No matter what, is not a fierce face it, how the girl in front of him is so afraid. But on the other hand, it shows that the girl is innocent, and with this look, it stirs up his protectiveness. Don't be afraid. I'm really not some messed up person. I'm a student of the first high school. I have a student ID to prove it. The boy continued to explain, even rummaging around in his bag, trying to find his student ID to prove that he was telling the truth. Kagome looked at him suspiciously, not really interested in what he had to say, but rather finding him even more baffling because of this action. She only wanted to stick with Chen Xiyu and only cared about everything about Chen Xiyu. As for other boys, she didn't even have the desire to communicate. Therefore, one by one shook her head indifferently, and her voice carried little emotion. No need. I have a boyfriend. It's not convenient. Transposition of a card. If Chen Xiyu was pestered by other girls, then she certainly hoped that Chen Xiyu can talk less. So one by one, a short refusal, beside the words do not want to say more. You're in love already? The boy was a bit lost. Looking at the age he should be in high school, how come he was in love? Originally also planned to get to know each other. First ask for a contact information, to explore the reasons for learning. Slowly contact, and then the logical confession of love. It's not good to think too much. Now it's going to be over before it even starts. Aha. Yi spared her words and was already calculating in her heart that if the boy in front of her didn't go away, she would call Chen Siyu. Are you okay? The heart is thinking about Chen Siyu. Did not think that Chen Siyu has come back. One by one. Looked up, to be sure that after directly driving the door down, a jump into the arms of Chen Siyu. Siyu, you're back. The girl was smiling. Her eyes were curved into the shape of a crescent moon, in stark contrast to the indifference she had just shown, and the aura on her body directly changed. Chen Siyu nodded and handed the sugar gourd in his hand to Yi, then looked up and changed his face for a second, looking indifferently at the teenager in front of him. The teenager was only 17 or 18 years old, but his appearance was clear, and he was considered to be the type of face value that was high and liked by young girls. But no matter what, hitting on his girlfriend, that couldn't be tolerated. What's the matter with you? The teenager felt abused enough after watching the country's traditional culture change its face at the first level twice in such a short period of time. Is he some kind of a real bitch? No, nothing's going on. Brother, I'm leaving, my friend is waiting for me. Looking at the teenager's back as he fled, Chen Siyu's gaze continued to fall on one by one. Nothing to account for? He'd been gone for such a short time. How could someone post up? And a boy high schooler so young. But take a closer look at one by one's outfit today. Because of the warm weather, she wore a pink knit shirt, and underneath she wore a pleated skirt that he liked very much, which did have a strong student flavor. Plus her face, unpowdered, was indeed very juvenile. It was no wonder that the boy would recognize the mistake. After all, even if he said that she was only in her first year of high school, Chen Siyu wouldn't be able to doubt the truthfulness of that statement. I really didn't do anything. I was just swiping videos in the car, and then I saw a variety show. It felt interesting, so I went and asked Suro for a membership, and I hadn't watched it for very long before he came knocking on the window. I was cold, and I was afraid he was a bad guy. And I remembered everything you told me before, so I didn't open the door and got out, and rolled up the window. He said he wanted to get acquainted and I immediately declined, not even talking to him much. He very consciously will be the ins and outs of the matter to say clearly, not at all with concealment, and finally also blearily looking at Chen Siyu, a face that begs for praise. She was so obedient, knew that for her own safety she didn't get out of the car, much less talk to him much, and was so well behaved that it wasn't too much to ask for a head rub as a reward. Was it? Chen Siyu nodded and went to rub her head. It was really well done, and all that she had been told before had finally not been taught in vain. One by one, that's a good boy. Great job. Next time you have to say no like that. No talking to other boys. Remember what I told you? Remember. Yi liked Chen Siyu touching her head, comfortably rubbing against his palm. All the men out there are bad men. Only Siyu is the best. All the other boys can't be trusted. Don't communicate when you can. Be indifferent when you're accosted. And make sure to say you have a boyfriend. One by one. He said it proudly and loudly, and Chen Siyu nodded in satisfaction. The little girl was just good. And although this was like one of those pyramid schemes herself, it worked out well, and one by one had memorized the main points perfectly and knew what she could and couldn't do. That's awesome, baby. Keep it up in the future. This is not what Pua. This is the truth. One by one, this a flowery little girl. Go out outside a trip. Don't know how many eyes to attract. If not properly give her a good ideological work, who knows will not be out of something. Of course, she was definitely comfortable with one by one. She liked herself that much. Surely she wouldn't do anything that crossed the line. But other men are different. As a male, he himself still understands the thoughts of men. What male best friend? Are non-existent. How can there be pure friendship between men and women? Chatting with the idea of getting to know each other. Slowly, the relationship just deteriorates. After all, every relationship is from strange to familiar. See you have to do the same or I'll get jealous. If the other girls can do it, I can do it, and you're not allowed to talk to them, okay? Yi quickly finished the bunch of candy canes. She loved the texture. The sweet and sour was really addictive. Can it really be done? Chen Siyu was surprised that one would educate him in reverse, but was still keen enough to extract useful information from what she said. She can do what any other girl can do. It's not pure welfare for him. This is like splashing the sky of wealth. As long as they catch, later want to think of some new tricks. Not to use this word to Pua. Not. And one by one communication. I can. I'm sure I can. Even if I don't know how, I'll learn. Yi thought that Chen Siyu was testing her, so she answered quickly. She hadn't lived as a human for very long, but as long as Chen Siyu wanted her to learn, she would definitely try her best to do so. And she was also possessive. She just didn't want Chen Siyu to come into contact with other girls. Being so smart herself, she would surely be able to learn it all. Really? I can learn it all. You're not allowed to find another girl. One by one. When they saw that Chen Siyu didn't say anything, their faces all followed with anxiety, fearing that Chen Siyu really had those bad thoughts. Okay, baby, then it's a deal. You can't say no when I want you to learn something in the future. Chen Siyu in his heart secretly happy. His heart and eyes can only fit her one. Where will have the heart to see other girls? And which one is better looking than one? Better than her body, and lovely personality. No matter from which aspect, one is perfect. The most crucial thing is that people are stupid and easy to cheat. Their minds are really simple. Everything is written on their faces, and they will not hide it at all. Like just now, when he himself had only pretended to hesitate a little on purpose. He had made her anxious. It's just nice to have a kitten and enjoy a little cat teasing. I know. I'm sure I'll learn it well. Although he didn't know exactly what Chen Siyu was referring to, he would definitely be obedient and work hard. Except for math. Though, that one's so hard I can't even read it. He hurriedly added. Chen Siyu was amused by her and laughed straight away. This silly child. What is in her head? How can she still get involved in math? Don't worry. You won't be allowed to learn this. You'll learn what you're allowed to learn for sure. Chen Siyu got into the car, saw that Yi did not fasten her seatbelt, and then came over to help her fasten it. This is a seatbelt. You have to pull it over like this and fasten it, okay? Chen Siyu patiently told Yi, but the girl directly kissed him twice on the face. Being so proactive made Chen Siyu a bit unresponsive. Why are you looking at me like that? I've seen TV shows where it's all about kissing when you come over. Kanzuya had a point, but the first time he did it, he was still a bit shy and his cheeks were slightly red. Chen Siyu had always disliked being passive, not to mention being intimate with one by one. No matter what, he would not refuse, so after only freezing for a second, he cupped one by one's chin and started kissing deeply. At first, Chen Siyu just licked Yi's lips very gently. After feeling Yi's response, he violently probed forward, reached out and pinched the girl's thin waist. She unconsciously opened her mouth and wooed. Taking advantage of this gap, Chen Siyu very smoothly sent his tongue into her mouth. Yi had just eaten a sugar gourd, and the sweet flavor of the sugar gourd still remained in his mouth. Chen Siyu stirred and sucked, as if he wanted to dismantle the girl and eat her into his stomach. Normally, Chen Siyu was very gentle, and rarely kissed her with such a fury as today. It didn't take long for one by one to get a little overwhelmed and go limp. Well, Yi reached out to push Chen Siyu, wanting to stop for a moment because she was getting out of breath, and Chen Siyu sensed it and let go, letting her rest for a couple of seconds. The girl had only just slowed down her energy, and in the next second, Chen Siyu kissed up again. Because of the scene change, before it was all at home kissing, now suddenly in the car, Chen Siyu's mind drifted through a lot of images. All of them are some restricted. You can't do it for sure, but it's not too much to kiss. Nope, it's okay to do it, so maybe I can coax her to try it later when I buy a car. Chen Siyu's thoughts drifted farther and farther away, rising up with some pain before he hurriedly let go of Yi. One by one, her cheeks were red, her earlobes were no exception. Her eyelashes were blinking in time with her low gasps. Her lips were a little swollen from his kisses, and she looked at them with a kind of abusive beauty. Fuck! Chen Siyu cursed. His pocket was still filled with the condom he had just bought. If the occasion was right, he wouldn't have to hold back so much. If I had known, I wouldn't have kissed so hard, and in the end it would have been hard for me. Yi looked up at Chen Siyu. His eyes were brimming with water, seemingly with 1,000 flavors. Chen Siyu looked at it and felt that he was going crazy. Siyu. Are you having a hard time? Kanzuya's eyes quickly flicked somewhere, and it was just as he thought it would be. Normally when kissing, Chen Siyu would also be like this, just kissed so fiercely. Now he must be very difficult. Aha! Chen Siyu nodded. It was indeed difficult. The small space inside the car made him feel even hotter. Why don't you help me? Chen Siyu very smoothly said his absurd idea. One by one will certainly not agree. And this is in the car, not in the hotel. It is really inappropriate. He was the one who was too abrupt. Well, why don't I? I'll help you. Chen Siyu did not expect Yi to say this. After all, she has always been introverted. It wasn't as comfortable as usual through the fabric. But at this time of year, with someone coming from the parking spot next to him at some point, the thrill of it made his heart tighten, yet gave birth to twisted pleasure.